Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be continuing our series on in-depth analysis of the Sicilian defense, and we're going to be going over one of the most popular and most requested lines that comes from the Sicilian defense, and that is the Najdorf variation. It's one of the most well-respected defenses that you'll see in chess. It's played on all levels of chess, even up to the top. You've probably seen many of Garry Kasparov's games, Bobby Fischer's games, two players that really enjoy this defense. It's one of the most sound defenses that you will see. There's so much theory on it. I feel like it would be a disservice not to do a video on it and kind of explain some of the concepts and some of the main lines and ideas to think about when you're playing. So it starts out with pawn 2 e4, pawn 2 c5. Again, this is the Sicilian defense. Knight f3, simple development, pawn 2 d6, pawn d4. After black captures, white recaptures. Black's now going to come to f6 for simple development, and after the knight's going to come to c3. The Najdorf defense continues with pawn to a6, and this is really where we're going to start getting into different variations of the Najdorf defense. Now, if you're not too familiar with the Sicilian defense or the Najdorf variation in general, you may look at this and say, a6, is this really one of the most respected defenses in all of chess? It's just a little move, a6 right here. And the answer is yes. And as far as the Sicilian in general, keep in mind the Sicilian is a very sharp line. Typically, you see both sides trying to control the other side. White's trying to control the king side. Black's really trying to control the queen side, trying to control this semi-open c-file, really trying to attack the queen side of white, where typically white is castled. From here, this pawn here on a6 has a lot of different ideas. The first thing, as you can see, it's blocking off this outpost on both of his knights. This knight can't come here, knight can't come here. There's not a lot of good squares for the knight to come to. Right now, we are still blocking with our pawn here on b7. It cannot come to the c6 square. It would really like to come to this b5 square. Also keep in mind that since black does have these light squares open, attacking the king here, a lot of times in other variations of the Sicilian, the white bishop really likes to come down to b5 and harass the heck out of the black king. In this variation, obviously, you can see it's blocking that as well. So not only is it a great pawn placement as far as blocking our opponent, anytime you can block your opponent from some of the themes they would like to do, that's a good thing. Not always going forward with what you want, but if you can stop them, that's good as well. But it also has other ideas as well. Typically, black would like to bring his pawn, push it forward to b5. Again, black in the Sicilian is always trying to counterattack. It's one of the most aggressive defenses that black has. You definitely don't want to play it if you're passive. So, being able to push forward with b5, really starting to push on the attack on the queen side, it's definitely helpful for that. Once black does have his pawn here on d5, he does have different options. He can always bring now a knight here on c4 as an outpost. He obviously still has the knight here on c5 because of his pawn there on d6. So he has all these different options. Obviously, once the pawn comes to b5 as well, he can also bring his light square bishop into the action. So he can bring it to b7 if he wants to. Start to put a lot of pressure. Once he has both of his minor pieces, he can now get his rook involved into the game, trying to control again this semi-open c-file. So black has a lot of different ideas just from this simple move of a6. Now, obviously, we do want to talk about white. White has a lot of different options just from this particular standpoint as we look at it right here in the Najdorf variation. And that's kind of where we're going to go. We're going to go a lot of different areas. We do have the old mainline defense that you've seen a lot from white as far as countering this. You do have the new modern line that you'll see a lot. And then you have another variation called the Fischer-Sozin attack, and that's kind of another variation we're going to look at. So we're going to go ahead and start off with the old main line in the Najdorf defense from white after black plays a6. Now, the old main line from white starts with bishop to g5. Now, this is the most aggressive line that white has against the Sicilian. Obviously, keeping in mind that Sicilian is very aggressive. Typically, nowadays, from white, you may see a little bit more passive move instead of, again, this is the old main line. Nowadays, you may see, bishop to e3 instead of to g5. Nowadays, I personally feel like some of the GMs don't try to get too cute. They try to kind of play subtle in the beginning, trying to really build up strong structure, go into this deep analysis of middle game. That's fine, Danny, but anytime I see someone come out, top level play that just plays bishop to g5, basically saying, I'm going all out, I'm going as aggressive as I can against the Sicilian defense, it's really fun to see. There's not a lot of draws in these games. There's so many tactical errors that can be made. It's just really fun to watch. So personally, I play against a lot of aggressive players, so I see this line more times than not. If you've played the Najdorf defense, you've probably seen it a lot. So from here, black does have a few different options. One of his options is to play pawn to e6. Again, getting ready to obviously defend this knight with either his queen on d8. He can always bring his bishop here to e7 to defend it. More likely than not, after black plays pawn to e6, white's not going to capture. Obviously, the higher you get up in chess, typically players don't like to give up their bishops early on as far as trading in with their knights. And that is simply because you can open up the board a lot easier than you can close it, since bishops do better in open games. If someone has a bishop pair, typically they will try to open up the game, and then they will have a very big advantage if they do have that bishop pair. So just something to keep in mind in the back of your head. Now, from here, if we look at from white, if we think about the ideas that really white has, as you can see, the bishop can't really, as far as being aggressive. If you're going to play this bishop to g5, that means you're kind of being aggressive. So there's no reason now to play bishop to b2. It's kind of a little bit too passive. Bring it to c4. It's trying to eye down on that f7 square, but again, the e6 pawn is protecting it. It can't come to b5. Not a lot of good squares. So typically, you start to either see, pawn to f4. Some players play, queen to f3 if they're not comfortable pushing the pawn forward. But the most common is pawn to f4. Again, really trying to push on the king side. White will eventually castle on the queen side and really try to just massacre black on the king side. Now, from here, black does have a few different options. One of his moves, he can come to e7, as we talked about before. Again, defending his knight here on f6. From here, white can now bring his queen to f3, again developing his pieces, getting ready to castle on the queen side. From here, black has two different options. One is to bring his queen to b6. Again, you have to counterplay. You can't just stay passive the entire time as the Sicilian. That's really not what it's there for. So again, putting a lot of pressure on this b2 pawn. And from here, white is going to castle on the queen side. Now from here, black has a few options, but he can always bring his knight to d7. Again, trying to add more pressure onto this knight on f6. Obviously, he can also, if he wants to push forward in time, with pawn to e5. Now, besides playing bishop to e7, a lot of times black has the option of bringing his queen to b6. If you've ever heard of the poison pawn in the Najdorf defense, this is what it refers to, bring the queen to b6. This is one of Garry Kasparov's go-to defenses. So anytime he comes out and says, hey, in the Najdorf defense, this is pretty much what I'm going to play. This is what I've studied and what I think is the best. I pretty much am going to agree with him. He was pretty good at chess. So take it for that what you will and play whichever variation you want. But from here, white's going to continue with queen to d2. He's going to allow the queen to come to b2 and take this pawn on b2 in exchange for trying to control the center of the board with development and his pieces and pawns. So the queen's now going to come to queen to b2, and the rook's going to come to b1. Obviously, the queen's going to have to kick back on a3. And then white's going to start to push forward. He can push forward with f5, or he can push forward with e4. Keep in mind from white, if you do see this, or you're playing against this, black is now up in material, so you did not sacrifice this extra pawn on b2 for nothing. Anytime you're going to gambit a piece or give up a piece or pawn, any type of material, it needs to have some sort of compensation. In this case, white's really going to try to pound away on the king side of black. So as you can see the dynamics here. This is a very, very aggressive line for both sides. White can no longer castle on the queen side. His rook has moved. So again, this is going to be a little bit different. There's a hole now on semi-open file on the c file. White has a semi-open file on the b file, so the queen side's going to be fireworks all over the place, and white's controlling the center of the board, even though black is up in material. So, Garry Kasparov, enjoy this, but, it does get kind of crazy. So just keep that in mind if you do play the poison pawn variation. Another variation that you may see is the Argentine variation, and that starts out with bishop to e7, as we talked about before in the main line, and then the queen is going to come to f3 again. But from here, instead of bringing the queen out to b6, as we talked about before, or even c7 if you want to, from here, black's going to play pawn to h6. Now, I know many people, anytime your opponent tries to pin down your knight, you just immediately play h6 or you play a6, depending on if he's pinning down the knight to the queen or the king. In this case, this is probably one of the more wild, crazy, chaotic variations that you will see. So we'll go ahead and get into it. Again, if white chooses to exchange, anytime someone exchanges their bishop for your knight early on, hey, that's a win for you. Again, try to open up the game and really use your bishop pair. Typically, you won't see someone do that if they know what they're doing, if they're familiar with chess. So in this case, you might see the bishop come back to h4. Again, this is the main line in the Argentine variation. Black's now going to play pawn to g5. Again, really breaking this up. Now, as you can start to see already, black typically castles on the king side in the Sicilian defense. So this is pretty much just breaking everything up, especially after pawn takes on g5. As you can already see, black's not looking to castle on the king side anymore. So anytime someone basically says, hey, I'm not going to castle where I'm planning on to, and none of these pieces, the queen, bishop, and knights, are developed, so it's going to take a long time to castle on the other side with the c file open, you pretty much know black's saying, hey, I'm going all out. I may not even castle, and there's just going to be fireworks. So if you like chaos, hey, try this defense out. It's kind of entertaining. So from here, black's going to play knight to d7. Very important move. Getting his knight out of the way. Also getting ready if he wants to come to e5, and he's also allowing the bishop and the queen now to both eye down on this dark square diagonal. If he wants to take on here on g5, he can also take here on h4 if this pawn moves. So very important move to bring the knight back to d7. From here, white's going to actually capture on e6, and black is going to recapture with his pawn here on e6. Now, if white's not too familiar, he could definitely make a mistake here. If he does not see that it's actually a good move to take on e6, obviously if black captures, you may be thinking, I don't understand, why would white give up material here? As you can see, he's really opening up all these lines here. His queen can now come to h5, attacking the king here on e1. The king's going to have to come to f8, and then the light square bishop can come to b5. Now, even if you look at this, you say, Kevin, I don't understand. Why would you bring your bishop to b5? Like, you're just asking for it to be taken right here with this pawn here on a6. But what it does is it also allows you to open up the door if you want to castle on the king side. You can also just bring the rook to f1. It's going to be really, really hard for black to cope with all of the stuff that you have going on here. Obviously, white has the queen here on h5. A lot going on from Fischer actually came up with the best refutation of this, and that is instead of taking with the pawn here on b5, is actually to play rook to h7. This is really the saving grace for black. It really sets up if he needs to defend. If the rook comes to f1, it kind of gives him the ability to swing this over if he needs to. Obviously, he can bring his king to g8 if he needs to, but it really protects this key square here of the f7 square. As we talked about before, if the rook was on f1 and then the queen came down to f2, it would be checkmate. So this rook here on h7 is going to be huge. Obviously, as we talked about before, white gave up material playing this knight here, taking on e6, and with black recapturing. So you can see this definitely doesn't look good for black. I'm not going to sit here and say this is a fantastic situation. But black is up in material, and he does have the ability to save face here. So Fischer has played this, and he says this is a legitimate play h7 to protect the house here, if you will. But you definitely are going to have to be aggressive for black. You're definitely going to have to start to push forward. Obviously, you're attacking this bishop here on d5. White's going to have to do something about that. Black's definitely going to have to start to get his other pieces involved, really start to get some counterplay, or he will get crushed here on the king side, especially if white decides to castle on the queen side, get both of the rooks involved. It's definitely going to be chaotic, but I kind of told you that going into this variation. So this is the old main line. We're going to go ahead and now get into the new main line that you'll see a lot in high level. The new main line starts with bishop to e3 in this position, a little less aggressive than if the bishop came down to g5. It's still not blocked by the pawn structure. Obviously, the pawn has come out to b4, so it won't be blocked off. But typically in high level play nowadays, you'll see a little bit more passive approach. Not to say that the Sicilian is passive, but compared to bishop to g5, typically players at top level aren't trying to play the most aggressive openings anymore. That's not to say that e3 is not a good move. It's just not nearly as aggressive as the old main line. From here, black has a few options. So if you do see the bishop come to e3, you do have a few options. You can always bring your pawn to e5. Really try to block this knight here on d4. He really has no problems coming back to b3 anyway. This is kind of where he's comfortable. From here, black can start to just develop his pieces. Again, bishop to e6. Obviously trying to get his knight involved into the game, trying to bring his rook to c8, trying to control this semi-open file. He's eventually going to bring his bishop into the game over here, maybe bishop to e7. Castle on the king side, still trying to attack on the queen side. So still some of the same theory behind the typical Sicilian knight door defense. From here, you may see the pawn come to f3, trying to not only defend this pawn here on e4, but also trying to stop the knight here coming to g4. As another variation that we'll get to here in a second, instead of e4, you can always play knight to g4. Kind of annoying if you see it as white. Knight coming to g4, which is why I actually prefer playing that. So this is why you might see pawn coming to f3. Again, if you do see pawn coming to f3, this typically means that white's not going to castle on the king side. If he does, this is not really aggressive. You might want to push it forward to f4, open up the f-file for your rook here. Playing f3 and then castling on the king side is kind of weak sauce. You're really not helping your protection of the king side, and you're not really also making it aggressive for your rook as well. So this typically means they're going to castle on the queen side. From here, black can continue with knight to d7. Again, he can always bring it to c6 if he wants to, but this will allow him to bring his rook right away to c8 and really control that long semi-open file. From here, you may see queen come to d2, getting ready to castle on the queen side. From here, black can really start to push forward. He can bring his pawn to b5. Again, he can always bring his rook to c8 if he wants to. A lot of times you will see this push to b5 right away, kind of hoping that white will castle on the queen side first, and then, because if you see that, then black can push forward with b3, kind of an annoying move. Again, white now has to move his knight here. So instead, a lot of times from white, you will see a3 first, or you may even see a4 first, putting a lot of pressure on black, trying to have him decide where he wants to go. Now, obviously, if these come off the board, then white may revisit the option of castling on the king side. Obviously, if he's going to give up this diagonal, or excuse me, this long a file or semi-open a file, it's going to be much harder to protect the queen side. So depending on his idea of how he wants to attack, he can either castle on the queen side or he can push up with this a pawn to a3. A lot of times you may also just see a4, really trying to put a lot of pressure on black. So very common just to see a4. Now if we come back here, as we talked about before, black has the option of coming forward with e5. He can also either just come to e6, or a lot of times I actually recommend playing knight to g4. This is kind of a pain in the rear for white. Obviously you're trying to exchange pieces. You're trying to exchange your knight for the bishop, as we talked about before. Early on, this is advantageous if you can trade those off, even though they are, technically both worth 3 points. Now, this knight is being protected by the bishop here on c7. If you've watched the other dragon variation, you know that from here, white can always come down and check the king here on d5. But the great thing about the knight door defense is this pawn here on a6. Again, very, very key outpost here on b5 that's protecting. So black no longer has to worry about the bishop coming down to b5, which makes the knight here on g4 that much more fun to harass the bishop here on e3. So from here, white can continue with bishop to g5. Black can continue with h6. Then bishop h4. Again, these are standard moves. Pawn to d5. The white bishop is just going to be kicked back. Black's now going to play bishop to g7. The reason I like this is a way, if your opponent starts with bishop to e3, basically going into the new main line of the Sicilian defense, knight door variation from white, basically saying, I don't want to be that aggressive. Well, this is a way to say, you know what, I'm going to take that and I'm going to be even more aggressive with it. As you can tell, black has the ability to start pushing forward on the queen side, but black's already starting to push forward on the king side as well, which, as you can tell, this is going to be a much more aggressive defense from black. His king defense is going to be not as strong. He's really going to be looking to push forward. White doesn't have as strong a center control here. Again, he can always push forward with his pawn on e5, kick this knight off, he can start to develop his pieces. So this is going to be a very, very aggressive line from black here. Now, also keep in mind, if you look at this, that white does still have the option here to castle on the king side. So you're not really sure where white's going to end up. He hasn't moved any of his pawns on the f-file. So there's a lot of different options. This is kind of why I like this idea in the new main line. Now the next idea is the Fischer-Sosen attack. It's a different variation than we've seen before, so I'll go ahead and get into that. Now, you won't see this variation as much, but anytime Fischer's named after a variation, I feel obligated to talk about it, since he spent time to analyze it and deemed it necessary to play a lot. We'll go ahead and talk about it. And that is, instead of actually bringing the dark square bishop into the game, he's going to bring the light square bishop into the game. He's going to attack this f7 square right away. Now, obviously, this is the weakest square from black in the early part of the game. So first thing black wants to do is he wants to thwart that attack. He's going to play pawn to e6. Typical logical move, again, making it very hard to continue to attack this. From here, white's going to push back. He's going to play bishop to b3. This is very, very common for Fischer. Anytime you've seen him play, he likes to bring his bishop out to c4, and then he kicks it back to b3 and just tries to harass this long light diagonal the entire game. Now, why does he play this right away? He can always castle on the king side, but he really doesn't want the pawn to come to b5 with tempo. So instead, he just goes ahead and brings his bishop back to b3. He doesn't want to. He could do them either way, but he's like, I'm going to come back to b3 because if he doesn't come push forward with b5, we may want to have different options. We may want to castle on the queen side. We may want to do something else. That's why the bishop's coming back to b3 first, and not allowing black to push forward and making that choice for white. So from here, typically you'll see either bishop to e7. If you're really aggressive, you may just want to start pushing forward with b5, really starting that attack here. White can do a lot of things. He can bring his bishop if he wants down to g5. He can castle on the king side. So a lot of different ideas from both different sides. Again, you won't see this as often as the old main line and the new main line, but if you do see it, or you play even as white, and you want to change it up a little bit, definitely feel free to give this a shot and let me know what you guys think. So this is the Najdorf defense. Definitely tons and tons of theory behind it. I definitely recommend checking out the website, looking at some of the famous games that have been used playing these, see some of the ideas and concepts that they used in the middle game going into the end game. Some phenomenal games that have been played using the Najdorf defense, and even if you keep up with tournaments nowadays, it's played all the time. So definitely check some of those out and be thinking about these ideas as you watch the game. Like, oh wow, that's totally cool. It's definitely more entertaining once you know what's going on and what they're thinking about during the game. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. There'll be tons of more later on. Definitely check out the website if you haven't already, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Scheveningen variation in the Sicilian defense. Sicilian being one of the more popular defenses in all of chess, pawn e4, and then pawn to c5. Very aggressive defense from black. Black has one of the highest win percentages playing pawn to c5, and there's a lot of variations that black can go into, and many people will always ask for me to make videos on different variations. We're going to go over one of the more popular ones, the Scheveningen. There's a lot of ways to get to this particular variation, but knight to f3, pawn d6, pawn d4, this is just the main line after the pawn takes, knight to d4, knight to f6, and then knight to c3, pretty common throughout. Now black has many different variations that you can go through from here, pawn to a6, the Najdorf, that's the most popular, but we do have the option of pawn to e6. Popularized by Garry Kasparov, he's played this in many top tournaments that we've covered on this channel as well, but it's a very solid defense from black. Controls both of the d5 and the e5 squares. It's a lot of flexibility too. Has not committed to anything where something like pawn to e5 all of a sudden doesn't have as much control over the light squares. So something like bishop to c4 is more dangerous, although black has a lot of good options, where pawn to e6, okay, bishop to c4 doesn't mean as much because black can block the entire diagonal right here. So you can see the flexibility that it does have, but you can also see it's not as aggressive, not controlling any of the fourth rank at all. So just really waiting to see what white does. Now white does have multiple options, can be extremely aggressive, which we'll go over, and can play a slower game and say, okay, if you're gonna wait, I'm gonna wait as well and see how you're gonna develop and then continue from there. So we're gonna go over the main line, some of the things that I think about if I'm playing as white, how I like to attack black, and then if you're from black's point of view, how you're going to continue to attack. If you're playing the Sicilian defense as black, you're usually trying to attack, and then how you approach some of the variations that white can play. The most aggressive line that white can take, and you can probably guess this is my recommendation because I like to be extremely aggressive when I play chess. I just think it's more fun that way, is pawn to g4. And there's a few reasons why this is such a good move. First thing is if black's not going to be aggressive and push pieces forward, then white needs to take advantage of that and push as much as possible. Also, the pawn on e6 is blocking this light square bishop on c8. So this does pretty much let this pawn here on g4 stay here for free. Yes, the knight's attacking it, but it's being defended by the queen here on d1. This is also preparing for the pawn to push forward here on g5, which is going to force the minor piece here on f6 to move. It's not really going to go to a great square. You can see there's limited options as far as where the knight can go. It's usually going to come back to a non-solid square. That would be an extremely good thing for white. Also, in the Sicilian defense, black is not usually looking to castle on the queen side because black has given up that pawn on the c file. So just a lot of exposure on the queen side, no protection at all. So white all of a sudden says, yeah, I'm just going to throw everything I can at the king side of the board because that's really where black would like to attack. Now, black has some options. If he sees this, one of the things that you may see from black is pawn to h6. This is one of the more common moves to stop the pawn coming up here to g5. Here I just recommend pawn to h4. It continuously pushes on the king side, puts as much pressure as possible for black. Now, black can't play something like pawn to g5 because the pawn can freely take, attacking the knight right here. The pawn can't recapture because the rook can come down here to h8. So a lot of mistakes that black can get into. So how do they continue if they're not going to play pawn to g5? One of the things that you could see is pawn to e5, attacking the knights right here. They're just going to play knight to f5. This makes a lot of sense, continuously being aggressive on the king side of the board. If black wants to push the knight away, say pawn to g6, white can actually take the pawn here on h6. Now, it doesn't look like it right away. We'll go over why you can. And right away, if the bishop recaptures, then just pawn to g5. And you can probably see right here that white's going to gain back material. Let's say the bishop comes to g7, then the pawn takes, the bishop is going to recapture, and now the pawn to h5. This is extremely good. You have the queen here on d1 defending this. You also have the rook here on h1. Everything is attacking the king side of the board. White can still castle on the queen side, have good protection for his king. This is going to be extremely good. Later on, the knight can come down here to d5, a great outpost for the white knight. All things are looking extremely good for white. You can tell from this who is the aggressor in the game. It's white. Usually, if someone plays the Sicilian defense as black, they want to be the aggressor. White's completely taken that off the table. They're the one pushing the action on the king side of the board. If we come back a few moves, instead of pawn to e5, another move that we could see after pawn to h4 is knight to c6. I'm just not going to worry about what you have going on over here. In this case, I would recommend rook to g1. The critical square is going to be pawn to g5. Have both the bishop from c1 defending that. So just swing over the rook here on g1 is going to be the recommendation. Don't even worry about the knight over here on c6. If your opponent wants to play the game on the queen side, that's fine. If they take, yeah, you're just going to have another attacker coming down with your queen to d4. That is going to be fine. Then we come back and say, instead of the pawn to h6, what if they try something completely different? So you play pawn to g4, then they play pawn to e5. Say, I'm going to go ahead and attack this knight right here. Now, there's a couple options. I'll go over why I recommend what I do, because you could play knight to f5 right away. And this is a extremely good move. It's a great outpost for this knight. But you can see that this bishop can go ahead and take this right away. And really, black is looking to start to trade material because they can sense the fact that white's putting a lot of pressure. And as soon as they can alleviate that pressure, the pawn structure for white's not that good. So this would be a good exchange for black. So because of that, we want the knight to come here to f5. First, we're going to do an in-between move, and that is bishop to b5. Yes, they're attacking the knight here on d4, but they're in check, so they have to do something. Now, there's a couple options that they have. Let's say they play bishop to d7. Okay, well, we can just exchange right here after the knight takes. Now we can come to f5. Much better position. Black can no longer take that. And instead, if they don't bring the bishop here, let's say they brought the knight to d7. Okay, well, don't even have to do anything right now. Could go ahead and play knight to f5, putting a lot of pressure on the king side, and black cannot force the knight away. So those are some of the options that you'll see once you play the pawn to g4. Now, that was an extremely aggressive move from white to play pawn to g4. And so a lot of players, as black, they don't like to play this opening because of what happens if they play pawn to g4. So that's why the Najdorf is one of the more popular moves of pawn to a6. Just waits to see what their opponent's going to do. And so pawn to g4 not as good in this position. But we'll go ahead and look at some other variations. Both so you can see what it would play as black. And then if you want to play some other variations as white, you can as well. The first one is we have the classical variation with bishop here to e2. Karpov used to play this quite a bit. Usually bishop to e2 just means you're castling on the king side for safety. That's not necessarily what this is looking to do. White still wants to be extremely aggressive. So even if white castles on king side, this bishop is really eyeing down this h5 square and wants to be pretty aggressive. Both of these bishops eyeing down on the king side. So maybe from here, bishop to e7, castle on the king side, castle, and then pawn to f4. Now, white can play a little quieter, but I always recommend to be extremely aggressive. So f4 is the play. White still has a good defense, but this does open up the door for the rook to play a more pivotal role, similar to what you see in the King's Gambit game. If you come back and say, instead of bishop here to e7, maybe pawn to e5. Okay, well, this is going to be similar to before. The knight would like to come to f5, but the bishop here on c8 is eyeing down that square here on f5. So we still have the same in-between move as before, bishop to b5. If you look at this, say, yeah, but the bishop has already moved twice, and you don't want to move the same minor piece over and over unless there's a good reason. Keep in mind, your opponent has moved their pawn twice. So they came to e6 and then e5. So you don't have to worry too much about moving your bishop. It's sort of a waiting game, this bishop here to e2, seeing where your opponent's going to do. They blinked first. Okay, they came to e5. Now you can come down to b5. Same thing as before. If they play bishop down to d7, you can go ahead and take with your bishop, and then knights. Great, knight can come down to f5. If instead they say, I'm going to bring my knights here to d7, knight down to f5, and if they try to get this bishop off, because many times pawn to a6, it's a common move in the Sicilian defense altogether, but now forcing the bishop to move, go ahead and take with your bishop, because this knight can freely take here because it has a defender on d1. What that means is you really are forcing your opponent to take with their queen. They don't want to because this blocks off the light square development for their bishop, but if they take with their bishop, the knight can freely take here on d6. The bishop can't capture because the queen here on d1 can defend that. So just more opportunities for your opponent to make a mistake, and then the knight can always come down here to b7, take another pawn. White's going to be in a very good position. So these are some of the things you'll see in the classical variation. A few other things that you will see or may want to try out yourself. The first one is the English attack, and that is bishop to e3. Now, anytime you see in an opening, your opponent is getting their dark square bishop for white outside before their light square bishop, that generally means they're looking to castle on the queen side of the board. Now, especially in the Sicilian defense, knowing that black wants to castle on the king side, when your opponent castles on the queen side, they're going to be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the king side. So just be aware of what white is trying to do. Usually the queen's going to be coming next, maybe queen to d2, castle on the queen side of the board. So be aware of how you're going to play, knowing that that move is coming. Not as popular, but sometimes you will see that English attack. And then lastly, you're going to have the Fischer attack. Some people like to play the bishop down here to c4. What's nice from black's point of view is it's easier to defend. Usually the bishop here on c4 is attacking the pawn on f7, and the only piece defending that is the king, but the pawn here on e6 is blocking this defense, so it does not have to worry about it as much. So those are some of the main lines that you will see. The classical variation and the Keres attack with that pawn to g4 are the more popular ones, but wanted to give everyone an overview of the Scheveningen variation in the Sicilian defense. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video looking to make more variations in the Sicilian Sicilian Defense, and then also some of the other more popular openings out there. If you have other requests, you can always email those to me. That's the best way to let me know of other videos you're looking for me to make, and that is thechesswebsite@gmail.com. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the London system, and it's a very solid opening, and a lot of players ask me, hey Kevin, I'm new to chess, what is a great opening that I should start playing with right away? Usually I try to tell people, find out if you're aggressive or not aggressive, but for today I'm going to go ahead and recommend the London system for all new chess players that want to get to the game and try a new opening. Now that's not to say if you're a experienced chess player, this is not a good opening for you, because I think it can be, but the London system really allows you to develop your pieces early and correctly, and at the same time you're not going to get any crazy and wild tactical lines that some of the other openings that I discuss will get into. So with that said, the opening starts with pawn to d4. Now this is the London system, it's not the London opening, so there are a few variations that you may see as far as how to come about these lines. And so we'll go over a few of them, but the main idea is that your dark square bishop is going to come to f4 early on. Now, maybe not the second move. A lot of times we'll develop our knight here to f3 first, but our dark square bishop is going to come to f4. As you can see early on, this is a little different than what you may be accustomed to when you play white. Most times you develop your light square bishop first, and then you develop your knights and get them involved. And usually the last minor piece that you get involved is your dark square bishop. And a lot of players, especially early on in their chess career, will tend not even to get their dark square bishop involved in the game, and it becomes the end game. They realize, I haven't even moved my bishop from this c1 square. So the London system is very good, even for those players that are experienced, but they say, you know what, I'm very good, playing with white, but I never seem to get my dark square bishop into the game. This is going to get it involved early on, so you may want to take a look at it if you're one of those players that we just talked about. Now from here, there are a few variations you may see from black. You may see pawn to d5. We're going to develop our knight to f3. They can now bring their knight to f6, and now we're going to bring our bishop to f4. Now again, they don't have to play this. If they don't play this, they could play f6 right away, and then we develop our knight to f3, and they could from here play e6, and then again we're going to bring our bishop to f4, or they could try to encounter their bishop to g7 early on. They could play g6 right here, and then again we're going to bring our bishop to f4. So these three moves right here from white are going to be pretty much the same across the board. Pawn to d4, knight to f3, and bishop to f4. And as you can see from black here, a lot of times with this opening, black will play some sort of a King's Indian defense, and the London system in itself plays really well against the London defense. And why is that? So a player that's playing a King's Indian defense is really looking to build up a defense, a hypermodern defense, and then attack the center, or attack some sort of weakness that white has. What white's really doing in the London system, it's not really attacking one side or the other. It's really just building up all his pieces and developing them into the center, and then kind of trying to strangle all of black's opportunities in the middle, and not really allowing black any counterplay in the chess game at all. So that's why it usually works well against the King Indian defense, because by the time black's ready to counterattack, there's no room for them to move, and so that usually works out really well for white. Now from here, once we have our dark square bishop out, we can bring our pawn to e3. Obviously we want to bring our dark square bishop out before we block it in with our pawn to e3. Eventually we'll bring our pawn to c3, and we're kind of going to solidify our pawn chain here in the middle. Now these pawns here, eventually on e3 and c3, are not directly attacking the center or controlling the center, but again, we are just building a solid center control with our pawns, and then eventually we can continue to develop our minor pieces. A lot of times we'll bring our light square bishop to d3, and we'll bring our other knight here to d2. So these are just some of the ideas that you want to think about when you play the London system. Now keep in mind, a lot of times you may not even castle your king when you play the London system. Keep in mind that you castle for a few reasons. One, you obviously want to connect your rooks, but the second is you really want to have king safety. Also in the London system, your center is actually going to be one of the safest places on the board. So a lot of times, experienced London system players will develop all their minor pieces, and then instead of castling, they will just start to attack maybe the king side, and instead of castling on the queen side, they will just start to move their king up the board, trying to get their king centralized if they do go into the endgame, and their rooks are already going to be connected as their minor pieces are already developed. I also want to go over a famous game by Kovacevic, who wrote a book on the London system. It was played in 1980, and it kind of goes over a lot of the concepts and themes that we've kind of been talking about. So starts with pawn to d4, knight f6, knight f3, pawn to b5, bishop to f4, and then pawn to e6, again very common for black here. Then we're going to bring our knight to d2. Again, we kind of talked about where all of our pawns and pieces will eventually end up. He decided to already bring his knight to d2. Again, we don't bring our knight to c3 because we do want to solidify our pawn chain with our pawn here on c3. And at the same time, it's always good to bring your knight to d2 to also give a little bit more support to your knight here on f3. And since you're not immediately trying to dominate the center, then you don't need your knight here on c3 to attack and defend the center. So it continues from here with pawn to c5, and we bring our pawn to e3, again starting to solidify the center pawn structure that we talked about. And black's going to bring his bishop to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side. And we bring our pawn to c3. Our pawn structure is complete, as we already talked about, this kind of triangle here. And after black castles, then we bring our bishop to d3. And this is kind of what we were talking about before. These are kind of where all your pieces belong. Now keep in mind that you may have a slight variation depending on where black plays, since two sides get to play. This may not occur all the times, but if black were to just let you play and develop your pieces as you would want, this is kind of the setup that you want. You want your pawn chain to look like this. You obviously have your dark square bishop outside the pawn chain because we developed it very early on. Then you have your knights here on f3 and d2 with your light square bishop very nicely placed on this d3 square. Again, this light square bishop is not attacking the f square, the f7 square, and at the same time it's not directly attacking the center squares trying to control it. Again, we're just kind of waiting, building up a strong central control, and then we're going to decide what we want to do here. Black decided to bring his knight to d7, which kind of is the same as what we did with our knight to d2. And from here, white has an option. Obviously, he wants to eventually get his queen involved, and then he wants to connect his rooks. But white decided to go ahead and play pawn to h4. And what this says, right off the bat to black, is saying, you know what, my center is completely safe. I don't need to castle right now because my king is safe. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start to attack the king side, and that's exactly what white did. Now in your own game, this may not be the best option for you. Black may castle on the queen side. He may not castle at all. He may try to counterattack before you have a chance to do this. But as you can see, there are a lot of different options that white has. In this case, he already built up a strong center, and he decided that it was okay for him to go ahead and attack on the king side. So from here, black played b6. I guess he didn't really understand the threat that was coming his way. White continued with knight to e5, just trying to break up some of this defense that black has here. And after black took, white took with his pawn on e5, attacking this knight here, really trying to get this knight to move. Since again, this knight is defending this pawn on h7, he really wants to free up where his light square bishop here on d3 can really start to get involved in this attack here. After the knight moves back to d7, white's going to sacrifice his bishop here on h7. He really wants to get this king out in the open and really start to attack it. So after the king comes to h7 and recaptures, we now bring our queen to h5. So as you can see, we've really started to get, all of our pieces involved here. And again, yes, we did sacrifice a bishop, but at the same time, we have a lot more active pieces. As you can see here, this rook here on a8 isn't doing anything. This bishop, more importantly, isn't doing anything here on c8. So yes, we are down a bishop, but at the same time, this light square bishop for black isn't doing anything. And as you can see, our dark square bishop is the bishop that's usually not developed very often for white. And so we see the exact same thing here for black. His light square bishop is not developed into the game. And so even though we're down a bishop, since his light square bishop isn't in the game, it's pretty much a wash because now we have more active pieces. His king is out in the open, and we started the attack here. So again, I've talked about it before. It's not always how many pieces you have, it's how many active pieces you have attacking your opponent. So in this case, although we are down in material, he does have pieces that are inactive, and we have much stronger attacking prowess than he does. So just keep that in mind whenever you're playing chess. If you can sacrifice a bishop, even though you're down in material, if they have an inactive bishop on their side, it may be worth it. So from here, black brought his king back to g8, and then white played knight to f3, and then after pawn to f6, white played knight to g5. And you may ask why he did this. He really wants to get rid of this pawn on h4. If he could, he would just take it away, because then he would have this really strong attack with this queen, with this rook here on h1, supporting it. So he's going to do whatever he can, even if he has to sacrifice another piece here on g5, to get rid of this pawn here from h4. So he's going to go ahead and give that piece up, and he's going to recapture with his pawn on g5. So we've already given up a bishop and a knight, but at the same time, you can see a very powerful attack coming here. Again, if we wanted to, we could even castle on the queen side and get another rook involved, connect our rooks, and really start to attack. But right away, we have a lot of the attacking power that we need here with our queen here on h5, our rook here on h1, and this king very exposed. So from here, black brought his rook to f5, and white brought his queen to h7, starting the attack. And after the king came to f7, white continued to push his pawn up the board, checking. There's not much room for black to play here. He brought his king to e8, and after white took on g7, the bishop came to f8, and the queen came back to h8, and I'll just continue some of the moves. Rook to g5, queen to g8, rook coming down to e5, capturing this knight on e5. The king really trying to move away here, knowing that a lot of the pain is coming, and so now we brought the rook to h8, really starting to attack, and the bishop came to b7, trying to get involved in the game, but it's a little too late for this light square bishop, and after king to h7, then black resigned here. There's just too much for black to cope with, and again we have our dark square bishop very nicely placed here on e5. Again, this all started with our bishop here on f4, really putting a lot of pressure on black, and once now it's nicely placed on e5, then it's really putting a lot of pressure on black here. Again, we're attacking king with our queen, but also attacking this bishop here on f8 and indirectly attacking this queen here on d8. So even though white is down quite a bit of material, black was forced to resign here because he just didn't have the pieces to defend, and he didn't have as many active pieces as white did in the attack. So this is one way you can play the London system. Again, I highly recommend it for people, especially those just getting into chess. Very good way to learn how to develop all your pieces properly, and then you do have a lot of different options. Obviously in this game, he chose to completely dominate the king side, but you do have options. You can castle on the king side, you can attack on the queen side. You do have a lot of options, but I did just want to show you, a lot of people think of this as a very passive opening because you're not really staking claim to anything in particular. You're not really attacking right off the bat, but I did want to show, since myself I'm an aggressive player, I did want to show those players that wanted to try it out and are a little bit more aggressive, that you do have options as far as attacking completely on one side, and you do have a lot of different options as far as sacrificing, but still getting a lot of aggressive lines from all your pieces, since all your pieces are developed and they're in the game very active. So hope you guys enjoyed the London system. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Bishop Gambit, which is one of the more common lines in the King's Gambit accepted line, and that is e4, e5, f4 here, giving up pawn material here on the f4 square, and then bishop to c4. Now, the most common line in the King's Gambit is knight to f3. This is my favorite opening in chess, but bishop to c4 is also a very good opening line from white. Now, a lot of times, players aren't playing this because they don't like the fact that the queen can immediately come here to h4, forcing the king to f1. White's not going to be able to castle on the king side, and they usually like to castle, bring their rook here to f1, and then use their rook in the attack, specifically on this semi-open f-file. The main difference in the Bishop Gambit compared to the normal King's Gambit accepted line with knight here to f3 is the bishop's going to be doing all the attacking instead of this rook from h1. So if you're a player that likes the King's Gambit, but you also like to attack with your bishop, this is going to be a good variation for you. So we're going to be going over the main lines that you'll see. One is if the queen comes here to h4. Also, if you see knight to f6 or knight to c6, or if you see something like d6 opening up for the light square bishop to get involved, we're going to be going over all of those variations in the Bishop's Gambit. The first variation that we're going to look at is if the queen comes down here to h4, king to f1, but just know that eventually white's going to play knight to f3. That is going to force this black queen here on h4 to move. White really wants to get as much material involved into the game and control the center with the pawns as quickly as possible, and just let black have to worry about having no center control, no minor pieces really involved into the game, and their queen's going to be being chased all over the board. You typically don't want to have your pieces move around a lot, especially in the beginning of the game, and you usually don't want to have your queen just hanging out here on the h-file if it has nothing else to attack. So yes, white does have a king here on f1 that's not doing too much, blocking off the rook on h1, but white definitely has a lot of attacking lines in this. Now, depending on what black does, you're typically not going to see d5 because usually the queen is back here on d8 protecting that, because now you can just snag that with your bishop right here, but you could see d6 opening up for the light square bishop to get involved to the game. But as we talked about, knight to f3, forcing the queen back. Queen really has three options. It could come to h5, come here to h6, can't come to g5 to get captured by the knight here, or it could come back to f6. e7 doesn't make a lot of sense, blocking off the dark square bishop and then coming back to d8. Why even bring the queen out if you're going to just bring it back to d8? So you could come up, or you could see h6 here. In this case, you're going to play d4. Again, controlling the center of the board, opening up for more material to get involved into the game. Bishop takes on f4 at some points, protected by the queen right now, but you will be able to get this material back. White typically does not stay down in material very long. Knight to c3, really trying to control the center of the board. Now, once you play this d4, let's say they play c6. Okay, c3 here makes a lot of sense. If they play knight to f6 at this point, because d4 is here, we can start to push forward with e5. If they take here, do not recapture with your pawn. It may look good and say, okay, yeah, this is pretty good. I'm attacking the knight right here. But once they come down here to h5, actually, they can protect this pawn, and this is a pretty good setup on the king side of the board. And then how does white really continue? It's going to be better for white's perspective if they take with their knight here on e5, because this threatens the attack here on f7. And it's very, very difficult for black to hold on and control this king side of the board without giving something up. Really, the only option they have is play bishop to e6, and then the bishop can take here, the pawn takes here, and then queen to f3. Now both the queen and the bishop are attacking the pawn. The queen is attacking this pawn here on b7, which is no longer defended by the light square bishop. So this is going to be a very good variation for white. Now, the next variation you may see instead of the queen coming to h6 is queen to h5. White's going to, same game plan, d4 here. Now, this pawn on f4 is no longer protected, so White's going to have an easier job at taking this material back and have very, very aggressive bishops in the center of the board. Now, if you see knight to c6, same thing as before, knight to c3 here. One slight thing to keep in mind is if they play g5, they could just go all out on the king side of the board here. Then knight to d5 is difficult to deal with. One, if White ever wanted to, has both the knight and the bishop attacking this pawn right here. So he could just have an exchange and blow up the king side of the board. But also, it's now threatening this pawn here on c7, which would be a fork to the king and the rook here. So something else that's going to be very difficult for Black to have to deal with. If they instead play, instead of knight to c6, they could come up here and play knight to f6. Same thing, you're going to play c3, knight to c3. Main difference here is if they play g5, then you're going to push forward with e5, attacking the knights right here. Again, if they exchange, you can bring your knight up here. That's going to be good for White. If instead they say, yeah, I don't want to bring my knight involved, maybe I just want to play g5. From here, White's going to play h4, a little bit different, not getting your knight involved. You need to counterattack right away. And then if they push forward with g4, then you have the nice move of knight to g5. It has an outpost here with a pawn on h4. This is very similar to the main line in the King's Gambit without even bringing the bishop. You bring a knight here to f3, and then here to g5, and then you can see very, very difficult for Black to hold on control. It's even worse if they now bring their bishop to e6, because after the exchange, then the knight can take here on e6, attacking the pawn here, forking the king and the rook. There's just no good squares for Black to move to. The king side's pretty weak, and the queen here on h5 is not doing anything, and none of the other material is involved into the game, and White has control of the center of the board. Also is threatening the bishop coming to f4 and capturing more material. So this is also going to be very, very good for White. The last place you may see the queen come to is f6. It does keep it very active. White's still going to play d4. It's protected by the knight and the queen right here. But this queen is awkwardly placed. It blocks the knight coming here to f6, and it's not really threatening anything from White. Now from here, if knight to c6, same thing from White, knight to c3 right here. If instead maybe they play bishop down to g4, pinning down the knight right here, that's fine. I would still continue with knight to c3. This is not a big threat that Black has right here. And then eventually, depending on where Black goes, White also has some variations where if the queen's not here, you could play bishop takes on f7, check, and then the knight can come up here to g5 after the king takes here on f7. Again, can't do that right now with the queen on f6, but there are some options that White has later on in the board state. If they decide instead to play bishop to e6, go ahead and take right here. Once the pawn takes, then you could play queen to d2. This now puts both the queen and the bishop attacking this pawn here on f4. So that's what happens if they play the queen down to h4 early on, check the king. Again, you can see from all those variations, yes, the rook never got involved into the game, like typically in the main line the King's Gambit accepted, but the king was completely safe, and White had a lot of variations where they were attacking, especially with that light square bishop. I do want to go over one variation that you will see beyond that d6, because I have seen it played quite a few times as I was testing this out, and that is the knight coming to f6. Now, I call this out specifically because it could be tempting after you see knight f6 to just push forward with e5. That is not the game plan. Other openings, absolutely, you want to be pushing, but the queen here on h4 adds a different dimension to the game because knight down to g4, putting a lot of pressure on this king side. Obviously, this is going to be checkmate down here. If White tries to stop it with queen to e1, you can have check right here. There's no good options. You take, you're going to lose the material here on h2, and you can see king can't castle, king side completely obliterated. Then you're going to see moves like bishop to c5. This is very, very bad. So if they do play knight to f6, the move is going to be knight to f3, forcing the queen back. Now if the queen comes to h6, same thing as before, d4. Also keep in mind, if they try something sneaky like knight takes on e4, now you can play queen to e2, and they're going to lose this material. Let's say knight to f5, trying to hold down this material. Okay, well, knight to c3, and they're not going to be able to stop this. You can take the knight, even if they respond, you can take that material back here on e4. Other option that you could see, if instead they play queen to h5 here, same thing, d4. Now the big difference is if they play queen takes on e4, and you play queen to e2, now they can actually defend with d5. Before they couldn't. Their queen was here on h6 and it was not defending this pawn, but now it actually is defending the material. That's fine. I would still play knight to c3. Yes, you are giving up this bishop, but if they take that bishop on c4, they're going to have a pretty difficult setup. You're going to take their knight here on e4, so they take your minor piece, you take theirs. After the king moves, you're going to take with your bishop on f4, and look at all the material you have in the center of the board. You can swing your rook over here. They have no material involved. Their queen on h5 is not doing a heck of a lot, and you have a very, very strong attack. Now, if we come back to the very beginning of the bishop's gambit, you could see knight to f6 early on instead of the queen coming out here. And I just mentioned that, yes, you typically don't want to be playing pawn up here to e5. And I would again recommend you don't play e5. I just think there's better moves that you can do in this opening. You really want to get more material involved into the game. So I would still continue with the game plan of knight to c3. Now, if they play something like d6, because this is extremely common, especially in the King's Gambit, to open up the door for the light square bishop, but also recognizing they may not have control of the center. So d6 makes a lot of sense. d4. If they play something like bishop to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side, this pawn here on f4 is unprotected. You can take it. You can see how different that is than if the queen is over here. It's protecting the pawn, but none of these pieces are actually defending that material. You can just take back and you have a good game. You can still castle your king on the king side since they never brought their queen down to attack that. If instead they play bishop down to g4, okay, that's fine. Knight to f3, getting ready to castle on the king side. You don't even care if they take. You can recapture with your queen, then take the pawn here on f4. You have that option as well. If instead they get their knight involved, so knight to c6, sure, go ahead and take with your bishop here on f4. Now instead of d6, the main difference here is they can actually play d5 because the queen is still protecting this, whereas before the queen was here on h4, it was not controlling the center of the board. But if they do see this, I would go ahead and take with your knight. I don't like to lose my bishop. You can absolutely take with your bishop, but I like to keep my bishop open to attack this weakened square here on f7 later on into the game. If they go ahead and take right here, at this point, now you can go ahead and take with your bishop if you want to, since they don't have immediate threats that are attacking this right here. If we come back, let's say they decide to try something crazy, knight takes on e4, well now you can play queen to e2, and it's going to be very difficult to hold on to this knight. Now if they play f5, you can just play d3, you're going to be taking this material right here. They can't move this knight because it's pinned down to the queen right here. They're going to lose their knight. So they can't do that. They're pretty much going to have to take the knight here on d5. Now, instead of d5, you could see the move c6. And this sets up for black pushing forward with d5. They're trying to control the center of the board, but that's our game. That's what we're trying to do. So we're just going to push forward. Say, yeah, you could try that, but we're going to play a d4 right here. Now, if they play d5, because that's what they're setting up for, in that case, I would just go ahead and take the material. If they recapture, I would play bishop to b5 right here. Check. After they play knight to c6, boom, take material here with your bishop on f4. You have a very aggressive board set. You can get your queen involved into the game. You can castle on the queen side. You can still play knight to f3, castle on the king side. So don't let them play that c6 nonsense and try to control the center. White can still control the center even if they do that. Instead of bringing their knight to f6, they could bring their knight to c6. White, same game plan, d4. What I like about the Bishop's Gambit, like some other openings, it's consistent. You don't have to memorize too many things. It's the concept of how White's trying to approach the game, trying to get all of their knights coming here to f3 or c3, then get your bishop here to f4, play d4, control the center of the board, and always be looking to attack squares like f7. Same game plan, doesn't matter where they really go to. So knight to c6, you're going to come up here to d4. If they want to now bring their queen down to h4, that's fine, check. We've been through this before. The king comes to f1. This is a similar setup as before. You can just see if they come here first, you're going to play this, and then they play knight to c6, d4. This is completely fine. Now, if they play knight to f6, you already guessed it. So we're going to play knight to f3 here, forcing the queen back. Maybe queen to h6, knight to c7. Very similar moves as we've seen before. If the queen doesn't come up, maybe they want to play the two knights game and get knight to f6 here. Knight to c3. No reason to play knight to f3. You don't have to force the queen away right here. So knight to c3. If they try to pin this material down, it is important to play knight to e2. You want to both attack this material as well as bring your knight here if they do decide to play bishop takes on c3. So very important to keep in mind on that one. Now, at the very beginning, they don't have to play their knights to c6 either, but there's not a lot of other options that I think are viable for black. If you see something like d6 early on, doesn't really get any minor piece involved into the game. I don't really like this too much from black, but you could see it. Knight to f3 here, just stopping the queen from ever coming down here, because this sets it up for me at least to castle on the king side on the next move if you want to. If they now try to pin down material, you could just play d4, controlling the center of the board. Same thing as if they play something like knight to c6, you could play d4 controlling. That's fine as well. But that is the Bishop's Gambit from the King's Gambit accepted line. So if you do like to play the King's Gambit, hopefully you do, since it's my favorite opening in chess, and you play a lot of the knight to f3, go ahead and try out the Bishop's Gambit. Let me know what you guys think. I've had a lot of fun playing it myself. But until next time, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Van der Lasa Gambit, which derives from the center game accepted line, which is pawn e4, pawn e5, and then after d4, the accepted line in the center game is pawn takes here on d4. And the Van der Lasa is bishop to c4, immediately getting material involved into the game, attacking this weakened square here on f7. Typically, you see knights come out before bishops, but White says, you know what, if we're giving up material, we want to start the attack as soon as possible. The three things that we are going to be looking at today as far as variations, the first one's going to be knight to f6, attacking this pawn here on e4. The next one we're going to be looking at is bishop here to b4, immediately getting the dark square bishop involved into the game, attacking our king here on e1. That's going to be most of our discussion, and then lastly, we will briefly touch on knight to c6. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video on the Van der Lasa Gambit. The first variation we're going to look at is knight to f6. I think bringing the knight to c6 or f6 is going to be the most common. Just getting knights involved into the game makes a lot of sense. Knight to f6 makes total sense. Attacking this pawn here on e4, also preparing to get dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. Anytime you play a game that you're not exactly sure from black's standpoint how to defend, you usually want to get king side safety pretty quickly. So knight to f6 I think makes a lot of sense. We're going to play knight to f3 here, attacking the pawn on d4, also allowing them to take this pawn on e4 if they want to. And I think they could either take with their knight or they could get their dark square bishop involved into the game. One of the reasons they play knight to f6 is to get their dark square bishop involved so they can castle on the king side. So I think those are going to be the most common here. So after they take here, we'll look at that. Then queen to d4. Yes, we're still down a pawn material, but you can see we have a ton of pressure on our opponent. We're definitely controlling the center of the board. And really, after they've let that pawn go, they've just moved their knight 2 times, and now they have to either try to move it back a third time or they have to try to defend it. But they don't have a lot of good ways to defend it. Pawn to d5 really just loses to bishop takes on d5, because after knight to f6, then we can just play knight to c3, just getting more pieces developed into the game. We can get our bishop involved if they want. Maybe knight takes here, and then dark square bishop, castle on the queen side, even if we want to castle on the king side. So we have tons of options here. We're not even down a pawn in material anymore. So I think that's going to be a pretty tough way for black to defend. So I don't think d5 is going to be all that popular, but you definitely could see it. f5 gets pretty tricky in that we have already announced that we want to play a pretty aggressive game and start to attack our opponent. And now they're just weakening their king side. And usually when this happens, I try to get more material involved into the game. So knight to c3 makes a ton of sense to me. Maybe they play knight to c6, trying to get some of theirs involved into the game, attacking our queen. But you can see we can just play queen to d5. Now this threatens the move queen to f7 checkmate. They pretty much have to play something like knight to f6, but then we can just start to gobble up material. They play knight takes. We play knight takes here on e4. They play pawn takes, and then queen to e4 take, and gaining tempo here, attacking the king here on e8. And you can see things just aren't looking that great. We can play bishop here to g5, getting that involved into the game, and castle on the queen side. We have much more aggressive lines that black would have to deal with. So I don't think playing d5 or f5 are going to be preferred by black. They could play knight to c5. This does get the knight out of harm's way because it is protected by the bishop. I do think this blocks where this bishop can really go. They're going to have to play pretty passive just to play bishop here to e7 if they want to castle on the king side. So this does block off a lot of the ideas that they want to play. But from here, we're just going to stay aggressive. Bishop here to g5, attacking the queen here, maybe bishop e7 as we talked about. But then as soon as they play bishop e7, we can automatically take this pawn here on g7. This not only attacks the rook here on h8, it also defends this bishop here on g5. Notice we have the queen and the knight both defending this bishop here on g5, so it's going to be pretty fine. Now they play rook to f8, then we castle on the king side, and we have a pretty good setup. And you can see they no longer have king protection. It's going to be really difficult for them to castle on the queen side anytime soon. So I think the best move really from black is to just play knight to f6. But you can see they've now moved their knight 3 times, and it's really just come back to the original position. We're going to play knight to c3, just getting more material involved into the game. Maybe bishop here to e7. Same thing as before. Get our dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side, castle on the queen side, and then it is a race to attack our opponent. Remember, there's different variations in here, and we're down a pawn in material, so we have to stay aggressive, and there's no better way to stay aggressive than to castle on opposite sides. Typically, if you castle on the queen side, they castle on the king side. It is just a race to throw everything in the kitchen sink at your opponent's king and try to overwhelm them. And since we have so much more material developed, we control the center of the board, that should not be a problem at all. Now, if we come back to this position, instead of the knight taking here on e4, I also think that it's reasonable that you could see bishop here to b4. Prepares to castle on the king side, which makes sense. Checks our king here on e1. We're always going to be playing pawn to c3, stopping that. I think they're always going to be playing pawn takes here on c3. That's everything I've ever seen. You could see some weird stuff, and that's okay as well. And from here, there's kind of two options. One option is to take with our pawn here on c3, attacking the bishop. The other one is to play castle on the king side. And one reason I like castling on the king side is this is very similar to the Danish gambit, where they could just keep taking pawns. But then after we take here, yes, we're down 2 pawns of material, but you can see we have a very aggressive setup. Both of our bishops are developed. They're attacking the king side of the board. We have the only pawn in the center of the board. We've already castled, so we have king safety. Our queen is open, so it can get anywhere it wants to. If it wants to get pretty aggressive here, come here to b3, putting pressure on the f7 square, attacking the bishop. So many different options. Things are wide open. Black just hasn't really developed too many of their pieces and does not have king safety yet. So that I think is completely fine. But the reason I actually like taking here on c3 all comes down to what do they do after we say pawn takes on c3. Because I think most of them are going to play something like bishop to c5. This gets it out of harm's way. They recognize that no pawn can really push up and make this bishop move. We can't play a knight and make it move. So this keeps it central. It attacks this pawn here on f2. The problem, though, is white now has the move pawn to e5. And this, I think, is the main reason that you would want to play pawn takes here on c3, forcing the bishop to move. Now, that doesn't have to move. We'll look at one of the variation where they could play just d5 instead, attacking our own bishop here. But after we play pawn to e5, I think they're usually just going to play knight to g4. And now we can get pretty aggressive. We can play bishop takes here on f7, attacking the king. King takes here, and then knight to g5. Check. And you can see we have a pretty aggressive setup here. We can get our bishop involved into the game. Our queen obviously is going to get involved into the game at some point. This opens up to go ahead and take the knight right here. So lots of different options that white has here. And so I think this is the reason that you actually want to take here on c3. Now, I think the best option for black, I think it's very difficult for them to find, is after we take here on c3, is to play the move d5, attacking our own bishop in the center of the board. In this case, we're going to go ahead and take their bishop. And then they may play bishop comes back here to a5. The problem is for black, this is also a mistake. They really need to be bringing their bishop back here so they can protect their king. And this is another reason that this is such a dangerous trap for black to fall into, is because, yes, they played the correct move, I think, with pawn to d5. But after we take here, they can still make more mistakes. Because after bishop to a5, we play the sneaky move bishop to a3. And it may look like, wow, this is nothing. I don't understand. There's no threat here. What are they doing? Well, one, it stops black from castling. So that's a big thing. But the other thing is white's next move is going to be queen to e2 with the threat of eventually coming here to e7. Because this would be check, and so there's no real way to stop this. You know, they could play bishop here to e6, but then we just take it with our pawn. They could play queen to e7, but then we just take that with our queen here, and it's protected by the bishop. And that's why this move here on a5, bishop a5, is so bad, although it doesn't really look that bad, because it looks like, yeah, we still have the bishop involved to the game. It's pinning down this pawn to the king, and so you want to maintain that pressure, but it's actually a huge mistake, because you want to use this arch for bishop for black to be able to defend the queen coming here to e2. So how could black really respond here? Lots of ways they could try, but maybe pawn to c5. Okay, we just take with our bishop, but that does open up for the queen to come here to c7. Queen to e2, this is the critical move we've talked about here. King to d8 potentially. Now we just start pushing up with our pawn. Pawn to d6, attacking the queen. Queen to d7. Now we get our knight involved into the game. Maybe they swing their rook over. That's fine. We can castle to get king safety here. Knight to g4, attacking the knight. We're just going to go ahead and take here. But this knight here on d4 also opens up for the rook to come down, take here. But then after the exchange, we take with our knight here on b8. We're also still threatening this rook here on e2 with our bishop. So they're probably going to have to move their rook, bishop here to d4. And you can see their bishops really aren't doing anything. Their bishop here on a5, which was pinning down our pawn, is just hanging out here. Light square bishop's not doing anything. Their king is completely exposed, and we have a pretty good setup here. After the rook takes, we play pawn h3, forcing this knight back here. The knight was protecting the rook, and so we're just attacking so much material, they are going to lose a significant piece of material, and their king is still exposed. So that is why, if we come back, so many moves, yes, I think d5 makes a ton of sense, but after we take here, they still have to worry about playing the wrong move, bishop a5. They really need to come back something like bishop to e7. All right, now if we come back to the beginning, we look at knight to f6 and all the ways that you could potentially counterattack that. Next one we're going to look at is bishop here to b4. Just immediately say, hey, if you get your bishop involved into the game, we're going to get ours involved into the game, but we're going to go ahead and check you. Same thing as before, we're going to play pawn to c3. After they take, we're still going to take here. We don't even have the option to castle on the king side, so there's that. Keep in mind, as we looked at before, bishop to a5 was a mistake. It's still going to be a mistake, but it's going to be a mistake for different reasons. Before, we were playing, our pawn was in a different spot here, and so we're going to be looking to play queen to e2 because our pawn was going to be on at d5. But the threat now is queen to d5. This threatens the move. Queen takes here on f7. Checkmate, and so they usually have to play something like queen to e7, but then we can just take their bishop here on a5. So that would be a massive mistake from them. So we already recognize they can't play bishop to a5, and so where else do they go? Maybe bishop to d6. Okay, that does block off just their d-pawn, moving forward a little bit. Now we just play knight to f3, getting more material involved into the game, knight to c6 here, castle on the king side. And from here, I think play continues completely fine from both sides. We still have the threat here on f7, and it is going to take them a couple moves before they can even castle on the king side. We already have king safety here, and we have a lot of different ways to get our bishop involved into the game. Our queen has lots of avenues as well. They don't have as many, and their light square bishop is blocked off. The other option is to get their queen involved into the game. Okay, so we play pawn to c3, queen to f6 here, and this is an interesting threat because if we take their bishop, then all of a sudden they can just take our rook here on a1. I still think that that is the preferred way to go. It is pretty risky, for sure, but after we take their bishop, they take our rook here. We're going to play queen to b3 with the threat of bishop takes here on f7. I think they pretty much always going to play queen to f6. If not, that is going to be a mistake. They really need to get their queen back here to f6 to defend this. But now we can play knight to f3. Yes, they did take that material, but they are just moving one piece around the board. We're getting more and more material involved into the action. We can castle on the king side here. And so, yes, we do need to stay aggressive in this spot because we just traded off a rook for a bishop. We still have the bishop here. But this is a situation where if you look at this and you say, absolutely, I want to play this all day long because this is very aggressive, then this is a variation that you may want to go down in the Von der Lassie gambit. There's just so many different ways that you can attack your opponent. The last thing we are going to touch briefly on is instead of the bishop coming here to b4, you could also see knight to c6, and then we play knight f3. The reason we're not going to talk about this too much is because this right here is the Scotch Gambit, and I have a specific video going over the Scotch Gambit. Everything that you'll see in this specific variation, I will have a link right at the end of this video if you want to watch that. I'll also have a link in the description if you want to watch that, but just know this variation is the Scotch Gambit. I've already covered it, so definitely check that out if you like this gambit and you're like, I want to make sure that you're covered with knight to c6 because it is very popular. Make sure you check it out. But thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Let me know what you thought of the content today. If you have any other recommendations, I would appreciate it. Always looking for new content ideas. Thank you guys. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the pterodactyl variation in the Sicilian defense. Specifically, it's a line in the hyper-accelerated, which the Sicilian, for those not aware, is e4, c5, knight f3, and the hyper-accelerated is pawn g6, delaying the movement of the pawn here on the d file, which you'll typically see in the dragon lines, as well as delaying something like knight to c6 that you'll see a lot of times in the Sicilian, opting for pawn g6. This is the hyper-accelerated. Typically, you'll see pawn at d4. In the main line in the hyper-accelerated, the pawn captures on d4. In the pterodactyl variation, which we're going to be going over today, you'll see bishop to g7. Now, the four lines that we're going to look at in the pterodactyl variation, the first one is going to be pawn to e5. Then we're also going to look at pawn to d5. We're going to look at pawn captures on c5. Those are going to be the most common. And then if you see something just different, bishop to c4, something I have also seen preparing to castle on the king side, and striking down on this f7 square. So those are the four variations we're going to look at in the pterodactyl variation. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video. So the first variation is pawn e5. It makes sense if you look at it. It says, okay, we want to block the dark squares. This also stops the knight coming to f6. I do think this is a poor move from white, though. Black's going to immediately take on d4, and we're going to look at three different variations on how they can respond. One is the knight takes on d4. The other is the queen takes on d4. And then lastly, we're going to look at pawn to c3. If they take with their knight on d4, which is probably the worst of the three options, then we're going to play queen to a5. This is check. You can see we're attacking the pawn on e5. They have a couple options as far as how they want to block this. Knight to c3 is pretty bad, but we can just go ahead and take here on e5. But you can see it doesn't really matter if they play c3 as well. It's pretty bad just because we also take on e5. That's the only two options they have, and that's why that the move knight takes on d4 is just all around a bad move. But that's what happens if you do see that. If they take with their queen, then similar to a lot of other openings in chess, that the queen comes to d4, then we're going to play knight c6, gaining some tempo, getting a piece developed into the game, center control, as well as kicking this queen away. Now, if the queen moves away from this e5 square, you can see that black has the bishop on g7 and knight on c6, both attacking the pawn. So if the queen just comes back d1, then pretty obvious. Black can just take this material on e5 because white only has one attacker on this e5 square. All of a sudden, black's up a pawn in material. White has none of its center pawns. That's going to be pretty bad. So that would be a clear mistake. Just be looking out for, does this queen, when it moves, does it still try to maintain pressure on the e5 square? Let's say it does. So let's say they play queen to c5. Okay, they still maintain some pressure on this pawn e5. From here, I like to move pawn b6 to attack the queen. I do think it gets a little tricky in this situation if you try pawn d6 to attack it, because after they take, we retake. Yes, the queen comes back here, but then you can see from here we play knight to f6, but we have an isolated pawn on the d file, and both sides are equal in material. But now we have to worry about just holding down this d pawn in the center. I just feel like it's easier for white with the pawn structures with 3 and 3. And yes, we're going to have some good kingside safety when we castle on the king side, but I just don't feel like this is as strong as keeping the pressure up by playing pawn to b6. Now we still force the queen to move. If the queen tries to stay in the action, that's fine. Maybe queen to d5. Now it's a little bit different. I do think we can play e6 to force the queen away, and queen to e4. And from here, we're going to play pawn to f6. Now, it may look a little crazy just blowing up this king side as far as our protection, but after the pawn takes and we recapture with our knight, you can see that we're developing all of our material, and we're really forcing them just chasing their queen away. So if they play queen to a4, we can still castle on the king side, knowing that we're well ahead in develop. Now, we're not going to have as much safety for our king, but we should have more than enough compensation to make up for the fact that we're well ahead in just the advancement of our pieces. So that's what happens if they take the queen early in that variation instead of the knight taking. Now, instead of the queen taking on d4, they could also play pawn c3. Now, remember, black has not given up any piece of material on the board, and they've already captured the pawn on d4. So white's really saying, hey, go ahead and take this pawn. I'm going to try to get some rapid development out of this, somewhat of a gambit. We are going to reject that, and we're going to play pawn to d6 here. The reason we're going to play pawn to d6, remember, we're up in material. We want to make sure we have an active position here. Now, there's two ways that they could respond. They could take the pawn on d4. They could also take the pawn on d6. If they take, let's say, this pawn right here, well, then we're going to take this pawn. And if they capture with their pawn, now we're going to take their queen. If they take our king, now we're going to play knight c6. You can see we're attacking this pawn on e5, both our knight and our bishop. So maybe they play bishop to b5. I think these are the most logical moves that white can play, pinning down our knight. And then we can play bishop to d7, and then maybe bishop to f4 to try to protect this, because again, the pin is gone now from our knight, because we're now blocking it with our bishop. So maybe bishop to f4, but then we can play rook to d8. The white king can't castle, so I feel like this puts a lot of pressure on our opponent for sure. So this is how I would approach it if they take this d4 pawn. Now, what if they don't take the d4 pawn? What if they take this pawn on d6? Well, okay, in this case, I'm going to go ahead and recommend we just develop our knight to c6. I don't think we need to just take this pawn back right away, see what our opponent does. And from here, they have a couple options. One, they could take with their pawn. And so if they take pawn takes on d4, we can just take with our queen, and everything is fine. If they decide to take with their knight, well, now we can just go ahead and take their knight after the pawn takes. Now we can take with our queen, maybe bishop to e3. Now we have the interesting move because our bishop and our queen are both attacking the pawn. So that's why they play the move bishop to e3 here. But we have the move knight to h6. And I like this move because if they want to go ahead and take our knight, that's fine. We can just take with our bishop. But this knight now on the next move can come to f5 and put even more pressure on the d4 square, but also putting pressure on the e3 square. So it really just puts whites in this weird situation where it's an open board state right now, and they almost have to give up their bishop pair, leaving black with the bishop pair. But if they don't, they're going to be in a tricky situation after knight to f5. So that is what we're going to do early on if after bishop to g7, if our opponent plays pawn e5. The next variation we're going to look at is pawn d5. I do think this is white's best option, so I know a lot of you like to watch these videos and see how the other side should attack these openings. If you're playing for white, you're just playing your normal main line, you run against the pterodactyl variation, I think d5 is the best route. Now, from black, I think the best way to continue is knight to f6 here, attacking this pawn on e4. More than likely, they're going to play knight to c6, and then we're going to play d6. And these moves could get backwards. So you could play d6, and then they play knight to c3, and then knight to f6. It doesn't really matter which way you go, but I recommend knight to f6, immediately put pressure on this pawn e4, essentially forcing the knight to c3 here, and then d6. Now, because we have opened up this light square diagonal here, they could decide to get their bishop involved. Bishop to b5, I think is fine. From here, bishop to d7. The reason for that is if they decide to go ahead and exchange, that's fine. We're going to retake with our knight, and now we're protecting not only our knight on f6, but this critical square on e5, which we only have our pawn right now protecting that. It's being blocked off. Our bishop at least is blocked off by the knight. So this knight on d7 would do extremely well. If they don't play bishop to d5, they have a lot of other options for their bishop. I usually think they are going to play their light square bishop to prepare to castle on the king side. So it doesn't really matter if they play bishop to e2. They could play bishop to c4. They can even play bishop to g5 if they decided they want to go and castle on the queen side and then start to throw an attack on the king side for black. All of those options, I think black's just going to castle on the king side and continue from there. All right, the next variation we're going to look at is if the pawn takes on c5. Don't really think this is the best option, but you could see it. They may think, oh, that's a free pawn. We'll go ahead and take that. We're going to play queen a5 check, and you can see we're already attacking this pawn on c5. We can gobble it up pretty quickly, but they have some ways that they can mess this up pretty poorly. So knight to c3, in this case, we go ahead and take with our bishop. And now after the pawn takes, we can take this pawn back. Now, still check, so they're probably going to play bishop to d2, so they don't lose their rook on a1. And now we can come back and take the pawn on c5. So we gained an extra pawn if they decide to play knight to c3. Instead, they probably should just play pawn to c3. And if that's the case, we're going to go ahead and take with our queen right here on c5. Now, maybe bishop to d3, preparing to castle on the king side. We're going to play knight f6, maybe castle, and then we're going to castle as well. So pretty straightforward. If they take with their pawn on c5, we're going to go ahead and play queen to a5, go ahead and exchange, and then depending on how if they play optimally, we just get that pawn back in material, but we're going to be castling on the king side, and then we can continue from there. The last variation we're going to look at is bishop to c4. And this falls under a few other moves that you could see. Bishop to c4 just seems like the most direct attack that white has. It gets the light square bishop involved into the game, attacking the weakest square that black has on f7, because the king is only defending it right now. When this is the case, they play something besides the normal moves we've already talked about. We're really just going to be looking to take the pawn on d4. Now, I think there's a couple options. Obviously, they're not going to take with their queen. Just giving a queen up, that's usually not the best option here. So usually just taking with their knights or playing pawn to c3, as we looked at before, maybe giving up some additional material for a gain in tempo. So let's first look at knight takes on d4. We're going to play queen a5. So this is something you always want to be looking at, is when you can bring your queen to a5 check and start to get a strong attack. Now, you have knight to c3. This would be a very poor way to defend this. We've already looked at the previous version where if they play knight to c3, we get an additional pawn. In this situation, they're actually going to go down more than that. And it really starts with the move queen c5, with the queen and the bishop now both attacking this knight on d4. Now start to look at what happens if they say, okay, well, let's try to protect this knight. Bishop to e3. Sure, that defends it. Now the bishop and the queen are defending this knight, but then we just gobble up the bishop on c4. So that's the other threat that black has. If you want to try to protect all of those, maybe queen to d3. Okay, well, this protects both of them, but yeah, again, still black can still take on d4 since it's protected by the bishop. So none of those are going to go well for white. The other option they have, knowing that pain is coming their way, they could just say, okay, this bishop is lost, so I'll just go ahead and sacrifice on f7, which I think is reasonable anytime black is kind of exposed like this. This is going to go poorly for white, but it seems like a decent effort. Black's definitely going to take with their king here. Now, if they still have to worry about this knight on d4 because the bishop and the queen are both attacking it. So maybe bishop to e3 here, knight to c6, attacking the knight. Maybe there's an exchange here. We can take with our bishop. Remember, now we take with our bishop on c3, we can check the king on e1. So that's why if you kind of look at this beginning, why doesn't this knight just move? As soon as this knight's moved, the bishop comes into c3 and we take. So maybe knight takes, bishop takes here, the pawn takes, and now queen takes on c3 check. And then after the bishop here, then the queen comes down and takes that material on c6. So that all stemmed from the very beginning of that playing knight to c3 to stop. And after knight c3, then queen c5, huge mistake. Instead, they really should be playing c3 here to stop that. And now we're going to play knight to f6. Remember, knight to f6 is attacking this pawn on e4. And usually the response to that is knight to c3. Develops the piece to the primary spot it wants to come to, control the center of the board, and protects this pawn. But we force them to play pawn to c3. And so that's why this queen to a5 move is such a good one. It forces them into an awkward position. Yeah, if they want to play knight to d2, they can. It blocks off their dark square bishop. It blocks off their queen from controlling the center of the board. My guess is they try something else, maybe queen to e2 to protect it. Okay, well, from there, we can just play knight to c6, putting more pressure on the center of the board. And we can also castle on the king side. We're not going to be castling on the queen side really ever in the pterodactyl variation. Just be aware of that. But this is how you would respond early on if they play that bishop to c4. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this variation. I've had a lot of people ask on the hyper accelerated if there's other variations besides just taking the pawn on d4. And yes, there is the pterodactyl, and that's playing bishop to d7 early on. This is a fun way to play. All the dragon variations, I think, are a lot of fun. But I definitely recommend if you haven't checked out the hyper accelerated dragon, I'll have a link at the end of the video as well as in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you made it to the very end, would love in the comments if you throw the number 100. That just lets me know that you made it to the very end. I'm always curious, not on all my videos, but I do on some of these want to see if you actually got to the end of the video. So throw 100 in the comments. I just love this opening, so I'm curious how many people made it all the way to here. But thank you guys so much for watching. If you have any other recommendations, this particular video was from a comment that someone left not too long ago and said, hey, can you do a video on this? So if there's one you want me to do, let me know in the comments, and I'll definitely try to add that to my roadmap. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be looking at the checkover variation, which is a simple approach to attacking the Sicilian defense. Sicilian starts out with e4 and then c5 from black. Typically, play is going to continue with knight to f3, pawn to d6. This is the open Sicilian. A few ways in the open Sicilian you may see pawn d6, knight here to c6. You could also see e6. These are all pretty common, but d6 one of the main lines that you will see in the Sicilian defense. Then after pawn to d4, pawn takes, and now the Chekhov variation, because most people are going to play the main line, and that's knight takes here on d4. But Chekhov variation is queen takes on d4. Now, there's three lines that we are going to look at. The most common by far is what you're going to see is knight to c6, develops a piece, attacks the queen. So that's going to be pretty common. We're also going to look at pawn to a6, as well as bishop to d7. So let's first look at the main line, and that is knight to c6. And I want to go over the typical move that you'll see, some of the thought around how you're going to set up your position, and then we'll look at some variations on how the game may play out differently if both sides are not playing the main line. So knight to c6, attacking the queen. The queen does not have to move, but the only way to avoid this is to play bishop to b5, which is the preferred method. Get another piece involved into the action. You don't lose a tempo, because if they just play knight to c6 and you move your queen back, they have gained a tempo or a move in the game. But bishop to b5 gets material involved into the game and says, yeah, you can't take my queen here because this is a pin to the king here on e8. Now, they may stop that pin with bishop to d7, not wanting to lose a tempo. We're just going to go ahead and exchange right here. Keep in mind, you do not have the bishop pair as black does, so something to keep in mind, you have to make sure that you get something back, and really, we need to make sure that we control this game, specifically from the center of the board, because our opponent has the bishop pair. We don't want to open this game up and allow them to control the game with their bishops. We're going to get more material involved. As we said, knight to c3. Knight to f6 here, and now we're going to play bishop to g5. This allows us to castle on the queen side if we want to, and then really launch a strong attack on the king side. You can tell because they have already removed their c-pawn, they're probably not going to castle on the queen side. So this pretty much just leaves the king side open for them. And since we have a better center control, we have more pieces developed, it's a little bit easier for us to just throw everything at the king side of the board and really put a lot of pressure on our opponent. So they really need to play something like pawn to e6 here, stopping us. We don't just, it would be pretty good for white just to take here on f6 if they recapture with their pawn on f6, because then after we castle on the queen side, they no longer have a safe king side as well. So we really need to play e6 or e5. We'll look over e5 as well, just so you can see what happens here. But e6 makes a lot of sense. Now if we capture, they can recapture with their queen. Doesn't matter too much. Then if they exchange, if the queens are off the board, so typically not going to see that. But now white's going to castle on the queen side, and then after bishop to e7, then white has rook to e1. And they may castle on the king side here, but you can see white's completed their development. They have center control. Both of the rooks are on the d and e file, one semi-open file, but then also protecting this pawn here on e4. So this is really the main line that you'll see from both sides and kind of the approach that they are thinking about. So let's look at a few variations off of that. We looked at after knight to c3 if they played knight to f6, but they may not play that. They could just try to counter in the center of the board. Maybe pawn to e5. Now they have a backward pawn here on d6, but this is attacking the queen. The queen's just going to fall back to d3 because white no longer has the light square bishop. Doesn't have to worry about blocking off the light square bishop. So just controlling this light square here on d3 still allows for the dark square bishop to get involved into the game. So this is a completely fine setup for white. And many times white can be bringing that queen back down here to d3 as well. So pretty common. Even if you look at the position we were just at, as far as how white may continue at some point, yeah, they may play king to b1 at some point, but also queen to d3 makes a lot of sense, preparing for the knight to come over to d4 at some point as well. So that's kind of the setup that we're looking for. So if we do come back here, if we see that e5 and the queen to d3, this is not a bad thing at all. Bishop to e7, but now we're going to castle on the king side. And the reason for that is usually we're playing that bishop to g5 to attack the knight. Since the knight's not there, we really can't bring our bishop to g5 because they have the bishop and the queen attacking that square right here. And we don't want to bring it to any other squares. f4 just loses to the pawn, and we really want to be pretty aggressive with our dark square bishop. And so because we don't have any other moves right now, we can go ahead and castle on the king side and be okay, because if we castle on the king side, maybe now if they play knight to f6, we can play bishop to g5. But just a slightly different variation because we decided to castle short side instead of queen side. Still completely fine. Just have to be aware of how your opponent is moving their pieces in what order, because that is going to change how we castle and how we develop our pieces. Now let's say they do actually play the knight to f6, but then after we play bishop to g5, instead of e6, let's say now they play pawn to e5. So now that the queen's under attack, we need to bring our queen back here to d3, bishop to e7, but now we're actually going to exchange our bishop. Now they have the bishop pair. We have no bishops on board. That's completely fine, but we need to make sure that we maintain the pressure. We're going to castle on the queen side here. And if they castle on the king side, this is a pretty common variation that you need to understand in the Chekhov variation. So there's lots of things you could see, but this one comes up quite a bit because in this position, white can actually take this pawn here on d6. Now, it would be incorrect for black to go ahead and take here because now white is for sure up a pawn in material. You can just count on white has 7, black has 6, and there's no real way for black to fight back. If they play optimally, which they may not, but if they play optimally, they're going to play something like queen to b6. Now, white's going to play knight to d5, and then they take here, we take their queen, and after the pawn takes, we take their bishop here on d5. You can see that their rook can come down and take here on a2. So if you look at it and say, okay, white didn't actually gain a pawn in material, but they can get into the endgame with a much better setup, and white should easily win this game. Now, the threat that black has right now is rook to a1, and that would just attack the king, and we would end up with an x-ray losing our rook here on h1. So we bring our rook to a d1, says, yeah, if you play rook to a1, then we can just easily play king to d2. But since we are attacking this pawn here on e5 with both of our knight and our rook, they may decide to go ahead and play rook to a4, attacking our pawn on e4. We take the pawn, maybe they take our pawn here on e4, and then we play knight to d7, attacking this rook, as well as attacking the pawn on b6 and the bishop on f6. So rook to e8 makes a lot of sense. You always want to have your rooks on the same file. This just allows them to really control the game if they are working together. Now, this is a spot that you want to make sure that you understand the threats that black has, because you may look at it and say, man, there's a free pawn here on b6. Well, it's actually not free. If you take here on b6, then they have the move rook to b4. This is attacking this knight here on b6, as well the pawn here on b2, and the bishop on f6 is also attacking the pawn on b2. So in this position, you actually want to take this bishop here on f6. Now, is white up in material? No, white's not up in material. Both sides have 5 pawns, and both sides have 2 rooks. But if you look at this, black has 2 double pawns, and white does not have any. So a much better setup going into the endgame. And so this is something where if you're practicing your endgame, this is something you need to be able to turn into a win if you're playing the Chekhov variation. So I used to study this exact position quite a bit, playing against friends and other opponents to see if I could always turn this into a victory. So definitely a good setup, but you need to understand if you come back a few moves and they actually play that castle on the king side and you take here on d6, how you're actually going to respond. Again, it's much easier if they just take here because you take with your rook and there's no real way for them to fight back and get that pawn on material, but they could play queen to d6. You just need to be prepared. So let's come back to the beginning beginning of the variation, after they play knight to c6, attacking our queen, we bring our bishop out here to b5, pinning down the knight to the king, and the first thing we look at is bishop to d7, but they may not play that. They could play pawn to a6 and just say, hey, yeah, go ahead and take our knight if you want to. I don't want to get my light square bishop involved into the game just quite yet. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take that knight. They take with their pawn, and now we're going to castle on the king side. They play pawn to e5 potentially. We come back to d3, knight to f6, rook to d1. And the reason we play rook to d1, because you may say, wow, the knight came to f6. It seems like a perfect opportunity to play bishop to g5. I always like to play lines that allow my opponent to get into a bad position or make a mistake. And that's exactly what rook to d1 does, because they may see this and realize, oh, wow, they have the next move of bishop to g5. So if they play something like pawn to h6 to stop that, seems like a logical move. Not everyone's going to play, but seems logical, is we can actually just take here on e5, because they can't take here because that would be checkmate. So that is the threat that we have. We can take a free pawn here, e5, and so that would be a huge blunder from them to play h6. So that's why I recommend playing rook to d1 instead of first playing bishop to g5. Now, if they don't play h6, yeah, feel free to go ahead and play bishop g5 if you want to, and then exchange, that's completely fine. Then you can play knight to c3, get other material involved into the game. So that was it. They play a6 after knight to c6. They don't have to do that. They don't even have to play knight to c6. So we'll look at the next variation that is just pawn to a6. Many times in the Sicilian defense, a6 is pretty common. If you're familiar with the Najdorf defense, this is a common move that you will see from black just because it stops so many moves that white's typically going to play. Usually white's looking to play knight to c3 and then potentially come up here to b5, play bishop to b5, attacking this king here because it is exposed since the c pawn is no longer there. So a6 does make some sense. We're now going to play bishop to c4. Still want to get our light square bishop involved into the game, but the difference is in this line, we are actually going to have our bishop pair. We may decide to exchange it off, but in the main line, we are for sure always exchanging it off. At least now we're attacking this f7 square, which is a huge weakness for black early on. The king is the only piece that's defending it, so we can change gears a little bit and play more aggressive, attacking the king side than we have before. One example, let's say knight to c6, which is a common next move to now force the queen back, queen to d3, knight to f6 here, castle on the king side, pawn to b5, extending on the queen side, attacking our bishop. Bishop comes back to b3, pretty easy here, but now let's say they play e5. We have the move knight to g5. If you watched other videos I have talked about for openings, you know this is a pretty common setup here when you have your bishop on this light square diagonal here attacking the f7 square, and you can safely bring your knight here to g5. You have a lot of stronger attacks on this f7 square. So this is the threat that white has. It's pretty exciting. They have some interesting ways they can defend this. You know, rook to a7. We can play things like bishop to e3, attacking that. But, you know, again, putting more and more pressure on this f7 square. And even if there's an exchange, it's not that good for black. All of a sudden they have a completely exposed king. It won't be able to castle, and you still have your major pieces that you can attack. So that's what happens if they play a6 early on and how you should continue. The last variation we will look at is, instead of knight to c6, instead of a6, if they play bishop to d7. From here, we're going to play knight to c3, and then after knight to c6 here, we're going to drop our queen back to d3. And the main reason that they might play this is because they want to gain that tempo. They want to push our queen back, and they recognize that, hey, if they play their knight first, then we can just play our bishop out here to b5 and exchange. But if they play in this move order, well, we can't just play bishop to b5 because they can just take our queen, and we can't take their queen back, and we're also not pinning down that knight to the king. So this is a legal move. So that's not going to be the play. Instead, we just drop our queen back to d3. Now maybe knight to f6. We can play bishop to g5, attacking the knight, pretty common. Pawn to e6, and you can start to see this is a pretty similar setup to the main line. The only difference is we actually still have our light square bishop. So you are going to be setting it up very similarly. Just know that now the queen on d3 is blocking the light square bishop, so you may not be playing some of the common lines that you typically would. Instead, maybe bishop to e2 to get your rook over to e1. But all in all, it is still pretty similar to the main line, and you won't see bishop to d7 nearly as often as you'll just see knight to c6 early on. So that is the checkover variation. Hopefully this was a good overview of how to think about it, how to attack the Sicilian defense. I always am looking for ways to approach a pretty common defense, and the Sicilian defense is one of the more common ways. Growing up, this is actually how I attacked the Sicilian defense, because everyone was playing just knight takes here on d4, and when you start to dive in and realize that queen takes on d4 is a very reasonable move, and you have a lot of strong attacking lines, especially when you can castle on the queen side and really throw everything at your opponent's king side, it's a pretty fun opening. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Try it out. If you have played it before, let me know what you think. If there's any interesting lines you've run into, always cool to see what people come up with in the checkover variation. If there's other openings you would like me to do as well, please let me know in the comments section below, or you can always email me. My information is on my website at thechesswebsite.com. Hopefully you guys have checked it out. There's a lot of cool resources there. But thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Cadiz Gambit, which derives from the Scandinavian defense, which is pawn e4 and then d5. And after the pawn takes here, one of the most common moves from black is to play knight f6. It's slightly more common for black to take here with his queen, but after the queen takes, knight to c3, forcing the queen to come back, white gains a tempo. So a lot of players just prefer to play the move knight f6, which is a great way to continue. And also think it gives you a lot more options to play fun openings. So if they play pawn to c4 to hold on to it, you can play the Icelandic Gambit, one of my favorite openings in chess with e6 here. One of the most common ways for black to continue here is just to play the move d4. It says, hey, if you want to take this pawn here, that's fine. If you take with your queen, then they can still come here and play c3, forcing the queen back here. If you want to move your knight twice here to d5, that's fine as well. That's definitely worth it to get back that pawn in material. Now, I have another video if you want to look at the Portuguese Gambit. That's if black plays bishop here to g4, but in the Cadiz Gambit, black actually plays the move c6. So pawn takes here on c6, and then instead of taking the natural knight takes here on c6, black's going to give up another pawn to material, and that is the move pawn to e5. And we're going to be looking at the accepted line. That's the pawn takes here on e5. And I think it's difficult for white to find a better move here. It's the most natural. Hey, black wants to give me 3 pawns in material, haven't given up any on the white side. All of a sudden, this is attacking the knight here on f6. If the queens want to come off the board, if you're up in material, many times you want to just trade down as much as material as possible. That leaves your opponent with fewer pieces to attack. So this all looks good for white. And black's going to continue down that same path, exchanging queens here on d1. The king takes, but now black's going to start to activate pieces more proactively, starting with the move knight to g4. You can see the immediate threat is the knight coming here to f2. This is forking the king and the rook, so that would be extremely bad for white. But you can also see it's attacking this pawn here on e5. So yes, black is down 3 pawns in material, but they are now looking to attack. Both of the bishops can easily get involved into the game, get activated here, so they have a lot of threats. Now we are going to be looking at specifically a few options. The first one is knight to h3. This is defending this pawn here on f2. We're also going to be looking at what happens if the pawn just takes here on b7. So those are the two common ones I think you'll see. The first one we'll look at is knight to h3 here, and then we're going to go ahead and take with our knight here on c6. We're still threatening this square here on f2, and we've almost kept this knight here on h3 from moving. It can't go anywhere because then we can just take this piece right here, and we're also attacking this pawn here on e5 with some future threats of the knight coming here to d4 as well. So if they want to hold on to this pawn, remember now we're only down 2 pawns in material, they could try something like pawn to f4. Yeah, that pawn's already under attack, so you might as well just come up here and support the central pawn here. Now black's going to play the move bishop here to f5, and this does a couple things. One, it attacks this c2 square, which is only being defended by the king, but it also opens up for black to play the move king to c8 and castle on the queen side, getting this rook over here to d8, putting it on the same file as the king is always going to be good. Now, if we kind of look at some of the ways that white would really want to defend this, one of those would be, okay, let's go ahead and play bishop here to d3. This is supported by the pawn here on c2. It opens up where the rook now get involved into the game, and it does block this file so that the king is no longer immediate threat if black decides to castle. We are going to castle on the queen side right away, so castle here, and now come down to how is white going to continue. They have a few options. They could play knight to c3 here. They could say, okay, we really need to get our king off of this file, so they could play something like king to e2. King to e2, however, is going to be a mistake, and that's because we have the move knight to d4. Attacking the king here. Now, where does the king go? The threat here that we have is attacking this square here on c2. So they could decide, let's go ahead and play king to d2 to try to hold on to this, but we can actually just take right here. They can't take with their bishop because that's being pinned down by the rook here on d8. But if they take with their king here, we can actually just take with our rook on d3, and now they are in a really tough spot. You can see the king cannot move. All the squares are being attacked by the rook here, so it's stuck. And then as soon as the rook moves, there's going to be a discover check with the bishop here on f5. So that's some logical moves that white may go down, but all of them are going to result in a very, very easy victory for black. Let's come back a few moves, and instead of playing king to d2, because we recognize that's not going to end well, maybe they play king to e1. Okay, well, now we're just going to take the bishop here on d3. And as soon as the pawn comes here to a d3, we can play knight to c2. This is forking the rook here on a1. It's going to fall. But even if they don't have their king here on e1, maybe they recognize that's going to be a bad spot, so they come back here to king to f1. It doesn't really help anything because bishop takes, pawn exchanges here, and then knight to c2. It's no longer checked, but the rook is still trapped, and now the king here on f1 is blocking the rook here on h1. So all in all, this is going to be a pretty tough spot for them to be in. So if we look at it and say, hey, the king coming here to e2, getting off this d file, seems logical, but you can tell there's just so many threats that black has, there's no way for them to stop after the knight comes up here to d4. So that is not going to work. Another option that they have is knight coming here to c3. Now from here, I like black playing the move pawn to f6. And the first time you look at it, it's like, man, there's so many other threats. How do you play pawn to f6? And really, the thought is that after the pawn takes here, we take with our pawn here on f6. And this does a few things. But one of the things it does is it stops this knight here on h3. Yes, black is still down a little bit in material, but this knight we already talked about can't come to f2 because that's being attacked by the knight here on g4. So this knight has a lot of threats. It's attacking this square here on f2, but it also eventually is attacking this square here on e3. So it's keeping this dark square bishop from really getting involved into the game. And you can see now the knight here on h3, it would like to come to g5, but this pawn here on f6 is really stopping that. This also opens up the door for the dark square bishop if it wanted to come here to h6, but many times it's just going to come over here to b4, where I think the most logical place for it is going to be coming here to c5, just centralizing it, just attacking as many central squares as possible. So I think c5 makes a lot of sense, and then black can even swing the other rook over to the e file and really attack on that front as well. So if we come back a few more moves after we take the pawn here on c6 with knight to c6, we looked at, let's say they play pawn to f4. Now they could try to protect this with another move. Let's say bishop to b4. That gets another piece involved into the game. So things are going to be slightly different if we look at the same things that we did before. So bishop here to f5, attacking the c2 square, preparing to castle on the queen side. Maybe they still do the same thing with bishop here to d3. We castle on the queen side. They play king here to e2. We play knight to d4. King d2, again, not the best moves, but I want to show you how this slight change with the bishop coming out would change things for white's perspective. Now we take here on c2. They take here, but after the rook takes on d3, they have the move king to c1. They're still in a really tough spot, don't get me wrong, because now we play bishop here to c5, and we just have so much more material involved into the game. Remember, they have the knight here on h3. We eventually may still want to play our f6 and then take here so they can't come over here to g5 and threaten our f7 square, but you can see the rook here on e1 is not going anywhere. Very easy for us to bring our rook over here to d8 and attack. But this is how it's going to be different if that bishop comes here to f4 instead of the pawn coming here. The last thing we're going to look at is if the pawn takes here on b7. Now, I think this is the better play for white, although many players, I think, when they analyze this, they might feel like the pawn taking here on b7 is a bad move because bishop takes here on b7. And now black has a lot of threats. This bishop here on b7 is eyeing down this long light square diagonal here. And so they may say, oh my goodness, I just allowed my opponent to gain a tempo here and now attack a lot of the critical squares on the board. So they may decide, hey, I'm already up in material. I don't think I should go ahead and trade off the pawns here on b7. I actually do think it is the better play for white. So now they still have to worry about the move knight takes here on f2. That's not going away, even if they decide to exchange here on b7. So I still think knight to h3 is still a very logical play for them to make. You know, if they want to play something like bishop here to e3, exchange off some material, they can do that. We can also just take the pawn here on e5. So we have a lot of options. We can get our dark square bishop involved into the game. Knight here to c6 as well makes a lot of sense. We can go ahead and castle on the queen side. But knight to h3, I think is going to be a very logical play that you'll see. Knight to c6. The main difference is, you know, on the previous variations, we were bringing our bishop here to f5. That's not going to be the case because the bishop here is on b7, but that does not matter when it comes to castling. So if they still play the pawn to f4, we're still going to castle on the queen side. We have a lot of similar threats as before. The main difference that you'll see now is I don't think white's going to play bishop here to d3 because our bishop's not here on f5. I mean, they could, but I don't think they will. I think they're more inclined to play something like bishop here to d2. And if that's the case, we can still play knight to d4, but it's for a different reason. Now this is opening up for the light square bishop to attack. The other time we were doing it is to actually attack the king, which sometimes could come to e2. If the king does come to e2, yes, we're still going to be playing knight to d4 to check the king, which I think would be an ultra bad move from white, but just want to give you an idea of some of the stuff you should be looking out for in this opening. So maybe they play knight to c3 here. We can get our dark square bishop involved into the game, bring our rook over here. We can obviously play the pawn to f6 at some point, exchange here, so we can block off the knight coming here to g5. So a lot of the same principles that you've seen earlier in the video are going to apply even if they take that pawn here on b7. So that is the Katas Gambit. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. The Scandinavian defense has a lot of fun gambits to play, so hopefully you can add this into your repertoire if you like to play d5 when you face e4. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe, hit the like button, and then comment below. Let me know what you guys thought of this video. If there's others you want me to make, feel free to let me know that as well. Always looking for ideas for new videos. But thank you so much for watching the video. I appreciate the support. I'll see you guys next time. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Lucchini Gambit, the accepted lines. I did a video on the Lucchini Gambit not too long ago, got a lot of positive feedback. In that video, we looked at the main line, which was not the accepted. It is the decline when knight comes to g5. Definitely recommend checking that video out at some time, but everyone said, hey, what happens if they accept the Gambit? So that's what we're going to be looking at today. The Lucchini Gambit starts out with pawn e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop here to c4, getting into the Italian game, Joe Piano with bishop to c5, and then pawn d3, followed by f5, gambiting this pawn right here. And so last time we looked at knight coming to g5, putting pressure on this f7 square. In today's video, we're going to be looking at what happens if the pawn takes here on f5. We're going to be pushing with d5 every single time. This opens up our light square bishop to get involved into the game. Take this pawn here on f5, also opens up for the queen to get more involved into the game, attacks this bishop here, controls the center of the board. We now have two central pawns. They only have this pawn here on d3, this pawn here on f5 has taken our material, but we can get that material back. So this is what we're going to be looking at. We have a few variations that we will be covering in this video. The first one is, since the bishop's under attack, bishop here to b5, pinning down our knight to the king. Then we're going to look at bishop back to b3. We'll also look at if they play d4, say, hey, we're attacking their bishop, they're going to attack our bishop. Then we're going to look at bishop here to g5, attacking our queen. And then lastly, they could play knight to g5, preparing queen to h5. So sit back. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video on the Lucchini Gambit accepted lines. So the first variation we are going to look at in this specific setup, because remember, we're always going to be playing that d5, is when the bishop comes here to b5. It's under attack, comes here to b5, pinning down the knight, and then we're going to play knight to e7. Does a few things. One, it defends this knight here on c6. It also has another attacker here on the f5 square, but it also allows for black to castle on the king side. They have a couple options here. The first one is just to take this material here on e5. One of the reasons that they play the bishop here to b5 is because this knight can't move. It's being pinned down to the king here, and so the pawn here on e5 is a sitting duck. Now, this is a good variation for black. Black scores extremely well here, even though they've given up now two pawns in material. Black plays the move castle on the king side, and then they can put a lot of pressure on their opponent. Now, let's start to look at the two options from here. They could take this knight. What they're typically going to do, they could first take with their own knight, because sometimes players don't like to give up their bishops. Now we just play pawn to c6. This pawn's protected, forcing the bishop back here. And now we just take that pawn here on f2. And you're like, oh my gosh, we're just giving up so much material. Absolutely we are. They pretty much need to take here. It goes extremely poorly for them if they don't take. So after they take here, we play knight to f5. You can see this opens up for the queen to come here to h4. Once the knight moves, then it's going to be a discovered attack. The king is in the center of the board here. Going to be very difficult for them to hold on to this. If they decide instead to take with their bishop, I think that's a little bit better for whites, but we're going to take here with our knight on c6. We're not going to be taking up here with our knight on f5, but after they take, we're going to take here on c6. Maybe the castle on the king side, we're just going to take bishop here on f5. So slightly different setup here. We do have one pawn down in material, so you still need to be extremely aggressive because you have to keep in mind your opponent has their rook here on a1 that has not been developed, their knight here on b1 not been developed. You have the bishop pair, and you have all the lines open to start to attack. So if you just sit back and play passive, your opponent definitely will win because they're up in material. So you're playing a game to have that initiative. You have it in this opening, so continue to do that. And that's what happens if they play knight takes here on e5 early on. Another option is just say, okay, they play knight, or we play knights at e7. Now they play bishop here to g5, gets a bishop involved into the game, pins down our knight, and says, yeah, we can take here. You can't really take your knight back here because now this knight's being pinned down. So they're really pinning down our knights too, our most valuable pieces, the king here and the queen right here. Well, we're just going to castle on the king side as we have before. And they have options from here. They could take our knights. They could take this knight here on c6, so they could even play something like pawn to g4, just solidifying on the king side of the board, so we can't take this pawn because we really do want to take this pawn. So we'll look at each of those options. Let's say they take bishop here on e7. Well, now we're going to take with our knight here. Maybe they take with their knight here on e5, and then we play bishop here to d4. This is actually a huge mistake from white. It's a trap because once they take here, they really don't see the fact that we can play bishop here to d4, and we're going to win this knight because next move we play bishop takes here on b2, and we would end up winning this rook here on a1. So we're going to win this knight. That's not going to be the best option for them. Another option would be just go ahead and take with their bishop here on c6. Okay, we're going to take with our pawn. Obviously, our knight's pinned down. We're not going to use that one. They cast on the king side, and we play rook takes here on f5, trying to get that material. If they decide to hold on to that material, so instead of taking with either their bishops, maybe they play pawn here to g4, we're going to play queen to d6. Now we do want to protect this e5 pawn, and this is a great way to do that. It's also just eyeing down more material on the king side of the board. Centralizing the queen is always a good thing. So that's how you approach it from the very beginning if they decide to play bishop here to b5. The next version we're going to look at is if the bishop just comes back here to b3. We're going to immediately just take this pawn back here on f5. So we gave up a pawn, we got that pawn back, and we have a better setup. We have the two pawns in the center of the board. We have our bishop pair here, controlling the center. We have a very good setup. I think already black has a solid game here. Now they could play something like knight to c3. They could castle on the king side. So we'll look at both of those options because I think they're both logical. Knight to c3 here. Then we play knight to f6, preparing to castle on the king side. You can always be looking to castle on the queen side, but I have found it better to castle on the king side. It plays very similar to a reverse king's gambit. If you've ever played king's gambit, my favorite opening in all of chess, you castle on the king side, you do not have your f pawn blocking it, and so all of a sudden you have a semi-open file for your rook here on the f file. It can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent. So after knight to f6, maybe they castle on the king side. We play queen to d6, which is pretty common in this opening. So that is one variation. If they play just castle on the king side, then we're just going to play knight f6, same as before, castle on the king side as well. And remember, we should have a pretty easy game since we are controlling that center. All right, now next variation, instead of the bishop coming back here to b3, next thing is they could just play d4. It says, hey, if you're attacking our bishop, I'm just going to attack your bishop here in the center of the board as well. But we can just take it with our knights here. And if they take, okay, we can go ahead and take with our bishop as well. They have a few options. They could just get frisky and play queen to h5, check. Here we're going to play king to f8. Don't try to push forward with your pawn. Things do not go well. Just play king to f8 here. And then bishop comes back here to b3 since it is under attack. And then we play knight to f6. The queen is forced to move, and they're going to be in a tricky spot. Now, if they don't play queen coming out here, maybe since the bishop's under attack, bishop back here to b3, completely fine as well. Knight to f6. We're going to castle on the king side. You can see our bishop can come here to f5, gobble up that material. We should have a pretty good game here. But you can see this knight here and the queen now protecting this pawn. They just don't have a ton of threats, and we are controlling so much of the board. Now, I typically think in this situation, they are going to be playing bishop here to b5 or kicking it back here to b3. I don't really think you'll see too much of d4 in the center, but they could try something else pretty crazy. They could play bishop here to d5, getting their dark square bishop ball into the game, which sometimes they do have a challenge doing. And so from here, we're going to play queen to d6. Now, some people I've seen even recommend bishop coming back here to e7. I really like to keep my bishop active in the game and not just come back and play defense, especially in a game. If I'm giving up material, I don't like to then retreat on that and just exchange my bishop here. I like it on c5, attacking this pawn here on f2. So I'm going to be playing queen here to d6, and then maybe, hey, bishop here to b5, pinning down my knight. Then I'm going to take this pawn here on f5. Now I control the center of the board. I have the bishop here. Things are fine. I can then play knight to f6 in the center of the board if I want to. So that's how I'm going to attack it if they play bishop here to g5. The last one that you could see is knight to g5. It's kind of crazy, but pretty easy, I think, to just go ahead and take this bishop here on c4. Just be prepared for they're going to play queen to h5. That's the whole reason that they're willing to give up that bishop here on c4 is to play queen to h5. You cannot be playing pawn to g6 here. It's a huge mistake because after you do that, they're just going to take here, and then you're going to play maybe bishop here to g4, attacking their queen, but then pawn to g7, discover check. You're going to have to play something like bishop takes, and they take your rook here, get a queen. It just does not go well at all. So once you see queen to h5, pretty easy here. Just play the move king to d7. It looks a little awkward, but remember, you just got that bishop here on c4, and so you're okay. You're good in material. Now you just have to make sure your king is safe. Now they have a couple options here. They could play knight to e6 here. It's a great little outpost. They have the pawn here on f5, and they're using it with their knight here, but you're still fine. You play queen to e7. They don't really have a ton of threats that you have to worry about too much. Maybe if they take that material right here, you could take it with your queen. They come back here to g4, attacking this pawn here, but then we have the move knight to d4, threatening our own, knight to c2, check with the forking here on a2. So definitely have some good options here. If they decide instead to play, queen down here to f7 check, then we're just going to play queen to e7 and stopping that. Yes, they could take our pawn up here, but we took that pawn and exchange it for a bishop. I think that's going to be completely fine. Knight to f6 here, and then we can start to get our bishop involved at some point, get our rooks involved. Just make sure you hold on to your king because they will be trying to attack that the rest of the game. So that is the Lucchini Gambit, the accepted lines. I know so many people are asking about this. Hopefully this helps as you're playing the Lucchini more. I personally like it. If they don't accept it, I think some of the lines are more exciting, definitely more dangerous for white, which is always fun, but you have to be prepared. If they do accept that, you still have a lot of good options, but understanding them, knowing the best ways to continue are always valuable. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you have other videos you want me to make, feel free to let me know in the comments below. I'm always looking for new videos that you guys want to see. But thanks again. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Alexander Gambit, which starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, getting into the Italian game, and then bishop here to c5. Now, last video I did was on the Lucchini Gambit, and that was after your opponent played d3. We played the move f5, one of my favorite openings. If you haven't checked that out, I definitely recommend it. But a lot of people said, hey, d3 is not the most common move. What happens if they play the move c3, which is by far the most common move from white? This sets up the move d4, it sets up the move b4, and so I said, okay, let's dig a little bit deeper into what happens if they play c3, and now we play f5. Very different, has a lot of the same principles, but this is the Alexander Gambit. So if you watch that video or just curious, maybe you have not seen that video yet, but you're curious, yeah, I come across this opening quite a bit. They play c3. How do we respond? This is going to be going over what happens if we play f5. Now, the four variations that I will be going over in this video, the first one is the accepted line. They just take here on f5. The next one is if they play b4. Pretty common in this opening to play c3 and then b4. We're also going to be looking at if they play the move d4. Hey, we're attacking the center of the board. They're going to counterattack in the center of the board, attacking our bishop here on c5, which is a very dangerous piece as it eyes down on this f2 square. And then the last variation we're going to look at is castling on the king side. So without further ado, let's go and jump into the Alexander Gambit. So the first variation is if they accept our gambit here on f5. Anytime that you give up material, you want to gain something back for that pawn. And so we're going to be playing the move pawn to d5. This opens up for our light square bishop to get involved, capture this pawn here on f5 at some point, get that material back. But also you can see we're really controlling the center of the board. We have the only e-pawn on the board. And also this pawn here on d5 is going to kick this bishop away, or at least it should. I mean, they're probably going to play bishop here to d5. Probably their best move, kick it back here to b3. I guess they could get pretty aggressive if they wanted to counterattack in the center, d4. So we'll look at each of those options and see how we would continue. Bishop to b5, I think, is the most logical play for them. And then we're going to play the move knight to e7. It's a little awkward if we don't, because they do have the move knight takes here on e5. And that just puts both the knight and the bishop attacking this knight here on c6. And this knight is pinned down. It cannot move because of the king here on e8. So I think the best move is knight to e7. This defends the knight here on c6. Also attacks the pawn here on f5. What this does allow white to do is come in and take this pawn here on e5. If you're playing a gambit, you have to be open to the idea of giving up material for a very strong attack. And that's what we're going to be doing in this opening, and especially in this variation. So we gave up one pawn here on f5. We're giving up another pawn here on e5. We're going to go and castle on the king side. You can see white's just moving their same material over and over. They moved their bishop multiple times. They've now moved their knight multiple times, and they don't have any other material that's really developed or can really get involved into the game. The bishop here on a c1 is blocked by the pawn. This knight here on b1 really can't go anywhere. Knight to a3 at some point. Neither of the rooks are involved into the game. And you can see from black's standpoint, a lot of material is already extremely active here. So we're attacking this pawn right here. We can gain some material back. We can obviously take this knight here if we want to. This knight on c6 is no longer pinned. From here, I think we're typically going to see pawn to d4. I'm going over what I think is the most logical moves, the main lines that you'll see. If you don't see these, it typically is going to be a mistake. I'm looking at the best alternatives that white has. And so if you see something crazy, just look for how black can really attack the opponent. Okay, so this is attacking our bishop right here. I think we're going to go ahead and take the knight here on e5. They have a couple options. They could take our knight. They could take our bishop. If they decide to go ahead and take our bishop, then we're just going to play knight takes here on f5. If they castle, now we can attack the bishop. Bishop comes back here. That's completely fine. If we come back and say, maybe they take our knight instead, okay, now we just play bishop takes here on f5, maybe castle on the king side, knight to g6, we're attacking this pawn here on e5. Black's going to have a pretty solid game from here. Coming back to this position, instead of coming here to b5, the bishop could also just retreat back to b3, and we're going to push forward with e4. And this is going to be a common theme you'll see throughout this opening here, is pushing the pawn here to e4, attacking this knight. Now, the knight's not going to come here to e5, because then we can just easily take it right here. You can see a free piece. So instead, they could say knight to d4. they could also counterattack and center the board with d4. So let's take a look at both of those. The first one being knight to d4. In this case, we're just going to go ahead and take with our bishop after they take ours. We're going to go ahead and take with our bishop here on f5, and we have a pretty good setup here. You can see that both sides are equal in material. They have double pawns here in the center with no pawns to protect on either the e file or the c file. Black can still castle on either side of the board, so a lot of flexible options here. And so I think this is going to be a really good spot for black. If we come back, instead of playing knight to d4, if they try to just counterattack and center the board pawn to d4, we're going to go and take material, because if they take, we can take here, and things get pretty difficult for them. Like, we're attacking their rook. They almost need to play rook here to g1 because they don't have any other threats. This bishop here on b3, it's being stopped by the pawn here on d5, which is crucial because if they try to get their queen involved into the game, okay, well, it doesn't have any other material to help, so we can just play g6, and they can't just take here looking to do anything else, because we're just going to take their rook here on h1, check, and we have a queen. So that's not going to work. They realize they have to move their queen back, and we just play queen to e7. Yes, they could exchange right here, but at the end of the day, they're eventually going to have to play rook to g1, and now we can come up here with e5, putting a lot of pressure on our opponents. We have knight up to f3 as a move. We also have the move knight to d3, so a lot of threats that we have, and we can also just take this material here on f5, get that pawn anytime we want to. All right, so last thing we'll look at for this variation is instead of coming here to b5 or retreating back to b3, they could also just counterattack in the center of the board with d4. Say, hey, if you're going to take my bishop, I'm going to go ahead and take your bishop as well. Hey, we are definitely going to take their bishop. There's no doubt about that. If they don't play b5 or b3, we're definitely taking their bishop. If they take ours, that's fine as well. We can now exchange our queens. They have to take with their king right here. Now we can play bishop takes on f5, getting that material back here. And now let's say knight to d2. We castle on the queen side. Their king has already moved, so it cannot castle. It's going to be in the center of the board here. We're going to be looking at knight to f6, get both of our rooks in the center of the board. We should have a pretty good game from here as well. So that's what happens if they decide to take with the pawn early on with pawn takes here f5. The next variation we are going to look at is the move pawn to b4. It says, hey, we want to attack this bishop, and we know that you already have a defender here with your pawn on e5, so we're not ready to push forward here with d4. But unfortunately, this falls because if they just play pawn to b4, we are immediately playing bishop takes here on f2. Extremely strong move. If they take, it's not good for them, but they almost have to take, because if they just play king to f1, then we take with our pawn here on e4, attacking the knight here. And what do they really do from here? The knight doesn't have any good options. It can't come back here to d1 or d2. It can't come back here to h2. If it comes here to g5, it's just going to fall to our queen. It can't come here because that's protected by our knight here. So it just doesn't have a lot of good options. Probably just take with the king now, but then we take with our pawn, and they're in a world of trouble. We can get our queen involved into the game now, and their king is completely exposed. So they pretty much have to take with their king here on f2, but then the same thing. We play pawn takes e4, attacking this knight right here. Where does the knight go to? Well, first they may just decide exchange some material right here because our threat of knight to f6 getting involved could get pretty frustrating for them, but knight comes back to e1. They just don't have too many safe squares, and now we play queen to h4. So yes, we did sacrifice a bishop here on f2, but the king is going to be exposed the rest of the game. We're going to be attacking it. Now we can play pawn at d5, getting our light square bishop involved into the game. We're just going to be putting so much pressure on our opponent. So if they play b4, I am all about it because I'm going to be ready to attack for the rest of the game. Don't have to worry too much if they play this pawn to b4. Now, the best move they can play is d4. I don't know how many people will actually try this variation, but it is very difficult for black to find an advantage. So I think it's important as we go over any chess opening to make sure you understand where the weaknesses are, and I do think that white has the upper hand if they play correctly, and that is d4. Now, black still has a lot of attacking lines, and they do have to play correctly. We are going to first take here on e4, attacking the knights. I think they're pretty much always going to just take here on e5. They could also take our bishop, so we'll look at that variation as well, but knight takes here on e5 makes a ton of sense to me. We go ahead and take with our own knights, and then they take our knight right here. Yes, they could take our bishop, but that would be a mistake because then we could just take their bishop here with our knight. So I'm going to assume that they're going to play correctly, take our knight right here. They're going to play queen to e7, preparing to attack that pawn. Now, if they don't play knight to e5, maybe they decide to go ahead and take our bishop here on c5. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and take their knight here on f3. If they take with their queen, great. We're going to play knight to f6. We have to stop the threat of queen down to f7. This would be checkmate. Can't allow that to happen. So knight to f6, stopping that. If they come down and attack that knight, that's completely fine. Doesn't really matter because if they play bishop takes here, okay, we're just going to take with our queen. We don't even care if they come down in exchange. That's completely fine as well. But all of these variations, I do think white comes out with a pretty good game setup. I mean, black's not in a terrible spot by any means, but all the other variations I'm going over, I do think black has a slight advantage. This is one I do think white is able to maintain their advantage. So we'll come back to the last variation that we are going to look at. Instead of playing pawn to d4 in the center of the board, last variation is if they play castle on the king side. Now, if you've been paying attention to the rest of the video, you probably know what the next move, and that is pawn takes here on e4. Now, my hope is that if someone actually plays this from white's standpoint, that they actually feel like they can't really move their knight anywhere. That maybe knight to e1 is really the only option, which would be a terrible move. Moving the knight back, blocking off the rook here on f1. Black should be able to just completely overwhelm their opponent because if they look at it and say, no, knight takes here on e5, well, it's not protected. They can just go ahead and take material right here. That is true, but they do have the move queen to h5. This is pretty much forcing the move knight to g6. And so I do think that they have ways to get back into the game, but some players may just not play that knight to e5. But if they do, we're actually not going to take this knight. Now, we hope that they feel like we're going to, but we're actually not going to because of the setup I just showed you. Instead, first we're going to play the move pawn to d5, attacking the bishop. Now let's say they attack our knight here on c6. We're going to go and take with our pawn here. Now if they come down to queen to h5, we're going to play the move king to f8. You have to be careful here. You can't play g6 because they're going to fork our rook here. Then we play king d7. They take our rook here on h8. Like, things just do not go well for us. So we have to be careful as far as what we play. So we're just going to play the move pawn to c6. And then we should be in a good spot after queen to h8 if they want to. Then we just play king to f8. But then we're going to be looking to play knight to f6. We can also take the bishop here on c4. I think this is the way that black wants to attack it. Does not have to worry about too many threats that white has right now. You can still see that this dark square bishop is blocked in. This knight here on b1 is blocked in. And that's part of the reason that we can start to attack our opponent once they play c3 is it really boxes in this knight here on b1. you really are only looking at knight to a3 that's ever going to get the knight involved into the game. And since the knight's not moving, the rook here on a1 is not going to be involved in the game as well. So that is the Alexander Gambit. So I know a lot of people, they got excited once they saw the Lucchini Gambit, and they said, hey, I love the idea of playing this f5, but what happens if our opponent plays the move c3? Well, hopefully this video gives you an idea of how you can attack it. I think black has a really, really good game plan. If you are playing from white standpoint, I do think the best option is to play that move pawn to d4. But hopefully this builds out your repertoire of moves that you can play in the Italian Gioco Piano, this position right here. You know, if they play c3 or d3, you should now be locked and loaded. So again, thanks so much for watching this video. If you have a video recommendation, this video I just made was a recommendation from someone on my last video. So if there's something you want me to make, feel free to let me know. You can email me, you can leave a note in the comments below. Either of those will definitely get to me. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over my top 9 aggressive chess defenses that I like to use. I know many of you are aggressive players like I am, and so today we're going to be looking at the openings that I use as black if I want to be extremely aggressive. I'll be curious in the comments below what your favorite aggressive chess defense is and see if it lines up with what I have in my list. So without further ado, let's go ahead and hop into my top 9 list. Coming in at number 9, we have the Dragon variation in the Sicilian defense. The Sicilian being one of the sharpest lines in all of chess for black after e4, c5 here, and then knight to f3, pawn to d6. Usually see an exchange in the center of the board here. And then after knight to f6, attacking the pawn, knight to c3, defending that pawn, black plays pawn to g6. And this opening is chaotic. It doesn't matter if white plays the main line of bishop to e3, looking for a quick development to castle on the queen side, or if they play the hyper-aggressive pawn to f4, the 11 fish attack. Either way, it's going to be madness. But white usually looks to castle on the queen side, black castle on the king side, and this becomes a race of throwing everything you have at your opponent's king, and it gets wild. There's a lot of other variations. You can look at the accelerated dragon, the hyper-accelerated dragon. Those are just some shortcuts, but they are not as aggressive as the Dragon variation. So if you're looking for something extremely aggressive in the Sicilian, I definitely recommend the Dragon. Coming in at number 8, we have the Faulkner counter gambit, which is a direct attack on the King's Gambit. e4, e5, and then pawn to f4. This is the King's Gambit. This is my favorite line as white. Extremely aggressive from white. And black says, I can play just as aggressive. Pawn here to d5, pushing both of the central pawns, opening up for this light square bishop to get involved. Also preparing to take here on e4, which would attack this f3 square, which normally this knight is coming here to f3. This is an extremely aggressive line from black. These games typically don't last more than 30 moves because there's so much chaos. There's so many traps that both sides can fall into. So this is definitely something, if you are playing as white, you better be prepared because black is ready for a fight. So that's why it is number 8 on our list. Coming in at number 7 is the Nimzo Indian defense after pawn to d4. Knight f6, white really tries to control the center with the queen side pawns here. After e6, if white plays knight to c3, then black responds with bishop here to b4, pinning down this knight. And many times there's an exchange with the bishop and the knight. White's left with double pawns here on the c-file. Many players as white will try to whatever they can to avoid these lines because there's so many aggressive lines for black, and also it scores favorably from black's perspective. So you may even see instead of knight to c3, things like knight to f3. Anything they can do to make sure that they do not allow their opponent to play the Nimzo Indian defense. Coming in at number 6, we have the Icelandic Gambit. It already starts from a pretty aggressive line from black, and that is the Scandinavian defense with e4, d5. But after the pawn takes, black avoids the most common line of queen takes here, knight to c3, kicking the queen back. And black says, we're going to go ahead and give you that material. Let's play knight to f6. You can defend it with pawn here to c4, but then we're going to play pawn e6, opening up for both of our bishops now get involved into the game. Black has this queen here on d8, semi-open file that he can start getting involved into the game. The knight on f6 is already developed, and black has a lot of room to attack the opponent. If you have not tried this one, you're definitely going to want to check out the video I did on the Icelandic Gambit. It is a fun one for sure. I'm curious if you guys like this video. If you wouldn't mind hitting the like button, that definitely helps out the channel a lot. I think a lot of people are going to like this video, and I'm just curious to see what other people think are their most aggressive chess defenses that they like to play. If you wouldn't mind, let me know in the comments below what your favorite chess defense is. Coming in at number 5, we have the Schliemann Gambit, which arrives from the Ruy-Lopez. Fairly common opening in chess. e4, e5, knight to f3, knight to c6, and after bishop to b5. Anytime white is in the driver's seat, the Schliemann Gambit says, not so fast, my friend. We are going to play pawn to f5. We're going to give up material here on f5 to control the center of the board. Have no fear if you look and say the king side is not well protected. Black usually ends up castling on the queen side, and this is pure chaos. You also have a lot of opportunity to play this defense because many times white really likes to play the Ruy-Lopez. They feel like it's safe. They feel like they're in a good spot, and then you hit them with the Schliemann Gambit, and they just have no idea what to do. Coming in at number 4 is one of my favorite defenses, and that is the Latvian Gambit. People just do not expect you to play it, and that is e4, e5, knight f3, and then pawn to f5, immediately striking the center of the board here. I think this may just come from the fact that I like to play a lot of King's Gambit, so I'm just extremely comfortable always pushing my king side pawn here on the f-file up to control the center of the board, get a lot of other material involved, and try to put a lot of pressure on my opponent. But the Latvian Gambit is a fun one, pure chaos. If you haven't tried it, definitely check out the video I did on that one. It is a ton of fun, but it is chaos. Coming in at number 3, we have the Russo Gambit. One of the most common openings in chess is the Italian game with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then bishop here to c4. And black says, okay, you're trying to be pretty aggressive here. We are going to be just as aggressive, and that is playing pawn to f5, putting a lot of pressure on the central square here, and a lot of players do not know how to respond. So black many times can have the upper hand here. So if you haven't checked this one out, I definitely recommend it. It is an extremely aggressive line from black. Coming in at number 2, we have the Stafford Gambit, fan favorite, and that derives from the Petrov defense after e4, e5, knight f3, knight to f6. If you watched much chess on YouTube, you've probably seen a lot of videos on the Stafford Gambit, and it is a ton of fun to play. After the knight takes here on e5, main line is d6, forcing the knight to come back here to f3, but that's not as fun as the Stafford Gambit, and that is knight to c6. And then after knight takes, then black plays pawn takes c6. You can see everything is open for black. Both of the bishops are ready to get into action. The queen here is ready to get into the action, and black already has a developed piece here on f6. Extremely aggressive line from black and a ton of fun to play. Curious in the comments below if the Stafford Gambit ranks extremely high on your list of defenses to play as black, because I personally love this opening. Coming in at number 1, we have the Traxler counterattack. Starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop here to c4, the Italian game, knight f6, and then white plays the fried liver attack. You've probably come across this, or maybe even played this yourself with knight to g5, and then you have the Traxler counterattack. I really like playing this in person as well, because then you can play it and look at your opponent, let them know that you're the captain now. You're in the driver's seat. You don't care if they play the fried liver attack. You have just as strong attack as they do, and that is bishop here to c5. So yeah, you can attack my f7 square. I don't care, because the pain is coming. I'm attacking your f2 square, and we can just duke it out till the end of the game. Extremely aggressive line from Black, and that is why it is number 1 on my list. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. Hopefully you enjoyed my top 9 aggressive chess defenses. If there was a defense that I left out, please let me know in the comments below. Also curious if you agree with my assessment on what I think the best ones are to play. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I will see you guys next time. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Lucchini Gambit, which is an extremely fun opening that's filled with tons of traps. So it starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to c4, the pretty common Italian game, bishop here to c5, and the most common move for white is to play pawn c3, preparing for pawn to d4. There's only 3 moves that are tied for second. We have the Evans Gambit, which is pawn to b4. We have castling on the king side, and lastly we have pawn to d3. And the Lucchini Gambit comes from this variation where white plays pawn to d3. So if you are playing this variation right here, bishop here to c5, the piano, it's always good to understand how you're going to respond, because your opponent does have lots of options. But if they play pawn to d3, we have the Lucchini Gambit, and that is pawn to f5. Now there's a few variations that we are going to look at. The first one is knight to g5. You can see that this is preparing for the knight coming down to f7, forking this rook here and the queen. The bishop here on c4 is doing a good job of attacking the square here on f7. So that's going to be the most common line. This knight's also protected by the bishop here on c1, so it just makes logical sense. We also will look at if the bishop takes here on g8. We will also look at if white just decides to castle on the king side. So let's go and get into it and start with our first variation. The first variation we're going to look at is knight to g5, which makes a ton of sense. This knight's protected by the bishop here on c1. It can prepare to come down to f7, attack the queen, and this rook here on h8. But we're going to play pawn to f4, and there's 2 main reasons. One, it blocks off the dark square bishop from getting involved into the game, and also we want to play d5 at some point in a few variations, and that opens up for the light square bishop to not only get past the d pawn, as well as our f pawn right here. So f4 is a very, very important move in this variation. Now they play knight to f7, and then we play queen to h4, and this is the first trap, because hey, yeah, okay, you're attacking our queen and our rook. Sure, we have to move our queen, and now you can just take our rook, but then we actually win the game. Queen takes here on f2, and this is going to be checkmate. So they may recognize that it's a bad move. They're going to lose if they take our rook right here. They could castle on the king side. Since we're attacking with our queen and our bishop on f2, they could say, hey, let's castle. We have king protection. This rook here on f1 is protecting the pawn. So now they may actually feel pretty safe after we play the move knight to f6 that they can go ahead and take the rook here on h8. This is another trap, because this is going to lose. We played knight to g4, and this is threatening again this pawn here on h2 for checkmate. Really, the only good option they have is to play h3, but then we could just play knight takes here on f2. After the rook takes, we're going to take here with our queen. And after they play king to h1, then we play the move pawn to f3. And they don't have a lot of good options. If they take with their queen here, okay, well, that's going to be checkmate, so that's not a really good option. Their other option is to just take with their pawn here, but then we play the move pawn to d5. This opens up for the light square bishop can come up here, take the pawn here on h3. This is going to be very, very bad for white. You can see there's just not a lot of great options white has. Black also has the option of getting his knight up here to d4 if it wants to, and then can later come up here to e2, depending on where white goes. But all in all, this is going to be extremely good for black if white falls into that trap. Okay, so we come back a few moves. After they castle on the king side, we play knight f6. They don't have to fall for the trap here on h8, and that's completely fine. They could also try to blow up the center of the board, and one move to do that is d4. This does attack this bishop here on c5, putting a lot of pressure on the king side, so they could just decide, hey, let's not allow this. Let's go ahead and try to stop this. We're still going to play knight to g4, and it is slightly different after they play pawn to h3, but not too much, because we're still going to play knight takes here on f2. They can't take with their king. It's protected by the queen. After the rook takes here on f2, then we play bishop takes on d4. And this rook is being pinned down, and so you can see that they're kind of in the same spot. Even though they thought they were protecting the middle of the board, it's not going to end well for them. So another trap they can fall into by trying to feel like they are controlling the center of the board. So that's all what happens if they castle on the king side. Not a lot of great options for them. Now, the better option for them in this position is to play pawn to g3. We're going to play queen to h3, and now let's go ahead and take a look at the trap again. They may decide, okay, well, yeah, you don't even have your knight here on f6, so things should be good. I don't really see a way. Your queen's not attacking this square here on f2, so it should be clear for takeoff. Let's go ahead and take this rook here on h8. But now we play the move pawn to d5. Remember, we talked earlier about moving the f pawn as well as the d pawn to prepare for the light square bishop to get involved into the game. Now, they could take, because, yeah, why not? Hey, this is a outpost here for the bishop, free pawn, but we have the move bishop here to g4, pretty much trapping this queen here on d1. We'll look at both options. They could play both f3 here. They could also play queen to d2 here, just to give you an idea of how they may actually respond. Let's look at f3 first. From here, we're going to go ahead and take the pawn on g3, which looks a little odd, but that's exactly how we are going to continue here. And then, sure, go ahead and take our bishop here on g4. Then we're going to play g2. Now, this is extremely important because the pawn can take this rook here on h1 and promote to a queen. Can also do the same thing if it comes here to f1, which would be even worse, because then that new queen is protected by the queen. But if it comes here to g1, you can see that the bishop can just take here on g1. So white doesn't have a lot of good options. Now they could stall. You know, they could just take here on c6, then we take here. It's just delaying the inevitable. They play rook to g1. We're going to take with our bishop here. Maybe queen to d2, just trying to get another piece to help with the defense here. This knight here on h8 is not doing anything. The rook here on a1 is not doing anything. The knight here on b1, bishop here on c1 not doing anything. And chess is all about the amount of material you have involved in the attack. So the fact that we gave a rook up here on h8, it doesn't really matter because we have so much material attacking our opponent. So now we can take here on h2. Yeah, sure, maybe they're trying to get their queen involved into the game. And also this pawn here on g4 really stopped their queen from getting involved into the game. So when we gave up our bishop earlier in this position, right here, after we took here on g3 and they took it, really all this pawn is doing is stopping that queen from going anywhere in the game. So after queen to e3, well, we don't want to exchange off right away. Let's go ahead and take material right here, maybe king to d2, and then we promote to a queen. And you can see this is going to be a good game. Black is going to win this. So that's what happens if they play pawn to f3. That's definitely one option they have if they want to hold on to the queen. The other option is just queen to d2. From here, we can play knight to d4, and this is threatening a ton of options. One is just knight to f3. That's check, and also forking the queen here on d2. So they could decide now, okay, let's just go ahead and attack the king, because maybe you're always looking at this and saying, like, hey, the knight's here on h8, it could do something. It's actually protecting the square here on f7 for the bishop to come to, but it doesn't really matter because black can just play king to d8 and that threat is stopped. Okay, so if they play pawn to c3, and yes, white has some options, but just to give you an idea of the threat level that black has, we don't even have to play here knight to f3 first. Instead, we can start to threaten mate here with queen to g2, preparing to take here on h1, and then now maybe rook to f1, and then knight to f3 for the check, and the fork here on queen to d2. So it doesn't really matter how they want to fall for the trap. There's just so many options we have to strike our opponent and make things difficult for them. So that's what happens if they try the variation where they just play g3 instead of castling on the king side. And after we move our pawn to f4, they don't have to play knight to f7. They could actually play bishop here to f7 and just say, hey, this bishop is protected by the knight, so let's do something here. But we're just going to play king to f8. And I think the best move from white is just to play pawn to h4. But then we can kick the knight away, and it would be a huge mistake if they just move their knight back. Doesn't really matter where they can move it to, because then we just have a free piece right here. So that wouldn't be good for white. Instead, they probably just want to go ahead and take right here. So the bishop takes, and then after we take here with our pawn on g5, then they decide to bring their bishop back here to d5. Any other way, and either side is going to lose in that exchange here. But then we can take with our pawn here on h4, and you can see white has not done anything to develop the queen side of the board. The king side is wide open, so yes, we definitely pushed our f-pawn up the board, and our king is somewhat exposed, but they don't have a ton of material attacking us, and we're starting to push up on the king side of the board. We can put a lot of pressure on them. Now, let's say they play king to g4, can't come to h5, obviously, because of our rook, so maybe they come here and try to be pretty aggressive with their queen, but then we just play pawn to d6, solidify our pawn chain, opening up for a light for a bishop to attack the queen. It's not going to go well. They could even just try to push the queen down even more to try a trap of their own and just play queen to f7. We're not going to fall for that because we're masters at the Lucchini Gambit. We play queen to e7, stopping that threat, and they just don't have anything else to do. The other option they could look at is after the pawn takes here on h5, they could even play c3, knowing that they want to get their queen out on the queen side of the board, not the king side, because it's not doing too much. But then we just play queen to g5, attacking this pawn here on g2. Very difficult for them to hold on to this position. Maybe queen to f3, trying to stop this, but then pawn to d6, preparing to get the bishop here to g4. Just not a lot of good things going for white. So that is what happens if your opponent is going to be playing the most common move, which I think, and that is the knight to g5. The next variation we're going to look at is if the bishop takes here on g8. I don't think this is very common, but I do want to give some other iterations in case your opponent does not go with what we think they will do. Now, we are going to take their bishop here, so sure, yeah, if you want to exchange your bishop for our knight, that's completely fine. They could now play knight to g5, which makes a ton of sense. Now, the best move really is to play g6 in this position, setting a trap, because maybe they look at this and say, wow, that pawn there is free to take. But then we can play the move queen to h4. And this is almost forcing for us to take this knight here on h7, because this is checkmate if they try to hold on to this knight, which they can't really. But the threat is the queen takes here on f2, checkmate, and so they are going to lose this knight here on h7. So instead, they should not take that. But another option you have, and this is just the beauty of this opening, is you have so many different options, and your opponent can really fall into tons of traps regardless of where you go. Another option you have is queen to f6, and this could bait them to get their queen out involved into the game. Queen to h5 check. We're pretty much forced to play g6 here, attacking the queen. So the queen really has to move here, and they may think that they can take this pawn here on h7, but very similar to the knight. If you come down here, this is a poison pawn. You can't just take that pawn, because we're going to come and take something as well. We're going to play rook to h8, and the queen is going to fall. There's no way for them to hold on to it. So that's what's going to happen if they play bishop takes here on g8, and one variation that you could see. Another variation is castling on the king side. I think this is probably the safest of the plays from white. We're just going to play knight to f6. You could try just to exchange material right here, but I think after you do this, you're pretty much forced to play knight to f6, and I just don't think it's as good, because now they have the move knight to g5, and it's pretty annoying to deal with, I think, in this position. Instead, I think it's much better if we don't take that material, and instead play knight to f6 here. And now, if they play knight to d5, we can play queen to e7. And now if they come down here with their knights, because they may say, okay, this is protected, so I'm going to attack this rook here. Well, we can just play rook to f8, and you can see they really haven't made any ground up, and this is not going to be good for them. So you've pretty much stopped their threats of actually coming down to f7, and this is going to be just all fine for black. So that is an overview of the Lucchini Gambit. Hopefully you guys have a better idea of how you should be playing, or potentially should be playing after they play the move pawn to d3. If you ever run into this, have the opportunity to play it, I highly recommend it. Thank you guys so much for watching. As always, if you have other videos you would like to see, let me know in the comments below. Someone let me know the other day they wanted to see this video, so I made it. So just want everyone to know I do read the comments, and I do try to make all the videos that you request. So let me know in the comments below what you thought of this video, if there's anything else. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Madanovsky Gambit, and this is variation in the Owens defense. From black's standpoint, I actually don't recommend playing it. From white's standpoint, you actually could run into it every now and then, and so this video is going to be more about an introduction into the Gambit and how, from white's standpoint, they should optimally play against it, because it looks extremely tricky, and many times if you don't know how to play it, you may fall into some of their traps. So it starts out with e4, pretty common, and then b6. This is the Owens defense. Most times when players don't want to counterattack in the center of the board, it's usually correct just to control the center yourself, so e4 and then d4. Bishop here to b7, a hyper-modern defense, trying to control the center with their minor pieces, and then bishop here to d3. You can also play knight to c3 to protect this light square that's being attacked by the bishop, but many times players are looking to play bishop here to d3, get their knight involved into the game, castle on the king side, get your king safety as soon as possible. And this is where the Madanovsky Gambit comes into play, and it's with the move f5. And it looks extremely tricky, not something you would expect to see too often. And really the thought behind this is they want you to take here on f5, and then they're going to play bishop takes here on g2, attacking the rook here on h1. Now, unlike a lot of gambits where you may not want to take, there's usually a better line. In this particular gambit, I actually recommend taking that pawn here on f5, letting them bring the bishop here to g2, attacking the rook. If white plays optimally, which hopefully after this video you will be able to, white will definitely be ahead. So from here, the best move is for white to play queen to h5. The only legal option that black has is to play pawn to g6, and then white's going to capture here on g6. Now, black pretty much has to play bishop to g7 here. If they try something tricky, knight to, let's say, f6, attacking the queen, okay, well, now we can just take with our pawn here on h7. This is check. The only legal move they have is to take our queen, but that's going to be checkmate with bishop here to g6. The king is just in a terrible spot. He is trapped, nowhere to go. So that's not going to work. Can't bring the knight here to f6. They do, in fact, need to bring their bishop here to g7. As soon as they do, we're going to take here on h7. And then from here, the king's going to come to f8. This is also the only legal move that black has. So a lot of these are forced. There's not a lot of options that black has in these positions. This is where white can play suboptimally, but you'll definitely understand how to play correctly. Now, white really should be playing knight to f3 in the spot, but there's some other tempting variations that you could look at. One of those might be, hey, let's go ahead and take this knight here on g8. This is a free piece. Hey, my pawn's going to be taken at some point anyway, so we might as well just go ahead and take with our pawn. We can promote to a queen or a rook. It doesn't really matter. We're forcing our opponent to go ahead and take material right here. But then the problem is, if you look at this position, black's just going to take this rook here on h1. And so they're also attacking with their rook, the queen here on h5. And so we have to retreat our queen back. And they play bishop takes here on h1. And then maybe knight to c3. How else do you really attack here? Pawn to e6 to prepare to get the queen involved into the game. This also stops the knight coming down here to d5. Very important. Maybe bishop here to g5 attacking our queen, but queen here to e8. And yes, the king does not have any pawns in front of it, but also black has a fine setup. And I think black's going to be fine in this game. So if we come back, that's one variation you can look at. Another one might be, okay, let's just keep attacking with the queen. Queen to f5 may makes sense if you kind of look at it, but then you start to think, okay, well, what does black have here? Knight to f6. This stops the threat. It also prepares for rook taking here on h7, and then you realize this is not really a very good move. The only option you may have, bishop here to h6, but then just rook takes here on h7, and it's very tough to see how white's going to continue. They're also going to lose this rook here on h1. So the best move in this position is for white to play knight to f3. And this is where black has to play correctly just to somewhat stay in the game. White's definitely going to be ahead in this game. But if they look at this and say, okay, my plan all along was to take this rook here on h1, that is going to prove fatal for them because now we can just play the move knight to e5. This is threatening the move queen to f7 checkmate. The only way to stop this is to play the move queen to e8. Any other option they have, it's a pretty quick forced mate. But if they play queen to h8, still very difficult for them to hold on to things. We play pawn takes here on g8. Check. They pretty much have to take with their rook here. Don't want to take with the king. You can see that's going to be fatal after the queen takes the queen here on e8. So pretty much have to take with their rook here. But then after queen to f5, the only option is bishop to f6 and then bishop to h6. You can see an exchange here. And then after the king takes, now queen down to h7. You can see the bishop on d3 starting to play into the action here, defending the queen. So forcing the king to move. And now bishop to g6. And this is going to be lights out for black. Doesn't really matter how they continue. Sure, they could take material. And yes, we can take their queen automatically. But we don't have to because we can take with our pawn here on e5. And you can see the queen is trapped. The queen can't go anywhere or it is going to fall. And if it moves away, well, then white has the threat of queen to f7 checkmate. So pretty much has to take material. And you can see that is not going to end well. So after we play that knight to f3, they can't really take with their bishop here on h1. They really need to be playing the move knight to f6. This is attacking our queen, so we definitely are going to move our queen. We're going to move it to g6. Now from here, they have a couple options. Same thing as before. It would be a mistake if they take here on h1, but we are going to play something slightly different than moving our knights. Instead, we're going to play bishop down here to h6, and this is going to be lights out. No real way for them to stop this. They could take with their bishop right here. Queen takes. This is check. King to f7. Knight up here to g5. Lots of variations on how we could finish this, but after king to e8, bishop to g6, and this is going to be checkmate. So they can't really take with their bishop here on h1 after queen to g6. You can see their threat that they wanted all along in this game, it was to play bishop to g2 and then take here on h1. And we are putting them in so many situations where anytime they do that, it would be a mistake and they would lose the game. That's the whole point of playing as whites in this, is knowing that, yes, I will go ahead and allow you to continue down your threat in this gambit, but I'm never actually going to allow you to take the material here on h1. So after queen to g6, they really need to play the move bishop takes here on f3. That knight could be extremely dangerous. They just don't need to deal with it. So after that, then rook to g1. The rook is now safe. Don't have to worry about the bishop taking anymore. They can take with their rook here. This rook on h7 is protected by the knight here on f6, but then the queen just comes back here to g3. And this does a couple things. Once a discovered attack, the bishop here on d3 is now attacking the rook here on h7, and also the queen now attacks this bishop here on f3. So that is the Madanovsky Gambit. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Again, if you see that from your opponent playing the black pieces, it's okay. You don't have to worry if they actually play the move pawn to f5. This is a mistake on their part. You can gladly accept it. Let them take here on g2, and then you can start the attack with queen to h5, knowing that you're actually never going to give up that rook here on h1. So thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, let me know if there is another video you want me to make a video on. You can let me know in the comments below. You can always email me as well at thechesswebsite@gmail.com. But thanks again. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the bishop's opening. It starts out with e4, e5, and bishop to c4. Someone recently reached out and requested I do this opening, and my initial thought was, surely I've done this over the last 11 years. A pretty common opening. I just thought for sure I'd already done a video on this, but I had not. So today we're going to right that wrong and make a video on the bishop's opening. Now, a lot of people, after they play e4, e5, they always think, yes, knights before bishops, and so knight to f3 is way more popular than bishop to c4. But there's a lot of play that you can have with bishop to c4. We're going to be looking at the three main lines that you will see from black. That is knight to f6, knight to c6, and then bishop here to c5. The first variation we're going to look at is knight to f6, attacking the pawn here on e4. So pretty common response from white would be to play knight to c3, and then black's going to play bishop to c5, bishop down here to b4, attacking that knight, maybe even knight to c6, just getting more of the knights involved into the center of the game here. The way I like to approach this is to play the Ursov Gambit, and that is to play pawn to d4. Now, I have a separate video I did on this particular variation, so if you want to look more into this gambit, I'll have a link in the description below as well as at the end of this video. But the two main ways that you may see black approach this is the pawn takes here or the knight takes here on e4. Now, if the pawn takes here, well, we're always going to be playing knight to f3, attacking this pawn here on d4, and they may play bishop to c5 to protect that, maybe knight to c6 to protect that, or just say, you know what, we're just taking all the central pawns from white, we're going to play knight takes here on e4. So those are the things you may see. If you bishop to c5, then we're going to push forward with e5. And this really starts to put a lot of pressure on black because there's not a lot of great squares that black can go to before white can really put a lot of pressure on them. Knight comes back here to g8, and then all of a sudden knight to g5. And now the knight and the bishop are both attacking this pawn here on f7, which is extremely weak because the black king is the only piece defending it. So maybe pawn to d5, trying to open up the center of the board as well as attack this bishop. White can actually take here with en passant. This is a real move. White has one move and one move only where they can take with en passant here. And so this still allows for a strong attack. So, now they're almost relegated to play this knight to h6 to defend this f7 square. queen to e2 check, king over here to f8, have lost the right to castle on the king side anymore. Pawn takes here on c7, things just go extremely bad. So maybe they realize that the knight coming back here to g8 right away isn't going to solve their problems. If they just play d5 right away, well, now I think white can just take here on f6. And yes, they could take our bishop as well, but now queen to e2, bishop to e6. Don't think there's another option that black has here. But then we play pawn takes here on g7. They play rook to g8, and then bishop here g5, just getting more pieces involved into the action. This is queen check here. So many threats that white has here. I really, really like this setup. If we come back, maybe they don't play that bishop here to c5. Maybe instead they play knight to c6. Okay, from here, we can just push forward with pawn to e5. Sometimes, if you play pawn to e5, they'll play queen e7 because they recognize, yes, you can take that knight, but if we pin it down to your king, then you're not able to do that. Now, in this case, we're just going to play castle on the king side. If they take our pawn, we're just going to they take with their queen. We're going to play rook over here to e1. Knight down to e4, really the only logical move, but then pawn to f4, attacking the queen. And we start to have a pretty strong attack here. Now, one thing to keep in mind, that if they just come over here, maybe queen to f5, maintaining pressure on this f4 square, as well as still controlling the center of the board, you really need to be extremely aggressive. And it looks pretty weird to play pawn to g4 here because you have both your pawns on the f and the g file that have pushed up, and there's so much room in front of your king. There's no protection. But you have the advantage. You need to continue to keep attacking. So if they come back to, g6, we have f5 attacking the queen. Queen comes back here to c6, and then we play queen to d3. Maybe pawn to d5 attacking the bishop. If they do, though, this would be a huge mistake because bishop to b5 pins the queen down to the king. So pawn to d5 is not really an option for them. And so when you think about the pawn can't come down to d5, how do they really protect this knight here on e4? This is going to get captured by the rook or the queen right here on d3. So very, very difficult for black to hold on to this position. And because of that, this king here on g1 is not under any immediate threats. And white has so much more material attacking the opponent that they should have a pretty good game in the spot. Now, instead of playing queen to e7 after we push forward with pawn to e5, they don't have to play their queen. They could also just move their knight since the knight's under attack. Knight to g4, attacking this pawn. We are just going to castle on the king side. They can't really take it here because our next move is going to be rook here to e1 regardless. But now we can just take, and after they take, we're going to play rook here to e1, pinning down that knight here. But even with something, pawn to d6, doesn't really matter because our next move is going to be pawn to f4, attacking the knight can't move. It is pinned down, and so this knight is going to fall. Now, early on, maybe instead of knight to c6 in this spot, maybe they just decide to take additional material. Knight takes here on e4. Now, yes, white is down 2 pawns of material, but they can immediately just get back one of those pawns right here. Queen takes here on d4, and white has a lot more material involved into the game. And this is one of those situations where, this is the Urusov Gambit, so you are giving up a pawn for a very, very strong attack. And so you're attacking the knight. Knight usually is going to come back to f6. It can try to get creative with knight to c5, but I don't know that that's going to be a very strong option for them. So maybe knight to f6. They've moved this knight around a lot here. Came out here to f6, then it came down to e4, then it's come back to f6. They really haven't moved any of their other pieces. We can play knight to c3, and you can see we have a pretty good setup. We have both of our bishop that can easily get involved into the game. We're already attacking this f7 square. We can play knight to g5 to put a lot of pressure on this f7 square. We can get our dark square bishop involved into the game, pin down that knight. We can castle on the queen side if we want a very strong attack on this d file. We can castle on the king side if we want to. So a lot of different options that white has in this spot. So those are some of the things you might see in the Urusov Gambit if they play pawn takes here on d4. They could also just take with their knight here on e4. We're always going to be taking this pawn on e5. But one thing you have to keep in mind is when you play pawn takes here on e5, part of the reason they play knight to e4 is they're looking to play queen to h4, potentially because this is putting a lot of pressure on the king side. If you see this, you need to immediately take here on f7. If not, you're going to have a very, very rude awakening because once this knight moves, then your bishop is going to be under attack. So bishop takes here on f7. After the king takes, now you can play pawn to g3, forcing the queen to move. And because it's off of this 4th rank here, now the queen can come to d5, check. And then after either the king moves or the queen moves, does not matter. The queen can come back and take that knight here on e4. So always make sure that you do take that pawn here on f7 first before you do anything else. Now, if they want to attack the pawn here, maybe queen down here to h4 is maybe not on their roadmap here, but maybe queen to e7, attacking the pawn. I recommend playing knight to f3. You can try to get cute with queen to e2. I just don't think it's nearly as strong as knight to f3, holding down this pawn. Now, and not only are they attacking this pawn, but they're also threatening to move queen to b4. If they do this, we're going to be playing knight to d2 because if there is an exchange, knight takes here on d2. It does stop the check here, but also defends this bishop here on c4. So you don't want to recapture here because you're just going to lose that bishop. So always make sure that you recapture with your knight here on d2. Somewhat of a tricky spot because you do want to get your dark square bishop involved into the game, but you definitely need to make sure that you are protecting this bishop here on c4. Now, they may not decide to get their queen involved into the game. Instead, they could just play knight to c6, attacking this pawn. If this is the case, we're going to play bishop takes on f7. This is one of the reasons you play the bishop's opening is because you want the fastest attack to this f7 square. You want to sacrifice material, and you want to be chasing your opponent's king around the board as much as possible. So if they do this, hey, you take right here. Now you can play queen up here to d5, check, and then after they move, you're going to take this knight here on e4. So that's really what you're going to be thinking about if they come down with their knight to e4 is how can you sacrifice your bishop and then immediately take their knight here on e4. The next variation we are going to look at is knight to c6 after the bishop's opening. Now, you have a couple options here. The first one would be to play knight to f3. This is the Italian game, so if you like playing the Italian game, then you can just easily get into this opening. If you say, hey, the whole reason I'm watching this video is I don't like the Italian game, show me a different option, well, you're in luck, because that's exactly what I will show you. So pawn to d3 is my recommendation here, and part of the reason I like pawn to d3 is it almost invites my opponent to play bishop to b4. Sometimes my opponents don't always know exactly what they're going to do, and so if you can invite them into lines that you like, that encourages them to go down a path that's going to be beneficial for you. In this case, we're just playing pawn to c3. If they come back to, let's say, a5, I really like the move pawn to a4, and the reason for that is it doesn't look like it's an immediate threat, but it actually is an immediate threat. So if they play knight to f6, which would be a huge mistake, they're actually going to lose material. Pawn to b4, attacking the bishop comes back here to b6, and you can see that material is going to fall here. So while a4 doesn't look like it's immediately attacking this bishop, it actually is. So I like to put as much pressure on my opponent to not just think one move ahead, but a couple moves ahead to see where my threat is. So in this case, they could play pawn to a6 to prepare for the bishop coming back here to b6 and then a7, but now I can just play queen or bishop here to e3 and continue to attack this dark square diagonal here. Now if they don't come back to a5, they could just play bishop to c5. That's fine as well. Pawn to d4. If they come back to b6, because they can always come back to e7, that's fine as well. But now a4, and it's really just forcing their hand. They have to play something like pawn to a6, or else they are going to lose a material. Now, if they don't play their bishop out here to b4, maybe knight to f6. In this case, I'm just going to be playing knight to c3. May not be the most exciting opening, but we still can get our dark square bishop involved into the game pretty easily. Then we can play queen up here to d2, castle on the queen side if we want to. We can castle on the king side. We still have options at some point if we wanted to push forward with f4. We could play knight to f3 at some point, so we still have lots of options that we want. The last variation we are going to look at is bishop here to c5. Now, this is another variation where you have options. If you really like the Gioco Piano, you could play knight to f3 because more than likely your opponent's going to play knight to c6. This is something you're saying, no, I don't like this. I want to avoid this at all costs. I have another option for you. I've seen some other people recommend some other lines here. I really like the move queen to g4. Now, usually people are not going to recommend getting their queens into the game very early, but I think in the bishop's opening, it does make sense. And the main reason I like it is because the way I see people play against queen to g4. Almost everyone seems to be playing pawn to g6 to stop. Yeah, this stops the immediate threat here. They also can't mirror. So, one thing about these openings, they're just mirroring exactly what we are doing. They can't mirror the move queen to g4 because they just lose their queen if they brought it down here to g5. So they can't do that. They have to figure out, okay, now how do I change the game plan here? The pawn's under attack. Pretty easy to just play pawn to g6 here. Okay, that's fine. Knight or queen to f3, but they're almost always playing knight to f6. They recognize that the threat is queen to f7 checkmate, so no one wants to fall for that. So they know they need to get material involved into the game, and so they play knight to f6. And then we can play the move pawn to d4. And the reason why I like the whole setup is this move right here because it's inviting them to take with their pawn, it's inviting them to take with their bishop, and both of those are going to be a mistake. And I always want to put my opponent in a position where they can make a mistake. So let's look at both of those options so you can see just the threat that white has. The first variation we're going to look at is the pawn takes here on d4, and we're going to push forward with e5, attacking this knight here on f6. And you can start to see that one of the main threats that we have here is that the knight moves, then black is going to lose the game. This bishop on c4 is putting so much pressure on this f7 square, and the queen is just eyeing this down. So it's almost pinning down the knight to a checkmate. So this is a weird way to think about a pin, but it definitely is pinning down that knight to a huge threat here. So how do they really continue from here? Well, pawn to d5, they really have to stop this bishop here. And from here, we could play bishop to g5, getting more pressure on our opponent. Now we're pinning down the knight to the queen, an actual immediate pin here. And so how do they continue? If they take with their pawn here on c4 to say, okay, well, we just have to take that bishop because we know that's an immediate threat here. Okay, well, that gets difficult because bishop takes here on f6, and this is attacking the queen and the rook. Black's going to go down a ton of material here and a pretty bad position. But if they don't, let's say instead, maybe knight to d7 says, okay, let's defend that material here. But as soon as they do, this knight here on d7 actually blocks off the queen from defending that pawn here on d5. So white takes this material. It still has that huge threat here. It's pinning down the knight, so the knight can't move back. It still loses to queen to f7 checkmate, and so the pawn can take here. The bishop can take here. You have three pieces, the queen, pawn, and the bishop, all eyeing down this f6 square, and black only has two pieces to defend it. So that's not going to go well either. Now, if we come back and say, what if the pawn doesn't take here? What if the bishop takes instead? In this case, our move order is going to be a little bit different because before we just push forward with e5, we don't have that option, but we can still have a huge pin, and that is the bishop here to g5. Same thing, the knight can't move because then we can just play queen to f7 checkmate. So how do they really continue from here? They really have to play something like d5. Everything else is going to lose because just bishop takes on f6. This is going to attack the queen and the rook. That's going to go poorly. So d5 makes the most sense. I'll show you what d6 looks like as well. It's going to be bad, but pawn to d5. Okay, well now we can just play the move pawn to c3. And the reason we play pawn to c3, first we have to look at what happens if we don't. So if we just take bishop here to f6, okay, well now they can just play pawn to e4, taking that pawn. They're attacking our queen, we're attacking their queen. They're not under check, so they're not going to lose the game. So bishop takes here. They take our queen. We don't have the threat anymore of checkmate. And so now it's just come down to an exchange, and who wins that exchange? So knight takes on f3, bishop takes on b2, and you can see that's a critical square that we don't want to lose here. Bishop to f6, attacking the rook. They can castle. Maybe bishop takes on e5, but then rook to e8, pinning down the bishop. Things are not very good, and you can see also the rook here on a1 is going to fall. So that's not the variation that we want to go down. Instead of taking with our bishop here on f6, we can first play the move pawn to c3, and things change drastically. Now they can't just play pawn takes here on e4, because now we can actually take with their queen up here. If they take with their queen, okay, we take with our bishop here on f6, attacking the rook. They still castle on the king side, but now we take with their pawn, they take, and now we take with our bishop. And you can see we are miles ahead of them. We have two of their minor pieces. They have none of our minor pieces, and we should have a pretty easy game in this spot. So they're probably not going to take with their pawn here on e4 after this position. But then, what else do? They could take this bishop here on c4, but still, they're going to lose because we could just take this knight here on f6. So that's what happens if they play d5. It's not really a good option. If they play d6, things are just bad because we can just take their knight here on f6, and you can see attacking the queen and the rook. That's a fork that they're not able to deal with. So that's why I really like setting up this position, because you just run into that g6 and the knight to f6, and then after pawn to d4, they just don't know how to deal with it, and both of the options with the pawn and the bishop taking it are going to be a huge mistake. So that's reason enough for me to go ahead and get my queen involved into the game with queen to g4. But that is the bishop's opening. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you haven't already, please hit that like button. Definitely helps out the channel a lot. If there are other videos, sometimes I think I've made videos for openings and I just haven't. So let me know in the comments below, or you can always reach out to me via email. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Henderson Gambit, which is a pretty wild variation in not only the King's Gambit, but the Falkbeer Counter Gambit. I've got a few requests on this opening. I'm not exactly sure why. From White's perspective, I'm not sure it's the best way to attack the Falkbeer Counter Gambit, but I thought I would go into the video. One is the King's Gambit. If anyone has a request in the King's Gambit, I try to make those videos for sure. But also from Black's perspective, it's always good to know if your opponent's doing something weird and outside the norm, how should you attack that? So I know a lot of people really enjoy the Falkbeer Counter Gambit, so I thought this would be good to go over because you may see it from time to time. So the King's Gambit, the best opening in chess, starts out with pawn e4, e5, and then pawn to f4. And the Falkbeer Counter Gambit continues with d5. It says, I'm just going to counterattack the center of the board here. Now, usually White's going to be playing knight to f3 because that really stops the threat of the queen coming down here to h4. But the Henderson Gambit says, what if we just go wild in the center and play pawn to d4? And so this is the opening that we're going to be going over today. There's four variations we're going to look at. We're going to look at this pawn here on e5 takes either the pawn here on f4 or here on d4. We're going to look at this pawn on d5 taking on e4. And lastly, we're going to look at the knight coming here to f6. More than likely, I think they're going to take one of these central pawns, but they definitely could play knight to f6. There's some interesting lines that if you were playing as black that you could go down. So let's dive into the first variation. That's the pawn taking here on f4. And this heads up for the immediate threat of queen to h4 check. Now you can't do that right away because queen down to h4 and then just play pawn g3. This stops our threat right away. Queen has to move back here. But after the pawn takes on f4, there's an immediate threat down here on h4 that white has to deal with. Now from white's perspective, if you run this like a computer engine, one, the computer is going to be very confused that you're playing the Henderson Gambit. Doesn't have a lot of theory on it. And so it's going to recommend some ridiculous moves like pawn takes here on d5. I think that's a terrible move. Absolutely don't play that as white because then you're just going to have to deal with queen down to h4. And how do you really deal with this? Okay, pawn to g3 doesn't make a lot of sense because pawn takes here. The next move is going to be pawn to g2, discovered attack, and then you're going to lose the rook here on h1. Okay, so maybe play bishop to g2 to stop that, but then they just take the pawn here on h2, check, king, all things bad, it's not going very well. But the only other option instead of g3 is you play king to d2, knight to f6, this king is blocking your dark square bishop, which usually wants to come out, take this pawn here on f4, this pawn here on d5 is going to fall, the dark square bishop get involved into the game, and it's all just bad. Just don't do this at all. So really the option you should be looking at if you're white's perspective is you need to be playing bishop takes here on f4. This stops the threat of the queen coming down here to h4, because then yeah, you just play pawn to g3, you still have this structure here, you are blowing up your king side of the board, you can always cast on the queen side if you wanted to, but then black is going to be forced to retreat in this spot. So after the bishop takes here on f4, black's typically going to just take here on e4. I think black has a pretty good setup, but I think this is the best white can get out of this position. Usually if you give up your f-pawn in the king's gambit, you typically want to have your e-pawn. If you don't have either of these pawns, it's going to be very difficult to hold on for a really strong game. But playing a continue knight to c3, attacking the pawn, knight to f6, as you typically see as both knights really attacking the pawn and defending the pawn. Bishop here to c4, you have to stay pretty aggressive here. Bishop d7, preparing to castle on the king side. Knight to e2, can't come to knight to f3, where it normally would want to come to because of the pawn here, so maybe knight to e2, castle on the king side, castle. And you can see black is up a pawn to material. I think it's going to be difficult for white. But again, they don't have too many good options. This is not the best opening from white's perspective, but you can see it's not too difficult for black to come up with a very good game plan against this gambit. The next version we're going to look at is if the pawn on e5 now takes the d4 pawn. White's usually going to respond. The queen takes on d4. Both of the bishops from white can easily get involved into the game. Now they have a central queen that can be very, very difficult to deal with. We're going to look at two variations. One is the pawn taking here on e4 for black. Now, white needs to be cautious not to go ahead and train queens because after the king takes, maybe knight to c3 attacking the pawn, knight to f6 defending the pawn. You can see bishop c4. The king comes back over here to e8. Black is up a pawn to material. And usually, from white's perspective, in the king's gambit, you go down a pawn to material, but you still have your powerful piece in the queen, and then you launch a pretty big attack, and then hopefully you have the advantage. You're chasing your opponent's king around. You have your queen. You have a strong attack. White does not have that here. White's just down a pawn to material, and there's no clear path to go ahead and get that back. So this is not the best approach for white. Now, that does not mean that this is the correct play for black. I think there's a better option for black. You can put your opponent in a tougher spot because if white plays it correctly, they could just go ahead and take the pawn here on e4. Now, both sides have no central pawns, which is kind of a weird setup in chess, but then maybe bishop to e7, knight here to c3, knight to f6 here, attacking the queen. Queen can come back. If black wants to trade, they absolutely can. Knight to c6, just definitely don't think this is the best approach that black can take instead of taking this pawn here on e4. What I really like is the move knight to f6 because it's really baiting your opponent. This just sets up so easy for them to play the move e5. It attacks the knight here on f6. Okay, great. And they have a little pawn chain going right here. So this is almost an immediate move that you might see here. And black has the really good move knight to e4. This is a great outpost. This knight here on e4 can't be moved by a pawn on either the d or the f file. D pawn is gone, and the f pawn here on f4 is already passed. And so how does white really continue here? They can put themselves in a pretty tough spot in this position. As one example, they may play bishop here to d3 and say, okay, I have to get this out of the way, so let's go ahead and play bishop d3, attacking this knight. But that loses to bishop to c5. Now, if you start to look at the moves that the queen can go to, it can't retreat back on this d file. It can't come down this dark square diagonal, just lose to the bishop here. Can't take the bishop, that's protected by the knight here. The only safe square is queen over here to a4 check. Bishop to d7, attacking the queen. Queen falls back here, but then the devastating move, queen to h4 check. And you can see pawn g3, knight takes here on g3. If the pawn takes, queen takes here on h1. But then how does white really continue in this spot? So you can see the light square bishop getting involved into the game if it needs to. This dark square bishop is still attacking all these dark squares here. So this is going to be a pretty tough spot. Now, if we look from black's or from white's standpoint, what are the other options to continue? Sometimes if there's an outpost, you always want to attack that pawn. So maybe pawn to c4. But same thing, bishop here to c5, attacking this queen. Queen's in a pretty tough spot here. Now, they in this spot, they can take maybe this pawn here, but then after the queen takes here on d5, the pawn takes, now knight down to f2. This is defended by the bishop here on c5, and this rook here on h1 is going to fall. So again, white fell for the trap, and it's just so difficult to see all the threats that black really has. Another option would be, instead of playing pawn to c4, they could play knight to f3. Same thing as before, bishop to c5, maybe queen a4, pawn c6, stopping the threat right there. Bishop to d3 maybe makes more sense from white's standpoint to try to get this knight, which is a really good outpost, away. But then pawn down to b5, attacking the queen. Queen b3, bishop here to e6, preparing for a discovered attack with d4. Or if there's ever a capture here on e4 as well, that would also be a discovered attack on the queen here. So lots of good options from black if they decide to allow us to have this knight here on e4. The next variation we're going to be looking at is if this d pawn takes on e4. Extremely uncommon. But hey, thought we'd go over it just because you may see some crazy stuff if you're already playing this gambit. Now, usually from white's perspective, they're looking to give up the pawn here on f4. They usually don't get the chance to take back material and have two central pawns to their opponent's one central pawn. So they're probably just going to snap take here on e5. And the only way that black can really continue here, they can't play knight to f6 because it's being stopped by the pawn here on e5. They don't want to play knight to e7, knight to h6, and then after bishop to c4, bishop down here to g4, and this knight protected here. But if your play really is to play knight to h6 and bishop down to g4, I think there's just so many better options for black here. Hopefully, if you're facing this as black, you've chosen a different option that we already went over here. But from here, you may see knight to e2, blocking the attack on the queen here, knight to c6, attacking this pawn here on d4. Now maybe pawn to c3, stopping that, or just say, you know what, we don't even care about that. Maybe knight to c3, because it doesn't matter too much. This knight here on e2 can't really defend this pawn on d4 because it is being pinned down by the bishop here on g4. So maybe queen to h4 check, pawn g3, queen comes back here, doubling up the attack on this light square diagonal here. Who knows exactly how play could continue, or it could just castle. So instead of pawn to c3 or knight to c3, just castle on the king side. Maybe the bishop takes here, queen comes down, takes pawn here on d4 check. So a lot of variations that you could come down, not a lot of theory in this particular variation. Don't think you'll see it too much. Instead of that last exchange with the pawn, you could actually see the knight taking here, or the knight just coming down to f6. It's a pretty interesting idea here, and it all stems from the thought of, yeah, after the pawn takes on e5, really want to get that outpost here on e4. Now, it's not as good as the setup as we saw before, but still very difficult for white to deal with. And so how do they deal with it now? They could just play knight to f3. Okay, well, we see c5, attacking this pawn here on d4. Maybe bishop to d3, attacking knight. A little bit better now. The queen's not trapped as it was here on d4, and the bishop comes down to c5 as we saw before. So maybe knight to c6, bishop takes, pawn takes, attacking this knight here on g5, and then the pawn takes, and this puts a lot of pressure on white here. Now the knight can come take here on e4. Things get pretty complicated from here. You can see queen down to d5, preparing to get the bishops involved into the game, attacking this knight right here. How does white really continue to defend this? One idea is to play knight to d2. Can't come to c3. That's being defended by this square here on d4. So maybe knight to d2. But then knight takes here on d5, and you can see this dark square bishop is blocked off for white. Don't think it's a pretty good setup at all. Another option is to say, okay, we don't want to block off this bishop. Let's go ahead and play queen to f3 here, but then just bishop to e6. Maybe bishop out here at f4, getting it outside, and now the knight, if it wants to come to d2, it can, but then the knight can still take here, even if the bishop takes, queen takes here, castle on the king side, and white's going to have a better position. White's have a pawn in material, it has the bishop pair here, and I think going into an open-ended endgame, black's just going to have a much better game. So that is the very interesting Henderson Gambit in the King's Gambit, Falkbeer counter Gambit variations. From white's perspective, again, I think there's better options. If you're just having fun, which I think chess should be, you can definitely try it out, but from black's perspective, I think you definitely have some good options to attack your opponent if they are going to try this. Hopefully this was helpful, entertaining for those who had maybe not heard of it before or seen it, but if you have played it, let me know what your thoughts are. If there's any other openings or any other videos you'd like me to do, let me know in the comments below. Always looking for requests, looking to add some to the wish list that I'll be making over the next few weeks and months. But thank you guys so much for watching the video. I'll see you guys next time. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Tarrasch defense, which is a variation in the Queen's Gambit decline lines. Queen's Gambit starts out with d4, d5, and then c4. Followed by e6. This is the Queen's Gambit decline, and then knight c3, pawn to c5. This is the Tarrasch defense. It's a pretty aggressive line from black to counter the center control of the board. The specific lines we're going to be going over today, the first is the main variation, that is the pawn taking here on d5. We're also going to look at knight to f3, as well as just e3, solidifying the pawn chain here from white. So the first variation, the main line, is the pawn taking here on d5. Black's always going to capture on d5. And this is nice for black because it opens up both of the bishops. Many times when black opens, especially in the Queen's Gambit decline lines, it's very difficult to get both of the bishops involved into the game. But you can see already, the dark square bishop can get outside the pawn chain as well as the light square bishop as well. White has two responses. One's going to be to take this pawn here on c5. The other one is just going to play knight to f3, development move, controlling the center of the board, protecting this pawn here on d4. So the first one we're going to look at is if the pawn takes on c5. There's a lot of ways that black can respond here. We have just pushing forward with d4, attacking this knight right here, the bishop taking here on c5, as well as just playing knight to f6, protecting this pawn here on d5. I'm going to go over all three options, but I do recommend playing the pawn pushing forward here to d4. I think this is, if you have an isolated queen pawn, I think pushing it up the board and putting pressure on your opponent is the best way to go about it. If you have an isolated queen pawn and you just allow your opponent to aim all of their material at that, it really creates a weakness for you. So I like to take that opportunity and flip it on its head and really attack my opponent with that. So attacking the knight here on c3, they have a couple options. They could look at it and say queen to a4 check, and I'm just going to go ahead and take this material here on d4. That's not going to work though, because knight to c6, this not only stops the check but also protects this pawn here on d4. Now they could even come down to knight to b5, attacking this pawn on d4, but then we play bishop takes on c5, and we have the knight, the bishop, and the queen all protecting this pawn. So queen to a4 is not going to work for them. They could also play knight c4. Since their knight's under attack, really need to be moving that knight here. In this case, we are going to play knight to f6, attacking the knight. Now they could go ahead and take our knight here. That's fine. We do want to capture with our queen here. I don't want to blow up our king side protection of the pawns. And from here, maybe they play pawn to b4. We played knight to c6, attacking this pawn right here, completely exposing their queen side of the board, just pushing up their pawns here. Have no queen protection. Don't have their light square bishop involved into the game because their e-pawn has not moved as well. If they continue pushing, we can just counter with something like a5 and really blow things up. But we do have both our bishops involved into the game. We have our queen involved into the game. We have this pawn here, although it's an isolated queen pawn. It's putting a lot of pressure on many of the squares white would want to go to. And we do have a knight here on c6 that can easily get involved into the game as well. Sometimes they don't take that knight here on f6. A lot of players, anytime they see knights come to f6, they immediately play bishop to g5. This pins down the knight to the queen. It also allows them to play something like e3 while getting their dark square bishop involved into the game before it gets blocked off by something like e3. In this case, we're just going to play knight to c6. This adds another defender to this pawn here on d4, which is definitely what we're looking for. The reason I prefer the move d4 after they take the pawn here on c5 is because I think if, let's say, bishop takes here on c5, which, hey, black got that material back, both sides, 2 pawns down in material, black has both the bishops involved into the game, but things get pretty tricky if they play queen takes here on d5. Yes, we could just take with our queen, but if they take here, then they're threatening this knight to c7 check, forking the rook here, and you can see white's up a pawn in material, and without our queen, we're really left in a tough spot. Now, we do have the move queen to b6, and this is threatening this bishop coming and taking here on f2. If you think your opponent may not play optimally here, then this could be an option for sure, because they could play a mistake. They could play something like queen to e5, check, and we play knight to e7, and it's pretty enticing for them to take this pawn here on g7, and they're like, okay, what's the big deal here? I'm going to go ahead and attack this rook, but we do have the move bishop to f2 check. King comes to d1, now rook to g8. Maybe they try to gobble up more material. Queen to h7. Yes, our king is completely in the center of the board, but after bishop to f5, attacking this queen here, our rook is protected by the knight. This queen right here on b6 is protecting the bishop. You can see their king is exposed as well. We can start to have a lot of attacks on board, and white's going to have a pretty tough spot in this example. But if they don't play queen to e5 and try to give a check, if they just play the move knight to e4, this defends the pawn here on f2, and now black really doesn't have a strong attack. So I think this move here on e4 stops it for me as far as actually wanting to play that bishop taking here on c5 right away. Now the other option is black has the option of pawn taking here on c5 and then knight to f6. They could just defend this pawn right here, maybe b4. We played knight to c6. And they have a couple options here. They could defend with pawn to a3, protecting this pawn right here. And then we just push forward, attack their knight here. I always recommend using that isolated queen pawn to attack. Maybe knight to a4, pawn up here, b5, attacking the knight. They could opposite and take the pawn, but that's fine. We play pawn takes here on b6. The rook is attacking the knight here on a4. Knight on a4 is just awkwardly placed, and we still have both of our bishops can easily get involved into the game. Black should be okay in the spot. And also, if we instead don't say a3, they could just push forward with b5. That's fine. We're still going to push forward here with d4 attacking. Maybe they come a4. We play knight to e4. Things can get pretty tricky here with queen to a5 check. Now that the queen takes, we can gobble up that material as well. So as far as my rank, I think d4 is probably my favorite, followed by knight to f6, and then followed by bishop taking here on c5 as far as how I would respond if they take this. But they don't have to take here on c5. They could also just play knight to f3. If that's the case, we're just going to play knight to f6. Said before, many times you play knight to f6, they're immediately going to play bishop here to g5. We're going to play knight to c6. The key difference here is if they play bishop takes on f6, we don't want to take with our queen. Before I said, yes, you do want to take. This is a situation you don't, because they can now just play knight takes here on d5, attacking the queen right here, also threatening the knight coming down here to c7. So in this instance, with this specific setup, the bishop takes here, I do recommend taking with your pawn right here. Now we come back, maybe they don't play bishop here to g5. Many times players like to fianchetto on the king side of the board. I've seen in this Tarrasch defense, so maybe g3, and we're still going to play knight to c6 here, bishop here g2, and then we take with our pawn here on d4. They take with their knight, and we play bishop here to c5, attacking the knight, also threatening. Behind that, the f2, we can square, we can castle on the king side. And now you can see both sides are equal in material, but black has a pretty good setup. Also open up for the light square bishop to get involved in the game. So things pretty good if they decide to go the knight to f3 route. The next variation is, what if they don't take here on d5? What if they instead play knight to f3? Just simple development move for the knights here. We're going to go ahead and take with our pawn on d4. Anytime we play up here to c5, we are attacking the center of the board. And if they're not going to take the pawn, we are definitely going to capture their center. Now they have two options. They could take with their knight, they could take with their queen. Knight seems more reasonable to me. We're just going to play knight to f6 here. Anytime they play this, they could just take with their pawn. We're just going to take with our knights right here. And if they take, we do have the isolated queen pawn. That's completely fine. Many times instead of taking, they could just play the bishop to g5 as we talked about before. We're just going to go ahead and take that material here on c4. Now black is up in material. We've only given up one pawn. White's given up two, which is pretty rare in the Tarrasch defense because usually white has an extra pawn, but black has more development, can get their bishop involved into the game, it can put a lot of pressure with their isolated queen pawn on the opponent. But in this case, you can see black is now up in material. And if they take, then we can take with our queen. We don't have to destroy our king side of the board because they don't have any threats of taking extra material. Now, if we come back and say, what if they don't take with their knights? If they take with their queen, I think this is pretty poor. Because anytime the queen here on d4, we can just play knight to c6, attacking this queen. They could play something, queen to h4, we exchange, but after the exchange right here, we take on c4. Black is up in material, and white's just awkwardly placed. The knight here on h4 is not doing much good at all. They can also play their queen somewhere else, queen to g4. You never know exactly where they're going to go here. But this gets tricky with pawn to d4. And where exactly do they go? Coming back to b1 feels pretty bad. They're just losing so much in development. That's two moves that they brought it out here to c3 and then moving it back here. E4 doesn't work because of f5. This works the queen and the knight here. That's not good. They maybe look at knight to b5 and say, okay, now I have two knights and a queen all attacking this pawn. Maybe that feels good because now black is overloaded because it only has two pieces. But now we can just play pawn to a3 and said, go ahead and take that pawn. That's fine with us because after they do, we can now play bishop here to b4. And after bishop takes, or bishop to d2 and we capture here, now knight takes on d2. And this is where we've removed one of the defenders. So the knight here on f3 was defending the square. So after knight takes on d2, we can now come up with queen to d4 and we're in a pretty good spot. The last variation we are going to look at is if they play pawn to e3. A lot of players, if they see a very aggressive move like the Tarrasch defense is, they get pretty defensive, and pawn to e3 does exactly that. It solidifies the pawn chain, so if we do capture here, then they can just recapture, and so it allows them to play pretty safely. Now, if they do play that e3, we're just going to play knight to f6 here, and now if they decide to capture, that's completely fine. It's going to look very similar to some of the other variations that we've looked at. If they just don't want to take material at all, that's just not their game plan. That's part of the reason they play e3. Let's say they play knight to f3. We're going to play knight to c6 here. Maybe they play bishop to d3. And this is one of those instances, anytime you see bishop coming here to d3, and you have a pawn that can capture in the queen's gambit, usually want to capture that material because they're going to be capturing with their bishop. They've essentially lost a move. They brought their bishop here to d3. Now we're forcing them to move that bishop here to c4. So did lose a move. We're going to capture here on d4. They recapture and then bishop here to d6. And you can see pretty good setup. And now we have white with the queen isolated pawn, so we can start to attack that. Go ahead and castle on the king side, get some safety here. But then yeah, black's game plan is going to be attack this isolated pawn right here, and black should have a good game. So that is the Tarrasch defense. It's always good to have different moves against the queen's gambit since it is such a popular opening. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. If there's other videos you'd like me to make, let me know in the comments below. You can always email me at thechesswebsite@gmail.com. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Shevchenko Slav. So if you are playing as black and you like to play the Slav against the Queen's Gambit, or if you're white and you like to play the Queen's Gambit, you run into the Slav, I think this video is going to be very informative. If you're not familiar with the Slav, starts out with the Queen's Gambit with d4, d5, and then c4 here, giving up this pawn if black wants it. But the Slav says we're going to decline that here with c6, and then white's usually playing knight to f3, knight to f6 here, and then knight to c3. And sometimes they may change the order of these. They could bring their knight out to c3 first, but usually this is the setup that we're going to see. And then from black's standpoint, in the Shevchenko Slav, black plays the move pawn to a6. Now I do have other videos if you want to watch on just the Slav itself. If you want to look at the semi-Slav, you can look at those. But in today's video, we're going to be looking at a6 and all the variations that black may run into, and some of the common themes that black's going to be looking for in this particular opening. Now from here, white may continue with the main idea, and that is to play pawn here to e3, solidifying this pawn chain, opening up for the light square bishop to get involved. They can castle on the king side right away, and black's going to push forward here on the queen side. Part of the reason that they play this pawn to a6 is to push forward here with b5. Now, normally without this pawn here on b5, white's really looking for an exchange here. So pawn takes here on c4, and now that the light square bishop is available to come into the action, white can take this pawn here on c4 and develop material at the same time, getting ready to castle on the king side. This usually ends up as a very good exchange for white because they're able to do so many things at the same time. Not so much the case when the pawn is here on b5, because if black's able to capture this pawn right here on c4, the white bishop can't take here because it's defended by the pawn here on b5. So they could decide, let's go ahead and just defend this with pawn to b3. They could also just push forward here, c5. Some players, as soon as they see this material, they open up with the d6 and d6 squares and just push forward with c5. And they can also make a mistake. They can play bishop to d3 because this is pretty common if the pawn hasn't taken here on c4. This would be a big mistake. It's very different when the pawn is here on b5. So we'll look at those three variations first. The first one being pawn here to b3. Black plays bishop here to f5. One of the things that black wants to do is get the light square bishop involved into the game before they kind of block off the pawn chain here with e6. Now, white could start to just take material here. If they take, let's say, pawn takes here on b5, then pawn takes here, and then really white needs to play pawn to a4. They can't let black just completely dominate the queen side of the board, but then black can just push forward here with b4. Then it comes back here to e2, and then pawn to e6. You can see black has a very good setup here. Eventually, we want to take control of this open c file, but can get the dark square bishop involved into the game. This knight here on e2 is blocking this bishop here on f1. It's going to be very difficult to castle on the king side anytime soon. And white's not going to be castling to the queen side anytime soon either. If we come back, maybe they don't take that pawn here on b5. They can always try and capture the pawn here on d5. Black's just going to capture right here. Maybe bishop d2, preparing to castle on the king side, looking at their options here, but then pawn to e6, again, very solid setup from black in this position. If they don't take, they could just decide, let's go ahead and push forward here with c5. Anytime you see c5, and you'll see this through a few variations that we'll look at today, I pretty much am always going to be playing knight here to to d7. This sets up a couple things, but it also stops this knight coming here to e5. Black can also push forward with e5 at some point. This pawn here on d4, it starts to get overloaded, controlling this e5 square as well as defending this c5 square, and so this knight coming here to d7 allows me to push forward here at e5 and put a lot of pressure on my opponent. Now, in this case, if we do play that knight to d7, I don't think they have tons of great options here, although they could just play bishop here to e2, castle on the king side. I think that's fine for them. If they don't play pawn to c5, they could also just play knight to e5. In this case, I really like attacking on the king side. This knight right here, yes, it's attacking this pawn here on c6, so this knight on b8 is going to have to stay at home and defend this for a while, but I think black can really start to push on the king side of the board. You can see the queen side for both sides, completely extended up the board. The pawns are not adding any layer of protection to the king, so I say let's go on the offensive here and play pawn to h5. Maybe they play their bishop to maybe b2. I think that's fine. But then we just play e6, get our dark square bishop involved into the game if we want to. We can still castle, but I do think we have a very strong attack here on the king side if we wanted to. So that's what it looks like if the pawn comes here to b3, but they could not. They could just play pawn to c5 and just say, I don't want to worry about the c4 square at all. And that's fine. Anytime we see that c5, you already know we're going to be playing knight here to d7. Just so you can kind of see what this would look like. We are worried at some points about this knight to e5, and this knight here on d7 protects that because we could just take right here, pawn takes, and then knight comes back here to d7, attacking both of these pawns here on c5 and e5. Black should have a pretty good game from there. You can always play pawn to e6 in the future, get your dark square bishop involved into the game. If they don't play knight to e5, I don't think they would after we play knight to d7. If they play bishop to e2, now we can start to fianchetto on the king side of the board, play pawn to g6. If they castle, we play bishop here to g7. Now coming back, they can also make mistakes because some people have never heard or seen the Chevanenko Slav. And so once you play this pawn to b5, they could play bishop here to d3 because they're used to you taking here on c4 eventually, and then they just take here. Yes, they lost a tempo because they moved their bishop twice, but this is just how they play. Not recognizing that, okay, this is very different because they can't just take the pawn here because then their bishop is going to fall. So as soon as they play bishop to d3, you are going to take with your pawn, and then the bishop's just going to fall back here to e2. You play e6, and you are now up a pawn in material. So that's what we're looking at if they play that e3 early on in the opening. They don't have to play e3. Another variation you could see is queen to b3. And this just really says, hey, if you're going to be playing that bishop here to f5, which we definitely are at some time, then queen to b3 is attacking this pawn here on b7. Now, the nice thing about the Chevanenko Slav is it gives more variations on ways you can defend this pawn, because you can even play rook here to a7 at some point to protect this pawn if you really wanted to get your light square bishop involved into the game. But in this case, they play queen to b3. We are just going to be taking this material here on c4. They're going to take with their queen, and then we're going to be pushing forward here to b5. I always like to play variations where I can put my opponent in a tough spot that if they haven't seen it before, they can definitely make a huge mistake and I can go on to an easy victory. But even if they don't, I still have a very, very solid structure. And that's what I think pawn to b5 does, because they still may want to keep their queen very involved into the game. They may not want to just come back to queen to d3. And so they could look at it and say, okay, queen to b4, it's still definitely in the mix, but this definitely is going to be a very, very bad move because of the move pawn to e5. And you can see that the queen is starting to get trapped here. There's no actual good squares for it to go to. It can't stay on this dark square diagonal. It can't come here to a5. It would be captured by the queen here. The only safe square it can come to is b3. Now white can take here with the pawn here on d4, attacking the knight here on c3. This knight doesn't have any good options as well. We really like to come here to e4, but that's being defended by the knight on f6. So really can come back to d1 or b1. So maybe d1 just because they feel like, okay, it started on b1, so I have to feel good about myself. Let's bring it back here to d1. But then bishop here to e6, attacking the queen. Maybe queen comes back here to c2. Pawn up here to c5. You can start to see there's a lot of pressure coming against white here. Yes, black is up a pawn in material here, but definitely feels like black is controlling things. White has no pawns push forward at all. Black is completely controlling the queen side of the board and doesn't have any room to really get the other pieces involved into the game. So this would be a huge mistake, but even if they don't take or come here to b4, I think it's fine because queen to d3 makes a lot of sense. Drop it back, stay centralized, still involved into the action. From here, black just plays pawn to e6. Solid structure on the king side, preparing to get your dark square bishop involved into the game. Maybe pawn to e4, trying to control the center of the board here. Bishop to b7. You can start to counterattack at the center of the board from the wings here. You can even fianchetto to the king side as well, since they do have the two central pawns, both sides equal in material here, but you are going to have to counterattack by bring your bishop to the side and attacking that way. The last variation we're going to look at is if they play pawn to c5. They say, I just don't even want to worry about this c4 square, so I'm just going to push forward right here. Anytime we see c5, you should know by now we're going to be playing knight here to d7. Now, they could play pawn to e3. I think this makes logical sense for them, solidifying this long pawn chain here, opening up for the light square bishop to go anywhere they want, castle on the king side. But the problem is we can really chip away at the center of the board by playing pawn to e5. And they may think, okay, well, I have a pawn and a knight attacking this square here, and black only has a knight, so why would they ever play e5? But after they take right here, we can play the move knight to e4. And you can start to see if they take right here, we're going to capture with our pawn attacking the knight, and the knight is the lone defender of this pawn here on e5. So if they play the move knight to d4, well, now we can take here on e5, and it also allows us to, at some point, play bishop takes here on c5. We can castle on the king side if we want to. If they want to attack this pawn, that's fine. They can play knight to d2. But then we play knight takes on c5. The reason we take it this time on c5 is because this knight is now defending this pawn here on e4, and you can see this knight here on d2 is blocking off this dark square bishop from defending this pawn here, and you can see this queen here on d8 is definitely a threat. So if they wanted to exchange queens off the board, we can make that happen for them. But also we have an outpost coming up here on knight to d3 check. If we wanted to add some extra pressure on our opponent as well, we can also get our light square bishop involved and put some additional pressure on them that way. Now, they may not take with their, or they may not play that pawn to e3. Another option that they could have is to get their dark square bishop involved into the game. Much like we want to get our light square bishop involved into the game before we play pawn to e6, they might get their dark square bishop involved into the game before they play that pawn to e3. In this case, I recommend playing knight to h5, attacking the bishop. I think the bishop may just come back to like d2. It doesn't make any sense to me to come back to c1, but maybe bishop to d2 makes them feel good about themselves that they have now got their bishop involved into the game. And now we could play pawn to g6, preparing to fianchetto to the king side of the board. I think that's fine, but also gives them an opportunity. Maybe they feel like this is a great outpost. Bishop here to e5. Yes, it may be tempting to go and take with your knight, but I recommend just playing pawn to f6. Maybe they bring their bishop back here to g3 now, and then we can push forward here with e5. You can start to see black really has the center control here, and all their pieces are working in unison. Now, if they don't bring their bishop out, they could also play the move queen to c2. In this case, we can just play pawn to e5. That queen on c2 is not defending these dark squares in the center of the board here. So if they take, we can now play a knight up here to g4. This is not only attacking this pawn from this knight, but also this knight as well. And this bishop here on f8 is also attacking this pawn here on c5. So black is going to get that pawn back in material. Maybe they played knight to a4 to protect this pawn. That's fine. We can just come back and take this pawn here on e5. So that is the Shevchenko Slav. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, if you wouldn't mind, please hitting that like button. Definitely supports the channel. Lets me know that you like these type of videos. But thank you so much for the support. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Macdonald Gambit in the King's Gambit. King's Gambit starts out e4, e5, pawn to f4. This is my favorite chess opening of all time. If you watch my videos for a while, you definitely know this about me. And after the pawn takes, knight to f3, pretty common variation from here. Pawn g5, bishop here to c4, pawn to g4, attacking the knight here. And now this is where the Macdonald Gambit comes into play. And if you're like me, if you have a favorite chess opening, you usually have different lines that you like to play against your opponents. My main line that I go to is the Muzio Gambit. That's castling here on the king side. Pawn takes, queen takes here on f3. And white has a very strong attack, but I also really like to play the Macdonald Gambit. And that says, let's not castle on the king side right away. Instead, let's just get more material involved into the game. So if you haven't played knight to c3, I definitely recommend it. In this video, we're going to be looking at the accepted line. That is pawn taking here on f3. There are other variations that black may decide to play. It does not have to take here on f3. And actually, I think there's some very good lines that black has without just taking this knight here on f3. Not going to be going over that in this video, but when this video, hopefully this video at some point, reaches 25,000 views, that's going to be my signal to say, go ahead and make the decline line. So definitely show your support for the video. Share this with your friends. As soon as it hits 25,000, I'll go ahead and make that decline line. But in this one, we are going to be looking at pawn takes here on f3. Same as you would expect in the Muzio Gambit. The queen's going to come to f3 and take here. They're going to be looking at different lines. The first one is d6. Pretty common theme ever since the days back, and Bobby Fischer said, King's Gambit, all you have to do is play d6 from black and you can pretty much win. So that's one variation we're going to be looking at. The second one's going to be knight to f6. Pretty standard opening from black here. We're going to look at d5, just trying to blow up the entire center of the board. And then something that used to be looked at is, queen here on f3, attacking the pawn, bishop to h6, trying to hold on to that pawn here on f4. The first variation we are going to look at is d6. White's just going to castle on the king side. You can start to see the queen and the rook lining up here on this f-file, this bishop here on c4, also eyeing down this f7 square. So a lot of pressure on black eventually. None of the material here on this 8th rank have moved for black. Now, black was able to capture that knight, was able to capture that pawn here on f4, although we've captured one of those pawns back. But you can see that black may decide, hey, we're up in material here. Let's go ahead and start to exchange off. So this bishop here on c4 is a huge threat, eyeing down this f7 square. They could play maybe bishop to e6. Okay, well, now there's just going to be an exchange. And after this right here, then queen to h5 check. That pawn here on f7 is no longer being able to defend this king. The king has to move, no other square. And so while white doesn't have the pawn here on f2, you can still see that the white king is pretty safe. And this black king on d7 is going to be chased for the rest of the game here. d4, you can see this does open up to attack this pawn here on f4 from the bishop here. It doesn't matter if the king comes to d7 or e7. I think both of these white's just going to be looking to play pawn to d4. Now, maybe they don't want to trade off it, and they see the exchange, and they say, okay, that's not going to work out really well for me. Maybe knight to f6. Well, in this case, yeah, we're just going to be playing pawn to d4. This bishop here is attacking the pawn. They can't really hold on to this pawn at all. Bishop to h6 does absolutely nothing because the bishop, queen, and rook from white are eyeing down. So it's just too much material here because now this bishop takes here on f4, and black just kind of sits there and realizes, okay, I just wasted a move. I can't actually defend that material. So maybe they play something else. Maybe bishop to e7. Okay, well, now the queen just takes here on f4. You can start to see white definitely controls the center of the board. Black isn't going to be castling on the queen side anytime soon. The king side safety is kind of blown up after the pawn from the g file is gone. So that's definitely going to be tough. You could also see maybe rook to g8, just trying to control this semi-open g file. But now the bishop takes here on f4, so we said before. White has two central pawns. The bishops both are controlling the center of this board. It just seems very difficult for black to stop all of the threats that white has. Now, maybe black doesn't play bishop to f6. Maybe instead bishop to g7, just trying to control the center of the board here. White's just going to take here on f4. But this does open up for bishop to d4 check. Doesn't really matter too much. King to h1 is just a nice little safety here. And then maybe knight to f6. Knight to d5, attacking the knight here. What's nice here is that there's a real threat here. Yes, the bishop on c4 was attacking the pawn, but also there's this barrel right here. And if the knight takes, that's going to be checkmate right here. Can't take that. So what other options do they have? Maybe in this case, they play bishop to e6. But now just knight takes here on f6. Maybe the bishop takes. You see the exchange on the board. At the end of the day, I think this is going to be completely fine for white. Going into the endgame, up a pawn in material. Also has the bishop, which is going to be able to really control a lot of the game, where this knight is not going to the endgame nearly as strong as that bishop. If we come back a few moves, bishop to e6, just look at that variation. Maybe knight to d7. I do think that this makes some sense, just because this knight is defending the knight here on f6, so trying to solidify something here from all the critical squares that white is controlling. White can just slowly start to chip away here. Pawn to c3, forcing the bishop to come back. There's no real great squares. Bishop to e5 does attack the queen here, but then just queen to f3. Just bring it back a little bit, still controlling the semi-open f-file. And you can start to see that black doesn't have a lot of great squares. The queen here on d8 is completely blocked in, can't come to e7. That's still defended by this knight here on d5. You can see light square bishop's now completely blocked off. Black king here on e8. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to castle on the king side, but then that opens up a lot more threats here. And you can see the next move from white. So you play pawn to d4, attacking this bishop, opening up for the dark square bishop to get involved into the game. Bring your rook over and start to attack on the king side of the board. I like this attack from white quite a bit. So that was if they play pawn to d6, what I do think is the most common line that you will see. But they could try some other random stuff. Knight to f6 here. I don't think it's the best option. You can just go ahead and capture here on f4. And then they're probably going to be looking to just play something in the center of the board with pawn to d6, and we've already looked at how to approach that. But if maybe something else, knight to c6 here, well, then you're just going to castle on the king side, eyeing down the same threats we had before on this fi here with your queen, rook, and your bishop here on c4. And then maybe bishop to d7 from them, but then you just push forward, e5. There's just so many threats, it's very difficult for them to deal with that. Maybe bishop here to c5, check. But then after the king moves here, there's just no real good way for them to continue. They're going to lose material here. Maybe rook to f8. We just take the knight here on f6. Just don't think they have many good options there. So instead, I think one that's more common you will see instead of pawn to d6. You may also see pawn to d5. Black is up material. They got that knight there on f3, so they may say, let's just go ahead and blow up the center of the board. As long as I'm not cramped, I should have a good game. Knight takes here on d5, getting that material, but they do have open lines for their pieces. They just haven't moved anything on this 8th rank, which is part of the reason people like playing many of these lines in the King's Gambit. It's definitely why I like to. It just has so many aggressive pieces here. They could try to now attack the knight, just pawn to c6. We're just going to take the material on f4. Pretty easy decision for us. And even if they continue to attack us, maybe bishop to d6, getting more material involved into the game from them since they don't have anything else. But they really don't understand just how much we have as far as threats. Knight to g6 is a real threat because this threatens queen to f7 checkmate, but it also attacks the rook here on h8. They definitely have to deal with the checkmate first, so maybe queen to f6. But then we can just take with our knight here on h8. They're probably going to take our queen, and we take their queen back. Even if they take our knight right here, and they just will go down 2 pawns of material, we just take with our queen right here. After the king moves, we can just exchange right here. Going into the endgame, we should be very good. Both sides have a bishop pair, and then we have a rook and a knight versus 2 rooks. We have more pawns than our opponent. Definitely should be an easy game for us. We come back a few moves, and let's say they don't play that pawn to c6. Maybe instead of attacking the knights, they look at it and say, let's just go ahead and get our knight involved into the game here. And we just go ahead and take with our queen on f4. Keep the knight here, great little outpost. If it's not being attacked, we don't have to move it. It was just pretty easy for us if it was attacked to go ahead and come back here to f4. But that's definitely an option. If they don't play pawn to the center of the board, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, bishop here to h6, trying to defend this pawn is one option. But really, white can just overwhelm that square. Pawn to d4, white's definitely controlling the center of the board, opens up for the dark square bishop to attack that. No real good way for them to keep that pressure on. Knight to c6 here. White castles on the king side, queen, rook, and bishop all eyeing down here. And the bishop here on h6 is really trying to defend this when black really needs to start opening up lines to counterattack in the center of the board and build up a stronger defense. This does not do that at all. So this is just an introduction to the McDonald Gambit in the King's Gambit, my favorite opening. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you haven't tried this out, maybe you've only been playing the Muzio Gambit, definitely recommend trying this knight to c3 at the beginning. Let me know what you guys think. Again, if we do get to 25,000, I will be making the decline lines just so you can see what happens. Hey, if they didn't take my knight on f3, what do I do? Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you for the support. Let me know if there's any other extended lines in your favorite chess opening you would like me to make, and I just may make that in a future video. So thanks again. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Brussels Gambit, which is a variation in the Sicilian defense. So it starts out with e4, c5, the Sicilian, and then after knight to f3, black plays the move pawn to f5. This is the Brussels Gambit. Many times I'll make a video on a gambit and show you all the fun ways that you can play that gambit. Now you can catch your opponent off guard, and it's going to be a lot of fun. This video is going to be a bit different because playing as black, I really don't recommend playing the Brussels Gambit in any capacity. And so this video is going to be more about how white should attack the Brussels Gambit if your opponent ever decides to surprise you with this opening. So white is going to take this pawn right here on f5. Sometimes you may see pawn pushing forward to e5, but I recommend taking this pawn here on f5. And so we're going to be looking at the variations that black could continue from here and how white should respond. You could see d5 opening up for this light square bishop here. You could see knight to c6, pretty common in the Sicilian defense. Knight to f6, trying to develop on the king side as well, or maybe something basic like d6, solidifying the pawn chain, opening up for this light square bishop. So those are the variations we're going to be looking at on how to attack the Brussels Gambit. Also want to touch on why I think this is a bad opening for black. Usually with a gambit, you have some sort of compensation, whether that's a tempo advantage, you have a strong attack against your opponent. There's something that you're trying to get for giving up that pawn in material. And this almost looks like a King's Gambit play where you give up that f-pawn. But in the King's Gambit, there's a couple things that are different about this. One is black goes second, and so they're already down a move. But also, they had their first move as c5. And so this doesn't do anything for the King's Gambit play, which is develop very quickly to the king side of the board, open up the center pawn so you can get your bishops involved into the game. And so black's really down 2 moves if they're playing that sort of opening, like the King's Gambit, where you get your rook here to f8, have a strong attack on the semi-open file. If you look at it here, the most aggressive pieces, usually in these gambits, is the bishops. Well, all the bishops are blocked off here by the 2 central pawns have not moved at all. You can get the knights involved, and so we'll look at what that looks like. But you can tell all this has really done is weakened the king side of the board. Now, it has removed the central e-pawn for white, but it's just now moved over here to f5, and it's a troublesome square that we'll look at here in a minute for how black's going to deal with. So that's why I don't prefer playing this at black in any capacity, even if it's a blitz game. But if you're white, you play against Sicilian defense, it's always good to understand, what do I do if my opponent throws something tricky at me? The first variation we're going to look at is d5. This opens up one of the central pawns and allows this light square bishop here on c8 to attack this pawn here on f5. So makes a lot of sense. If you can get back this material that you lost here on f5, get a very powerful piece involved into the attack, this sounds like a win. Now, anytime you see this d pawn move, doesn't matter if it's d6 or d5, you should be thinking about getting your bishop here to b5, putting the opponent in check and forcing them to make a decision on how they want to continue. Now, they could play knight to c6. They could also play bishop to d7. We'll look at that as well. If they play knight to c6 here, which is a pretty common move, then you're going to be playing knight to e5. This knight here on c6 is pinned down to the king. Anytime you have a piece pinned down, it's always good to attack that piece because they can't move. And so this knight here on e5 is a very strong attack here. And there's a couple ways they could continue. One of the first options is, okay, I'm just not going to worry about this right now. I can just play bishop takes here on f5. Well, from here, white's going to take here on c6. And then the pawn takes on c6. Now, black could try something like queen to b6, and they'll actually use this in another variation, but I want to show you what's wrong with this position here, because you can see this is attacking the bishop and the knight right here. Now, the knight wants to move, but then the queen could take the bishop. But white has to move knight to d4. This is a discovered check, so the bishop here on b5 is attacking the king, but also this knight here on d4 is defending this bishop here on b5. So the queen can't just take it because then the knight would capture right here. So if we look at the different options, one option would just be king to d8, but now you can see that this knight here on d4 can take the bishop on f5. So this is not going to be a very good position for black. Yes, they could take the bishop, but you can see black's already lost two minor pieces, doesn't really have a safe king right here. All of a sudden, white can get their queen involved into the game. Very easy for white to dominate this position. Now, if black says, okay, well, my king's under attack, I can just move my bishop back here to d7. You can, but now the queen to h5, and this is a very difficult attack for black to deal with. They can play g6 to stop this. Now bishop takes on d7, king takes d7, and now queen over to d5. Check, and now it's very difficult for black to deal with all of the threats that we have. So if we come back a few moves, instead of that queen to b6, going to be much better if they just take with their pawn here on c6. But now bishop to c6, maybe bishop here to d7 to protect that, and then bishop takes here on d5. I do recognize that you could take this rook here on a8, and then they could just swing over here and take your bishop. I personally think it's good to continue. You're still gobbling up material here. So d5, you still have a central bishop right here. You can cast on the king side, get your queen involved into the game. You are winning as white, but it is good to have powerful pieces still involved in the game. You can see this dark square bishop still can't move, has to do something here. And so I really like this over taking this rook here on a8. Now, after the knight comes to e5, attacking that pinned piece here on c6, black does not have to take here on f5. They could play knight to f6. White's still going to continue with knight takes here on c6, and really, black needs to be thinking about queen to b6. Now, we talked about before why that was not a good move, and that was because white had to move knight to d4, and then that was not only defending this bishop here on b5, but also was attacking the bishop that was here on f5. That's no longer the case because black did not take that pawn here on f5, so this is not going to be as good, because now just king to d8, and all of a sudden, knight to e6, this is an outpost, but okay, after the bishop's exchange with the knight, then the queen takes here on d6, this is not as good. So if in this position, knight to d4 is not the move, instead, white's going to play the move knight to a7, which looks somewhat odd, but you have to remember that this is a discovered check, so the bishop here on b5 is putting the black king in check, and also this knight here on a7 is still protecting this bishop here on b5, so the queen can't take it. So maybe king to f7, if this is the case, knight to c8. So just took a pawn, now it's taking a bishop right here. So even if the queen were to take here on b5, that's fine, knight to c3, attacking this queen right here. Yes, this knight's going to probably fall, but white is up in material, and you can see that this king is completely exposed, and white's going to be able to attack that for the rest of the game. If we come back a few moves, instead of king to f7, they have other options. They could play king to d8. Same thing, I just go ahead and take their bishop here on c8. The goal really is to take a pawn and a bishop, just gobble up more material, put their king in a worse position once the king moves. They can't castle anymore, so that's going to be good. It could also play bishop to d7. This is blocking the bishop. In this case, go ahead and take with your bishop right here. After the king takes, maybe queen to f3, just getting more material involved into the game. And this also puts a threat on this knight to f6, because if this knight moves, it really exposes this pawn here on d5, because this knight's the only piece that's defending it, and then the queen can take here on d5. And they could try to use it as an outpost, knight to e4 at some point. White can castle on the king side if they want to. They could play knight to c3 at some point. Black's going to be using a move up here to take this knight. So white just has to realize that that knight's gone, but still up in material. Very good position. The king is exposed and can really attack that for the rest of the game. So we come back to this initial setup after d5, bishop to b5, putting our opponent in check. They could play bishop to d7. Stopping that's fine. We're going to be playing the same thing, knight to e5, attacking this pinned piece right here. And the reason I like this is it almost is baiting them to play the bishop takes on b5, because why not? The problem is this is going to fail because white has to move queen to h5 check, and there's not a lot of great ways for black to deal with this. You have pawn to g6 to stop that. Pawn takes here on g6. They can't just take with their pawn because that's checkmate right there. So we definitely know that that loses. So instead, the best move would be knight to f6, attacking the queen. But okay, now we can push forward with g7. And now when they take our queen, we can take their rook and promote to a queen right here. So you can see we've only lost that bishop. They've lost their rook. We've gobbled up some pawns here. They've gobbled up one of our pawns. We've taken two of their pawns. And their king is still in the center of the board. This dark square bishop's not helping, and it can't move right now because it's pinned down by this queen. White has a very strong attack and castle on the king side, play either d3 to block the bishop, or some point d4, get the dark square bishop involved into the game. So this is going to be a pretty easy game for white. So that's why playing the knight to e5 early in that position, almost baiting them to play this bishop takes on b5 is definitely going to be a good option. Now they don't have to take. If they don't take here, they could play knight to f6. We're just going to take their bishop here on d7. They pretty much need to take with this knight. If they took with their other knight, that would be terrible because then we're playing the queen to h5 and we run into the same thing as before. But assuming they take with their knight here on d7, we can just play d4, preparing to get our dark square bishop involved into the game. We still have our queen threat at all times, so still very, very strong attack that white has against black. So what if they don't play d5? They're not looking to get their central pawns involved into the game, get their bishops involved. Maybe they want to get their knights involved. So one of those might be knight to c6. Just start pushing in the center of the board here, d4. And this is very similar to how you'll normally be playing the Sicilian defense, is knight to f3, pawn pushing forward here to d5. If they take with their pawn, that's great. You just take with your knight, same as you normally play in the Sicilian defense, and you still have that threat of queen to h5. Now, if they don't take, they could play d5 themselves. In this case, anytime you see that d-pawn move, you should be thinking bishop to b5. It's either going to be check or pinning down material. In this case, they played knight to c6, so you're pinning down this knight right here. You have the threat at some point of knight to e5, attacking that pin piece. Always be looking to attack pin material. If they play pawn to a6, sure, you can just go ahead and exchange right here, take with their pawn. You can take their pawn here on c5. That's fine. If they decide to maybe take this pawn here on f5, one of the reasons you play d5 is to play bishop takes here on f5. That's fine. You can just take their own pawn here on c5. You still have their knight pinned down, so I think this is going to be a good variation as well. Maybe they don't play d5. Maybe they play queen to b6. Many times you play the Sicilian and then you want to try to get your queen over here to b6 at some point. You can push forward if you want to, attacking this knight here on c6, but really, I just would take this material here on c5. If they take with their queen, that's fine. Bishop to d3, castle on the king side. You can see they really haven't made a ton of improvement in their position. This bishop on d3 also protects the pawn here on f5 from this queen. So all in all, really like this position from white. If they try to get their other knight involved at the beginning of the game, knight to f6, really the only option I see here. You're going to continue same thing. Pawn to d4, same as a normal Sicilian defense. You're attacking in the center with d4. If they play d5, same as before, bishop to b5, check. If they decide to take, knight takes here on d4, which we are used to seeing here. If they play their knight, you have a lot of different options as far as what you want to do, but if they play d5, same as before, bishop to b5, check. And even if we come back to the very beginning, maybe they don't play knight to f6, they could just play d6, bishop to b5, check, and then depending on where they go, you have lots of options here. The one thing that's going to be different is you don't have the move knight to e5 to attack that pinned piece here if they play like knight to c6. So just be aware of that, so you don't want to lose your knight right away. But you can castle on the king side. You can attack the center of the board with d4 to get your dark square bishop involved into the game. So a lot of different options. But at the end of the day, the Brussels gambit, not something I recommend as black, and I love a good gambit. I love to catch my opponent off guard if you have enough compensation. Even if you're just playing a rapid or a blitz game, I do like to find gambits that I can find an edge. The Brussels gambit, I don't think that is the case. So you may not run into it all that often, but you definitely may see it if you run against the Sicilian defense. Hopefully this video gave you an idea of how to attack the Brussels gambit if you ever run into it. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Let me know what you thought of this video in the comment section. Also, if there's other videos you want me to go over, let me know in the comments. If you have questions about the video or any other variations, you can also ask me that in the comments. I will be replying to all those as well. So thanks again. I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the decline variation in the Stafford Gambit. Stafford Gambit coming from the Petrov defense, which starts out with e4, e5, knight to f3, and then knight to f6. After white takes on e5, then black plays knight to c6. Let's get this main line d6, kicking the knight back here to f3, get that out of here. We're going to play knight to c6. Now, I have already made a video on the accepted line. I'll have a link in the description below if you want to check out that video. Also, we'll have a link at the top of this video if you want to check that out at some point. But the main line would be for white to take here on c6. This is the best move for white, only if they really truly understand all the theory on how they should proceed, because after black takes on c6, there's a lot of traps that white can fall into. You can see things are completely open for black to start to attack, but white does not have to take here on c6. So that's what this video is going to be going over, the decline lines. The variations that you could see from white, one is just pushing forward here with the d4, controlling the center of the board, and this knight here on e5. You could also see knight to f3, just kicking the knight back, says, yeah, I got that pawn in material. I was already coming back here to f3. I just expected black to play d6 here, so they could just retreat back to f3. And then the last option would be pushing forward with f4, similar to the d4. This is just another option, much worse option than pushing forward to d4, but you could see something crazy like f4, so we're going to look at that as well. The first variation we are going to look at is if the pawn comes to d4, controlling the center of the board, as well as this knight here on e5, and then black's going to play queen to e7. Now, it looks like it's attacking this knight. It's actually attacking this pawn here on e4. They have a couple options. They could take with their knight here on c6, and you can see this queen is attacking this pawn on e4. So after it takes here, this is check. They have a few ways that they could defend this. Bishop to e2, preparing to castle on the king side. Black takes here on c6, and this is kind of how the Stafford Gambit is looking to go for black anyway. They take here on c6. They would have taken that knight earlier if they just had the accepted line. Both the bishops can get outside and start to attack the opponent. Black has options. They can castle on the queen side or the king side. Then from here, maybe castle on the king side, bishop to e6. You can see castle on the queen side pretty easy there, or you could get your other dark square bishop involved into the game. Now, they could also bring their other bishop, maybe bishop to e3. Same thing, pawn takes here on a c6. If they play knight to c3 attacking the queen, then black can get the dark square bishop involved into the game, pinning down the knight to the king. They would have to bring their bishop back if they wanted to get rid of that pin, but you can see that that is pinned down by the queen. So putting a lot of pressure on them. So yes, this is attacking the queen here, but they're going to have to get their light square bishop out before they castle on the king side. So this is how you would approach it in that sense. They could also just do it with their queen instead of the bishops blocking. They could just play queen to e2. If that's the case, you could just take with your queen. After bishop takes, pawn to c6, taking the knight here. And this is a fine position. Bishop to f5, attacking the pawn here on c2, preparing to castle on the queen side. You're not down in material at all. So you offer up a gambit. If they decline it, you're not going down in material. So you're usually going to come to a place where both sides are equal in material, and you definitely have a good board presence. After black played that queen to e7, if they don't take here on c6, more than likely they're going to play knight to c3. This knight's already protected by the pawn, so they don't have to do anything right away. If that's the case, knight's going to take on e5. The pawn has to take here on e5, and then queen takes e5, so you can see both sides down one pawn and one knight in material here. If they continue to push forward, f4 is really the best option for whites, but man, it just feels extremely weird to start pushing forward all this material in front of the king because black has so much material involved into the action. Queen's going to come back here at e6. Would really like to stay active, but there's no good squares for the queen to come to. Now they could maybe push forward with e5, which makes some sense, attacking the knight right here. But now black can just play bishop to b4, pinning down that knight. They don't want to play something like pawn to f5, because then just the queen could come back here to e5, and this is the exact square that black wants to be. Now, if they don't play f4, which I think is the best move for white, they could try something else. Maybe bishop here to d3, protects the pawn, also prepares to castle on the king side of the board. Same thought as before, bishop to b4, pinning down this knight, preparing to castle on the king side. If they do castle, I think that's fine. You can just go ahead and take with your bishop right here, and then if they recapture, they have double pawns here on the c file, and there's no pawns on either the d or the b file, so that's really a good position for black to be in. Now, white does have the bishop pair, so that is what white is giving up for having these double pawns here on the c file, but I think this is a fine way to continue for black. If they don't castle on the king side, maybe they play bishop to d2, trying to stop the pin right here. Okay, well now you can just push forward with d5, trying to put more pressure on your opponent. I think this is a fine way to continue. The next variation we are going to look at is knight to f3, just retreating. In this case, we're going to go ahead and take that material here on e4. And they have a lot of options here. One option would just be to play knight to c3, almost a reverse Stafford gambit that says, hey, you tried to do this against us, now we're going to try to do it against you. You could take here on c3, but because they declined our gambits, we are not going to give them the time of day and allow them to do their shenanigans that we were trying to do. So instead, we're going to push forward with d5. Now from here, many times they will play queen to e2. This pins down the knight, and essentially they're setting up the move d3. On our end, we don't actually care at all. We're trying to get material involved into the game, so we're going to play bishop here to b4, and then they play d3. Guess what? We still don't care. We're going to castle on the king side. We're going to give up that material here on e4. So they take with their pawn. We're going to capture with our own pawn here on e4, attacking this knight on f3. They're usually going to bring it back here to d2. This is the best move for white. But now is where things get interesting because black has the move knight to d4, starting to put a ton of pressure on white. Just to show you some of the pressure that white is under, the queen is under attack right now, and they could try to bring their queen out to c4. Seems like a logical play. This is attacking both this knight here on d4 as well as the bishop here on b4. But after the move bishop to e6, this queen is actually trapped. It's going to fall. There's no way to stop that at all. You can see this light square diagonal can't go there. Can't come here because it's going to fall to the bishop. Can't come here. It's going to fall to the pawn or the knight here. It's going to fall to the knight, fall to the pawn right here, to the pawn and the knight right here. The only option is if it wants to capture some material. So it could take here on b4, but now black has the move knight takes here on c2, forking the queen. This is check, and so after the king comes to d1, then the queen is going to fall here on b4. So the best move really for the queen is to protect this square here on c1 or c2 because the threat of knight takes here on c2. So white plays the move queen to d1. But the fun does not stop there for black. Because you've watched this video, you will know how to continue. Always looking to get material involved into the action. That is the name of the game with most of the openings that we cover at thechesswebsite.com. So we're going to be playing a bishop to g4. Now, the first thing in any move in chess, you always want to be looking at, can I take that material? Did my opponent make a blunder? Can I just immediately take that? You can see this bishop here on g4 is unprotected. We are asking the queen to take this material here on g4. Yes, this is absolutely what we are looking to do. But one of the second things that you should always be thinking about in chess is what is the space left behind? That queen on d1 was protecting something, and that is the square here on c2. That's exactly what black's looking to attack here, and that is knight takes here on c2, check, forking the rook here on a1. After king to d1, knight takes here on a1, and then we evaluate and try to figure out, okay, now how do things continue from here? Now it looks like the pawn here on e4 is free for the taking, so queen takes here on e4, but now the tricky move of rook to e8. Now this attacks the queen, but also it just looks like white can continue to gobble up material, but it's not that easy because if the queen takes here on b4, then there's a nice little deflection with rook to e1, check. The king can't come to c2 because of the knight, and so after the king takes, now the knight swings back to c2, and we have a similar position as we looked at before. Once the queen takes here on d4, the knight's on c2, forking this queen, and so we see the king come to d1, and then the knight takes here on b4. So as you can tell, there's a lot to be thinking about. So many traps that white can fall into anytime you're playing the Stafford Gambit, accepted or decline lines. Maybe they look at this and they know that you're setting a trap. You're playing extremely fast here, and it seems like you know what's going on. So they may not take this bishop here on g4. Maybe they see the threat of knight takes here on c2, and instead they want to keep their queen here, so they play knight to e2. Okay, well, this kind of stops all the immediate threats here. But now all of a sudden, black plays queen to h4, and just look at the pressure that white is under. Black is for sure winning in this position, has king safety here. It's going to be very difficult for white to castle on either side of the board. The king's in the center. Both the bishops are eyeing down, pinning down these knights. See, the only central pawn is from black's standpoint here on e4. King can get both the rooks here. Very easy for black to find continuations. And so this is going to be a very good game for black. A lot of attacking lines here. So always putting pressure on your opponents. Wanted to make sure that you understand those lines. That was all if they tried sort of the reverse Stafford Gambit on us after we played that knight to e4. They played knight to c3. But they don't have to do that. They could just play queen to e2 right away, pinning down the knights, preparing for that pawn to d3 move that we talked about. We can just play queen to e7. Wouldn't play the d5 in this position right here. But now if they play that d3 as we talked about, knight can come back to f6. That's fine. If they want to exchange material, that's fine. We can take back bishop here to e7. We plan on getting our dark square bishop involved in the game anyway, so that would be completely fine. If they play knight to c3, pawn up here to d5, and we should have a very strong game. The last variation we are going to look at is with f4. Not necessarily a good move, but you may see some crazy stuff in the Stafford Gambit decline lines. We're going to go ahead and take here on e5. The reason they have the pawn here is to protect it, so they're going to recapture here, and then we're going to take their pawn here on e4. Now they have a few options here, but the main threat that we have is queen to h4. So, something like knight to c3, where they may just be immediately attacking it right here. We have the queen to h4. So if they don't stop this threat right away, this is what we are going to be playing. And from here, maybe pawn to g3, doesn't matter. Knight takes, pawn takes, queen takes here on g3 check. Then we force the king out, and then we play pawn up here to d5. This is one of those places where they probably are going to have a tough time defending against all the attacks we have. Pawn to d5 opens up for the bishop to come here to g4. Pinning down the king to the queen. The queen is going to fall in that spot. Dark square bishop being involved into the game. You can see this is going to be very difficult for white to hold on to. So definitely don't have to play knight to c3. Just showing you the threat that black has here. But they really need to stop that. But the only way to stop that is something like g3. Okay, that's an option. But then we just play d5. They probably don't want en passant if you're not familiar. They can take here. They have one option, one move to do this. But this is exactly what we want. We're just going to take back with our dark square bishop. This opens things up for us while it gets another piece involved into the action. But maybe they just play the d3. Okay, this is completely fine. We just play knight back here to g5. It's protected by our queen here on d8. So all in all, I think this is going to be completely fine. And you can see they probably don't want to cast on the king side. It's not extremely safe. If they want to cast on the queen side, they are going to have to move 3 pieces before they ever are able to do that. So black can start to look and attack the king in the center of the board. So that is the Stafford Gambit decline lines. Hopefully you enjoyed that video. Again, if you haven't watched the accepted lines, definitely recommend checking that out. Have a link in the description below. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you have any comments about the Stafford Gambit, let me know below. If you have any other suggestions for videos, also let me know in the comments below. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you haven't already hit the like button, we appreciate that as well. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over my favorite way to attack the Grunfeld defense, and that's with the Nadanian attack. And if you haven't seen it before, you may scratch your head a bit because it takes some of the basic opening principles and throws them out the window, but it's still a very sound opening. I'll show you in this video why that is the case. So if you're not familiar with Grunfeld, starts out with d4, knight to f6, c4, white controlling the center with the pawns here. We have g6, knight to c3, and then d5. So black looking to push forward here with d5 while controlling it with this knight on f6, as well as the queen on d8. Eventually bring the bishop to g7. Castle on the king side, more of that hyper-modern defense where you are controlling the center of the board with your minor pieces, and then later you start to push forward with your pawns, and you can push on the queen side of the board if you want to. Later you can start to push forward with your e-pawn as well. White's going to take here on d5, and after the knight takes, you can have your main line in the Grunfeld would just be pawn e4, knight takes, pawn recaptures, but that's not what we're going to be playing today, and not my preferred line. I usually like to play openings that are both sound, although sometimes I do like to play unsound openings, that I can catch my opponent off guard, and in the Nadanian attack, we're looking to play the move knight to a4, completely throwing out two very key components in opening principles, and one is don't move a piece twice if you don't have to. You want to get multiple pieces involved into the game. You don't just want to move one piece all around the board. You can say we move to knight to c3, and then we move it to a4. And the second one is you definitely don't want to bring your knight to the edge of the board, the a file or the h file. You want it in the center of the board, controlling as many squares as possible. But this knight on a4 does something critical, and that is to control the square here on c5. As we mentioned earlier when we were talking about where the squares for white would be in the main line, we would have one on c3, d4, and e4. But things get kind of tricky when all of a sudden black can push forward at some point with c5. It blows up the center of the board here. And so this knight on a4 says, what if we just start attacking the square right away? And how does black really counter this? So this is what we're going to be talking about today. There's a few variations that I do want to cover. The first one is the main line bishop to g7, immediately playing the square, or the piece that black intends to play in the Grunfeld, and that is bishop to g7, preparing to castle on the king side. The other one we're going to be looking at is knight to c6, immediately attacking the square here on d4, which black can still play g7 at some point. We're also going to be looking at e5 if they just want to attack the pawn right away with their own pawn, or b5 if they want to attack our knight here on a4. I will have a link in the description below if you want to ever click ahead or if you ever come back to this video and you want to see any of those specific variations. Those are the four that we will be covering in this video. The first one is bishop here to g7, immediately attacking the pawn here on d4. The main theme with this opening for white is to continue with the main plan that you would normally attack the Grunfeld, and that is to play pawn to e4. The difference is that black can't play knight takes on c3, which they normally play, and so they have to come up with other alternatives. They could play knight to f6. You don't see this as often because people don't like to bring their knight back to the same square that it was. You could always push forward with knight to e5 if you wanted to. You just don't see it all that often. So you could see knight to b6, attacking the knight here on a4. Now bishop to e3. We do have the dark square bishop and the queen both eyeing down at the square here on d4, so bishop to e3 makes a ton of sense here. And then from here, you could see lots of different options. You could see castle on the king side for black. That makes sense. You see that the knight here on b6, they could take. I don't think they're really going to take, but you have to be aware of it because you could just take here on a4. This is check, and so they could play bishop to e7 or d7, attacking the queen. Queen to c4. You still want to keep your pieces very active in the board. So queen to c4. Attack the square here on f7. They could play e5 at this point if they wanted to. But now you could take, if they take here, you could play knight to f3, normal development move, attacking the bishop. They could take down here on b2. Rook b1, bishop comes back, and then you take here on b7. So that's one option. They could also, instead of trying to just push forward on e5, castle on the king side of the board. But same thing, white's going to play knight to f3. Now if they push, it's even worse because the knight is here on f3. So I don't really think they're going to be taking with their knights on a4 before they castle on the king side. So they definitely could castle on the king side. I think that makes the most sense. Knight to f3, same thing as we talked about before. Now if we start to look at it, maybe they do want to take this knight at some point. So they could play queen to d7. Preparing to go ahead and take here since they're protecting it with their queen. But now we can just play knight to c5, both attacking the queen here on d7 and also this pawn on b7, which kind of holds this bishop here on c8 for a while. They can bring their queen back to e8. You could play rook to c1. You always want to bring your rooks to open or semi-open files, which this c file is a semi-open file, so that's going to be a pretty good square for it. Another alternative is maybe bishop to g4, pinning down the knight here. So you have the queen, which they may think that you would have to recapture with your queen right here, but I would still just play knight to c5. You always want to look at the material left behind that was defended is now undefended. The pawn here on b7. As soon as this bishop leaves, this pawn is now undefended. Now they can always bring the bishop back. That's definitely an option, but it doesn't make a ton of sense because they're losing tempo. And so now you have a square that you can start to attack at some point. Now if they do take, I recommend recapturing with your pawn here on f3. You can still castle on the king side at some point, but this still solidifies the center of the board, and you do want to keep your queen and your bishop here on e3, protecting the square on d4. The next variation we're going to look at is knight to c6, normal development move from black, attacking the pawn here on d4. White's going to continue same plan, e4, attacking the knight. The knight's either going to come to b6 or it's going to come to f6. We'll look at both options. If they play f6, you have two options. If you don't like having fun, then you can always play e5. Pretty safe move. They played knight to d5, you played knight to f3, and then you question why you are playing moves that aren't fun. Instead, you're going to play the fun move, and that is d5. And the reason this is fun is it's a trap, because if your opponent looks at this long enough, it almost feels like, okay, you're attacking my knight here on c6, but if you take, what happens if they take here on e4? Because if we take their knights, then all of a sudden they can play the move queen takes on d1, king recaptures, and knight takes on f2, attacking the king, forking the rook here on h1, king to e1, and then knight takes on h1, pawn takes b7, bishop recaptures, and this is a terrible spot for white. You can clearly see that. But instead, white doesn't have to take this knight here on c6, and instead, white has the nice move queen to d3, attacking the knight. Now, how does this knight really stay in the game here? And you can also see that if something happens, maybe knight to f6, what we're really threatening is the pawn takes, and now if the queen takes here, then the bishop can take here on d3. So we don't want the king recapturing here. But if we start to look at, okay, queen to d3, now what does black do? Well, they have a few options here. They could take here on f2, as we talked about, because the only option is take with the king right here. Now knight to e5, queen check. Queen to b3 here, attacking the pawn here on b7, also still defending this central pawn in the center of the board. They could say, okay, well, that's not going to work out. We're going to go down material, and they can easily defend against that. So they could try to protect it. Maybe bishop to f5. This holds it down right here. But then you could just take, and then if they take the queen, that's fine, because after the pawn recaptures on c6, then g4. This bishop's going to have to move, and then the knight's going to fall here. So that's not going to work out very well. They can also try to hold it down with the pawn, but it's going to have the same fate, because pawn takes on c6, and after the queen takes, bishop takes on d3, and then after the pawn takes, then you can see knight to f3. bishop e6, bishop to f4, and white's going to have a very good game here. Has all the minor pieces, black only has 3 in the game. So I do like, if we coming back to this position, I like really pushing up with d5, attacking the knight, and the knight doesn't have a lot of great squares. It can always just come back to b8, but that's pretty awkward. And if they look at this, it's really tempting for them to just take this pawn here on e4. Now, coming back to moves, they don't have to come to f6. They could definitely play knight to b6. And if this is the case, we're just going to push forward with d5. They can always play knight to e5, and we're going to bring our knight back here to c3. Not the most glamorous, but this does protect the center of the board right here. And one of the things that isn't great for whites is when you're playing against the Grunfeld defense, you play this knight to c3, but the knight on c3 usually ends up falling, and then you just exchange it with your pawn on c3. Well, now you can control both of these light squares in the center of the board, and your knight on c3 is not going to be exchanged off by one of the knights. So you can get your bishops involved very easily. You can play knight to f3 at some point, and you still have center control. The next variation we're going to look at is e5, countering in the center of the board. We're always going to be taking here on e5, and they have a few options. The first option would be knight to c6, simple development move, attacking this pawn right here. We're going to play knight to f3. We're up in material. This knight is a normal move that we would be making, but it also protects the pawn here on e5, so that's definitely going to be a good thing. They could attack this knight right away, maybe bishop to g4, and then there's a critical move here, and that is a3, because we're really stopping the threat of bishop down to b4 check. Things get pretty wonky, and they can even do that before the bishop comes down to g4. They could do it at this move, just bishop down to b4 check. We play bishop to c2, and even they don't have to do it at this point. They can do it before the knight comes to c6. So this is something just to be aware of. If you take here on e5, they could play bishop to b4. You play bishop to d2, and they could play knight to e3. Now, I think the best move from black, if you analyze it, is queen to e7. This is attacking the pawn right here. It still supports this bishop here on b4, but you could be playing some crazy people, and they could play knight to e3. In this case, you can't take with your bishop here because it's being pinned down by this bishop right here. So you take with your pawn, they take with their bishop. You can't take with your king. It's being protected by the queen up here. So you take with your queen, they come down here, queen to h4 check, and then after g3, they take with their queen over here on a4, and then white plays knight to f3. It's not the easiest position. White is up in material. The good thing is this pawn on e5 is on a dark square. This bishop is on a light square, so this bishop's never going to be able to attack this. Now, they could play c6, so that does attack right away, but it's being defended by the knight pretty nicely, and so it's going to be difficult for black to really get this material. Yes, white does have 3 pawns all on the e-file, but white is up in material, doesn't have any sort of minor piece disadvantage on the board, so white definitely has a good game here, and I think this is completely fine, but just be aware of that if you ever run into that position. Now, if they don't bring the bishop down to b4, they could also play bishop to g7. We already looked at knight to c6 attacking this pawn, but g7 is a common move in the Grunfeld defense, so you could definitely see that as well. Just start attacking pieces. Pawn to e4, attacking the knight right here. Maybe knight comes back to b6. Queen takes on d8 after the exchange. Queen to g5. Now you're starting to get material involved into the game. King to e8. Knight back here to c3, defending the central pawn. Bishop takes here on e5. Now knight to f3, just getting more material involved in the game. Yes, they can take this knight if they want to, but if they do, they will be able to attack an isolated pawn here, but also white now has the bishop pair. And so both sides equal in material, but in an open board state like this, I'm definitely taking the bishop pair from white. I think that's going to be the better option going into the middle and endgame. The last variation we're going to look at is if they play pawn to b5. They may not know what you're doing if you play knight to a4. Kind of looks like you're a crazy person, so they could just start throwing all their material trying to see how they can get you in a tough position. Pawn to b5, but knight to c5 is a great little outpost. They have no pawns. They can ever force this knight to move. And so how do they really respond here? Well, they could play bishop to d7, the main themes that they are used to playing. You're going to continue with the same theme that you're used to playing, and that is e4, attacking this knight right here. Maybe knight comes back here to b6, and then I recommend knight to f3. Yes, you could play bishop to b5 check. The problem is they can play c6 pretty easily. The bishop comes back, and then you're in a tough spot because queen takes on d4. If you take it, yes, their bishop recaptures, but you can see you've lost control of the center of the board. They're attacking your knight here on c5. This is not a position that's going to go favorably for white. So instead, while it does look tempting, and you can take this at some points, I recommend first playing knight to f3. You really want to control this pawn here on d4. Now, they have a couple options. One, they could let you take this pawn here on b5, which isn't great, or they could start to play something like a6, but this is not really, when you start to think about all the moves that they want to be playing in the Grunfeld defense, this is not how they want to do it. Protecting their pawn here on b5 with a6, this is just letting you control the center of the board. They really want to be building around this bishop on g7 and getting their other pieces to attack the center of the board. If they're playing a6, that feels like a very big win for you. Now we come back, maybe they don't play bishop to g7, maybe they play something else. Who knows really what they could play in this position. Knight to d7 maybe. You're still pushing forward with e4 here. Maybe if they take, you take with your own pawn here on c5. Maybe they play b4. Things get crazy now. Bishop takes on b5 check. Maybe they play c6. You could play a3. Just say, hey, if you want to take my queen, that's fine. We can have an exchange on the board. White's going to be up in material. Yes, they have double pawns on the b file, but supporting this pass pawn right here on the c file. You have a semi-open file that your rook can get involved into the game. It's just very difficult to see how they're going to respond. So yeah, if you see that pawn to b5, definitely wouldn't be too worried. After knight to c5, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. Hopefully you enjoyed this video on a creative way to attack the Grunfeld defense. It's a very common defense from black, so you get a lot of opportunity to play it, but this is one that I fancy myself. So let me know what your favorite defense against the Grunfeld defense is, or if you've tried this out and you've had success, let me know. If there's other variations that you want to see, feel free to let me know in the comments. You can always reach me on my website, thechesswebsite.com. You can always reach out to me via email, thechesswebsite@gmail.com. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you haven't already, hit the like button, make sure you are subscribed so you can make sure that you are notified anytime I make more videos. But thanks so much, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the most popular variations in the Queen's Gambit. So many people interested not only in chess these days, but in the Queen's Gambit opening, which starts out with d4, d5, and c4. So I thought it'd be a good video to go over the main variations that you'll see that black can actually play after white plays c4. I do have in-depth videos on all of the variations I'm going to cover, so if you ever want to check those out, you can head over to thechesswebsite.com and check those out. I'll also have a link in the description below to my website. But there's really 4 main variations that you'll see from black in the Queen's Gambit. There's 2 others that we'll discuss if you're trying to catch your opponent off guard. But the first and most popular defense in the Queen's Gambit is for black to play c6. This is the slot defense. This is not taking the pawn here on c4. That's the accepted line. But to defend the central pawn here on d5, white's really looking to give up material here on c4 so that white now has the 2 central pawns. Black only has 1 central pawn here on the e file, has given up his central pawn to gain that material here. And the slot defense says that's not what we're looking to try to do. We want to play c6, solidify this pawn chain right here, and protect the central pawn here on d5. Most common line for white's going to be to continue with knight to f3. Black plays knight to f6. And then white has a couple options. If white plays e3, then black can play bishop to g4. And this is the main Slav line. You can also get into the semi-Slav line, which is e6. This is blocking the light square bishop, but solidifying the pawn chain right here. It can become difficult for the light square bishop to come outside this pawn chain once this pawn here is on e6. So some people kind of have a preference if they play the Slav or the semi-Slav. The other defense for black that's just as popular as the Slav defense is the Queen's Gambit Orthodox line, and that is with e6, solidifying the pawn here on d5, also preparing for the dark square bishop to come outside and attack the king, prepare for a quick castle on the king side. Play normally resumes with knight to c3, knight to f6, bishop down to g5, pinning down the knight to the queen, getting the bishop outside the pawn chain before white plays pawn to e3, and you can see bishop to e7, stopping the pin, e3, and then castle on the king side. But black has options to be tricky. Instead of bishop to e7, could always play knight to d7, getting into the elephant trap, which there's another video I've done on that trap. You can definitely check that out on the website, but I'll go through it real quick. Pawn takes here on d5, pawn recaptures on d5, white takes on d5, and it looks like, why would black ever take this knight? He's going to lose his queen. Doesn't matter, that's exactly what happens. After the bishop takes here, bishop to b4, and you can see check, and the only way to not lose the game is to play queen to d2. So after the bishop takes, king to d2, king takes here on d8, and black is up a ton of material. Coming in at the third most popular variation is the accepted line, and that's if black takes here on a c4. Now, the Queen's Gambit, not your typical gambit. Black's going to gain material here on a c4, but white can always get that material back. Black usually will just give the material on c4 back pretty quickly, because if black does not, they're really going to ruin their entire position trying to hold on to that pawn. So play will typically resume with knight to f3. You could see knight to f6, pawn here to e3, preparing for the bishop to come and take here on c4, get that material back here. Pawn e6, bishop takes here on c4, and then pawn c5. Since white has the 2 pawns in the center of the board, black only has 1. Black using that c pawn, which white early on used their c pawn to kind of attack the center of the board. That's exactly what black does here, and you can see the bishop on f8 is protecting this pawn. So if there ever was an exchange, the bishop could take that with tempo. Now, they don't have to play knight to f3. They could just play something like e3 right away, so that they just want to capture that material on the next move. They absolutely could. There's 4 main variations that you'll see in the Queen's Gambit. The fourth one we're going to be looking at, not as popular as the other 3, but definitely still will see it played, and that is the Albin counter gambit, and that is e5 here. Now I'm going to make a reference to the Netflix series, The Queen's Gambit. If you haven't seen that, I definitely don't want to spoil anything for you. I recommend skipping forward about 2 minutes in this video. That should make sure you don't catch any spoilers. But in the very last game in that series, you have Beth Harmon playing Borgov for the World Championship. Beth Harmon starts out with the Queen's Gambit here, and Borgov usually plays pretty straightforward lines, plays the move e5, plays the Albin counter gambit. Now you hear that said in the series, and so this should give you a better idea of what was actually played. Now the Albin counter gambit is pretty tricky. After the pawn takes on e5, which is undefended, black plays the move d4. This is a central wedge, keeping these pawns away from each other here, and it's difficult for white to deal with. White's normally wanting to play moves like knight to c3, which they can't do. And so black has a lot of threats that white has to deal with. You could play the Lasker trap. So maybe they try to play e3. Since they already have a central pawn here on the e-file, they could try to just chip away at this pawn. But then things like bishop to b4 are tricky. They can't play knight to c3 as we talked about. So bishop to d2, and you get into this weird trap where check, and then they can't take the pawn because you could just take their queen. And if they play e2, you could just under promote to a knight here, and things get pretty tricky. There's another video I've done on the Lasker trap. All in all, definitely not where white would want to be. They just have to be aware of those things. Now the main line, instead of pawn to e3, is going to just be knight to f3, knight to c6. So even as you're watching that last match, you can start to see how this shapes up. So when you see the board, you'll see, oh, okay, I understand how they got there. There are 2 more variations that you'll see from time to time. They're both the Chigorin as well as the Baltic. Neither of these see a ton of play, and most times people will use them as a surprise attack because the Queen's Gambit is so popular for white. The Chigorin defense is knight to c6, and then you have the Baltic, which is bishop here to f5. Not going to go too much into the theory on either of these. I do have a video on both of those openings on the websites. Definitely check those out if you want to, but hopefully you enjoyed this video going over the main variations. Hopefully if you haven't spent too much time on the Queen's Gambit, this gives you a better understanding of the options that black has if they're ever met with the Queen's Gambit from white. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Definitely helps support the channel. Let me know what your favorite variation in the Queen's Gambit is below. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the decline lines in the Ponziani counter gambit, which is my favorite way to attack the Ponziani opening. If you're not familiar with Ponziani, starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then c3, preparing for the push on d4 to control the center of the board. Black counterattacks this with the Ponziani counter gambit, and that is with pawn to f5. Now, I did another video on the accepted lines, and that is if the pawn takes here on f4. If you haven't watched that video, I will have a link in the description below, so definitely recommend checking that video out. But in today's video, we're going to be going over what happens if they decline. So they don't take here, they have a few other options. We're going to be looking at if they come here to d4, if they play bishop to b5, and then lastly, if they play d3. So let's go ahead and dig into those variations. The most common of these variations for white is to continue with d4, and this is what they're setting up from the beginning with the c3s to push forward here on d4, control the center of the board. Black has a couple options. I think the easiest way is just to continue taking here on e4, and then after they play knight takes on e5, because there's no other real good options. If they were to try something like bishop to g5, attacking the queen, well, we just play bishop to e7. After the exchange here, then they can't just take with their knight here on e5 because they're going to go down material. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. They're probably just going to take with their knight here on e5, and then we can play queen to f6. If you watch the initial video on the Ponziani counter gambit, you see that queen to f6 is a pretty common move for black, and I think this is an easier setup, and we'll look at this position here in a minute, than playing something tricky like d6, because white has some really good options. One, they can just push forward with d5, and once you have played this move d6, now all of a sudden you can bring your bishop to b5 for whites, pinning down the knight to the king. Yes, the bishop here on c8 is now attacking this f5 square, but I feel like black can get into some pretty tricky situations. Even if white takes here on f5, maybe black recaptures here, but then bishop to b5, pinning down the knights. Maybe play a6 to attack it, but then after the exchange right here, the pawn structure is all beat up. Pawn takes here on e5, black recaptures. You can see the queens come off the board. You can see double pawns here on the c file for black. So definitely not exactly the position I would like. And so for that reason, I do think it's easier just to go ahead and take, instead of playing d6, go ahead and take with your pawn here on e4. They're probably going to take with their knight. Don't see another option that they really have. And then to play queen to f6. White has a few options from here. Probably the best move, just go ahead and take the knights here on c6. Black can take with their pawn. This opens up for the dark square bishop. It also allows black to play a d5 and have a pretty good pawn structure in the center. So that's why you'd be taking with your b pawn here to c6. And then, if you ever tried something, queen to h5 check, can't really do too much without the knight supporting that, because you can just play g6 and that's going to stop the attack. Now, if they decide, okay, they don't want to take with their knight here on c6, maybe they play queen to c2, attacking the pawn right here. Or we just go ahead and play d5 up, protecting this. We have two central pawns. They don't, so we're in a pretty good position right here. The other option might be bishop to b5. But this is going to be a mistake, because if our pawn is here on d7, then bringing the bishop out and you're not really pinning down the knight to anything, we can just go ahead and take with our knight here on e5. After they take with our pawn, we can take with our queen, and they're going to be down in material. So that's what's going to happen if they play the most natural move of just taking here knight to e5. We're just going to bring our queen here to f6. Now that was if they play d4 against the counter gambit, but they could play something else. Bishop to b5, maybe they could try, but just as we looked at in the previous example, if they bring their bishop out and it's not pinning down the knight, well, this isn't going to do too much for them. We could take with their pawn right here. Let's say they take with their bishop here. We could just take their bishop. They could play knight to e5. We could play queen to g5. This is attacking both the knight and this pawn here on g2. There's no way for them to really defend this. And this pawn here on e4 is also a nuisance. Then we can play knight to f6 at some point. We can eventually get our light square bishop involved into the game, castle on the queen side. So just know they don't have a lot of good options. Bringing the bishop out here is not going to do anything. So what other options do they have? In the other video, we've already looked at if they take here. We've already looked at if they play pawn to d4. Now they could play somewhat defensive. They may have come out the gates thinking that they're going to push forward. And then when we attack the pawn here on e4, they get a little timid and play d3, supporting this pawn on e4 because they really don't want you to take and attack the knight here on f3. So that is absolutely an option. From here, because they're playing timid, I like to be extremely aggressive. So I'm going to be looking to push here on d5, really looking to control the center of the board. So let's look at all the options that they may have from here. They could take our f-pawn. From here, we're just going to take back with our bishop right here. And we have lots of different options depending on where they go. We could play knight to f6. We could get our dark square bishop involved into the game, get our queen involved into the game, so a lot of different squares, castle on the queen side. But you can see here we have our two central pawns. They have one central pawn. We're not down a pawn. Usually when you play a gambit, you're down in material here. Your knight on c6 is protecting your e5 pawn, which is being attacked right now. So you have a very strong setup and you are controlling the center of the board. Definitely a position I like for black. They could also take our other pawn. So taking right here and attacking the knight here on c6. We're going to have to be doing something, but we can just take it with our queen. That's fine. And if they push forward, because how do they really attack right here? Black is controlling the center of the board. If they play c4, then I like just bringing the queen back here to f7. You have different options. You could play queen to d6. The main reason that I like queen to f7 is because this allows me to get my light square bishop involved into the game, castle on the queen side, and it frees up this semi-open d file so that eventually when your rook comes here to d8, it can attack this entire file right here. You can see this pawn's going to be under attack for black for a while here. So it just gives you a lot of attacking lines, and so that's why queen to f7, while it may look like a weird square that you don't bring your queen to that often, in this opening it does do extremely well. If they don't take one of your pawns, tough to find another move that I think they would play, but maybe queen to a4. Once you play that d pawn, as we said, that's going to allow them to pin down your knight. They can't bring their light square bishop because they are blocking it by d3, so d3 definitely not the best move for them. But queen to a4, this is threatening knight taking here on e5, so that does definitely pose a threat we have to deal with, but then just queen to d7 really takes everything out of their attack. Hopefully everyone enjoyed this video on the decline lines. Just don't see too many options. These are the ones I think you may see the most here, but definitely wanted to make this video as I did get requests on the last video. Always look at the comments to see what types of videos you want to see, and there's definitely a lot of people saying, hey, love the counter gambit, but do want to see the decline line. So thank you guys so much for watching and supporting the channel, and I will see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over my favorite way to attack the Ponziani opening, and that is with the Ponziani counter gambit. Ponziani starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then white plays c3, preparing to push forward and control the center of the board. And many players as black don't understand exactly how to defend correctly, and they play too passively, and then they just get overwhelmed because white's able to push forward here with d4, really control the center of the board, and then white black has a very cramped position. But the counter gambit says, if you want to try to attack the center of the board, we're going to attack just as much as you are, and so it plays the move f5. Now black's going to give up this pawn and material in exchange for a very strong attack in the center of the board. Now some gambits are very different. Some you give up material, and you never really expect to get that back, but you expect to have a very, very strong attack against your opponent. In this gambit, you're eventually going to be able to get that material back. So just keep that in mind as you are playing this, but you do need to understand conceptually what we're trying to do in this counter gambit. Now, there are lots of lines that white can take. In this video today, we are going to be going over the accepted line, which is the pawn takes here on f5. They could decline that. They could just push forward here with d4. They could get their bishop involved into the game. So they have other options. If you guys want to see the decline lines, not taking here on f5, feel free to let me know in the comments below, and I'll definitely make videos on what you want to see. So definitely open to make a video on the decline line. But in this video, we're going to be going over the accepted lines, which is the pawn takes here on f5. Now from here, black is going to respond with queen to f6. Anytime you give up material, especially in a gambit, you usually want to have a very strong attack, and getting the queen involved in this opening is a key component to that. And the queen supporting this pawn, as well as attacking this pawn here on f5, are going to be very, very important. If you try just immediately to push forward with d5, then it gets troublesome with bishop to b5, because really the threat that they have here is the knight takes here on e5, double attacking this knight. The knight's being pinned, so it gets pretty tricky for black. They could play bishop to d6, defending this pawn right here, maybe d4, and then they push forward. Recognize that not all these moves are forced, but it's difficult to find better options for both sides. So maybe knight to e5, they take right here. take our knight here on c6 check. If we take with our pawn, queen down here to h5 check, there's no way to stop the check. I don't want to just play g6 because then they could just take with the pawn right here. So instead, going to move the king here on f8, and then after the pawn takes here, queen to e8. We could see an exchange, castle on the king side. So both sides are equal in material here. But you can see that white has a very, very strong pawn structure compared to black. It's tough to see how black's actually going to have a productive game. It's really just going to be trying to get a draw out of this. So that's not necessarily what we're looking for. So after the pawn takes, not looking to push forward with a d5 quite yet. Instead, going to be looking to play queen to f6. And there's a few options that you'll see from white here. They could just push forward with d4. That's the main reason that they were playing c3, is to attack the center of the board with protection from the pawn. They could also play bishop to b5, preparing to castle on the king side. This also attacks the knight, which is controlling the center of the board. They also could play some really weird stuff. So we'll go over if they just played, d3, which maybe they decide, hey, we're going to be pushing forward with e4, and so that stops the threat of coming here to e4. So we'll look at the first one, and that is with d4. Now we're just going to push forward. We are attacking the knight right here, and so they have a few options as far as how they can respond. Now, if they play queen to e2, because many times if you push forward with your pawn attacking the knights, they'll usually play queen to e2 at some point in chess. It's not just this opening, but they usually play queen to e2. But now black has pawn to d5. And you can see, because we'll look at other variations and how it's going to be different, is this bishop here on f1 is blocked by the queen. So it's not as good to bring the queen to e2 if it's blocking the bishop, because white doesn't really want to castle on the queen side because the pawn structure is not really built for king safety. And it also is going to take a few moves for white to actually get to a position where it can castle on the queen side. It's going to be very difficult now to castle on the king side because the light square bishop is blocked in. And so this is not really the best option for white to bring the queen here to e2. So it really comes down to, where is the knight going to move? Okay, well, you have knight to e5. It may look like it's an outpost because the pawn's protecting it, but it's just not going to work out well. The knight takes, pawn takes here, queen takes here on e5. Next move, you could have the pawn push forward here to d5. You could have the queen take here on f5. And you can see that white doesn't have any of their pieces developed. Black has the only central pawn on the board. This is going to be completely fine for black. So definitely not the best option for white. Could also play knight to d2. In this case, I would go ahead and take with the queen here on f5. I think it gets a little bit dangerous if you don't, because this square here on h5 is actually a real threat that white has. So if you play pawn to d5, just saying that we'll go ahead and open this up. I can take this pawn here with my bishop on f5. Then they can play queen down here to h5. And then you're really going to be playing queen comes back here to f7, and then the queen takes, the king recaptures. It's just not as good of an opening as you would like. So instead, you really want to be taking this pawn here to stop this queen to h5. So instead of d5, we're going to just be playing queen takes here on f5. Now, it is somewhat odd also for them to bring their knight back here to d2. Just want to make sure that you are prepared if they do that, because this is blocking off both the knight coming here to d2, which is already blocked off on c3. It's also blocking off the dark square bishop here. So the other option that you could see is knight to g5. This is protected by the bishop here on c1, and it also attacks this pawn here on e4. And this is the best option for white. And so black's going to play d5. This supports the pawn here on e4. Black has both central pawns, also opens up with a light square bishop to attack this pawn here on f5. And white has a few options from here. The best lines would be either to get their queen here to h5, which then we can just block with g6. And even if they take, we can recapture with our pawn. You usually don't want to do this because your rook is hanging, but our queen is actually protecting the h8 square. So they can't take that. They're going to be forced to move their queen back. And then we can just play bishop to f5, getting ready to castle on the queen side, get our rook activated. We have all of our pieces opened up here. So this is definitely one option if you see the queen come involved into the game to h5. They could also just play g4, trying to add another defender on this f5 square. But you can also see this weakens the king side for castling for white. Either way, black's going to be able to castle to the queen side and put a lot of pressure on white's king, because where does white really castle from here? So the king's usually going to be in the center of the board for a while. But now we can just push forward with h5. And if they take here, that's fine, because that was a defender on this f5 square. We can take with our bishop here. Maybe bishop comes down to b5, just trying to activate. We could play knight to e7 if we want to, but we can look to castle on the queen side. They may not even get their bishop involved into the game. Just showing you a few options of what you could see. Now, after the move queen to f6 from the beginning, they may not push forward with d4 because they see our pawn right here, and they may not just want to worry about the pawn pushing forward to e4. So they may play bishop to b5, get the bishop outside so that the queen at some point can come to e2, which makes a lot of sense. Also preparing to castle on the king side. Many players that they face a gambit or a counter gambit, they usually like to have king safety, and so bishop to b5 allows for that. Now, there's a few options of what you could see from here, but first we're going to start with e4. And this puts pressure on the knight. Now, they could play queen to e2, and you can see how different this is than when the bishop was here on f1, because now we can't take with our pawn. It's pinned down by the queen to the king here, but it's not necessarily as bad for white because they can still castle on the king side. But they may not play the queen to e2 quite yet. We'll look at that option as well, but they could just play knight to d4. This is an outpost. It's defended by the pawn here on c3. If that's the case, though, we're just going to take with our knight. If they take with their pawn, we push forward with c6, almost a Ponziani on our own, with c6, and then pushing forward at d5 at some point. So maybe bishop e2, and then pawn to d5, opening up for light square bishop to take here on f5, capture or castle on the queen side. So that's going to be pretty good for us. Now, if they don't play the knight, maybe they just say, we'll just take with our bishop. Then we can recapture with our pawn, and maybe now they play queen to e2, and we can block the pin with bishop to e7. This is a common line that you may see, and you can start to see the power of the counter gambit as you get all of your pieces involved into the game. But now they may decide, okay, we'll go ahead and take that pawn here on e4. But now we can play bishop takes on f5, attacking the queen. The queen comes back to e3. Now we castle on the queen side. It's all about getting all your material involved into the action. So they may castle on the king side, and then we play rook to d3. And the reason I like this, because you have a couple options. You could play bishop to d3. This bishop's protected by the rook here. This is attacking the rook. The reason I like rook to d3 is because if they look at this and say, well, shoot, my queen is under attack here. I need to move my queen. Where can I go? Can I gobble up material? I'll just go ahead and gobble up material here on a7. That's a pretty easy play for them to make, but that's going to be a huge mistake, where if you just play your bishop here to d3, they can just play rook to e1, and then you're not really threatening the queen right here. And so it's more difficult, I think, for them to make a huge mistake. But it's pretty logical to play rook to d3, and then queen to a7 and not recognize the massive threat that you have. But the threat is the rook takes here on f3. If they take the rook on f3, it's game over. It's a forced mate. They can't stop it because you have bishop to h3, and then we're going to be threatening queen to f3, and then queen to g2, and there's no way to stop that. We really just baited them to bring their queen here to a7. The queen is never able to get back and stop what black is trying to do here. you can see that the pawn here on c6 is keeping it so that the queen here is never able to attack or defend this square here on f3. And they can make an attempt, maybe queen to a8 check, and then king d7, and then queen up here to a4. But after queen takes on f3, there's no way to stop the mate. So if we come back, we can see that the pawn can't take the rook here. So how do they really respond? Okay, well, they could play g3, but then we can play bishop to h3, and maybe rook to e1, but then black has an even better move, and that is the rook takes on c3. And they still can't take it. Let's say knight takes on c3. Well, now we have queen to f3, preparing to mate here on g2, and they still have all the ways that they can try to prolong this game. That's fine, but at the end of the day, it's going to be checkmate. So they can't stop that as well. So this rook here on d3, that's why early on I say, go ahead and play that rook to d3. It's so dangerous because it gives it an opportunity to make a mistake, and that's what I'm always trying to do, put my opponent in a position where they can make a mistake. I don't want them to look at this and say, okay, well, I haven't been in this position before, but if they're attacking my rook, I'll move my rook, and I'm going to move it to e1. That makes a lot of sense, but if you play this, if they know they have to move their queen, it makes a lot of sense to play queen to a7. So that's some different ways that you could play early on. If they take with their bishop here on c6, now they may not. Instead of taking with the bishop here on c6, they could also just play queen to e2. Now, in this case, I recommend playing queen to e7 to block this off, not playing the bishop to e7. Now, because the pawn's no longer pinned, we can take their knight, so they probably need to move their knights. And so if they play knight to d4, we can just take with our knights. If they take, we can still play the same thing, c6. Now they have a couple options. They don't have to just move their bishop right away. They could play the queen to a5, check. Now we're just going to bring our queen over here. If they take, that's fine. Now they move their bishop back. We play pawn to d5, opening up for our bishop to get involved into the action. Our king's not as bad here on f7 because the queens are off the board here. And even if they come to maybe g4, they take here. We take with their bishop. It's going to be difficult for them to hold on to this pawn the rest of the game. Double pawns on the outside, the h or the a file are the hardest to hold on to. And so eventually black's going to be able to get that material back. If they don't play the queen to h5, because it does look like an odd move sometimes, they could just bring their bishop back. So they could play bishop to a4 if they wanted to. And then you could just play d5, preparing for bishop takes here on f5. Those definitely are the main things that you'll see. You also could see some weird stuff. If you play queen to f6, they could play d3. Just go ahead and take the material here on f5. Don't try to get cute with anything else. It's tough to even figure out how they're going to continue here. Maybe bishop to e2, getting ready to castle on the king side. The bishop can't go anywhere else, and they may be confused and trying to play somewhat passive. So this could make some sense, but just start to take over. Play d5. You already got your material back. Now you can control the center of the board. Maybe castle on the king side. You play knight to f6 here. That seems fine. Maybe they recognize their mistake and now play d4. But now you can play e4, and it's even better before because now if they play bishop to e2, you can play bishop to e7. You've already taken that pawn back, so this is going to be very fine. It's difficult to see how they're really going to continue here. If they play knight to g5, we play knight to f6 here. Then we can start to push forward with h6. Very difficult to see how white comes out of this. You can see that you can't play their light square bishop. It's blocked off. Black can castle on the king side. Can also, at some point, play d5. Light square bishop involved, castle on the queen side. So I feel like black has a lot more options than white. If they don't play queen to e2, they could also try knight to h4. But then we just bring our queen back here to f7. This is a fine square for the queen to be at. You could still play bishop to e7 after this, and that's a real threat. I mean, bishop to e7, where does the white knight go to? It doesn't have any good squares, and so this is a pretty good square for the bishop. So that's going to be the next move that I would play for black. So that is the Ponziani counter gambit, my favorite way to attack if your opponent ever tries that sneaky c3, where they think, I'm going to catch my opponent off guard. They're not going to know what to do because I'm going to control the center of the board. You can just strike back with the third move of f5. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you've enjoyed the video, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button. Also, if you want to see the decline lines, because they don't have to take here, I will make another video on the decline lines. There's about 2 or 3 lines that I think would be beneficial to know. So if you want to see that, feel free to let me know. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a fun variation for white in the Petrov defense, which Petrov starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight to f6, and usually we just assume that white's going to take here on e5, and then black can play just the normal d6, can play the Stafford gambit, knight to c6. We've done videos on all of these, but white has some fun variations as well. Does not have to take the pawn here on e5, so that's exactly what we're going to be looking at today. The variation is called the Bodin-Kizilevsky gambit, and that continues with bishop to c4. Now, in the particular line we're going to be looking at, it's the accepted line, and that is with the knight taking here on e4, and we're going to play knight to c3. So this is the setup. If you guys want to see the decline lines where the knight does not take the pawn here on e4, you can let me know if this video is popular. Lets me know that this is an opening that you are wanting to see more of. So I'll definitely do more variations, but I think this is the most common, definitely the most exciting. And if you're not familiar with this variation at all, I think it'll give you some ideas to think about if you ever run into the Petrov defense. So we'll go ahead and get into it. There are also going to be multiple variations in the description. I will have a link if you ever come back to this video and you want to hop ahead to a particular variation. Things we're going to be looking at today are knight taking here on c3, black playing knight to c6, pawn to c6, and then lastly the knight coming back here to d6. So just giving you a heads up of what we will be covering in this video. So the first variation, the most common that you will see, is the knight taking here on c3. White does need to recapture with the pawn here, so white's down a pawn of material, henceforth the gambit, but you can start to see the pressure that white has. The queen is activated. It's controlling the semi-open file here on the d file. It can easily get involved into the game once the knight moves to f3, g4, or h5, putting a lot of pressure on the king side. The light square bishop here is already eyeing down and attacking this weakened f7 square. The dark square bishop can get involved into the game very easily. It's very easy for white to castle to either side of the board, depending on where white continues. And black has no pieces that are developed. The only piece that was developed was the knight, and it already moved 3 different squares. It moved here to f6, and then it moved here to e4, and then it came to c3. And that's exactly what white is playing for, is to give up that pawn and material for a massive advantage in development. So you can see things are wide open. Now it comes down to how is black going to continue in this position. So we'll look at a few variations of how you could see black continue. I like to start by showing some of the mistakes that the opponent can make so that you can start to see the threats that you actually have in a particular opening. So they may think that knight to c6 is a strong move, because right now black is up material, so they want to develop material as well as hold on to their material advantage. So this does exactly that. Knight to c6, it brings the knight to the center of the board, it defends this pawn here on e5, but this is going to be a massive mistake because knight to g5. The knight and the bishop are both eyeing at this f7 square, and there's no way to defend this. Now, they could get pretty creative and play something like pawn to d5, then bishop takes on d5, still protected by the queen here. Remember, we opened up this d file for the queen to protect it, but after they play the pawn, that does open up the door for the bishop to come here to e6, so that does allow them to defend it in some way. But now we can just take with our knights, and after the pawn takes, we can just take their knight here on c6, and as soon as their pawn captures here, we can play queen to h5. We don't even have to take their queen right away, and as soon as their king moves, we can gobble up some material right here. So their king is in the center of the board. We can castle to either side of the board here. We can get our bishop involved here. Bishop to g5 is an extremely strong move right here. Then castle on the queen side if we want to get our rooks activated. Our pawn structures are much better than theirs, and you can see we're even up material as far as pawns are considered. So this is definitely going to be a very strong move for white. This may not necessarily see that knight to c6, but in case you do, that would be a huge mistake from black. So next option that you may see is pawn to f6, and this is the strongest way to defend this pawn, but it also has its own challenges because here, white can play knight to h4 with the threat of queen coming to h5. And if you want to see just how big that threat is, let's say they continue with knight to c6, unaware of the threat that's coming, and they may think that, yeah, if you play queen to h5, I'll just play my pawn right here to g6. They may not recognize just how big the threat is, but we'll go ahead and show you. So queen to h5 check, and you can probably see that they do need to play g6, because if they play king to e7, well, that's just going to be checkmate here with knight to f5. So if they play g6, well, first we can go ahead and take with the knight here on at g6, and once this knight moves, there's going to be a discovered attack here on the king, because the queen will have opened up here. So more than likely, they're going to take with the pawn. It may look like that the queen can just take this rook here on h8, but there's actually a much stronger move, and you can start to chase this king all around the board. And the move is queen takes on g6. You don't just want to gobble up material, you are looking to destroy their entire setup right here. So if you start to look at where can they go, well, the only move right here is king to e7, and now you have queen to f7, and you can see it's protected by the bishop right here. So we're limiting the squares that the king can go, and then we have king to d6. So the king is completely exposed in the center of the board, and now the decisive move from white is white can play bishop to g5. And this does a few things. One, it allows for the rook to get involved into the game if it wants to come to d1. So if black says, yeah, we'll just go ahead and take this pawn, what a ridiculous move that is, okay, well, that's fine. Now the rook can come here to d1, and things eventually will fall apart, and black will be checkmated. They're just running out of moves here, and white's just adding another strong attacker in this position. Now we come back and say, what if the pawn doesn't take here? You can't just have bishop to e7 trying to protect this pawn, because then you're just going to have a pretty quick checkmate here with queen to d5. So that's definitely not going to work. There's no real good option for black to continue here, and so let's say they play rook down to, or maybe knight to d4, just trying something. Well, now the bishop can just take here on f6 if this bishop's not being attacked, and now it's attacking both the queen and the rook. Also, the pawn's attacking the knight right here, but it really just doesn't matter too much because there's no good way for black to continue. So that's really the pressure that you're putting on your opponent when you play that move with knight to h4, and they do have to be very aware of this because queen to h5 is a huge threat. So if they see this knight to h4, they should be playing immediately pawn to g6. They do not want the queen to come here to h5. That's too big of a threat. If they do play g6, then you can play f4. Remember, they have no material that is developed. And so it's very difficult for them to find any sort of counterattack here. All they're doing is pushing up their pawns further and further, and that's just more room for you to attack their king, and you have a lot more pieces involved into the action. So if they take here, you can just recapture with your bishop, which is probably not going to be very good for them because you now have two bishops in the center of the board. You have a queen that's very active, you have a knight that's very active, you can get your rook involved, you can castle on the king side if you want to. They're probably not going to do that, but it's very difficult to find the best continuation for them. If you look at what people have recommended are the best lines, you see things like queen to e7. Then white starts to push up and put more pressure on the king side here with f5, and then queen to g7, and then the pawn takes and the pawn recaptures, queen to g4. But from black's standpoint, how do you really find those moves? So while we are looking at optimal strategy for black, I also think it's very difficult for them to find all the right moves, and because of that, I think this is one of the best ways to play this, particularly in an opening where, or in a game where you may not have a lot of time control. It's just very difficult if they're not familiar with this opening, which after this video you will be, to find all of these moves. Last variation we will look at in this particular position is instead of playing f6, which I said is really the optimal way if you want to hold on to that pawn, is if they try d6. And this is going to be similar to if they play the knight to c6, because white can play knight to g5. Now, they still have the bishop to e6, as we talked about, but we can just take with our bishop here, and then after the pawn takes, then white has the threat of queen to f3. And this is a massive threat because not only is it threatening the queens here to f7 for checkmate, but let's say that they decide to play queen to e7. Just saying, yeah, I'm just stopping this threat right here. Well, now white can just play queen takes on b7, and then the rook is going to fall here on a8, and black's going to be down a ton of material. White can castle to the king side, have safety. You can see the knight here on g5 is protected by the bishop. This bishop here on f8 is completely blocked in. This rook on h8 is not doing anything. This knight here on b8 is not doing anything. The rook on a8 is about to fall. You can see black is definitely going to lose this game. So that's all the variations that I think you'll be running into with the knight taking here on c3, and then the pawn capturing here on c3. Now, while the most common variation is with the knight taking here on c3, you may not always see that. Another option that you may see is knight to c6. And while it does look like that leaves the knight here hanging on e4, black is able to get material back because after knight takes on e4, then pawn can just come down to d5, forking the bishop and the knight, and they will be able to get back the material. I still think this is the correct way for white to continue by taking the knight here on e4. After they play the pawn, then I recommend playing bishop to d3. They pretty much need to take with their pawn. They could try to be pretty creative with pawn to f5, and then maybe after the knight comes back, then they push forward and have another fork here. But I think they're extending their pawns up a little further than they would like. So after bishop to d3, and they take here, the bishop's going to recapture here, and I think white has a fine setup. Both sides are equal in material, and let's say they play bishop to d6, getting ready to castle on the king side. White can castle, and it's very difficult to see how white's in a tough position. Both sides have one central pawn. White can easily push this pawn forward to one of these central squares, get the dark square bishop involved into the game, bring the rook over here to e1, and both sides have the bishop pair. Both sides have one knight. And so while this was a gambit and you wanted to see what your opponent would do, even if they played knight to c6 and don't take your knight here on c3, you're still going to have a very solid game. Now, in this position, the important thing to note is this knight here on c6 protects the pawn here on e5. And that's critical because let's say that they play pawn to c6 because they kind of look at it and say, okay, well, now the knight's just going to come to e4. Now I can push forward here. I'm still forking both the bishop and the knight here. So what gives? Well, what gives is if they play pawn to c6, white can first take here on f7. They can disregard this knight here on e4. After the king takes, well, then the knight can take here on e4. And then if you look at it, yes, both sides are equal in material. Both sides have 7 pawns. Both sides are equal in the number of minor pieces, although black does have the bishop pair, but the king is completely exposed. I do like this better than taking with your knight here. You may say, okay, why don't you just go ahead and take this pawn here? That's an extra pawn in material, and this does check the king, so the king is forced to move. But let's say the king comes back here to g8, then you take with your knight here on e4, and they play queen to e8, and it just gets tricky because you're going to lose one of these knights. Let's say they play up f4 here, trying to protect this knight. Well, then you just have d6, and it becomes a challenge. So I wouldn't get too greedy. Instead, in this position, I would just go ahead and play knight takes on e4. The king is already exposed. It's going to be moving away, or you're going to be attacking it as well. You can still put a lot of pressure on the central square. You can castle on the king side, push your pawn forward here on the d file, get your bishop involved, and start to attack. But this is going to be very, very good for white. So that's why they can't just play c6. They do need to play that knight to c6 if they want to hold control of this e5 square. The last variation we are going to look at is if the knight comes back here to d6. And from black's standpoint, I really like this variation. It attacks the bishop right here. The move from white I like is bishop to d5. And the main reason for that is it really does force the move to c6. And then the bishop can come back here to b3. And then let's say they push forward to e3. Then we're just going to play queen to e2, pinning down this pawn here. And then maybe queen to e7. And then knight to d4. And then it really just becomes building up around this pawn here on e4, and eventually white should be able to get that material back. I think it's easier to attack it from this way than if you immediately just come back and play bishop to b3. In this case, they can push forward with e4, and after the knight moves, let's say to e5, they could play knight to c6, and then if we push forward here, they may take, we recapture here. But you can see we are down a pawn in material. Now we do have a very open position and we can start to attack in a lot of ways, but I do find it more difficult to gain the advantage back in this position than in the previous example. So that's why I do like from black's standpoint that knight to d6 because I think it's more difficult for white to really find the advantage. But that is the BKG. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video on a way for white to get creative in the Petrov defense. If you would like to see more about this opening, maybe the decline lines, feel free to let me know in the comments. If you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, lets me know that you support both the channel and this video. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over what I think is the greatest chess opening, or at least the most fun, and to me, chess is all about having fun, and that is the Triple Muzio Gambit. I'm all about giving up material in exchange for a very, very strong attack, and the Triple Muzio Gambit derives from the King's Gambit, which I've always been a huge fan of the King's Gambit. Just a warning to everyone out there, if you're looking for a very sound opening that you're going to be taking to tournaments with 2-hour time controls, you're in the wrong place. For everyone else that likes to have fun, this is going to be the opening for you. Starts out with the King's Gambit e4, e5, f4 after the pawn takes, knight to f3, all about rapid development in this opening. g5 here, don't care too much about that, bishop to c4, pawn g4, still don't care, castle on the king side, take the knight, completely fine with us, queen to f3, getting involved into the game, queen to f6, pretty common way for black to respond in the Muzio Gambit. We're not done giving up material here. e5, really trying to get the queen away from this f7 square. So after the queen takes here, bishop takes on f7, king takes on f7. You can start to see the king is open for attacks here. And we're going to play d4, giving up more material because just giving up some's not enough. We already gave up a bishop and a knight. Now it's time to give up both of our central pawns. And after the queen takes here on d4, then we have bishop to e3. And you can immediately see the threat that black is under. The rook and the queen are on this f-file lined up with this king right here. And so the queen can't just take here because the queen can recapture. The pawn is pinned, so that's not going to work here. The queen's under attack. The queen is going to be forced to move. And you can see the king here on f7 is just wide open. A lot of attacking lines that white has. We're going to be going over those today. Some key concepts to think about in the opening. It's always good to know the moves as far as if your opponent goes. You don't want to spend too much time thinking, but it's also good to understand the concepts in this opening. You really want to be playing so that they don't get any of their material involved into the game. You can see the rooks on a8 and h8 really shouldn't be having any time to develop because that means they're usually getting their bishop and they're not involved into the game. If you find yourself allowing your opponent to do that, you're probably missing something in the attack. White's going to be playing knight to c3 at some point, connecting the rooks very quickly, and really always be looking to attack the opponent's king. So with that said, let's go and jump into it. One of the first things to keep in mind is the threats that you have, and no better way to look at that than if black really just avoids this threat here on f4 and says, well, I'm just going to continue to gobble up material. Maybe if I capture enough material that there's no way that white can win. But this is going to be a losing proposition because black really needs that queen involved into the game. Queen to f4, it's going to be very difficult for black to hold on to this. There's no real way for the king to move without it being a checkmate. So the obvious ones are king to e8. Well, that's just going to be checkmate right there. King to e7. You can chase the king around the board a little bit, but this is going to be a forced mate here. Rook over here to d1, and this is part of the reason that we gave up our central pawn is so the rooks can attack freely in the center of the board. They could stop it with their queen, but it's really just taking up a few moves here. At the end of the day, this is going to be a checkmate. Now, if we come back a few moves, maybe they don't come to king to e7. Maybe they were to play king to e6. Same thing as before, queen up here to f7. Now, maybe if they don't want to just give up their queen, it's still just going to be a quicker checkmate, king to e5. You can see a very quick checkmate right there. So probably not going to be moving the king. My guess is in this position, they're either going to be playing knight to f6 or they're going to be playing queen to f6 back here. Just as, hey, I captured a pawn here. Now I can bring my queen back and things are going to be safe. Knight to f6 is not going to work out because of bishop to d4. And there's no way for black to hold on to the queen right here because queen takes on a1. Okay, well now just queen to f6, and this is going to end up being checkmate. Rook to e1 check, and you can see a checkmate happens very quickly right here. If they try anything else, queen takes on d4. Okay, well now we're just going to take that material, and we're attacking this knight here on f6. Then we can get our knight involved into the game, get our other rook involved into the game. A lot of attacking lines here. If they do anything else, maybe bishop to e7 or bishop to g7, then we can just go ahead and take their queen right here on b2. We still have the pin. The knight's not going anywhere as well. So if they play knight f6, they are going to lose their queen in the game. Now, if they bring the queen back here to f6, it's not going to work out that well for them either because of queen to c4. Always important to make sure you understand when you are playing a game that you don't want to exchange down material, especially your powerful pieces. This is a key concept in gambits. So something like queen takes on f6, and then they just take with their knight right here. This is extremely bad. You start to look at the material, and they're up a lot of material. Absolutely. Now you don't have any major pieces attacking your opponent. So you definitely do not want to be taking. You always want to be looking for the next attack, and the next attack is queen to c4. What's nice is because the king is so wide open, there's usually some very easy checks and forced mates that you can find on your opponent. So queen to c4, maybe now they play king to g7. Now we're going to just take their queen right here, maybe knight to f6, knight to c3. We can at some point play bishop to d4, pinning down the knight. We can get the rook over here to f1. A lot of attacking lines that we have. If instead they play d5, in here, you want to be taking up here on c7 and delivering a check. And the reason for that is we'll go through this line and show you just how much better it is for you. Maybe in this case they take they play bishop to e7. They can't move their queen. They would like to play queen d7, but that queen is still pinned down by this rook here. White queen can take here on c8 with still the threat of queen takes here on b7, taking the rook right here. Now, if they want to take material, that's completely fine right here. King takes on f1, but white's still going to have a extremely good game. White's up a ton in this just because the king's in the open. The rook here on a8 and h8 are not doing anything. White can play at some point c3 if they want to block off the threat on a1. They can play knight to c3 here. They still have the queen in the center of the board attacking. Definitely going to be good for white. Now, if we come back, instead of taking it here on c7, if white takes on d5, well, now king to g6, and after the rook takes, the knight takes here, attacking the queen, and white's out of good attacks, and it's going to be much more difficult to win in this position. So just make sure that you know exactly how to capture with your queen and continue the attack. Now, you may not always get so lucky. They may not play queen takes on b2, and so we always need to be prepared for what happens if they play more correctly in the Triple Muzio Gambit. One of the ways they could play is queen to f6, protecting their king right here, saying, yeah, if you want to go ahead and take with your queen, that's fine. If you want to take with your bishop, that's fine. I'm up enough of material that I think I can hold on to this position. Key move here is for white to play knight to c3, and there's a few things that this does. One is, it still says, yeah, you can go ahead and take my bishop here on e3 now. There's no pin to the pawn, so I can go ahead and just take that bishop here on e3. The next thing it does is it controls the center of the board. It also allows for the knight to come to d5, attacking the queen here on f6, which is a huge threat that's going to come into a lot of variations we look at. And it also connects the rooks. You always in a development want to connect the rooks, and you want to bring them towards the center of the board. And if your opponent's king is exposed in the center of the board, that's even better. So knight to c3 does a lot of things for white's game plan. Now, because it's not so obvious to see the threats, many times they may feel like, hey, you just continue to give up material, so maybe you're just giving up this bishop here on e3. That's definitely a trap here. So if they take here, then you have to move queen to h5. Remember, you have both the queen and the rook here on the f-file, and so now you have a discovered check and a discovered attack on the queen on f6. So they have to respond to this, so they could play king to g7. Queen is exposed, so rook takes here on f6. Probably going to take with their knight right here. Bad news bears, if they decide to take with their king and expose that, you can get your knight involved into the game. You can also bring your rook over here as well. But now king to g5, check, and after king to f7, no other moves. Then rook to f1, and you can start to see all the threats. If they get their bishop to either e7 or g7, then white's going to be playing knight to d5. If we come back, maybe they don't take with their pawn. Maybe they recognize that this could be a trap. And so what if they played knight to c6? In this case, a common theme is to get the knight involved to the d5 square. Puts a lot of pressure on the queen here on f7, also attacks this c7 square as well, and does take away some of the critical squares that the king potentially could go to at some point like e7. So in this case, they always have the threats. I always like to point out that if they do things like queen takes on b2, you're still going to be playing queen to h5 check, and you still have all the threats that you had before. This is going to go very poorly for black. White should definitely have an easy game. Maybe in this case, they play queen to g5. White can now take with the bishop here on f4, and you can see that after the bishop moves, there is going to be a discovered check here on the king on f7. A lot of threats that black has to deal with. If we see maybe queen to f5, just trying to stop some of those threats, then queen to b3, and this has a whole another set of threats that black has to deal with. This does protect the knight here on d5, but after the bishop moves, the rook is now pinning down the queen. If the knight moves, that's a discovered check here on the king on f7. So there's so many threats that black has to deal with. It's very difficult to continue to make the best moves the entire game for black. If we come back, instead of queen to g5, if they play queen to f5, well, in this case, I would play queen to d1. This still says, hey, you can't take my bishop right here because I'm just going to take your queen. It's going to be check. This does protect the knight here on d5 from the queen and still has all the threats that you wanted to before. You could play rook takes here on f4, pinning down the queen and then winning the queen in that position. So very, very difficult for black to respond in this position as well. If we come back, instead of knight to c6, maybe they play bishop to h6, just trying to add another defender to this pawn on f4. Now, white's just going to play knight to d5, as we talked about before, and this is threatening the queen, so they still can't take that bishop there on e3 as they would like to. And now you could see black play queen to e5. Just trying to get the queen out of the pin, but still protecting the pawn here on f4. And white can just start to exchange. Bishop takes on f4, attacking the queen. Maybe there's an exchange right here. Knight takes on f4. But you can still see all the threats. While black does have more material, this opening is all about how much you have material involved in the fight. And right now, black has one piece, and that is the king right here on e5, just trying to protect the king. White has the knight, very centralized, the queen and the rook on the f-file. Can easily swing the rook over here for added attacking lines. And from black's standpoint, it's very difficult to get either of the rooks involved into the game. The bishop here on c8 stuck for a while unless they want to waste some moves just moving some of the pawns, but that doesn't really help too much. The knights can get involved into the game, but not to any of the squares that they'd really like to. It's very difficult for black to hold on to this position. And that's going to be same bishop to h6, but also if the bishop just comes here to d6, white's going to be doing the same thing. Knight to d5. Maybe you have queen to f5 in this position. Bishop's still going to take, bishop takes, but now we have queen to b3, same threat as we saw before, where this is, hey, if the bishop moves, then the queen is going to fall here. If the knight moves, that's a discovered check. This queen is protecting the knight here as well, so lots of different threats that white has in this game. Now they could also play knight to e7, recognizing that white likes to play knight to d5. And white's still going to play knight to d5, because if the knight takes here on d5, then the queen can take on d5, and after the queen comes to e8, then just the rook takes here on f4. So we come back to the original position. What if the queen comes to e5? They may look at this and say, I don't want to have my queen on the f file. That looks dangerous, but I do want to protect this pawn here on f4. So maybe they play this, but you can probably see that bishop to f4 taking here is going to be very difficult for black to hold on to. And they could have in between moves, so bishop to c5 and then king to h1, sure, but then how does black really continue from here? Maybe queen to e6. The queen's under attack, so really have to move that. But as soon as the queen moves off of this 5th rank here, queen up to h5 just continues the threat here, attacking the king right here. And they could see that, if the king comes to, let's say, e7, then queen takes on c5 check and capturing material here, so maybe a d6 protecting that, but then now queen takes up here on c7. So maybe they look at that and say, okay, well, I can't have my king on this long dark square diagonal, and I can't keep it on the light square, so maybe they play king to g7. Well, now bishop to e5, and this is just deadly for white here, because after the knight comes to f6, then the rook takes, the queen takes here, and then queen to g5 is a nice little tactic, because if you look at here and you say the bishop's going to take, and then the king's going to recapture, okay, well, that's not as good for white here. But after the tactic of queen to g5 check, the queen can't capture, it's being pinned down by the bishop right here. Now after the king comes to f7, then white captures with f6 check, and has protection from the bishop here on e5. We have one more variation to go over, and it's really black's best move, although I think it's very difficult to find. But if you're enjoying this video so far and you want to try out the Triple Muzio Gambit, and you think it's as fun as I do, if you wouldn't mind, please hitting that like button. Definitely helps the channel out. Also, if you aren't already subscribed, please do that and turn on the notification bell. I am doing a lot more videos. I want to make sure that you are aware of all these fun chess openings that I am putting out here. Trying to get some really in-depth analysis on these, so they are a little longer videos, but that will just allow you to come back anytime you're trying to study these to make sure you understand all the key concepts. In critical situations, you know exactly where you should be moving and what you should be thinking. So the last line we are going to look at is queen to g7. Now, the computer thinks this is the best line, and while it is difficult to attack against this, I think it's very difficult for black to find queen to g7. I personally have never seen anyone play queen to g7, but thought I would just bring this up because sometimes people will run this through their own analyzers and then comment and say, hey, what about queen to g7? So I thought I'd go ahead and point out what would happen if they play this. First, we're going to go and take with their queen here on f4 check. And then if they play queen to f6, we need to play queen to c4. Same things we talked about before. You do not want to trade off material. It is going to do us no good if we just trade right here and they take with their knight right here. We just don't have enough material to continue our attack. So if they play queen to f6, we've got to be playing this queen to c4. Luckily for us, the king's exposed. We have a lot of attacking lines. King to e8, that's great. You can see the queen is under attack. As soon as we move our queen, the rook right here is exposed, and they can't just take our rook because they are under check. They can't move the queen to e6 because it's being pinned down to the king. So you can see this is going to be very good for us. Now, the best option that black has in this position, which I think it's just as hard to find the queen to g7 here, and that is the knight to f6, because this just looks like a strange setup for black. But if they can find it, if you watch the video, I know some of you watch these videos to see, how do I play correctly if someone does these crazy openings against you? Well, this is how you're going to be playing it. The queen to g7 and then knight to f6. Black is up material here, and this allows for the best defense to hold on. But still pretty difficult. You're still going to have a lot of attacking lines coming at you with knight to c3. From here, white's going to be looking to either play knight to d5, knight to e4, attacking the pinned knight here on f6, looking to swing the rook over towards the center of the board, continue the attacking lines. Because the queen took here on f4 does not have the same threats that before is coming here to h5, but does still have the threats at some point of coming over here to c4. So those are some of the things that you will be thinking about how you can continue to attack. And while this is the best setup for black, by no means is white out of this game. There's still a lot of threats that white has, and if black doesn't play carefully, you've already seen from all the attacking lines that white has, it is lights out and definitely going to end in a very quick checkmate. So everything we've shown so far is under 15 moves. So if you see yourself playing this, it starts getting to that 20-30 move, it's probably not going well for white. This is going to end in a very quick win for white, a resignation, a checkmate, or if they can defend long enough, get their pieces developed, they're probably going to end up winning. But you can see in all the variations we've gone over, they didn't really develop any of these back pieces. Sometimes they can get their dark square bishop involved into the game, but the rooks never got involved into the game. The light square bishop didn't do anything at all. And so that's why we were willing to give up that material early on, because we have a rapid development that we can get all of our material very easily involved into the game and attacking the exposed king. So thank you guys so much for watching what I think is the best chess opening, or at least the most fun, as I said, and that is the Triple Muzio Gambit. You got to be playing the King's Gambit, and that's a fantastic opening you should be playing anyway. But thank you guys so much for watching, and if you haven't hit the like button, please do that, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over my favorite way to attack the French defense, and that is the Ortho Schnapp Gambit. The French defense starts out with e4, e6, and this is my least favorite defense to go up against as white. I like to start out with e4 quite a bit. I'm an attacking player. I like to open up lines and get as much material involved as possible and attack my opponent all throughout the game. French defense, just never really enjoyed playing against it, but I really do enjoy playing the Ortho Schnapp Gambit and really putting my opponent to the test, and they also just seem to not know how to play against it. So if you're not familiar with it, it starts out with c4, saying that, yeah, if you want to play d5, that's fine. I now have an additional pawn to take here. So after the pawn takes, pawn recaptures, and then queen to b3. Yes, white has the option pushing forward here to e5. If he doesn't want to give up his central pawns, he can always take here here on d5. I can make videos on those variations if you want to see that, but queen to b3 does give up material. It says go ahead and take this pawn here on e4. In this video, I am going to be going over the accepted line of pawn taking here on e4, and then white plays bishop to c4. And you can see already the battery here with the queen and bishop on this long light square diagonal attacking the square here on f7. f7 square being a huge weakness for black early on because the king is the only piece defending this square right here. In this video, we're going to be going over different variations of how black may continue, some of them being how black actually defends this square. In the description below, I will have links to all the variations, so if you want to skip ahead at any point to those variations, you can. But we're going to be going over knight to h6, defending that if the queen wants to defend it with queen to e7 or queen to d7. We're also going to be taking a look at bishop to e6, or if you see them disregarding this altogether and maybe counterattacking themselves, something like bishop to c5, we're going to go over that as well. The first variation we are going to look at is knight to h6, defending the square here on f7. And some players really don't like to bring their queen involved into the game too early, especially something like queen to e7, as it does block off the bishop here on f8, makes it more difficult for black to ever castle on the king side. And so knight to h6 makes some sense as far as how they want to defend this. And now white's going to play d3. This does a few things. Yes, it opens up the door for the dark square bishop. If you're curious, why not up here to d4? D3 also threatens the square here on e4. At some point, white really wants to play knight to f3, and if your opponent just has your pawn hanging out here on e4 for the rest of the game, it's pretty annoying. So d3 does attack the center of the board. White can definitely take here on e4 if black at some point does not want to take this material here on d3. But white's also open to just giving up material, as with some gambits, you're okay giving up more than just a pawn for a stronger attack, and that's the exact same thing that you're going to see in this gambit as well. If they decide to take, that is fine with us. We're going to go ahead and take with our bishop here on h6. If they take, that has now removed the defender of this f7 square, so white can come in, take with the bishop here on f7, and then the king is forced to move, and it has two options. If they come here to d7, kudos to us for laying a trap here, because that's going to be checkmate, so that's definitely the worst of the two options for black. If they play king to e7, then knight to f3, and you can start to see this is a pretty fantastic board state for white. We don't even care too much about this pawn on d3. White can play knight to c3, castle on the king side. There's an exposed king here on e7. The bishop here on f8 is blocked from that. None of the other material is involved into the game at all, so this should be a very fun game for sure. From white's standpoint, just attacking this exposed king. Now, they may not take with their pawn. They could play queen to e7, just saying, hey, once I do take on the next move, I'm going to have a discovered attack on the king here. And this is a situation where we're just going to go ahead and take that pawn, and that's fine. And we don't even care if they take with their queen with check. We're going to play knight to e2. And you can start to see black can continue to gobble up material, and that is okay. We're going to let this queen just move all around, and white's going to continue developing material, even though they may give up a few pawns. So the queen can take here on g2. That's fine. Rook here to g1, protected by the knight here. Black queen can gobble up more material here on h2, and then bishop to f4. You can start to see white getting pieces involved into the game, attacking material here, and the material's just going to have to continue to move. So queen to h4, and then knight to c3. You can see black has two pieces developed, but knight here on h6, not really the square that black wants as knight. The queen on h4, it has done some damage as far as taking up pawns, but you look from white's standpoint, there's a lot of material involved into the game. This is pretty good for white here. And if you look at black's threats, well, okay, this pawn here on f2 is exposed by this queen here attacking it, so they could play bishop to c5, just trying to continue their attacks. But now white just has castle on the queen side, doesn't really care too much about this threat anymore. Maybe the bishop takes here on f2, but then rook to h1, attacking the queen. The queen comes to g4. White can take material on h6. If the pawn takes, then knight to d5 gets pretty scary from black's standpoint, threatening coming up here to c7. Still have the exposed pawn here on f7 at some point, so a lot of attacking lines that white has in this position. If we come back a few moves, instead of the bishop coming down to c5 to attack the pawn on f2, maybe instead they just play bishop to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side, but you can probably see that that exposes the pawn here on g7 that white can go ahead and take here. If they don't play bishop to e7, they could also play knight to c6, just trying to get material involved into the game, but now knight to d5, still that threat coming up here to c5 or c7, and even if they play bishop to d6, protecting this, white can still just take, and after they exchange knight to c7 check, this is forking the rook here on a8. Now after pawn to d3, we've already looked at the pawn takes. If queen here to e7, we can also see bishop to c5, just attacking our weak square here on f2. But that's completely fine because we can take that knight here on h6. And then after they take, again, we're removing that defender of the f7 square, so we can hop in with bishop to f7. Remember, king to d7 is going to be checkmate, so hopefully they do that, but they probably won't. The best move for them would be king to f8. King to e7, just going to get more exposed, more central. Definitely not what the black king wants to do, but after king to f8, we have knight to c3 here, getting another piece involved into the game, attacking this pawn here in the center. White can castle on the king side. If this pawn ever moves, then knight to f3. So a lot of attacking lines that white has in this position as well. You can see that white's really trying to get a lot of material involved into the game, attacking the exposed king, and just continuously putting pressure on the opponent. Next variation we are going to look at is queen to e7. Probably better if they protect the pawn here on f7 with their queen instead of the knight, but it's always good to understand what you should do if your opponent plays certain things. So queen to e7, while this does protect it, it also blocks off the bishop here on f8, and so they could play knight to f6, simple development move, but it still leaves the king unable to castle on the king side. Now in this case, because the queen is here on e7, I do like to move knight to c3 before d3 because in some situations white has knight to d5, and this does attack the queen. So it's very different where we'll go over just a minute where if the queen's here on d7, I don't think that knight to c3 makes as much sense as the first move, but queen to e7, knight to c3, and then we have lots of variations that black could play from here. Knight to f3. Okay, now we're going to play pawn to d3. If they take, we're just playing bishop here to e3. We do need to protect our king. That would be a discovered check with the queen here on e7. And now from here, maybe knight to c6, knight to f3. If they do something like bishop to e3 and then d2, just trying to get our king more central, exposed, I would just go ahead and play f1. We can get this material back if we want to at some point, but you definitely don't want to get your king in the center of the board in this spot. You really want to be bringing your rook over here with your king not there, so if you want to attack this long d file, you can, because remember, their king on e8, probably not going to be castling to the king side anytime soon, so having that in the center with more attacking pieces for white is going to be good. Now, if they don't play knight to f6, they could play knight to c6. Now, the difference here is white can play knight to f5 or d5. It couldn't before because the knight was here on f6, but it can now. It's attacking the queen. It's also attacking the pawn here on c7. There's only two squares that black can go to defend that. They could play queen to e5, and now we're just going to play d3. And then if they take, we're playing bishop here to e3, preparing for knight to f3, attacking the queen here. If they instead play queen back to d8, that's fine. Same thing, d3, and if they take now knight to f3, don't have to worry about bishop here to e3 yet. If instead of bringing the knights out, they could play bishop to e6, but this does expose this pawn here on b7, so the queen can just take here on b7. Maybe they take our bishop, that's fine. We're going to take their rook here on a8, and you can see the knight's being pinned down, so they can't move their knight. They can always move their queen back, but they could also bring their queen to b4, which does also protect the knight here on b8, so that's an option. But then their pawn on e4 is going to be taken, and this is also check. Last option we're going to look at in this variation is if they play c6, preparing for pawn to b5, just trying to get this light square bishop off of the c4 square, because it's putting so much pressure on this f7 square, and black really wants to alleviate some of that pressure, eventually get the dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. From here, same thing, d3. They could ignore this right away and just play b5. And this is a very important move that you need to understand, because you can probably see that d3 does block in the light square bishop. White needs to take with the knight here on b5. And after they take, it's important not to recapture, because if you take with your bishop, you just gave up a knight, and then they can just play bishop to d7, and black is winning. What you need to do instead, if they play pawn takes here on b5, which they probably will, probably going to take the knight that you're giving them, is you play bishop to d5. And you can start to see some of the threats that you have here. Obviously, the main one of rook taking here on a8. But even if they start to try to block this in any fashion, they just don't have any good moves. So that's how you're going to respond if they trade that c6 and then b5 push. The next variation we're going to look at is queen to d7. Still defending the square here on f7. Now it's blocking off the light square bishop from getting involved into the game. We're going to play d3. They have a few options. They don't have to take it, but they definitely can. If they take right here, we're playing knight to f3, getting this involved into the game as soon as that pawn leaves the e4 square. Maybe now they play knight to f6, just trying as fast as possible to castle on the king side now that the queen is not blocking off the dark square bishop. But now it's real tough, because white's next move is going to be rook to e1. If they play bishop to e7, well, now white has knight to e5, attacking the queen here on d7, and the knights, bishop, and queen are all attacking the f7 square. That's not going to go well for black. But if the bishop goes anywhere else, rook to e1, and really the bishop may just have to come back here to e7. There's not really good moves for the bishop right here. Maybe they play knight to c6, but same problem, rook to e1. How do they really protect it? Bishop to e7, bishop takes on f7. This isn't going to be good. If instead they try to block it with their knight, if their thought was knight to c6, knight to e7, well, then knight to g5. This is not going to go well for black. The knight, bishop, and queen all attacking this pawn here on f7. The rook pinning down at the knight right here. Even same thing if the king comes to d8. Yes, it removes this threat here on the e-file, but you still have knight to g5 you have to worry about. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the square on f7. Knight coming here to f7, check. This is forking the rook right here. The knight's protected by the bishop and the queen, so it's really going to be difficult for black in that position. If we come back, they don't have to take with their pawn here on d3. If they don't take, they could just play knight to f6, develops a piece, defends the pawn here on e4. In that case, we're going to go ahead and play knight to c3, get as much material involved into the game as possible. Now, if they want to go ahead and take, that's fine. We're going to play knight to f3. If they don't, maybe from this position, they play knight to c6. Okay, well, now we're just going to go ahead and take this pawn right here. Pretty much all moves, if they don't take our pawn, we're going to take their pawn right here. So same thing with bishop to d6, preparing to castle on the king side. We're going to go ahead and take with our pawn right here, hopefully eventually setting up a fork at some point here on e5. But then knight to f3, castle on the king side, get our dark square bishop involved into the game. That is going to be the game plan. If they don't play knight to f6, they can also play bishop to d6. Pretty much any move they're going to play. Not taking our pawn here on d3. We're just going to take with our own pawn right here. White's equalized the material. Both sides down 2 pawns. But you can see black has no center pawns. White has a very strong pawn here on the e4 square. All their pieces can get involved into the game very easily. This light square bishop for black is still blocked by the queen right here. White can play knight to f3, castle on the king side. So as far as development, this is a very solid structure for white. And this all stems from the French defense, which usually black's trying to solidify the pawns in the center of the board and really block off a lot of attacking lines, especially these light square diagonals here for white. White's completely blown that plan up for black. And so they're definitely going to have to be thinking about something different than they thought when they started out with the French defense. The next variation we're going to look at is bishop to e6, just trying to put a stop to this attack here on the long light square diagonal. White can just go ahead and take with the bishop right here. Main thing is after the pawn takes, to not capture here on e6. It may look tempting to go ahead and take here, put the opponent in check, but white actually has a better move, and that is queen taking here on b7. Because really, they need to be playing knight to d7. Not going to play knight to c6. This is going to lose the knight. This is attacking both the rook, the king, and the pawn here on e4. So they're really going to be playing knight to d7, and after this, then the queen takes here on e4. So white gobbled up 2 pawns in material. Then black still has an exposed king. The square here on f7 has been captured, and white has a pretty good board state. They will want to push forward with their d-pawn, get their other pieces involved into the game. The light square bishop and the queen have been doing most of the work, so not as active as the other pieces that we've seen in the other variations for white, but you can see that they are now up in material and should have a pretty good game the rest of the way. Before we get into the last variation, if you haven't already, if you wouldn't mind, please hitting the like button. Just takes 1 second, but definitely helps out the channel. I know a lot of people have been supporting all of these opening videos around the gambits. I'd like to see the in-depth analysis on how we can play these crazy gambits, but definitely would appreciate the support. Also lets me know that you hate playing against the French defense as much as I do. So with that, we'll get into the last variation. That is, if they just completely ignore this f7 square, maybe bishop to c5 just says, hey, I'm going to attack your weak square here on f2, definitely a mistake to not pay attention to the f7 square, because we are absolutely taking on f7 if they are not going to protect it. We've already shown that king to d7 is a problem because that's going to be checkmate for white. So hopefully they do that. If they actually fall for that, please let me know, because that would be awesome. I haven't got someone to fall for the king to d7, but it's coming. It's definitely coming. So they could play king to f8. We can just continue to gobble up material here. Maybe knight to e2, preparing to castle on the king side. You can see white's equalized in material, but all day long I'm taking white's position here because the king here on f8 is extremely exposed, and white can just start to attack the rest of the game. So that is my favorite way to attack the French defense, the Ortho Schnapps gambit. Definitely play this. Let me know what you guys think. There are some other variations that we didn't go over as far as the decline line. Also, just the French defense early on. If you guys want to see some additional videos, maybe after c4, d5, and then if we take here, if you want to see a video on e5 or just the pawn taking on d5, I can definitely make those videos as well. Let me know in the comments what you want to see in future videos. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we have a crazy way to counterattack the King's Gambit. King's Gambit being my favorite opening in chess starts with the move e4, e5, and then f4, and then we get to the crazy move, and that is f5. Hopefully after this video, if you like playing the King's Gambit, you'll have a better understanding of how to attack this line. If you see it, if you're black and you're crazy enough, you may just want to try it if you ever see your opponent play the King's Gambit. There's a lot of different traps you can play in this, and if your opponent's not ready for it, it could catch them off guard. So hopefully, guys, enjoy this video. I have a lot of other videos on the King's Gambit on all the variations that you could see, so definitely check those out as well. But one of the first traps that you'll see in this opening is they may not know how to take back correctly, and they may look at this and say, yeah, I was already going to give up my f-pawn here, so I'll go ahead and take your center pawn here on e5. That would be a big mistake. Not everyone's going to fall for that, obviously, but it's always good to know what you should do if your opponents do fall for a trap or make a mistake in a chess game. From here, black plays the move queen to h4. You can already see what we are attacking here. After check, if they play g3, then we're going to be forking their rook here on h1, so it doesn't matter how they really block this. We're going to take the rook here on h1. If they don't play pawn to g3, not a lot of other great options. King to e2. Queen, e4, check, get the bishop involved into the game. Maybe king over here to g3, check with the pawn. If they don't, maybe they play d4, check, but then when they play the king, we come back here with bishop to e5, check as well. So at the end of the day, it's going to be extremely bad if they take with this pawn here on e5. Now, more than likely, they will take with their other pawn, which they should. So that's what we're going to be looking at mostly in this video is if they take with their pawn here on f5. Can't bring our queen down here to h4. You can see they solidify this pawn chain right here, and we can't come over and check their king at all. So that is not the move that we're going to be playing. Instead, we're going to be playing the move queen to e7. Now, you could look at this position and say, there's an in-between move that you could make. So instead of queen to e7, you could play queen to h4 check, essentially forcing g3 and then the move queen to e7. You have the same position, but the pawn here on g3. Now, this may look better for black, but I think it's better not to play that in-between move. And I'll show you why, because after the move queen to e7, one of the threats that you have is your opponent taking here on e5. Because they may think that you could just take here, if you look at this board, they're up 2 pawns in material. You haven't taken any material. They just gobbled up pawns here that you could take with your queen here on e5, and they could play bishop here to e2, or potentially their queen to e2, so you can't just take here. Your queen is now pinned. They can exchange material off pretty easily here, even if you were to exchange right here. Your white's up in material, and they may feel like this is a very good game that they have. Unfortunately, for white, that's not how black is going to take. They're not going to come here to e5 and check. Black's going to come here to h4 check, and then same as before, we see pawn to g3. Queen swings over here to e4. You can already see that the rook's going to fall here on h1. So that's a little bit different than if we started with that in-between move and play queen to h4. They play g3 stop, and that queen comes back here to e7. And if they take, we don't have that option of coming here to h4. It is stopped by the pawn here on g3. So that's why I wouldn't play the in-between move. As soon as they play pawn takes here on f5, I would just go ahead and play queen to e7. All right, so let's look at some of the options that you could see after the move queen to e7. One of the first logical moves is knight to f3. Very common line in the King's Gambit, pretty much in all chess, to bring your knight here to f3. Develops another piece, attacks this square here on e5, and also prepares once the light square bishop get involved to castle on the king side. So I think this would be pretty common for you to see. You're going to continue with knight to c6. You want to develop as much pieces as you can in the board, and this also lays another trap, because they may look at this and say, I can just go ahead and take with my knight here. It's protected by the pawn, so maybe they take here, same things before. Queen takes, and they may feel that you have to exchange. You've probably seen this before now, but we don't have to take with our queen here on e5. We're going to be doing the same thing as before. So way over here to e4, you start to recognize the pattern here. So they don't have to take with their knights, or even if we do take with their knights, they don't have to take with their pawn. They could try some other stuff. Now, we are threatening mate here, so that they have to do something. They can't just play knight to c3 and try to develop material. That's mate right there. They don't have anywhere to move. This is double check. They have to move their king, and the king can't go anywhere because of the knight. So we are representing a real threat here. So they may decide, okay, instead of the pawn taking, well, I'm going to be aggressive myself. So queen down here to h4. That's not necessarily going to work, because you can just play g6 in this spot, and it doesn't really matter how they continue from here. They don't have a lot of good moves. Now, if they take this pawn here, because many times they're looking for the pawn to come down to g7 with the discovered attack, and recognizing like, hey, the pawn just can't take here because the queen can just capture this rook here on h8. But if they take with their pawn, they're going to lose again, because we're still representing that serious threat. Now, knight to d3, the only difference is the king can now come to d1, but it is going to be checkmate in 1 after knight to f2. There's no way to stop that. So definitely can't take with their pawn here on g6. They could take the knight here, but then they're just going to lose their queen. So that's really not an option. Can't bring the queen here. So really, in this spot, they're going to be looking to take with their pawn. But that's, as we just saw, that's not going to be really good. So don't want to take with their knight right here. Another option after we play knight to c3, they could play bishop to e2. From here, we're playing d6, solidifying the pawn chain, also opening up for this light square bishop to take the material here on f5. Remember, we gave up 2 pawns in material at the beginning if they wanted to take it. So we gave that first pawn up, and then they can always take the second pawn. But we're going to be getting that material back pretty quickly here. So if they castle on the king side, you could say bishop takes on f5, and we are even in material. If they decide now, or instead of castling, to go ahead and take that second pawn here on e5, that's fine. We can just recapture with our pawn on e5. We have the e-pawn. We can get our bishop here to f5. We can castle on the queen side. In this position, I wouldn't recommend castling on the king side. There's so much going on the king side, but definitely a good position that you have here. If they don't take with their pawn, they could see this pawn to d6, and this opens up for a pin on the knight. So they could play bishop here to b5. That's fine. Just bishop takes here on f5. So all those are fine indeed. If instead of the bishop coming here to e2, they could also play the move pawn takes here on e5. We saw that knight taking here, probably not the best move, but they could play with their pawn taking here, and then we're just going to take with our knights after the knight takes right here. Then we're going to come up here and take with our queen. Now if they come queen to e2, I don't really like taking yet, because they could just recapture and we don't have the best position. Instead, I recommend playing d6. This does a couple things. One is once they take, we recapture. But we have a better position because we have a central pawn here on e5. We can, on our next move, take with our bishop here on c5. So if you know there's going to be an exchange, think about the best way that you can have the setup you want. Because after this exchange, you can see it's going to take 2 moves. We could play pawn to d5 to have a central pawn here, and then bishop to f5. Just much better to play something like after queen to e2, that pawn to d6. So just an option. If they don't play queen to e2, they could play bishop here to e2. That's fine. We're just continue to develop our pieces. Knight to f6, get our pawn involved into the game. Bishop here to f4. That's the strategy that we're going to be going for all the options if they after we play the move knight to c6. Next variation that you could see is the queen comes down here to h5 check. And black really needs to play king to d8. Now, we looked at a previous example where g6 saved the day, but that was when the knight was here on e5, and we were threatening the mate with the double check here on d3. Don't have the knight there. Knight's back here on b8. So g6 is not going to cut it. After the pawn takes, yeah, we could have a discovered attack here, take material on f4, but it doesn't matter. Bishop to e2. Black's going to have to play king to d8. So don't do that. If they play this queen down here to h5, just play king to d8. You're not really looking to castle on the king side anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much that you can't castle anymore. Yes, eventually you would like to castle on the queen side, which you can't do anymore, but you have king safety. You're going to be pushing forward at some point with your d-pawn. You can recapture here. You can play knight to f6, force the queen back. They will have moved their queen a couple moves. You're going to be completely fine in this position. Maybe they take with their pawn on e5. You take with your queen, bishop here to e2, knight to f6. Maybe they bring their queen back here to h4, pinning down our knight. Knight to c6 here. We already talked about get your dark square bishop involved into the game, push the pawn up here. You can attack the pawn here on f5. You can't castle, but you can still get your rook involved into the game. You have this open file here on e-file, this f-file as well. And you can see from white standpoint, they're going to need to get their knight involved into the game. We have both of our knights involved into the game. Their dark square bishop is not involved into the game, and their king is still in the center of the board. And it's going to be pretty dangerous for them to try to castle on the king side as well. It's going to take quite a few moves to castle on the queen side. So you still have a lot of attacks going on here. And once we take this material back on f5, we're still going to be even in material. The last variation we are going to look at is if the knight comes to c3. We're going to mirror that with our own knight to c6. Slight difference is that in this spot, if they play pawn to e5, we can't play our normal, hey, you took here, we're going to play queen to h4, because after g3, queen to e4, forking the rook here, they just take our queen. So don't do that. That would be a huge blunder in chess. So instead of the queen coming here to h4, we're just going to take with our queen here on e5. If they play bishop, that's fine. Then knight to d4 puts a lot of pressure on our opponents. Maybe they play knight to f3, and then knight takes, pawn captures, and then we can either take with our queen here on f5, and you can see their king side's completely blown up. You can play bishop here to c5. So you have a lot of options. Maybe instead of knight to f3, they play d3, but you can see that they just don't have a lot of great squares. Knight to f6, get our other knight involved into the game. You can get your bishop here to b4. How do they really continue in the spot that we just block off so many other critical squares that they want to go to? Instead of bishop here to e2, same thing as before. They could play queen to e2, and we could play pawn d6. So a lot of different options, but that is some crazy opening in the King's Gambit. So if you meet the King's Gambit, you want to try it yourself, go ahead and play this f5. Let me know what you guys think. And if you play it from white standpoint as well, make sure that you know how to play. Definitely don't be capturing here on the e5 square. If you like this video, if you like the King's Gambit or other Gambits and you like these videos, if you wouldn't mind pressing that like button. And also if you try out this Gambit, let me know how it goes in the comments, or if there's other videos that you would like to see. Most of the videos I make are recommendations from people either in the comments or via email that people are sending to me. So love the suggestions, keep those coming. Or if you have other variations of your favorite opening and you say, hey, can you go through this variation as well? Definitely make those videos for you guys. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over how to attack the Nachmanson Gambit if your opponent decides to decline the line and not partake in all the fun that is the accepted line. So the Nachmanson Gambit, if you are not familiar, a lot of ways that you can get to it, but many times it's going to be from the Italian game, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to c4. They respond with knight to f6. White's just looking to develop material here. The d4, after they take, White's not done giving up material. Castle on the king side, giving up the other central pawn. Not generally something you want to do unless you have a very good reason for it, but White's not done, and that is knight to c3. This is the Nachmanson Gambit. I've done two other videos on the Nachmanson Gambit. One is if Black takes with the pawn here. The other one is if the knight takes here on c3. But in today's video, we're going to be going over what happens if Black declines this Gambit here on c3. I'm trying something new in this video. In the description below, I will have links to each of the variations of how Black can defend. I know a lot of you come back to these videos and you may just want to see, hey, I'm seeing my opponent playing this one variation, and instead of just fast forwarding through the video, I'm going to have links below so you can go to those individual lines. The particular lines that we are going to be going over in this video, the first one is knight to d6. Makes a lot of sense. This does protect the knight, also defends the square here on f7, and attacks this bishop here on c4. The next one is knight to f6. Then we're going to be looking at bishop to e7, as well as pawn to d5. So again, links below if you want to fast forward at any point to any of those moves. If you would also please like this video, if you haven't already, please subscribe. Definitely helps out the channel, putting in a lot of work into these videos. I've had a lot of requests to go deeper into the openings, not just do a high level. So try that out with the Nachmanson Gambit. This is the third in-depth video for the Nachmanson Gambit. So if you wouldn't mind, please like the video. That definitely helps a lot. So let's go ahead and get into it. And the first variation we're going to be looking at is if Black declines by playing knight to d6. Now, a common theme that we're going to have throughout this video is you always need to be attacking in the Nachmanson Gambit. It's not good enough to find moves where you allow your opponent to exchange material, you trade off your queen, all of a sudden you're down material, you're in the middle approaching the endgame, and there's just no way for you to win. So you always want to be attacking your opponent. The best way to continue the attack here is bishop to g5. Now, there's a couple ways they could defend this. Bishop to e7 makes a lot of sense. They can also play knight e7, but bishop d7 seems pretty straightforward from Black. This is being protected by the queen and the knight, also prepares to castle on the king side. White's going to continue to take this material here on e7. Now, more than likely, they're going to go ahead and take with their knight. They could take with their queen, but it gets kind of awkward once you play rook here to e1 at some point. So knight to e7, and then queen to d4. Want to be extremely aggressive in this game, and this is the best way to do that, attacking right here on g7. Now, they have a couple options of how they can continue. They can castle on the king side, or they can play knight takes here on c4. First, let's go ahead and take a look at if they castle on the king side. We want to keep our bishop very involved into the game. And once you castle on the king side, your king's pretty safe, and this f7 square is pretty safe as well. Before you castle, this is a vulnerability because usually the king is the only piece that's protecting it. In this case, the knight here on d6 is protecting it as well. Another reason that this bishop on this long knight square diagonal isn't doing as much. So castle on the king side, best move for White to continue is bishop to d3. And this is attacking a very vulnerable square here on h7. So if Black's not paying attention, an extreme example would be a6 here. They're probably not going to, but to give an example of how this would look, bishop to h7, and Black's going to have a difficult time. If they take here, it's actually going to be a loss. There's no way to stop the threat, although it does take a while from here because knight to g5, this is threatening queen up here to h7, and then Black's just going to lose so much material here. There's no way to stop it. Now, it could take a while depending on if your opponent plays correctly, but there is no way to stop the threat at some point. Now, if we come back, if they don't take that bishop there on h7, that's going to be completely fine. Still going to be a very, very good game for White, but they could say king to h8. Okay, well now still queen to h4. This is threatening a discovered attack once the bishop moves here. They could decide to play knight to f5. This is attacking the queen. It is defended by the knights right here. But again, remember that discovered attack here. You can't just take this bishop back with the knight here. This is check. Really need to take with the queen here. After the queen takes, then the bishops, or you have the knight taking here on h4. This is protecting this bishop. White is up material here with a very, very strong attack going on. The king's no longer as safe, and it's in the corner, which, as we get into the middle game, you want to get your king involved into the action. It's not right now. So White can have a very, very good game in this position. Now let's come back. You're probably not going to see a6, but some of the other options, bishop to d3 and then g6. Okay, well, this stops the immediate threat of the bishop coming here to h7. From here, White's going to get more material involved into the game. Rook here to e1. This is more threats that you're putting on your opponent because it may look like this knight here on e7 is safe. The queen is protecting it. So right now, may want to try to get the light square bishop involved into the game. Can't because of this pawn here on the d file. It's not going anywhere. So could decide to play b6, preparing for bishop here to b7. But White can actually just take this material here on e7 because after the queen takes, then knight to d5, attacking the queen. There's no real good square for the knight to go, or the queen to go to here. But maybe queen comes back here to d8 and then knight to f6 check. King to h8 and then knight to g5. There's always going to be a discovered attack with this knight if it moves, and it's protected, so the queen can't just take it here. It's protected by the queen. So a lot of attacking lines that White has in this position should end up with a very, very easy game. You can also just take here at h7. This is protected by the knight here as well. So let's come back. Maybe they don't play g6. Maybe another option would be, okay, let's bring our knights here to f5. This opens up the door for the pawn to come at some point. This is also attacking the queen right here. White can just swing over to g4, being extremely aggressive here. Does not want to just retreat the queen. So maybe d5 at this point, and then rook over here to e1. You still want to continue all of your attacking lines in this position. So if we come back to this position right here, we just looked at what if black castles on the king side, but they could also take with their knight here on c4. Now what you shouldn't do is just take with your queen right here on c4, because then they're going to castle on the king side, and you don't have any more threats. Black is up upon a material, pretty safe spot right here. At the end of the day, it's going to be difficult to get that material back, and you've lost all your attacking pieces. Better would be to just go ahead and start gobbling up material here. Queen, or after they play knight takes here on c4, queen to g7, and this puts more pressure on your opponent because they may not understand this position all too well, and they may not recognize that f8 is actually a huge mistake. G8, they may look at that and say, yeah, you're just going to gobble up my material here on h7, so there's no difference in G8 or F8, and so they may think that F8 is actually a safer move, but it's not, because after F8, well, this is going to lose to knight to G5, putting a lot of pressure on the opponents right here, and then how do they really respond in this position? Maybe opening up for their king to move, maybe D5 here, but then knight to H7, this is threatening the queen coming here to F8, maybe knight to F6, or F5, because this is also threatening the knight coming here to F6, so that's going to be mate by itself, so maybe then we have knight to F5, queen takes here on F8, and you can just see material starts to gobble up. There's just no good way for black to continue in this spot. Now, if we come back and say, yeah, that's what happens if the rook comes to f8. What if it does come to g8? Okay, understand. Just go ahead and gobble up material here. This king is not going to be safe the rest of the game, and so while they are up material here, it is definitely going to be difficult for them to win this game. White's just going to be attacking the rest of the way, and it also allows for other areas for them to make mistakes, because this rook is being protected, but what if they think they're safe right now and they play knight takes on b2? They want to gobble up material right here. Well, this is going to lose to knight to e5. This is threatening queen coming here to f7. So how do they really stop that? Maybe at this point, rook to f8, but then knight to g4, and this is, again, going to lose because it's threatening this knight to f6. Same as we saw before. Maybe knight to g6 trying to stop that, but then rook over here to e1. Queen to e7, knight to d5. You can see things are getting worse and worse for black. Now let's come back in this position. Maybe they don't take that material there on b2. Maybe they play d5. This is protecting this knight here on c4. This is opening up for the light square bishop to get involved into the game. Okay, we're going to bring our rook over here to e1, continue to attack. Maybe they play bishop to c6, and then rook to d1, continuously giving them opportunities to make a mistake. Now the best move for black in this position is actually king to d7, but this is an incredibly difficult move to find for black. How many people, once the rook comes over to the d file, are going to say, yeah, I'll go ahead and move my king voluntarily, and I'm going to go ahead and put it here on this d7 square? Many of them are not. It's a very, very difficult move to find. So let's say in this position they don't find that move and they play knight to b2. Looks like it's gobbling up material, also attacking this rook here on d1. This rook's not really going to take this material here on d5, but what white can do is actually take the material. And if the knight takes here, then the rook can swing up check, and after the pawn takes, then the queen takes here on g8. And this is why the king coming here to d7 was such a good move, is you don't have to worry about this move right here of taking the rook and it being checked. But it's so difficult for black to understand that that's where they should go. From here, king moves to e7. Queen to g7 check, and then you could see the knight coming up here to e4, putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. Maybe now queen to d7 attacking. But then you just take this material here on b2. Now, how do they really continue from here? Because it's difficult. White is threatening this material here on d7, but they can still make mistakes. Again, you're usually playing this in some sort of blitz or rapid game. If they look at this and say, I'll go ahead and protect that material, let's say b6 here, well, then queen to h8 check, and then they're going to drop even more material in the game. So as we come back here, that's why it's so important that you continue to attack your opponent. Once they take with their knight here on c4, you can't just take here on c4. You've lost all your attacking momentum. You got to continue attacking, and that means you're going to be playing queen to g7. Let's come back to this position right here. We just looked at the bishop comes to e7, but another option would be the knight coming here to e7. Now, this is starting to block off the material. It's very difficult for black to continue development in this spot. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and play queen takes on d4. No need to exchange material right here. This knight, all it is being pinned down and blocking the development here. So in this spot, how does black really continue? Well, knight taking here on c4 makes a lot of sense, but then we're just going to play rook to e1 here. And this is where things, you just continue to attack. If they say, okay, I'm just going to bring my knight back here to d6, well, now white can take, and they can't take with their bishop. It is going to be checkmate. Queen takes here on g7. We can already see here that they can't play rook to g8. Well, that's going to be checkmate right away. And they also can't just bring their rook over here to f8. That's going to eventually lose with knight to d5. This is threatening the move, knight to f6, checkmate. So let's say maybe they play knight to e4. This is stopping the move right away. So rook takes here on e4, pawn to f5, just trying to stop something. But now all of a sudden, rook can come to e7, queen takes, and then this is going to be checkmate. So there's no way to stop that. Instead of taking with their bishop, though, you can see they take with their queen, while the rook can just take right here on e7, but white actually has an even better move, and that is the knight coming here to d5. Now, if they wanted to take with their queen, that's fine. This is going to be checking after the king moves here to d8. Then white can come over here to h4, continue the attack here. Pawn to f6, that's fine. We can just take with our knight right here, and they can't just really take because this is going to be checkmate. They can just stop it here, and we just recapture. So instead, maybe they play bishop here to e7, but we just take with our rook right here. Maybe knight to f5, attacking our rook, but that's fine. We can just play queen to g5. And the main theme here is they can't just really take with their king because knight to d5, check. Maybe if they want to continue down the same path, check again. We are forking their rook right here. Material's going to fall here, where they're going to lose their knights. They could lose, depending on where they end up going. Our queen can get very involved into the game. Queen here to d2, continue the checking. We're also threatening our queen up here to g7. So a lot of different threats that white has in this position. Now, if we come back here, we just looked at knight coming to d6. Let's say they try to gobble up material. Again, that's not what the game's about. They need to be focusing on protecting. But same thing, bishop takes here on e7. They can't just take with their material and not end up losing here. Bishop takes on e7. We're going to have the queen coming up here, rook to f8, knight to d5, and this is going to end up in a checkmate. Now, in this position, they could say, let's play d6. This does delay the inevitable here, but queen takes on h8, maybe king to d6, queen to h7. You can see white's just gobbling up all the material here. c6, gobble up here on f7. That's not going to go well either. Now, if we come back, instead of the knight taking here on d2, maybe they play d6. But in this case, we're still pinning down their knight in two different ways, both with our rook and our bishop here. They're not going to do anything with this queen or this knight here on c4, excuse me. The queen could just freely take that knight here on c4, so that's not going to be good. So they could play d5. This does protect this knight here on c4, but that's fine. We are just going to play bishop takes. After the bishop takes, then the knight comes up here, captures material here, maybe bishop here to e6, and then the queen takes here on g7, rook to f8, and then knight to f4. You want to continue to attack material. You can get your other knight involved into the action if you want to, but now you have the knight and the rook here. You can also swing your rook over at some point. You can gobble material here on e7, but you have a very, very strong attack. Other thing you could see, some people always like in the Nachmanson game to be playing something like c6. This is not going to help though. Bishop takes here. After the bishop takes, queen takes on g7. You're always going to be looking to attack this king side of the board here. Rook to f8, and then knight to e4, threatening a lot of the same threats that we had before. The next variation we are going to look at is if the knight comes back to f6, and in this spot, white's going to continue the attack with knight to g5. This knight can freely come here because it's not being attacked by the queen here. And this is the way to go instead of bringing your bishop here, because instead of bringing your bishop and pinning down this knight, this has two attackers on the square here on f7. Pretty common way for white to attack, especially early on. This f7 square only defended by the king. So in this spot, how does black continue? If they're not familiar with this, that they could say knight to e5. This is a safe square, and it defends the square here on f7. They may not know of another option here, but that's going to lose with rook to e1. Now, how do they really stop this? If they now look at it and say d5, okay, well, then we can just gobble up this material here on e5. Definitely not going to be able to stop that. And if they come back and say, what if we just play d5 in this spot? Okay, well, knight's going to take here on d5. If they take, then queen to f3, and we continue the attack. A lot of attacking lines here. This is also queen and the bishop are both attacking this knight right here. Can swing a rook over here to e1. A pretty common setup that white has with the knight here on g5. The next variation we're going to look at is if the bishop comes to e7. Looks like it's blocking a lot of stuff off, getting ready to castle on the king side. As soon as you castle, you feel like you have safety, but we're not going to allow that to happen because we're going to go ahead and sacrifice material here. Hey, we were all ready to give up this knight here on c3. So what does it matter if we just give up the bishop here on f7? That's exactly what we're going to do. After the king takes right here, then the knight comes to e4. Don't even have to give up that material here on c3. And all of a sudden, the king is open, exposed in the game, can really start to attack our opponents now. How do they continue? More than likely, they should be playing d5. If they don't, it is going to be a mistake, and you can start to gobble up more material here. But d5, definitely the best way to continue. I recommend playing g5 at this spot. I've seen others that will play this g5, but I just feel like knight to g5 is the better option here. Allows you to play rook to e1 as your next move, because more than likely they're going to be playing either bishop takes or they're going to be bringing their king back, let's say to e8, and then you're playing rook to e1, pinning down this material. If they do take, it's still fine. You're just going to recapture with your knight right here. It's being protected by your bishop, then you're going to swing your rook over. You can start to gobble up material at some points, but definitely have a very, very good attacking line with your king completely exposed the rest of the game. The last variation we're going to look at is if they play d5. This puts a lot of pressure on the center and says, yeah, we're going to attack both your knight and your bishop, and we don't want you attacking our king side of the board. From here, I'm going to completely ignore that altogether. Yes, you can start to gobble up this material. I just feel like playing rook to e1 gives my opponent more opportunities to make a mistake. So from here, they have a few options of how they could continue, because they could always make a mistake. They could look at this and say, the centers of the board's fine, so I'm going to play something like bishop to g4. I'm going to go ahead and pin down more material here, and it may look like this is the way to go, but it's actually not, because from here, you could just play knight takes on d5. And this is threatening the rook now coming up here to e4. So from here, let's say they played knight to e7, then we just gobble up material right here. Maybe now they feel like they need to retreat bishop to e6. You can just gobble up that material as well, because knight to f4 is completely deadly for white. Now if we come back and say, what if they don't play knight to e7? What if they just start to gobble up material right here? That's fine. You could just play queen takes here on f3, maybe bishop to e7, queen takes here on e4. White has just all the attacking lines right here. Now, if they look at this and say, okay, well, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and hold on to material with f5. You can see that the king's safety is just falling by the wayside here, and then h3 is very difficult to deal with, because if the bishop takes, they may feel like they're changing material because they may assume we're going to recapture with our queen, but we're not. We're going to recapture with our pawn here, and this knight can't move. It's pinned down by the rook here on e1, so this knight is going to fall. Now, if the bishop comes back, maybe bishop to h5, then knight to f4, this opens up for the bishop to come to attack here on f7, but also attacking the bishop. How does the bishop really respond here? Maybe bishop to g6, but then knight to e6 is so difficult to deal with here. It's attacking the queen, attacking so many critical squares. Just no good place for black to really respond here. Can get his under knight involved into the game, bishop involved into the game. Still can't move the knight because it's being pinned down. If he ever does move it, there's some really bad places that they can go to. So this is how you respond if they make a mistake, playing bishop to g4 early on. Now, they may not make a mistake. So if they take one of your pieces early on, so they have the option of taking with the pawn here on c3, they can also take the bishop here. If they take with their pawn right here, I'm going to go ahead and recommend and take with your bishop right here, because you're setting up for the rook to take here on e4. Now, if they try to hold on to this material, bishop to f5 makes a lot of sense. I'm still going to take material. Bishop takes, and then the bishop's going to capture right here. And the main reason for this is they may feel like that they can just go ahead and take with their queen here on d1, but that's actually going to be a mistake, because we can now play bishop to c6, check. and they're going to have to respond to that. So king to d8, but now we can just come over here, take material, rook takes on d1, check, they now have to move, and now we can bring our bishop here to a4, and now we are up material. So they have to be careful. They really need to take with their bishop, and after they take with their bishop, now we can capture with our rook. We do have check, bishop to e7, and then queen to e2, continue our attack. We don't want to trade off queens in this position. So if we come back, maybe they don't come down with their bishop to f5, maybe they play pawn down to f5. In this spot, same thing as we've seen before, and that is knight up here to g5. This is not only putting two attackers on this f7 square, it's also putting another attacker on this e4 square, and this knight cannot move. It's still being pinned down by this rook here on e1. Now, lastly, you could see after this move, you could see bishop here to e7. In this case, we're just going to take that material right here. If they're not going to protect it, we're definitely going to take it because it's still going to put more pressure on our opponent. If they want to castle on the king side, that's fine. We can still continue our attack. The last variation we're going to look at is in this position if they decide to take with their pawn here on c4. You can already tell our move. It's pretty obvious, and that's just taking with our rook here on e4. Check. Usually you're going to see bishop here to e7 makes a lot of logical sense for the reasons we've talked about before, preparing to castle on the king side. In this spot, you're going to be playing knight takes here on d4. Now, what's really good is this may feel like they could just castle on the king side. No problem at all, but this is actually going to be very, very good for white. That's why I like putting my opponent in positions where they can make a mistake, because this feels pretty normal, but now I can just take with my knight here on c6. Now, they could feel like, yeah, I'll just go ahead and take with my queen down here, but I can respond, take with my knight here on d1, and their bishop is being attacked right here. So if they move their queen or their bishop, that's fine. If they take with their pawn, well, then I can just take their bishop. They're up a pawn in material here, but then you can look at that. We have two minor pieces to their one. We're just going to gobble up all these pawns right here. They have no good way to continue. So in this spot, maybe they play bishop to f6, but then we play knight to e7 check. Then we gobble up material here. We have two minor pieces to their one. We're going to start gobbling up material. This is not going to go well for them. So if we come back here, maybe in earlier spots, maybe they don't play bishop to e7. Maybe they play bishop to e6. Well, from here, we're just going to continue with knight taking here on d4, attacking this bishop. We have so many attacking lines. We can get our dark square bishop involved into the game. So these are the ways that I would attack my opponent if they decline the Nachmanson Gambit. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. It's a three-parter for the Nachmanson Gambit. If you do like this series of going more in-depth, I know this video is a little bit longer, but if you have made it the entire time, thank you guys so much for watching. If there's other openings that you would like me to cover this in-depth, please let me know in the comments below. You can also reach out to me on the website. I have a chat functionality. You can always email me at the chesswebsite@gmail.com. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and we have a very fun game that we're going to be going over today, and that is the Nachmanson Gambit. There's a few ways that you can actually arrive at the position of the Nachmanson Gambit. Most common way that I've seen in my own games is e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then bishop to c4, getting into the Italian game, followed by knight f6, d4, and then after they take your castle on the king side, white's going to be looking to give up material, and the only thing that white wants in exchange is rapid development, specifically of the major pieces. The queen and the rook here are going to be heavily involved into the game, and then after knight takes here on e4, the key move in the game is knight to c3. Now, I do recognize that they do have to take the pawn here on a d4, and the knight has to take here on e4 for you to be able to play the Nachmanson Gambit, so you won't always get the option to do this. I will make another video if you would like to see that. Feel free to let me know, and I will make a video on the decline lines in case they don't continue like we want them to. Even right here, they could take with their knight here on c3. We're going to be covering if they take with their pawn, and this position is the best move for them to take with their pawn, but it's also the trickiest and hardest, I think, for them to play. We're going to be looking at pawn takes here on c3. If you want me to make other variations on the decline lines, or if they take with their knight here on c3, feel free to let me know. But from here, the main line is for the bishop to take here on f7. You can see white's just giving up a ton of material. Already gave up a knight here on c3, now giving up a bishop here on f7. After the king takes, queen comes up here to d5 and has a very, very strong attack. Now, there's no way for any of the pieces to block this king here, so the king really has four different options. It's going to come here to g6, f6, e7, e8. So we're going to look over all those variations and how white can best attack the black king. So we will go in counterclockwise. First move you could see is king to g6. Seems like the worst, just if you're looking at this, not sure why they would try to bring their king even further out, but I always like to make sure that we go over all the variations in case you see some terrible moves. From here, anytime your queen can come down and your opponent's king's in the center of the board and you can check them and start to attack, I always recommend that. So queen takes here on e4 check, and then from here, there's not a lot of great options here. If they play king to h5, you can see on the dark squares, those are already blocked off by this bishop here on c1. So that's going to become very, very important in a lot of these variations we look at. But king to h5, just getting themselves in even more trouble. G4 is going to be checkmate. If they decide to come back, well, this isn't going to work either because knight to g5, this is going to end very, very poorly. They're either going to lose their queen here on a g5 after the bishop takes here on a g5, or they're just going to lose the game. So king to g8, that's going to lose to queen d5. That's going to be checkmate. Or if they play king to f6, again, anytime your king's just in the center of the board and your opponent has so many pieces involved into the action, it's not going to end well. Queen to f4. King's going to have to come over here to g6, and then you just start a massive attack here. Pawn up here to g4, preparing for the queen to come down here to h5. There's just no way to stop this. Maybe if they try with g6, discovered attack with e6. Now the bishop here on c1 is attacking the king, and then it doesn't matter if they get the queen involved into the game at all. This is eventually going to lead to checkmate. So that's not going to be good. Coming back to the very beginning here, g6 is going to be a very, very poor move at the beginning of this opening here. Another option that you could see is king to f6. Now this is a pretty tricky line to find here. The computer does say this is the best line that black can continue, so we're going to look at a lot of different ways that white can attack this. But even though the computer says it's the best line, does not mean a human's going to find any of the best moves, because who looks at this and says, yeah, I just want to bring my king to the center of the board and just let my opponent just tee off and start to attack all day long. I think it's a pretty difficult way for black to continue. Before we get into white's response, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Definitely supports the channel. Also lets me know that you like this Nachmanson Gambit, and I will, if we get enough likes, make other videos on the variations for decline lines, as well as some other accepted lines that they take with their knight here on a c3. So if you haven't already, like the video, also subscribe. Hopefully you subscribe to the channel. I know many of you have. Feel free to hit that bell icon if you want to be notified anytime I release new videos. From here, white's going to play rook to e1. If you can't immediately take with your queen and check your opponent, it's always good to get more pieces involved into the game. This puts a lot of pressure on black. Now immediately you can see this knight here on e4 is under attack. Now one thing black may want to try to do is hold on to this material advantage. We gave up a lot of material. We gave up that knight. We gave up the bishop here on f7. But if they try to hold on to the knight here, it's not going to go well for them. So there are really only two options you can see here is d6 and c5. Both of those are going to lose. d6 here. White's just going to continue to get more pieces involved to the game, and it's going to end in a checkmate. So knight's hit to d6 here, bishop to g5 check. Can't really come back over here to f7 or the e file because of the queen and the rook here. So it's going to come to the king side of the board and eventually end in a checkmate. Knight here to h4 check. Bishop here to e7. This is a discovered attack. Yes, you could end up taking the queen, but it just feels nice telling your opponent that you don't have to win the game. Those are the nice moves that I like in chess. So yes, you could take here on d8, but this is nice as well. So really from here, it's just in blocking, but it's just a waiting move. Eventually, you are going to win the game. Queen here to g5, and this is game over. Now, if we come back instead of knight to d6, it doesn't matter if they play knight to c5 here. It's going to be the same thing, bishop to g5. At the end, this is going to end very poorly. So we've already looked at this. They're going to lose this knight here. It's pretty much how they're going to continue from here on out. Now, they could see, okay, maybe we want to play bishop to d6, trying to block off some of the critical squares that White's going to go to, maybe get the rook involved into the game here. From here, White's going to play rook takes here on e4. Definitely wants to take this material and get another strong piece involved into the action. This is also setting up bishop to g5, attacking the king. It's protected by the knight here on f3. Everything White's doing is supporting each other and putting a lot of pressure on black. And you can tell from Black's standpoint, yes, they are up in material, but they're just blocked everywhere. The light square bishop's not involved into the game at all. This rook here on a8, definitely not involved at all. So yes, White is giving up material, but they're pretty much just attacking the opponent king for the rest of the game. So how does Black really continue in this spot? There's no good moves for the king if he wants to get his rook involved into the game. Well, this is going to end poorly. This is going to be a mate right here. Bishop to g5 check. King g6, knight over here to h4, king h5, pawn up here to g4, and this is going to be mate. So that's not going to be good. If they recognize that, hey, the bishop wants to come up here to g5, maybe they play h6, but now the threat is going to be after the knight comes over here to h4, White is threatening the queen to f5, and this is a deadly attack here, and so Black may try to stop that. And there's a few ways they could do that. The first one would be g6. This stops the critical square here on f5. But then you could see queen to d3. It's not an immediate threat, but there's so many things that White is threatening here. They still can get their dark square bishop involved into the game. The rook can have a discovered attack here with the queen coming to g6. So this keeps the threats open for Black. And if you look from Black's standpoint, the queen's still blocked off. The light square bishop's not going anywhere. Anytime they move something like d6, well, they're just so far behind in development. Getting their rook even involved into the game isn't always beneficial. Now, if they come back and say, I don't want to play g6 because I'm just extending more of my pawns on the king side of the board, it doesn't really look like it's protecting it that much. Maybe bishop here to e5. This is protected by the knight. Recognize they may have to give up some material, but then also looking to push forward with a d6 at some point. For now, I like the move rook to f4. And the main reason I like it is because it almost looks like you're in preparation mode, especially once you get really good at the Neckermann Gambit and you are playing extremely fast, because so far we should be in bookline for your preparation, because hopefully you watch these videos and apply it to your games. You don't have to think very much. But it looks like, why would we play this? They know that they could just take here on f4. And so they may look at it and say, I don't want to take here with my bishop. If they do, that's fine. We definitely have a response for that. But if they don't, they are going to lose right away. So one of the moves they could try is king to... Let's see if they just come here down to g5. Definitely come into our territory, so that's not good. But rook here to f5, king takes here, queen down here to e4, bishop, and then this is going to be checkmate right here. Now, if we come back and say, all right, what if he doesn't come to g5, because that seems somewhat ridiculous, but bishop here to e5, rook f4, and then maybe they play king back here to e7. Seems like more of a safe square, but not really, because now White can play knight to g6 check. This is also forking the rook here on h8, but it doesn't matter because queen to f7, this is going to be checkmate. So really, they do need to take the rook here on f4, but that's okay because that's what we're prepared for. After the bishop takes, the queen's going to come over here to f5 check. King moves back here to e7, knight up here to g6. This is all sorts of forks, attacking the king, bishop, and the rook here. After the king comes up here to e8, now the bishop can take here on f4, and you still have so many threats that White has. How does Black really continue from here? White's going to be pushing his rook over here to e1. All of the major pieces for White are involved into the action. Now, from here, the last way they could stop the queen coming over here to f5 is if they play knight to e7. Difficult move, I think, to find, but in this case, I would still bring the queen back here to d3. Now, this is all if they play that bishop to d6. Now, the computer thinks the best line is for Black to play knight to e7. I think this is a near impossible move, unless you've watched this video or studied the opening in general, for Black to play. Yes, it is attacking the queen. That's fine, but this blocks the dark square bishop and the queen. The light square bishop we already know is blocked. The king's in the center of the board here on f6. This is an extremely difficult line to find here. Because the queen's under attack, just go ahead and take right here. You already have a very aggressive rook here on e1. You're going to be playing bishop to g5 at some point. How do they really continue from here? They could try to open up with their pawn. So maybe pawn to d5, and then you have queen to f4 check. Maybe bishop to f5 blocking that. If they play knight to f5, well, this is a huge mistake because queen to g5 check, and they're going to lose their queen. That's not going to be good. But sometimes they don't know the best line to do this. Especially if you're playing a blitz game or something, you're going to see this knight to f5 move, and you're going to capture the queen here on d8. But let's say they play bishop to f5. Okay, well, that's fine. You could probably not g4 because they have the move queen to, after g4, they could play queen to d6, which I think is pretty good. But the move you do have is knight to d4. This still keeps a lot of the threats that you're looking for in play. You can start to bring your rook involved into the game, your bishop involved. You still have your queen to g5 at some point. Eventually, you could play rook up here to e6. The bishop is being pinned down by the queen. So knight here to d4, I think, is the way to go. Now, if we come back a few moves, if they don't play d5, maybe they play d6. Same thing. Queen over here to f4. Main difference is if they play bishop to f5, I think in this case you can play g4. The queen can't come down here to d6, which I think is the best variation for Black to continue here. And so White still has a lot of good threats here. If you look at Black's standpoint, it's really difficult to look at this and say, I feel really confident in this position. I feel good about winning this, even though they have a minor piece advantage here. This is tough. Also, they could just lose that because this bishop right here on f5 is being pinned down. All right, so we've looked at king to g6. We've looked at king to f6. The next variation we're going to look at is king to e7. This is a pretty terrible move. Same thing as before. We're going to go ahead and take with our queen here on e4 and check. And then how does Black really continue here? Not a lot of good moves. If it comes to f7, well, now knight to g5 is a killer, same as we saw before. They're pretty much going to lose their queen. Queen comes down, we take with our bishop right here. If they don't have any good options for their king. King here to g8, this is going to be checkmate. And if they come down here, maybe king to f6, well, this is eventually going to lead to checkmate. King to f4, king's going to start swinging over to the king side of the board. And the same mating pattern that we had before, this is eventually going to be checkmate. So if we come back and say, what if they don't come to f7. What if after here they play king to f6? Well, now bishop to g5, and this is just losing the queen. After they come here, you don't have to take right away. They're still in between moves because they have no good way to defend anything you're doing. So queen to d5 check. Now if they bring their queen back here, or king back here to e8, now you can take their bishop, king to d8. Now you can play knight to g5, just threatening even more moves. Knight to f7 check. This is forking the rook here on h8. You can swing your rooks, get them involved into the action. Everything's going to be looking up for white in this position, which leads us to the last variation that we're going to be covering in this video, and that is if they play king to e8. Now this I think is the most logical move for black, but still it's not all that great and very difficult for them to continue. Now in this spot, so this is the only time where I'm going to recommend not taking with your queen here on e4 and instead playing rook to e1. You are going to capture this material back. I just don't think you need to take it right away. Now the thought is eventually once you take with your rook, you're going to play your bishop here to g5 and put a lot of pressure on your opponent, get your other rook involved into the game. So knowing that our bishop could come here to g5, they could say, let's go ahead and stop that and play an immediate h6. Well, unfortunately this loses. This is going to be checkmate right away. So keep that in mind. You can play queen to h5, and then after king to e7, then rook takes here, knight to e5, rook here to e5. This is eventually going to lead to a checkmate. They can just chase you around the board here, or try to move around so you have to chase their king around the board, but eventually this is going to end in a checkmate. Pretty cool checkmate if you haven't checkmate your opponent like this in the game. Maybe get a chance if they try that in the game. Now, h6 is definitely a mistake here, so you won't see that all too often, but something you could see is d6. Knowing they can't hold on to this material here on e4, they may play d6 to try to open up the board for their light square bishop to get involved into the game, because for the most part, all variations in the Atkinson Gambit, this bishop here on c8, this rook here on e8, they're not doing anything. But if you see this, first move is go ahead and take with your rook here on e4, put your opponent in check, and start to attack. Now from here, bishop to e7 makes a lot of sense. Bishop to g5, attacking the square right here. And then from here, you can see a lot of options. Maybe they decide to start attacking here, take here on b2, go ahead and bring your rook over here to e1, just lining everything up on the e file. If they come down here, take, okay, that's fine. You're just going to swing your rook back here to e1. You have so much pressure on your opponent, it's going to be difficult for them to deal with. Now if we come back and say, what if they don't take here? What if instead they play h6? Well, then I would just go ahead and take here on e7. That's fine. They take with their knights here. You can play queen to h5, putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. You're going to be playing rook here to e1. Very, very difficult for them to continue from here. Their queen's blocked off. Their rook here on a8 is not doing anything. White has a very aggressive stance. Now, if we come back a little bit more and say from here, what if they play king to f8? Because maybe they want to have this bishop move freely and not be pinned down by this rook here on e4. Well, White's going to continue with rook over here to e1 and says, yeah, we want to get our material involved into the game. We don't really care if you take our bishop right here because that's going to lose. That's going to be checkmate because after knight to g5, there's no way for black to stop the checkmate from here. The threat of queen to f5 or to f7 is too real. Can go ahead and take the rook here. Still threatening the same thing. Queen up here to f7. Eventually, maybe bishop to e6. They may have to take with their queen here, but at the end of the day, it's all going to lose. It's going to end up in a checkmate. So if we come back, that was if they played d6 early on. Another thing you could see is, okay, rook to e1, I'm just going to play bishop here to e7. You're still going to take with your rook here, preparing for bishop here to g5, and there's not a lot of good ways for them to stop that. If they look at this and say, yeah, I want to stop that with h6, this is the critical square here trying to come to, you can actually just take with your bishop here on h6. They can't take with their rook. This is going to be checkmate here on g8. They also can't take freely with their pawn here because queen to h5, king over here to f8, and then rook to f4, bishop has to stop it here, and then queen to g6, threatening taking here with the rook here on f6. So maybe d5 opening up for the light square bishop, but then rook takes here on f6. Again, so difficult to stop. They're going to lose their queen, and White's just going to have a very, very good attack. So they can't really stop the bishop coming here to g5 here. So other options, that they play rook to f8, well then queen to h5 check. If they want to stop this, you can take material here on h7. You're just destroying their king side of the board. If instead they say we're going to play d6, trying to open up again, you never know how your opponent's going to address this, but many times you just want to get material involved into the game here. Well, now bishop to g5, as we talked about. If they take material, same thing. You're going to be coming over here to e1. Come down, you're going to change material, but eventually going to be bringing your rook back here to e1. So that is the Nachmanson Gambit. Try to go over as many variations that you may come across, especially in the accepted lines early on. If they take with their knights here early on, I want you to be prepared for how you're going to continue. Bishop takes, king takes here, queen comes up here, and comes to d5 and starts the attack. So that's pretty much everything you're going to see. But let me know what you guys think of this video and the Nachmanson Gambit. Try it out. Let me know what you guys think. It's always fun to chase your opponent around the board. And there's real no counterattack. There was no lines that we didn't go over. It was like, well, if they do this one thing, they have a pretty strong attack against your side. White's just going to be attacking, and as long as they know how to continue with their attack, Black has a tough time. There's so many mates that they can fall into if they don't know the proper line. So thank you guys so much for watching. Again, if you haven't already, please like the video. Trying to spread the word about these fun gambits, especially these chess opening videos that I'm making. So thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Nachmanson Gambit and what happens if your opponent takes with their knight instead of the pawn. The Nachmanson Gambit video I put out recently was extremely popular. Everyone said, hey, you have to do a video on knight taking the gambit as well as if they decline the gambit. So this video is going to be looking at if the knight takes. Next video we're going to be looking at is if black declines. If you haven't seen that video, I will have a link in the description, but it starts out with e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, getting into the Italian game, bishop to c4, and after knight f6, d4, could be a few variations on how we arrive at this, but pawn takes on d4, white castles, continuing to give up material, looking for rapid development. Knight takes here on e4, and then knight to c3. Now really the most fun way to play this is after the pawn takes, you're going to bring your queen up here to d4, and you have a very strong attack both with your queen to f7. You're going to be looking to take the knight here on e4, swing your rook over here to e1, get your bishop involved into the game, but they don't have to take with their pawn. So in this video, we're going to be looking at on the sixth move, what happens if their knight takes here on c3. First thing to keep in mind in the Nachmanson Gambit, it doesn't really matter how they're going to continue, is you want to be very aggressive. You want to get as much major material involved into the game and attack your opponent, put a lot of pressure on them. So in this case, you have two options. You could take with your pawn here, you could play your rook to e1, and definitely want to be playing rook to e1. You can take the knight back at some point, but you don't need to right now. This puts a lot of pressure on your opponent right away, and also gets another major piece involved into the game. Now, they have three main ways they may decide to defend this. One is knight to e4, and you may say, why would they even do this? They're clearly just going to lose this material, but they're pretty much always going to lose this material here on c3. So the thought being that, yes, I know I'm going to lose this, and so if I want to defend with something like bishop to e7, after the rook takes, this rook is on a worse square than it was before, and I don't allow my opponent to bring another piece towards the center of the board. So at least that's the thought if they wanted to do that. We'll go over what happens if they play that. Another option would be knight to e7, just blocking off, knowing that they are up some material, and so they may just want to turtle up right now and try to defend as much as possible. And then you also may see bishop to e7, preparing immediately to castle on the king side. So let's go and take a look at first one, and that is knight to e4. As you can imagine, we're going to take with our rook here on e4, attacking the king. More than likely, you're going to see bishop to e7. They're running out of material as far as to put in front of this king here, but this is going to be really nice because you have another trap that you can use on your opponent. It's a bishop to a g5, attacking the bishop. And it looks like that d5 is pretty safe because it's forking the bishop and the rook here, but you're just going to go ahead and take with your bishop. They can't really take anything except the knight. Queen take here. They're just going to lose their queen. So knight taking here on e7. That makes a lot of sense. And then now is the next trap. We almost need that knight here on e7, although that's really the only move. And that's because bishop to d5 is a trap. You can start to see that white has a really aggressive position, but it also looks like the bishop's hanging here, but it's not. Because if the queen takes here on d5, then rook to d4 is a very nice trap. This queen is going to fall. There's no way to hold on to it. Let's say the queen comes back here to e6, kind of the easiest way to see this. Then you have rook to d8 checkmate. So they are going to lose this. They could just take the rook right away. Queen captures here on d4, or something like bishop to e6. Again, you're just going to capture this material right here. So that's what happens if they play that knight to e4 early on in the game. Now the next variation we're going to look at is if the knight comes to e7. The next variation we're going to look at is if the knight comes to e7. Now in this spot, we already have our rook here on e1. We can start taking material back and then figure out how we want to continue with our attack. So it starts with c3. But from here, it's still very difficult for black to find the best move. Now, usually playing these gambits when there's not a lot of time on the clock, so a blitz or a rapid style game, usually you don't want to give your opponent an hour, 2 hours playing some of these crazy gambits. So you definitely could see some wild moves like g6, getting ready to flank the bishop here to g7, castle on the king side. But from here, huge mistake. Queen takes on d4, attacking the rook, maybe rook to g8 here, and then you could see queen to d5. This is threatening mate here on f7, so maybe rook to g7, and then this just starts to fall apart. Bishop here to h6, attacking the rook here. So all is pretty much lost for black in this spot. They could find a much better move, but it's still tough for them to continue, and that's something like d5. Well, this opens up for the light square bishop to get involved into the game. It also attacks the light square bishop for white. Since the king hasn't castled on the king side, so it's still open in the center of the board here, I always like to keep my pieces attacking. And by that I mean bishop here to b3, because you can always play bishop here to d3, but that does block off your queen. And should you still have an attack on this long diagonal, I like to keep it here for as long as possible. Doesn't mean I'll always bring it here, but in this case, it's going to take them a while to get their bishop involved into the game and castle on the king side. So this f7 square, because early on it's only defended by the king here, is a very, very weak square. Now from here, they have a lot of ways they could continue, but let's say bishop here to e6. They're not blocking off their pawn, so they could bring it here, recognizing this long diagonal is very, very dangerous for them to deal with. But knight takes on d4, and all of a sudden, black has a tough time finding a good move here. If we look at how they attack, maybe this is kind of annoying. The only way you could push this away is with pawns, but now white can actually just take the knight here on e6. While it's defended, queen to h5 is just deadly. If we see g6, then queen to e5. This is going to be very, very bad. You can just start gobbling up material right here after the rook moves. You can also get your bishop involved into the game at some point. You get your rook involved. So many different options that you have. If they don't play g6, maybe they say, yeah, I'm just going to bring my king here to d7. Well, queen f7, and all of a sudden you can start to see that the position gets worse and worse for black. Can't castle anymore. You're going to be chasing them around the board. Eventually you could play bishop here to a3 if you need to, but queen to e6, the immediate threat that you have on the board. Even if they decide to do something like pawn to g6, getting ready to fianchetto to the king side, stopping the queen coming here to h5 at some point, you can still take with your knight. And if they take right here, it's a little bit different as far as the threat, but queen to d4, still very, very good attack from white. Maybe rook to g8, then all of a sudden rook to e6. And you can see it's very difficult for black to hold on to this position. Now, the only real way for black to play here, but it's still tough, is if they bring their queen to d7 or d6. Now, both of those play very different for white. So we'll look at first if they come here to d7. You can still take with your knight here on e6. They're going to recapture their queen. That would fall. So pawn to e6, and then queen up here to h4, or excuse me, h5 check. If we see g6, queen comes over here to e5, rook to g8, and you have a very strong attack. You can get your bishop involved into the game if you want to g5. You can just immediately take here if you want to. And then eventually get your bishop involved, bring a rook over here to the center. You should have a very good game. Both sides equal in material at that point. Once you gobble up the pawn, you should have a very strong attack. But if we come back and see the queen come to d6, plays a little bit different. You can still take with your knight here on e6. The main difference is after they take right here, you don't want to come to h5, because after pawn to g6, remember, you gave up material to have a strong attack. Now you can't bring your queen over here to e5, because then they're just going to gobble up. Yes, you could take back, but you no longer have your main pieces you need, and now you're down material without the initiative. So you don't want to do that. Instead, you're going to be bringing your queen to g4. This is threatening the attack here on e6. You can bring a rook up here, taking here on e6 if you want to. Also puts a lot of pressure on them as well at some points. You can get your Dutch bishop involved into the game. So this is how you continue if they play that d5, and then play bishop here to e6 early on in that action. Now if we come back, maybe they don't play d5 right away, and we already talked about what happens if the bishop comes back here. But another option that you could see is c6, preparing for the pawn to push down further up the board. In this case, you're just going to take with your queen right here. Now they could play d5, and maybe this is their thought all along. I'm going to give up those pawns in the center of the board because I want this solid pawn structure, and I can open up for my light square bishop to get involved. At this point, I would go and bring your bishop back here to d3, mostly because your queen's already up here on d4, so it's not blocking your queen right away. And it does look like things are starting to move towards the king side of the board, and they do have a more solid structure of the pawns, and the bishop here on b3 does not look like it's going to be nearly as effective with your queen, your bishop now both eyeing down on the king side. So that's what happens if they play this knight to e7 to stop the check here with rook to e1. The last variation we're going to look at is if the bishop comes to e7. Pretty logical moves, preparing to castle on the king side when you're playing against the game, but you want to get king safety as fast as possible many times. From here, white's going to take with their pawn on c3. And then from here, lots of different variations. Castle on the king side makes the most sense to me. You bring your bishop out to protect your king, and then castling is the safest way to do that. And then from here, we're going to take with our pawn here on d4. And then it really depends on how they want to continue. They may feel confident enough here to start being pretty aggressive. So maybe something like a bishop here to b4, knowing that pawn to c3 is going to be met by bishop takes on c3. White doesn't have the normal knight that they can bring from b1 here to c3, but this is actually a really good move from for white's perspective, because bishop to g5 puts a lot of pressure on black, and we're always looking to find ways to put pressure on our opponent when we're playing a gambit. The main reason is the queen doesn't have a lot of places to go, and they can't play f6 because we have our bishop here. That light square bishop, really a nuisance, putting a lot of pressure on this king side of the board. So from here, maybe they play knight to e7, because a lot of players don't like to bring their bishop out and then bring it right back to where it was, because they feel like they've wasted 2 moves, and they have. So knight to e7, but then we can play the tricky move c3, and this looks like a mistake because it feels like, well, yeah, I can just take with my bishop right here, but this bishop is vitally important to protect this square here on e7. If they take here, then we can freely take. We've taken a knight. You can start to look at the material we've taken here. They have to move their queen. We can gobble up their rook. Yes, they can take our rook right here, but we bring our bishop back. We took that knight, so all of a sudden we have 3 minor pieces, and we have a very active board state. Their light square bishop, their other rook are not involved in the game. They do have more pawns, but we have more active pieces. We should be able to win this pretty easily. Now, they don't have to bring their bishop down to b4. They could decide, okay, we're going to be a little bit more defensive, so maybe d5. And then from here, we could decide to bring our bishop down to d3 if we want to continue to be aggressive here. Maybe bishop down to g4 and we play h3. Could have to trade off if we want to. So that's what happens if they castle on the king side. And they don't have a castle on the king side. Another move that's pretty popular is d5. And this opens up for the light square bishop to get involved into the game here. And from here, I just recommend bishop to b5, pinning down the knight. They haven't castled on the king side yet, so we can still be pretty aggressive here. And they have a few options that they could play from here. One would be just to go ahead and take with their pawn here on c3. In this case, that's completely fine with us. We already know we can get that material back, but we can play knight to e5, continue to be aggressive in the board, attacking this knight here on c6. So that's one option. If they don't take with their pawn right here, another option would just be to castle on the king side. And that's a pretty obvious one that we can see. From here, we're just going to take with their pawn right here. Now they could start to get their bishops involved. They could, again, feel very safe. So bishop here to bishop down here to g4, same thing as before. First, I would take with our pawn right here, maybe queen to d3, trying to be as aggressive as possible. They could play bishop over here to b4, attacking the rook. Now I recommend playing bishop here to d2. Their queen has more space, so you can't just play the same queen to g5 and expect the same results as we saw before. So that's what happens if they castle on the king side. Now, that's all if they're playing d5. You may not see d5, but it is very popular. You could also see the move h6. Maybe they're familiar with the Atkinson game and they know that the bishop wants to come here to g5 at some point. From here, I'm just going to go and take with my knight here on d4. If they want to take, that's completely fine with me. I have a pretty active queen right here. It's attacking this pawn here on g7. Yes, I can get my bishop involved into the game, but because of where this pawn is on h6, more than likely I'm going to be bringing my bishop here to a3. This bishop is still being pinned down by this rook right here on e1. So not always going to be bringing the bishop here to a3, but I do think it makes sense in this position. And then last, if we come back, they may decide to make a mistake, and that is that after the pawn takes, they could decide to just take with their pawn right here. And that's a pretty big mistake because knight to g5 is very, very difficult to deal with. Now we'll go through some of the main ways they could continue, because the threat immediately is the bishop takes here on f7, the knight takes here on f7, some of the same lines that you'll see in like the fried liver attack. This is the same concept. And in all of those, they always start from black with d5. Because they're always expecting just the bishop to take right here on d5. But the problem is, if you do that right away, they can just castle, and their king is safe, and you no longer have a strong threat. So unlike the fried liver, where you're trying to gobble up this material here on d5, you're first going to be taking with your knight here on f7. This is very important because it's attacking the queen here on d8. So they have to respond to this. They're not going to be looking to castle on the king side, and you just take their queen right here on d8. So they really need to take with their king, and now we can take with our bishop. They can't recapture because we're defending it with our queen right here. And so now we check our opponents, and depending on where they go, maybe king to e8 here. Then we have bishop here to a3, and this is so difficult for them to deal with. We have so many pieces that are being pinned down, so much attacking lines that we have. Eventually we can get our queen involved into the action if we want to. So a lot of different ways for this to go poorly for black. Now, instead, maybe they play bishop here to e6. We can just take with our rook if we want to. Now, coming back, they may decide maybe d5 is not for them. Maybe in this spot, they look at this and they say rook to f8 makes a lot of sense. What's nice is we can still take with our knight here on f7. They can't take with their king. It's defended by the bishop. And if they take with their rook, then queen to h5 is deadly. Now, they may look at this and say, we're threatening with our queen here on f7, so we need to stop that. Maybe pawn to d5. But bishop takes on d5. We still threaten the same thing. The bishop's still defended by the queen here. And there's just no good way to stop this. If they bring their bishop, this square right here is defended by the rook as well, so we can just continue to gobble up material. Maybe they don't play d5. Maybe they play g6. Well, this is going to fail as well because of the key move. Very important to understand this one if you see it, and that is bishop takes here on f7. They pretty much need to take with their king here. It doesn't matter if they do or not. They're going to end up losing the game here. Queen takes here on its h7, and they're going to lose no matter where they go. If they come back here, well, this is clearly just mate and one. If they come to after queen takes on h7, if they come queen to f8, well, then we have the bishop get involved into the game. That's going to be check, and then it's going to be checkmate pretty soon. If they try to bring the king out, king to f6, probably the best move. It's still going to be a mate eventually. There's just no way to stop this. Now, that's not a forced mate, meaning we're not going to check them every single time, but there's no way to stop the mate. So we could see g4 threatening just g5 at some point. Maybe they play e5. Then we just push forward with our bishop even to get that involved into the game. They take. We're just gobbling up material here. Rook to e5. You can see queen's not doing too much. It's on this long diagonal, but that's not where we're attacking the light square bishop. They can't do anything right now. And so the king's just pretty much in this awkward spot where it's going to be chased around the entire game. Rook here to e1. Maybe now they try to open up, get their light square bishop involved into the game, but we're just going to completely avoid all those squares that they can defend on. And at the end of the day, it is going to be checkmate. Just no way to stop this. So maybe queen over here to e3, and then eventually h3 checkmate. A lot of different ways you could do that. But that is the Nackmanson gambit. If they take with their knights, and this is the last variation, if they take, or if they come here to bishop here to e7. I try to make a really in-depth video. If you have watched this whole thing, if you haven't already, please like the video. I have been trying to put a lot more time into these videos to show more variations, so that if you are truly trying to study these openings, and this is going to be your go-to, that you understand more of the variations, more of the thoughts around what both sides are looking to do and how to attack if they do certain things. But definitely please like the video if you haven't already. Know that the next video coming out is going to be if they decline the gambit, which, come on, opponent, you always got to take our gambits that we provide you, but sometimes they don't. So we're going to be going over that. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the 11 fish attack. My goal is to have the most in-depth analysis that exists of the 11 fish attack. It is my favorite way to attack the dragon variation in the Sicilian defense. So any player out there that starts out with e4, you're probably going to get met with the Sicilian defense, and that is c5. And if you get met against the Sicilian defense, you need to have a strong repertoire of how you're going to attack that. There's so many dangerous lines that black can play here. Knight f3, then you see the dragon defense, which is d6, d4, pawn exchange in the center of the board after knight takes on d4, knight 2, f6, knight c3, and then pawn g6, preparing to bring the bishop here to g7 and attack this long dark square diagonal that white has on the queen side of the board. So this is the dragon variation. If you're not familiar with it, you definitely should make sure that you do some preparation for this. I have a separate video on the Sicilian defense dragon variation, but the 11 fish attack looks at this position and says we need to be pretty aggressive and we want to stop the threat immediately of g7. What's the best way to do that? 11 fish attack is f4, and I'll show you in just a minute when we look at the variations of why f4 is so good against the bishop to g7 square. The three lines that we are going to look at today, one is that bishop to g7, the second one is knight to c6, which is becoming more and more popular, and the last one is knight to d7. Now there are some other weird variations. You could see pawn down to e5, you could see queen to maybe c7. Those just, I don't see those very often. This is the main line that I play against the dragon variation, and I have quite a few lines that I do want to cover in those three. So that's what we're going to be covering today in the 11 fish attack. The first variation that we will look at is bishop to g7. This is the main idea that black has when they play the dragon variation. So many players with their preparation, they don't really think too much about where white's going to go. They're always going to be playing bishop to g7. I'm saying it's a terrible move. I don't recommend it if you are playing the dragon variation and you run against white playing the 11 fish attack, simply because e5 is just so difficult to deal with. Now the correct way to respond to this is knight to h5. Doesn't look like a great move, and it's not really fantastic, but we'll look here in a minute of why if you try to do something, pawn takes here on e5, that's just not going to be as strong of a move. So knight to h5. And then we have the bishop to b5 here, checking the king. Now, you don't want to block it with your knight here. Knight to c6, we can see is a clear mistake. Knight takes, pawn takes, and then the bishop's going to fork. This is check, and it's going to take this rook here on a8. Same as if the knight wants to come here to d7. First off, this is blocking this bishop here on a c8 from getting involved. But now pawn to e6 is very, very difficult to deal with. You can see it's already attacking this knight. The knight can't move. So really, the only way to stop that is the pawn taking here. Anytime you fianchetto to one side of the board, meaning you bring your bishop here to g7 for black, you definitely don't want to give up your f-pawn. This is a very weakened king side of the board. Now, all of a sudden, white can play knight takes here on e6. This is attacking both the bishop here on a g7 as well as the queen. Maybe the bishop takes down here on c3 check. Really, the only in-between move that they have. Pawn takes here on c3, maybe queen to a5. Got to get out of the way from the attack here. But then white just has queen to d4, protecting both the pawn right here and attacking this rook here on h8. You can tell if this king in the center of the board, white can castle on the king side of the board, still has a pretty safe king. Black, on the other hand, his king is in the center of the board. White's going to be able to chase that all over town. So that's not going to be the way to defend it as well. If we do get into the setup, really the only way that black has to respond this correctly is going to be bishop here to d7. There's a few ways that you can attack this. I've seen some people recommend just playing e6. From my own experience playing against this, it doesn't really matter if bishop takes here on b5 or even pawn takes here on e6. I don't think either of those are as strong as just playing queen to e2. This does defend this bishop here on b5. This defends the center of the board here. It still is attacking over here on the queen side or the king side of the board. Also, if you want to start pushing with g4 at some point, it supports that as well. So queen to e2 is my recommendation in this board. And so there's a few variations from here that I'm going to look at just because this is the main line that I tend to see the most when I am met with g7, because we already looked at the knights aren't going to be moving to c6 or d7, so they're almost always going to be playing bishop here to d7. I'm always going to be responding here with queen to e2. Now from here, there's a few moves you could see from black. a6 is pretty common in the Sicilian defense specifically. One, this is going to bring the bishop back. White's going to come back here to c4, but it also stops the white knights from advancing. You always want to be stopping your opponent's knights from advancing up the board. With bishop, they can control so much and get so many places very quickly. You can't stop them as easily as you can with the knights. The knights have very few squares they can go to, especially as they're marching up the board and there's pawns. You can see that the b5 square, especially for white, is a very critical square. So a6 very common in the Sicilian defense. In this case, bishop back here to c4, and then you could see a few options from here, maybe e6. In that case, just castle on the king side. Pretty good setup for white here if they don't play e6. You could see maybe queen to b6, attacking the knights. I'm going to bring the knight back here to f3. Solid setup. This is very similar to the king's game. If you were to castle on the king side, you have your pawn up here on f4. In this case, it hasn't been taken. Knight to f3. You have center control, but it does maintain pressure on this e5 square. If you try something else, maybe knight to b3, you can still eventually get that material back, but right away you are going to lose some material, whether you take the pawn here or you force the queen back and then you take and they recapture here. You're going to be down a pawn, you're going to be fighting back. I just don't think that you have to play that. Instead, if they're attacking your knight, just bring the knight back here to f3. Still a great square, protecting this. You have both your pawn, your knight, and your queen, still defending the square here on e5. Very, very critical square e5. This is also blocking off this bishop coming down here and attacking right away on the c3 square. So that's if they play queen to b6. Another option is if they just decide to take it in the center of the board. That's fine. Recapture right here. White's in a good setup. You can start to castle on the king side. So a lot of different options here. You always have surprise attacks depending on where you're at. Maybe castle on the king side. You can play bishop takes on f7 if they're not prepared for it. It's going to be defended by the rook here on f1. So a lot of attacking lines that white has. Now if we come back and say doesn't have to play a6. Another option could just be take here on e5. That's great. I would go ahead and take right here. Maybe they play queen to c7, attacking this pawn. Same things before. I'm bringing the knight back here to f3. You don't always have to be attacking, although I'm looking for attacking lines generally when I'm playing chess. But sometimes it's better to just bring your pieces back, build up a strong attack, and then push forward depending on where your opponent goes. Knight to f3 makes a lot of sense right here. You can always get your dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the queen side of the board, but I'm going to be castling on the king side in this setup here. Another option if they don't take in the center of the board right away is they could just take the bishop right here. From here, I'm going to go and take with my queen. You can take with your knights, but this immediately puts your opponent into check. Kind of puts them to the test right away. Knight to d7, pretty common. In this case, same thing as before. Knight to f3. While this knight is being pinned down to the king right here, eventually black's going to be able to castle on the king side. That's going to free up the knight. The knight is attacking this critical square in the center of the board on e5. So this queen, although it's attacking the king, also putting another pressure point on e5, also attacking this pawn here on b7. So a lot of different threats that black has to deal with from that very early setup of queen to e2. That's why I really like putting the queen to e2 there early in the game. So we just looked at all the variations if black plays knight to h5, which is the preferred move. They should go there. It's not a great move, but that's where they should be going. But they could decide to just take here on e5. Not really a strong move from black because they're immediately giving up their central control, especially of this e5 square, critical square in the dragon variation. And if they give that up right away, well, now they're in a pretty tough spot. If they come to h5, same as before, not a great square for this knight right here. White can get pretty aggressive. Bishop to b5 check, preparing to castle on the king side. Maybe bishop to d7, but then pawn g4. And black is out of squares. Can't come here to g3 because it's defended by the pawn. Can't come here to f4, defended by the bishop right here. Yeah, you can always take this pawn in the center of the board, but then the knight's going to fall here on h5. It's going to start chipping away on the king side of the board. King doesn't have any safety anymore. How does black really continue right here? If you take, yeah, you can just recapture right here. So many different variations that black has to deal with. At the end of the day, they're definitely going to be in a world of hurt. Now, they don't have to play their knight to h5. They could play knight to d7, says, yeah, I'm just going to attack it from this standpoint. But white can just push forward, put a lot of pressure on them, and depending on how they want to continue, they're going to have a tough position. If they take right here, white's going to recapture, and then they're putting so much pressure. The queen right here on d8 is under attack, the bishop here on g7, probably going to take the knight here on c3 because they have to, gives white double pawns, but that's fine. Queen comes down here to a5, and then queen up here to d5. Still has to worry about this knight here on e6, attacking the rook here on h8. Black's just in a world of hurt. White can still castle on the king side as well. And if they say, okay, well, I'm not going to do that, instead, maybe they think something like knight to e5. Okay, well, now white can just take here on f7. The king's going to recapture here, and then white can just attack the king the rest of the game. So that's why at the beginning of the game, you're probably going to see if they play the bishop here to g7, you play e5. They're probably going to play h5. Just know if they don't, though, it is going to be a mistake. If they do, you're still going to have a very good game. The next variation in the 11-fish attack is going to be knight to c6. Now, I do see this a little bit more than a bishop to g7 these days, but there's not as many lines to go over because many of them are forced. In this case, I'm going to take with my knight here on c6, and they're going to recapture with their pawn here on c6. So you can see those are pretty much forced, and then I'm playing e5 right here. So there are some variations as far as where they could go. They could just immediately take right here. In that case, I'm going to be playing queen takes here on d8. Then the queen takes here. My pawn's going to take, a lot of different options as far as where the knight goes. Maybe the knight comes down here to g4, attacking the pawn, bishop here to f4. And this is a setup I'm going to be completely fine with. When I say these specific setups, if you play these openings a lot, I always recommend, especially players getting into chess or trying to find a specific opening, find openings you like, that you have fun playing with, but you've had good success, and then play them over and over, and then find positions like this, and just study the board and figure out what plan you want to attack, and where, if your opponent goes one place, where would you go? And so that's why I like to look at these positions. So this is getting into the opening, transitioning into the middle game, but this is definitely a position I get into quite a bit. From here, you can castle a lot to the queen side of the board, get your rook involved to this d file right away. Your opponent, you can see here, does not have either of his bishops involved into the game. This is an open board state right here, so both sides having the double bishops is going to be a pretty aggressive game, even though the queens are off the board here. If we come back and say maybe the pawn doesn't take, if the pawn doesn't take, the queens are not going to come off the board right away, and that's completely fine as well. Another move they could play is knight to d7. This retreats the knight's under attack, so that does make sense. And it also says, yeah, I can now attack this pawn here on e5. If they do that, I like to play queen to f3. Very aggressive line, attacks this undefended pawn here on c6, and says, yeah, I don't really care if you take right here. I can recapture. I can always take here on c6, pinning down the knight before that. So a lot of different options. Bring my bishop involved into the game. At some point, castle on the king side. I always have the option to castle on the queen side. In this position, I still am probably going to be castling more on the king side. So that's one option. Another option that I don't see too often, but every now and then you will see an opponent's played knight to g4. Says, yeah, if you want to attack my knight, I'm just going to double attack your pawn here. That's fine though, because h3, what are they really going to do? They're not going to capture here. Just going to capture with your pawn. They're going to go down material. That's definitely a bad exchange. So they're going to be playing knight h6. I assure you, this is not a good square for the knight at all. And anytime my opponent plays a weak move like this, I'm going to be pretty aggressive. So queen to f3 as well. Get very aggressive here. You can see attacking this pawn right here. They're probably going to be getting their queen involved into the game, or bishop to b7, but they're still playing pretty defensive here. I can activate my pieces, knight here on h6, again, not doing too much. So that's what happens if they play knight to c6. Very common, but again, pretty straightforward. You're going to be taking, and then it really just depends on how they want to approach the center of the board. The last variation we are going to look at is knight to d7. This does a few things. One, it defends this knight here on f6, which could be attacked at some point. It also adds another defender to the critical square of e5. So if they want to play bishop to d7, push forward with e5, they have another defender here. In this case, as many times as I'm playing a very aggressive line here with 11-fish attack, I'm going to be pretty aggressive in this line as well. So I'm going to be playing queen to f3. I am later going to be looking at my bishops involved into the game, but I really like playing the queen to f3. Now, they could decide immediately to attack in the center of the board. Pretty common in this case. I'm going to go ahead and take. They're probably going to recapture with their knight. They could take with their pawn, absolutely, and then we have to move our knight out of the way. But they're usually going to take with their knight because this is threatening our queen here on f3 and says, hey, you need to move that. Well, I'm not going to move it right away. Instead, I have in between move bishop to b5 check. They're probably going to have to defend this. Bishop to d7 makes a lot of sense. I'm going to take that right away. I think that's fine. They're probably going to take with their knight here on d7. I say probably because, hey, if they want to come back here to d7, I don't have to worry about my queen right now. I can castle on the king side. That's fine. So I'm going over the optimal moves. Yes, your opponent may be making mistakes, and you can look at that and say, hey, that's not what they should be doing. Maybe I don't have to play the main lines here, and how can I exploit what they are trying to do? So we're generally going to see knight taking here on d7. And if this is the case, I would play queen to g3. And I feel like this is a pretty good setup from here. If they wanted to continue, you could see bishop to d7, bishop to f4. Now, in this case, I'm probably going to be looking to castle on the queen side of the board. Very few times that I will be looking to castle on the queen side of the board. Other times I'm looking to castle on the king side because it's so easy for black to come down, take my knight here on c3, and then recapture with my pawn here on c3. And it's not a very good queen side castle. But in this setup specifically, I found that castling on the queen side does pretty good for white. So that's what happens if they push early on with that pawn on e5. Now, they don't have to do that. Instead, another move that they could play is a6. We talked about this before. Pretty common in the Sicilian defense. This does stop both the knight coming here to b5 as well as this one. In this case, I'm going to be playing bishop to e3 in this position. Bishop coming here to d7. I do feel like because the queen here on f3 is no longer defending this knight, it is nice to have another defender here. You can now castle on the queen side if you wanted to as well. But bishop to e3 is a pretty safe setup for white here. The last option is they could just decide to play bishop to g7. This is the main theme that you have in the dragon variation, so it makes a lot of sense just go ahead and play bishop here to g7. Same thing, bishop here to e3. If they castle on the king side, I'm going to go and castle on the queen side, and then it's pretty much just an all-out attack. I'm going to start pushing g4 here at some point, really start to chip away at their king side of the board. So that is the 11-fish attack. Again, this is the way that I like to attack the dragon variation. I know a lot of other players play this as well, so if you haven't tried it out, I definitely recommend it. Very, very good winning percentage from white, just if you're looking not only at just club level players, but if you're looking at grandmasters for the last 100 years, white does very favorable. So this is just not a hey, F4 attack. Wow, I don't know if that's actually going to do well. This is a very, very strong attack. But thank you guys so much for watching the video. Hopefully you enjoyed this in-depth analysis of a variation in the dragon variation. If you guys like the video, if you wouldn't mind liking it, also feel free to leave me a comment in the section below, trying to respond to those more and more. You can always reach me on the website at thechesswebsites.com. You can chat me on there. You can always reach out to me via email as well, thechesswebsite@gmail.com. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Blumenfeld game. It derives from the Benoni defense, which is d4, knight f6, c4, and after pushing to c5, attacking the center of the board here, a d5, and then e6. This is the modern Benoni. Lots of different variations that black has. You have the Binko gambit here with b5. You have the modern Benoni with e6, and you have the Czech Benoni, which we just did a video on with e5. But after the modern Benoni on e6, the most common response from white is to play knight to f3. Now, they don't have to play that, but for the Blumenfeld gambit, we are going to be looking at knight to f3 and then pawn to b5. And this is the setup that we're going to be looking at. A few variations, both from the accepted line as well as if they decline. And when I say accepted, specifically mean if they go up in material. Now, they could just take here on b5, but they're not going to go up in material. Yes, we are giving up a pawn. That is the gambit piece. But just taking right away, that's not gaining material because the pawn can just recapture. Yes, the queen is attacking the pawn, but our knight is defending this square here on d5. If maybe they tried something, bishop down here to g5, pinning down the knight so it can't defend it anymore. Bishop to b7 is the savior, no longer able to attack this pawn. Yes, has double pawns in the center, not the best setup for black, but also white has double pawns on the b file, and this pawn here on b5 is pretty awkwardly placed. So, maybe now e3, bishop to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side. So you really don't see that line very often. If they are going to accept it, generally that means that they're going to take here on e6. Black's going to recapture with his f-pawn, wants to maintain both of his center pawns. That's why you're generally not going to see the pawn recapture here. Also opens up the door for the queens to trade off the board. A lot of players are not looking to do that early on in the game. So f-pawn takes here on e6, and then the pawn takes here on b5. So white, yes, is up material. That's part of the point of the gambit, and black is looking to control the center of the board. So white had the pawn here on a d5 and a c4, and black is giving up material so that black can control the center of the board and really be the one that's aggressive in this setup. Now from here, black has a few options. A lot of people will immediately play d5, attacking the center of the board, trying to control it with the pawns here. Personally, that's not what I feel like is the easiest to play because you just have a really awkward placed pawn here on e6. And we'll get into exactly what that looks like and why I think it's somewhat awkward. But I like to keep the pawn back here on d7. Instead, play bishop to b7 because this controls these light squares in the center of the board. White at some point wants to be playing pawn to e4, opening up, trying to control the center, open up towards light for a bishop, castle on the king side. And this allows black to kind of sit back, still control the center with his minor pieces. You have the knight here, you have the bishop here on d7, but wait, and not really commit to anything yet with his d pawn. So from here, you could see knight to c3. And then black could play bishop to e7. And then you start to look at how white's going to continue. They're not going to be playing pawn to e4. That doesn't make sense because knight could just take here on e4. This knight is protected by the bishop, so that's not really going to happen. They could play e3, castle on the king side. This has a very similar vibe to the king's gambit where you castle, you have a very safe king, but you have a very active rook here. This pawn over here, they're double pawns on the b file. You're going to get that material back at some point, but black has a very aggressive board state right here. Now, if they don't go to e3, maybe instead they decide to, after bishop to e7, they play queen to c2. This is a pretty common square for the queen to come to once this c-file pawn moves. It starts to attack the king side. I would still castle on the king side. Your knight here on f6 is doing a very solid job protecting this square over here on h7, and you just have a very aggressive rook here on f8. So I think this is the way to go. And if you ever need to, you can swing your bishop over here, get that involved into the action as well. Be prepared that you're going to be playing some a6 at some point. So, from here, if they were to play e4, I'm going to be looking to play a6. Break up this pawn structure right here. You can get your rook involved into the game to really start to attack the queen side of the board. So that's what happens if they play knight to c3 after we play that bishop to b7. Now, if you don't play bishop to b7, because a lot of people, if you look at a different commentary or if you just look at different options that you have, pawn to d5. The reason I personally don't like it as much is because from here, knight to c3, fairly common as we talked about. Now, if you were to try bishop to b7, which you don't have to, but knight to g5 is pretty awkward. This has, this knight attacking this backward pawn here on e6. Now, you could definitely get out of this. You could play queen up here to d6. This is defending this. I just don't necessarily like it as much. And this knight is way too much in my business for what I like to do. So instead, what if bishop doesn't come to b7? Maybe bishop to e7, but then knight to e4. It's just kind of awkward. I really like protecting it with my bishop over here. Now, why would they do that? Because you may just look at it and say, can't black just take here? Because, pawn takes and, you got the knight here, and the knight's going to recapture. That looks good for black. But actually, the black pawn can't take here on e4 because then you're just going to see the queen come down here, take on d8, and then after the bishop takes, then the key move here is knight to g5. So this knight is attacking both the pawn here on e4 and the backward pawn here on e6 that we already talked about, pretty awkward. And this knight here on c3 is also attacking this pawn here on e4. White's also looking to get his bishop here to c4, adding another attacker right here. Black doesn't have a lot of safety for his king. Both of his pawns are pushed forward. His bishops are back here on d8 and c8. So that's why black can't take here. So because he's not taking here, where does he really continue from here? I mean, he could try some other options and just maybe castle on the king side, but then they could push forward to e5. And this is really a tough spot. This keeps the pawn back here on e6 as a backward pawn. Black has a more cramped position than I like. So that's why, while yes, you are controlling the center of the board with your pawns, I prefer when we come back here as far as how black continues from this setup right here after the accepted lines to just play bishop to b7. All right, so let's look at some lines if they do not accept, and one of those would be playing e4. And it looks a little awkward because right away you say, yeah, the knight can just take here on e4. Yes, that is true, but remember it is a gambit, so they can always get a pawn back in material, meaning they could take here, and then after we recapture with our pawn, they could take with their own pawn. Both sides are equal in material. Now, black has a much better setup. White has double pawns here, and then you can play this queen to a5. Now, before in all the setups, they could just play knight to c3, or they already had knight on c3. That's a little awkward now because we have the knight on e4. That can take, obviously, they can't just recapture. We are forking their rook here on a1 with the check here. So this is going to be a completely fine setup if they were to capture material back. They don't have to take with their pawns here. Another option that they do have is a bishop here to d3. Attacking the knight is pretty awkward if you try to push forward here with f5 and hold on to that material. Usually just going to bring your knight back to f6. You could bring it back here to d6 as well, but I find it more advantageous to bring it back here to f6 to make sure you have a defender for this h7 pawn. From here, if they take material, that's completely okay. You can just recapture. If now they take, you have some options. You could get your queen involved into the game. That's fine. You could just play bishop here to e7, castle on the king side. But that's the reason that they might play e4 early on, because they still have a lot of good options, even though initially it kind of looks awkward that they're just giving up one of their center pawns to your knights. It's not a free pawn by any means. Another option that they do have is this awkward d6 of just saying, yes, you're giving up a pawn material. Keep in mind, from the very beginning of the game, you push forward with c5, and they say, I'm not going to take that. I'm going to play d5 here. So already in their mind, they like to not take and push forward here. And after e6, and then they play knight f3, pawn up here to b5, they could say, yeah, I'm just going to play d6. It's being protected by the queen here on d1, so that's completely fine. Now, black has the option of playing queen to a5 check, but I feel like if they're going to play this game, you almost have to play b4. Completely fine option, and you just have to let them know, hey, if you're not going to take my pawns, I'm going to play the same game. They have to know that you are running the game. Just look them in the eye and tell them that you are the captain now. You're not going to be playing their shenanigans. You run the chess board. Now, from here, as far as how they could continue, maybe bishop to f4, protecting the pawn right here. Now, queen to b6. This is adding another attacker on this d6 square. You could at some point play knight to h5, attacking the bishop. It can't come back here to g3 because the knight is covering that square. But first, I'd like to get the queen over here to b6. You have a very active queen side of the board. So while this both defends both your pawns, it also does attack the square here on d6. So that's an option if they play d6. Not super common, but every now and then you will see some really weird moves from your opponent after you play this gambit here on b5. And then the last option is knight to c3. Don't think you'll see it too often, but if you do, probably pretty obvious since we just looked at last variation, you're just going to push forward here to b4. You're giving up that material here on b4 for a central attack, but if they don't want to take it, b4 is very difficult for them to worry about on the queen side of the board. And you still have a very, very sound king side as well. Now, how do they really continue? Yeah, if they take here, you take. You have a good center of the board. You can push forward here. You can play bishop to b7. You can easily play bishop to e7, castle on the king side, have a very active king side as well with your rook here on f1. So all in all, very, very good gambit. So definitely Benoni defense. If you don't play it all too much, I highly recommend it when you get into these lines with the d4 and c4. You just have so many different variations. The modern Benoni, one of the more popular lines. And when you start seeing that knight to f3, I definitely recommend trying this out because it is a fun one indeed. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. I've had a lot of requests for different variations specifically in the Benoni. That's why I've made these videos. If there are other variations, other opening lines that you'd like me to make, you can always leave a comment, or the best way is to reach out to me. You can email me at thechesswebsite@gmail.com, or if you go to the website, thechesswebsite.com, there is a chat functionality on the website. You can chat directly with me. Yes, it is going to be me that is responding to you, so feel free to do that. I will respond as fast as I can. But you can always let me know if there are videos you would like me to make. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I will see you guys next time. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the check Benoni, one of the more common ways that you'll see the Benoni played. It starts out with d4, and then f6, c4, and then after c5, white pushes forward with d5 here. And there's three main lines that you'll see black play here. The first one is going to be the Benko gambit, which is how I like to play, and that is b5. Then you have the modern Benoni, which is e6, and then you have the check Benoni, which is what we're going to be covering today, and that is e5. Now, it is more sound than the other openings, both the modern and the Benko gambit, very aggressive lines. This is not that at all. It tends to be a very closed game, so you'll see some positions later on where looking for some long, middle, and end game. So if you're one of those players that you like those very long games where not a lot of material is trading off early on, this definitely could be the defense for you. We're going to be looking at a few variations. One is going to be if they decide to take here. So en passant, if you're not familiar with this move, the first time a player plays their pawn up two squares, if there's another pawn right next to it, they have one move and one move only to capture like this. So this is a legal move for white. So we'll be going over that. The other one is if they play e4, which looks like it's undefended, so that I can easily take it. It's not, so we're going to look at what that looks like. Then we're also going to be looking at both the knights coming here to f3, and then the main line, which is what most players are going to run into, and that is knight to c3. Hopefully you guys enjoy the video. So the first line is going to be en passant with white taking here on e6. You're really not going to see it too often, but I just want to make sure everyone is prepared if you do come across this. You're going to recapture with your f-pawn. Generally in chess, you want to capture towards the center of the board, always trying to control the center. There are a few cases where you may not want to. We'll do another video on when you may not want to capture towards the center, but in this case, you absolutely do want to capture towards the center of the board. But then where do they actually continue from here? Maybe knight to f3, getting a minor piece developed into the center of the board. Black, pretty much every move is going to be pushing here with a d5. Has both the pawn, the queen, and the knight all protecting the square right here. So depending on where they go, if they capture here, black recaptures. Black has center control right here. He can get both of his bishops involved into the game. His knight here on c6, very easy. If he doesn't capture here, may want to get his knight involved into the game, but then black pushes forward here to d4. This is a pretty awkward setup. Now the white knight has to move here, and then eventually you could get the queen here to a5. Just not really the setup that white's looking for. So again, really not going to see white taking that pawn early on with en passant. Just want to let people know what you could see if it did happen in the game. Now the next variation you could see is e4, because it looks like that black can just take here on e4. And while it's not necessarily a trap, you're not going to get that free pawn, but I still think you need to take it. If you don't take it, you're not going to have nearly as good a setup as you probably think you would. So I'd recommend just go ahead and taking this on e4, but be prepared for the move queen to e2. Now, if they don't play queen e2, then they truly did just give up this pawn here on e4, but this is going to get the material back because once this knight moves, this knight's under attack here, this pawn here on e5 is going to fall. Now, the knight could come back right away. It could come to f6 or d6. I prefer d6, but it could also hold on to this material for at least a short amount of time, and that move would be f5. And the reason I like this is because it forces white's hand a little bit. If we just bring our knight back here to d6, then they're going to play queen takes on e5. We play queen e7. They can exchange if they want to, but they still have a pretty good setup right here. If instead we play pawn to f5, we essentially are forcing them to play something like f3. And this is now forcing the knight to move away, which they will get that material back. So after knight to d6, yes, they can come down, take here on e5, and we can play queen to e7. But the difference now is this pawn on f3, much weaker setup for white. It both weakens the king side of the board and also weakens the square, the natural progression for where this knight would want to come to on f3. So this is definitely what I prefer. And this is pinning down the queen. So white has some options here. Usually not just going to take, because now black can just recapture castle on the king side of the board. Has a lot more minor pieces developed in the game. So you could see something like f4 that says, yeah, if you want to capture my queen, I'll recapture. This is a great setup for white. Has center control, attacking the knight here. Now the knight is forced to move. Can't come here to c4 because that is defended by the bishop here on f1. So black's probably not going to recapture. What I recommend in this position is knight to e4. The main reason is it looked like the knight was actually defending this square here on f5. And as soon as it comes up to e4, this looks like an outpost, but it's also leaving this pawn here on f5 undefended. But it actually is defended because after the queen takes, if it takes, I mean, that would be a huge mistake. You could play knight to g3. This is a discovered attack on the king, and it's also attacking the queen here on f5. The queen is going to fall. White's going to fall. Black is definitely going to win the game. So yes, early on, I would recommend taking with your knights here on e4, but just recognize that you're not going to be able to hold on to that pawn as soon as they play queen to e2. The next variation that you could see is knight to f3, and you have two options here. If you're playing the Czech Benoni, generally you are playing a longer game. You're looking for a clog center of the board, and so you're probably going to be playing something like d6, because this is what you do in the Czech Benoni. We'll go over that in the main line here in a second. So after knight to c3, you play bishop to e7, pawn to e4, you castle on the king side, and this is kind of the main setup that you're used to seeing if you're playing the Czech Benoni. But I recommend, just because I like to take aggressive lines in most openings that I play here, instead of d6, I recommend pushing forward with e4. And this is just common practice to start pushing your pawns forward up the board. Hey, they have a pawn on the 5th rank is white, pushing up, so you have a pawn on the 4th rank is black, forcing the knight to move. Now, the knight doesn't have a lot of great options. They're usually going to come back to d2. And this is where it gets a little tricky, and you definitely need to play this quite a few times to recognize that this is not necessarily a bad move. But if on the face of it you look at it and say, I don't know if I like that position, then just go ahead and play the d6, because you are going to give up material in this line, and that is playing e3. And they may look at this and just recapture. And yes, that is absolutely what we are recommending here, because then black's going to continue with their game plan. But look at the game board and how white continues. Yes, they're up a pawn in material, but both of these pawns right here are blocking the light square bishop. They don't have good king side safety because their f-pawn's gone. It's going to take some time before they can even develop enough to get to king side safety. If they want to castle on the king side, they can't move this pawn here, so they're going to be pushing maybe g3. But now it looks really awkward if they castle on the king side. They're not going to be castling on the queen side anytime soon. It's going to be difficult to hold on to both of these pawns. Later on, black has a lot of opportunity to start to attack these pawns. So black gave up a little material right away for a much stronger position right away, and then later on, much stronger attacking line. So bishop to g7, potentially bishop to g2, d6, opening up for the light square bishop to get involved into the game. Once you start playing this more, I think you'll recognize that black has a lot of good options. But if we come back and say, I just don't want to give up that pawn, then you probably don't want to be playing e4. Instead, just go ahead and play that d6. And that brings us to the main line, which is what you're going to see most of the time, and that is knight to c3. You're going to respond with d6. They're generally going to respond with e4, and then bishop to e7. And then bishop to d3. And a lot of players, when they think about the Czech Benoni, this is the specific setup that they are looking at. There's a lot of things to keep in mind from both sides of the board. Black has a pretty cramped position here. White's really far up the board here. You can see both these pawns in the center are equal here, but white is much farther up the board than black. You know, this pawn here on d6 is cramping a lot of the squares that black can go. The dark square bishop's not going anywhere for a while. The light square bishop can get outside the pawn chain and start doing some stuff, but black's really going to be looking at some point to start pushing up these pawns on the flanks. But at the same time that black's looking at that, white can also be looking to attack on the flanks as well here on the f file and the b file. Now, if both sides aren't looking to do that, they may also start to attack with their other material and see how they can maneuver in different ways. So black may be looking to bring his knight to a6 and then eventually to c7, and then at some point attacking here on b5, or if he wants to push his pawn forward, he can do that as well. Sometimes, if we see the knight coming here to a6, you could see white start to attack on the queen side of the board, and you start to have a race. Sometimes you'll even see that black will push his pawn up here to a7, and then white will respond with a4, just wants to stop the threat of the pawn coming up here to b5, and then all of a sudden you have this critical square here on b4. It's a great outpost that black can get to, and it's then very difficult for white to actually attack this square right here. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and part of the way that I like to approach this from black is a waiting game, and not committing to one specific variation, and kind of waiting to see what your opponent's going to do. And so the first move that I like to play from here is just castling on the king side. Some players will automatically commit, they'll play knight here to a6, but I like to go ahead and castle on the king side. And to give an example of why that would be, let's say that white immediately starts to attack on the king side and plays f4. Okay, well, black captures here, the bishop recaptures, and then black decides, yeah, I want to go ahead and get my knight here to d7. The main reason is you want to bring your knight here to e5. This is a great outpost. You can start to attack this light square bishop right here. It's very difficult for white to really do much. And then let's say they play knight to f3, then you could even play knight to g4, and then both of your knights are both aimed at the square here on e5. And you can easily control that. Now that's very different than if you were to come back a few moves, and if they play instead of castling on the king side, if you play knight a6. Now all of a sudden they play f4, you take, they recapture, and you kind of sit here and wonder, okay, well, I cast on the king side, that's the same, but then they play knight to f3, and they've already started to attack the king side of the board. Maybe too late to start to attack on the queen side. So I feel like castling a little earlier, even though it's one move, gives you more options as far as how you want to continue. Now, let's say they don't play f4, because that could be pretty aggressive early on. Instead, after bishop to d3, castle on the king side, maybe they play knight to f3. At this point, they have an attack on the king side. Maybe at this point, you want to play knight to a6 and start to attack on the queen side. So you definitely have some options. If they play something bishop to g5, just know this is a huge mistake, because you can just take material here on d5. This is a free pawn. If they take your bishop, you're going to recapture with your knight here. You're up a pawn. If they say, yeah, I'll just go ahead and take your knight. Okay, well, you take their bishop and you're up a pawn here. So that's going to be a mistake. Sometimes players don't recognize that they can't just pin down your knight to bishops when they have some pawns in the center of the board. It doesn't always work like they want to, especially in the Czech Benoni when they have this pawn here on d5. So keep that in mind. If they try something else, castle on the king side and then a3, From here you have a lot of different options. I would say rook here to e8. You don't have to commit to anything right away. You don't know because they could play a3 and then start to push forward here on f4. So I would continue normal game plan. Get your rooks center of the board and get your light bishop board if you want to. Eventually you can start to push on the queen side, so you definitely have some options. But really, black needs to make sure that you're attacking on the wings at some point. You don't want to have such a cramped position that you don't have any fighting chance. You don't want to play this just for a draw. You have some strong attacks, but you are going to have to attack on either the king side or the queen side at some point. But you can tell from these positions, no material has come off the board. It's going to be a much longer middle and end game. So if you like these positions, if you look at this and you say I could definitely maneuver around here, this is my type of game, then the Czech Benoni could definitely be for you. Thanks so much for watching the video. If you like the video, if you wouldn't mind, please click on the like button. Definitely helps the channel. If you haven't already subscribed, please subscribe. If you have other videos you'd like me to make, you can always leave a comment. Or the best way to contact me is through email, thechesswebsite@gmail.com, or there is a chat functionality on the website. You can always chat me. I try to respond as often as I can. Thanks again for watching the video. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Stafford Gambit. It derives from the Petrov defense, which is e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6. Now, after knight takes on e5, the most common reply from black is to play d6, and then after the knight comes back, then knight's going to capture here on e4, and play continues. But in the Stafford Gambit, black says, yeah, I don't mind that you took this material right here. I'm going to play knight to c6. For this particular video, we are going to be going over the accepted line, and that is if the knight takes here on c6, and black recaptures here on c6. This is the most common variation that you will see. We'll do another video that goes over the decline line if they choose to do something besides knight taking here on c6. Now, there's a few options that we're going to be looking at today as far as how white may continue. Since the knight is attacking this pawn here on e4, the most common response that I see is e5. This is attacking the knights and getting the knight or the pawn out of harm's way. Other moves that you could see are d3, solidifying this pawn chain, opening up for the dark square bishop to get involved into the game, and just all in all protects this pawn in the center of the board. And lastly, you could see knight to c3. Pretty common development move, defends this pawn here on e4 as well. So those are the three variations that we're going to be going over in the Stafford Gambit. So the first move is e5, and that's going to force the knight to come up to e4. Black really needs to be aggressive in this game, giving up that pawn. This knight here is attacking the king side from white. Also opens up for both of the bishops to get involved into the game, and this queen has a semi-open file as well as can easily come to queen to h4, put a lot of pressure on the king side from white. Now white has a few options here. The first one would be to completely ignore this knight, which is easier said than done in a chess game, and that is to play d4. This is the best move from white. Control the center of the board and just let this knight hang out here on e4. If they do this, I recommend playing queen to h4. This puts a lot of pressure on their opponent, and many players are going to make a mistake here because this is threatening queen to f2 checkmate. And a lot of players, when they see this, they play something like g3 to stop that, but this actually opens up the door for a trap, and that is the knight coming here to g3 because if the pawn takes, then the rook is going to fall, and if the pawn takes here, then queen to e4 check, and after the king moves, or the bishop or the queen, let's say queen to e2, then the queen can come up and take here on h1, and white's side is just completely decimated. Black should have a pretty easy game here. Now if we come back and say, what if the pawn doesn't come to g3? What if something like e3 instead? This protects the pawn here on f2. Well, now I recommend f6, and this is important because black is going to be looking to blow up the center of the board, then get the light square bishop involved into the game. Many times it's going to come to g4 and then castle on the queen side and throw everything they can at the king side of the board. Now white may be looking to kick this knight away. It can't come to f3 because this pawn's pinned down by the queen, but if you see something like bishop to d3, then black can play bishop to g4. This is attacking the queen, and remember the pawn can't come to f3, which it would like to, so the bishop may have to come back to e2. These are just getting moves from white's just going back and forth, and so while black is down a pawn to material, it does look like he's going to be able to get some of the momentum back in the game just from having an active board state, taking material in the center, and then castling on the queen side of the board. So that's what happens if at the very beginning your opponent pushes forward here with d4. The next line you may see from white is to play d3, and it looks logical. It looks to kick this knight away and opens up for the dark square bishop here. But after bishop to c5, black is in a really, really bad spot. They can't just take this knight here on e4 because bishop to f2 is pretty deadly. You can see this is check. If the king takes, then the queen is going to fall right here. If the king does not take, maybe it comes to e2, doesn't have any other options. Then bishop to g4. Now the only legal move from white is to take here on f2, and then the queen is going to fall. So we can already see that it's not going to work if the pawn takes the knight here on e4, but then how else does it stop this pawn being attacked here on f2? The only real option is for this bishop to come to e3, but that's not going to work as well. Bishop takes on e3, and then after the pawn takes here, then queen to h4 check. And things are pretty bad from here. Now, if we look at it and say queen to e2, well, that's just going to be checkmate with bishop to g4. That's not going to work too well. If they try that g3 move, well, now, same thing as before. Knight takes on g3. If they take with their pawn, then the queen can just swing up here to h1. That's not going to be good for white at all. If they look at this and say the rook's under attack, so maybe I'm going to bring my rook here to g1. Well, now the knight can just come back here to e4. This is a discovered attack with the queen on the king here. But there's also no good moves from here. If it comes to e2, well, this is just going to be checkmate here on f2 from the queen. If instead the rook comes to g2, well, now the queen can come up to h2. This is threatening taking here on g3. We still have the bishop can get involved into the game. There's just no good moves that white has here. Definitely going to lose a ton of material. So that's what happens if they play d3 early on, although it looks like it's going to be kicking that knight away very early. It's not going to do that because bishop to c5 is just deadly. The next line you may see after knight to e4 is knight c3. This is attacking the knight and just says, hey, if you want to take material here, white's up, the pawn and material, this should be fine. That's not what black's looking to do here. Instead, queen can come to h4. Now, the slight difference is after the pawn comes to g3, you can't just take here on g3 because if they were to take with their pawn on g3, you can't come to e4 check and fork the rook here because the knight's just going to take here on e4. So we don't have that option. But if you see g3, at this point, I would just recommend taking on c3. If from here they decide, okay, well, if I take your queen, then you're just going to take my queen, but I have a king side that kind of looks really messed up here, if you kind of look at this, they may not look like this setup for white. So they may decide, well, I'll just go ahead and take with the pawn here on c3. Well, in this case, they took your knights, but now the queen's going to come over to e4. So this is what we were doing before, and at the end of the day, this rook is going to fall. So that's going to be extremely good for us. If they do decide correctly and decide, let's go ahead and take the queen here on the h-file, now the knight can take here on h1, or d1, excuse me, after the king takes. Now bishop to c5. You can see this pawn here on f2 is under attack. There's 2 pawns on the h-file. It's going to be very difficult to hold on to those as well. The bishop can get involved here to g4. Although black is down a pawn in material, does have a lot of targets and should easily get that back in the game. So this is not a bad spot if you do see that they play g3 and then take your queen right here. Now we come back after queen comes to h4. They could also play d3. This is going to be a huge mistake. Hopefully you can just see queen takes on f2. That's going to be checkmate. That's probably the worst option. But another thing that you could see is how do they defend this pawn here on f2? One option would be to play queen to f3. And if they do this, you have a couple options. One is if you just want to take here on c3, you have that option. The other option would be to keep material and just play knight to c5. Yes, you are still down a pawn in material. You have a very active board state. You want to start getting your other pieces involved into the game. Castle on the queen side is my recommendation. But this is the other alternative if you see the queen come to f3. So that's all that you're going to see if your opponent plays this e5 at the beginning of the game. The next variation is d3. And you'll see this a lot because players, when they see a new opening like the Stafford Gambit, they're up in material and they just want to hold that advantage as much as possible. So this opens up the door for the dark square bishop to get involved into the game and protects this pawn here on e4. It seems pretty safe, but black can get active pretty quickly with bishop to c5. Now, how does white respond here? They have to realize that there's a strong threat that's going to be happening with knight to g4 with the threat here on f2. But if they don't look at that, if they play something like knight to c3, then knight to g4 is pretty brutal. There's just no way to really defend this square here on f3. If they try something like bishop to e3, then the knight can take here. If the pawn takes, then bishop takes here on e3. And you can see, white's standpoint, the king side of the board's pretty much blown up here. Black has that pawn back in material, and they still have a very active board state. So this is going to be good from black's standpoint. Now, if instead they don't play knight to c3, if they recognize that the knight can come up here to g4, and so maybe they play bishop down here to g5. This is pinning down the knight, so the knight can't move here, but that should not stop black. Instead, they should get pretty active and take material here on e4. This also attacks this bishop here on g5. So that's an important note, but it's also threatening this pawn here on f2. So a lot of threats that black has here, but you can see that they are giving up material here on d8. But this would be a huge mistake. It would actually be a mate threat, because if the bishop takes here on d8, then all of a sudden, then black can spring into action. The bishop can take here on f2. There's no legal moves except for the king to come to e2, and then bishop to g4, and this is going to be checkmate. Pretty cool checkmate, if you ask me. Now, if they look at that and say, it's going to be a bad move if I take the queen here on d8, maybe they just play bishop to e3. This does stop the immediate threat here, coming to f2. In this case, go ahead and take with your bishop here. After they take with their pawn, then you could play queen to h4 here. And this puts a lot of pressure on them. They are under check right now. And there's not a lot of good moves. If they play king to e2, this is going to be checkmate right here. If instead they play g3, then same thing as we've seen in the other variations, knight can take here on g3. This is threatening the knight here, or the rook here on h1. As soon as the knight moves, it's going to be a discovered attack on the king. So this is also not going to be very good from white. Now, if we come back, instead of bringing the bishop back here, maybe they decide to take with their pawn. Well, this has the same challenges as before. The bishop can come here to f2, check. If they take it, the queen's going to take here on d1. And if they don't, if they play bishop here to e2, then bishop to g4, check again. Pretty much only have to come to f2, and that's going to leave their queen to fall here on d1. All in all, this is just really, really bad for white. So again, early on, if they play, as we talked about, that d3 and the bishop comes here to c5, it's going to be a very, very good game from black. Now, the last option is, instead of d3 we're going to be covering, is if you see knight to c3. This does immediately defend this pawn here on e4. Now, black should still be looking to do the exact same thing, and that is bishop to c5. Now, in this case, you can see the main difference from white's perspective. When they has the knight here on f3, they can always push things like d4. But because that knight's not here on f3, they gave it up early on. They can't do that anymore. Bishop to d4, and the queen is protecting it on d8. So they're not going to be pushing forward with their pawn here. But instead, you could see bishop to e2, preparing to castle on the king side of the board. In this case, queen to d2. This does threaten the queen coming here to f2 checkmate. So they're pretty much forced to play castle on the king side. And once they do that, you can just take with your knight here on e4. You got that material back, so both sides are equal in material, but black still has a pretty aggressive board state. So this is going to be fine for black. If instead they bring their bishop a little more active, instead of bishop d2, maybe it comes to c4. Well, slight difference, instead of bringing your queen here to d4, I recommend playing knight to g4. And this is still threatening the same thing. The main difference is if they were to castle on the king side, now the queen can come to h4, and this puts a lot of pressure on white's standpoint, more than if the bishop was back here, where the bishop could have taken here on g4. Now that the bishop's not on e2, it can't threaten the knight, so black just has a lot more variation that can go down. If the pawn comes to h3, well, this is not going to be good. Knight takes on f2. If the rook captures here, well, then you could just see the queen takes on f2, maybe king to h1, and you can see, not a good setup for white. Black has a pretty aggressive board state. Can get his light square bishop involved to the game, castle on the queen side, start to push all their pawns toward the king side of the board. This is going to be very, very good for black. Now if we come back and say, yeah, I don't have to take right here. The queen's under attack, so maybe the queen comes to f3. Well, now the knight can come back to h3, and this is double check. The knight's attacking the king as well as the bishop. When the king's attacked in two different ways, the king has to move. There's no other variation. If it comes to h1 here, then you can see knight to f2, doubled attack again. Only options come to g1, and then you see the queen come up here to h1, and this is another checkmate. So you can see there's so many different traps that white can fall into in the Stafford Gambit, and even if they play perfectly, black can maneuver around and still have a pretty good game. Now, if white plays flawlessly with any game, if you're giving up material, there is a way that the other side can overcome that. But I like to play gambits where you give up a little bit of material early on, but you have so many fighting chances, and if they haven't seen it, it's very, very difficult for them to play perfectly. So check this out, especially if you play the Petrov defense as black. Most of the time, they're going to accept that early on. They're going to be taking the pawn here on e5. I don't see very many players that are playing this opening, then seeing f6 and doing anything except taking here on e5. So you're going to have lots of different options to play this knight to c6. So check it out. Let me know what you guys think about the Stafford Gambit. Again, I'll be doing another video on the decline line if they choose not to take here on c6, but most of the time, you will see that. Thank you guys so much for watching the video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Bird's Defense. It's a variation in the Ruy Lopez. I think it's a solid variation. I don't see too many players playing it, but I definitely think you should add it to your repertoire. It is a very solid opening. Ruy Lopez, if you're not familiar with it, it's one of the more popular openings. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, and then Bishop to B5. The more common responses from black here would be A6 to force this bishop to make a move here. We have D6, we have Knight to F6, but the Bird's Defense says I'm going to play Knight to D4, immediately getting the knight out of harm's way from the bishop, but also attacking the bishop right here. There's a lot of different variations that white can move from here. The first one to notice is that the bishop is under attack, but they may recognize that the pawn is free to take, or free in quotes here, because if they take this, then they're going to lose material. Now, my recommendation is not to just immediately take here with your knight, although you're going to have a good game even if you take this. The main reason is you just get into a world of trouble because they can sacrifice their knights here. They're going to get this knight back here on d5. After the king takes, then the queen can come down here, check, pretty much forced to defend with a g6, and then the queen comes over here. So they do sacrifice, get a pawn back in material. Yes, black is definitely going to have a better game, has 3 minor pieces to their opponent's 2 here. White has all their pawns on board, but really you're just going to have your king get chased around the entire game. So if they do make the very egregious mistake early on, and that is taking the pawn here on e5, then my recommendation would be to bring your queen out here to g5. And the main reason for that is it just adds more threats to the board. This is attacking both the knight if the knight moves, it's attacking the bishop right here, and it's also attacking the pawn on g2. They can't just easily take here on f7. You can pretty much disregard this knight right now, and then the queen can come down to g2, threaten this rook. The rook's going to fall. If it comes to g1, you can obviously see it falls. Stays here on h1, it's going to fall. If it comes here to f1 and thinks that is going to be safe, that's not going to be safe at all because now queen takes on e4 check, and there's just no good way for white to go from here. They're going to lose a queen. Queen's forced to come here, and the knight's going to take on e2. If you say, well, yeah, the bishop can just come to e2. Yes, it can, and then it's going to be checkmate with knight to f3. So can't do that. Instead, since they can't really bring their knights to f7, instead they're going to be forced to play something like knight to g4. This is now being defended by the queen, but then the queen can just come over here, take on b5. So you've got the material that you're looking for. You won't always see the knight taking here on e5. That would definitely be a huge mistake. But if you're playing some sort of blitz game and they've never seen this, they may look at this and say, okay, why would they offer me this free pawn? This looks like an odd move, and they may just take that material right then and there. The next thing is if they just take the knight. This is pretty common. That's completely okay. You're going to respawn with taking with your pawn right here. But this does stop a lot of what they're trying to do. White generally wants to be playing pawn to d4. They don't like to play d3. Their pawn chain's not controlling the center of the board as much as they would like to. This also stops the knight coming to c3, which is the most common place to develop the knight here. And so how does white really respond? They could just play that d3 as we talked about. As soon as they do this, we need to be threatening this light square bishop. So c6 is going to be the play. They could just come back to, let's say, c4 and then knight to f6. But black has a pretty solid board state right here. If instead, d3, they could say, I just castle on the king side. I don't really know what black's doing right now, but I don't have a ton of good options right here. I'd still continue with c6. They could play c4, knight to f6. If they're not playing that c4, maybe they just come back to bd2, bishop to e2 here. In that case, I would just push forward to d5. They don't have the bishop on c4 to defend or attack the square on d5, so I'd push and try to control. You can get a lot of momentum in this game as black here. If they take, I would recapture with your queen here, get your queen involved into the game. Both your bishops are now online, and you don't have double pawns in the center of the board. Now, I have seen some people, because I think they're just confused, they look at this and say, yeah, if you're going to have your pawn on the 4th rank, I want to add my pawn further up the board, so I'm going to put it on the 5th rank right here, and they may think this is a good position. This is not a good position. This is definitely good for black here. So we're going to continue with c6. Now after bishop to c4, you can play pawn to d5, forcing the bishop to go somewhere. Let's say it goes back here to b3. Now you can push forward with a5. This is threatening the pawn coming up here to a4 as well. So just putting a lot of pressure on the opponents there. Now we come back, instead of the pawn coming up here to e5, we could see c3. Just saying, yeah, I got to get this pawn out of the way here. If you do see this, I'd recommend your queen coming here to g5. This has multiple threats here. It says, yeah, if you want to attack my pawn, I'm going to attack the square here on g2. I'm also going to attack your bishop here on b5. Now, depending on how they respond here, black's going to have a very good game in this position specifically, but they could recognize that, yes, the queen can take here on g2, so I'm just going to bring my bishop back to f1. All in all, that's already a win. You have your opponent bringing their material back to the first rank. That's not what you want to be doing if you're white here, but that's what black is forcing them to do. That's going to be a win. If they decide, okay, I want to keep it involved into the game, maybe bishop to d3, this holds down the fort for the pawn on e4 and just stops this pawn from pushing forward anymore. Okay, well now the queen's just going to take on g2. You can clearly see how this is not going to be good for whites. And if they say, yeah, I'm going to come down here to e2, then I would play pawn to d3. If they take here, we already know we're just going to take this material here on d3. If they recognize that's not a good move and try something like bishop to f3, then you can play knight to f6, and you're going to have a pretty solid game here. And you can see this pawn on d3 is a nuisance. Like, how do they really continue with this? If they want their dark square bishop to get involved into the game, it's not coming this way. They're usually going to have to push a little bit more on the queen side, which is not really the setup that they're looking for. If they want to get their knight involved into the game, it's really going to be coming here to a3 and hoping they can swing over here, which black can start to control on the board state if they ever want to play a b5 and then get their light square bishop involved into the game. So a lot of really good options for black here. The next variation that you may see from white is knight to c3. Simple development move. They may not be sure what you're up to, so they're just going to continue with their own game plan. I would continue with c6. Black always has different variations. I like to keep things simple. Go with very solid moves that put your opponent in a position where they can definitely make a mistake, and it ends up extremely well for you. They're usually going to be playing bishop to c4 here. I would push on the queen side, pawn to b5. They're going to bring their bishop back here to b3. If they go anywhere else, it's really good for black, but many times I'm going over the best moves that you'll see. So bishop to b3, and then you can play bishop to c5. So just getting more pieces involved into the game, controlling the center of the board, that's good. If they don't play, let's say b4, or bishop to c4, let's say they play bishop to a4, then you can actually play queen to a5. A little bit different. You could play the pawn to b5 and start to attack. I just really don't like to have this pawn hanging out here, knowing that the knight can attack it. So it doesn't matter if you're playing a5 or if you're pushing this bishop back with your pawns. I think that queen to a5 puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. I've also seen when you play queen to a5 that your opponents make a mistake and they play pawn to b3. They feel like this is defending the bishop, and so from here you could play pawn to b5 and then the bishop is going to fall. So if there's lots of different variations you can choose, I tend to go with the variation that my opponent has more options to make a mistake. And in this case, especially if I'm playing a weaker opponent or I'm playing a quick game, they may play this b3, and I can just go ahead and take that pretty easily there. Now if they come back, let's say they just you play c6, and then the bishop comes back here to e2. Another one of those things where it's not bad. If they retreat their material and you can continue to develop yours, that's not necessarily bad. You can play queen to c7. This gets your queen ball into the game, protecting this pawn here on e5. Then later you can play knight to e6, get your bishop out here to c5, castle on the king side. You even have some options to castle on the queen side, depending on how your opponent's set up. All in all, very good setup for black. Now, if we come back, instead of knight to c3, the last variation that you may see is the bishop to c4. So the knight comes here to d4, attacking the bishop. They see that, so I don't want to mess with anything else. I want to get my bishop out of harm's way. I would go ahead and play knight to f6. Now, if they still want to take the pawn here on e5, that's going to be completely okay. We can play queen to e7, and it's very difficult for them to hold on to material. Black's going to have a much better game here. If they say, dang it, you're attacking the knight here, I'm just going to bring my knight back here to f3. Okay, well, you can just take the pawn right here, check. This is going to be pretty bad for white here. If instead they say, I'm going to hold on to it with f4, okay, well, now black can just play d6, and once the knight moves back, or if they try to take material, let's say on f7, well, okay, the king just comes here to d8. That's completely fine, and then both the bishop and the knight are under attack. They're going to lose one of them. Yes, black can't castle, but it's completely okay. You can get your light square bishop involved into the game. Your king's still going to be in a pretty safe spot. If they just bring their knight back here to f3, as we talked about before, queen takes on e4. Now their king side is weakened. They don't really have development on the queen side of the board. Also a very good game for black. Now, if they see d6, hey, you're attacking my knight, I'm going to go ahead and play pawn to c3, attacking your knight as well. That's going to be completely fine. You can take their knight, they take our knight, but then you're going to be playing knight takes on e4. And this is the move that really hurts quite a bit, because next you're going to be playing queen to h4. Depending on where they move, you're going to end up with a really, really good board state, and they don't have the threats that they would really want to go forward with. You should win this game pretty easily. Now, they could defend, instead of with f4 here, they could immediately decide to respond with c3. Also not going to work extremely well for them. The queen can just take here on e5. Yes, they take our knight on d4, but then we just gobble up the pawn here on e4. Check. Also threatening the pawn here on g2. Also threatening the pawn here on d4. You can get your dark square bishop ball into the game. All in all, it's going to be extremely good for black. So that is the bird's defense. You see the Ruy Lopez, and then you play knight to d4. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. I'm trying to do more variations of openings that I like to play. Some of them you may have heard of, some of them may be brand new, but I recommend trying them out. Let me know what you think. If there are other videos you'd like me to make, you can always let me know. Best way to reach me is through email, thechesswebsite@gmail.com. But thanks again for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be talking about how to attack the Shallop defense in the King's Gambit. If you've been following me for any amount of time, you probably know that the King's Gambit is my favorite opening in chess, specifically the accepted line. That's what we're going to go over, and that's where the Shallop defense comes from. So after they take here on f4, we play knight to f3. Black has lots of different options, but the Shallop defense is if they play knight to f6. Now we are going to continue with e5, and there's a few different plays that I've seen from black. The most common is knight to h5, but they could also play knight to e4. They could also play knight to d5. So in this video, we're going to be going over how does white attack, depending on where black goes from here. The first variation that we will look at is if the knight comes to h5. Now, a few things to point out here. It's very difficult to remove this knight from h5. It is doing a good job of defending this pawn. Now, we are going to continue with d4. This opens up the center of the board. Both of our bishops can get involved into the game. This bishop is attacking this pawn, which is generally what we're looking to do in the King's Gambit. Get our light square bishop out, castle on the king's side, capture this pawn here on f4 at some point. So the knight on h5 is stopping one of the things that we want to do in the King's Gambit, but it also takes away one of the threats and puts it on the h-file, which isn't doing a ton. So yes, it's a kind of a nuisance that you can't take this pawn right away. You will be able to take it later on in the game, but the good news is this knight here isn't doing too much, and you kind of have free reign to attack your opponent however you want to. Now from here, they have lots of different options. Usually, they're going to be playing their pawn towards the center. It could be d5, it could also be d6. If you see d5, then I would continue with e2, getting ready to castle to the king side. This is the general concept of the King's Gambit, getting your rook here to f1 so it can control this semi-open file here on the f file. Now, if you play bishop to e2, they have a couple different options. They could try to add more protection here on this pawn here on f4 and just give up their king side protection. They could look to castle on the queen side. So with that, they may look to throw everything on the king side, maybe push their pawn even to g5. If that's the case, I would go ahead and take with the knight. There's usually going to be a lot of exchanges in this variation. That's going to be completely okay. They take with their queen. We take with our bishop here on h5. They can come down. They can't take our bishop. It's protected by the queen. But after the queen comes down here to g2, the queen's going to come to f3. Again, lots of exchanges on the board, but that's what's going to happen sometimes in the King's Gambit. Now, if they don't bring their pawn to g5, another option would be bring your bishop down to g4. That's one of the reasons that you play d5 is to get your light square bishop out and start attacking your opponent. If this is the case, I'd go ahead and castle on the king side of the board, get that king side safety. Also get this rook here on f1 to protect this knight on f3. They have a couple options here. They could start to bring their knight involved into the game, knight to c6. They could play pawn to c5, try to attack on the king side of the board. If they play knight to c6, I would just go ahead and play knight to c3 right here. The difference would be, notice that the knight here on c6 is blocking any sort of attack with bishop to b5, or if a queen was here, queen to b5, you can't check your opponent. Notice how this is different is if black were to play pawn to c5, well, now we can have the knight come back to e1. Kind of looks like a strange move, but it is opening up the door for a strong attack. Black pretty much needs to exchange right here. If they bring their bishop back, then we're just going to take the knight right here. If they don't, then we can just take the bishop here on g4. So they'll usually take here. We exchange, and now we're attacking this knight here on h5. So they can't just really take this pawn because we can just take their knight here on h5. So they could decide to bring their queen down here to h4, but now we can bring our queen to b5. This is check. Notice how this is different because the knight's not here on c6. So now the knight's going to come to d7, more of a defensive stance than if it was here on c6. And then white can play knight to c3. This is both attacking this pawn here on d5, as well as the queen attacking the pawn here on c5 and the pawn here on b7. So all extremely good for black. Now if we come back, instead of the queen coming down here to h4, maybe they play g6, trying to hold on to this knight. Well, now I can get pretty aggressive and start to push up the board with e6. This is, this king's no longer going to be casting on the queen side of the board, putting a lot of pressure on the opponents here. At some point, can freely get back. This pawn here has both the bishop and the rook attacking it. The queen in the center of the board, very, very strong attack from white. If we come back to this position, instead of d5, if you see d6, well, in this case, I would bring your bishop to c4. It's not being blocked by the central light square pawns right here, putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. If they try to go pretty defensive here, knowing that you're attacking a weakened square here on f7, it's only defended by the king, something like bishop to e7, I'd go and castle on the king side, common theme in the King's Gambit. Maybe they castle knight to c3. you're going to continue as normal. Eventually, you'll be able to take this pawn here on f4. Once your knight moves, then you'll have both the rook and the bishop attacking that. If they don't want to play defensive and play bishop e7 and then castle on the king side, maybe they want to be pretty aggressive with bishop to g4. In that case, I would still castle on the king side. If they were to push with d5, I would bring the bishop back here to b3, still controlling this long light square diagonal. I would not bring the bishop back here to e2. Now, instead of moving the central pawn on the d file, if you instead see something like pawn down to g5, the safer move is to bring this knight back to d2. But we're not playing the King's Gambit for safe. We're trying to attack, and that's what this video is about. So in this case, the best move would be h4. Now, this is the common theme. If you haven't seen the King's Gambit, the original video I made many years ago, I definitely recommend watching that video. But the thought in here is, if they want to continue pushing here, so h4, g4, then you're going to bring a knight to g5. It has an outpost here, ready to attack their opponents. And they have a couple options here. One, if they wanted to bring their pawn down, this opens up for the light square bishop to defend this pawn on g4, which is extremely important. White can push e6, and this is a critical move in this opening because it stops the bishop from defending the square right here. So if they were to take with their bishop, okay, that's fine. Go ahead and take with your knight. They take with the pawn, and then the queen captures right here on g4. King wide out in the open, attacking this knight here on h5, attacking this pawn here on f4. Something's got to give for black. If instead they take with their pawn first, okay, well, now don't worry about this pawn, but go ahead and take with your queen right here. Now the knight and the queen are both attacking this pawn. Again, the queen is attacking this knight here on h5, as well as this pawn on f4. Things are going to go extremely well for white in this position. If they instead decide not to bring their pawn down and leave their light square bishop blocked where it is, they could look at this and say, yeah, I'm just going to bring my knight down here to g3. I'm attacking the rook here on h1, but this is a very deadly square that the knight's here on g5, because it can just come up and take here on f7. After the king takes, queen takes here on g4, not defended by the bishop on c8, and things are just all wrong for black. There's no good square for black to go to. If they look at it and say, yeah, I'll just go ahead and gobble up as much material as I can, maybe knight takes on h1, this is game over. This is a forced checkmate after bishop to c4. Now, there's different iterations of where black can go, but it all ends up in a checkmate. Maybe they play pawn down to d5, you can capture with en passant here, and after a very series of moves, white is going to win this game. So that's what happens if your opponent plays that knight to h5 at the very beginning of the game. There are a couple other variations that you'll see, not extremely common, but I do want to go over some of those in case you do come across them. The first one would be knight to d5. This, yes, is holding on to this material, but it's going to be a little easier to kick this knight off than if it was over here on h5, because you're going to start with c4. And it doesn't matter if they come to b4, it doesn't matter if they come to b6, they're usually going to go to one of those. If for some reason they come to e7, that's an extremely strange move. Not a very centralized active knight, and it's blocking off all of the pieces that you usually want to get involved into the game once you bring your e-pawn out. But let's say they come back to b6, white's going to play pawn d4. Very common theme. What's nice about the King's Gambit is you're doing a lot of the same things. You're playing your pawn up here to d4 so that your dark square bishop can take eventually here on f4. Then you're going to get your light square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side at some point. Now, if they come down bishop to b4, just play knight to c3, stopping the threat right here. Maybe they castle on the king side, then their bishop takes on f4. Things are going to be completely fine. If instead of bringing the bishop down, they want to challenge the center of the board, d6 is an option here. Go ahead and take the pawn. Maybe they recapture with their pawn, and then you take with your bishop. That's completely fine. If they play something weird, maybe they want to challenge on the king side with f6, I would play pawn c5, forcing the knight to move. After the knight comes to d5, probably the option they would go with, then bishop to c4. This opens up the castle on the king side. It also puts a lot of pressure on this king side, which has been weakened with the pawn coming here to f6. There's not a lot of great squares for black to go. They could play c6, but this is starting to weaken the king side or the queen side of the board, and white can continue to develop as they want. They could take if they want, and then take this pawn here on f4. They could castle on the king side. So white has many different options in this example. Now, if the knight doesn't come to d5 at the beginning, if they just say, yeah, I don't even care about protecting this pawn anymore, I'm just going to come down to e4. Pretty rare move, but you could see it. I would ignore this, just a weird move in general, and play d4. Now, if they play c6, I would go and just take with my bishop here on f4. Pretend like they're not even doing anything. You have your game plan, you're back the material that you want, and you're prepared to get your light square bishop involved, castle on the king side. You have a pretty strong attack. If instead maybe they play d5, try to have an outpost here with their knight, I would still just take with my bishop here on f4. If they get their other knight involved into the game, I would play bishop to d3, preparing to castle on the king side. You can see the bishop is now attacking this as well, so white's going to have a pretty good game. So that is the Shallop variation in the King's Gambit. I'm going to be going through and making a video on every single variation that you'll see in the King's Gambit. I want to make sure everyone's prepared. If you are playing it, because I always recommend players to try out the King's Gambit, see if you like giving up material. King Gambit, you can generally get that material back, but giving up material to have a very, very strong attack against your opponent. But with that, I recognize people need to understand all the variations you could run into and how to attack that. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Definitely try it out. Let me know what you guys think. If you run into the Shallop defense, it's not the most common variation by any means, but every now and then you'll run into it, and hopefully now you know exactly how to attack it. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the closed Sicilian. So the Sicilian defense starts out with e4, c5, and then the main line is the open Sicilian, and that is knight f3. That's what most people are familiar with. And then black's usually going to play knight to c6, could play pawn d6. You can have an exchange in the center of the board, maybe knight f6, knight c3. You can get into the Najdorf defense. It doesn't matter what variation, the accelerated dragon, the dragon, all these variations from black in the Sicilian defense have very aggressive lines. That's why a lot of players, when they're playing black, tend to prefer starting with the c5 because they have so many good lines, and you see some high win percentages from black, which generally you tend to see that on white's side of the board. So the closed Sicilian says, yeah, we're not going to play knight f3 because that's where most of the players are comfortable from black side, is if you play that knight f3. So closed Sicilian says, I'm going to play knight to c3 instead. And I think there's two main reasons why you would want to play this. The first one is most players from black's standpoint, they don't have something that's as aggressive that's going to win nearly as often against the closed Sicilian. The second reason is I think it has some very easy repetitive variations that you can go down so that you don't have to wonder, okay, if they play this variation, because there's so much theory behind the Sicilian defense where you have to make sure you don't make any mistakes. When you play the closed Sicilian, you can pretty much stick to the same game plan and have a really, really solid opening, which from white's standpoint, I think that's many times what you should be trying to do and not trying to get caught up in, did I remember this one move in the specific variation? So we're going to look at some of the main lines that you'll see after you play knight to c3 here on the second move. The first variation that you may see is knight to c6, and from here I'd recommend playing g3. Yes, there are other options that you can play. You can always play knight to e2, getting ready to push forward with pawn d4. You could just play d3 right here. You could also bring your light square bishop to b5. So lots of different options. I think it's just easiest to go ahead and play g3. This is going to get ready to fianchetto the bishop here to g2. You're going to have an extremely strong foundation. Eventually you will play d3. Both your bishops can get outside the pawn chain and attack freely, but it's very difficult for black, doesn't matter what variation they play, to disrupt your plan, which I think is a very strong way to go if your opponent is playing the Sicilian defense. Once you play g3, they have some options. If they want to mirror the exact same thing, that's completely fine. So g6, both of you fianchetto your bishops to the king side of the board, and then we'll just play d3, getting ready to bring your dark square bishop out here. They may do the same thing, solidify their pawn chain, d6, and then knight to f3, getting ready to castle on the king side. They may do the same thing, knight to f6, castle on the king side. They could play bishop down here to e6. They could castle on the king side as well. But you can see it's pretty safe. They're not putting much pressure on white. White has a very strong foundation, which is what you want in the early game. Now, if they don't go with g6 early on, maybe they don't want to mirror exactly what you are doing, they could instead just play knight to f6. I would still continue bishop here to g2, and then maybe they want to push forward with e5, making sure that you don't push forward here on d4. That's completely fine. If they do that, I would just play d3. Same thing as before. If they want to continue now with g7, same plan, knight to f3, getting ready to castle on the king side as well. If they say, yeah, I don't want to fianchetto to the king side, maybe bishop e7, getting ready to castle as well, you can still do the same thing, knight to f3. Now, if we come back instead of e5, maybe they play d6. Okay, from here we can just play d3. Very similar moves as before, but it really doesn't matter where black goes. They can't stop us from doing what we're trying to do. Now, one thing that you will notice is if they try d5, now if they kind of look at the calculations, they may say, yes, the pawn can take right here, or even the knight can take. And if the knight takes, there could be an exchange right here, but the knight's going to move, and the knight and the queen are both defending this. Right now, just the bishop is defending this. So, yes, there's only one defender and two attackers from black's standpoint. But then we're going to be looking at knight to e2, and then after the knight takes on at d5, both sides are equal in material, but it's going to be hard for black to actually hold on to all this material because of the move d4. Now, both sides have 7 pawns, but if there is an exchange in the board after queen to d4, really, white's going to be threatening c4. And this is going to either win material, or it's going to put black in a very, very difficult spot, even if they decide to try to hold on to it with e6. Castle kingside if you want to stop the queen coming down here to put you in check, but the eventual move of c4 is really where black's going to be put in a tough spot. So you won't see d5 too often because they may not even recognize how they can even try to hold on to the material. But if you do see the e5 early on, just know go ahead and capture that material with your knights, and then after there is an exchange in the middle, you are eventually going to be looking to play d4 and then c4 at some point. Now, instead of knight to f6 from the very beginning of this, if you play this g3, they could decide to play d6. Now, these are all very common moves. There's not a lot of variations that they could go because you can see their bishops can't move yet. It's kind of blocked off. Their knight really has nowhere to go, and the knight from here is really only going to come to f6. So there's only a few options that you'll see here. But if they do decide to play d6, same thing as before, bishop to g2. If they play knight to f6, get their knight involved into the game, still pawn to d3. Very, very solid structure for white. Nothing they can do to stop what you're trying to do. Now, they don't have to play knight to c3. Another option that you could see is pawn to e5. I would continue with the same plan with g3 here, and then they could play knight to c6. This would essentially be the same thing as before, just a different move variation to get here, but bishop to g3 here. If instead they play knight to f6, I would still play bishop to g3. Really, the only thing where I'm looking to do something different is in this position, if they now decide, okay, after e5, and we play this g3, if they now decide to play g6, I may change things up here and play knight to f3. And the main reason for this is if they now decide to play bishop to g7, which is pretty common, trying to defend this pawn, or even if they decide knight to c6, which is also pretty common, then we can play bishop to c4. So this bishop is attacking this pawn here on f7, and let's say they would bring bishop to g7, and they don't have to. If they don't, you can see we still have a solid structure here. We can always play pawn to d3, castle on the king side, but they may continue with their plan. Most of the time, if you're playing pawn to g6, you're going to fianchetto to the king side of the board, but once they do that, then all of a sudden, knight to b5. Now, this is threatening the knight coming here to d6 check, and then black is going to be forced to move their king, which is not what you want to be doing in this setup. So they may play d6, and then you have the pretty aggressive move here of knight to g5. So both the bishop and the knight here are both attacking this weakened square here on f7. This would be the main reason that early on I would play that knight to f3 instead of fianchettoing my bishop here to g2, because you will see this position quite often, and I think it's really good from white's standpoint. So if we play that, and then maybe they take the knight here on g5, which is kind of the bait that we are putting out there, then knight takes on d6 check. Your opponent is going to be forced to move. Now, depending on where they move, they have lots of different options to mess this up. They could always play something poorly like king to the 8th, and then you have check, and this is forking the queen right here. If they move somewhere else here, you can still take this material, and it puts them in a world of hurt. Even here, you can play knight takes on f7, and then you're attacking both the queen and the rook right here. So I really like this position. The king can no longer castle. That would be the one place where I would say I like the knight to f3 instead of bringing your bishop here to g2. Next variation that you could see is d6. This is the most common in the open Sicilian, and so you may also see it in the closed Sicilian as well. I would keep things pretty easy. g3 here. If they want to continue with knight to c6, this is very similar setup as all the other openings, just a different move order here. Bishop to g2. Maybe knight f6, knight f6, d3. It's all pretty much the same right here. The main difference that you will see in these openings is if they don't play a standard move, maybe instead of moving one of these pawns or knight to c6, they instead start with knight to f6. This would absolutely be a mistake, and you won't see it all too often, but I like to make sure everyone knows what to do in case your opponent does make a mistake. But hopefully you can see that e5 is going to be the right play here. There's no good options here. If the knight moves anywhere except for g8, it is going to fall. You can see both of these light squares right here are covered by the queen from d1 here, and both of these squares right here are covered by the knight. So they come back here to g8. That's not exactly where you want to be, and then I would be extremely aggressive. So I'd start out with d4, trying to control the center as much as possible here. If they exchange, that's fine. This is one of those spots where I think getting the queen involved is acceptable because you have the advantage. Your opponent, if you look at their setup, they haven't moved anything. They moved their knight and then they moved it back, so nothing has moved. One pawn's come off the board. That's completely fine. So even if they play knight to c6 to move the queen, you still want to get the queen involved into the game. You don't just want to come back here to d1. You have to sense weakness from your opponent, continue to attack. So maybe e6 to get their dark square bishop involved into the game. Knight to 3, get your lights for bishop involved, castle on the king side. Both of your bishops can get very, very active in the board, so make sure you do that. But that is an intro to the closed Sicilian. Again, pretty straightforward. If you're looking for an opening, if you play a lot of e4 early on, maybe you're trying to try stuff out with the King's Gambit or other variations, and you just don't want to see c5 because after you play knight to f3, they have all these variations that are very difficult to deal with sometimes. I would recommend playing the closed Sicilian, knight to c3, keep it simple. They really can't disrupt what you're trying to do. Thank you guys so much for watching another chess opening video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Have a good one. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Adelaide counter gambit. If you're not familiar, it is a counter gambit to the King's Gambit, one of my favorite openings as whites, so what better video to make than how to counter my favorite gambit. The King's Gambit, if you're not familiar, starts out with e4, e5, and then f4, saying, go ahead and take my pawn here. But black does not have to take that, and if you go down the King's Gambit decline lines, the more popular line is knight to c6. I'm going to go ahead and protect this pawn right here, but I'm just not going to take this pawn. Maybe they prefer this line, or maybe they just don't know what you're up to and they don't trust you, and so they play knight to c6. Knight to f3, doesn't matter if they take or they don't take here on f4. Knight to f3 is an extremely common move for whites, what I usually will recommend to people playing the King's Gambit, and this is where the Adelaide counter gambit comes in. Most people are going to be playing d6, but that's not fun. The Adelaide counter gambit is fun, and that is f5. It's kind of in this weird spot of who's going to make a move first, how does white correctly respond, how does black have a strong attack here, and black has a very, very good game here. So this is why I like this. If you're going to be playing gambits, I think it's always good to have some fun, especially if you can have a very strong game. So we'll go ahead and get into some of the main lines that you will see. Now what they should be doing is taking here on f5, and we'll show the mistakes they can make if they don't take here. But the main line would be to take with their pawn, and then you're going to push forward with e4, attacking their knight. Now they have lots of options they can move with their knights. One would be to bring the knight here to g5, attacking the pawn on e4. Now, as black, we would like to just play our pawn up here to d5, defending this pawn, having a good central control of the board, but d5 is going to lose to queen g5. No way to really stop this. If you play your pawn here, the pawn's going to recapture. Don't just want to recapture with your pawn, then you lose your rook here. If your knight comes up here to take the queen, they could push down. This is a discovered attack. Now the queen's attacking. Yes, they can take your queen, but they can just take your rook here and get that queen back. There's just no good way for black to really respond here. So because of that, although we'd like to play d5 here, that's not going to be the optimal move. Instead, going to be playing knight to f6. Now, there's a few places they could come from here. One is knight c3, simple development move, attacking this central pawn here on e4. And from here, the move d5. We do want to control the center of the board. Once they've moved their pawn off this e-file, we now control the center with our two pawns. They're not going to be controlling the center with their d-pawn, although they could try to push, maybe d3, trying to break up the center here. Once we've moved d5, this does open up the door for the bishop to get involved, particularly taking this material here on f5. So that's exactly what we are going to do. Same thing as if they were to push further, maybe d4, not looking to take right here with en passant, and then maybe they recapture with their bishop. They're starting to control the center. We've given up our e-pawn. That's not the game we're trying to play here. Instead, so yeah, go ahead and take that right here. I'm going to take with my bishop on f5, really still controlling the center of the board. Now, another option is once we control the center, they try to control the king side of the board. They're not going to castle on the king side. That's already done and gone here. So they may try g4. This defends that pawn on f5 that we're attacking with our bishop right here. And if that's the case, I would just start chipping away at their pieces. So h6, attacking their knights. Where does the knight really move? There's not a lot of great squares. Maybe comes here to e6 since he has an outpost. We could exchange right here. If he does that, pawn takes right here. That's completely fine. We can always push forward if we want to. That is an option that we have, just d4. And now, where do they really move? That's excellent. Now, we're attacking the knights here, and if the knight comes back to e2, okay, well, great. Now that's blocking the queen from defending this pawn on g4. We can take freely with our knight right here. If instead the knight comes to b5, okay, well, now the pawn can come to a6. Now you force the knight back here to a3. And now we have lots of different options. We can get our queen involved into the board. We can get our bishop involved. So bishop to d6 makes a lot of sense, just attacking more material here. And then later on, we can always get this pawn back if we want to. So lots of attacking lines that black has once we just play that d5 move early on. Now, let's say they don't play knight to c3. Maybe they initially come out the gates and they want to break up the center of the board. d3, I'd still play d5. Controlling the center, opening up for a bishop to get involved into the game is going to be extremely key. Now, if they want to play knight to c3, similar move order as we've seen before, bishop takes on f5. Same setup. Now, if they decide, yeah, I'm going to go and take this material right here, unfortunately, you do have to take. Many times we'll try to recommend a move so you don't have to exchange queens on the board, but in this case, you really do need to. And you also need to take with your knight. If you do take with your king, just be prepared. They're going to fork you and win your rook. So don't like having to bring the knight back since we just developed it here, but knight to d8 is going to be the move right here. Instead of d3, if they were to start with d4, this is another spot where I recommend not playing en passant. Now, en passant, if you're not familiar, you have one move and one move only to take here on d3. It's a diagonal, but this is a legal move. Once they take with their bishop, they're really controlling the center. Think about how much different this board state is than if we let that go, don't en passant here, and then just play d5, controlling the center, attacking with our bishop right here, and then where do they go from here? So a very strong setup from black. Now we'll come back to this position right here after we push forward on e4. They also have the option to bring their knight to e5. This is an outpost here. Instead of attacking the pawn on e4, they can say, I'm not even going to worry about that. I'm going to attack this knight on c6 and just try to be a nuisance in the center of the board. From here, I would play knight to f6 for the same reasons that we talked about. The queen coming down to h5 is going to be detrimental to our game. We're just going to lose too much material. So after knight to f6, well, now they have a couple options. Maybe they play d4. Okay, now I play d6. You're more worried about kicking this knight away than you are controlling the center of the board. Since the pawn's not under attack, you don't need to defend it as much with d5. Both of these moves are opening up for your bishop to get involved. So d6 is going to be completely fine. Does force the knight to move here. I mean, you can always play bishop down to b5, but more than likely the knight is going to move. It could capture here. That's completely fine. You're just going to recapture. Maybe knight to c3 here, but then bishop takes on f5. You have a really strong center of the board. If instead they don't want to capture, maybe they come back to c4. You're still same thing. Going to take your bishop here on f5. Have a very strong game. Now if we come back, they also have the option instead of d4 to still control this king side of the board with their pawns. After g4, little tricky move here. And there was a variation earlier that you could have used it on, but I prefer the options that I went over here. But if they play g4, many people will do this, I recommend h5. And it looks weird. If you're playing in person, you can always move in and be like, dang it. Because if they take with their pawn, maybe look like a mistake, you're just giving up free material, but you're actually going to have a dominating board presence after queen take, or queen to h4 check. There's no real good squares to move here. King to e2, and then queen takes, king, where does it really go from here? Maybe it comes back to e1, queen h4 check, king comes up here, bishop to c5, threatening the queen to f2 checkmate. Not a lot of great squares, maybe d4 makes sense, but then the knight takes here. Things are getting extremely bad. No good way to stop this. King d2, queen takes f4. You get the picture. Doesn't really matter where they go. You're going to have a very good game. Some players will choose not to move their knight. In that case, they may play queen e2. Not really the best move. It does block off their light square bishop from getting involved into the game, but it says, yeah, you're attacking my knight. I'm going to go ahead and attack, pin down your pawn to the king. I wouldn't worry too much about it. The pawn is under attack, so in this case, I would recommend d5. We're usually playing it up this far if the pawn is under attack. Knight's still under attack. Don't really matter where they move. We're still threatening to take this pawn here on f5. So knight to e5. Sure, bishop's going to take right here. It's just not the strongest move from white. So you don't see it too often. And now, how does white really continue? If they want to take the knight, that's fine. Black has a really strong center. They can get their dark square bishop involved into the game. Knight to f6 here. White's going to have to move his queen just to get his bishop involved into the game. This pawn right here on f4 is kind of all by him lonesome, so it's just not the best move at all. Now, if we come back, instead of actually taking with the pawn here to f5, another option they have is to take with their pawn to e5. This is going to be a huge mistake, but some people look at it and they're like, I just have no idea how to take here. I feel like I should take something, so they take towards the center of the board, which many times that's how you've heard to capture. Not really how you want to be doing it in this spot, mostly because after we take their pawn, they're under attack, and there's no good squares for the knight. You can kind of look at all the different options. All of these squares are both attacked by the black queen. You don't want to bring it over here to d4, just falls to the knight here. So it's going to come back to g1. Not the best spot you want. Knight takes on e5, maybe knight c3 development, knight to f6 here. All of a sudden, black is up in material here in the counter game, but trying to give up material, and they just have a much better board state. So this is going to be very, very good for black. They also don't have to take either of these pawns. There's a couple moves that you could see. The first one is knight c3. A lot of players just like to play a simple development move and not get into any crazy lines they're not familiar with. If this is the case, you're still going to be taking here on e4. Taking the central pawns is always key. Attacking the knights right here. This would be extremely awful if they played knight to g5 under attack, and they say, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and now double attack right here. My knight is safe, just because that loses to d5. Now this has solidified the central pawns. We just have so many threats on board. We can now push forward to this knight right here, just not getting the material back that they'd want. Black is now material controlling the center. White has nothing for that loss in material. They're usually not going to do that. Instead, they'll probably take here on e5, gets that material back, does have an outpost here on e5. If that's the case, I would play knight f6, some of the reasons we talked about before, making sure the queen doesn't come and get involved into the game. And if they want to block off the center or attack the center, maybe d3, we could play bishop here, b4, pinning down the knight. If it doesn't play his pawn here, you don't have to bring your bishop, but this is pinning down material. If they do decide to take, we can always play queen to e7. Yes, we are pinning down this knight, so we can always take here, and they can't recapture with their knights, but this does that plus some. We can now take with our knights here. Once they recapture, we can always recapture with our queen. Just gets more pieces involved into the game. Also defends this bishop here on b4 if we ever need it to. So this is also going to be a pretty good setup for black. Now, instead of the pawn coming to d3, they could get their bishop involved into the game, bishop to c4 in the center. And then in this case, you're going to continue with your plan of pawn to d5, attacking the bishop. You have a pretty strong game from here. The last line I'm going to go over is a pretty rare line, and it's someone that takes a look at the counter gambit and says, I see your weird position, and I raise you d4. First thing, you need to go ahead and shake their hand, because achievement unlocked. This is your bucket list. If you haven't played this variation in chess, I mean, what are you even doing? You're not even trying. But from here, I do have a recommendation, and there's no real move that's far beyond the other moves, but if that's the case, I typically tend to choose the move that gives my opponent more options to make a terrible move or make a mistake that is going to end up me having a much better game, and that tends to be this pawn takes on e4. Same as before, so you don't have to think about too much that's different here. The reason is sometimes if you play pawn takes on e4, they will say you're attacking my knight. I'm going to go ahead and push forward with d5. I have a defender with my queen. You attack my knight. I'm going to go ahead and attack your knight. The problem is that's going to lose for white. We're going to take their knight. They're going to take our knight, and then we're going to play queen to h4 check. Now, they may decide to push forward with their pawn, but then after we play queen to h5, we have some really strong attacks here. We have a discovered attack with our pawn to f2. This is check, and a discovered attack on the queen. We can get our bishop involved into the game. They don't really have that strong of an attack. Yes, they can take our pawn right here and check, but we're just going to recapture with our bishop. They have no follow-up items for that. So with that, we are going to have an extremely fun game, just chasing all the material around. Just the king is wide open here to attack. They probably won't play that, but definitely some people may look at this. They like to get creative and say, you attack my knight, I will attack your knight. Once we take here, you could see knight to g5. Also a terrible move, but says, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and attack your pawn right here. Maybe that's their go-to. But that's the case. Go ahead and take the other central pawn. The key in this opening is to take their central pawns. Now, if they want to take our pawn here on e4, great. d5, attacking their knight, we're going to have a very, very good game from here. But the best move for them, and what you probably will see, is if they take with their knights here on e5. If that's the case, knight f6, we've kind of gone through this before. This defends the pawn on e4. Also, just make sure there's no shenanigans with the queen getting involved into the game. So that is the Adelaide counter gambit going against the King's Gambit. If you play someone, especially like myself, that plays the King's Gambit quite a bit, this is an opportunity to counter that with a very fun counter gambit. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this video. This was a video requested by someone that reached out to me. Again, the best way to reach out to me is the chess website at gmail.com. You can always hit me up on Twitter as well, the chess website, and let me know what future videos you would like me to make. But thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see y'all in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Conquest attack. It's variation in the Evans Gambit decline line, trying to give white more options to continue an attack when black does not want to come along for the ride in the accepted lines in Evans Gambit. If you're not familiar with the Evans Gambit, one of the more popular gambits you'll see out there, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and after bishop comes to the center of the board, white decides, I'm going to give up some material, so plays b4. Now the accepted line is the bishop takes here, c3, the bishop comes back to a5 since it's under attack, and then pawn d4. Now this pawn is being pinned down to the king, so it does have to think about that. But white's going to go down material here, but really opening up a lot of the lines for his pieces to get really involved into the game. You can see while white's focused on the center, black has been moving his bishop around here, quite a few moves, has not really developed any of his his other material. So yes, white's going to go down a little bit, but does have a lot of attacking lines in the decline line in the Evans Gambit. Black says, yeah, I don't even want to take that material here on b4. I'm going to come back to b6, keep my pressure here on the f2 pawn, which at the beginning is only defended by the king on e1. I'm not playing your games. Now the main line continues. White's going to push forward a4, just trying to put pressure onto this bishop here. If black does not respond with something like a6, then just pushing forward to a5 is going to be extremely good for white. But usually we are going to see this a6, and then the pawn could push forward if he wants here to a4, but more common is knight to c3, just getting more material involved into the center of the game. And then knight to f6. Black does have a few options here, but knight to f6 is extremely common, and this is where we get into the conquest attack, because by default there's a lot of options. This is the decline line, so no materials come off the board here. Pretty safe to play a castle on the king side. Could bring your knight up here to d5, a nice little outpost here. If he wants to exchange with his knight, that's going to be completely okay. Or if you just want to push forward a5, bishop comes back here to a7, that's fine as well. Really starting to squeeze here on the queen side, limit the squares that your opponent can go to. But the conquest attack says, I'm not okay with any of those. I'm still comfortable giving up some material because I want a strong attack. I want to really open up this board state and really attack my opponent. And so that's where we come up with the conquest attack of d4. Now, our opponents never have to do exactly what we want them to, so they don't have to take this material here. They could castle on the king side if they do, or if they play another move like d6. Both of those cases are going to end up with us taking here on e5. This is probably not best for black, but sometimes if they're in that Evans Gambit decline line, they're just like, I'm not taking a gambit. Doesn't even matter. They could bring their knight down to g4. We're going to castle on the king side. They may take this material back. We could see an exchange right here, and then after the knight comes, attacks our bishop back to b3. This is going to be completely fine. Neither side is up in material right here, but I do think white has a very strong game in this spot. So if we come back and say, what if doesn't castle on the king side? What if they instead decide to play d6? It's going to be the same thing, but it's going to be a slightly variation depending on how they exchange material. Knight's usually going to take. We could see take right here, pawn takes, and then you can see, yes, the queens come off the board. Some people don't like to play when the queens come off the board that early, but that just is how it's going to work out. But now when king takes, the bishop can freely take here on f7. So this does give some options for whites to get some material here. If we see the bishop down to d4, this is a great outpost move. Pretty easy, just play rook to a3. Defending this knight, you're going to be castling on the king side pretty soon here, because they could be playing knight to g4, starting to put a lot of pressure on the f2 square. So that's what's going to happen if they don't take the material. More than likely, from what I've seen, they are going to take that material in the center of the board. So we're going to look at the main variations if they decide to take that material after you play d4. Let's say they decide to take with their pawn right here, which makes a lot of sense. They're giving up their central e-pawn, but it does take a material. Also attacks the knight here on c3. And white has a couple options, but I would recommend the knight coming to d5. This gives you a lot of variations where black can make some mistakes. Usually they're going to take with their knight right here. They don't have to. If they decide, yeah, I'm just not taking that material, they castle on the king side. Bishop to g5, pinning down the knight to the queen. This is a combo that you'll see quite a bit in this conquest attack, but this is both attacking with the knight right here and the bishop. Same thing is, instead of if they castle on the king side, they could play d6 here. Same thing, bishop to d6. Yeah, they want to get their bishop involved into the game, but this is putting a lot of pressure on this knight on f6. We've already squeezed their queen side over here. This is adding pressure on the king side. But more than likely, they're going to take with their knight. Knight takes, pawn's going to capture here, and then they have a couple options. The main line is going to be to play queen to e7, attacking our side. And although it looks weird, the best move for white is to play king to f1. We really like our queen here on d1. It's eventually going to defend this pawn here on d4 if the knight gets involved into the game. Don't want to bring it over here and just exchange off the board right away. White is down material here, and so wants to keep that queen to make it just easier to get back later on to the game. Now from here, if they play e5, which is pretty common, their knight's under attack, they no longer have a check that they're putting on white. Now a very good move would be to play d6. And the reason for this is, if they are going to take with their queen, then bishop to f4 puts a lot of pressure onto them. The knight's being pinned down. Yes, the knight's also attacking it as well, and this is going to be a very good spot for black. So just keep that in mind. If you see this position, playing that d6 is going to be good. Now if we come back, if the queen does not come to e7, they may say, hey, my knight's under attack, I'm just going to take this material here on b4. That's also fine. Just castle on the king side. Yes, you are going down some material, but later on you will be able to get this back pretty easily. Now, if we come back to this position in the conquest attack, instead of the pawn taking, maybe the bishop takes here on d4. There is going to be an exchange. Knight takes, pawn takes here, and the knight comes back to d5, as we have seen before. The main difference is the bishop is not here on b6 to defend the pawn on d4. Usually the knight's going to exchange right here. We talked about what happens if they do not here, but the pawn's going to recapture, and usually the knight comes and takes down on b4. If it doesn't, great, you don't have to worry about that. But now white's down 2 pawns, and I'm recommending here castle on the king side. This does put a lot of pressure if black does not castle on the king side for rook to e1. You have the bishop right here, which you could play pawn to d6 at some point. You can get the queen involved into the game. The bishop can start to attack very quickly. So they usually need to castle on the king side. But as soon as they do, bishop to a3, pinning down the knights right here. We talked earlier about how you get some of that material back. I said later on, I don't want to do an entire game to show, because I want to show different examples of variations that you'll see in the conquest attack. But one example, you could see a5 here, defending this knight here on b4, so an outpost move. But then the bishop takes, pawn recaptures, queen to d4, and it's going to be very difficult to hold on to this material here on b4. You can't just bring the pawn down here. Maybe they just say, yeah, okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to get my bishop involved into the game. Rook to b1, you can see very easily that white's going to be able to gobble up this material, and then all of a sudden, yeah, we are even on board. Very open board state as well, and white has very active pieces. So this is one way that you can get around or get some of that material back that we talked about that you've given up right away. If we come back, instead of the bishop taking here, the last option would be for the knight to take. And this is also pretty common, and so knight takes here on d4. It's an outpost. You're going to now take here on e5, which is a little bit different. In the past, we've been saying, hey, exchange here on d4, and then they recapture, and the knight comes up here to d5. It's going to be slightly different in this case. I'm recommending the knight take here on e5. Now, if they want to castle on the king side, that's not the best move for them, but I would still go ahead and do this. In this case, I would play pawn to a5. The bishop comes back here, and then bishop to e3. And if you're curious why even that in-between move, maybe you've seen this in the past, and you're like, yeah, I mean, the bishop on a7 tends to be about the same here. The main reason for that is if you see some exchanges going on, maybe they don't want to exchange in the center because there's the bishop, the knight, and the queen right here. You could see the knight take here, pawn recaptures, bishop takes, and then when the rook recaptures, you can see how black's set up. You usually want your rooks on the back row connected. Usually want to bring them to the center of the board to attack. Right now, once you recapture with your rook here on a7, this is not the placement that you want. With the bishop here on b6, if there's an exchange, you can just recapture with your pawn right here. That's completely fine. You have double pawns on the c file, and then it goes to double pawns on the b file. You're going to be completely okay. You're just going to push on the queen side of the board. When you recapture with your rook, it's a slight disadvantage for black. You can always overcome this, but it is going to take some time. You're usually going to be bringing your rook back here to a8, and then swing it to the center of the board. So that's one of those small little things where if you're curious why you might play that pawn to a5, that is exactly why. Now, instead of castling, because castling I don't think is the best option for black once we play that knight to e5, another option would be queen to e7. Attacking the knight. Once you play this knight d5, which is the one variation that we are showing it here, you got to hold on to the fort here. So bishop to f4, and then if they want to take here on b4, because that is open here, you are going to need to bring your bishop back here to d2. It is pinning down the knight here. You just are going to have to defend. Then you're going to be looking to castle on the king side. So that is the conquest attack in the Evans Gambit. If you ever play the Evans Gambit, definitely one of my favorite openings. I really like giving up material early on for a strong attack. If you don't like giving up some material, feel like you can come back later and with a strategic advantage in controlling the center of the board and the tempo, get that material back and then have a strong attacking game. I do not recommend the conquest attack because many times you are giving up 1 or 2 pawns and you will have to find a very aggressive line to get that material back. But if you can, this is a very strong attack to have in the Evans Gambit, especially if you're going up against these decline lines, which you will see quite often. Players just don't like to play into the Evans Gambit. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. Always looking to do variations of openings. Sometimes they're extremely unique like this. Sometimes they're extremely common. So if you have an opening that you say, hey, can you dig a little bit deeper into this particular variation, feel free to let me know. The best way to get a hold of me is email. You can find the email on the website about us or just the chesswebsites@gmail.com. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the con variation in the Sicilian defense. Sicilian defense starts out with pawn e4, pawn c5, and then from here, always going to be knight to f3, but black has so many different options here. The con variation starts out with pawn to e6, after pawn to d4, which is pretty standard for white here. After the exchange, knight to d4, then pawn's going to be coming to a6, and this is the variation that we're going to be looking at today. There's a few main lines that white is normally going to be playing. Knight to c3 is pretty common, bishop to d3, and then lastly, I see quite a bit of queen to d3, just centralizing the queen. Very strong move, but we're going to go over how to effectively attack each of those, and then if you are playing against it as white, some variations to think about as well. So the first one we're going to look at is knight to c3. This is the most common, at least the one that I see the most. Now from here, we really want to be playing knight to f6, but the problem is the pawn coming here to e5, and there's no way to really stop this. In other variations of the Sicilian defense, this is not an issue. So if you think to something like the Najdorf, extremely common opening in the Sicilian defense, you have pawn to d6, and then after pawn d4, we see the exchange, and then knight to f6, very easy. The pawn cannot come here to e5 because the pawn is stopping that. That is the difference in this variation because pawn to e6 instead of pawn to d6. So the small little nuances make a world of difference in the different variations in the Sicilian defense. So after knight to c3, black would like to play knight to f6, but then pawn e5 is going to be bad. Knight to d5, and then after the exchange here, queen to f3 is the key move here, attacking the pawn. This pawn is going to fall. So that's why black wants to move to f6, but unfortunately right away, he cannot do that. So what black needs to be looking to do is control this e5 square. And there's two main moves that black's looking to do, either knight to c6 and queen to c7. Both of these are completely fine. So I'm going to go over both of the variations, but for the most part, they're going to play very similarly. So we'll start out with knight to c6 here, again attacking this e5 square so that the knight can freely come here to f6. Now if I try something like bishop to f4, putting pressure on this e5 square, black can actually still play knight to f6, because if pawn to e5, then queen to c7, this is fine, because if the pawn captures here, then the queen can come up and capture here on f4. So if you see another option, let's say bishop to e2, not worrying about defending the square here on e5. So bishop to e2, getting rid of castle on the king side. Go ahead and play queen to c7. Getting both of these pieces right here on c7 and c6 is going to be critical if you're going to be playing the con variation. Don't try anything tricky. Just continue with the plan here. Now, if white wants to be extremely aggressive, they can play pawn to f4. This plays very similar to the king's gambit, pushing here, castling on the king side if they want to. The other option that they have is just to castle on the king side. So two options there. If you don't want to start out with knight to c6, you can also start with queen to c7. This is completely fine. Now, if you see bishop to e2, continue the same thing, knight to c6. One thing you could see is maybe queen to f3 here. And if you see this, continue with knight to c6. Now, you're not going to see the queen come out here if the knight comes to c6 first, because knight c6, queen here to f3, and then the knight's going to capture here on d4. You can see that is a huge mistake here, but you absolutely could see that queen to c7, then the queen can come down here to f3. If that's the case, knight to c6 as we discussed. Now, if they do want to exchange, fine, go ahead and exchange right here. Always capture with your b pawn. It is possible to capture here with your d pawn, but I really like to control the center of the board. You see black has a very strong pawn structure. You can always push forward, has two central pawns. This is going to be extremely good. And then later, the rook can easily come here to b8. Just have a very, very strong game from black and really not committing too much. And then later, if you want to play knight to f6, you have that option as well. Now, instead of coming to c3, another variation that you will see is bishop to d3, just centralizing the bishop, defending this pawn here, and getting ready to castle on the king side. Now, if you are going to be playing as black here, I recommend knight to f6. The reason for that is a few of them. One, you always want to be coming knight to f6. That's why you're playing queen to c7. That's why you're playing knight to c6. It's all to set up knight to f6. Get your dark square bishop involved later on, castle on the king side. That's the name of the game. You're not going to be castling on the queen side with an exposed king here on c8. That's not the game plan. But after knight to f6, this also sets a trap, because you'll see this all the time. As soon as you play knight to f6, they feel like, I'm going to go ahead and play pawn to e5 and force this pawn to move. But very different, where the knight is no longer here on c3. And why is that important? Because the queen can come to a5 check, and then this pawn is going to fall. So knight to c3 is a pretty common move, and then queen to e5, taking the pawn and check. So not only is it the best variation in my opinion, but it also sets a nice trap that a lot of people are going to fall into. So if you're playing as white, you may see some other variations, so I will go over those, but if you are playing as black, playing the con variation, knight to f6 is going to be your go-to. But some of the other variations you may see, if you are white, you could see knight to c6. Just continue the theme, say this is how we're going to go. If you're playing white, you have a couple options. You could go ahead and take with your knight right here. They could capture castle on the king side. They could play rook here to b8.
If there's not a capture here, then really you're going to be looking to bring the knight back here to f3, and then let's say they play knight to f6, which is what black is looking to do here. Knight to c3, queen to c7, same game plan as before. Bishop to d5. One thing that you will start to see more of in this variation is the knight coming here to g4, because there's no pressure really being put on by any pawns here. If there's pawn h3, then the knight can come to e5, and you can see it has protection both from the knight and the queen here on c7. Going to be very difficult to push this away. There's no d pawn to push it, and the pawn here on f2 is not going to be moving anytime soon. So those are a couple options that you will see if they move their knight back to f3. And then if we come back and say instead of knight to c6 at the very beginning, another variation that you could see is the bishop coming here to c5, attacking the knight right here. The knight's pretty much going to be coming to b3 every time, attacking the bishop. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to bring the knight back here to f3. Just bring it back to b3, attacking the bishop. The bishop should be coming back here to a7. If they want to retreat to e7, play knight to f6 in the future, castle on the king side, they can. I just feel like bishop to a7 is much stronger. Keeps it on this long dark square diagonal, attacking the f2 square, which is a huge weakness early on because the king is the only piece that is defending this. So this puts a lot of pressure on their opponents. After bishop to a7, knight to c3, common development move. Knight to c6, castle on the king side. Knight to f6. All of these are pretty standard, as you can see in each of the variations in the Khan variation. The last variation that we will look at, instead of the bishop coming here to d3, sometimes you'll see queen to d3. In this case, I always recommend just playing queen to c7. Now, knight to c6 is eventually going to come there, but knight to c7 is my go-to move here. Knight to c3 is going to be the most common move that you will see. And then from here, knight to f6, if they want to play something around a bishop to e2, you can see here both the queen, or the queen is defending the square here on e5. So maybe bishop to e2, and then knight to c6. If they want to try something odd, I have seen people commentate on games where queen to g3. That's a lot of queen movements for me as white. Not a huge fan of this, but if you do run into this, queen takes here, after the pawn takes here on g3, then the move black's going to be looking for is pawn to e5. There's not a lot of times that black is able to push forward and it makes sense, but in this case it absolutely does, attacking the knight. The knight's going to come back here to e2, and then knight to c6, and this is a very solid structure for black. It does have a backward pawn here on d7, so eventually want to get the dark square bishop involved into the game, push up this pawn, get the light square bishop involved, castle on the king side, has a pretty good structure, knowing that white has double pawns here, maybe looking to castle on the queen side. But all in all, this is a pretty safe variation in the Sicilian defense, has a lot of strong attacking lines, and as many players playing the Sicilian, they're looking for an advantage playing as black, and this is very aggressive if you're looking for something, and you don't want to go with the common knight dwarfs and some of the others that you typically see in the Sicilian defense. So thank you so much for watching the Khan variation in the Sicilian defense. If there's other variations you'd like me to do, feel free to reach out and email me. Otherwise, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over one of my favorite gambits. This low-cost gambit derives from the Philidor defense, which is pawn e4, pawn e5, knight to f3, one of my more common openings I like to play, and then pawn d6 from black. This is the Philidor defense. It's extremely passive. I don't like playing against it too much, so I try to find ways to play some spicy gambits to catch my opponent off guard. The main line is to continue with pawn to d4. Now, they can always capture here, but one of the more common moves is knight to f6. And from here, I like to move knight to g5. Black can continue with bishop to e7, or many times I'm seeing pawn to h6, forcing the knight to move because they don't expect the knight to come up here in gambit with low-cost gambit of knight takes f7. This is forking the queen and the rook. Pretty much the king is going to be taking here. If they want to give you a queen or rook for free, hey, that's completely fine, but more than likely they're going to be taking with their king here on f7. Now, once they do that, then pawn to e5 is going to be the play. Now, they can't just take with their pawn. The queen is going to fall, so that is not an option here. So after the pawn takes on e5, a lot of ways that black can continue, and that's what we're going to be looking at today in our video. Now, the most common line from black is to play knight to d7. You can already see that the board is wide open for white to attack here, but the knight comes back since it was under attack and is now attacking this pawn here on e5. The move from here is going to be bishop to c4. When you have an opponent's king and it's out in the middle for you to attack, you have to engage as many pieces as possible to really give yourself the strongest attack. There's a few options that they have here. One of them would be pawn to d5. Now, it could be tempting to go ahead and take with your bishop here on d5. I'm going to say that's not the best move. What really is the best move is pawn to e6. Now, this looks like, oh, well, they just go ahead and take that pawn here, but they really can't. If the king takes here, then the queen's going to come up here and it is going to be checkmates. They don't have too many moves here. King to f6, and then this is going to be mates. If they don't do that, let's say after pawn to e6, they just come back to g8. Okay, well, that's fine. We can go ahead and gobble up that knight here. And now there's going to be a discovered attack. If they want to go ahead and take with their pawn right here, then queen up here, d5. This is check as well. Maybe king to h7. Queen to f5, check. You can see things are not going well at all. Pawn g6, trying to stop it. And this no spicy move here. Pawn up here taking on c8. So capturing your bishop, you have two queens on board. They pretty much have to take this queen here. And as soon as they take, the queen can come up and capture. White's going to be in a dominant position. Now, if we come back and after the move, pawn e6, if they play king to e7, another logical line that they have here, then we're going to play pawn takes on d7, same as before. Let's say they take with their queen. Go ahead and take with your pawn. This is going to be completely fine. You can get your queen involved into the game if you want to. You can castle on the king side. Knight to c3. The king is just ready to be attacked. So this is going to be a very good variation. Now, we come back instead of the pawn coming here to d5, because we already saw that probably not the best move. The best move for them would actually be king to g6. But it looks extremely scary as far as why would you just bring your king here even more out into the open? But this would be the best move. From here, pawn e6, as we talked about before, they're usually going to be moving their knight a couple places. One, knight to b6, attacking the bishop here. Just bring your bishop back to b3. You have a really solid structure. This still defends the pawn here on e6. Very easy to now get the queen involved into the game if you want to get your knight involved. You could eventually castle on the queen side. More than likely, you will castle on the king side. If instead they play knight down here to e5, still attacking the bishop, still going to recommend bringing the bishop back here to b3. But now you have more options. Later on, pawn to f4, really throwing everything at the king side and attacking the knight, and then you can castle on the king side as well. But since king to g6 just does not look that easy, another option would be king to e7. Now white's going to take the pawn here on d6. Generally, if you can take material and put your opponent in check, opening up the board state when king's in the middle, that's going to be very good. Now, black does need to take with his pawn. If he doesn't, it's going to be checkmate. So a couple variations, maybe king to h or to e8, just trying to get the king back, but this is going to fail. Queen to h5, check. You can see that there's just no defense for this king right here. Pawn to g6, sure, that just doesn't do much at all. This is going to be checkmate. If instead of king to e8, they try king to f6, still going to be a victory for whites. Queen to f3 check, and then queen up here, and at the end of the day, this is going to be a checkmate. You have queen to e6, and this is going to be checkmate. Now, if we come back and say the pawn actually does capture here on d6 as it needs to, then knight to c3. And the reason this is good, white just has so many options. If we look at black's standpoint, you can already see the king's out in the middle. The dark square bishop, it can't go anywhere. Light square bishop can't go anywhere. The knight here on b8 can really only come to c6. That's not going to be all that helpful. Knight here to d5, that's going to be check and easily get the other bishop involved into the game. The queen has full control of the d file and this light square diagonal, so it doesn't matter where black goes. His limited options can easily be put into check. And then also the pawns can start pushing forward here for white and even put more pressure on black. So all this is going to be extremely good for white. Black's going to have a very difficult time. If we come back, instead of the king going to e7, could come back here to e8. But we already saw a glimpse of this before. Queen to h5 check, maybe pawn to g6, queen up here takes, king to e7, and then queen to f7, and this is going to be checkmate. So that is what happens with the most popular line of knight to d7. Not really fun for black to play, but the next one's going to be the knight takes here on e4. Just as I'll try to gobble up material. The best move is queen to f3. This is putting their opponent into check, threatening the knight here on f3. Couple options. If he just wants to play knight f6, says, I know I'm going to lose my knight, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. That's fine. Pawn takes here on f6. Maybe the queen takes, in this case, bishop to c4. Remember, king's out on the board. You need to get more material involved into the game. Don't try to do tricky and just trade off. You don't want to trade down at all. You gave up material so that you can have a strong attack. So don't trade off queens here. Put constant pressure on your opponents. Maybe queen to e2 here. If they eventually want to do something, decline. Bishop to e3. And then this has a discovered attack, so they have to always keep in mind that if their king is on a dark square, the bishop can always go there. And then there's going to be a discovered attack with the queen. You can always castle on the king side. You can get your knight here to c3, start to attack castle on the queen side. So a lot of different options. If they don't play knight to f6, some people don't like to bring their knight if it's under attack. They could play king to g8, thinking it's going to a safe square. Just go ahead and take that material here on e4. Same thing if they play king to g6, which many times is a good move. In this case, it's absolutely not a good move because after the queen takes, it's putting their opponent into check. Exactly what you want to do. And even worse mistake would be bishop here to f5, making it seem like, okay, yeah, I want to attack, save my king here, but pretty much they're just giving up material here on b7. Now, they could play knight to d7 because the rook would just fall here on a8, but then white has the great move of pawn to g4. A lot of different threats this has. If the bishop takes, the rook can swing over here to g1. That's going to pin down the bishop. You could even see something like pawn to h5, but then pawn to e3 from white, and the bishop would fall just because it is being pinned down from the rook. You can also see this dark square bishop putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. You can always swing the queen back as well. Just no real way for black to defend against this correctly. Another variation that you could see is knight to e8. This is exactly where you want your opponent to be headed, getting all his pieces back on to 8th rank. If you see this, bishop to c4, we've talked about this before, getting more material involved into the game. One option could be king to g6. If you see this, I recommend pawn to f4, staying extremely aggressive. Another option, if they play bishop to e6, this is going to be extremely good for whites because you just play queen to h5, check, and then after pawn to g6, then the bishop takes, check, and once the king takes, then you can take this pawn here on g6, check, queen here to f5, check, and you can see after pawn to e6, just a very good board state from white. Can easily swing over here to a d5, can get the knight involved into the game. Definitely not where black wants to be. The last option that you may see is the pawn take here on e5. Now, many players, if they haven't played this variation, don't do this because they recognize that the queen is going to take here on d8. They actually do have a move, and that is bishop to b4, check, because the rook can now take here on d8 after the check. So it's a discovered attack. So because of this, knowing that the queen is going to fall, the best move is to bring the queen back here to d2. The bishop has to take, can't be down a queen. So after the bishop takes, you want to take with your knight. The reason is you want to hold on to this material here on e4. So white is up material, has a better board state, and so all in all, this is still going to be a very, very good game from whites. So that's Lookout Gambit. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video, one of my favorite gambits, and definitely like to punish someone for playing a very passive defense. This has so many tricky lines if someone has not played it as black, and it's a lot of fun just to chase your opponent's king around. So leave a comment, let me know what you guys think. If you have other videos you want me to make, feel free to send me an email. Let me know, always looking for suggestions. But until next time, thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys then. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over one of the most popular variations in the Sicilian defense, and that is the Sveshnikov variation. If you're not familiar, it starts out pawn e4, pawn c5. This is the Sicilian defense, knight f3, knight c6, pawn d4, common line. After the pawn takes, knight to d4, knight f6, and then after knight c3, pawn e5, attacking this knight here on d4. So many variations where the pawn is either on e6 or d6, but this one comes straight out the gate, pawn to e5, attacking the knights. Now the most common move, we're going to go over a few variations, is going to be knight to b5. There's a few others I will cover today because just showing one variation in this is not the most exciting. You may also see knight takes on c6, or you could see knight to f5. I have played against this before. So those are the three variations that I'm going to be going over in this particular video. The first line is the knight coming here to b5, and the main threat is knight to d6, putting black in check here. If black were to play pawn h6, then you can really see this play out. Knight to d6, check, really forced to capture here. The queen comes down, captures. White has an open board state with the bishop here, putting a lot of pressure on black's side of the board with a queen that's very hard to remove here. Not exactly what black wants to do. So to stop this, black's going to be playing pawn to d6, always. Can't take it now because after the bishop takes, the queen is now protecting the bishop here on d6. So after the pawn comes to d6, a lot of variations that white can go down. One of those is knight to d5. This is threatening knight coming to c7, check, and forking the rook here on a8. To stop that, black has to take with his knight here on d5. After he takes, pawn captures here on d5, and the knight's going to come back to e7 with the threat now of queen to a5 check, and taking either the knight here on b5, or depending on white's position, could always take this pawn here, since the queen and the knight would both be attacking this pawn. So you'll see lots of variations from white here. One of those would be pawn to a4, holding down the fort, has a nice little outpost for this knight here on b5. Black needs to continue with pawn to a6, just taking away these incremental squares that white wants to be at and forcing the knight to move back. Now, really needs to be coming back here to c3. This is the best where be on the lookout if he makes a mistake and plays knight to c3. Why? Because now queen to a5, this is putting their opponent into check. If we see bishop to d2, then the queen comes, snags this pawn here on d5. If instead, maybe queen to d2, that's completely fine. You can just go ahead and take that material after the bishop takes. Now the knight takes on d5, and black is now up material. The next line after pawn to d6 would be white down here to g5, pinning down the knight to the queen. From here, play pawn to a6, forcing the knight back here. A couple options that white has. One would be to bring the knight back to a3, and the other would be to take with the bishop right here. So let's go ahead and take a look at the first one, knight to a3. There's really two options that black has. He has the safer one, which is bishop to e7, stops bishop coming here and having to take with the pawn. If you want to be pretty aggressive, you have the line of pawn to b5. And this says that if the bishop takes here on f6, then you have two options. You could either take with your pawn or you can take with your queen. Now, if you take with your queen, because you don't have double pawns here on f-file, just know that things are going to get pretty crazy. Because first you're going to see knight to d5 attacking the queen. And this is also threatening what we talked about, the knight coming down here to c7. So the queen comes back to d8. Now bishop to b5. This is pinning down the knight. Pawn to b5 capture. The knight takes here on b5. This is now setting up for the knights coming down to c7, as we've seen before. Rook here to a7, stopping that. But it's just going to fall. Queen up here to a5 to get that material back. So this is the board state that it will look like. If you're okay with that, you absolutely can go down this path. Now, I think it's easier to play if you just take with your pawn, but you have to be comfortable having double pawns here. So after the pawn takes here on f6, then the knight's going to come down, attack that pawn. Pawn up here to f5. Double pawns, go ahead and attack the center of the board here, and then see what your opponent is going to do, but you are defending it with your bishop here on c8. Now, white could decide to not take this knight here on f6. Instead, play knight to d5, attacking this knight here on f6. Just continue with bishop to e7. Now, you do not want to have the double pawn here on the f-file if you don't need to. If they want to capture, that's fine. Just recapture. You're putting a lot of pressure on this knight. Can't move anywhere. So, in theory, you have more pieces involved into the action. So, if they try something like pawn to c4, trying to blow up this b5 square, now you can play knight to d4. This is a really great outpost. No more pawns on the e or the c-file. Can really attack this knight right here. Put a lot of pressure on your opponent. The next line we'll look at is the bishop coming to e3, and this is a tricky one from white, so I want to make sure everyone knows how to attack it from black standpoint. You're usually going to be playing pawn a6. You need to force the knight back. After knight comes to a3, then pawn b5, getting ready to fork the knights here on b4. But if you do this, beware of knight to d5. If you see this, the move needs to be rook to b8, because if you try something else, and I'll use the extreme example with nothing going on, pawn to h6, which you're not going to be playing, is bishop to b6 is just huge for white here. Only safe square for the queen is to come down here to d7, but then that allows for the knight to come c7. This is check and forking the rook here on a7 with no real compensation. So this is not what you want to be doing. So instead, to stop that, you can now play a rook to b8. So both the queen and the rook are both attacking that square right there. If they want to give up their bishop and their knight for the rook, hey, that's going to be a win in my book. So that's what happens if you see b to e3 at the beginning. Another move that they could play instead of bishop to e3 is pawn to a4. Just saying, I want to support my knight here on d5. It's a very aggressive square. Same thing as before. Pawn to a6. Knight's going to come back to a3. And then from here, I recommend bishop to g4. And there's a few options of how they could continue. If they want to play pawn to f3, that's fine. Go ahead and play bishop to e6. This is a development move from black, getting the bishop in the center of the board. And it's not as great of a pawn structure for white. So I feel like that is a win. If they try something else, maybe queen to d3, then go ahead and just centralize your rook right here. This is a semi-open file for the rook to attack. If they want to play bishop to e2, just defending, getting ready to castle on the king side, then in this case, I would go ahead and take. After the queen takes, then I think just play pawn to d5, controlling the center of the board. So that's obviously the most common with the knight coming to b5, but they won't always do that. One move they will see is the knight taking here on c6. They just don't know what to do, and they just decide to take material off the board. Now you have two options as black. One that I don't like a lot, but some people prefer going down this path, is pawn takes here on c6, because this just opens up the door for the queen to take, and then the king recapture. To me, this is just not as fun. So if you are going to take, I recommend taking with a pawn. This also allows black to have more central pawns. Controlling the center is always a win here. And then if they want to play bishop to c4, you can play your bishop to b4, getting ready to castle on the king side. This is going to be completely fine from black standpoint. Now, if they don't take here, another option could be knight to f5. Not the strongest move, but it's an outpost, so you could just see this on board. If it does happen, I would recommend playing pawn to d5. Aggressively attacking the center of the board. They have a couple options. If they want to take with their pawn right here, you could take with your bishop, taking that knight. They could take the knight right here, and then go ahead and take your queen down here, because more than likely, players don't like to bring their knight back here, but they should. If they play their king here, then you can castle on the queen side, attack with your rook here, and then you can take this pawn. This is going to be a very strong move from black here, but if they do take with their knight, then all of a sudden, one, you're going to take with your pawn, but then they have just another move that they have to move with their knight, just losing some tempo in the game. So both of those are going to be good for black. Now, if we come back, if they don't take with their pawn, maybe they take with their knight here and think, oh, this is a great outpost. In this case, go ahead and take the pawn here on e4, and black's going to have a very good game from here. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Thanks for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Bogo Indian defense, which starts out with pawn to d4, knight f6, pawn c4, pawn e6, and then knight to f3. More common would be knight to c3, but this gets into the Nimzo Indian defense. So sometimes, as whites may be looking to avoid that line, and so you play knight to f3, or you run into this if you're playing black. And now black's going to play bishop to b4. Probably more common is the Queen's Indian defense with pawn to b6. There's another video on the Queen's Indian defense if you want to watch that. But in this video, we're going to be looking at the Bogo Indian defense, and that is the bishop coming here to b4. Now, there's really three main lines that you're going to see here, because there's just not too many options that white has. Usually not going to see this knight get in coming down here to d2. But usually the options are going to be one, knight to c3. This is really just the Kasparov variation in the Nimzo Indian defense, because this plays just like that. There is another video I have on the Nimzo Indian defense where we go over this specific variation. So if you're curious, you can definitely watch that video. But the other two main lines that we're going to be looking at, one is bishop to d2. You are under check here, so what you want to stop that. And then there's the knight coming here to d2. Now, both have their advantages. We're going to look at all the different variations from those. I'll give my recommendations on how you should approach each of those, some of the key moves to look at. The main line is for white to play bishop to d2. This immediately puts pressure on the bishop on b4 and says, okay, you're going to have to do something, either retreat, exchange material, do something, but I'm threatening that right away. Now, it's not super common, but black may decide to go ahead and take the bishop here on d2. The reason it's not that common is if you're going to move one of your minor pieces, a couple moves in the beginning of the game, you want to have some sort of compensation. White can immediately just take with the queen here. Let's say black castles on the king side, knight to c3, getting ready to push forward with pawn to e4. Black really doesn't have much in terms of compensation for moving the minor piece a few times in the early game state. Instead, white has a pretty solid board state, especially in the center once they can play that pawn to e4. That's one of the main reasons you play knight to c3 is because you're looking to play pawn to e4 and control the entire center of the board with your pawn. So not something you'll generally see from black, just giving up that bishop. Instead, you may see queen to e7. Now, this is, I don't want to move my bishop a couple places just to give it up, but if you want to move your bishop a couple squares, and then I will exchange, so bishop takes and the queen can just capture back here. Now black has that upper hand as far as a move perspective, and so now white's going to have to either defend with the knights or exchange off queens. It's going to do something, but black has a more active position. So this is one option, to play the queen here to e7. Now white's not going to take the bishop. That is not the recommended move. But really, if black's not looking to take the bishop, I recommend playing knight to c3. This board state's going to play very different than the Nimzo Indian defense, so I think it's safe to go ahead and play knight to c3. You do want to have the knight involved into the action so that you can be looking to play pawn to e4 at some point. If we see this and now the bishop takes, the bishop can freely recapture. I think this is going to be a completely fine spot for white. Maybe knight to c3 and then pawn to b6, getting ready to bring the bishop here. Now you can play pawn to e3 if you want to solidify this pawn chain here. Maybe bishop to b7, bishop to d3. This stops some of the threats of the knight coming to e4, which black may want to do. The knight here on f3 is still being protected by the queen here on d1, can now castle on the king side. So white has a lot of different options here with the solid pawn structure in the center of the board. So that's how I would continue there. And if they say, hey, I'm not even looking to do an aggressive move on the queen side, they just want to castle on the king side, yeah, you may just want to play pawn to e3 here as well. Solidify the pawn chain, now you can get the light square bishop out, castle on the king side of the board. So that's what I would play if you see this queen here to e7. The next variation is pretty ambitious. It's pawn to a5, and while I don't play the Bogo-Indian defense all too often as black, this is one of my favorite lines that black can go down because it really starts to put a lot of pressure on the queen side of the board. So this defends this bishop here, does not get the queen involved into the game just yet. But very similar as we saw when the queen came to e7, I would just recommend white playing knight here to c3. Completely fine, says, hey, yeah, if you're not going to do anything with your bishop here, I'm not going to worry about either. I'm definitely not going to use one of my moves to come over here and take here on b4, because then you're going to have a pretty annoying pawn here on b4 if you capture. You know, after the bishop takes, the pawn recaptures. This opens up the door for the rook, have a semi-open file to really attack. That's not what white wants to do. If you kind of analyze how you exchange pieces, that's not going to be good. So knight to c3 is going to be the recommended line. Now if we come back and say, instead of the pawn to a5, another option is pawn to c5. Now this is the one spot where I recommend, yes, they haven't taken the bishop on d2, but I wouldn't play knight to c3, just because I think there's a much better move, and that is just to simply take here on b4. And yes, they're going to recapture if they don't want to be just a terrible move here, but then you can play pawn to a3. You want to get rid of this pawn. It's pretty annoying because you really want to be playing knight to c3, and it does stop it from happening. But now black really has to figure out what they want to do. If they want to take with their pawn, that's fine. You can recapture with the rook here. Has a semi-open file for the rook to attack here. Now the knight can freely come to c3. Pretty good setup that white has here. If he doesn't move anywhere, if he instead plays knight to c6, okay, go ahead and take that pawn. If the knight takes on b4, that's fine. Play pawn to e3, solidify the pawn chain. Light square bishop is defending the pawn here on c4. You can get ready to castle on the king side. So white has a lot of options if that's how black wants to continue. The other option for black is just to retreat back here to e7. Pretty safe place for black to be. This does allow white to really develop a lot of their pieces. So knight to c3, getting ready to play pawn to e4 once. You can always just play the safer pawn to e3, solidify the pawn chain. But now black's going to be looking to castle on the king side of the board and really just see how white wants to continue. But no pieces have really been committed so far for black. So that's how you're going to play if you see some of the more common variations from black after bishop to d2. Now, if you decide you don't really like the bishop coming here to b2, the other option would be to play knight to d2. It's more of a passive opening just because you're not forcing the bishop here on b4 to move, at least on this move right now. So black has a lot of different options as far as how they could continue. Maybe pawn to b6. At this point, yes, you can now play pawn to a3. If they want to exchange, I think that's a win for white here. Now white has the bishop pair. Black does not. Going to be looking to open up the board, meaning getting rid of these pawns in the center of the board so the bishop pair can reign supreme here. If instead, after pawn to a3, the bishop comes back to e7, well, now pawn to e4, and this is a key difference that because the knight is here on d2, yes, it is blocking the dark square bishop, but it is now defending the square here on e4. Remember that one of the reasons you bring the knight to c3 is so it can defend the square here on e4. So once it's here on d2, if it's left alone, it's now going to also defend the square here on e4. So from here, if you were to see pawn to d6, you could a lot of different variations that black could play. Queen to c2, I recommend. This just adds another layer of protection. Both the pawns here on c4 and e4 now protected by the queen. Now you can get your bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. White's going to do very well controlling the center of the board and having all of their minor pieces very active. The only thing you have to keep in mind if you're going to play this is the dark square bishop many times can be left alone and not really doing much because it is blocked off by the dark square bishop here. So that's something that black's going to be looking to attack as well. So those are some of the main lines that you'll see in the Bogo-Indian defense. Some of the others you can get from different videos, the Nimzo Indian defense from the Kasparov variation, but that is an introduction to the Bogo-Indian defense. Hope you enjoyed. Let me know what you guys think of this video. If there's other openings you want me to cover, feel free to let me know. You can always email me and I will definitely respond, try to make as many videos as you guys want. But thanks again for watching. I'll see you guys next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the wing gambit, specifically in the Sicilian defense. You may be familiar with this in the Evans gambit, but in the Sicilian, it's pawn e4, pawn c5, trying to control the center of the board with the c pawn, and then white saying, I'm going to give up material to get rid of this pawn with pawn to b4. Now, anytime there is a gambit, you want to give up material in exchange for something, whether it's a gain in tempo, you have a great development, or you have a strong attack that your opponent does not see, but you want to have something in exchange for that. So after the pawn takes here, we're going to be going over the accepted line. White has multiple options. Anytime I go over gambit, I like to give my recommendation or my recommendation not to play it specifically. I think there's stronger gambits to play as white if you're playing against the Sicilian defense. The Smith-Ward gambit is one that I like quite a bit. I do have a video on that gambit as well, but I thought I'd make a video for this opening because you may play against this as black. Many people play the Sicilian defense, and if you play it enough, you're going to come across the wing gambit. So I want you to know how to play against it. And then if you want to try this out as white, you just like gambits, and your opponents play a lot of Sicilian defense and they're very skilled at it, this can absolutely throw them off, especially if this is around a blitz game or a rapid game. definitely going to catch them off guard. From white's point of view, the main line is to play pawn to e3. Now, white is going to be down in material, but really wants black to take this pawn right here. After the pawn takes and the bishop recaptures, there's a few ways to recapture. Some people will say go ahead and take with your knight. I like to take with the bishop because it's very easy to get both of the bishops eyeing down on black's king side of the board. I can always develop my knight right here to c3, but this adds a lot of pressure on my opponent's board. If they decide from here, let's play pawn to e5, which is a common move. You can see the white bishop is eyeing down this bishop. You can go ahead and exchange. The king takes here. Bishop here to c4, just attacking that king side of the board. Maybe knight to f6, attacking this pawn. Knight to c3, as we talked about. And I think this is fine. White is down a pawn in material, but has a very active board state. Black's king cannot castle. White's going to be very easy to go ahead and develop pieces. Knight to f3, castle on the king side. His rook can easily get to any square on the board, so white's going to have a strong game in this position. Now, if we come back, instead of pawn to e5, we could see just a normal development move. Knight to f6, just push forward, pawn e5. This happens quite a bit anytime your pawn is on e4, or even d4 over here. If your opponent plays the knight, you can always push forward. Let's say the knight comes to d5. Okay, bishop to c4. This is the setup that you're going to have the most success with, just having both your bishop eyeing down on your opponent's king side. And then where do they go from here? Maybe pawn to e6 to defend this knight. Knight to f3 here, getting more of white's material involved into the game. We could see the queen now get involved, attacking both the pawn and the bishop. Queen to c7, but now white can just start to exchange material off. The bishop takes, pawn takes. Now the bishop can come up here to f8, as we saw before, exchanging that material. The king could take, the rook could take as well. There's different options. Let's see the king takes. We now see knight to c3, attacking the pawn. Queen down here to c5, defending this pawn. Knight to a4, attacking the queen. Queen comes down here, castle on the king side. White's going to have a good game. Still down a pawn in material, but you can see we're chasing around the queen. Both the rooks are active. The queen can now get involved into the game. Pawn to d4, solidifying the middle of the board. From black's standpoint, he has double pawns on the d file. It's going to be tough to hold on to both of those, so this is also going to be a good setup for white. Another option you could see is pawn to d5, trying to attack the center of the board. I do like this move from black. I don't like it after the bishop is already here on a3. Now, if the pawn takes and the queen takes, now knight to c3, there's not a lot of good options for black here. Maybe the queen comes back, knight to f3. You can see white is completely dominating as far as development of the board, only down a pawn in material, but this is not going to go good for black. Now, white does not always get the opportunity to take with the bishop here on a3. If we come back to the beginning, it's recommended that black, instead of taking, instead plays pawn to d5. If you play against the wing gambit, this is my recommendation. It is extremely powerful from black's standpoint, very difficult for white to defend against this. As an example, let's say white takes here on d5. The queen is going to come down and recapture. The knight can no longer come to c3. So before, the move we just looked at, came to c3, this kicked the queen back, but you can see the pawn on d4 is protecting this square right here. Now, if white wanted to, could take this pawn, but that's going to be a huge mistake. Once you get rid of it, but queen to e5, that's going to be deadly. Bishop to e2, and then the queen comes down and takes on a1. You can see how that's clearly a mistake. So the pawn is not going to take here on b4. Another option that we could see instead might be knight to f3. Okay, just simple development move from here. Pawn to e5 from black's standpoint, controlling the center of the board. Maybe now the pawn takes on b4, which he can because the queen's not going to come to e5 as we said. But now bishop takes on b4. It was defended. It opened up once the pawn came to e5. So now all of a sudden you can see black has a very aggressive board state. It's taken all that away from white. White moved first. We're only 6 moves in. All of a sudden black is completely dominating. So this is not going to go well for white. You can see just how powerful that is. Now if we come back, instead of the knight coming to f3, maybe pawn to d4, trying to attack the center with the pawns. Knight to c6, attacking the pawn. Maybe knight to f3, also defending the pawn. Knight to f6. But you have black here, they're up in material, and they have a very aggressive board state. White doesn't have anything as far as compensation for the pawn that they gave up as the gambit. Now, while that is my recommendation as you're playing for black, if you're playing it as white, you may not always come across and see pawn to d5. Pawn to e5 is also very popular. From here, bishop to b2, fianchetto to the queen side of the board, attacking the pawn. You're going to give up that pawn in material early on in the wing gambit. You have to attack as much as possible. So maybe knight to c6, defending that pawn right here. Bishop to c4, attacking this f7 square from black that is not defended except by the king. Maybe bishop down here to d6. You're going to play knight to f3. It's not clear how white's going to get an advantage. That's one of the downfalls in this. If you look at different options, one thing I always look for in a gambit is how many different mistakes can my opponent make, especially if you're playing a blitz game. If there's a couple moves they make that they're just absolutely going to lose, that's a great gambit in my opinion. For the wing gambit, there's not as many mistakes that they can make, especially if they're not going to take this pawn early on. If they do, I think white's going to have a fine game. But if they don't, they can't really mess this up, and they are going to be up a pawn in material. Playing as black, that's all that they need. Instead of pawn to e5, you could also see just a normal move like knight to c6. In the Sicilian defense, this is very common, so they may just say, I'm not even worried about this pawn over here. Yes, I got a pawn in material. If you want to take it back, that's fine. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to go with my plan I had from the get-go. But if you decide to take the pawn on b4, now they can take it with their knight. If they want to control the center of the board, that's fine. They can now counter with pawn to d5, and if you take, they can always recapture here on d5 with their knight. They could capture with their queen if they wanted to. They could also say, yeah, pawn down to d5, maybe now pawn c3, kicking the knight back here. Knight to c6, still not clear exactly how white is going to come back and have an advantage in this spot. Last thing I'll touch on is if you're playing as black, you take on b4 and white does not play pawn to a3. While it is the most common, they might always play it. If they play bishop to b2, I'd continue with the same move that you were going to play if they play pawn to a3, and that is pawn to d5. If they take this, you can go ahead and take with your queen if you want to. You still have your pawn here on b4 to stop the knight coming here. You can also just play knight to f6. Develop your pieces, attacking the pawn. They can come up here to c4. You can even give back material. So you're up a pawn right now. If you want to play pawn to e6, they capture. All of a sudden you get your light square bishop involved into the game. You open up the center of the board for your queen to get involved. Your bishop right now is defending this pawn here on b4. You're attacking this pawn right here. You can easily come knight to c6. So black's going to have a good game. They're no longer up a pawn in material, but they have a very good board state. So you definitely have some options depending on where white goes. But that's an introduction to the wing gambit. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. I'm very curious to see if you tried out as white, or if you're playing as black and you're playing the Sicilian defense and someone tries it out, let me know how you were able to play against that. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a pretty unique opening, and that is the Grab attack. Just so happens to be my most requested video over the past couple years. Typically, I respond to people requesting and saying you should just not play this because it's not very strong, but more and more people continue to request it, so I thought I'd go ahead and make a video, go over the key concept for those people who've never played this, generally because it's not that strong, and then some of the traps that you can get your opponent into, because most people, they don't play it, most people haven't played against it, and they just don't even know where to start with this. So we'll go ahead and get into it, specifically the main lines and some of the variations that you may see from that. Now, some of the things that you can see right off the bat is this does weaken the king side of the board, so with that, you're generally not looking to castle on the king side. Now, you still may sometimes, but your king safety really comes from the center of the board for most of your game, so you're not going to be pushing your pawns towards the center very often until you've established an attack or a defense, and then maybe you decide to push forward. But for the most part, you're going to be attacking from the outside, so more of that hypermodern defense, attacking where you're fan-cutting your bishops, you're getting your knights involved into the game, and you're attacking from the flanks here. Pawn to c4 is going to be pretty common. Pawn g4 if you want to march up the board, pawn to h4 later on. You'll see that in the variations that we go over. Usually black is going to start out with the main line, and that is pawn to d5. This attacks the center of the board, and also opens up the door for this light square bishop to immediately attack this pawn right here on g4. Now there's a couple ways that white can always continue, and there's going to be some, if you look at it, is more textbook, like this is a stronger move, but you're not playing the Grab attack for the best possible move from a textbook standpoint. So I'm going to go over what I consider the best attacking move. Partly it's more fun that way, but it's subjectively almost as strong as some of the other moves, but I think you're going to get better results, especially if you're playing a human. There's more times that they can fall into a trap. So those are the lines that I'm going to be recommending that you play if you are going to opt for the Grab attack. So I was going to start out with bishop to g2, fin-cutting this bishop, especially if they're playing a pawn to d5. You want to attack this pawn right here. You don't mind if they take your pawn here on a g4. You're not playing it because it's going to be, well protected, and hopefully you're not really interested in the Grab attack because you want to play pawn to h3. Like, this is just the most boring opening that you could possibly play. Bishop to g2 all of a sudden says, hey, if you want to take my pawn right here, then I can start to do some things. And the first thing you're going to be doing is pawn to c4. This opens up the threat of, after the pawn takes, then the bishop can take here on b7. The light square bishop is left the building, and so all of a sudden this light square bishop can take this rook here on a8. Now black doesn't necessarily have to fall for this, and even if they decide to play knight to d7, black is going to still have a fine game here, but it's a much different game than they may have expected when they came out here and took this pawn here on g4, because now the bishop can take here on a8, queen takes here on a8, pawn to f3, a very important move right here since the queen is attacking this rook. Let's say the bishop comes back here to f5, and then queen up here to a4. This is pinning down the knight, also attacking the pawn here on c4. So this is going to be a completely fine opening for white. White does hold a small advantage in this position. Now black's not always going to take this pawn here on c4. This is for someone that's just not really paying attention, and they don't really see that this bishop here on g2 can take right here. More often than not, instead of the pawn taking here on c4, you're going to see some other variations. So we'll go over some of the main things that you'd see. The first variation that you may see in this position is pawn to c6, solidifying the pawn chain, also blocking this long light square diagonal, which white is really trying to control in this position. From here, white's going to play queen to b3. Another theme that you'll see is after you play pawn to c4, you're really trying to get the queen here on b3 for two reasons. One is it also controls the center, specifically this d5 square, the pawn, the queen, and the bishop all attacking that. It also attacks this pawn here on b7. So lots of things that white is trying to do in this position. Now, you can see lots of different ways that black tries to defend this. You could see pawn to b6. From here, white's just going to take right here, and it's tricky because they can't really take back with their pawn, because then you're just going to see the queen take. The queen is attacking the rook. It's being defended by the bishop as well. So queen takes, bishop takes, the rook is going to fall. Black's in a terrible position right here. But instead, we could see the bishop come back here to d7. Okay, well now we could say pawn to d4, maybe knight to f6, attacking our pawn, and then pawn up here to e4. All of a sudden, white has a very strong central defense, and this is a point where it's okay to start pushing forward in front of the king. Black's not putting any pressure on white. White's now being the aggressor on the board, so you can see when it's okay to start pushing forward in the game. Instead of b6, you may see black try something else. Queen to d7 makes a lot of sense. Knight to c3, white continuing to put more pieces in play that are going to attack the square in the center of the board. Maybe pawn to e5 as far as just trying to control the center of the board, but white can now start to gobble up material. Queen takes here. If there wants to be an exchange, that's fine. White can recapture with the knight or the bishop. I think either of these are going to be okay for white. Now, that was if we see black play pawn to c6. Could also defend with something like pawn to e6. From here, white's going to continue the same thing, queen to b3. Now, there's a few options from here. Maybe we see knight to c6, then we see the exchange in the center of the board. Now, knight to c3. I think this is going to be completely fine for white. It doesn't have an advantage necessarily in the board state because there still is that weakened king side of the board, but I think white has a very playable position and has a lot of active pieces. Now, instead of knight to c6, you could see something like pawn to b6. You never really know exactly how your opponent's going to respond, and sometimes they look at this, they see the threat of queen up here to b7, and they think the best way to defend this is pawn to b6. Well, now we can take with our pawn right here, and they can't really take back because now bishop here to e5, this is going to be very, very bad for them. There's no way to stop this profitably. Now, you may initially look at this and say, yes, the bishop is attacking the rook right here on a8, but it's pretty easy to stop that. Just pawn here to c6, but that's not actually the threat that white has going on. Instead, we have the bishop and the queen both eyeing down this pawn here on f7. This is the weakest square on the board because the king is the only one defending this. Now the king is forced to move. Then you could take this material right here on g8. It's also protected by the queen here on b3, so just going to be able to gobble up material right here. You can see what a terrible position this is for black now. And it's just trying to stop the threat over here on the queen side of the board. Now, if we come back and say, what if black now realizes this and instead plays bishop up here to e6? Okay, well now we're not going to be taking the rook up here on a8 because we don't want to lose our queen, but now the bishop could take, the pawn's going to take, queen's going to come up here, take that pawn, get material back on the board. You can look at it right here and say, white has more pawns than black. All of a sudden, black's king is out in the open. It's going to be tough to defend this. White can start to develop his pieces. White's going to have a very, very good game in this position. You also may see some other variations, pawn to e5 if you think they're just going to control the center of the board. I'd go ahead and take right here on d5, maybe knight to f6, attacking the pawn, knight up here to c3, defending it. Then you can get your queen involved into the board here to b3. So those are some options. Instead of pawn to e5, one thing I have seen quite often is knight to f6. And there's a lot of things to keep in mind if you do see knight to f6. One is you want to get your queen involved to b3. There's some traps that you have here that are very common, but you also have to be aware of some traps that you can have against yourself. One of those would be to lose your queen if you take up here on b7 and then you don't retreat quick enough. As an example, let's say from here they play pawn to e6. Pretty common. And then you take up here on b7. They're just giving you that material. And then they play knight here to d7. then you take material right here, you play knight up here to c3, attacking this pawn, and then they play knight here to c5. Your queen is lost. You really need to play something else. You need to get that queen back to safety. Once you play knight to c3, which looks like a good move, unfortunately it's not going to, because after knight to c5, there's no way to hold on to your queen. Now you can look at it and say, what about queen to b4? They can't attack it right here. Well, now we have knight to d3 check, and this is forking the queen, but also after the pawn takes, the bishop can come down and take this queen here on b4. Now, back in the position, what if we play queen to c6? This is going to be check, but then black can just bring his bishop back here to d7, and there's no way to properly defend that queen. Another thing to look at, queen to b5, this is check, but then pawn to c6, that's going to put an end to our fun. Maybe the queen takes bishop up here to d7, and the queen is going to fall. So just keep that in mind. If you are going to take the pawn up here on b7, best thing you need to be thinking about is how can I retreat to make sure I do not lose my queen. Now, one of the most common traps you'll be putting on your opponent if you play the grab attack comes from this position, but white's not going to be taking the pawn up here to b7. So if you're worried about your queen being captured, I just wouldn't worry about taking that. Instead, I would go ahead and take with your pawn right here on d5. And many times, black is going to fall for this trap because they feel like they need to take with their knight here on d5. It's protected. It's a great outpost for the knight, and they just feel like, hey, if I take my pawn right here, it's just kind of by itself, and then, you know, what are they really looking to do here? They don't have an aggressive position. Unfortunately for them, this is going to fall to queen to a4 check. Their bishop over here on g4 is now a sitting duck. It's really tough because they don't have a lot of material in the grab attack to defend this bishop here on g4. They don't want to waste their time retreating the bishop because white's generally attacking from the very beginning. And so for me, it doesn't really matter how black continues. Knight to c6, this bishop is going to fall over here on g4. Now, that is an attack if we look at it from this position after black plays pawn to e6. You have to be careful depending on how black could continue, because something you could see is pawn to c6. Now, if you look at it and say pawn takes, and now the knight takes here, okay, well, now you look at it and say, I'm going to go ahead and take with my queen up here to b7. Now knight to d7, and it looks like that this pawn right here on c6 is open. It's not being defended right now, but one of the things that black has to, or one of the things that white has to think about is the back rank make. And you look at this and say, where's the back rank make? And that is the bishop, or the queen takes here on c6, excuse me, and then rook to c8. And this is the threat of, if this queen moves, this bishop down here is going to fall, and it is going to be a checkmate. So, queen takes here on d5, and it is going to fall right here. The game is over. Now, if you look at it and say, how does white continue right here? Well, you could see the bishop take the knight here on d5. Queen's going to fall here on c6. The bishop's going to recapture here. Queen here to c8, attacking the bishop. Maybe bishop takes here, exchanges. King takes on d7. Yes, white has material on the board, but black does have that queen, has the bishop pair. This is going to be a position where black is actually favored, and it's going to be difficult for white to really continue in the spot. Has no pieces or pawns developed in this position. Black should have an easy game attacking his opponent. So just keep that in mind if you are playing white in that position. Just be looking to make sure that they can't come over, bring the rook here c8, attacking the queen, forcing or a move that's going to end up poorly if you have to worry about this back rank make here with the rook taking on c1. Now, we looked at the more common lines that you will see. You also see some just crazy openings that people have no idea how to respond. So you could see knight to f6. Simple development move. They feel like this is pretty common. Gets their knight involved. It protects this pawn right here. They don't know what you're doing. So, hey, you're attacking it with your bishop, so I'm just going to continue my normal development. You're going to push forward with g5. You're not playing pawn up here to g4 because it's this powerful pawn that you really care about. You're looking to sacrifice that thing as early as move 2. So push it up here to g5. Now, depending on where they do, you're just going to chase them around the board. Knight to e4 makes some sense. Pawn to d3 opens up the board for this light square, or this dark square bishop to defend this pawn here on g5. Also attacks this knight here. Maybe the knight moves back here to d6. And then white can take this material here on d5. Much better if they bring the knights back here to c5, but it doesn't look that easy for them to find. And even from here, white's going to have a pretty good game. Now, if we come back to the beginning, and that was if they played knight to f6 after d5, you may still see some people that after pawn to g4, they just play pawn to e5. And then you're going to continue with the same thing, bishop here to g2, and you may even see knight to f6 in this position. That's just a common move that they typically play after e5, and they're just going to let you do your thing. They don't know what you're doing, but it's much worse in this position because after pawn to g5, they no longer have the option to bring the knights down here to e4. Before, they had their pawn on d5. It was a nice little outpost. They could defend it if white were to capture with the bishop. Black does not have that option here, so instead, they're going to have a few things they can do. Bring it back here to g8, which this just feels terrible for black to waste a move so early in the game. They can bring it here to h5. White's just going to start attacking pawn to d4, just starting to attack the center of the board. Black has a knight over here on h5 that's not doing anything. This is going to be good for white. Or if he wants to come down here to g4, then white can play pawn to h3. It's going to be tough for black to not lose material in this position. Really has to come down and take with his knight on f2. King's going to come here and take here on f2. Yes, white has an exposed king, doesn't have a lot of kingside safety, but that's not why you're playing the grab attack in the first place. You should be happy the fact that you have some very aggressive pieces right here, and then you're up in material. The last variation we're going to look at is going along the same main line after they play pawn to d5, but now they play something like pawn to e5. More common than you may think, but a lot of people like to control the center of the board. They don't know what white is up to, and so they just say, okay, do what you want. I'm not going to do anything crazy as far as taking material here because I'm not sure what you're up to. And I've heard some people talk about the fact that if they don't take your pawn here on g4, but you have the threat still of this bishop on c8, you should go ahead and defend with pawn to h3. If you see yourself playing pawn to h3 in the grab attack, you're doing it wrong. Play something else. You should probably play something else in general, but if you play the grab attack, play something more fun. There are way better options that give you more fun than playing pawn to h3. The one that I like the most is pawn to g5. It says, hey, you can now take with your queen, but your queen's the only defender on the square on d5. So sure, go ahead and take my pawn. I'm going to recapture with my bishop here on d5. I'm taking your center pawn. What do you want to do now? And maybe they defend with pawn to c6. Okay, well now we're going to play pawn to d3, opening up for our dark square bishop to attack the queen, forcing them to do something. Now, if they continue along this g file, you need to be aware. So let's say queen to g6. You need to play bishop to f3. You'd really like to play your bishop back here to b3, but the threat you have to be aware of is queen down here to g2, getting ready to take our rook on h1. That is something black's always going to be looking at. You have to be aware of that. So play bishop back here to f3. If instead they play queen to e7, perfect. Now you can play bishop back to b3, and you still have the threat attacking this f7 square. This is definitely the way to go. Now, instead of pawn to c6, you could see knight to f6. Simple development move, attacks the bishop. White doesn't have a huge attack right now, and so you may see this more often than not. I recommend you do not play pawn to d3, attacking the queen. The queen's going to come back to something like g6 since it can't really retreat to e7, and then you're really forced to play that bishop to f3 to stop the queen coming down here to g2. But unfortunately, pawn to e4 is a pain to play against. So just don't do it. It's going to end poorly for you. Just take my word for it. Instead, once they play knight to f6, you can play knight to f3. Now, if you look at this, you say, well, can't they play queen down here to g2? And they can, and that's the whole point of why you did that. This is another trap that many players are going to fall into because they think this is going to be just a terrible move for white. But what white can actually do is take with their bishop here on f7. Check. This is going to force the king to calm down, take this material. And this is an important square with the king right here in f7. The reason for that is now we can play rook to g1. Can't take this rook because the knight's protecting it. Can't take the knight because the pawn's protecting it. Can't take this pawn over here because the knight's protecting it. It's attacking this entire g file. So all I can really do is play queen to h3. And now knight up here to g5, forking the king, this queen is now going to fall. So that's why I recommend play that knight to f3. This is something that until you play the Grab attack, which unfortunately I can say that I have played more than I would like to, just as I was prepping for this video, it's just you feel like you should be playing pawn to d3. Computer engines will even tell you this is a better move, but humans fall way more for knight to f3 because they just feel like they need to bring that queen down here to g2. So that's the move I recommend. Also at the beginning, just don't play that pawn to h3. There's way better moves that you can do. So that is the Grab attack. Hopefully for those people who've been requesting it, you like this. If you don't like the Grab attack at all, my guess is you probably never even watched the video, or you watched the first 2 minutes, made a comment that said the Grab attack's terrible, why'd you make this video? That's gonna be completely fine. But if you made it to the end, thank you for watching. Not a recommended opening, but I still think it's fun to play. Really, any opening in chess can be fun depending on who you're playing. And if you're playing a blitz game, try this out. See if there's some variations you like in here. My guess is you'll find that Black really has no idea how to defend this. You get very aware of how to attack your opponents. They'll fall for a lot of the traps we've talked about, and it'll end up being better than you think. So hopefully you guys enjoy this. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the Elephant Gambit. I get quite a few requests from viewers. You can always email me at thechesswebsite@gmail.com to let me know what videos you'd like to make, but the Elephant Gambit is one of the most requested videos, so I thought I'd go ahead and make a video on that. If you're not too familiar with how it starts, pawn to e4, pawn e5, knight f3, and then pawn to d5. Here we go, right here. White has two different options. White can take here on d5 with his pawn, or the knight can take on e5. I always like to caveat these videos at the beginning. There are some gambits that are more sound than others. The Elephant Gambit is not the most sound opening out there. There's no reason to send me feedback telling me that this is not the best opening out there. You're not going to see it at the highest level. Magnus Carlsen's not going to be rolling this out at the next World Championship, but it is still a very fun gambit. There's a lot of room for White to mess this up. You may even run across it yourself as White. You can see how common this is. This opening right here, many players are playing this all the time. You may end up with someone playing pawn to d5, so just knowing how to combat that, or if you want to try it out yourself, because you're going to have so many opportunities to play this, I feel like it is a fun game. I like gambits in general. I like to be pretty aggressive when I play, so hopefully you guys enjoy this video. Now for this video, we're going to assume that White's going to take one of these pawns. They could play something ridiculous in knots, but for the most part, people are going to take. We're going to start looking at the pawn taking here on d5. Black's going to always push down here to e4, attacking this knight. Now the best move for White is to play queen to e2, pinning down the pawn. The pawn can't take the knight because this king would be exposed. That would be an illegal move. White's not always going to play this, especially if you're playing a fast game. Someone's not familiar with the Elephant Gambit. They may feel like they need to move their knight. So we'll look at the different options. Knight to g5 is clearly going to be the worst. You have the queen just immediately take right here. But something like knight to g1 feels just as bad. You're giving up so much momentum in the early part of the game. Knight to f6. This is both attacking the pawn, also defending the square here on e4. Where does White continue from here? You can see no pieces developed. They're already behind the 8 ball from that respect. You could see pawn to c4. This feels somewhat normal, trying to control this pawn here on d5. White is up material, so you want to hold on to that, but Black just needs to be continuously aggressive in this spot. Once your opponent moves back to g1, you have to push forward. Maybe knight to c3 here. You can castle on the king side. White may try to blow up the center of the board. Go ahead and exchange. That's fine. Once you move your pawn from the e file, this now exposes the e file. So your rook can come over to e8 anytime you want to. You may have an in-between move, knight to g4. This is protected by the light square bishop, so you don't have to worry about the queen here. This adds a lot of pressure to the square here on f2. The king is the only piece that's protecting that. So you could see knight to h3. This does now protect the square on f2, but now rook to e8. You can see all the pressure that Black is putting on White. Now, you may not see pawn to c4. Maybe White tries to defend with knight to c3. Defend his pawn, attacking this pawn right here. Go ahead and take this pawn on d5. Now, if they want to capture here, that's completely fine. If they don't, then you're even in material and you have a good board presence in the center. Let's say they do decide, okay, well, there's a free pawn here. I've already gone down this path. Let's go ahead and keep this material. Queen to e7 is the move. This sets them up to make so many mistakes because a lot of players will see this. They feel like their knight's being attacked and they'll try to defend with their pawn. Pawn to d3 makes the most sense, but pawn to f3 is going to be the exact same. Both of those fail because of pawn to f5. The knight's being pinned down. The knight can't move, and so the knight is going to fall by the pawn. There's just no way around that. Now, White may realize that's not the way to go. Could play queen to e2. This does stop the pin right here. Black just continue. Knight to c6, develop material, get all your pieces developed into the game. Now let's say White decides that, hey, same thing, I got to get some material. I don't want to be passive with just pawn to d3, d4, get my bishop out. I may not have time to castle, so knight to f3. You always want to get your knights involved pretty early, but now bishop down here to g4, pinning down the knight. White's in a tough spot right here. How does White continue? Now it has a few options, but maybe pawn to h3, attacking the bishop, saying, hey, I got to get you out of here. Black does not mind exchanging material right here. White really needs to take back with the pawn. If it takes back with his queen, it gets really tricky because knight down here to d4. This is attacking both the queen as well as the pawn here on c2. This is forking the king and the rook. The rook would fall. White also has to worry about later on pawn to f5. This knight here on d4 is also defending this square here on f5, which is attacking the knight that's being pinned down. So this is extremely bad. But if the queen doesn't take and the pawn takes here, then Black's still going to play knight down here to d4, attacking the queen, attacking this pawn here on f3, and preparing for pawn down to f5. So many things that White has to worry about. Very good for Black. Now in this position, we already looked at the worst knight to g5. We also looked at knight to g1. You're not going to see those as often. Just want to make sure that if you do see a mistake, you know how to capitalize. Knight to d4 makes sense, but if you see this, go ahead and just take with your queen down on d5. Now they could have a few options, one of which would be knight to b5. This is defended by the bishop. This does also attack the square here on c7. Not only is this a check forking the rook, it's also attacking the queen as well with that fork. So just be aware if you see this, you are going to want to bring your queen back here. I like to bring it back to d7. It does defend the square, also attacks the knight here on b5. So maybe knight to c3, knight to f6. This is going to be a fine game. Another move that you could see is pawn to c3. This does defend the knight right here. White doesn't have a lot of great options to defend that square, except just move the knight entirely. Knight to f6, this does defend the center of the board. Maybe pawn to d3, just go ahead and exchange, that's fine. This also opens up this long e file. It's also easier for black to get his light square bishop involved into the game. Get the knight here to c6, castle on the queen side if he wants to be very aggressive. So black has a lot of options. Now we can also come back, maybe knight to d4 is not the move, maybe knight to e5. If white's going to move knight, which is not necessarily the best move, but knight to e5 is going to be the best. Same thing, go ahead and take with your queen down here on d5. Now a couple options that you could see. One would be to bring the knight back here to c4. Okay, the queen is attacking the knight needs to move, so it brings it back here. This is defended by the bishop here on f1. But then you could just see knight to c6, just normal development, knight to c3, and then queen over here to f5. You still want to be aggressive. This does open up the door later on if you want to bring your bishop down here to c5. Then both your bishop and your queen are attacking the f2 square. So I'm playing this type of opening because I'm just looking for tons of attacks and see if my opponent will fall for one of those. Many times they absolutely do. Now if we come back, maybe it's not knight to c4, maybe it's pawn to d4. Now, if you're not familiar, there is a real move called en passant you can actually take with your pawn right here when it's next to each other on the 4th rank. The first move, you only have one opportunity to do this, but you can go ahead and take. I recommend doing that. This also opens up for the queen to take the knight. The knight's usually going to come back. They could make a mistake and not take, but usually they're just going to come back with their knight. And then knight to c6. You can see both sides are equal in material. This is going to be fine. So that's what happens if they take and then they decide to go ahead and move their knights early on in the game. Now, the best move from white is to play queen to e2. We talked about this earlier. If you see this, go ahead and play knight to f6, as we've been playing before. Defends the square, also attacks the d5 square. Pawn to d3, many times they'll try to blow up the center, so definitely try this. Queen takes on d5, maybe knight to c3, kicking this queen away. You can go ahead and play bishop down to b4. This does pin down the knight, can't take the queen. You do want to get your pieces involved as quickly as possible. Maybe the pawn takes, the pawn here on e4. That's fine, queen down here. And it's actually fine if white takes our queen. Black's going to have a better position. The knight takes here. You can see both sides are equal in material here, but black is definitely more aggressive. They really shouldn't take with their queen, but just want to let you know you do have a better game if they do. Now, instead of d3, they could try something else. Maybe they want to blow things up. Maybe knight to c3 is what they want to go with. And I would say this is probably the best option that they have, just normal development, waiting to see how black's going to respond. Bishop to e7 is what I would recommend, getting ready to castle on the king side. Maybe the knight takes here on e4, castle on the king side, d4, and then the queen comes down, takes on d5. Now, you can see that black is down a pawn in material, will have to fight back. So, as we said before, this is not the most sound game of all time, not trying to convince anyone that it is. So, if white plays optimally the entire way, then you will have to fight back. You'll have some very aggressive pieces that you can, but just know that white definitely would have a better game. Still not the easiest to find all of those moves, especially if you're not familiar with the elephant game. I do just like to point it out. Now, those were the variations. If the pawn takes here on d5, you'll also see the knight take on e5 quite regularly. And in this case, a lot of people will tell you to play bishop down to d6. I think it's kind of boring, but it is a very popular move that you'll see attacking the knight. The knight's going to have to move, or you're going to have to defend that. So maybe knight to g4 if that's the case. Pawn takes. If you see knight to c3, which is the most common move, this is, I just want to make sure everyone's aware, you need to play knight to c6. Don't play the knight to f6, which you're used to playing, because the knight can just take right here. That's not what you want to see. Queen takes, knight recaptures here on e4. Things are not as good as you would like. But after knight to c6, this doesn't open up the opportunity for white to make a mistake, because knight taking on e4 is a huge mistake. Now, you don't want to play pawn to f5. It looks like that's good because you're attacking both the knights. One of the knights is going to fall. Unfortunately, white can play knight takes d6, and this is check, and so black has to respond. It's not going to go as well as you would hope. But what black can do is play queen to e7. This is pinning down the knight here on e4. No great way to defend this. Let's say pawn to e3. Doesn't really matter. Wherever white goes, pawn to f5 is now the move, and one of these knights is going to fall. You could also see, instead of that knight moving, another popular move would be pawn to d4. This is just happens more often because people try to control the center of the board. Go ahead and take with your pawn right here, and then they could see different options. Maybe bishop comes here to c4. Go ahead and take the knight if you want to. You could also see knight to c3. Still go ahead and take the knight on e5. You could later on play knight to f6 to protect this pawn, but those are the main options that you'll see. The main reason I don't want to talk about too many of the variations from bishop to d6 is because that's not my preferred. If you're going to play a gambit, you're usually playing it because it's going to be fun, or you're really trying to catch your opponent off guard. And if that's the case, I think pawn taking here on e4 is the way to go. Gives you a lot of attacking options. One of the most common moves that you'll see from here is bishop to c4. It makes a lot of sense from white. He has both the knight and the bishop attacking this pawn here on f7. So what should black do? The answer is completely ignore the threat. If you're familiar with the Latvian gambit, one of my favorite openings in all of chess, it just decimates white because they do not know how to play against it correctly. So the correct move, in my opinion here, is queen down to g5. It just puts so much pressure on your opponent. And now they can definitely play correctly. And the correct move, just so you know, is bishop takes on f7. You want to check your opponent. Well, black still has a very good game if white does this. But if white takes here on f7 and says, yes, this is defended, I'm going to attack both your rook and your queen, white is going to crumble because the threat of queen down here to g2. Now, if the knights were to continue, let's take the rook here. Great, I'm going to go ahead and take with my queen here on h1. Now, there's two ways to defend against this. One is king up here to e2. The other one is bishop down to f1. King to f2 is actually checkmate. Now, it's going to take a few moves to actually get there, but bishop to g4, king up to e3 doesn't have other options. Queen over here to d1. You can already see the game is lost. The queen is gone. There's no way to even take that back. But from here, the queen is going to come back. It's just a matter of, okay, how long can white really have in-between moves before they lose. Knight to c6, it does not really matter. At the end of the day, the bishop comes down here to c5, check. Queen up here, there is going to be a checkmate. No way to stop that. There's a lot of variations that they could go from. If we come back and say the bishop comes back here to f1, it's still a very bad situation for white. Knight down to f6, this is an important in-between move because you don't want your opponent to play queen up to h5. This does stop that. It also allows protection on this pawn on e4. Still a lot of threats, so where does white go? Maybe knight to c3, but then bishop down here to h3. This bishop is being pinned down. A lot of pressure. You can also play something like bishop to g4. This is defended by the knight, so a lot of good options here. Now we come back and say, the queen is coming down here to g1 or g2. Maybe the knight's not going to take. The rook comes over here to f1. Better move than the knight taking over here. Black doesn't care about this rook over on h8. It's not involved into the game at all. But now the bishop comes down to g4, puts a lot of pressure on an opponent. Bishop down, e2, bishop takes, queen takes, and then the king takes on f7, and black is up material. This is going to be good. Now, we did say that the best move from white is to take with the bishop on f7. So I want to make sure everyone understands exactly how to play because it's not all terrible. Yes, you're going to be in a chaotic board situation, but the goal is just to get as much material involved into the game and put your opponent to the test. So king to d8 right here, and hopefully your opponent does something like bishop to g8. They feel like they already have material here, so they just continue to extend. You do not care about all this material because you're just going to continue and play queen down to g2. Maybe rook to f1, and then rook takes up here on g8. You can see this is a good situation for black. Maybe pawn to d4, defending this knight here on e5. You can see bishop down to h3. Now they're are two pieces attacking this rook here on f1. Things are going to go extremely good for black. Now, if we come back, instead of the bishop taking here on g8, does have some other options. Could play pawn to d4. This is protecting the knight here. Now the queen's going to continue. Come down to g2, attack. Rook over here to f1, knight to f6, and this starts to put more pressure on your opponent. But you can see this is a good setup. White doesn't have a lot of huge threats anymore, and black has a lot of active pieces. He can now get his light square bishop involved into the game. He can get his dark square bishop involved into the game if he wants to later. He can get his knight involved. A lot of different options here. So that's why I really enjoy just taking with my pawn here on e4, because most of the time they're going to play bishop to c4. And if they don't, I still am going to have a very good game as black. So hopefully you enjoyed the Elephant Gambit. It is an extremely fun opening, and you just have so many opportunities to play it because if you look at the beginning, pawn e4, pawn e5, knight f3 just happens so often. Before I sign off, I do want to let everyone know that for this video, we do have a sponsor. I want to take a minute to recognize them, and that is Dollar Shave Club. Yes, I am talking about that Dollar Shave Club. You may have seen their commercials in the past. They have some of the funniest commercials out there. What you may not know is they have way more product than just shaving. They really have everything you need for your grooming routine. So if you're looking for showering, if you're brushing your teeth, if you are shaving, they have products for you, and they deliver them at a very cheap price, and the products are phenomenal. If you haven't tried them, I highly recommend them. We will have a promotion link right below this in the description. You can go to dollarshaveclub.com/thechess website. Again, that link will be in the video description below. If you've ever just wanted to try them out, I highly recommend clicking on that link. They have starter sets out there for you to try. So you have one to try out with their shaving kits, their premium razor with their shave butter. You can get that for just $5. If you want their shower kit or if you want their oral care, my favorite toothbrush out on the market, I highly recommend it. After that, their refill packages are extremely cheap, couple dollars a month. You will not be disappointed. I definitely recommend checking it out. Thank you so much for the Dollar Shave Club for sponsoring this video and continues to help support this channel. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and make sure you check out the link at dollarshaveclub.com/thechess website. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. We're going to be making a lot more videos on chess openings and lines that people have requested. So today we're going to be looking at the Moscow variation, very popular line in the Sicilian defense that a lot of players just are not sure how to play correctly. So we're going to look at some of the main variations, some key concepts to think about if you are playing the Sicilian defense and someone plays the Moscow variation. If you're not familiar with it, it starts out with pawn to e4, pawn c5. This is the Sicilian defense. Knight to f3, pawn to d6, and then bishop to b5, putting black in check. Now there's three ways that black can respond. I'm just going to ignore the fact that black can play queen to d7. You have the knight coming up here to c6. You have the knight coming to d7, and you have the bishop coming here to d7 as well. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about which move is best. I think all three moves are completely fine. Each of them has their own unique style to them. I think for many players, it's really going to be up to you, depending on how you like to play a game of chess, what your strengths and weaknesses are, and then the tendencies of your opponent, because there's a lot of mistakes that white can make in each variation. So we are going to look at the three moves today and go over some pros and cons for each of them. The first variation we are going to look at is knight to d7. A lot of players like this because they don't want to give white the option to take their knight and then have double pawns on the c-file, and they don't want to give up their bishop, even if it's in exchange for white's own bishop. So they play knight to d7. White rarely is going to take the knight, but if they do, just go ahead and take back with your bishop. Don't take with your queen. It's a little awkward, tough to get the light square bishop involved into the action now because the queen is blocking it, and then you're going to have to push this pawn just to get involved. Go ahead and take with your bishop. Now the bishop could easily get involved. Queen to c7 or b6, depending on what your opponent does, is going to be a great option for that queen. So white does have some other options you will see. One of the most common is going to be pawn to d4, pushing in the center of the board. And black has three main options from here, and I'll go over a few of them and why I like them or don't like them. One that you'll see black make a lot, not the recommended move from me, is to go ahead and take with the pawn here on d4. The reason I don't like it as much, I'm not saying it's a terrible move, but white can take with the queen, just has a very active position. Normally you would like to see something like pawn to e5, but now there's a backward pawn here on d6. Very easy for white to attack this. Black really wants his knight here on b8, so he can play up here to c6, pushing the queen back. No, just great option, and the queen is just putting so much pressure on black. You can see all this material for white getting very aggressive, where black's just kind of sitting here with his knight pinned down to his king, trying to figure out how he's going to develop his material. So not necessarily my favorite. Another option black has is to force the action on this bishop. So pawn to a6. And now if white wants to go ahead and take, hey, that's completely fine. Black can recapture, doesn't have to worry about as much pressure right now, and then can continue in the game. Maybe the pawn takes. Now if the pawn takes, play queen up here to a5. Don't take with the pawn right away. This is check. Now if we see the knight come down here to c3, blocking this, the queen can come over and take, solidifying the pawn chain still in the center of the board, not giving up any of the center pawns. So this is going to be fine for black. Maybe bishop to e3, queen up here to c4, queen d2. This is going to be a fine variation for black. Now, if we come back to this position, white might not take this knight here on d7, could easily come back to c4, and in this case, I would just push forward with the pawns, pawn to b5, forcing the bishop to move. If he comes to d5, just play rook to b8. This is fine. Maybe castle on the king side, knight to f6, attacking this bishop right here. Sometimes you'll have someone who's not very familiar with the position, and after pawn to a6, they'll just come back to a4, because they've maybe played the Ruy Lopez, and they're just used to coming back here to a4, but this would be a huge mistake. You can probably see it already. Pawn to b5, forcing the bishop to move, but after here, pawn to c4, that bishop is going to fall, so black's going to be up in material after that exchange. Now, if we come back, maybe instead of pawn to a6, black wants to try something else, and he could just play knight to f6. I think this is a fine variation as well. well. You could see white just take the pawn right here on c5. This is another spot where I wouldn't take with the pawn. I would play queen up here to a5. And this is even better than the position we just looked at because the knight on f6 is attacking this pawn on e4. Why is that important? This is check. It's also attacking the bishop here on b5. So usually white should be playing knight to c3. If he doesn't, this bishop is going to fall. But now black can play knight takes on e4, gobbling up a center pawn, and the knight can't move because it is pinned down to this queen. So maybe queen to d3 attacking the knight, but then the knight can come back and take that pawn on c5. So this is a really good variation for black if you're looking to what to do when your opponent plays that pawn to d4. Now, they're not always going to go to d4. Another option would be to come to c3, knowing that their light square bishop is still going to be pinning down this knight. It's not under any pressure right now to move, so they may just continue to develop as they normally would. Now, after knight to c3, black has a couple options. One would just be to force the action. Say, I don't like being pinned down right here. I'm going to play pawn to a6. We already know if they take the knight, we're going to recapture with our bishop. But if they come back, we already know it's going to be a mistake if they come back to a4. More than likely, they're going to retreat, and that's going to be completely fine. Another option would be, instead of playing pawn to a6, just go ahead and play knight to f6. Now, if they decide to castle on the king side, I'd play pawn to g6, get ready to fianchetto to the king side of the board. Now, if they decide from here to go ahead and take the knight, we're still going to take with our bishop. Even though our knight can take, we're still going to be taking with our bishop. Now, if we come back, they may not play knight to c3. They could try something else. Castle on the king side, very logical move. You still have the same options. You could play that pawn to a6 and force the action, or you could play knight to f6. I'm generally going to be playing the knight to f6, unless I'm playing someone that I actually think is going to make a mistake and play bishop back here to a4, and I can get some material. I'm more interested in getting king safety, pawn to g6, fianchetto my bishop here to g7, castle on the king side, and the queen side of the board tends to work itself out. The next variation we are going to look at is when black plays bishop to d7. A lot of players like this because it forces the action, where when you play your knight, you're not putting any pressure on white. They can just sit here on d5 as long as they want to, and you have to worry about that piece just being pinned down. Where here it says, yeah, we can exchange our material if you want to, but I'm going to force you to make a decision. If you want to retreat, that's completely fine. Play bishop back here to e2. You've somewhat wasted a move. Now I just can continue to develop my pieces. Knight to f6. Even if they don't want to take this material right here, maybe say queen to e2. Great, you can continue to develop your pieces. You can take the bishop anytime you want to. You do have the choice now instead of just waiting for your opponent to take the piece or not. So it doesn't really matter where they go. Even knight to c3, I'm playing knight to f6 as well. Most of the time, since you are forcing them and they don't want to retreat, they're just going to go ahead and take this bishop here on d7. When they do that, go ahead and take with your queen. Don't take with your knight. Very valuable for you to be able to play knight to c6 in this specific variation. Many times they are going to be getting a piece here to d4 after some exchanges, and knowing you can play knight to c6, forcing that material to leave, retreat, lose a move in tempo is extremely important. Now, after black recaptures on d7, white has a lot of options, as you can imagine. One of the most common ones would be to push forward with d4, trying to capitalize on the center of the board. When they do this, you're going to capture with your own pawn here. And then they have a few options from here. One of the options would be to castle on the king side. Knowing that they have the knight and the queen both attacking, they may decide not to go ahead and get that material right away. They can if they want to. Many times, though, they will also just take with their queen, knowing that they have this option here. If the queen comes to d4, as we talked about, knight to c6, forcing the queen to come back here. Let's say queen to d3, knight to f6, simple development move, maybe knight to c3, and then I'm playing pawn to g6. Now we come back, maybe it's not knight to c3, maybe it's castle on the king side, I'm still playing pawn to g6. One slight variation which would be different is, instead of those moves, if they played bishop down here to g5, I'm no longer playing pawn to g6. Hopefully you can see that this would be a bad option. Bishop takes here, pawn captures, and you can see not only a double pawn, not necessarily the worst thing to have double pawns if you have support next to it, but now there is an isolated pawn here on d6, not the position that black is going for. So most of the time you're going to be playing pawn to g6, but do look out for white coming down and playing bishop down to g5. Now, instead of d4, they may try something like knight to c3, and I consider this more of a no-pressure move. Where d4, it's putting pressure on the center of the board, it's attacking our material. Knight to c3 is a simple development move, and it's allowing us to do what we want. And when I see this type of move, I'm looking to play something like pawn to g6. Fianchetto on the king side of the board, that's going to be a constant theme throughout, getting our bishop here to d7 as quickly as possible, and then knight to f6 at some point. And those moves may vary a little bit. Sometimes you're going to be playing knight to f6 first, depending on where your opponent goes, because you may want to use that as an attack. Maybe you're going to be taking here on e4, depending on where they're going, but many times I'm looking for the pawn to g6. From here, if they decide pawn to d4, you can take, their queen can capture, and then knight to f6. Now maybe the knight comes down to d5, attacking our knight. I'm playing bishop to g7. Maybe the bishop comes down now. I'm castling on the king side. Maybe instead of the knight coming down here to d5, maybe they first come down to g5. I'm still, at this point, thinking about coming up to bishop here to d7, but first, I'm going to have the in-between move of knight to c6, forcing the queen to move, and at that point, I can bring my bishop here to g7. So always be thinking about, if the queen is here on d4, how you can get your knight up here to c6, force the queen back. Another option you may see is pawn to c4. And from here, I'm usually just playing pawn to g6, getting ready to fianchetto to the king side of the board. Now, from here, if they push in the center of the board, because that's what they're trying to do, saying, yeah, you're not trying to defend too much in the center, I'm going to push forward, I'm going to play knight to f6. This pawn on d6 is doing a good job of stopping white pushing forward in the board, but I'm not ready to push forward with this pawn on e5. You have a backwards pawn here on d6. It is very difficult to defend this. You want to get your bishop here on g7, so you don't want this tying down to this pawn right here on d6, and you want a very active queen if you can. So I don't like to commit right away with this e-pawn. I like to wait for that. Fianchetto on the king side of the board, maybe castle, bring my rook over here to e8 to protect the pawn, and then push if I want to. Now from here, if they decide to go ahead and take material, so let's say pawn takes on c5, I wouldn't take with this own pawn. I'm always trying to hold on to the center pawns. I would first take the pawn up here on e4. And then usually the queen's going to get involved attacking this, because if the pawn were to take right here, the knight could come back. It's also attacking the pawn here on c5. So this knight on e4 really allows us to dictate how we take back without compromising our pawn structure. But if the queen comes down, we can just bring our knight back here to f6, and things are completely fine, and white no longer has any central pawns. Now, if instead of the pawn to c4, if they just do something like king castle on the king side, similar to when knight came to c3, I think of this as a no-pressure move, and I'm playing pawn to g6. So always be thinking about, are they putting pressure on me? And if not, go ahead and start to fianchetto on the king side of the board. The last variation we are going to look at is when the knight comes to c6. This is my preferred variation for black. I know a lot of people have their own opinions on how they like to play, but for me, knight to c6 is my go-to move if I'm playing the Sicilian defense and someone responds with a Moscow variation. Because honestly, I don't care if they take my knight on c6. Yes, I am going to have double pawns on the c file, but this controls a very important square here on d5, and it's going to be easy long-term to get rid of this double pawn, but it gets rid of their bishop pair right away. Now it's very easy for me to get my light square bishop involved into the action because this pawn here on b7 is not there, so very quick, rapid development for black. I can get my queen here to c7 very quickly to control the dark squares in the center, and all of a sudden, white doesn't have a ton of material involved into the game. They've moved their bishop a couple moves, and then it's no longer on the board. So I'm okay with this variation. Now from here, white has lots of moves they can do. Same thing, could play pawn to d4 in the center. I'm going to go ahead and take with my pawn. I'm always looking for opportunities to get rid of the double pawns here on the c-file, and usually if I can take a pawn that was on the c-file and take a center pawn from white, that is what I'm going to be doing. So I'll be looking at that option for sure, and then later if I want to get knight to f6, I think that's going to be completely fine as well. Now, if they decide to go ahead and take, knight takes on d4, then you have some options here, but you can push forward with pawn to e5, and I think that's completely fine. If they decide to come down here and play queen to c6, because we're almost baiting them to do this, then you can play queen to b6, and the knight is going to fall, and black is going to be up material. And many times they look at this and they feel like, oh, it looks like a free pawn here that they can take. Actually, it's not. So you are going to gain material in that position. Now, instead of pawn to d4, maybe they decide to castle on the king side. I'm playing queen to c7 in this spot. You want to keep the door open for the light square bishop to get involved into the action. This pawn on c6, just as a spoiler alert, if they're not going to allow you to play something like pawn to d4 and exchange material and get rid of the double pawns, this pawn on c6 does need some attention. Your opponent can attack this later on to the game, so making sure that you can defend this with the queen, as well as these dark squares in the center of the board. Many times there is going to be a lot of pressure building up right here, so having another layer of protection from this queen is going to be crucial. Now, another thing you could see instead of castle on the king side is pawn to d3, solidifying the pawn chain. I'm playing the same thing, queen to c7. Now maybe knight to c3, I'm playing knight to f6, castle on the king side, I'm playing pawn to g6, getting ready to fianchetto to the king side of the board. Now they may decide, I'm not even going to take that knight here on c6, although that is the more common move, but they may recognize that they don't want to give up their bishop pair. They could play something, pawn to d4. If they want to, that's fine. We could take right here, and then bishop to d7. This is great because now if they ever want to take the knights, it's not pinning down our king anymore. Then we can just recapture with our bishop. We have a very active square for our bishop at that point. Completely fine for black. If they play more of a no pressure move, pawn to d3, as you could probably guess, I'm playing pawn to g6, and then at some point I'm going to play bishop here to d7, but I do want to go ahead and fianchetto my bishop here to g7 because I'm not too concerned about them taking my knight. I can easily recapture here at pawn to c6 with my pawn. So that's an overview of the Moscow variation. Try out the different options, knight to c6, knight to d7, or even bishop to d7. See what you like, but hopefully this was a good intro overview. I'll give you some things to think about if you like to play the Sicilian defense and your opponent's ever played bishop to b5 and you just did not know where to move. So thank you guys for watching. If you have any other suggestions on openings or variations that you would like to see, feel free to email me at thechesswebsite@gmail.com. Thanks again. I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over the ready gambit, which is sort of an anti-French defense. So if you start with pawn to e4, your opponent plays pawn to e6. Many players hate seeing the French defense. They don't mind if their opponent plays the Sicilian defense, if they get into the right Lopez. It doesn't matter, but they don't want to see the French defense. Mainline pawn to d4, pawn d5. This usually just gets into a situation where your opponent's attacking a lot on the queen side of the board. Many of these positions are going to be clogged in the middle. It's not an open game, which a lot of players starting out with pawn to e4 like to see. And so many players don't know how, from white's perspective, to have the game they want. And that's what the ready gambit is designed to do. And I think it's viable up to maybe competitive club level play. And it starts with pawn to b3 in this position, and then black's going to continue pawn to d5. This is what French defense players want to be doing. But now bishop to b2, fianchetto on the queen side of the board. Say, I'm going to give up this pawn in material right here on e4 in exchange for a quick development, looking to eventually castle on the queen side, rapid development with my minor pieces, and then you can just take this material. I'm probably going to get it back, but I'm going to let you take this material for an exchange and rapid development on the board. So after pawn takes on e4, knight to c3. This video specifically is going to be looking at when your opponent does take here on e4. Feel free to leave me comments if you say, hey, this is a fantastic gambit. Make another video if our opponent does not take here on e4, or if you want to see some other variations or some of the games that I've played using the ready gambit, because this is my favorite opening to play against the French defense. I play a lot of e4 and like to throw my opponent for a loop when they play e6. You play b3 and they're just like, what is this person doing? So knight to c3 does a few things. One, it attacks the pawn here on e4, so white trying to get back that material at some point in the game. But also you can see white usually is going to be looking to castle on one side of the board, and that usually is going to take place wherever they're developing their minor pieces. Usually pawn to e4, then you bring your bishop out, you bring your knight to f3, and you castle on the king side. But in this game, we're going to be looking to get our bishop here to d2, get our queen involved into the game, and then castle on the queen side to have a very, very aggressive attack on our opponent. So that's why the knight comes here to c3. Black has a few options. There's really two main options that you'll see to protect this pawn right here, and then we'll look at what happens if black doesn't even try to protect that. The main line is going to be knight to f6, simple development move from black, controlling the square right here. The second one is going to be knight or pawn to f5. These are the main lines that I've seen to try to protect this pawn. They could play queen down here to d4, but I've been playing this opening quite a bit. I just never see queen down to d4. Most people are so caught off guard by this opening that they feel like if they bring their queen down to d4, that something bad is going to happen to it. So usually going to be saying knight to f6 or pawn to f5 if they want to try to hold on to that material. So first we'll take a look at knight to f6. This is kind of the common move because even if they're not familiar with the ready gambit, this feels like something they should be doing. It's getting them closer to castling on the king side once they get their dark square bishop out. It's also protecting the pawn here on e4. Now white is going to be playing queen to e2 for a few reasons. One, it's the only way for white to attack this pawn without giving up another pawn in material. So you can play pawn to a d3 if you want to. Also, it allows white to go ahead and castle on the queen side whenever he wants to. From here, black has a few options. One would be bishop to e7, a fairly safe option for black, getting ready to castle on the king side. And white from here can go one of two ways. You have kind of more your straightforward, which I would say there's less risk involved with knight takes on e4. You can see castle on the king side, knight to f3, starting to get these pieces involved into the game. If we see an exchange, okay, that's fine right here. This is a pretty straightforward game from white. You can see this is a very different game than the normal French defense looks like. Now, you have a pretty aggressive game. You have both your bishops. You can castle on the queen side, really start to attack on your opponent's king side of the board. Once you castle on opposite sides of the board, it's all about throwing everything at your opponent's king side of the board. So you can start with the pawn to h4 at some point to start marching up on your opponent's side of the board. Another option, instead of coming back here and say taking that pawn on e4, it says, yeah, I'm going to get that material back, but I'm going to go ahead and castle on the king side. Now I'll say castle on the king side. Eventually you're going to want to play king to b1. If you were to see something like pawn to a5, because they castled on the king side, and now they're going to be doing the same thing, throwing everything at your side of the board, you will need to play pawn to a4, just stopping that threat. You don't want them to push up any further and try to blow up this. When you have a fianchetto bishop on one side of the board, if they start to attack the pawn in front of the bishop, bad things can start to happen. So this is what's going to look like if they played a bishop here to e7. Now if we come back a little bit, instead of playing the bishop to e7, another move would be knight to c6. This is kind of a common move when they're not sure what they're supposed to do. They feel like they should get their knight involved into the game. So knight to c6. From here I just say go ahead and take the knight here on e4. And now they have a few options. One, continue with the bishop here to e7. Knight f3. A lot of this is going to be similar. Castle on the king side, castle on the queen side. That's one option. The other option would be, instead of playing bishop to e7, it says, okay, if you're going to take, I'm going to go ahead and take this right here. And now the queen takes on e4. And this is probably a little bit better for white's perspective, because now black has to be careful as far as how they bring their bishop out. They can't just play bishop to e7, because the bishop can now come to g7. This is going to not only stop the castling on the king side, but gain material and attack the rook here on h8. So it has to be careful if he decides now, after queen takes on e4, that he wants to get his bishop to b4. Okay, this is with the bishop and the queen, threatening mate down here, so white does need to respond to that. There's a couple options. You could castle on the queen side, but just the normal development move of knight to f3. This is where you want to be getting your knight involved into the game. You don't want to bring it here to e2 generally, because you don't want to block off your lights or a bishop from getting involved. So knight to f3 makes a lot of sense, and it is stopping the threat here on d2. So that's kind of how you're going to be looking to go about the game. If they castle on the king side now, you can get your lights for bishop here to c4. So white has gained control of the board state. They have both of their bishops aimed at their opponent's king side of the board. They have a very active queen, which is good. They can castle on the queen side. Both of their rooks will be connected, and they have that material back that they gave up in the beginning of the game with the gambit. And their opponent's side of the board, this light square bishop's kind of blocked off. This dark square bishop's kind of hanging out by himself right now, and there's going to be a few moves before black can really finish his development. So this is a pretty good option if white sees this variation. The next variation would be if they decide to play bishop down here to b4. And this is trying to hold on to that material, because we can't just take with our knights right here, because after the knight takes and the queen recaptures, then the queen could just come down here and take on d2, and that would be extremely bad, because it would be checkmate. So instead of that, if you play bishop down here to b4, white's going to castle on the queen side of the board to make sure that none of that threat happens. Now, a few options that black has from here. He could stay with his bishop, just attacking right here. He could also take with his bishop here on c3. If he does take, it's important to recapture with our pawn. One of the things that you'll see from this position is this rook, because it's castled on the queen side, we want it to really control a lot of the center of the board, and by taking with our pawn, that allows white to control this d file. And if you say, well, yes, that blocks off our dark square bishop, pretty easy. Later on, you can just play pawn to c4, open up the board state for the bishop to attack this long dark square diagonal. But this is forcing our opponent to make a move. He doesn't have tons of good options. They could play a pretty terrible move. That would be something like knight to d5. This does block it, but then just queen takes on e4. And this is all sorts of bad. If you try something else, let's say knight to d7. This is stopping the threat, but also blocking his light square bishop. It doesn't matter here. White's going to be pretty aggressive now. Pawn to g4 and start to push on the king side of the board. Now that he's already castled on the queen side, more than likely his opponent's not going to castle on the queen side as well. But either way, white's going to start attacking on the king side of the board. Same thing's going to happen as well if he plays bishop to d7. We're going to play pawn up here to g4. Start getting ready to push forward with pawn to g5, threatening this knight, forcing the knight to move and just make him go to a poor position. Because he can't come down here to e4. We already looked at what happens if he comes to d5. He's going to lose that pawn here, and white's going to have a very active position. So there's just not a lot of great squares. If he comes over here later on to h5, the queen is attacking that square as well. So this can put black in a lot of tough positions. If he decides to play queen to e7, it's going to be the same thing. Just be continuously aggressive in this opening, pawn up here to g4, and then start to push on the queen's or the king side of the board, and then later you can play pawn to c4 with a discovered attack with the bishop here on d2. Now if we come back and say, let's say he doesn't take that bishop here on b4. Instead, after we castle on the queen side of the board, he just decides to go ahead and castle over here. That's completely fine. Go ahead and take here on e4. We want to make sure that our opponent does not have a continued threat here. So let's go ahead and take with our knight here on e4. So that's what's going to happen if they bring their bishop down here to b4 instead of playing early on a knight to c6 or even that bishop to e7 early. Next option that black has we're going to be looking at is pawn to f5, trying to hold on to this pawn with their own pawns and kind of delaying where they're going to be doing their minor pieces. Already you can see that this is kind of a risky strategy for black to extend on the king side of the board. It's going to be fairly easy for white to stop black castling on the queen side of the board, and so this is kind of weakening the king side of the board if black does decide to castle on the king side of the board. From here, white's option is pawn to d3, trying to break up this control with the pawn structures in the middle. There's a few options that can happen from here. If the pawn takes here on d3, then the bishop's going to recapture right here. This is completely fine. White can get that material back if he wants to at some point, but really just looking to get all of his pieces active in the board. You can see black hasn't moved any of his pieces, and all of a sudden white's one move away from castling on the queen side with a very active rook. He has both of his bishops aimed at his opponent's king side of the board and a knight already active in the center of the board. This is a pretty good compensation for giving up a pawn early in the game. Now from here, if we were to see knight to c6, maybe simple development move, queen to h5, check. This is somewhat forcing a pawn to g6, just saying, hey, go ahead and extend a little bit further with your pawns. Queen down to e2. So this does get the queen more involved into the game since what's here on d1 allows us to castle on the queen side if we want to. And then it says, okay, now if you play knight to f6, knight to f3, white's going to have a pretty good game from here. White can even castle on the king side if he wants to, but definitely has a more aggressive position than black may have wanted to. And this is kind of what white's going for in this entire ready gambit. When you play against the French defense, they have a very, very specific goal they're trying to do, and that's block off a lot of your aggression, close up the game, and take a lot of your preparation out of it. The ready gambit says we're going to be aggressive, and you can't really do too much about it. So that's what's going to happen if they take that pawn. Now they don't have to take the pawn. They also don't have to play that knight to c5. So if we come back just a few moves, they could play knight to f6 right away. Then don't worry about bringing your queen up here to a5. Can't do that. It's going to be captured. You can just play queen to e2 right away. But if we come back and say, what if they don't take that pawn? What if they just decide to go and play knight to f6? Well, then you need to go ahead and take this material. And this pretty much goes for any time they're not taking that pawn. Here on d3, we need to be capturing this pawn here on e4. Now, if they want to, they could decide to go ahead and take our queen. Start taking material off the board, and that's fine. Rook takes here on d1. You can see that the pawn recaptured. Now we need to gain back some of that material on board as we get shift into the endgame. And we're going to have a pretty good endgame. They're going to have an isolated pawn on the e file. So all in all, white should be ahead going into the endgame. But from here, we're going to see knight to e2, looking to play knight to g3 so that both of our knights are attacking this pawn right here. It's very difficult for black to try to hold on to this, but really his best option is to get his light square bishop to defend this square right here. So to do that, you play bishop here to d7, knight to g3, bishop here to c6. We could play bishop up here to c4, and this is threatening this pawn here on e6. So you can either A, lose this pawn, or you can play something like king to f7, stopping the threat right here, but then castle on the king side, bring our rook over here to e1. There's going to be too much pressure on this pawn here on e4 to really hold on to that material. Now, after they play that knight to f6, we could easily just take right here, and they could not try to hold on to that material. So after pawn to e4, we played knight to e2. They could try something else and just let's take that. Okay, that's going to be completely fine. We don't have to worry about this bishop coming down here to c6. But if they do try to hold on to it, that's how you get that material back. Now, instead knight to f6, the other option that you may see is bishop coming down here to b4. Players love to pin knights down to kings, so this is a move that you definitely could see. As we said before, if they do not take our pawn on d3, we need to go and be capturing this pawn here on e4. So after pawn takes on e4, they could play the same thing as before. Queen takes down here on d1, rook takes, and then the pawn takes here on e4. It's going to be a little bit different. This bishop is kind of a pain, so we're going to play pawn to a3. We're not going to be casting on the queen side, as you can see. Our rook's over here on d1, so we're not as concerned with playing up our pawn to a3, extending over where our king is at for safety-wise. Now, if he decides to go ahead and take with his bishop, then we're going to recapture with our bishop. If he plays knight to f6, trying to hold on to this pawn right here, you have a few options. One, if you don't mind having a better attacking board state, but being down a pawn and material, then I recommend just playing pawn to f3, because if they take, you recapture with knight to f3, and you have a very, very aggressive board state, and you're going to be doing fine, especially with this isolated pawn e6. You may look at it and say, yes, they're up a pawn, but yet you have a much more aggressive board state. You have double bishops, and you also getting ready to castle on the king side, more active pieces in the game. So that's one option. The other option would be to play knight to h3, and then knight to c6, bishop up here, b5, pinning down the knight, castle on the king side. You can exchange right here, and then knight to g5, and this is threatening this pawn right here. You may look at it and say, yes, but the knight is defending this square. That's true, but the bishop can just take here on f6, and then after the pawn recaptures, the knight or the rook recaptures, then the knight can freely come down here and take on e4. So that's how you could gain back that material if you wanted to on the board state. Now, our opponents don't have to try to hold on to that material. Many times in a gambit, they'll take that material early on and then just say, hey, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I feel like bad things are going to happen if I try to hold on to it, so they just refuse. They could play something, knight to c6 here. Generally, you're going to be taking the pawn here on e4 if they don't try to hold on to it. It's just very easy to go and get that material. You can bring the knight kind of wherever you want to, and this allows you to have a pretty good game going forward. If they play something, bishop d7, same thing. Knight takes here on e4. If they, sometimes I've seen pawn to b6 trying to fianchetto to hold down a pawn. This is when you definitely need to go and take it right away. Bishop to b7, you can be pretty aggressive. Bishop here to b5 check, and just kind of see what they do, force their hand a little bit. So these are some of the options that you will see. Most people are just going to be playing knight to f6, trying to hold on to that pawn. But all of these variations you see, it completely gets out of what I would consider preparation for a French defense player. That they have a very strategic objective when they play that, and they're trying to get you out of their element. The ready game allows you to kind of take back that initiative, and you're not really sacrificing too much. There's kind of one variation where you end up getting that material back way later in the game. Your compensation is you have better development. They have an isolated pawn. For the most part, you can get that pawn back pretty easily, and they have to go through great lengths to even try to hold on to it, and those efforts will be futile in at the end. So this is the ready gambit. I definitely recommend if you play pawn to e4 and they respond with pawn e6 that you try this out. This is my go-to anytime I play against the French defense, because most of my opponents, they don't even know what to do when I play pawn to b3. So check it out. Let me know what you guys think. Also, if you want to see more variations or even the ready gambit decline for this opening or any other opening, feel free to let me know. Drop a note or even email me. You can visit the website, thechesswebsite.com, has my contact information on there. But until next time, thank you everyone. Hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be looking at the Belgrade game, if you're not too familiar with it. Starts out with pawn e4, pawn e5, knight f3, knight c6, knight to c3, and knight f6. Getting into the 4 knights game. A lot of variations that white can go from here. You could get into something crazy like the Halloween gambit with knight takes on e5, giving up that knight for a very, very strong attack. We're going to be looking at more of the main line of pawn to d4, after the pawn takes, now knight up here to d5. And as far as gambits go on the spectrum, you have one end of kind of that Halloween gambit where you're giving up entire pieces like a knight for a very, very strong attack. Super fun to play. And then you have the other extreme, the Queen's gambit, where you're seeing it at the highest level. At the biggest tournaments, the top players in the world are playing that. Very, very sound. A lot of theoretical chess going into that. This kind of falls in the middle. I wouldn't recommend it if you have a big event or tournament that you're playing, especially if it's a longer game where you have maybe 2 hours for time control. But if you're playing blitz, if you're playing for fun, I think this is completely fine. Fairly sound for white. You're not going to get into crazy positions. You're like, wow, I'm down 3 pieces. Why did I ever play this? It's definitely fun. All in all, I think gambits are a fun way to study the game. And if you do come across it, it's always good to know how you should proceed. There's 4 main lines that I see in this opening, so that we're going to be looking at. The first one is knight takes on d5. The second one is the knight takes on e4. And then you can also see bishop to e7, or what I see fairly frequently is the knight down here to b4. Attacking the knight here on d5 is being protected by the bishop up here on f8. So the first line we're going to look at is the knight takes here on d5, and as you can imagine, the white pawn is going to immediately recapture here on d5. Now, because it is attacking the knight's pretty much going to have to move. You could have an in-between move, instead of playing a knight down here to b4 or e7, he could decide to go ahead and play queen to e7 first, check, and then, there's the bishop here to e2, getting ready to castle on the king side, knowing that his pawn here on d4 is not long for this world, is going to end up dying at some point because the knight's going to move, no longer protecting this, and then either the knight or the queen can take it. He could decide to go and just, sacrificial lamb here after the pawn takes. This does block off, this development from the light square bishop, which is how black may proceed, and then knight down here to b4, castle on the king side. But all in all, white's going to have, a very good game. He's still kind of blocking off his bishops here. Queen on e7 is not doing anything right now. You can just swing over here, rook to e1, starts to put pressure after the bishop moves on the queen. It's going to be chasing around. This knight here on b4 is not doing a ton. Could capture the material up here on d5. But all in all, I think this is completely fine for white. You may not see the queen come up here to e7. I just like to cover, just make sure that if you do see it. Now, we're going to be looking at the knights of b4 and e7. Look at e7 first. There's kind of 2 options that white has as far as how to continue. The more straightforward is queen up here takes on d4, gets the material back that you lost. You have a very strong attack with the pawn in the center of the board. Both sides kind of have the same pawn structure going into the endgame, but white has a very easy way to get his light square bishop and his dark square bishop involved into the game. Black on the other side, both of his bishops are very, very difficult to get involved into the game. So all in all, white definitely has a good game from here. I actually prefer a different route because I like to give my opponents more opportunities to make mistakes. And so I prefer pawn up here to d6. And sometimes when you attack an opponent's minor piece like this, they decide to go ahead and move that minor piece. So let's swing it back here to c6. You know, if he takes my pawn here on c7, I'll just retake it with my queen. That's going to be fine. But that's not what we're up to here. We're actually going to be looking for queen to e2 check. And since his king can't move, he's going to end up losing material because of our pawn. So he can bring his knight back if he wants to block his bishop. It doesn't matter. We're going to take with our pawn. He's going to go down in material. So that's kind of the play here, especially if your opponent hasn't seen this gambit. Some of these tricks may work on them. Now, if they say, you know what, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to take with my pawn. That's fine too. The knight's going to recapture. And if we kind of look at this, yes, black is up a pawn in material, but as far as the structure on board, I'm going to take white's position all day long. Kind of open up the center of the board for both the bishops to get very, very involved into the game. He has the most central minor piece with the knight here on d4. He has the better pawn structure getting into the in-game. You know, double pawns here on the d file, and then kind of 3 sets. Just not as good getting into the in-game. It's going to be very difficult for black to continue here. How does he get his light square bishop or even his dark square bishop, which is very blocked off? How does he castle on the king side? He just doesn't have a lot of good prospects as far as how he continues. So let's go over a few options. If he were to play pawn to b6, maybe he wants to get his light square bishop involved into the game. White could play bishop to c4, starting to attack the weakened f7 square right here, knowing that, okay, if you're gonna focus on the queen side, you're definitely not trying to protect your king over here on the king side. So maybe now knight to c6, getting ready to play bishop d7, castle on the king side. Maybe it's a move too late right now because you could just play castle on the king side here, getting ready to bring a rook over here to e1. If he takes the knight on d4, it's just all sorts of bad because that just gets another valuable piece involved into the game with queen takes on d4. And now bishop to e7, that just loses to queen to g7, attacking the rook right here. Rook comes over here to f8. It's very difficult. You can just have a rook to e1, then bishop here to g5. So lots of different attacking lines that we have on board. Now let's say instead of the bishop coming to e7, we see queen to f6. Well, now we just say queen to e4 check, and then if we see bishop to e7, then the rook here on a8 is going to fall. So that's another attack that we had. Now we come back and say, let's not bring queen to f6. We're not even going to worry about the king side of the board. Let's go ahead and say bishop to b7. That was our plan all along. Now rook to e1 is very difficult to deal with. Check. This kind of, if the queen comes to e7, he's going to lose his queen. If he brings his bishop here to e7, then we already talked about it. Queen up here to g7. If he plays rook to f8, bishop up here to h6, and you can see this is going to be extremely bad. Now if we were to come back on board, quite a ways back and say, how do we approach this if instead of the pawn to b6, what if it was just knight to c6? Well, there's kind of 2 options here. You have one that let's just get to the end game, and I like my pawn structure better, so we'll kind of go with that. And that option looks like this. It's knight to b5, getting ready to attack the square here on d6. And there's not a lot of great ways for black to hold on to this, so we could just play pawn to a6, and then we take here on d6. We recapture a little bit, and you could even decide, I'll go ahead and exchange my queens off the board. And from here, white's going to be completely fine. He still has the double bishop pair. He has a better pawn structure. So if you're looking to get to the end game quickly, you can go this route. If you're not looking to do that, maybe you think you're a much stronger player, and so you want to have more material on board. Instead of playing that knight to b5, you could just play pawn up here to c3. Still allows yourself to get your queen involved into the game if you want to somewhere else. You can get both of your bishops still involved into the game. If you were to take, you can just recapture with your queen. Very aggressive queen on board. He still has that double pawn structure on the d file, so you're going to have a lot of good games here. So that's what happens if you were to try to play that knight to c6. Depending on where else he goes, he just doesn't have tons of great options, so you can really attack depending on where he decides to go. So we come back to this position and say, well, knight c7 is not the best move. I agree, it's definitely not the best move. If you were to play something like a knight to b4, here's kind of my approach. Sometimes you may see bishop to c4 recommended. That's not really my jam. It's not what I'm looking to do here. After queen to e7, am I really going to bring my bishop back here to e2 and then let him push forward with pawn to d3? Or am I really going to be playing king to f1? No, I'm not going to do that. So I don't like the bishop to c4. It does protect my pawn, but at this stage, I'm okay giving up that pawn so I don't have to deal with any shenanigans that black's up to. Instead, I'd kind of go for just pawn to a3, and then after he takes, that's fine. I'll go ahead and take with my queen attacking his knight. If he wants to come back to f6, I can play bishop up here to g5, maybe bishop e7, and then hey, it's go time. Let's castle on the queen side. I kind of know you're going to be casting on the king side, and this is just an all-out attack, which is why I play a gambit in the first place. If you were to come back and instead of playing knight to f6, maybe queen to e7, now I'm okay with playing the bishop d2 because I didn't move it to c4. I didn't waste a move coming back here to e2. I can castle on the king side a little bit later. This is going to be a fine game for me. Don't make the mistake though. Instead of that pawn to a3, don't think you can come up here to d4. That's a bad life decision. Knight to c2, check. You're going to lose your queen. So just take the safe route. Just play pawn to a3. Give up that pawn. You're going to be completely fine and have a good game. The next variation we're going to look at is the knight takes here on e4. Now, there's kind of 2 options. You have the queen to e2 that's pinning down the knight, but I think this just gets a little awkward after pawn to f5. I kind of like this from black. This is a nice little outpost for the knight, and this queen's kind of blocking off my light square bishop. I love getting my light square bishop involved in this particular opening because the king side of black is always weakened, and so if I can get that in a very critical square like bishop to c4 and really attack the king side of the board, I think that's really good. This stops me from doing that, so I don't like playing queen to e2, which you may see in some places. Instead, I like a bishop here to d3. This attacks the knight. It also allows me to later on play queen to e2 if I want to. So there's a few ways that black can stop this. One of those we kind of looked at if he plays pawn to f5, and here's the approach if he does that. Take the knight right away. He's going to 100% of the time take back with his pawn, and you're going to castle on the king side, kind of baiting him to go ahead and take your knight right here. But if he does, it's going to be a mistake. Pawn takes here on f3, and you're just going to be playing a rook over here to e1. Very, very difficult for him to kind of stop this. And we've looked at this briefly because the bishop to g5, because that's such a strong attack. Let's kind of look at a few options. If he plays knight to e7, try to stop it. Bishop up here to g5. This knight's being pinned down to the king from the rook, and it's also being pinned down by the bishop to the queen right here. So, if he what does he do now? He can't move the knight if he plays pawn to c6, trying to break up our knight right here. That's fine. Just go ahead and take with our knight. There's a discovered attack, so he kind of needs to take it. If we take, he takes, then the queen is going to fall. There's no square that he can go to where we can't just have a discovered attack. Bishop here to c5, you can see check. He's going to end up losing that queen. So he's pretty much just going to have to play queen takes, rook up here after the king takes, then queen up here to d4. This should be a very, very easy in game for white to go to. If instead of the knight coming here to e7, he could decide to play
bishop to e7. Same kind of thing, bishop to g5. Maybe in this particular case, he can castle on the king side. That's one nuance. It's a little bit different, but now you can just take with your knight if you want to. Maybe knight takes. Now the rook can come up here to e7, and then, pawn up here to d5, opening up the door for the light square bishop, but then rook over here to g7 check. After the king takes, bishop takes on d8. Do lose some material, yes, but still have that queen on board, and the queen going into the endgame, especially when the board state is very open, you can really attack your opponent's kings, put a lot of pressure on any other piece on the board with a check and attacking that. It's going to be very difficult for black to kind of hold on to here. So that's kind of what it looks like if they just take that piece right here on f3, which we kind of know is a mistake. If for some reason he says, you know what, I'm not even going to worry about this right now. I'm instead going to play king to f7. Well, we kind of can see that's a huge mistake with queen to f3. That's not even trying to be safe. This king's just going to be under attack for the rest of the game. That's going to be very, very bad. So if instead of f5, we kind of looked at that and said that's fairly good for white. I'm okay if he plays a pawn to f5 in this position. He could decide to go and move his knight. Could play knight to f6, and then we have the queen to e2 as we talked about. If he wants to block it, that's fine. We can go ahead and take with our knight right here. He can't take it back with his bishop because it is being pinned down, so when he recaptures, it does have a weakened king side, weakened pawn structure. He has two double pawns on the d and f file. I'm completely fine as white going into the endgame in this position. If instead of knight to f6, maybe he decides to go and bring it over to the queen side of the board, maybe knight to c5. This is probably a little bit better from black, and so I play castle on the king side instead of queen to e2, because now the knight can come back here to e6. Even if he were to decide to play bishop to e7 first, and then knight to e7 or e6, this does block off more, and so I don't know that the queen here on e2 is really doing what I want it to. So instead, I'd rather just castle on the king side. If he plays bishop here to e7, then you could just swing over here rook to e1 if you wanted to, or if you really just want to get his bishop here off the board, you could go ahead and take here on e7 as well. You have some options. The next option that we'll look at is bishop here to e7. Kind of a safe move. It immediately says, I'm not sure what you're doing with this gambit, but I want to castle on the king side as fast as possible to get some safety. I'm kind of up a pawn material, so I don't want to do anything too crazy. And you have a few options here. I kind of have what I consider the bailout plan, which is man, I wish he hadn't played e7. Let's just go ahead and exchange material off on board, and I can have a good endgame, and we'll be okay with that. And that plan usually looks like this. Knight takes on d4, knight takes on d5. We see some exchange on board. All of a sudden, queen up here to d4, and you're good. Both sides equal in material. You both have a double bishop pair. No side's really that much better off. I mean, an active queen in the center, but that's pretty much it. He doesn't necessarily have to go along with all your plans, after you decide to go ahead and, take with... if he plays bishop here to e7 and you decide to go ahead and take, he could decide to play something crazy. Knight takes on e4. But if he plays knight to e4, here's kind of how I like to approach it with knight to b5. This is having both your knights attack here on c7, which would fork the rook here on a8. That would definitely be a win. But from here, you could see castle on the king side, and then you could play bishop up here to d3, forcing the knight to move. If you tried to play that, pawn to f5, we've kind of seen that before. Castle on the king side, this is going to be good for white. If he instead decides to just bring his knight back here to f6, then yeah, let's go ahead and start taking material. He could decide to go ahead and play knight takes here. Knight comes back here. This is going to be fine for white. You can now castle on the king side. So you kind of have your bailout plan. If he doesn't go along with your plan, you still have a nice backup here. I like a different approach. I don't necessarily like to just go with the bailout plan because I don't mind if he plays bishop to e7 early on. So if he does decide to go and play bishop e7, I'm more of the bishop to f4. I like to be pretty aggressive on board, get more of the bishops involved into the material. If you're going to play somewhat passive with bishop to e7, castle on the king side, I'm going to develop as much material as possible. Now, if he moves that he does have, if he plays bishop to b4, I'm fine with this. He's moved his bishop twice. That's not really what I would recommend. I would go ahead and take my knight, or with my knight, if he recaptures, that's fine. Now we play that same pawn to a3 that we saw earlier. Now we knight to c6, push our pawn up to e5, forcing the knight here on f6 to move, and we can get our light square bishop involved into the game, more than likely here to c5 or c4, starting to put more pressure on our opponent's king side. And he hasn't even castled yet, even though this was kind of his game plan early on with that bishop to e7. He hasn't done this. Now he decides, okay, I brought my bishop here to e7, not so I can move it again. If he decides to go ahead and take our knight here on d5, that's fine. We can just recapture if he wants to. Maybe now knight down here to b4. But then that pawn to d6 move. We saw this earlier in some variations. This is still a very, very strong attack that we have on board. So I like to go ahead and point that out, like that d6 move. Or if he decides, instead of any of that, he could play just pawn to d6. Great. We can just go ahead and take that material here on d4. Gain that material back. We have a very strong presence in the center. We can get our light square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. All in all, in all these variations we looked at, at no point has black really put us in a bind. We're like, wow, I hope he doesn't play this because then we're in a really bad spot, which is really nice. I like a gambit that allows my opponent to make mistakes. But at the end of the day, if he plays optimally, I'm still in a decent spot. Now, the last variation that we're going to be looking at, instead of bishop to e7, he could play knight down here to b4. And I have been seeing this, more and more. And you have kind of two options. One is what I like to call fight for the d4 square. And so it looks like this. You could go ahead and take here on f6 if you want to. He could recapture, then pawn here to a3, knight comes back here to c6. A lot of these are somewhat forced. Bishop here to c4, bishop to c5. You can see a lot of pressure being put on this d4 square. We could try to kick this back. So pawn up here to b4, kicks it back, get our dark square bishop bombs to the game. Also attacking the pawn here in the center of the board, castle on the king side. You can see black's going to be up a pawn in material, and both sides are just fighting for this square. So that is a fight if you want to do that. If instead you decide that's not really the path that I want to go, you also have the option after the knight comes down here to b4, of just playing bishop up here to c4. I think this is completely fine. It's kind of a coin toss in my head that I would make as far as which one I would choose to do. Do keep in mind, though, if they take with either the knight, doesn't matter if they take it with their b knight or if they're going to be taking it with their f knight, recapture with your pawn, don't recapture with your bishop. This is going to play extremely well. It's going to allow you to castle on the king side, get your rook over here to e1. Then later on, if you wanted to play that pawn to d6, you do have some options with that. Also, get that dark square bishop involved into the game with the pawn here. That's going to be a very, very strong attack. So I really like that. Also, make sure that your opponent doesn't recapture. If your bishop's here, he can recapture with his knight. You want to hold on to that double bishop pair in this opening. So that's kind of an introduction to the Belgrade gambit. As many of you have requested from me this particular gambit. If you have other openings that you would like to see me cover, feel free to email me at the chess website at gmail. But hopefully you guys enjoyed, try it out, and let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a pretty cool game called the Urusov Gambit. Derives from the bishop opening, so pawn to e4, pawn e5, and then bishop to c4. And I like this because a lot of players as black, they don't know how to respond. And after knight to f6, instead of playing your common knight to f3, knight to c3, white's going to go with Urusov Gambit, and that's pawn to d4. Now, as far as theoretical gambits go, I do recognize this is probably not as sound as the Queen's Gambit and some of the other more popular ones, even King's Gambit. I prefer to this, but I still think a lot of players as black, they're just not prepared to how to really defend against this correctly, and white has some really aggressive moves. So that's what we're going to be going over today. Black kind of has a few options. He could take with his pawn here on d4, the main line. He could also take with his knight here on e4, much worse, but he could actually do that. So we're going to first start off with he does take here on e4, since this is a mistake. I want to make sure everyone's aware of how to make sure that you can take advantage of your mistakes from your opponent.
Always going to be taking the pawn here on e5. This opens up the door for the queen to get involved into the board. I do have a very central pawn here on e5. They can kind of take some of the squares away from your opponent as they try to even move their knight back here to d6 or f6. So just really aggressive square. Also opens up the door for the queen to come up here to d5, start to attack this f7 square. And always have a sacrifice here on f7 with the bishop. That's kind of why you're playing the bishop here to c4 in the first place. So from here, black continues to play bad moves, which you're not always going to see bad moves, but you could see it sometimes. Knight to c6, very bad move. In this particular case, you would just play pawn or bishop takes here on f7. After the king comes down, takes on f7, then queen up here to d5. Then after the king moves, the queen's going to come back here, take that material on e4. Now all of a sudden, hey, white's looking pretty good. He got that material back. Oh, and by the way, this king can no longer castle. This is going to be a very, very good game from whites. Now, if we change it up a little bit and said, okay, instead of that knight coming here to c6, let's say you try to play pawn to d6. Okay, queen up here to d5, attacking both the knight here on e4, also attacking checkmate up here on f7. Really the only good move for black here. If he doesn't play this, it should be pretty intuitive as far as where to go. But just bring the knight back here to g5. It's no longer being attacked and also protecting the pawn here on f7. Pawn's just going to take on d6, and then really you're going to have to play knight over here to e6 because if bishop to d6, bishop up here g5, queen really can't come down because queen up here to f7, things get very tricky. So instead of bishop taking or even the queen taking, because then you just take this material with your bishop, all things are bad. You're going to play this knight to e6, kind of blocking off the queen coming here to f7. But then you can do a couple things. You could first take with your pawn if you wanted to. There could be some exchange. Black may decide I just don't want to have to deal with a lot of the attack. So the queen's exchange in the middle of the board. After the knight's exchange back, all of a sudden knight to c3. This on board. I think this is going to be pretty good. You can eventually play bishop here to e3, castle on the queen side, and have a really strong attack on board. So I think this is going to be good. But if you don't want to start to exchange off your queens on board, you could play a little bit differently. After the knight up here to e6, another move you could play is knight to c3. That just says, okay, this is fine. I like the board state right here. I have center control of the board. I'm not really looking to exchange a lot of material off. Instead, I'll just continue to develop my pieces. Things are going to be good. You can see bishop takes on d6, giving that material back. Bishop to e3, getting ready to castle on the queen side, really start to attack your opponent. Look at all the material that white has on board. It's going to be very, very fun, which is why you generally play gambits from here. So castle on the king side and castle on the queen side. If we come back to this position, we might say the black bishop comes out here to c5, trying to counterattack in the center of the board, get pieces involved, so you can castle on the king side to get this rook up here on f8 to protect this pawn here on f7. From here, you have a couple options. The first one, bringing the queen up here to d5, threatening mate on f7, and so you're going to gobble up material here on e4. Or you could just say, I'm going to go ahead and take with my bishop, or take the pawn here on f7, and then after we have the exchange, then you have the queen comes up here to d5, and you're going to take that material. I think it's probably a little stronger to play the queen up here to d5. I'm just never going to play it, and we'll kind of go through the scenarios of why that is. So let's say you play queen up here to d5. We are threatening mate here, so there's a couple ways to kind of stop this. One of them would be for the black queen to come down here to h4. This does allow, if the pawn falls here on f7, for the king to come here to d8. So there's a little breathing room. It also starts to attack white with the threat of queen taking here on f2. And so from here we can see pawn to g3, stopping the attack, bishop down on f2 if it wants to give up some material. King to f1, white loses the ability to castle. Queen to g4, wants to make sure he's no longer attacked. Knight up here to d2, since there is starting to be a strong attack on board. Knight takes, bishop takes here on g1, and then the queen knight can finally come up here to f7, but then the king to d8, and then rook takes here on g1. This is all fine. If you like this position, you may decide to go ahead and play that queen to d5 early on. I think it's a little bit easier if you like the ability to castle, have a little more king safety. It's going to be fine just as well to play bishop takes on f7, after the king takes here, then queen up here to d5, and then king f8, queen takes on e4. I think this is great. You still have the option, knight here to f3, castle on the king side, if you really wanted to play, bishop get involved into the board, knight up here to c3, castle on the queen side, and just really throw everything at your opponent on the king side, because your opponent's king right now can no longer castle. He's really, really exposed. It's going to be very difficult. He's going to have to play pawn to d6, trying to block, open things up, get his light square bishop, bring his knight over, and get it involved into the game. All in all, really good positions. I think it's a little bit easier, so definitely you can try this on board. Another move that you could see is queen to h4. It is being a protector for this knight here on e4. I would just go ahead and take again on f7. That's kind of the theme. That's, if you're familiar, that's why you're playing this bishop's opening with the bishop here on c4. Always that constant threat of going here to f7, forcing your opponent to take here or just give up material. All in all, it's going to be a bad spot for black here. So after the king takes on f7, then g3, forcing the queen to move. He has a few variations. He could just decide to bring his queen back here to e7. Can't bring it here to g5 or f6 because they'll just die to the bishop or the pawn here. And then queen up here to d5, and then after the king moves, then the knight's going to fall. That's one option. He could also try to be super creative and play bishop to b4 check, and then pawn to c3. Eventually, the queen's going to have to move because the queen and the bishop are being attacked. So once the queen does move, queen up here to d5, and then you're going to gobble up material. It could be, in this particular case, the knight. You could have eventually decided to go ahead and lose the bishop if you're black, but all in all, it's going to be a pretty good position. So that was what happens if the knight takes on e4. That's not going to be the most common. It's definitely the worst way for black to continue. The most common way is going to play pawn takes on d4. And then from here, we're going to play knight to f3. It's a little tricky if you play pawn to e5 first. So knight to f3, and this is where we're going to spend more of our time looking at some of the lines as far as how your opponent's going to continue. Now, one option he has is to accept this gambit on e4. He could say there's a pawn material that I want to capture, so I'm going to go ahead and take that on e4. It's kind of a bad setup for black. If queen takes here on d4, yes, black is up upon the material, but if you look at all of the centerpieces right here, getting ready to castle on the king side, really starting to put pressure on this knight on e4, so he's going to have to be moving, dancing around the board. That's not that great. So all in all, I think this is a pretty easy game for white to kind of overwhelm his opponent. Knight to f6 is probably the most common move that you'll see. Is kind of the safest. You can just continue knight to c3, knight c6, queen down here to d3. Does gain a little bit of tempo, but then you can bring your bishop out, start to pin down a knight if you want to. You can castle on the queen side, castle on the king side. Lots of different options, and since the center of the board open, you can really bring your rooks here to d1, e1, and really start to overwhelm your opponent. If you do see something a little bit crazier, mostly because your opponent just may not know how to continue, you could see knight to c5. The bishop is defending this right here. Not the best move from black, but you could see it. Just continue. Castle on the king side. Now knight to c6. Same kind of thing, but you could have an in-between move right now. Rook to e1. Check. You could see knight back here to e6. Then the queen falls back to a d3, getting ready to get the bishop involved into the game. Knight to c3. Very easy to continue. It's going to be tough for white to kind of mess this up on board. One of the things that you'll see pretty frequently is knight to c6. It develops a minor piece from your opponent, gets involved into the center of the board, protecting this pawn here on d4, which is under attack from this queen. So I see this more often than not. From here, you're going to continue with pawn to e5. And this is a pseudo variation of the Scotch Gambit. Not all the knights are involved into the game as much. But if you watch the Scotch Gambit video I created, you'll see this is one of the lines that I cover towards the end of that video. So definitely check that out if you haven't seen it. From here, there's three lines that you'll see. One of them is knight to g4. It's no longer being attacked, and all of a sudden there's two knights attacking this pawn right here. It doesn't matter if you play g4 or e4, we'll kind of go over there. First thing you're going to do is castle on the king side, because it actually is still protected. Even though you have one knight here on f3, it's still being protected by even this rook here on f1, meaning that if the knight takes on e5, you have the knight capture. After the knight takes, rook here at e1, pinning down this knight. If he tries to defend that with me, pawn to d6, and all of a sudden pawn to f4, and the knight's forced to move, or forced to fall because he can't move, he is being pinned down. So that's how you approach it if they played that knight to g4. If instead they played knight to e4, which is fine, then you're just going to castle on the king side as well. They could play bishop here to e7. That's fine. Just continue. You still have this pawn on e5. In that particular case, he hasn't even tried to capture that, so you still have the center goodness that you were going for. You can even play pawn to c3, recapture with your knight. Some people like to give up an extra pawn, so they have nothing to worry about as far as their opponent's pawns in the center of the board. Definitely a strategy I like to employ myself. The last variation you may see in this position is pawn down here to d5, trying to break up the center of the board and says, hey, if you're going to attack my knight, I'm going to go and attack your bishop. It's not worth losing the bishop in this spot, so go ahead and just play bishop here to b5, and then knight down here to e5, probably the best continuation. Since the pawn here on d5 is a great little outpost for this knight on e4, where before we could kind of kick it around, there was no defense for that knight. Knight takes on d4, bishop down to c5 does need his king to have kingside safety, so allowing for the bishop to come out, attack the center of the board, castle on the king side is exactly what black wants to do. Castle on the king side, and then from here, it's going to be a pretty solid game, which we could see. He doesn't have to play that bishop to c5. He could play bishop to d7, and then we just could see some exchanges off board. Bishop takes on c6. We could see the pawn recapture here on c6, and then castle on the king side if we want to. This is going to be pretty solid. There's double pawns here on the c file. You always have this pawn you can start to attack back here on c7 since you have the dark square bishop. So this is going to be fine for white. So just keep this in mind if they do play that d5. You're still going to have a pretty good game. The last line that you could see from black is bishop to b4 check. Very easy response. Pawn here to c3. They're usually just going to take with their pawn on c3. And then you have two options. You take with your pawn, you're going to castle. If you're playing the Ursov Gambit, which means you're playing Gambit, you want to be super aggressive, you're going to have to castle on the king side. I think it's odd to do anything else because you kind of want your opponent to play this pawn takes on b2, bishop recaptures on b2, sort of that Danish Gambit where I have all my bishops lining up on your king side. You don't have a lot of defense over here. Just try to overwhelm your opponent. I definitely think that's worth giving up a pawn for. But if you don't want to be that crazy and you want to play a little bit more conservative, you can just take back with your pawn. So, pawn takes here on c3, or even if you were to castle, just so you're aware, they may not take with their pawn. They could decide to go ahead and castle. Then, okay, sure, pawn just takes here on c3. But if you decide, I don't even want to give them an opportunity, you could just take with your pawn here. Since the knight's protecting it on d1, they could do a few things. They could decide to play pawn down here to d5. Okay, just go ahead and take that material. Don't think it's too tricky or anything. Bishop back here to d6, castle on the king side. That's going to be fine. If instead they play bishop to e7, sometimes if a player's not familiar with how to play correctly, they'll just retreat back to not the worst square, which would be f8, but just to e7. It's a safe square. They can castle on the king side. But at beat e7, just go ahead and play pawn to e5, as we've seen before in this opening. Force the knight to move. There's no great squares. You have your knight to e4 and then queen up here to d5. We've kind of seen how that's really bad for black. If he tries to come over here to g4, then just pawn to h3. This pawn's still protected by the knight here on f3. So all in all, he's just going to end up wasting moves. He's going to get to a really bad spot. He can't come here to f6. If he comes back here to h6, all of a sudden you just take with your bishop. This is a pretty bad setup for black on board. And then the last one you could see, if we come back, the bishop may decide to come to c5. Still in the center of the board, trying to attack things, but hey, pawn to e5, do not let up at all. Has a few options from here. Knight to g4, as we've kind of already talked about, but this is kind of one of those nice positions where you have a discovered attack once you sacrifice. So bishop takes on f7, after the king takes, then you have the ability to just go ahead and play knight to g5. The bishop is protecting this knight, and you have a discovered attack on the knight here on g4. So that's going to be extremely good. If instead they decide, okay, you're attacking my knight right here, I'm going to go ahead and play pawn to d5, attack your bishop. Okay, well, let's go ahead and exchange. I think this is completely fine. Let's go and exchange off queens. You can no longer castle. It's not as needed if the queens are off the board, but pawn takes on g7, rook here to g8, and then a bishop here to h6. All in all, I think this is a pretty good spot for white. So that is an introduction to the Ursov Gambit and a lot of the lines that you could see. So hopefully you enjoy that, especially if you like the pawn to e4, getting into the bishop's game, bishop to c4, always an aggressive line. So check it out, test it out, see what you guys think. If you have any other video requests, I got a lot of requests for this video specifically, feel free to email me, thechesswebsite@gmail.com. I'll make sure I add that to the queue and get that video created. But thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over a really fun game called the Jerome Gambit. I've been playing quite a bit myself lately, and it's a ton of fun, but I'll go ahead and caution you right now, it's not the most sound gambit. It's really meant for blitz games, rapid games. Maybe you're playing an opponent far below you as far as ranking. It's going to catch someone off guard. If they are not prepared for it, they're going to have a really tough time dealing with all the variations. They're going to have an exposed king, and it's just really hard to deal with that. But if you're playing against an opponent that is familiar with this opening, and they're a really strong player, you're going to have a really tough time, and you're going to lose a lot of games, unless maybe it's kind of that blitz game, you kind of catch them off guard. So this is not me saying that this is the most sound opening. I recognize that it is not at all, but it is super fun. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get into it. It mostly derives from the Gyoko piano, which starts out with pawn to e4, pawn e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop here to c4, and then bishop to c5. White's going to sacrifice his bishop here on f7, and then after the king recaptures, I recognize the king could not recapture, but that would just be weird. The king comes here to e7 or even f8. White has a lot of different options, but even just bishop back here to b3 is fine. Up in material, the king can't move or can't castle, so that's going to be bad. But we're going to be looking at the king taking here on f7, the knight taking here on e5, after the knight recapturing here, then the queen coming to h5. Now from here, there's a lot of ways that black can continue. Some are much better for white than others. What we'd really like to see black do is play king here to f6 or king here to e7. Both of those are going to be easy games for white. We're going to look at king here to f6. Always important to know how to capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. We're going to play queen here to f5. Now all of a sudden the king's going to come back here to e7. We're going to take here, king here to f8. We're going to go ahead and take this bishop. If you were instead to play king here to f7, we're going to first kind of in between move queen here to d5. Now that after the king moves, we're going to go ahead and play queen here to c5 and capture that material. But it may just be easier if they just go here to f8, save us a move here. From here, you can see black played a few options. Pawn here to d6, just kind of retreat back. You're in a great position. You're up material. Your opponent's king can't castle. That's going to be fine. If they play queen here to e7, I can't fault you. If you take here, like we said before, you're going to be up in material. Your opponent's king can't castle. It's not as important if you don't have the queen on board because now it just becomes a piece in the middle that can attack. So I usually like to just keep my queen back. It's a very aggressive opening, so I like to have all my aggressive pieces, but either way is going to be completely fine. If they were to play knight here to e7, then I just, hey, my queen's not a threat right now.
I just play knight here to c3, continue on board, that's fine. King here to f7, that's always super weird that they want to get their king involved more into the game, but that's fine if they want to. Queen here to d5, now if they just retreat back, pawn here to e5. This is a nice little move because if they ever now try to get their pieces involved, pawn here to d6. Now queen here to f3 is just fun because it kind of blocks off this knight here to f6. It's a very annoying pawn right here on e5. So that's kind of what we see if we see king to f6 early on into the game. The other move that we really like to see is the king here to e7. That's fine, we're just first going to take their knight here on e5, that's pretty easy, and then after king to f8, same things we saw before, queen over here to c5 check, and if we saw the king over here to f7, same as before, queen here to d5 check, and then we're going to go ahead and take this bishop here on c5. Now, while those were the best case moves, you're not going to see them the majority of the time, so it's always important to know the other options that you could see. One that's very popular is pawn here to g6. We're going to go ahead and take here on e5. Now, black has one good move and one good move only. If you don't see this move, you should just be terrorizing them. You're either going to be taking their bishop, you're going to be taking their rook. All these are going to be very, very good for you. But the one move you need to be looking out for is queen here to e7. This is the best move that black has. Now, white has a few options. He could go ahead and exchange queens off the board. We're not going to be playing that game. We could play something else, pawn here to f4. We're not going to be playing that game. The game we're going to be playing is going all in, and that means queen taking here on h8. The queen's going to come down here to e4, and then king here to d1. Now, black has a few options from here. His best moves are queen taking here on g2 or queen to g4 check. Now, both of those are going to be bad news for us. We'll kind of look at what happens if he does those. If he plays anything else, it's going to be very, very good for us. But first one that we'll see is queen to g2. We're going to play queen takes here on h7. Now, if king plays king to f8, this is going to be very, very difficult for white to do anything except for lose. This is kind of one of those, hey, your opponent's kind of prepared, and you're going to probably lose. But you have a possibility of saving face a little bit. Pawn here to c3. Your opponent plays queen takes here on h1, gobbling up material. You play king to c2, and then just hope and pray that maybe you can get some sort of continuous check, threefold repetition, and draw the game. That's pretty much all you have to look forward to in this position. Now, after we have the queen taking here on h7. If he doesn't come to f8, he has a few other options. If you were to play king to f6, okay, well then all of a sudden we're going to play queen to h8. Maybe we can continue this on board. That's going to be fine for us. If we get a threefold repetition and get a draw on board, we'll take that all day long. If he ever goes over here to king to e6, if we ever see king to e6, we're bringing our rook over here to e1. That's going to be fine. We're getting more pressure controlling this e-file. Check. Now we can start to get our queen involved into the game. Potentially wherever he goes, we can get our knight involved. We can play pawn here to d4. It doesn't matter if they take, we can get our dark square bishop involved into the game. So that's definitely going to be very good. Could always play the terrible move of just king to e8 and then just capture here. We could see the bishop come up, we could see the king come down here, and then we can get our rook involved into the game. So that's going to be very, very good for white. Now if we come back, instead of the queen taking on g2, the other move we really don't want to see is queen to g4, but it's not as bad, but we'll play pawn here to f3, stopping that, queen here to g2, and then we're kind of the same song and dance, queen here to h7, and then kind of hoping for the same stuff. Now if we don't see the queen move, we could see some other moves. Knight to f6 sounds reasonable, pawn here to f3, this is an important move on the board. Now the queen's gonna have to move, so we could see queen to e5 potentially, and then d3. This is a much better position on board. It's gonna be very difficult for black to actually attack with these pawns right here, so that's gonna be good. Now if we come back and say, okay, let's say the knight doesn't move, but let's say pawn to d5. Sometimes players are really trying to control the center of the board. They feel like they've already got it right now, so they want to open up the door for their light square bishop involved into the game, because hey, once you get your bishop here, it's gonna be very, very difficult, potentially. This is gonna be great for black. We play queen to h7. Now it doesn't even matter if they play king to f8, because we can have pawn to f3 first before the queen takes here on g2, and this is gonna be a very, very good game for white. So that's kind of what we're gonna see if the pawn comes here to g6 early on in the gambit. Next move that you may see is knight to g6, just kind of blocking this. Don't right away take this bishop here on c5. First go ahead and play queen to d5. He potentially could just come here to f8, and then we take this bishop, and now it's checked, so that's going to be better for us. You could always play king to e8, that's fine as well. We take this bishop here on c5. Now you may see pawn to d6. If there's a few ways you can play this, I like to just continue the aggression. Queen here to b5, just giving them more opportunities to make mistakes. It's more correct to play pawn here to c6, but potentially they could play bishop here to d7. All of a sudden, queen here to b7. This is going to be better, just gobbling up more material on board. So definitely try that if you see it. Now if we come back here, instead of the knight coming here, we could see a few other options. We're going to go over some of them. The strongest move for black is king to e6. Now, the reason you won't see it as much as you should is it feels counterintuitive for black to be bringing his king to the center of the board and feeling like that's the best move. Now, if they've studied it and they understand how black should be defending, and you know they're a strong player, if they play king to e6, that's probably a bad sign because they know how to defend. But usually, if you're not too familiar, it's just very scary to go ahead and play this king here to e6. But from here, white's going to play pawn here to f4, and then we could see a ton of different stuff. I've seen black try all sorts of stuff from here. You might see knight to f6 attacking the queen. Well, we're just going to go ahead and take this knight right here. It's protected, and then after the king moves, we're going to take this bishop. That's going to be fine on board. We could instead see knight to f7. That's fine as well. We're going to just go ahead and take this material right here. If we were to see pawn here to d6, then we just continue the aggression, queen here to c4 check. That's going to be fine as well. We could always see pawn to g6, same things before. Go ahead and take the knight here on e5. Now we could see some very tricky stuff. We could see knight to f3 check, and this kind of forces us to play pawn to, taking here on f3. We could see pawn here to d6, protecting this bishop here on c5. Then we can always play pawn to d4. It's kind of tricky. We kind of recognize the bishop can't take here on d4 because queen to d5 check, and then the bishop's going to fall. But it's also tricky because the bishop can't really come here to b4, because now if you're pawn to b3 or c3, usually the bishop just comes back here to a5. It's kind of a safe move, but now the queen can just take. So this is not only forcing the bishop back, but it's controlling the center of the board, and then the queen can usually come in here to d5 if he wants to, f5 depending on where his opponent goes. He can always get his knight involved into the game, and also it's opening up the door for the dark square bishop. Also, we now have the g-file, semi-open file for the rook to control, so while this is very crazy, and the king is not safe, that's kind of the name of the game. Now the best move from black, if we look at it, instead of the knight coming down here, is just to play pawn to d6. Now, we can still take this knight, get some material back, but this kind of opens up the door for the light square bishop, so from here we're going to go ahead and take. After the pawn recaptures, we're going to come down here to h3. This is just kind of one of those, hey, your opponent's playing the best moves, you just have to hope that they make a mistake. So from here we're kind of hoping for king to f6, we kind of wrap our rook over here to f1, that's kind of what we're hoping for. Now we see king to e7, then queen to g3. Hopefully they're kind of looking at this g7 square. They make a mistake and they play, pawn to g6. Then all of a sudden that's a mistake. Queen here to e5 check. We're gonna go ahead and take that rook over here on h8. As we talked about, this really requires a mistake. If we've come down this far, more than likely they kind of know what's going on. But hey, they could make a mistake later on in the game like this. The next move that you could see from here is king to f8. We're going to go ahead and just take this knight here on e5. you know, you could see a dumb move from here, knight to f6 or something. Who knows really what they're doing? Just go ahead and take the bishop. Don't get too creative or anything. But usually they're going to play the most intuitive move, and that is pawn to d6. It opens up the door for the light square bishop. It attacks the queen. It protects the bishop. This makes sense. So I'm just going to play queen here to f4 check, continue that pressure. If they play knight here to f6, then I'm going to play pawn here to d3, open up the board from light square or from a dark square bishop. I'm not gonna feel great about it though. I don't really like this position. I'm hoping that he doesn't play this. He's kind of opening up the door for all of his pieces to get involved into the action. So this is not great. Instead, let's say he doesn't play knight to f6. He plays queen to f6. Okay, also not a great spot. I'm gonna go ahead and take right here. After the knight takes, I'm gonna go ahead and play knight to c3. If we look at on board, he's got an extra minor piece. I've got 2 pawns up on material. His king is exposed. He can't castle, but I don't have a queen, so that's not as important. I'm definitely down to material, so I'm just gonna fight back here. I don't want to get too crazy with the game. Will just get away from me. So that's kind of a bad spot. Hopefully you don't see that as well. So we took a look at if you actually get into the Giuoco Piano, but sometimes your opponent may not play that. They could try something crazy. I've seen the Blackburn Schilling gambit, which is knight here to d4, and they're kind of expecting you just to play knight taking here on e5. Oh, hey, there's free material here. But it's kind of nice when they play this. They feel like they're creative, and then you just play bishop here to f7. And they're like, I don't even know what just happened. This is bad. After they take, you take with your knight right here, and then things just go very bad. They could play, you know, after the king comes back here to e8, then we come queen to h5. They have, you know, 2 options here. If they were to play queen or king to e7, then all of a sudden we see check. The king's going to come out. All of a sudden check. We kind of force them down the side of the board. More checks, and all of a sudden we have checkmate on board. The only other really option they have is if they were to play pawn to, if we come back one more, pawn to g6, and then we're going to take here on g6. They're going to take, we're going to recapture here with our king, or with our queen here on g6, and this just gets crazy. All their pawns on the king side of the board are gone. We've given up material, so we're definitely down in that department, but we're going to have a fun time chasing this king around the board. So that's definitely one option. Now if we come back here, instead of the king coming back here to e8, if you were to play king here to e6, then we could just be pretty creative. Pawn here to c3. If he wants to take, we can recapture. His king's going to be in the center of the board. Although we're down to material right now, we're controlling the center with our pawns. We're going to be chasing his king all over the board the rest of the game. So this is going to be fine as well. And that's kind of just a surprise. You don't have to play that against the, you know, the Blackburn Schilling. Some people kind of have their own flavor of how they want to attack that, but it's just nice to have kind of the Jerome Gambit in the back of your mind, knowing that hey, you can blast this off, especially if it's a blitz or a rapid game. It's just so hard for your opponent to play this. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this fun gambit. Test it out. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you're having success with it. Until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over a really cool aggressive defense from black against the Italian game that I see every now and then. The Italian game, pawn e4, pawn e5, and your opponent immediately playing a bishop here to c4. Now it's more common to first get your knights involved into the game, knight to f3, knight to c3, but bishop to c4 is pretty common, trying to control the center of the board with both the pawn and the bishop. And the Calabrese counter game is pawn to f5. Very, very aggressive move from black. So this is what we're going to be going over today. This is, in my opinion, probably going to be the most in-depth video that you'll ever find on the Calabrese counter game. So hopefully you'll learn a lot, you can try it out, and definitely get some wins under your belt against the Italian game. Now, while there are tons and tons of variations, we're going to be looking at the main ones that you may see and some of the more common moves that people play if they are white. Now, the first line that you may see is the bishop take here on g8. Now, while it's not always the most common for white to give up his light square bishop in exchange for a knight early on, he may do it for 2 reasons. One is because after black takes here on g8, black can no longer castle on the king side. Usually when you play pawn here to f5, giving up material, signifying that, hey, you're giving up material, you're going to castle on the king side, somewhat of a king's gambit as black to control this long semi-open file with your rook. Black no longer has that king side safety anymore since he can't castle, and also white can immediately bring his queen down here to h5 check and start to put a lot of pressure on black. Because this is the most common move after queen here to h5 attack, we're going to go over that line just so you can kind of see what that looks like. Black pretty much has to play pawn here to g6, stopping that queen from attacking. The queen will now come down and capture here on h7, and then the rook's going to play rook to d7. Now, it kind of looks messed up from black's point of view. It looks like he's just getting destroyed, dominated, but really, he's kind of taking this queen out of the game. And his king's pretty safe here on e8. Yes, he hasn't castled. Yes, he's probably not going to castle for a while since he still has to somehow develop the rest of his pieces on his queen side. But this queen's not really going to be doing a whole lot more harm, and white really hasn't developed any of his other pieces, doesn't really have a strong presence in the center of the board besides this e-pawn right here. And so there's a few ways that white may continue. He could play queen here to h8. He could play queen here to h6. If he decides to play queen here to h8, then black can play queen here to g5. And this is a pretty devastating move as far as white's concerned, because again, white really hasn't played too many of his pieces. Yes, he has played his queen over here, but it's just moving along this h-file. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Black, on the other hand, has a pretty aggressive setup, and this rook here and bishop actually hold a pretty strong fort and really keep white at bay. Now, the queen here on g5 is attacking this pawn here on g2, so white really needs to defend that. He could play pawn here to g3, stopping it. He could play queen here to h3, 2 different options. If he plays pawn here to g3, then black's going to take with his pawn here on e4, completely blowing up the center of the board. Black now has a huge advantage in the center. It's really tough to see how white's going to continue. He doesn't have his light square bishop to fianchetto here to g2. He can't play the natural move of knight here to f3, trying to control the center of the board. He could try something. He would really like to play pawn here to d3 with the discovered attack, but the queen could just take here on c1. That's going to be a pretty bad move. He could try the knight to c3 here, but then queen to f5 continues with the pressure. It's still going to be very, very difficult for white to really find any game because, again, black is just dominating, even though he hasn't castled. Now, instead of the queen coming here, or instead of the pawn coming to a g3, again, the other move we talked about is the queen back here to h3. Black can play a little bit more patiently. He can play knight here to c6, again, developing his pieces, trying to control the center of the board from here. If now we see knight to f3 attacking the queen can always come back here to e7. He's not in a huge rush to really attack right away. He feels pretty confident and safe if the pawn now takes here on f5, knowing that the queen is protecting it right here. Then we can play pawn pushing forward to e4, attacking this knight. The knight's forced to move. It doesn't really have any great squares. It could come to h4 if it wanted to. Again, everywhere else is pretty bad. And then we have pawn here to d5. Again, black's now controlling the center of the board. Black has his other piece now, bishop here on c8, attacking this material. Definitely going to be good for black. White could try something pretty creative. He could play knight takes here on g6 after our rook takes. Now the queen can come down to h5, pinning down the rook and this pawn, attacking as well. But the bishop can take here on f5. All of a sudden, black has complete control of the center of the board. His rook is actually nicely defended. It's going to be very difficult for this queen alone to attack the king. The king's pretty safe. He can actually castle on the queen side now if he wanted to. Black is in complete control. White hasn't moved any of his pieces back here. All the pieces that he has moved all of a sudden are no longer on the board, and white's going to have some sort of game plan to get back in this because black in this particular case is dominating. Now, instead of the queen coming to h8, he doesn't have to play that. He could play queen here to h6, trying to maintain some of that pressure over here, also allowing him to come back if he ever does need to retreat. Black can just continue trying to control the center of the board with knight here to c6, and this can be pretty devastating because it allows him to play this knight to d4, which can be pretty devastating. You may see your opponent play knight to c3, trying to develop some of his pieces on the board. This is going to be completely fine because now knight to d4 is that dagger, attacking the square here on c2, forking the king and the rook. White's really going to have a difficult time to deal with that. Instead, you could see knight here to f3. This is even worse for white because after the pawn takes, forcing this knight to move. Next move from black is to bring his knight here to d4, now attacking the square here on c2 as well, so that's going to be bad as well. White could try to be super aggressive and play pawn here to d4, attacking the center, opening up the door for his bishop to come to g5, attacking the queen. This can be pretty troublesome, but black can continue with the same game plan of being aggressive, play pawn here to d5, trying to break up the center of the board. After bishop to g5, attacking the queen here on d8. Queen here to d6 is completely safe. It's also defending the square here on g6, allows his queen to come outside the pawn chain and start to attack if he wants to. There's just not a lot of great squares that white can really find here. He could, if he takes with his pawn here, he may not know how to take in this particular case, so there's so many variations. After the pawn takes, knight takes on d4. Black has a huge advantage right here. This knight's really tough to deal with. If instead we see pawn take here on e5, then we can have the queen come here to b4, attacking this pawn here on d2 and check. This is very bad for white as well. Or we could even see just the pawn take here on f5. And then the knight takes here on d4, still attacking this as well. So many different ways for white to just fall into traps because he just doesn't know how to attack. Now, from an actual game, which was pretty interesting, is after the knight came here to c3, white tried to play a little bit more passive. He played pawn here to d3, and then we have pawn here to d5, trying to break up the center. Then the queen came back here to e3, trying to get his queen back involved into the game. Back on h6, it's just not doing a whole heck of a lot of anything. Now the knight came here to d4, again attacking the square here on c2. White did somewhat lose a move because he played queen here to e3. Now all of a sudden he has to move it to defend the square here on c2. So he brought his queen back here to d2, and then pawn takes. This opens up this file right here, so black decides to go ahead and swing his rook over here to d7, recognizing that once this knight moves, he'll have a discovered attack on this queen. So if he were to play knight here to f3, check, and allowing him to attack this queen right here. The queen's going to move out of the way, queen to c3, trying to control the center of the board, but still get out of the way. But then black was able to find bishop here to b4, pinning down the queen. The queen is forced to do something. He decides to take, and then knight taking here on c2, forking this queen. White was forced to resign. All that to say, your opponent might not play exactly like that, but the point of the Calabrese counter game is to put your opponent in a ton of really, really difficult positions, and there's so many different ways that he can fall into a trap or fall behind or even lose the game very quickly. I really, really like all the attacking lines that black has in this opening. Now, we spent a lot of time so far looking at what happens if the bishop takes the knight here on g8. There's a very real possibility your opponent may not do that. One thing he may do is decide to go ahead and take this pawn here on f5. That's going to be fine. Black's going to continue with knight here to f6. Very similar to kind of if you play the king's gambit for white's kind of on the reverse side right here. Later, black will look to push forward with his pawn, control the center of the board, and open up the board for his light square bishop to retake this pawn here on f5. Now, as far as what white could do, one of the moves would be knight to f3. Then we could see pushing forward with pawn here to d5, attacking this bishop. If, in case our opponent plays bishop here to b5, threatening, checking our king right here on e8, pawn to c6, the bishop comes back here to a4. Very important to note, if you see this in this particular case, you've already stretched forward, you're a little thin on the king side as far as defense. Do not play pawn here to b5. I think this is a critical mistake. After bishop here to b3, white can just really let black overextend himself. These pawns right here are going to be very difficult for black to really control all of them. There's so much air right now to go ahead and get underneath here and attack this king. I really just don't like this setup for black. Instead, once this bishop come back here, that's going to be fine. Black can push forward with pawn here to e4. He really has this long, very structured pawn structure. It's all pointing at the king side, so more than likely the attack's going to be going at the king side of white. But this is a much better setup for black. Now, if the queen were to come to e2 so that this pawn couldn't be captured, or this knight couldn't be captured by the pawn, then bishop takes here on f5, recapturing. Now both sides are equal in material, but all of a sudden black is completely dominating the center of the board. This is definitely going to be a much better setup for black. If instead the queen, now the knight comes here to e5, trying to be a little bit more aggressive than bringing his queen out right away, then bishop here to d6, attacking this knight. The knight could try to get somewhat creative, playing knight here to g4, knowing that his queen's protecting it, but after knight takes and the queen captures, black can castle on the king side. All of a sudden he has his bishop and his rook attacking this square right here. This rook is controlling the semi-open file. Black has a huge advantage. He's completely dominating the center of the board. His bishop pair are completely dominating. White really doesn't have any of his pieces developed besides his bishop over here on a4, but even if his bishop comes to b3, he's not going to have any sort of attack. So this is definitely going to be very, very good for black. Another thing that you could see instead of the knight coming here to g4 is pawn to d4, trying to solidify this. Black has a few options. My recommendation is not to take with en passant right here. I just don't think it's very good, and I can come back here. This kind of opens up this file right here for white to attack, and it kind of messed up some of the center control that black had with his central square pawn of e4. Instead, black can continue controlling the center with his pawns and play knight here to d7. This is going to be completely fine, now sort of forcing the hand of white to do something on the board. This is going to be good for black as well. If we back up a few moves after knight to f6, instead of playing this knight here to f3, another move that we could see is pawn here to d4, striking the center of the board. We're just going to go ahead and take that material. That's going to be completely okay with us. Now, if our opponent takes with queen to d4, we're now going to just push forward with pawn here to d5, forcing this bishop to move. That's going to be fine. We can now get our dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. We're now opening up the door with the discovered attack with our bishop here on f5. So a lot of different options for black in this particular case. Now, if the queen doesn't take, because he doesn't have to, we can play queen here to e2, forcing our move. This is going to be good for us because we're trying to develop our bishop's castle on the king side, so this is going to be fine. Knight here to f3. We could first push forward with pawn here to d5, threatening for this bishop to move first, and then castle on the king side. That's going to be fine for black as well. Now, if we come back to the beginning of the Italian attack and then we play this pawn here to f5, you could see an aggressive queen here to h5 from whites. Now, usually you don't want to bring your queen involved into the action unless you have a real strong reason to. It's just going to be very, very easy for black to stop this pawn here to g6, force it right away. The queen can't take the materials, kind of forced to go back. Really doesn't want to play queen here to e2 or d1. I mean, I guess he could, but it's just not, it's kind of a wasted move. He could try queen here to f3 to try to be somewhat aggressive, control the center of the board, but this just kind of blocks off some of his development. Knight to f3 can no longer come into the game. This is just not as good as it could potentially be. Knight to f6, continuing the same development for black as he wants to. Knight here to c3 because his knight can't come into the action. Knight here to c6, also threatening this knight here to d4 next. So a lot of different ways for black to attack this. I wouldn't be worried too much if the queen ever came down here to h5 because he just doesn't have a strong attack. The next option that you may see is pawn here to d4, striking the center of the board, putting us to the test. It's very important to understand how you should capture. In this particular case, you need to capture with your e-pawn, just like this. Now, there's a few ways for white to respond now. He could take our f-pawn. That's going to be fine. We're going to play knight here to f6, kind of forcing our opponent's hand. Now he has a few options. He could play knight to f3, attacking this. We're going to play pawn here to d5. Really, it doesn't matter what he plays. He could take with his queen. We're playing this pawn here to d5, getting ready to get our bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side. Same game plan that we've seen before. If instead of taking, he could play knight to f3 right away, attacking this, but this is going to be a lot worse just because the pawn can take, forcing the knight to move. If he does take now, that's not going to be the worst thing. Knight takes here on d4, knight to f6, defending the square right here. Now if we see knight to c3, very interesting move to attack the square. Now black really needs to play pawn here to c6, getting ready to set up with pawn here to d5. He wants to play pawn here to d5 right away, but he just doesn't have the material to kind of hold down the fort. So first pawn here to c6, and then push forward with pawn here to d5 is definitely a way for black to continue. Now it does have the other option I have seen. After the pawn takes, the bishop can now come to g8. He may not want to do it early on, but may decide to do it now. Black is forced to play this rook takes here. You could now have the queen come into the action, trying to control the center of the board. Knight to c6, attacking, forcing this queen to move somewhere. There's no great squares for this queen to go to. Obviously, major mistakes would be queen here to c3, because bishop here to b4, pinning it down, the queen's going to fall. That, we obviously know, is going to be very, very bad. We could see queen here to c4, trying to control the center of the board, still attacking this rook right here on g8, but just pawn to d5 kind of stops it. Yes, our opponent can just play pawn here to d5, but black has a nice little subtle move of knight here to b5. This not only opens up the door, but also, we have this bishop here defending it, and now we have the two attackers that we want on this square right here. White can't try something funny, like a knight to c3, because then we can easily just come in and fork this rook over here. So pretty nice move from black if it comes to that. Another move that you may see is pawn here to d3. Pretty passive way to do it. Sometimes players play pretty passively if they don't know what you're doing. They just don't want to fall in any traps. But black's going to continue with knight to f6, control the center of the board, develop his pieces. Knight here to f3, knight c6, castle, and then bishop here to c5. This is a pretty natural way. Next could be pawn here to d6 if we want to, opening up the door. We can castle on the queen side, we can castle on the king side. So we still have some options depending on where our opponents go and how we want to control the center of the board. Now if we come back, another move that you may see is knight to c3, attacking. This is probably one of the safer options for white. I really hope my opponent doesn't play this because I want it to get pretty crazy on the board, just because I like wild and crazy tactics. So knight to f3 going to be the same. More than likely, if he's playing the safe option of knight to c3, he's probably going to continue with d3. We have knight to c6, knight f3, some of the similar stuff we saw before. We could take now if we wanted to. After it takes, bishop here to c5. We could even play bishop here to b4, pinning down this knight because we have that option now. So a few different ways to attack this. Another option that you could see, we're not going to go over too much about it just because it is a different opening, is knight here to f3. This gets into the Latvia gambit, which is a different opening, one of my favorite openings, but now black's just going to take with his pawn here on e4. If you want to go further down this rabbit trail, it usually starts out, instead of the bishop coming here to c4 first, it's instead the knight's coming here to f3 and then pawn here to f5, but it usually has bishop here to c4 after that. This is the Latvian gambit, so again, we're not going to do a video on this, but just in case you see this and you want to learn about how that variation works out, you can definitely watch the video that I made on the Latvian gambit. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this rather in-depth video on the Calabrese counter gambit. I think it's one of the more comprehensive videos or even study guides out there on the counter gambit. I've used it a lot and I really like it, so hopefully you learn something. You can try it out if your opponent ever does play the Italian game. But thanks for watching. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you on the next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over a pretty cool opening. It's the Colorado Gambit. It rises from the Nimzowitsch defense. If you're not too familiar with that, that is pawn to e4, and knight c6, and then knight to f3. Now, more common for white to play pawn to d4, but knight to f3 is probably second to that. Now, the Colorado Gambit is pawn to f5. Anytime I talk about any sort of opening, or specifically a gambit, I like to talk about the soundness of this. This is a pretty good gambit. All things considered, I like to play this myself. I wouldn't necessarily take this into a tournament if I was really prepping. Playing a lot of opponents, especially with, maybe 2 hours on a match or so, you have tons of time to think. This is more of kind of a surprise tactic if you're playing maybe a 15-minute, 30-minute game against an opponent. This is going to be pretty good for that, especially if you're getting into maybe a blitz or bullet type of chess game. It's definitely good for that. It can put your opponent in a lot of tough situations, but anytime you are playing a gambit, in particular playing, even for white or for black, playing a pawn on the f-file, it is going to be somewhat tricky. It's definitely not as sound as some of the other openings out there. So don't take this to your local tournament and say that Kevin said this is the all-time greatest opening, but it is extremely fun, and you get to play it quite a bit. This is fairly common for white to play pawn e4, knight to f3, so check it out. Let me know what you guys think. We're first going to start looking at some of the lines where white does not take the pawn here, and some of them start with pawn to e5, just pushing forward, still has control of the center of the board. His knight on f3 is still protecting this, and then we're going to play pawn to d6. Now there's a few options that white has here. He could take with this pawn, that's fairly common. Also fairly common is just play bishop here to b5. Now once we see this, we're going to take with our pawn here. And then usually knight takes here on e5, and then queen down here to d5. This is attacking both of these pieces, and white can kind of take with either piece if he wants to. If he takes with his knight here on c6, then we have kind of two options. We can take with our pawn here, or we can just go absolutely crazy, and we're going to say queen takes here on g2. Just a heads up, in this video, there's going to be lots of variations that we're going to look at, some of which may be just a little more sound. I'm going to be going over the crazier options. If you're going to play gambit, specifically the Colorado gambit, you're looking for some crazy, and that's exactly what kind of queen here to g2 is. It's still very, very solid. This knight still has to get out of the way. All of a sudden, you're attacking the rook here on h1, so this is still very good, but just kind of keep that in mind as we're going over some of these variations. Now, even from here, we can see knight takes on a7. We can see c6 attacking the bishop. All of a sudden, rook to f1, since that's being attacked. The rook can now take here on a7. The bishop's going to have to move back here. Black is actually winning in this position, so that's definitely going to be very good. If we come back and say, okay, what if the knight doesn't take there on a7? Could try something with queen to h5, but then pawn g6. Then we can see knight back here, e5, that's check, but then pawn to c6. All of a sudden, black is just in a really good spot, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop, attacking the rook. It's just kind of all over the place. White's not going to be able to castle any side very safely at all. All this is going to be very, very good. Now, if we come back, even in this spot and say, queen to g2, and then maybe knight to e5. Discovered attack on the king, and so we kind of have to deal with this knight, or kind of this bishop attacking. Okay, from here, this is completely fine. We play pawn here to c6, and then maybe the bishop takes, the pawn takes. This is still going to be good. The queen is attacking both the rook, or defending the square here on c6. So all in all, this is going to be very, very good for black. Now we come back a few moves and say,
even in this particular spot, maybe the knight's not going to take, but maybe the queen automatically comes into the red zone here. Queen to h5 check. Then it gets pretty crazy. So we could see pawn to g6. We could see the knight taking here on g6. And this is a common theme you'll see throughout a lot of these variations is the knight can always come taking on g6 because if the pawn takes, all of a sudden the rook is now going to fall here on h8. There's not a lot of protection from this king, so a lot of times that is pretty scary. But we are kind of going to go for the crazy in most of these situations. So after the pawn takes here on g6, which is what I would recommend, and the queen takes here on h8, that's fine. Queen comes down here to g2, rook f1, and then knight f6. And this does get pretty crazy, but as you can see, that's going to be okay. White does not have good protection for his king. It's going to be very difficult for him to get all of his pieces on the queen side involved into the game. His queen, although it is very aggressive, it doesn't have any other pieces actually helping it out in the attack. So all in all, this is going to be a good attack for black. Now, if we come back, we kind of looked at what happens if the knight takes. We also kind of looked at what happens if the queen gets involved. You can also take with the bishop. So bishop here on c6. We see pawn taking on c6. The knight's not going to take now. It's probably better if the knight comes back here to f3. This is more sound, but sometimes players like to be more aggressive. They could see, knight here on e5. I could play queen here to h5. This looks pretty good right here, but after queen to h5, now pawn to g6, it gets a little crazy because if we see knight to g6, now knight to f6, and this is where it gets pretty chaotic. This is a much different situation than earlier if you kind of want to go back into it. Now white's in a really, really bad spot. Black is going to win this game more than likely. Hopefully they've watched this video and they know how to kind of approach this, but there's a lot of ways that black can just dominate. It all depends on kind of where white goes from here. We can already see if the queen is not moved, the queen is going to fall here on h5. So we can see first, queen here to g5. The pawn's going to take here on g6. If the queen takes, hey, sure, that's completely fine. Check. King here to d8, and that's fine. Material, all of a sudden, black is up that minor piece. This one queen is involved, but he can't really do anything. All the other pieces are protected for black. And yes, it is a little bit chaotic, but if you look from white, he has no other pieces really involved in the action. Black is completely dominating the center of the board. All of his pieces can really dominate. These rooks can get, semi-open file here, already semi-open file here on the h file. So all in all, this is going to be extremely, extremely good in-game for black. Now, if we come back and say, instead of queen to a g5, what about queen to h4? Okay, well, now we can just take here on g2. This threatens both the rook here on h1, also the knight here on g6. Now, there's a few options. White could say, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take here on h8. Okay, perfect. We're going to go and take on h1, then king to e2, and then we have a few options. We could probably play the safer route of just bishop to a6, d3 kind of stopping that, queen over here to c1, just gobbling up material. Black is just in an absolute dominating position right here, just so many active pieces, and just doesn't have anything that he can really attack his opponent. Or if you wanted to, you could try to get a little bit more creative. After king to e2, you could play pawn to f4, just kind of stopping a lot of what your opponent's trying to do, but really opens up the door for the bishop to come here to g4. This bishop is being defended by the knight on f6, so this is really good. This queen's still attacking the bishop, so if maybe white wanted to play knight here to c3 to kind of open up for the rook to kind of defend this bishop here on c1, then black has the very powerful bishop to g4. White has the option. He can either lose his queen and just play queen takes here on g4, or he can avoid that, but then it's going to be a checkmate from here. So the variation could continue from here. We can see king to d3, queen to f1, king up here to d4. Most of these are force moves. Castle on the queen side, check. King up here to e5, queen here to e1. This is a pretty intense mate, but it is good if you ever actually get to do it in a game. Queen up here to e2, capture. And then knight here was just to draw the game out as much as possible. Could have lost earlier if wanted to. Now rook down here to d4, king at g3, and then queen here to f3. So all in all, checkmate. But that's only if you just want to get really, really tricky and play that pawn to f4. I think it's just easier just to play bishop here to a6. So that's going to be completely fine. Now that is if your opponent takes here on h8. But if he just plays rook to f1, that's going to be completely fine as well, because you just come up here to g6, take that material, you're up that minor piece. Your opponent does not have a protected king. All in all, this is going to be very, very good. So that's what happens if the queen comes here to h4. If it comes back here to h3, okay, well, this is a pretty easy game here. Pawn takes on a g6. If your opponent now wants to take on h8, that's fine. Queen takes on g2. Rook here to f1, and then knight down here to g4, getting ready to get more involved into the attack. Knight takes here on g2, or h2 if he wants to. More attacks over here in the center of the board. Can always get bishop involved to a6 if he wants to. So all in all, going to be a very, very good game from black. Now, if we come back a little bit further, another option that he has is queen to e2. Okay, that's another option that he has. From now, we're going to play queen takes on g2, rook over here f1, and then just pawn takes here on g6. So some of the variations that you could see if your opponent tried to play that tricky queen over here to h5. The next variations we're going to look at involve the pawn taking here on d6. Now, I've seen a couple people say that you should take with your pawn here from e7. Other people say you can take from your pawn here from c7. I think both of those are bad, just from exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to be super, super aggressive. I don't think those accomplish really what you're trying to do. You're trying to be super aggressive. So I recommend pawn to e5. Just blast in the center of the board. And sometimes your opponent will just try to gobble up more and more material on board. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me how much material I give up on board. I'm just trying to have the most aggressive attack possible when I play the Colorado game. So if they play this pawn takes on c7, hey, fantastic. Queen here to c7. I control the center of the board, which you usually don't get to say when your opponent plays pawn e4. You have a very active board. Your light square bishop can get involved into the game. Your dark square bishop can get involved into the game. Your knight's already controlling the center of the board with these two pawns. All in all, this is going to be pretty good. Now, your opponent from here has a few options. You may see pawn to d4, trying to break up the center. Okay, pawn to e4. And this is something you'll kind of see anytime you have a pawn here on f5 and pawn to e4. You're kind of almost looking to push this pawn here to e4. Now, it gets kind of tricky because this somewhat looks like an outpost, but if we see knight to e5, we could just see an exchange on board, but after the queen takes on e5, this is going to just be much better for black. Both sides are equal in material, but black is just dominating the center of the board. White hasn't moved any of his pieces on the board, so that's not going to be good for white at all. Now, we could see a knight over here to g5, then just knight to f6. That's going to be completely fine on board. Another thing you could see is knight to c3. Okay, that's fine. We're just still going to push forward with pawn to e4, and same logic. Knight here to g5, knight f6, and this is going to be completely fine. What if instead we see bishop here to c4? You probably guessed it, pawn here to e4, that's going to be fine. And then if we see something, okay, pawn to e4, he's going to analyze this and plays pawn to d3. Okay, we'll try something else. Bishop here to c5, getting more pieces involved into the game, just putting more pressure on our opponents. All of a sudden, our opponent tried to be pretty aggressive with pawn to e4 starting the game, and all of a sudden, black is just dominating the center of the board. So all in all, this is going to be a fairly, fairly good game for black. Now we'll go ahead and take a look at some of the other options as far as moving the pawn up here to e5. Some of them include knight to c3. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and take this material here on e4. That's fine. Now the knight could take. We're going to play pawn down here to d5, trying to control the center of the board, open up the door for some of our bishops to get involved into the game. Depending on where opponents go, knight to c3 is probably bad. Just moving it back. That seems kind of odd. We'll just push forward with pawn to d4. If he plays kind of the more logical knight over here to g3, okay, that's fine. Just push forward with pawn to e5, controlling the center of the board, opening up for both of our bishops to get involved into the game. Maybe now bishop to b5. Now bishop over here to g4. Hey, this is going to play pretty well for black. Very, very aggressive, knowing that there's a semi-open file for, black over here. So you may want to look to castle on the king side, have this rook control the semi-open f file. That's definitely an option on board. Now, if you see anything else in the game, don't try to overthink it. If your opponent plays bishop here to c4 just because he doesn't know what you're up to and he really likes to get his bishop here to c4 to try to attack this square here on f7 that's right now not defended at all, don't overthink it. Just take here on e4. Put your opponent in a lot of pressure right here. This is going to be completely fine. You can also see some pretty boring ways that white could defend this. So pawn to d3, it's very passive. There's no way with this kind of strong defense to do anything too crazy. From this position, I usually just try to be as aggressive as possible. So pawn to e5, now if you were to take our pawn, that's fine. Pawn to d5, opening up the door for our light square bishop to take this material back, control the center of the board, that's fine. But all in all, white could just not take this, even play bishop here to e2, castle on the king side. They could just decide, I don't know what is going on, so I'm just going to hunker down here and try not to make any mistakes. You definitely could see that. The last variations we're going to go over is what happens if the pawn takes the gambit here on f5. Now, generally, if there's a gambit, you almost kind of want your opponent to take that gambit. In the Colorado gambit, I actually don't want my opponent to take the gambit. I feel like they're in a stronger position when they take that pawn there on f5 than when they're not. But all in all, you still need to be aware of what happens if your opponent does take that. Now we're going to start with pawn to d5. So that's kind of the easy point, and then it comes down to what our opponent does. Now, probably the strongest move for white is that he plays bishop here to b5. And this is one of those where if I walked into a tournament and the game started like this, I would kind of second guess myself as far as why I actually, play the Colorado gambit. My opponent's playing perfectly here. It kind of puts me in a tough spot. Now, you're not at a loss by any means. You still have a good game that you can play from here, but it's definitely not as good as some of the other variations we've looked at in this video so far. From here, you're just going to continue to take. So bishop here on f5, taking that material. Then we see knight to e5. So we've kind of seen this before, but now it kind of puts us in a bind. Bishop now needs to come back here to d7 because you're just in a tough spot. Now, if the bishop takes, we see bishop take. That's fine. We could see the knight take and then the pawn recaptured. That's fine. Or if we just see castle on the king side, knight to f6, we just develop like a normal game right here. This is going to be completely fine. Now, if instead of the bishop taking, we could now see the queen come into the game. So queen to h5, pawn to g6, knight takes. We're just going to now see knight to f6, kind of as we've seen before. Now, if the queen does not come to h4 in this particular spot, because it's a little bit different. The queen can't come here to h3 because the bishop's now here, the light square bishop. So he almost has to come to h4, or it's going to be kind of a lost game. And we're going to continue with our game plan we've done before. We're going to go ahead and take here. And then if he decides to go ahead and take, hey, that's completely fine. We're just now going to play knight to b4. And this is threatening the fork here on c2. So if the bishop comes back to protect that, we're just going to go ahead and take that. And then bishop here to f5, attacking this pawn. Now, if you look at this and say, hey, this is just complete chaos. I usually like a more, structured game. Colorado game is probably not for you. Anytime my opponent kind of starts out with taking that pawn and then playing the bishop up here to b5, if I can get to this chaos position, which I really like, I feel this is almost kind of a win for me, because that's kind of where I want to be. So we come back instead of that knight to e5 early on, just from right here. So y'all kind of see this. You can also play a little bit more normal. Could play castle on the king side. This is fine. Pawn to e6, just opening up the door for the dark square bishop to get involved. I usually like to get my light square bishop out before I play this pawn to e6, so that it doesn't block it off. That's just in general terms. I like to do that as well. So this is going to be fine. The queen can get involved into the game. Black still controls the center of the board a little bit with his pawns here. So this is going to be a good game for black. Now, another move you may see from white is pawn to d4. We're going to continue with the same game plan. Bishop takes here on f5, get that material back. Now, if we see bishop here to b5, it's a little bit different before. We don't have to panic quite as much. Even if the knight comes up here to e5, that's going to be completely fine because white kind of lost a move here with pawn to d4. Now, probably a very good position for white just holistically, but he did lose a little bit. So now we can play pawn to e6 and not worry. Now, if knight comes to e5, we don't have to panic as much. We don't have to, worry about any shenanigans. Instead, we can play bishop here to e6. And this is not bad at all. Now, if we see knight here to c6, we can just see queen here to d7. We're not as big of a threat at all. Now we're kind of threatening the pawn taking here. Just keep in mind if you do see any craziness, maybe knight takes here on a7, go ahead and take or play pawn to c6 just to make sure. Now he's almost kind of forced to kind of come back here, take with his knights. We are attacking both the bishop and the knights here on a7. So if you do see that, do just keep that in mind. Instead of bishop even coming up here, if we come back here, instead of bishop coming up here to b5, another move that we could see is knight to c3. From here, same kind of game plan, pawn to e6, and then just kind of call it a day. Now, another thing we could see is instead of playing pawn up here to d4, our opponent could try to hold on to this pawn here on f5. You don't see it too often, but there's two ways that you could see that kind of approach. The first one is bishop here to d3. This does block off his pawn here on d2, which I don't really like myself. I think this is a poor move from white, but you could see it. From here, we're going to just start to attack more of this pawn here on f5 by playing knight to h6. Now, if his opponent tries something crazy, maybe knight to h4, then we're going to play pawn to e5. Opens up the door for our light square bishop to attack. He's really not going to take here en passant because then his knight's just going to fall. So that's going to be a mistake here. If he tries to get too crazy, maybe queen here to h5, because some players, anytime this square here on f7 is not occupied, they're always looking for the queen to come over here to h5. This is going to be fine, but you do need to bring your knight back here to f7, and then maybe, the bishop comes over here to b5, pawn here to g6, and then after the exchange on board, then you're going to have the queen come back here. So maybe queen comes back here to g4. Now the pawn takes, and the knight can't take here on f5. This is a really good spot for black if you kind of look at it. Yes, he's not going to be able to castle. That's going to be completely okay. But he completely controls the center of the board. Now, if you kind of look at the knight and the queen, there's two pieces both attacking the square here on f5. But knight to f5, that would lose. Queen to f6, this is pretty much just all bad for white. The knight can't move. It's kind of pinned down. The queen would lose. But then all of a sudden, the bishop's going to be taking here on f5. So that's definitely going to be bad. If instead, sometimes white will say, okay, I'm just going to concede that pawn there on f5, which he probably should do. So maybe the king castles over here. That's going to be fine. Now we can just go ahead and take our bishop or take the pawn here with our bishop as we thought. And then if you want to take our bishop, that's fine. We'll just recapture with our knight. Now the other option that you may see, also very uncommon, is for the pawn to come up here to g4 to hold on to it. There's a few ways to kind of attack this, but I usually play pawn to h5 just because I think the player that's going to be playing pawn to g4 is probably not a good player. And they're probably the same type of player that's going to just continue trying to control it with pawn to h3. This is kind of in that blitz or bullet game, or maybe you're just playing a subpar player that makes a lot of mistakes. You want to know how to really just capitalize on those. Playing something like pawn here to h5. You're already the aggressive player. If they play this, okay, pawn to g4. They can't recapture because you can just come down and take their rook here on h1, but you're also threatening this knight here on f3. The knight doesn't have a lot of good moves, but it comes up here to g5. Then all of a sudden the bishop takes on f5 as we kind of wanted it to. We're controlling the center of the board. This knight's kind of in no man's land. Later on, we can look to play pawn to e5, just completely controlling the center of the board. So all in all, this is going to be pretty good game for black. So this is the Colorado Gambit. You have a lot of opportunities to play this. So check it out. Let me know what you guys think. Try to make a pretty in-depth video. We couldn't go over all the possible lines in this, but hopefully this gave you a good idea of some of the main concepts that you need to think about when your opponent's playing in different places. If you have other ideas for openings or variations of other openings that you'd like me to take a look at, do a video on, please leave a comment, or you can also email me. That's probably even the best way. It's thechesswebsite@gmail.com. So make sure you send that feedback to me. But thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and let me know how you do with the Colorado Gambit.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at a nice little gambit called the Smith-Morr Gambit. And if you're not too familiar with it, it's a gambit from white against the black defense, the Sicilian defense. And if you've played chess for any amount of time and you play e4 like I do, you run into the Sicilian quite a bit. And if you're like me, playing the Sicilian is pretty frustrating. I actually prefer a move like e4 or even the French defense e6. I really don't like playing the Sicilian defense. And so I started playing the Smith-Morr Gambit quite frequently now because I feel like it gives white a lot of aggressive lines to play, and at the same time it's going to take black completely out of any Sicilian defense lines that they've thought about trying against you. So let's go ahead and start out. It starts out with e4 from white, and black responds c5, and this is the Sicilian defense. And from here, white's going to play d4, and after black captures on d4, white's now going to offer up another pawn on c3. And after black captures on c3, then white's going to recapture with his knight on c3. As you can see here, this is the Smith-Morr Gambit. We've given up 2 pawns, and black's given up 1 pawn. But as you can see, we already have center control with our pawn. At the same time, we have a nice knight on c3 developed, and it has nice central control. Now from here, I just want to go over some of the main themes in the Smith-Morr Gambit. We're eventually going to want to bring our bishop to this c4 square, and we're going to want to attack this f7 square. This is a huge weakness for black anytime in an opening, and we want to go ahead and attack that as soon as possible. At the same time, we want to bring our knight to f3, and then we want to castle kingside. At the same time, we want to move our queen. A lot of times we'll move our queen after our bishop, our light square bishop comes out, and we want to control the c file and the d file with our rooks. Anytime you have a half-open file, a semi-open file, or a full-open file, the c file is a full-open file, or a semi-open file on the d file, you want to control those with your rooks. So we'd really like to bring our a rook to the c file, bring our h rook to the d file once we castle and get our pieces all developed, and from there we're going to have a very aggressive game. The entire game, black's going to be behind in development, and so anytime you play a gambit, you're always going to want to be aggressive. So if you're not a very aggressive player by nature, I don't recommend this at all. But if you are a very aggressive player, and you don't like playing against the Sicilian and the main Sicilian lines, I highly recommend you give this a try. So I'm going to go over 2 of the main lines that you may see in the Smith-Morr Gambit, and I'm going to go over a few other variations that you may see, or that you can do if you're feeling very, very aggressive, and you just want to try out some different stuff. So from here, you may see the knight to c6 from black, simple development move, and from here we're going to bring our knight to f3, and then the pawn is going to come to d6, and white's going to bring his bishop to c4. Again, remember we want to develop our light square bishop, at the same time we want to castle kingside and attack this f7 pawn. So from here, black's going to play e6, trying to defend indirectly this pawn on f7 so that we can attack it with our bishop right away. And from here, we're going to castle kingside, get our rook into the action, like eventually to bring it to this d file if we can. And black's going to develop his knight to f6. We're going to bring our queen to e2 since our bishop has been developed to c4. And black's going to play his bishop to e7 so that he can castle kingside eventually. We're going to bring our rook to d1, getting ready for the battle. From here, black's going to continue up the middle, try to block off some of our path with pawn to e5. And from here, we can do a few things. We can develop our dark square bishop and then bring our rook into the action, or we can start an attack on the black king already. It's really up to you. Anytime you're playing an aggressive opening like the Smith-Morr Gambit, you can really attack when you start getting your pieces into the mix. So that's one defense you may see. Another defense you may see is called the Chicago defense. The Chicago defense is a defense I've come across quite a few times playing the Smith-Morr Gambit. And black first plays pawn to e6, and he does this because he knows we eventually want to bring our bishop to c4, and he wants to right away say that, hey, I'm going to protect this pawn on f7. A lot of times players playing black will try to wait, but in the Chicago defense, black right away tries to say, hey, I'm going to protect this by playing pawn to e6. So from here, white can just continue with bishop to c4, still attacking this long diagonal. And from here, black's going to play a6 with intention to bring his pawn down to b5, attacking our bishop on c4. From here, we're going to continue development of our knight to f3, and black's going to continue with his plan with pawn to b5, attacking our bishop. We're just going to bring it back to b3. And then black's going to play his pawn to d6, and we're going to castle kingside. And if you look at the Chicago defense, which is very popular in the Smith-Morr Gambit, as you can see here, we have 3 of our minor pieces developed. We have a nice little pawn on e4, and we have castle on the king side. And black has 4 of his pawns moved, but he has none of his pieces moved. A lot of times when players play against the Smith-Morr Gambit, it's a very passive defense that they try, and it just really doesn't work. There's so many aggressive lines that white has that he can be creative with. I feel it's really hard for black to always prepare against all the attacks that white has in the Smith-Morr Gambit. So that's the Chicago defense. If you're playing the Smith-Morr Gambit and you want to play even more aggressive, then you have an additional option. In the Smith-Morr Gambit, after d4 and he takes again on c3, you can now bring your bishop to c4 right away. And if you played a lot of the Danish Gambit before, it kind of has those same kind of lines that we talked about in the Danish Gambit. But from here, after he takes on b2, then we can take with our bishop on b2. And as you can see here, now we're down 2 pawns, an additional pawn over the Smith-Morr Gambit main line. But from here, we have a lot of attacking lines. We can bring our queen into the action to support either of these bishops. At the same time, we can castle kingside fairly soon, and we have a lot of attacking lines. Yes, we are down 2 pawns, but all our bishops are aimed right at the black king. And black's going to have a really hard time trying to defend this. Now, if you play correctly, yes, you are down 2 pawns, so it's going to be not the easiest game, especially if you're playing someone really good. But at the same time, black's really going to have to play really well to defend against all your attacks. But at the same time, he does not have to accept the gambit. So if he plays c5 and then he takes on d4, and then we offer up the extra pawn, he can play one of 2 things. Sometimes you may see knight to f6, and then from here we can play pawn e5 attacking, and then if he comes to d5, then we can recapture. And that's one thing you'll see. Or another thing you may see is after we play c3, he may play d3, and then we take back with our queen. And either way, if he does decline in the Smith-Morr Gambit, he's going to be completely out of his Sicilian defense lines that he's used to playing. So if you hate playing against the Sicilian defense, or you just want to add another gambit to your repertoire if you're a very aggressive player, I definitely recommend the Smith-Morr Gambit. I've had a lot of success with it, and I'd definitely like to hear how it works for you guys. So I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over an extended line in the Caro-Kann, and it's the fantasy variation. So it starts out with pawn e4, c6, pawn here to d4, and then pawn d5. This is the Caro-Kann, and the fantasy variation that we're going to be going over is pawn here to f3. It's pretty exciting. It does have, weakness for white along this g1 here to a7. So the dark square bishop for black could definitely be a factor. Dark square bishop would like to be here on, let's say c5 or b6 and kind of hone down on that weakness for white. So white definitely has to, keep in mind that that's there. Also, is blocking off this knight here to f3. So if this pawn would move away, that would be fantastic for white. Or you could always play something like knight here to e2, or even a knight here to h3, and then move it back here to f2 and try to help control this pawn here on e4. But a lot of different variations that black can kind of go into. You can always play the solid pawn here to e6. Looking forward to later on playing pawn here to g6, being kind of on the king side. Maybe later on play something like pawn here to c5, trying to stretch the queen side and kind of attack those dark squares. So after the trade-off, the queen or the bishop can come down here to c5, as we talked about. Really attack that weakness that white has right here. You also may see black just take right here on e4. This is pretty common. White has 2 responses. You can always take back with his pawn. You can always play something like knight here to c3. So we're going to in this video kind of talk about some of the main lines that you'll see, some of the key concepts, and really how to attack against the Caro-Kann with the fantasy variation. And the first line we are going to talk about is when d captures here on e4. Now, as we just discussed, white has 2 different options. The first one we're going to go over is if the pawn takes here
here on e4. This is probably the most common that you should play. It's a little more solid, and black has a lot of different ways to fall into many different traps. So if we're kind of going off of a recommended, I think this plays very well. It also allows you to play knight here to f3 later on, not worrying about this, pawn on f3 staying there. As we'll talk to you later on, you always could play knight to c3, hoping that they play kind of this pawn to f3, and then, if you do end up with, knight here to f3, this is fine. But a lot of times after, this move, your opponent doesn't end up taking here on f3. So always solid if white just takes here on e4. Black really has limited number of moves that he can do here. We're going to kind of go over some of the most common ones. He really should play something like pawn here to e5, striking the center of the board. White can't just capture here on e5, and white's not really too concerned about the queen coming down here to d1, and then black recapturing because after the queen comes off the board, white's not too worried about his king not being able to castle. What white's more concerned about is the queen coming here to h4 checking, and then this is just a whole lot of bad news. Doesn't really matter if the pawn comes here to g3 to stop it, or if the king comes up and moves e2 or even d2, the queen can just come here to e4, and that's definitely going to be bad news for white. So instead, white cannot recapture. Instead, white's going to play right here on f3. Again, he really wants to get his knight involved into the game. Great square for that. Now he can get his light square bishop. He can castle on the king side. He has the semi-open file for his rook once he can get it here to f1. So this knight move on f3 is really the only option. It gives white so many different lines that he can attack with. So if we kind of look at this, black has a few options from here. The first one that we may see is pawn takes here on d4. Trying to kind of just break up the center of the board that white has. He's really dominating with both his d and his e pawn right here. White could recapture. He does have, a defender with his knight here on f3, but really that's not white's goal here. His goal is to set up a monster attack, and so we have bishop coming here to c4. And really this is the best move. It really allows your opponent to hang himself. There's so many different ways that black can get in trouble. If you kind of look at it, what are the most common moves that you may see, from black right here. One of them would be, bishop coming to g4. And so this seems pretty standard. You see from a lot of players getting a light square bishop involved into the game, pinning down this knight right here. But the bishop can now just come to f7 check, and then after the king comes here to f7, then knight here to e5 check, and there's a discovered attack on the bishop here on g4. Now the king doesn't have to take, but even after the king comes here to e7, then we have the bishop coming here taking on g8, and now black can even respond with taking with his rook, because if he takes with his rook, then the bishop can come here to g5 check, and the queen's going to fall. So this is just all sorts of bad news for black if we kind of look at it. So the bishop here to g4, definitely that's going to be a trap. Another move that you may see is the bishop coming here to c5, trying to control this c5 pawn right here. And again, this is going to be completely fine. White's not too worried about all the material right away. He's really just trying to launch a solid attack right now. So white can just respond by castling on the king side. Later on he can, if the knight comes here to f6, then we can see something like knight here to g5, and this really opens up the door for this semi-open file for the rook right here. Next move you can see something like pawn here to e5. Again, there's now an attack. Both the bishop and the knight here are both attacking the pawn here on f7. So many different ways that white can really attack right now, and black is just kind of sitting there trying to figure out, okay, yeah, he's got a bishop that's attacking or protecting this pawn, but he's just not doing too much beyond that. Next variation we're going to go over is, let's say the pawn doesn't take here on d4, but instead the bishop first comes here to g4. White's immediately going to play bishop to c4 just as before, laying the trap. If the pawn comes here to d4, right away looking, to take here on f7. Same kind of setup as before. If the pawn doesn't take, could play something like knight here to f6. Still going to swing in for the trap here. Bishop takes on f7. Same kind of thing. If the king takes, we're going to play knight here to e5. Discovered attack. Not going to take with the queen since the knight's right here, but the knight can take here on g4 if he wants to, and then the queen can swoop in and recapture depending on what black does. White can always castle on the king side as well, which would open up the door for a check as well. So that's one option. But if the king doesn't take, let's say he plays king here to e7, it's going to be a little bit different because the bishop's not going to come to g8. There's no knight for it to take. Instead, the bishop's going to come back here to b3. And this is super important because this bishop's just going to be a pain in the side of black. He doesn't have his d pawn, which really would block this off. And since his pawn on the e file, if he played it here on e6, this would kind of stop it. But since he's kind of pushed up to e5, that's going to be very good because there's really no way for black to really stop all this pressure that white has here on b3. So what's black really going to do here? White has all of his pieces. His black king right here on e7 is not going to be safe for the rest of the game, and white's just going to continue to put a lot of pressure on black. Black could fall for another trap. He could play something like knight takes on e4 and then queen here to e2, just putting too much pressure. If this knight moves, the queen can just come here to e5, capture, and then it's check. Also, the bishop could come here to g5, checking the king. It's being pinned down to the queen right here on d8. And again, even if the knight moves and takes on g5, the queen can come here and take on e5. White can also castle on the king side. Again, just having this entire open file for his rook to dominate on the f file is really tough to deal with. If we come back, if black doesn't make a mistake, because knight f6 would be a mistake, he could play something like knight here to d7. White's just going to castle on the king side. Again, this is going to be good for him. He can get his dark square bishop involved into the game now if he wants to play something like knight to c3. He's just putting a ton of pressure on black. Black has at least 3 more moves before he can castle on the king side. It's a little bit too unsafe to castle on the queen side right now. So white can still, again, add a ton of pressure to the game. Now, there's a lot of other options that black has. It can try something like queen to b7 or b6. This is going to be a mistake because, again, bishop can just swing in here to f7 check. Again, there's nothing good that's going to come of this from black. Could also see something like the bishop coming here to b4, but it's just not going to stop a lot. Just pawn here to c3 just kind of stops that. Then the bishop moves back, and then really just white gained another move in the game. And so that's not really what black wants to do. So this is not going to be good for black any way you look at it. The next variation we're going to look at is, let's say the pawn doesn't come to e5, which is the most common. Let's say something like knight to f6. Again, if we're kind of looking at all the different moves that black could play, doesn't have too many, but knight to f6 seems pretty common. White's immediately just going to play pawn to e5. Not too many great squares, from black that he can really play. If you play something like knight here to e4, white can just continue his development, just pretend like this knight's not even there, because it's not really posing any huge threats right now. If he plays, kind of the more common move of knight here to d5, since it is kind of protected, a nice little outpost right here, white can just continue to put pressure. So something like pawn here to c4. The knight's not really going to go anywhere now. C7 is pretty bad, kind of blocking off, not really doing a whole heck of a lot. Something like knight here to b6, it's still pretty passive, and then you have knight here to f3. White's just controlling the center of the board. His piece is a little more clearly defined as far as what they're doing. It's not really clear how black's going to respond in this situation. So again, definitely going to be good for white in this case. If instead something else you may see knight here to d7, which is fine. White can just respond with knight here to f3. Again, there's just not a lot of good moves for black. He's going to have a really cramped game from here. Could try something like g6, trying to fianchetto on the king side. White can immediately just come here, bishop here to c4. Again, this is a critical square. Since this d pawn is gone, bringing your bishop here to c4 is going to pose a lot of threats on your opponent. After, bishop here to g7, white can castle on the king side. Again, black's just not really stopping anything that white's doing. White's going to have a very, very good game from here. Again, as we said earlier, white doesn't have to take here on e4. Instead, he plays something like knight to c3, kind of baiting his opponents to play knight or pawn takes here on f3. White would really like this situation right here. He's controlling the center of the board. He has both his minor pieces involved into the game. His opponent doesn't have to take. He can always play something like knight here to f6. Doesn't really matter. White's going to take here on e4. We kind of have this looking setup, which is a little bit different, but next white could look to play something like knight to f3, then get his bishop here to c4. A lot of the same fundamentals as before, except the knight starts here on c3. We're going to talk a lot, though, if the pawn does take on f3, and then the knight can recapture here on f3. Some of the things you may see, one would be knight to f6 right here. Again, pretty common. White's immediately going to play bishop here to c4, and then look to castle on the king side. So he's attacking this f7 pawn. You could see e6 and then castling on the king side. This is pretty common for white. Another option you may see from black is to fianchetto on the king side. So trying to seeing this pawn here on d4, that's really only the mid pawn that white has, and so trying to counter attack hypermodern defense, trying to control the center with his minor pieces, and fianchetto with his bishop here to g7, and again attacking those dark squares that white's trying to control right now. White's just going to play bishop here to c4, pretty constant thing. It's pretty easy variation to understand because white is going to be doing the same thing over and over. And it's very important as far as the next few moves. If bishop here to g7, then you could play bishop here to g5, putting more and more pressure. Both of these bishops, this bishop pair, is putting a lot of pressure, so this pawn no longer can move here on e7. If we have knight coming to f6, then knight to e5 is really, really dangerous for black as far as white can castle on the king side if he wants to. White's putting pressure on his pawn on f7, so if black wants to stop it, one move he could try is black comes to e6, but then after the exchange right here, white castles on the king side. Very, very good position for white. If instead the pawn comes up here, instead of bishop to e6, you have the pawn coming here to e6, then the rook can swing over here to f1. Doesn't even have to castle on the king side if he doesn't want to, because the queen can get involved later, and then castle on the queen side if he wants to. So this is going to be very good for white as well. Now if we come back over here, and instead of the bishop coming to g7 first, if we see something like knight here to f6, this would kind of be more of a mistake, but now you can see the knight coming here to e5 right away. Again, both attacking the pawn right here, and then we can see the bishop take and then castle on the king side. This is going to be a little bit better for white because the bishop is not here right away. And then again, if we come back and same kind of thing, if the pawn comes here to e6 right away, then the rook can swing over. And then now when the bishop comes over to g7 to try to protect this knight, he's down a move. Whereas before his bishop was already here on g7, he's kind of down a move. And then it's just a matter of everyone putting all their pieces trying to defend this knight here on f6. And so, if the king castles on the king side, then we have the queen come over here to f3. And there's just too much pressure on this knight right here on f6. And again, now white can castle on the queen side, get his other rook involved, and just storm his pawns up on the king side. There's really nothing good that black can really do. It's going to be very hard to get his other knight involved into the game. His other rook is just going to be sitting there the rest of the game. And again, his light square bishop is now blocked off because his pawn on e6 is kind of blocking it. So all of these are going to be very, very good for white. The last variation we're going to go over is probably one of black's more solid lines. And it's if he plays pawn here to e6. And it kind of has that Slav feel if you're familiar with the Slav defense. With your pawns here, c6, d5, and e6 right here. It's more of a passive defense. It's not really a committing thing right away. It does also take away some of white's attacking. White really wants to play something like bishop here to z4. That's completely blocked off. So this is why, again, this is one of more of the solid ways to defend against the fantasy variation. White's now going to respond with knight to c3, which isn't super common, but again, this pawn here on f3 is kind of stopping the knight to come right here, and so he really wishes that the pawn would take, but the pawn on e6, now it's going to be more of a slower game. There's not going to be any crazy tactical lines as we talked about before. A few different ways that black can respond. If he takes now with his pawn, this is going to be completely fine. White looks to retake. Horrible position for black, actually, giving up the d pawn here and then just having a pawn on c6 and e6, and white really controls the center of the board. You don't see that too often. You may sometimes see the bishop coming down here to b4, trying to pin down the knight to the king right here. You could now just play knight to e2, again protecting this knight. You may not want to play your bishop here to d2, blocking off the queen, because you may want to get your queen somewhere to like d3 if you want to, but the knight's again not going to be doing too much with the pawn here on f3, so this is going to be completely fine. Again, you could see something like knight here to f3, then you can just swing up your queen here to d3. Going to be completely fine. Again, adding another defender on this pawn here on e4, that's going to be fine. If we come back instead of the bishop coming down here to b4, something else you could see is knight to f6, immediately going to be met by pawn here to e5, and then there's no great square for this knight. If he comes back, that's obviously going to be horrible. He just lost an entire move, and white controls the board even more. If he plays d7, white could solidify with pawn here to f4. Later on, just play knight to f3, and then really just try to cramp black style. Could also play something knight here to h5. That's going to be fine. White's not really too worried about. There's nothing black can really do. So white can just continue, bishop here to e3, get his queen bomb to the game, castle on the queen side. He's not really moving his other pieces too much. There's no great square for his bishop right away. So castling on the queen side looks a lot better for white in this position. Some horrible moves that you may see from black after pawn here to e6, then immediately knight here to c3. You could see something like pawn here to c5. Again, it makes somewhat sense because eventually black would want to play something like c5, but it's probably a little bit too soon. The pawn can take here on d5, and then after this, the pawn recaptures on c5, and now white has both a knight and a queen looking down at this pawn here on d5, and white's going to go up in material because even after the bishop comes, white's just going to be up in material because the queen can just immediately take here on d5. So that's definitely going to be a bad move, not what black really wants to be doing. Although later on, once he develops a little bit more, he would try to play something like pawn here to b5 and try to extend on the queen side since he's going to have a pretty safe king side after he gets his dark square bishop and his knight involved into the game. Last thing you may see is queen here to b6, putting pressure not only on this pawn on d4 but also this pawn on b4 or this pawn on b2. So if the bishop goes anywhere, could immediately just come down and take this material. From here, white can play pawn here to a5. Two different moves that you can play, but I like pawn a5 again, kind of countering the move from black on the queen side and really just forcing them to do something. Could also come down here to b4, threatening this knight here on c3. White can just respond with his bishop here to e3, putting another defender on the pawn on d4, and he's not as worried about the pawn here on b2. It really depends on how black goes about it. Again, if the knight comes to f6, you're just going to play pawn here to e5. So again, from that e6 move early on, there's not that many crazy lines because again, it's that the Slav defense is just really just locked down. That's very solid, but it's more of a slow, methodical game and not these crazy lines where you hope your opponent falls into these different types of traps. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this variation. I had a lot of requests to kind of go into deeper variations, even for some of the more common openings like the Caro-Kann. So hopefully y'all enjoyed, and let me know what you think, and I'll see you on the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Alapin variation, which stems from the Sicilian defense. Sicilian defense is pawn to e5, e4, pawn to c5. You've probably seen this. This is one of the most common defenses in all of chess because it really gives black a fighting chance. There's a lot of sharp variations. Black has a lot of different ways that he can actually take the initiative in the game. So a lot of top players, GMs, club level players will play this, not only because it gives them an opportunity to draw, but there's so many different ways for black to take over the game and actually win the game. So a lot of white players actually don't play e4 because they're afraid of pawn to c5. So today we're going to be going over a different variation that I recommend. It's kind of the anti-Sicilian attack from white. Most times you'll see, knight to f3, you'll see pawn to d4. These are things that black wants to see because it allows them to go into their sharp variations that most of them have studied up on. But the Alapin variation is just pawn to c3, and it tries to do two things. One, the Alapin variation tries to take away all the initiative that black wants to gain in the game. So that's very, very important. To get your opponent out of their comfort zone is extremely important. The second thing is white really wants to gain control of this d4 square right here. Very, very important in chess, especially in the Sicilian defense. Black playing pawn to c5 really wants to gain control of this square without even using his center pawn. So very, very important. Again, this is the anti-Sicilian, and this is used by many of the greatest chess minds of all time. Many GMs, world champions. If you've seen the series that we did on Kasparov versus Deep Blue in 1996, the first game Deep Blue beat Kasparov, and then the second game Kasparov came back and used the Alapin variation to beat Deep Blue. So it's very, very strong, and you see it at all levels of chess. Now in this video, we're going to be going over the 5 most common moves that you'll see from black, and then a lot of different variations within those, so you kind of have a good idea of how to play this, what different things you should be looking for, and kind of how to approach it. But again, going back to the original things, we're just trying to take back the initiative. This is going to transition nicely into the middle game, and it's really going to take away all the Sicilian variations that black's really used to. So the first move we're going to be going over is knight to f6 right here, and black's just going to continue to push forward and just attack that knight with pawn to e5. Now, black has a lot of different ways he can move right now. As you can tell, knight just going right back to g8 is going to be a mistake. It really gives even more initiative to white right now. You never really want to be moving your knights back as far as developing them and then moving them back to the 8th or 1st rank. So that's going to be a mistake. You can tell that knight to h5 is going to be a mistake. The queen's going to take it. That really goes along with if the knight comes down to g4, that's going to be a mistake. It's also going to be a mistake if he brings his knight down to e4. All white has to do now is just, kick his pawn up to d3 right now. The knight no longer has anywhere to go. He's going to be taken. He can't come back to d6, f6 right here. Again, if he tries to come over here to g5 or g3, he's going to be taken by either a bishop or a pawn. So that's going to be a mistake. So as you can tell, the only really move that black has is to bring his knight over to d5. So from here, white's just going to play pawn to d4. Now, black does have a few options from here. The first one that you'll see is just with black taking right here on d4. Now, white can take back right away, but he doesn't necessarily have to. First, white's actually going to develop his knight here to f3, and that's because he's not really worried about this pawn coming down to c3, because this pawn was blocking this knight here on d5. So you don't have to worry about getting that material back. You're going to get it back eventually, but you don't need to go, right away. You can go ahead and bring your knight over here to f3 first. So the knight's going to come right here. Now, black has a decision to make, but let's say he brings his knight over here to b6 or c6. Simple development move, trying to control the center of the board, protecting one of his pawns right now. Then white can go ahead and take. Now, again, what do we want to control the center of the board with? You always want to control the center of the board with your pawns, and then you have your minor pieces protect those pawns, especially in the early game. Now, as we move into the middle game and end game, those things change, but early on, you control the center of the board with your pawns. So when you're thinking about which piece you're going to take with, is it going to be the knight? Is it going to be the pawn? We're definitely going to be taking back with our pawn. Pawn's controlling the center of the board. So from right now, as you can tell in this variation that we've gone over, white has a very, very firm foundation in the center of the board. This anti-Sicilian, this is not Sicilian at all from black's perspective. Very, very well developed. This knight here on f3 is both defending both of these pawns right here, and it's very, very nicely gaining control of the center of the board. So that is what happens if that pawn takes here on, if we come back here to d4. You might also, instead of the pawn taking first here on d4, the knight could come over here to c6 first. A lot of times, these are all going to kind of go into the same place, end up in the same variation. But, from here, all white's going to do is continue with the same thing, is bringing his knight here to f3. This is a very, very important square for this knight. You see this typically, the knight come to f3, but in this case particularly, it's really defending all the critical squares early on into the game. So from here, it doesn't really matter, if the pawn takes right here. If not, white can continue to develop. He can always bring his bishop involved into the game. He can pin down this knight if he wants to, castle on the king side. But again, once this pawn takes, all white has to do is take back. He's really gaining a strong center of the board. So again, this is what happens from the very beginning if the knight comes down to f6. Next variation we're going to be going is if the pawn goes to d5. Now, for a long time, it was thought that pawn to d5 from black was kind of the go-to move. That kind of fell out of favor, and again, it was that knight to f6 being the main line. This was kind of the secondary move that people kind of try to bring back. But from here, white's just going to exchange on d5. So he's going to take with his pawn here, then the queen's going to come down to d5 and take. Now, white's just going to continue to push forward again. He wants to gain control of that d4 square. Common theme, take all the initiative back and gain control of this d4 square. And he does that, he can just play pawn to d4. Again, if white takes, white's just going to retake with his pawn right here. If black wanted to, he could always, try to develop his knight. He could bring his knight here to f6. White could bring his knight here to f3. Again, trying to gain control of this d4 square right here. Doesn't really matter where black's going. I do want to go over another thing that you'll a lot of times see in the Alapin variation. So we'll go ahead and bring the knight here to c6. One thing that you'll see is that this knight right here, typically, this knight will come to c3. That, as far as simple development move from white, you'll see that in a lot of variations throughout chess. In the Alapin variation, it's a little bit different because, as you can tell, we move our pawn to c3 early on, which, is a slight disadvantage because you would like to control the center of the board with your knight, especially early on. So you have one of two options. One is if your dark square bishop comes out into the game. Once he's out, you can now bring your knight to, let's say, d2 if you need to. You got to make sure that's the right time. But another idea that you always have is bring your knight initially to a3. Now, later on to the game, you definitely want that knight to be in the center of the board, but you can always bring your knight to a3, and then if you wanted to, you could bring, your bishop to c4. It's again protected by that knight, and that's really controlling the center of the board and putting a lot of pressure, on this f7 square, which is a weakness for black early on, and then it allows white to castle on the king side and further his development. Now, you don't want to leave your knight here on a3, but as far as initially getting him involved into the game, bring your knight to a3 is not a bad move. Another variation that you may see from black is just pawn to e6. Now again, white's going to continue, and he's going to start just pushing forward with pawn to d4. And black has two options. One, he could just take. If he exchanges right here, white's just going to recapture with his pawn again, trying to control this d4 square, but also trying to control the center of the board with his pawns. Definitely has the upper hand right now as far as initiative. From here, black has a few options. If he wants to go ahead and get his knights involved into the game, he can. The knight could come to c6, and then white could respond with knight to f3. If black decides instead, he could bring his pawn down to d5, and then white can go ahead and exchange right here, and then he can go ahead and develop, let's say he could develop his knight here to, c3, putting pressure on his pawn to d5. Now, again, this kind of goes along the lines of what we talked about, taking the initiative back from black from the Sicilian defense. Any of the sharp variation lines from the Sicilian defense do not look like this with all of black's pieces back here on the 8th row. So this is really getting your opponent out of their comfort zone. Now, he doesn't, again, have to bring his pawn down to d5. He could play another move. He could get his bishop involved into the game. He could bring his bishop down here to b4, and you could either block it, with knight to c3. You could always, place your bishop, or he could always get his another knight involved into the game to f6, attacking this pawn. The pawn can now come to e5, chasing it away, or the knight could just come here to c3, simple development move, and also protecting this pawn here on e4. So white has a lot of the initiative, and again, this looks very different from a typical Sicilian. Another move you may see from black is pawn to d6, and again, white's going to continue with the same theme, and that's pushing forward with pawn to d4, again, trying to control this d4 square right here. Now, black has a few options. If he wanted to, he could always take with his pawn right here on d4, and then after white takes, white's going to have a huge advantage right here. It doesn't really matter where black goes. If he wants to go ahead and bring, his knight to f6, white can just continue to develop. He can bring, his knight here to c3. If black instead decided to bring his pawn to e5, pushing forward and, put a little pressure here, white can just play, knight to f3. Development move, center control, but white just has a lot more initiative right here. So definitely going to be a very, very strong game for black. Now, black also has the ability to, instead of playing pawn takes here on d4, he could instead bring his knight over here to f6. Now, there's a little variation difference here. Instead of, bringing your knight involved into the game, we don't want to bring our knight yet to f3 because our pawn right here on e4 is being attacked. In this case, all we have to do is bring our bishop to d3. We definitely want to make sure our light square bishop is developed to the game, so this is not a bad thing at all. And then from here, it doesn't really matter once, if the knight comes here to c6, putting more pressure on this pawn to d4. Now, white can go ahead and play knight to f3. Simple development move, controlling the center of the board. Most importantly, in this opening, defending and protecting this pawn here in the square here on d4. And now, if white wanted to later on, he can go ahead and castle on the king side and then continue moving into the middle game. So, again, another variation. And this, again, does not look anything like the Sicilian defense. So, we're going to be going over one more variation. The last variation that we're going to be going over with is pawn to e5. So, basically, white knows that he wants to go ahead and try to control this d4 square, and so if black wants to double whammy, put both of his pawns here on c5 and e5 and try to stop you from putting your pawn here on d4, he definitely may just do this. So pawn to e5 from here. White's going to play a little bit differently. Typically, white just pushes forward with pawn to d4. He's not going to do that right away. Instead, he's going to play his knight to f3, attacking this pawn here on e5 that's trying to control this d4 square right here. So black has a decision to make as far as how he's going to protect it. The most logical place, definitely doesn't want to bring his bishop here to d6 because that blocks off this pawn. He can't really move, which makes it harder for this light square bishop to get involved into the game. So typically, again, minor pieces are meant to be developed, control the center of the board, and also protect your pawns. So from here, you'll see knight to c6, simple development move, controlling and defending this pawn here on e5, so white really can't do anything. But white can now play bishop to c4. Again, kind of allowing, an aggressive move from white here, putting a lot of pressure again on this f7 square, which is a huge weakness for black early on into the game. Now, depending on where black goes, let's say black develops his other knight into the game to f6, putting pressure on this pawn on e4. White typically would like to bring his knight to c3, nice central square, again, defending this pawn here on e4, but again, as we've said in the Alapin variation, the knight cannot come here to c3 because we have our pawn here. So what's white to do? He has a nice little move of knight to g5. What this does, it's twofold. One, it defends this pawn here on e4 from this knight here on f6, but it also does a double attack on this pawn on f7. Again, the f7 square early on is very weak because the only thing protecting it is the king. Now, again, white now has his light square bishop aimed at this f7 square and his knight. He can always, if he wants to, get his queen involved into the game. If this knight wasn't there on f6, he could bring his queen here to h5. He could always bring it to f3, putting more pressure on this f7 square. This is going to be a very, very good game for white. He has all the initiative. He's taken that away. And then later on, once he's removed this defender, then he can proceed and he can start pushing forward with pawn to d4 and control that as well. So the Alapin variation, again, it's a very, very strong opening. Anytime you have an opponent that really enjoys playing the Sicilian defense, I recommend trying this out just to kind of get your opponent out of their comfort zone. So there's not a lot of tricks and traps and lots of variations that are just crazy with sharp tactical lines. But what this does do is it gets you into the middle game with the spatial advantage. Again, you have the initiative. So if you're a strong, chess player and you kind of like to get into the middle game with the advantage, kind of get that into the end game so you can kind of outplay your opponent, I definitely recommend this because, again, Sicilian defense, your opponent is trying to take that away from you. So check this out. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Coward Khan defense, which is one of the most popular defenses against white's king pawn opening. And it starts out with pawn to e4, and black playing pawn to c6. And basically the idea behind this is he's looking to, on the next move, play his pawn to d5 and undermine this pawn on e4. But he wants to have support here from this pawn on c6. He would really like to have both his pawns on e and d and give up his pawn on c6, but it really depends on how white plays from here. We're going to go over the main line, which is the classical variation. Then we're going to go over some of the less common variations that you will see, because there are quite a few different variations in the Coward Khan. But the main line, we're just going to kind of talk about some of the key concepts in the main line. But it starts out with pawn to d4. Many times you'll just see white continue pushing up the board, trying to gain center control with his pawns. Very common theme in opening principles. And black's going to push forward with his pawn to d5, attacking this pawn. And from here, white's going to continue with his knight on c3, attacking our pawn on d5, and at the same time putting a defender on his pawn on e4. Now obviously white could take on d5, and we'll go over that variation in not too long here. But the main line continues with knight to c3, and black is going to take on e4, and then white is going to recapture on e4. From here, black is going to develop his bishop. Eventually, black is going to bring his pawn to e6. In Coward Khan, a lot of times will turn into a French defense if it's not the main line, but in the main line, you're going to see a Coward Khan player have his pawn here on c6, you're going to have his pawn here on e6. He'd really like to have his bishop out, his light square bishop out before he plays e6. Obviously, he doesn't want to block it in. Then he's going to bring his knight to d7 many times, giving support to his knight that's usually going to be on f6 here. Then he can always bring his queen to c7, very nice place here. He has a lot of center control, and his dark square bishop, once the e6 has been played, can roam around the board. He can castle kingside. Opening this is going to be very good for black. This is actually one of the few openings that you'll see where the main line, black can actually reach neutrality, and at the same time, a lot of people think that black has a better game, especially in the in-game, where it comes down to pawn structure. Black's actually going to have a better pawn structure than white does, and we'll get into that here in a minute. Play here continues in the main line, with black moving his knight to g3. Obviously, we were attacking it on e4 with our bishop here, and he's now attacking our bishop, so we are going to bring it back to g6. No reason to overextend it yet. We don't have any other pieces out to support that bishop, so we're just going to bring it back. It still has a long diagonal attacking the c2 square, but it's on a long diagonal right now, which is completely fine. And here the main line is white plays h4, which in the in-game is actually going to hurt his pawn structure, but in the main line it does
start to come down the board and attack us and get this bishop, which is actually a very good bishop for us on the light square, out of the way. So we're going to go ahead and move pawn to h6 in the main line, giving our bishop a way out. If he does continue up the board, obviously he has his knight here on g3 supporting if he does push forward. That way we can kick our bishop back to h7. Main line continues with the development of the knight, and then we're going to bring our knight to d7. We're eventually going to bring our knight to f6, and this is merely supporting that, and at the same time, it's giving us a little more central control and a good development square. Now we can bring our queen into the action, and we can choose to castle queenside or kingside. We have a lot of different options in the Caro-Kann. White's going to continue to push forward with h5, and we're going to go and kick our bishop back to h7. And now, since our bishop is very good on this diagonal here, White's going to exchange bishops. So we're going to go and exchange. There's really no other place for us to move. We're not going to try anything risky by moving a pawn. We're just going to go ahead and exchange there. We don't want to move our rook yet. We could obviously let the bishop come down and capture, and then we can capture with our rook. But then we can't castle kingside, and we want that to be an option even if we don't choose that route. So after the queen captures, we're going to move e6. Good development move. Opens up a line for our queen on the dark squares. Our queen can choose either side to go to. And our bishop now is activated. We can move it along these dark squares, which is very good for us. And from here, this is a common thing in the main line. We're eventually going to bring our knight to f6. We can bring our bishop into the action if we want to extend it farther, if we just want to bring it to a square like e7. More than likely, you'll get it involved into the action. Again, you can castle kingside. You can bring your queen into the action by b6, attacking the b2 square, or you can just bring it to b7, eyeing down on the king side, and then you can castle queenside. It really depends up to you. But as you can see, there's a lot of play that black has from Caro-Kann, especially in the main line. And if you look at our pawn structure, it's very good right now. We have 4 on one side, 3 on the other. We really haven't deviated from any overextension of our pawns like white has with this move down to h5. So that's the main line. We're going to take a look at some of the other variations that you will see. Another variation that you will see is the Smyslov variation, which is pawn e4, c6, d4, d5. Then he brings his knight to c3, and we recapture. Then we bring our knight to d7. And the goal of this is to eventually bring our knight to f6. And once we exchange knights, then our b knight, our queenside knight, will be on f6, and then we can open up our bishop here. Now, white can have a lot of play here if you just play something like knight to g5, and this is actually what Kasparov lost to when he played a Caro-Kann defense against deep blue. And there's just a lot of traps that you can fall into. White's not going to allow black to exchange the knights here, and so I feel like it's a trickier position to play as black, and I usually don't recommend it to people when they're learning the Caro-Kann, but it is good to know about if you do see it. Another thing you may see in the Caro-Kann starts out e4. We'll go over some more variations here. c6, d4, pawn d5, then he brings his knight to c3, and capture and recapture. One of the things you may see here is knight to f6, and then when recaptures, there's 2 variations. There's a Bronstein-Larsen, which is simply pawn captures on f6, which the goal of this is to give an open file to the rook. Yeah, it does give an open file to the rook, but it does kind of undermine our pawn structure here. It's going to be real tough for us to castle kingside. We're more than likely not going to castle kingside. We want to keep this open file for our rook, but in the endgame, our pawn structure is not quite going to be as good as white. As you can see, we have 3 pawn islands here. It's going to be a little harder for us. Other variation you may see in this is you may see pawn capture on f6, which I feel is a little bit better. You can still castle kingside and get a lot of play, but those are 2 of the things you may see. Now, another variation that you will see is the advanced variation. It starts out the same, e4, c6, d5, d4, d5, but instead of now playing knight to c3, white may simply play pawn to e5. Now from here, black has 2 options. The first one is bringing his bishop to f5, where the knight can now come to c3. And after we develop with pawn to e6, very common move after we bring our bishop out to move pawn e6, then white can play pawn to g4, putting a lot of pressure on our bishop, and we're going to have to kick our bishop back out. This is one thing you may see. Black does have another option here. If he doesn't want to play f5, he can play c5. And from here, if white chooses to take, then we can play e6, and it kind of takes on a French defense here. So we are giving up material, but we're looking to get it back later on. If you're familiar with the French defense, you'll definitely want to take a look at this variation. It's something that you may see quite often. Another variation that you may see quite often, if someone's not too familiar with the main line, is after c6, d4, and d5. It's not as common, but you may see white take on d5. And from here, we can take on d5 with our pawn. This is going to be completely fine with us. There's a lot of things that white can do, but as you can tell already, we have both of our center pawns, and white only has one of his center pawns. We can simply bring our knight into action with c6, putting a lot of pressure on the center. I feel like this is actually a better position for black, as we still have both of our center pawns, and we can develop like normal. White's missing his e-pawn here, and I feel like he's better off playing c3 instead of taking an exchange variation. So if you see this is actually very good for black. You can develop like normal, and you're going to have a very good game. So these are some of the common things you'll see in the Caro-Kann. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at a nice little defense against the pawn opening of d4 from white, and that's the Grunfeld defense. Let's go ahead and get into it. It starts with pawn to d4. Black, knight to f6, development move, aiming at the center. White continuing with his pawns to c4, trying to gain center control. Black playing pawn to g6, getting ready to feed his bishop to the g7 square. White playing knight to c3, development move, and at the same time putting pressure on the center. And from here, black's going to play pawn to d5. And this is the situation we're going to look at throughout this video. And this is the Grunfeld defense. And white has a few options here. And the first one we're going to look at is the main line, and that's the exchange variation. And one of the key things that you'll look at throughout the Grunfeld defense is white really has to pay a lot of attention to defending the center. Black is going to play a hypermodern defense, meaning that he's going to give up center control to white. And white's going to control the center with his pawns. Black's not going to try to attack the center with his pawns. Instead, he's going to try to attack the center with all his minor pieces and major pieces aimed at the center of the board. So he's going to give up the center to white with his pawns. And in exchange, he's going to attack the center. So white's going to have to be on the defense and hold on. In this case, it's going to be the d4 pawn. We'll look at that here in a minute. But white's going to have to play very defensively to try to hold on to the center that black's going to give white in the beginning. Then we'll look at a few variations where white can actually avoid the main line and get into more aggressive lines if he doesn't like to play the defensive style from white. So we'll go ahead and continue. First look at the main line, and that's with white taking on d5 with his pawn, and black's going to recapture with his knight, and white's going to bring his pawn down to e4, attacking this knight on d4, forcing it to move, and at the same time getting a nice square for his pawn on e4. White has very good center control with his pawns. As you can see, black does not. Black's going to continue to take up this knight on c3, and white's going to take with his pawn on c3. As you can already tell, black has no pieces really aimed at the center besides his queen on d8, aimed at this d4 square. This d4 square is going to be a very important square that we'll see. As you can see, black's already conceded the center of the board. He's not even trying right now to gain control of the center with his pawns. Instead, he's going to try to use his minor pieces. And he's going to start out with his bishop to g7, feeding his bishop to g7 square, and from here, white's going to bring his bishop to c4. Now, a few times you will see white bring his knight to f3, but a lot of times, I think this is the wrong move. Kasparov did play this, and so it's really hard to say that it's the incorrect play if he can play it, but I don't play like Kasparov, he's a little better than I am. And from here, I think after bishop to g4, pinning this knight down, that's just too much pressure, I think, added on the center. I think white's going to play a much better game if he just brings his bishop to the c4 square. And that is the main line, so we're going to just continue with bishop to c4, adding pressure on the center, and from here, black's going to counter kingside. This bishop here attacking this f7 square is a very key weakness for black, and so black's going to go ahead and put his king in safety, castling kingside. And from here, white's going to bring his knight to e2, and this is a much safer square. Both his knight on f3 and knight on e2 are both going to defend this pawn on d4, which is what we need the knight to do. But now if we bring our bishop to g4, we can no longer pin this knight down to the queen. The white pawn can just come to f3, so you're not going to see the bishop come out and do that. Instead, you'll see that black play a move more common of pawn to c5. And what this does is adds a lot of pressure to this d4 square. As you can see, we've already started to put a lot of pressure on this pawn here on d4. We have our bishop, we have our pawn, and we have our queen all attacking this pawn on d4. Now from here, play continues with white castling, and then black's going to develop his knight to c6 at the same time, putting another attacker on this d4 pawn. From here, you may see play continue with bishop to e3, adding another defender on the d4 pawn. And from here, the queen's going to come to c7. And what this does, if you've seen some of the other videos, it indirectly attacks this bishop on c4. So from here, a lot of times you'll see white bring his knight to, his rook to c1. He's indirectly defending this bishop on c4. Once these pawns are exchanged, the rook now is going to defend this bishop on c4. So that's why you see those moves in the main line. And from here, you'll see rook to d8, putting even more pressure on this pawn. And from here, you may even see white continue to add pressure on the d4 pawn by bringing his rook on f1 to d1. And this is the main variation. You will see a few variations in the exchange variation that we talked about at the very beginning when the pawn takes on d5. And as you can tell, black does not have center control, but all his pieces are aiming at the center, trying to undermine white's center control of the pawns. And white's going to have to play very smart and very defensively to hold on to this advantage. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few other variations that you will see often. We'll go and get into again, d4, Grunfeld defense. And after d4, white does not have to capture here. One of the more common moves that you will see is bishop to f4. And this is a move that I like myself. It keeps white playing an aggressive game, and at the same time, it still adds a lot of pressure to the center. If black's going to let you take the center, you might as well take it, and then just play accordingly, depending on how you want the game to go. So from here, you'll see black castle after he fianchettos his bishop to g7. And from here, there's a few moves, but I like white playing pawn to e3, getting ready for his bishop to come into the game, defending this pawn on c4. Now from here, a lot of times you'll see pawn to c5, but you may not see pawn to c5 right away, and it's very interesting how it looks. A lot of players look at this as the Grunfeld gambit. I like to look at it as just a pawn loss. If you see players after pawn to e3, castle kingside before they play c5, then from here, after the exchange, white's going to be up a pawn. Now it's called a gambit, but I actually just think that white's better, and he's up in material. And it'll look like this. After pawn takes on d5, and knight takes, and the white knight takes, and the queen takes, then the bishop can take on c7. And this is why, more times than not, you'll see this pawn to c5 instead of castling kingside first. So if you do see castle on the queenside first, this is the Grunfeld gambit, but if you're playing white and you do see this, just go ahead and take the gambit and go ahead and take this pawn on c7. But more times than not, you're going to see the player play his pawn to c5 first. And you'll do this because from here you'll see pawn takes on on c5, and from here the queen's going to come to a5 from queen. He's pinning down this knight, the knight can't go anywhere. He's going to get his queen involved on the c5 pawn after he captures. So that's one thing you will see. Let's go and take a look at one other example that you may see after here. The last example we're going to look at is the Russian variation, and it's probably the most aggressive from white. So if you're playing white and you do see the Grunfeld defense, and you still want to keep that aggressive nature in you, then I suggest the Russian variation because it is very aggressive from white. It gets the queen involved early, and therefore you're going to be putting a lot of pressure on black. And it continues with the moves knight to f3. Instead of capturing at the beginning or trying to gain center control with your bishop, you're instead going to bring your knight to f3. If he brings his bishop into the act, your knight's not going to be pinned down, so more times than not, you're not going to see the bishop come out right away. Instead, more times than not, you'll see the bishop being headed to g7, and from here, the queen can now come to b3. And this is the aggressive move that we're talking about here. We're pretty much forcing black to capture on c4, and after he captures and we recapture with our queen on c4, you can already tell that we don't quite have the same presence in the middle with our pawns as we did in the exchange variation, but at the same time we do still have a very good center control. We have good center control with our knights, we have a good pawn placed on d4, and our queen's very active. Now, a lot of times black will try to chase our queen around, but this is why this is the more aggressive variation. So for those white players that are aggressive, keep in mind this is an option for you if you want to avoid the exchange variation, or bring your bishop to f4, which is very popular and I like. So this is the Grunfeld defense. Take a look at it, play around with it, let me know what you think. Everyone, thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please subscribe. If you haven't checked out the website, please do, www.thechesswebsite.com. Let me know what you think, and I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Benko gambit, which derives from the Benoni defense. If you haven't watched the video on the Benoni defense, you may want to watch that first. But we'll go ahead and get into it. It starts out with pawn to d4, black responding knight to f6, pawn c4, pawn c5, white bringing his pawn down to d5, and then black playing pawn to b5. This is a very aggressive gambit that black has, and what it does, it's one of the most respected gambits that you will see in chess. And basically, white is going to be up an extra pawn in material, but black is going to get sufficient counterplay on the queen side. And we'll take a look at what that looks like. Now, white does have the option of declining the gambit. One of the most popular lines that you'll see in the decline line is knight to f3, but this is very uncommon. So today we're going to look at the various lines that come from the accepted line, and that is pawn takes on b5. And from here, black's going to have the same move every time, and that's pawn to a6. And what black is looking to do is he's looking to give up both his pawns. He's going to get this one back, but he's looking to give up his pawns on the b and a file, so he can have semi-open files for his rooks. He's eventually going to want to castle on the king side. He's going to want to bring both his rooks to the a file and the b file, so his rooks can rain havoc down on the queen side. In a chess game, you're normally going to attack the king side or the queen side, and black's going to give up that material early on, so we can have massive attack on the queen side later on. So here's where we're going to spend a lot of our time. There's a few options that white has in this situation. The most common that you will see is for the pawn to capture on a6, and from here, black's going to recapture with his bishop on a6. He's developing his bishop. There reason to take with our rook and not our bishop. We want to develop a piece while we're taking, and at the same time, we're putting a lot of pressure on the king side of white. White would really like to develop his light square bishop. It's his most powerful bishop for white, but he can't play a move like e3 because then black can come in, switch off bishops, but now white's king can no longer castle. So it gives a lot of problems for white to try to develop his light square bishop. From here, a lot of times you will see white develop his knight to c3, and then black is going to bring his pawn to d6. And from here, as you can tell, since we have a pawn on e7, d6, and c5, black's planning on fianchetting his bishop, meaning he's planning on playing g6, he's then going to play bishop to g7, he's going to castle kingside. He can bring his queen to c7, he can bring his queen to b6, this knight here is eventually going to come to d7, and then we're going to bring our rook to b8. And this is going to put a lot of pressure on the queen side of white. This is the ideal setup that black would want in the Binko game. As you can see, black has both his rooks on the b and a file, which are both semi-open, so he has a lot of pressure on the queen side. Also, the king is very safe here after the black bishop is being fianchetted on the king side. As you can see, black still has a reasonable amount of pressure in the middle, and even though white is up in material by one pawn, black has a huge attack that he can make any time on the queen side. So even though black is down in material at this point, a lot of black players actually prefer this position just because of all the attacking lines that they can have in this particular situation. Another move you will see in the Binko gambit is from here, instead of the white pawn taking on a6, you'll see a move like e3. And what this does is a few things. It allows the light square bishop for white to attack this b5 square. And at the same time, it doesn't block in its development. White now has the option. In the example we looked at before, white pretty much is guaranteed to fianchetto his bishop, meaning he's going to bring his pawn to g3, and then bring his bishop to g2. But here white has options. He doesn't have to. If black captures on b5, the light square bishop for white can now come into b5 and recapture it. Whereas before, white couldn't do that because then his king could not castle once the bishops were traded off. So this is an idea that you may see a lot of times from white. Another very popular move that you'll see, instead of e3, a lot of times you'll see white brings pawn to b6. And you may look at it and say, that's a kind of funny move, it doesn't do too much for white. But what it does do is it doesn't allow black to gain control of the b and a files like you would. Yes, black does have a semi-open file on the b file, but he doesn't have the b and a file. White's going to give back the material that he took. He's going to give it back in exchange once the queen takes on b6. White's now going to play, he's first going to play knight to c3, and then he's going to look to play pawn to e4. After pawn to d6, white's going to play pawn to e4. And white's basically saying, I'm going to give back the material to black, even things up. In exchange, I'm going to focus completely on the center control. So a lot of white players, if they don't like getting into the Binko gambit, now, if you're playing white and someone offers up the Binko gambit, it's not wrong to accept it, but just know that your queen side is going to be attacked and it's going to be harassed the entire game. So if you don't want to deal with that, I highly recommend responding like this, playing with your pawn down to b6, and after the queen captures on b6, then just developing your knight to c3, good central control, and then developing your pawn to e4. Eventually, you can bring your pawn to e5, not right away, but once you build up pieces in center control, you can do that. White's going to try to apply a lot of pressure to the center and then attack on the king side. Obviously, black's king is going to be castled on the king side. He's going to fianchetto his bishop to the king side. And so white's going to try to counterplay and attack on the king side. So these are a few things you may see in the Binko gambit if you are a very aggressive player. For black, you may want to try this out, especially if you like attacking the king side, the queen side, and you're very comfortable fianchetting your bishop on the king side, putting a lot of pressure on the queen side. This is a very good attack. If you're white, you do have a lot of options. If you want to hold on to the material and play the main line, or you can decline, or you can give back the material right away in the example that we just looked at. So hope you guys are a little bit more familiar with the Binko gambit. Try it out sometime. Let me know how it worked out. Thanks for watching the video. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Petrov defense, which starts out with pawn e4, pawn e5, both sides trying to control the center, knight developed to f3, central square, black responding with knight f6, central square, both sides attacking and defending the center, and this is a mirror image from black, and this is done for a few reasons. A lot of GMs like this because it's a very drawish game, mirroring the other side at the beginning like this. A lot of other players do it to avoid the typical lines from the Boy Lopez, the Italian game, the Gioco piano that you'll see come about after most black players play knight to c6. So kind of a change in pace, and we're going to go over today the 3 common lines that you will see and how both sides should react when you do come across them. The first one that you will see more often than not, of the 3, is knight to e5, captures on e5. And if you look at it right away, it looks very tempting for black to recapture on e4, trying to equalize the material right away. But this is going to be a huge mistake. If you play as black, you don't want to do this, and if you play as white, we're going to show you how to take advantage of this mistake. You can simply play queen to e2, attacking this knight. If the black then responds to f6, thinking that after he's equalized the material, he can just go back to his normal square of f6. Now white can bring his knight to c6, with a discovered attack on the king and winning this queen. Even if the queen moves to e7, defending the queen check, white can still capture with his knight. If he doesn't move his knight back to f6, white's still going to be up in material by at least a pawn. If black tries to move like d5, adding protection on his knight on e4, white can now come add more pressure with a move like d3. Then if black tries to push the game with a move like queen to e7, attacking, counterattacking our knight on e5, we can completely disregard this, take with our pawn, and after he takes our knight, we can capture on d5 safely, knowing that he can't take our pawn because our queen is eyeing down his king. He can exchange queens, or doesn't have to, but either way we're going to be up in material by at least a pawn, which is a very good game for white. So if you do in the beginning see white capture on e5, do not take right away. Instead, you want to play d6. And what this does is it forces white to move and then allows black to capture on e4 safely. So many times you'll see knight to f3, and then black can come to e4. And from here there's a few options that white has. One that you'll see a lot is pawn to d4, trying to solidify the center. And from here, black's going to continue to push with pawn to d5, keeping white from pushing down any farther. And at the same time, solidifying his knight on e4, making it very difficult for white to push it away right away. Sometimes, though, you may not see d4. You may see a move like knight to c3. And from here, black has the option. If he wants to open up the game, remember this is a very drawish game, but if he wants to open up the game, a lot of players that, especially for white, they'll make this move because they want to instead make it drawish, make it very aggressive. And this comes about if knight captures on c3, white can recapture on c3 with his pawn. A lot of times, you'll see it more often in the Roy Lopez exchange variation, but if there's double pawns on the c2 and c3, or even on the black side of c7, c6, more than likely that side is planning to castle on the queen side. So if we assume that white's going to castle on the queen side, black castles on the king side, it's going to be in a very aggressive game. Anytime both sides castle on opposite sides, it's pretty much a race towards the other person's king. Both sides can pretty much kamikaze all their pawns and pieces on the side of the other king, and not forfeit any of their defense they have for their own king. So again, for both sides, if you do want to open up the game and make it a little more aggressive, you can just go ahead and bring your knight to c3, and then after the exchange, white can take on c3 and then castle queen side. So that's the first variation that you'll see, is if knight captures right away on e5. The next variation that we're going to take a look at is the most common, and that is d4, completely disregarding the first pawn. And from here, black has two options. He can take on d4 or he can take on e4. I personally recommend taking with our knight on e4. I think it's a great square for our knight, and I just don't like the complications that come about after taking with our pawn on d4. So from here, white can bring his bishop to d3. There's no reason right away keep in mind in the Petrov defense, a lot of times the knights are being forced to move more than once at the beginning, so it's okay not to take this pawn right away. White's going to get that material back. From here, black has a few options. The most common option that you will see is pawn to d5, putting added pressure onto this knight here. From here, white can bring his knight to e5, and a lot of times here you'll see a continuous mirror image of bishop to d6. And as you can tell from this game, as it is a mirror image, this game is very drawish. So if you do like to play very drawish positions in the Petrov defense, you will also like this one as well. So those are the two most common that you'll see in the Petrov defense. Next, we're going to take a look at the third and last one that you will see. After e4, e5, f3, f6, the other variation that you will see is the 3 knights or the 4 knights attack, and that's just knight to c3. And from here, black has two options. He can have a game of the Petrov 3 knights attack, which is bishop to b4, attacking this knight, pinning it down once his white's pawn moves on the d-file, or he can go into the 4 knights game, which is knight to c6. So a lot of players will play this knowing that their opponent is going to get into the 4 knights game, where if they played Ruy Lopez and started out with their knights on f3 and c6, more than likely they know it would not get to the 4 knights game. But if a black player is very fond of the 4 knights game and wants to get there, more than likely he's going to try to get there using the Petrov defense. Instead of starting with knight c6, he's going to first start out with knight f6, and then after the knight to c3, he's then going to move his knight to c6. From here, white has a lot of different variations. You can study up on the 4 knights game. He can even go into the Halloween Gambit, but there are a lot of different variations in the 4 knights game that vary from any other game that you will see. So, hope you guys enjoyed the Petrov defense video. If you haven't already, please subscribe. If you haven't checked out the website, www.thechesswebsite.com, make sure you check it out. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. One of the most requested videos I get asked all the time is to make some in-depth, some very, very thorough videos on some of the most popular variations and some of the more popular openings. So the Sicilian defense, different variations, the Nazdorf, the Dragon, the Accelerated Dragon, the classical, different things for the Queen's Gambit, some very, very in-depth videos on different variations. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I think it's going to be a great series. I probably have about 80 or so videos in the works for all the different variations. But we're actually going to start with the Sicilian defense, and in this video we're going to start with the Dragon. It is the sharpest, it is the most aggressive opening, and being an aggressive player myself, it is my favorite variation in the Sicilian defense. So I thought, what better way to start the series than with the Dragon variation. So we'll go ahead and get into the Dragon variation. It starts with pawn to e4, pawn c5, this is the Sicilian defense, knight f3, simple development, pawn to d6, pawn d4, black's going to exchange his pawns on d4, knight takes on d4, black comes to f6, knight c3, and pawn to g6. Now if you're watching this and you're like, hey Kevin, you're going through these moves really fast, why are you doing that? Again, this is just the Dragon variation video. If you do kind of want an overview on the Sicilian defense, definitely watch that video first. But this right here is the Dragon variation, so this is kind of where we're spend a lot of time. Now there are 4 different main lines that are going to come out of this. We do have the Yugoslav attack, which is very, very common, kind of the main line that you'll see. We do have the classical variation, we do have the Levenfish variation, it's my personal favorite, it's kind of most aggressive. And lastly, we do have the Harrington-Gleck variation. But these all come from and stem from this setup right here, and this is the Dragon variation in the Sicilian defense. Now, as in most of my videos, I always say one of the more important things you need to do when you watch the video is try to understand the theory behind it, kind of the key concepts that both sides are really aiming for. That way you're not really memorizing moves. And if you get into a chess game and someone doesn't move exactly as you expect them to, doesn't move exactly as they did in the video, you kind of understand the theory and your game plan behind it, so you kind of know how to move forward with that. So before we kind of get into the main line and the main variations within the Dragon variation of the Sicilian defense, I do want to kind of talk about some of the key objectives for both sides and kind of what they're looking for in this game plan. Now keep in mind, it is white's move, so white can obviously, he can develop another one of his minor pieces. You can see he has a huge lead in development, especially in the center of the board here. If he could move another pawn to f4, he could really try to dominate the center of the board. He already is kind of dominating the center of the board. He could develop another minor piece. Black only has one minor piece right here on the f6 square. So as far as development, black is definitely behind. So white really wants to take advantage of his lead in development. White is also really trying to hone down on these light squares. Obviously, he does have his pawn here on e4. He does have a weakness. He doesn't have both of his center pawns. So while black does have both his e pawn and his d pawn, white does not. But his pawn here on e4 is very, very powerful, and it does hold down this f5 and this d5 square, both of the light squares on the center of the board, which are very, very important. Now, if we look at black here, black does have a few options. Obviously, he eventually wants to bring his bishop to g7. He really wants to hone down on this long diagonal here. He wants to kind of key in on this dark squares in the center of the board. He already has his pawn here on d6. If he wanted to, he could obviously start to push forward with his pawn to e6 or d5 later on into the game. He does have to be very, very cautious because if he does move this pawn forward to, let's say, e5, he will have a backward pawn here on d6. So something to keep in the back of your mind when you are playing as black. Now, from his light square bishop here on c8, he does want to get this involved into the game. He does have his knight here on b8 right now. It typically is going to come to c6, trying to control the center of the board. He does have this c file. It is a semi-open semi-file. More than likely, his rook's going to come to this semi-open file. Anytime you have a semi-open file, you really want your rook there because it has a lot more room to go. Obviously, right now, your rook is worth 5 points, but if it can't go anywhere, then what really good does it do for your game? So those are some of the key concepts that you're going to be looking at into the game. Obviously, white's trying to dominate in the center of the board, trying to control development, trying to control the white squares, the light squares on the center of the board. Black's really trying to develop his pieces from the outside, kind of a hyper-modern defense, and then later on, he's going to try to use this c file and try to get some counterplay on the queen side. So we're going to go ahead and get into it with the main line, and that is the Yugoslav attack. Now, the Yugoslav attack, again, this is the main line. It continues with bishop to e3. Again, simple development move from white. Typically, his dark square bishop is his least valuable bishop in the game. Black's going to now play bishop to g7. Again, black really wanted to think his bishop, try to control this long diagonal. And then white's going to play pawn to f3. Now, right away from this pawn here on f3, we know a couple things. One, he's trying to support this pawn here on e4. Again, this pawn on e4 is a very, very strong pawn, controlling the center of the board. But we also know that this pretty much means that white is going to castle on the queen side. Typically, if you do move your f pawn and you castle on the king side, it typically is going to be coming to the f4 square, meaning you're trying to, eventually, if it exchanges off, you're going to open up this file for your rook after you castle on the king side. In this case, that's not what the goal of this pawn on f3 is. It's trying to support this pawn here on e4. It's getting ready for later pushes on the king side of black. So white's really not looking to castle on the king side. If he were, he's pretty much just making his pawn structure a lot weaker, and he's really not giving his rook a lot of room to play around. So in this case, f3 pretty much says that white's going to castle on the queen side. Now, as you can already imagine, black's next move is going to castle on the king side, and there's going to be a lot of fireworks. Anytime both sides are going to castle on different sides, it's pretty much just going to be a tactical crazy nightmare, and there's going to be just a lot of aggressive play. If anyone slips up, it's pretty much going to be game over. So keep that in the back of your head. If you're not real comfortable with crazy and wild tactical games, this might not be too good for you. The good thing I like about the dragon variation from black is across the board in the three main lines that you'll see. Pretty much it's the same moves over and over for black. It doesn't really matter which variation white chooses, -1, which we'll get into later, but all the main ones that you'll pretty much see day to day, black's going to pretty much move the same thing. So if you're sitting here and you're like, hey, there's all these variations in the dragon, I don't really remember all those, that's okay because you're going to be moving the same thing. You're going to be being your bishop to g7, you're going to be castling on the king side, you're going to be bringing your knight to c6, you're going to be bringing your bishop to d7. It's pretty much all going to be the same from here. Also keep in mind this pawn here on f3 is really blocking this knight coming to g4. Instead of with this bishop communicating on the g7 square, black, if he could, would actually like to come to g4 with his knight right away. Again, keep in mind that he does want to bring his bishop to this dark square and control the long diagonal. White later on to the game really wants to exchange off these dark squares. So if black in this situation can exchange off his knight here on g4 for the bishop on e3, this is actually going to be a good trade for black. He can hold on to his strong bishop in this game. But if you can see in this example, if he plays knight to g4 before he fianchettos, that's going to be a huge mistake. White can now come and play bishop to b5. Doesn't really matter how black plays. He's going to lose a piece. If he plays bishop to d7, it doesn't matter. He can lose a piece just with queen takes on g4. Or if he takes, if he moves his knight to d7, same thing. Doesn't really matter. He can move his queen takes on g4. So he is definitely going to lose material in this situation. We'll go ahead and continue with the main line. So we'll go ahead and back up here. And instead of bringing the knight to g4 right away, trying to attack this bishop here on e3, black's going to continue and fianchetto with his bishop to g7. White's now going to play f3, so we're no longer even thinking about bringing our knight to g4. And we'll continue along. Black's going to castle on the king side. From here, white's going to play queen to d2, again, getting ready for his king to castle on the queen side, and black is going to play knight to c6. Now, there are two different variations from here that white can play. Before I get into those, I do kind of want to stop again and kind of look at some of the themes for both sides on the chessboard right here. Now, if we kind of look at white, white's really going to look to exchange off the dark square bishops. Again, the dark square bishop is typically the weaker of the bishops for white, typically because the light square bishop can attack the f7 square, which is a huge weakness for black early on into the game, especially since it kind of holds down and pins down to the king here on g8. So if black has his way, he really wants to exchange off the light square bishop from white. So later on, once the light square bishop comes into the game, if it comes to c4, if it comes back to b3, doesn't really matter. Black is really going to try to exchange off, whether it be with a knight, whether it be with a light square bishop. He's going to try to exchange off this light square bishop because that's going to be a huge pain in his side as it takes on this f7 square right here. Now also keep in mind, later on, once this bishop from c8 gets involved into the game, now the rook is going to get involved. He's going to come to the c8 square. He's going to really try to put a lot of pressure on this semi-open file for the c file. Also keep in mind that white's really not going to be moving his pawn here on a2, b2, or c2. Obviously, once he castles on the queen side, if he's going to be moving his pawns, it's going to be on the king side. He's going to be thrusting forward with moves like h4. He's going to start getting his bishop involved into the game. He can start bringing his other pawns involved into the game. He's not going to be wasting moves with a2, b2, c2 thrusting forward. So if you do see your opponent making moves like that, make them pay, because again, both sides are going to be castling on different sides. So it's pretty much going to be whoever can mate their opponent fastest. So just keep these in mind when you're thinking about this. Now, again, I did talk about two different variations. One of the variations is to castle on the queen side right away, and the other is to bring the bishop to c4, attacking this f7 square right away. Now, both of these are going to take place in the Yugoslav attack. It just really depends on which one you want to do first. Now keep in mind, if white decides to castle on the queen side, black can always push forward with d5. Again, with any opening, anytime you're doing a hyper-modern defense, basically trying to control the center of the board with your minor pieces from the outside, eventually you want to crack open and control the center of the board. You don't want your opponent to control the center of the board the entire game. So once white castles on the queen side, then black can play pawn to d5 again, trying to disrupt the center of the board here. Now a lot of times, instead of castling on the queen side first, you may instead see the bishop come to c4. Again, this is now stopping the pawn coming to d5 immediately, and it's also putting a lot of pressure on this f7 square. Now from here, you may see black develop his bishop to d7, and then from here you may see white castle on the queen side. So as we talked about before, both of these moves are going to happen. It just is a matter of when you want these moves to happen. Now from here, you could see black bring his rook to c8. Again, really trying to put a lot of pressure on this c file. Now one thing he does have to keep in mind is this knight here on c6 will have to move. Typically, you'll see the variation continue with the bishop coming back to b3. Again, he kind of wants to make it safe. If this knight were to come to a5, he could put a lot of pressure on it. But this bishop here on b3 is still putting a lot of pressure on this f7 square, so it doesn't really matter if he has it on this c4 or this b3 square. Typically does a little bit better on the b3 square, doesn't kind of clog up the middle of the board here. From here, the knight can come to e5, again trying to control the center of the board more, but at the same token, he's also allowing for the rook to really hone down on this c file. So these are some of the key themes that you'll see within the Yugoslav attack. Again, it's going to be very, very aggressive on both sides. From white here, white can really try to start to attack on the king side. He can start with moves like h4, black can try to stop that with pawn to h5. If white wanted to, he could bring his bishop into the action and try to trade off these dark squares as we talked about before. And then black's going to try to counter on the queen side. Again, he does have this semi-open c file. He can start to push these pawns forward. He can play, let's say, a6. He can start them with b5. He also has, his central knight here with e5. This can kind of jump into the action whenever he wants to. He does have this light square bishop that can kind of support these other pawns and pieces. So it's pretty much going to be chaos. Pretty much white's going to try to control the king side, and black's going to try to dominate on the queen side. So this is the Yugoslav attack. Definitely one of the main lines. Definitely one of the more exciting lines if you ever have played it. It's pretty much just chaos and sharp lines all over the place. So definitely recommend trying this out. If you really enjoy chess, I think this will really, really pique your interest. Now, the next line is the classical variation. It's for those white players who come across the dragon variation very, very often, but they really don't want to get into the sharp tactical lines the Yugoslav attack gets into. Instead, they kind of like the positional play. They like the really solid openings, and they really like to play ABC chess. And so for those players, we have the classical variation, and from here, from the dragon defense, we have bishop to e2. Now, as you can see, this is very different from the last defense. The bishop before was coming to c4 after white had castled on the queen side, really tried to put a lot of pressure on black on the king side. And once he plays bishop to e2, he's no longer looking to play pawn to f3, which means white can really think about castling on the king side. Now, he doesn't have to, but that option does, playing bishop to e2 does give him this option. So I've seen many, many people play the classical variation, and from here, they will actually castle on the king side. Now, as you can imagine, if both sides castle on the king side, there's not going to be as many fireworks. So if you're playing as white, and you come across the dragon variation, you kind of want to slow things down a little bit, and kind of put the speed bumps out there, then go ahead and just play bishop to e2. Don't go ahead and play bishop to e3, get to the Yugoslav, instead just play bishop to e2. Don't worry about pawn to f3, just kind of do the quiet play. Now from here again, as I told you before, black's moves are kind of the same. So black's going to play bishop to d7, being with his bishop, trying to do the same thing. Now the bishop from white's going to come to e3. Black's now going to play knight to c6. Again, he's really trying to control the center of the board. All the moves are, again, very, very similar. White can now castle on the king side, and black can now castle on the king side as well. So again, as you can see here, this is more of a positional play. There's not going to be as sharp of lines here going on. White does have a few options. He can always bring his knight back to b3, really opening up this d file if his queen wants to get involved into the game. He can always develop his queen, and then he can start to get his rooks involved into the game if he wants to really eye down on this d file. He could also bring, if he wanted to, he could bring his knight over to b5. Again, typically more times than not, you're going to see the knight come back to b3. It's actually a very, very good square for the knight to come back to. Now, from Black's point of view, he's kind of trying to do the same thing. He's trying to control the dark squares on the center of the board. He's looking to get his light square bishop involved into the game. He does have a few more options now. He can always now bring his bishop to e6. He's not too worried about the bishop coming to c4. As that would kind of be two moves for the light square bishop from White in the opening. You typically don't see someone moving their minor pieces over and over again if they don't have to. Also, the rook can come to c8. He can try to control the semi-open file on the c file. So a lot of different things going on in this variation, the classical variation, but it all kind of stems from the same ideas that we talked about in the Yugoslav attack. But this is the classical variation. Now, the next variation we're going to be talking about is my favorite variation. It's the Levenfish variation. It's actually more aggressive from White. So if you're playing White and you start out with e4 and Black tries to counter that with the dragon variation, basically saying, hey, I'm ready to go, let's do this thing, you can respond with Levenfish variation, which basically says, hey, I want to be even more aggressive than you are right now. And that actually is pawn to f4. You can kind of tell right away that fireworks are going to ensue. And what this pretty much does is it kind of starts the fireworks as far as the pawn thrusting forward right away. Typically in the Yugoslav attack, even in the classical variation, doesn't really matter which side you're going to be castling on. Typically there's going to be a lot of pawns being pushed forward. Typically in the Yugoslav attack, once the queen's castled on the queen side, all the pieces are developed, and White starts to really push forward with the pawns. The Levenfish variation pretty much just says, hey, we're going to push forward right away with pawn to f4, really eyeing down with this pawn to e5, really trying to control the center of the board here. Now, this is the one variation that talks about where Black has to change things up. As we'll talk about here in a minute, if he plays bishop to g7, this is actually going to be a big mistake from Black, which is why I like to play this from White's point of view. So yes, we are going over all the variations from the dragon, but I do also want to give a shout out to the players that are playing White. You may come across this many times, so even if you don't want to play this as Black, if you are White and you do see this, you may want to throw the Levenfish variation if you are very aggressive. Because a lot of times, again, as we talked about before, people that play the dragon are so used to playing the same moves over and over. They're so used to fianchetting their bishop, then bringing their knight to c6, then castling on the king side. They pretty much don't know anything different. But in this case, they actually do want to bring their knight to c6 before they fianchet their bishop to g7. I'll show you why here in a minute, but pretty much they want to stop this thrusting forward of pawn to e5. If we exchange right here, then the knight can take on e5. But if this knight's not here, there's going to be a lot of problems going forward. So that's kind of what I want to talk about right now. If the bishop comes to g7, Black's going to have huge problems. From here, White can play bishop to b5. Very, very strong move. Black does have a lot of different options. I kind of want to go over the main ones. It's really not going to do a lot of good to bring his knight to c6. Again, he will lose material. Doesn't really matter how we kind of slice that up here. He is going to lose material. We could even, if we wanted to exchange with our knight here first, and then he's going to check the king here and attack this rook here on a8. So that's not really a good move. His other options would be to bring a piece to this d7 square. So we'll kind of look at some of those options right here. His first two options he does is to bring either the bishop or the knight here to d7. So we'll go ahead and start with the knight here coming to d7. Now from here, again, as we talked about before, White's going to push forward. He's going to play pawn to e5 and start to put a lot of pressure on this knight here on f6. Now, it doesn't really matter if Black exchanges or not. It's pretty much going to do the same thing. We'll go ahead and take a look at it. If he does exchange, we'll say that the pawn takes on e5. White's going to respond taking. And now the Black knight has to move. Obviously, he can't take with his knight here from d7 because he's being pinned down from this bishop here on d5. So he has to move. He can either come back to g8 or he can move over to h5. Doesn't really matter. We'll just put him here on h5. And then the pawn's going to continue down the board, putting a lot of pressure on Black with pawn to e6. Now, the really only way that Black has to save face here as far as a material standpoint is to play pawn takes on e6. After he does that, White can now come in with knight capturing on e6. You can start to see Black's really starting to fall apart as far as his structure. His king's no longer safe. Doesn't really matter if he castles on the king side or the queen side. He's not going to be safe at all. You never want to fianchet your bishop on the king side and then lose your f pawn. This is definitely not the way you want to go. Obviously, the king here on e1, he can castle on the king side, make his rook here on the f file very, very powerful. It's a full open file. Or he can always castle on the queen side. He does have a lot of safety here on the queen side. So it doesn't really matter how you look at it. Black's going to be in a lot of trouble. Now again, we can come back here. We can, let's say he doesn't move his pawn here. He can always move his knight back to g8 right away. It doesn't really matter. White's going to continue with the same things we talked about. He can bring his pawn to e6 now, again putting a lot of pressure on this pawn on f7. Again, he's also attacking this knight here on d7, which cannot move. So again, the only thing he can do is bring his pawn to e6. And after he recaptures the game, we're kind of in the same boat right here, putting a lot of pressure on Black, and there's not a lot for him to do. Same thing is really going to happen if he brings his bishop to d7. We're going to continue doing the same thing, pushing forward with our pawns. Pawn to e5. Again, if he captures, doesn't really matter. He's going to take. Knight's going to have to move, and then we continue to push forward with the pawn here on e6. If he takes, he's still going to be in a lot of trouble. I do want to touch on one other point. Probably one of his better moves he does has is if he brings his knight back to d7. From here, White has a few options, but again, if you kind of look at it, White's really putting a lot of pressure on Black, and Black's really stopping a lot of his development possibilities. Yes, he is kind of saving face a little bit as far as a material standpoint, but he no longer can get his light square bishop involved into the game. He can castle on the king side, but he's pretty much moved his minor piece, his knight here on f6. He's now moved it to d7, which is not, you really don't want to be moving your minor pieces all over the board. Also, as we can tell, White does have a lot of different options from here. He can castle on the king side, really starts to put a lot of pressure. Again, he still has his pawn on f4, so he can start to push that forward, put a lot of pressure. He can always get his queen involved into the game. He can get his dark square bishop involved into the game. It's going to be very hard for Black to put a lot of pressure on White right now. In other variations, we have a lot of tactical, and aggressive lines from Black, but right now it's just kind of being passive, kind of just blocking everything that White has, and White's kind of just starting to really dominate the center of the board as far as development. It's going to be really hard for Black in this situation. So, again, the Levenfish variation just starts with that pawn to f4. Very, very aggressive line from White, but I find it very, very useful, especially for those players that are not too familiar with it. Now, the last variation is the Harrington-Gleick variation, and there's not as much theory on it, so I'm not going to go too in-depth in it, just because you don't see it that often at all. But definitely, knowing that the concepts that we talked about in the video, you may want to try it out. It does have some great positional play from White's side. Again, Black's theory is kind of the same. He's going to be playing the same moves from the beginning. But it starts out with bishop to e3 from White. Black's going to continue the same thing with fianchetting his bishop to g7. The bishop is now going to come to e2. Black's going to castle on the king side, and then the queen's going to come to d2. From here, Black's going to continue with knight to c6. Again, same format we talked about before. And then White has two options. He can castle on the king side, or he can castle on the queen side. So if you're looking for a lot of, a lot of different ideas as far as which way you can go. You can kind of mix it up. You can try some games castle on the king side. You can have some games castle on the queen side. More times than not, you're going to see castling on the queen side. Again, you kind of do have all your pieces kind of lined up against the king side, so you kind of have an attack already starting. Again, from here, white really wants to start pushing forward with his pawns on the king side. He does start to have his bishops and his knights ready to go attacking on the king side. So not as sharp as play as we've seen from some of the other moves. The Yugoslav attack where the bishop's coming out to c4, putting a lot of pressure on black on the f7 square. But you definitely still see a lot of solid play from white. So it really depends on how aggressive or not aggressive you want to be in this defense from both sides, from black or from white. You have a ton of different options. There's so much theory, so many fantastic games that you can watch. If you kind of like one of the variations, if you say, I really like the 11 fish variation, go check out some different games of some of the famous players that have played that. If you kind of like the Yugoslav, go check out some of the famous games played by that. There's so much great theory based on all these, and kind of think about some of the themes and the ideas that we talked about, and kind of see how those players use the semi-open file for their rook here. See how white really tries to control the center of the board with the light squares. See how white really tries to exchange his dark square bishop off the board, and how black really tries to exchange the light square bishop off from e2. So really don't just try to memorize all the moves that we talked about. As we get into the series of going into the different lines, really just start to pay attention to all the theory and the key concepts that we're talking about in the video. So again, this is video number 1. Hope you guys enjoy the video of some deeper analysis of some of the variations that you'll see in some of the more common openings like the Sicilian defense. If you have requests, definitely let me know. Again, I have a huge list of videos that I do want to make. But again, upon request, I definitely will move those up and down depending on how people are requesting those. So hopefully you guys enjoy the dragon variation in the Sicilian defense. Definitely leave some feedback. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be continuing our series on the Evans Gambit, looking at part 2. We're going to pick up right here at the Evans Gambit, and after the bishop takes on b4 and we move c3, he moves back to a5, common line. We're going to be going over another situation that black can do, and we move our pawn to d4. If he captures and we castle, let's say this time he doesn't want to take on c3. Actually, I think for black, I would not recommend taking on c3, because white's going to get that material back, and at the same time he's going to have tempo as he develops his pieces. It's going to be pretty tough for black in the long run, I think. From here, let's say black does move like b6, putting his bishop in a much better square, and at the same time defending his pawn on d4, putting a lot of pressure on the center. After white captures on d4, now black can play a move like d6. And it does a couple things here. This position's a little bit different as it was before. White now, queen to b3, it's not going to be as effective because now the knight can come to a5. If you remember from the first video, this was not good for black because after bishop to f7, the king here, when we moved our queen to a4 and the king captured, before we could come and capture this knight on a5. But now as you can see, this bishop on b6 is actually protecting this knight. So queen to b3 is not going to be our best move. But it's a good idea to know when it's a good move and when it's not, so you don't always put your queen on b3 expecting it to work out. Instead, knight to c3, simple development move, at the same time controlling key squares, controlling this square on d5 and at the same time controlling this pawn on e4. Now from here, black would really like to castle kingside, and he has two options. First, he has to get his knight out of the way. We've already seen how knight to h6 is a bad move in the first video. He has two options. He can bring his knight to e7, which seems logical. He's putting another defender on his knight on c6. They can switch places if they need to if one gets captured. Or his other one is knight to f6. The first one, if you do see knight to e7, know that this is a mistake, because white can now bring his knight to g5, attacking this pawn on f7. The only move that black has to defend this is if he moves castle. From here, white can bring his queen to h5, and this is going to smell disaster for black. The only way he can defend this is if he tries to bring his pawn to h6. From here, we can bring our knight to f7. We're attacking this queen. If he gives up his queen, it's going to be a pretty easy game for us, as y'all can probably tell. Let's say he tries to move his queen to e8 to get out of the way. We now have a discovered attack. It's a double check now. Anytime a king is double check, he has to move his king. It doesn't matter which one he goes. If he goes to h7 or h8, let's just put him on h7. Now we can bring our knight back. His king is forced to move to g8, and now it's simple checkmate. So that's not going to be good for black. So e7 is a huge mistake. If you see this, make sure that you take advantage of it. Instead of e7, though, you may see knight to f6. Now, knight to f6, what we're going to do is we're going to continue up the board with our pawns. Pawn to e5, putting a lot of pressure on black here. We want to make sure that black cannot castle kingside. If he takes, he can't castle yet, because if he castles, we'll just take his knight. That's not going to be good. If he does take with his pawn, we're not going to recapture it. You always want to put pressure on your opponent when you can, especially in the Evans Gambit. We're giving up material in this opening to put as much pressure as we can on our opponents. From here, we're not going to first take this. Instead, we're going to bring our bishop to a3, putting a lot of pressure on king to castle. Now, if he takes our pawn, we can bring our rook to e1. We're going to be putting, as you can tell, even more and more pressure on the black king. Black's going to have a really hard time now to develop his king side safety. And as you can tell, all of our pieces, now we can bring our queen to b3. As you can tell, all of our pieces are starting to work together and they're all developed. This is ample compensation for the material advantage that black has, because white has center control, he has great development, and all his pieces are aimed right at the king. So this is very good for white. The other opening I did want to talk about, we talked about if the bishop moves back to a5, and if he moves to e7. I also want to talk about in the Evans Gambit when he captures, and our pawn comes to c3. If he moves his bishop back to c5, a lot of players that aren't too familiar with the Evans Gambit is black. You may see them play this. From here, we're going to bring our pawn to d4. If he now captures with his pawn, we're attacking his bishop, so I would recommend that he takes with his pawn on his bishop. But we can bring our pawn to d4, and his bishop's now going to have to move, and you may see a similar situation that you did before if he brings his bishop back to b6. But as you can tell, after he moves his bishop, he's going to be losing time in development. We can castle kingside. We can now bring our bishop queen into the action of b3, depending on where his bishop is. We can bring our knight to c3. We have great center control, great development, and this is going to be very good. We're down one pawn in material, but as you can see, this is a very aggressive opening, and we have ample compensation for the pawn down. So this is the Evans Gambit. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you do play the Gioco piano, I highly recommend playing the Evans Gambit. It's very, very good for white, and there's a lot of ideas that even if it doesn't play out exactly like some of these examples, you can still have a lot of very good attacking ideas from the Evans Gambit and have a lot of easy wins against players that aren't too familiar with it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Check out the website, www.thechesswebsite.com, and I will see you guys next video. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Faulkner counter gambit. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is going to be the first YouTube analysis video on the Faulkner counter gambit. So I think it's going to be pretty good. I've been playing this defense exclusively for the past week trying to get more insight into it. So I think this video is going to be very informative for everyone that watches it. The Fluffer counter gambit starts with white to e4, black responding pawn to e5, and white going into the King's Gambit line. Now I can tell you, being a King's Gambit player myself, I really hate seeing the Fluffer counter gambit. Anytime a player plays the King's Gambit, they really want to be the aggressor in the game. They really want to attack early and often, and the Fluffer counter gambit, which is pawn to d5, pretty much takes away all the main lines that White's used to playing the King's Gambit line. It really gets them out of their comfort zone. And today we're going to be looking at all the different moves that White has that you may see. We're going to look at the main line, and we're going to look at how to exploit any mistakes that you may see. And if you are White, how to respond correctly, and what both sides should be thinking when they see this. Now White has a lot of places that he can hang himself, and so I want to go over those to make sure that if you do see him, you can take advantage right away. The first one, the most obvious, is if pawn captures to e5. A lot of times White just gets flustered, they're not really sure which pawn to capture. If he captures pawn e5, we can simply bring our queen to h4, just a devastating move. If he tries to block with his pawn here, we can simply take on e4, and we're forking this rook, checking the king here. If he decides to move his king instead, we can just simply bring our queen, capture on e4. His only move is king to f2. We can simply bring our bishop to c5 check. He can either move his king, or he can try something like pawn to d4. We can just recapture because our queen's protecting, so if he wants to give us his queen, either way, black's going to win this game fairly easy. So that's obviously going to be a very bad move, as we can see. Another move you'll see often is simply knight to c3. Now from here, we're simply going to take pawn to f4. Now White has two options here to take this pawn on d5, and you want to make sure that if they take it with the wrong piece, that you make him pay. Most people like to capture with their pawn. They don't like to extend their minor pieces too far out in the game. Well, this is actually going to be a mistake for White if he does that, meaning that if he captures with his pawn on d5, thinking that his knight's protecting, we can actually bring our queen to h4 again, check the king. Again, White has two options. He can move his king into the middle, which is completely out of safety, or he can simply bring his pawn to d3, and we can retake with no room for White to recapture, because then we can simply just take his rook on h1. So that's going to be the wrong way, but it's going to be the more tempting way for White to recapture. Now if White does capture with his knight, which he should, Black can simply come to f6 with his knight, and then White's just going to take on f4. Now we can come in and develop our knight to c6. We eventually want to take on this pawn on e4, but right away, again, it is a counter gambit, so we are giving up a pawn at the very beginning. We're trying to get a spatial advantage and center control faster than White by giving up that extra pawn at the beginning. So I like to have both, in the Fluffer counter gambit, both the knights out right away, then depending on where he goes, you can develop and attack from there. So make sure that if he doesn't defend correctly, that you make him pay. Now another defense that you'll see quite often is simply knight to f3. Obviously this is the most common line in the King's Gambit line, so if a player really doesn't know what to do, they may simply just continue with their line and not really pay much attention to it. From here, we can simply just capture on f4, and then White really has to decide how he wants to defend here. If he captures with pawn to d5, we can simply develop our knight to f6, attacking this pawn on d5. And White's has two options. Obviously, he wants to defend this. He can defend it, one, with knight to c3, but from here we can simply take freely, as you can see. If he takes, then we can retake with our queen. Obviously, if he tries to bring his bishop into the act, we can do the same thing. We can capture, and if he captures, we can recapture, and we have great center control here. Or you may see him bring his pawn to c4. Now, if you see this is just a really bad move because he's basically already weakened his king side, and now he's weakening his queen side even more. From here, we can simply bring our pawn to c6, attacking this piece, trying to basically mix this up. If he does recapture, then we can simply recapture with our knight on c6, developing and bringing it to a very good square. And you can see from here, Black has a pretty good setup. We can bring our bishop into the action, we can castle kingside. White is completely flustered. His king side is weak, his queen side is weak. Black's going to have a really good game here, and that's kind of what you're looking for in the Fluffer counter gambit. It may not be the most technically sound, but it gives you a lot of fighting options, and it plays really well, especially against someone that's not used to playing against it. So that is one of the more common things that you'll see. Another thing you may see is they may just challenge with pawn to d3. Obviously, this is going to be a huge mistake because we can take, and then when they recapture, then we can simply take their queen on d1, and when they retake with their king, we're going to be in great position. Their king can no longer castle. Obviously, we can just recapture this pawn here. We're going to be even in material, but at the same time, we're going to have a much better game because their king's in the center and he can't castle, and we can still develop our pieces freely. So if you see d3 right away, that's going to be a mistake for them. We'll go ahead and get into the main line, though, and that is simply pawn captures d5. And from here, and again, if you're White and you see this, this is going to be your best move. Just go ahead and take the pawn that they are offering you and move forward with the game. From here, Black's actually going to just push forward with pawn to e4. And this is actually a really powerful move by Black. So White really wants to remove this pawn on e4. And you may see two ways. The most common is simply just d3. But you may see knight to c3. It doesn't matter which one. If you're Black, you're going to respond the same way, and that's knight to f6, putting a defender on this e4 pawn. Now, if they continue the point and bring a pawn to d3, well, now you can actually develop even more pieces, and you're going to be pinning the knight down to the king here. Now, let's say he captures with his pawn. Black's going to recapture, and you can already see the tension that's building. We're attacking this piece, and at the same time, we're pinning it down to the king. White's really going to have a weak queenside attack once we're done with him. But let's say he doesn't bring out his knight. Let's say his first move is simply just pawn to d3. From here, we're just going to bring our knight into the action with knight to f6, and the most common move in the main line is simply White recaptures on e4, and then Black's going to capture on e4 with his knight. And this is the setup that you're going to see more times than not, and this is the part that I really want to look at. White's really got a pretty bad setup as far as center control and kingside safety. He really doesn't have any of that. So this is, as you can see, we're down a pawn. We have two pawns down and they're down one. So we are down a pawn, but we have pretty good control. And from here, White can still make a lot of mistakes. Obviously, anytime you're up in material, you want to trade down. You may see a common mistake of, let's say, knight to c3, attacking this knight, basically trying to remove it since it isn't a good square. White can't attack it with any pawn, so we can just kind of hang out there. We can even bring our bishop to f5 and put another defender on that. The knight's not going anywhere for a while, so White may try to get rid of it. From here, though, we have a pretty awesome move. As y'all seen before, the queen just eyes on this h4 spot, and it's a pretty devastating move. Obviously, the king can move, or they can bring the pawn to g3. If he moves his king out, his king's going to be even more unsafe than he was before. If he does move his pawn out, then we can simply take our knight, get him away from danger from the knight on c3, and we can just capture. If white here recaptures, we're going to get a free rook out of it. So even from this position, which you'll see a lot in the main line, if someone has studied it, you're still going to have a lot of fighting options. And white, against the Faulkner counter gambit, has many, many ways to hang himself. So this is the Faulkner counter gambit. If you haven't already played it, I highly recommend it. It's fun. If you like to attack in like very, very fast-paced games, especially as black, and you do come across the King's Gambit, I highly recommend it. So hope you guys learned as much from this video as I have. If you haven't already, please subscribe. I've got some other cool videos coming out in the future, and I'll see you guys next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a nice little opening defense for the Queen's Gambit. And so if you don't like to play the Queen's Gambit accepted line, today we're going to be going over a Queen's Gambit decline line, and that is the Slav defense. We're going to be going over a lot of different variations. This is very popular in GM play because there are so many different variations in the Slav defense. We're going to go over some of the main points of some of the most popular variations that you will see. The Slav defense starts out with pawn 2 d4, pawn 2 d5, both trying to control the center with their pawns. From here, white's going to play pawn 2 c4, and then black is going to play pawn 2 c6. Instead of playing pawn 2 e6, instead he's first going to play pawn 2 c6, trying not to block off his light square bishop, and at the same time protecting his pawn on d5. Now there are a lot of variations. One of the first ones we'll touch on is the exchange variation, and it's pawn captures on d5, and black responds capturing on d5. And I really feel that this is one of the least exciting variations of the opening. And for this, a lot of times you actually, instead of c6 first, you'll see the semi-Slav, which is e6 first, and then c6 will eventually come into the mix. And we'll actually go over the semi-Slav in another video since it's a completely different defense in itself. But the Slav continues with c6, and the exchange variation, which we talked about, is less common, but we'll go over the main line and some of the main variations that you will see from the main line. And the main line continues with knight to f3, trying to control the center development of his knight. And from here, black's going to do the same. He's going to develop his knight to f6. And then white's going to bring his knight to c3. And from here, black's going to go and start taking pieces. He's going to take on c4. And from here, it's a very important move. White needs to play a4. And what this does is it prevents black from playing his pawn to b5. Now, a lot of players, if they're very aggressive like myself, they may even try a move like e4. This is the Slav gambit. And this is offering up this pawn back so that black can play pawn to b5, holding on to this pawn. But it's really tough to say if white has adequate compensation for this pawn. Instead, if you're playing white and you do see the Slav, I would actually recommend just playing the a4, pawn to a4. And what this does is it doesn't allow black to play his pawn to b4. But what it does do is, if you can see, anytime your opponent plays, you want to see the space that he left. And this pawn on the a file is really going to be used to defend this b4 pawn. But once it comes up to a4, it can no longer defend this b4 square. So this b4 square is going to be a major theme throughout the Slav defense. So if you're playing the main line and you do come across this, always be aware that black's going to be looking at this b4 square and he's going to try to hold on to it. And white in turn is going to try to make sure that black does not hold on to it the entire game. So play can continue from here. Bishop to f5, and what bishop to f5 does is a couple things. One, it develops his light square bishop, so from here black can continue to play his pawn to e6 without trapping his light square bishop, and at the same time it prevents white from playing e4. White would really like to play e4 with his pawn, putting his pawn in a nice central square, but at the same time, a discovered attack on this c4 pawn. With our pawn not being able to be on b5, black's going to lose this pawn. It's all a matter of how white takes it, and he would really like to play e4, getting great central control with his pawn, at the same time taking on c4 with his bishop right here. Now, since white can't play e4 in this situation because our bishop is here on f5, instead you'll see pawn to e3. And what this does is two things. One, it allows to open up this bishop, this light square bishop. At the same time, it connects these pawns. Now, eventually, white would like to play his pawn to e4, but he can't right away because our bishop. But he would like to play e4 because he would solidify the middle with his pawns. At the same time, right now he's blocking off his dark square bishop on c1, and he would like to open that up. So right away, he's going to play e3, and from here, black's going to play e6. Now, anytime you see pawns on e6 and c6, eventually the knight is going to be played from b8 to d7. This is just the normal development for the knights if a pawn is on c6 and e6, and we'll see this later in the game. But what this pawn to e6 does is it allows our dark square bishop to get into the action. Remember, we'd really like to bring our dark square bishop to this b4 square. So from here, white's going to play bishop takes on c4, centralizing his bishop, and at the same time equalizing the material. From here, we're going to continue with our game plan. We're going to bring our bishop to b4. This is going to be a great square for our bishop for the time being. We're pinning down this knight to the king, and at the same time, the pawns that would normally kick this bishop out would be on c and a, and both of those pawns can no longer kick this bishop out. So for a while, our bishop's going to be here until we don't want him to anymore. Now from here, you'll see white castle, and he castles kingside because his knight's being pinned, and he doesn't want his knight being pinned anymore. So he's just going to get his king to the castle kingside to get more king safety. And from here, we're going to do exactly what we talked about before. We're going to bring our knight to d7, and this is a great development square. Knight can come into the middle anytime he wants. Next, we can castle kingside if we want for king safety, but this is going to be the main line that you'll see in the Slav very often. And from here, there's a few things that you want to keep in mind. Black eventually would like to play a move like to c5 or e5, trying to break up the middle, and white would really like to play a move like e4, trying to gain center control. So it really comes down to these different themes of what both sides are trying to do. Black the entire game tries to hold on to this b4 pawn, this b4 square, and at the same time, if you see the white knight come to h4, a lot of times players will try to get the bishops away from your opponent. You can leave your bishop here. A lot of times players will not only allow the other team to take their bishop, but let's say black castles kingside and the knight takes on f5. A lot of black players like to let white do this, so when they recapture, they have more control of this e4 square. Remember, the center is very important, so if we have more pressure on this e4 square with our knight on f6 and our pawn on f5, this is very strong for black. So these are a few ideas that you want to take a look at when looking at the Slav defense, especially in the main line. Another variation that you're going to see in the Slav defense is the simple decline line. And so I want to go over it because there are a few missteps that a lot of people make. And so I want to go over just exactly how you should approach it when you come across it. So Slav starts out with d4, d5, c5, and c6. And from here, white's going to play knight to f3, and black's going to play knight to f6. Now, there's two moves that white can make. We went over the c3 move, but a lot of times you'll see the white pawn come to e3 right away. He's not trying to bring his knight into the action yet. Instead, he's freeing up his bishop, so if black takes on c4, he doesn't have to worry about playing a4 and worrying about this b4 square the entire game, which a lot of white players don't like to worry about. Instead, he plays e3, so after black takes, white can simply come down, capture with his bishop on c4, and he doesn't have to worry about this b4 square or his pawn on a4 the entire game. So if you see this, keep in mind, because if he does play this, you don't have to take on c4, I was just showing you, but from here, your bishop can come to f5, and this is going to be a very good square for your bishop. From here, if white captures on c5 and we recapture with our pawn, then we have great central control. We can now bring our pawn to e6. Our light square bishop is not blocked in. we can get our dark square bishop into the game, we can castle kingside, and black's going to have a very good game from here. The problem arises if you're expecting e3 and don't play accordingly. Let's say white plays d4, we play d5, they play c4, and after c6 they play knight to f3, knight f6, and now instead they play knight to c3, which is the main line that we talked about. Now let's say we try to bring our bishop into the action on f5. Now remember before, we didn't play this as our first move, but let's say we try to play it now thinking that it was e3. Now from here, this is going to be a huge mistake. The queen can now come to b3 for white, and they're going to have a huge advantage. See now that he has 3 attackers on this one pawn, his knight, and his queen, and at the same time he's attacking his pawn on b7. Black can't defend both of these without losing a tempo. He's going to have to move his bishop back to c8, and this is going to be very bad for black. So keep in mind that if he plays his knight, then I would go ahead and move along with the main theme that we talked about earlier in the video. And if he plays e3, then it's going to be safe for you to play your bishop to f5, but not otherwise. Make sure that you always have all your different variations in your mind so that you don't play the wrong thing and get completely messed up. So this is the Slav variation. Hope you guys learned a lot on this queen's game decline line. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at a cool opening of the Latvian Gambit. It starts out with pawn e4, pawn e5, knight to f3 development move, and pawn to f5. And as you can already see here without this f5 pawn move, this is a very common opening that you'll see from white. But a lot of times, as you can imagine, they're not studied up on this move right here. A player starting out with e4 and knight to f3 is really not expecting black to play this Latvian Gambit. And a lot of times they may not have seen it at all. And so if you're not playing at a master level, if you're playing club level or below, rated 1800 or below, I would definitely recommend looking at this because you're going to see this opening a lot from white. And so if you get very good at the Latvian Gambit and you're a very aggressive player, this is not a very good opening if you're not an aggressive player at all. But if you are very aggressive and you want to learn a new line, I definitely recommend this because black has a lot of success, especially if white's never seen this. A lot of times they can have a very easy win because white's just not accustomed to playing against this defense from black. So we're going to go and take a look at some of the main lines from both sides and talk about some of the key concepts that you always want to remember when playing the Latvian Gambit. The main line continues with knight takes on e5, and black has 3 options here, and we're going to take a look at each of those. The first one, the main line, is queen to f6. I don't really play this a lot, but it is the main line, so I want to talk about it. And white has 2 options here. He can bring down his pawn to d4 to hold on to this knight, or instead, since he's going to kick his knight out anyway if we move our pawn up, a lot of times you'll see white bring his knight back to c4 here. And that's the main line. What you also may see from black is bringing his knight to c6. And a lot of times from here, one of the common things you'll see in the Latvian Gambit is white bringing his queen down to h5. From here, black's forced to bring his pawn to g6. Now from here, white has 2 options. He can take our knight on c6, attacking our queen. From here, it's actually recommended that you take with your pawn on d7 to c6 instead of taking the queen right away. The queen's now going to be forced to move, but instead, this is just a better setup if we take this queen and now he takes our queen. It's just a better setup for us. So that's one option that white has, but another option that you'll see a lot is if white takes on g6. And he can do this because if we take back on g6, he can come down and take our rook. Now that's not to say that we don't want to do this. Again, a lot of times if you play the Latvian Gambit, you're all about sacrificing pieces over and over and over again. So a lot of times you'll see players for black either capture and just give up this rook, and at the same time try to completely get the white queen out of the game and then start to attack. Or instead, if they don't take here, you may see the knight come to f6, holding down this pawn on h7 at the same time attacking this queen on h5. So if the knight moves for a discovered check, then we can now take this queen. So this queen for white is going to have to move now. So this is why a lot of times, more times than not, you'll see knight to f6. So this is one of the options with knight to c6 from from black. Another option that we do have is bishop to c5, and this is another gambit itself. We're basically looking to bait white into taking an extra pawn on f5. Black's going to have a tough time actually playing the game if white decides to bring his queen down, and after we bring our pawn to g6, kind of as we talked about, if he takes, we can bring our knight to f6, and then he can move away. He's going to move his queen away. But this is going to be a tough game for black. Still playable, but a tough game for black. What we're hoping to do if we do play this is a lot of times you'll see white take this extra pawn on f5. And this is really what we're going for. And we're going to actually sacrifice another piece by bringing our bishop down to f2. And from here, white's going to recapture with his king. And then we're going to bring our queen to h4, checking this. As you can see, black's giving up material in hopes that he can get the white king out in the middle and then start to attack and hopefully get a checkmate pretty soon. Now from here, white has limited number of moves. If he tries to retreat, let's say to g1, then black can come in and retake this knight on e5 after he checks this king. Now if white tries to just come back to e2, again we can do the same thing, check the king and attack this knight. The best move for white is to bring his king to f3. And now from here, black has 3 options, and you can play around with what you think is best. But the 3 options really that you have are bringing your knight to f6, and this is good because these 2 squares on g4 and e4 are really huge attacks for black. If we kick this knight away for white that's on e5 with a simple move, pawn to d6 or something else, even bring our knight into the action, then these 2 squares become huge. We have our queen and our knight attacking these squares. We can get both of them involved. Those are going to be very deadly, and white's going to have to do something to defend those. The second move that you may see if you're playing black is knight to e7, and this is done so that he can, in turn, his next move if he wants to, is take this pawn on f5. And this is going to give his knight a really active square where he has some very deadly checks. He can then come to d4 as a nice check. If he moves his queen, he can come to h4. So a lot of players will like to play their knight to e7 so that they can capture this pawn, and also they would like to castle on the king side and have this rook on the f-file bearing down without the knight in the way. If the knight is played to f6, then he's going to be in the way, but if he's played to e7 like we're looking at right now, then after we castle on the king side, this rook's going to have the f-file to bear down on. Then the last move that you will see is pawn to b5. And this does 2 things. One, it starts to attack on the queen side. As you can see, we've already started to obliterate the king side. This starts to attack the queen side. But at the same time, the next move from black is we like to bring our bishop to b7. And this is going to attack white, check him, and also get another piece involved, at the same time gain a tempo for black. So these are your 3 options. All 3 of them, as you can tell, are very aggressive from black. And this all stems from hoping that white earlier on took the extra pawn on f5. Again, if he doesn't and he brings his queen down immediately, it's going to be a little harder. It's still going to be a very aggressive game for black that he can play, but it is going to be a little harder. So let's go and take a look at another line that you may see if you do play the Latvian. Another variation you'll see a lot is bishop to c4. From here, we're just going to take this pawn on e4. The knight's going to be forced to move, capturing on e5, and we're going to develop our knight to f6, defending our pawn. And we're going to go ahead and give up this move to knight to f7. And from here, our queen's going to come to e7. This is very important, and we'll see that in just a minute. We're going to give up this rook. Again, the Latvian Gambit. Feel free to give up as much material as you need to. After he does this, we can now bring our pawn to d5, and the bishop now has to come back to e2. If he doesn't come back to e2, if he goes back to, let's say, b3, then we can bring our bishop to g4, and we're going to win this queen one way or another. Again, this queen on e7 is very important because it eyes down, and if our pawn moves, we now have a discovered attack on the white queen, on the white king. So this is one variation that you'll see more times than not. Let's go and take a look at a few more. The next move you might see from white is knight to c3. Simple development move, attacking the center and getting another minor piece involved. And from here, black's going to play similar to the king's gambit on the reverse side, and he's going to bring his knight to f6, attacking his pawn here on e4. At the same time, he's going to look to get his bishop, his dark square bishop involved, and then castle on the king side and have his rook on this f-file bearing down. So if you're familiar with the king's gambit, a lot of times if you see this variation from white, it's going to be a lot like the king's gambit, just played on the flip side as you're playing from black. So you may see this. It's very rare that you will see this, but you may see it. And the last one that you may see, instead of taking with his knight to e5, you may see the pawn capturing on f5. And this is completely fine. Black's going to continue to push up the board with pawn to e4, attacking this knight. And then you may see the knight come down to e5. And then black has a few options, but the most common move that you'll see from black here is bringing his knight to f6, kind of as we talked about before. Now, instead of attacking, he's defending his pawn on e4, getting ready to get his dark square bishop involved. At the same time, he can castle on the king side. So as you can see, this is going to be a very aggressive line from black as he eyes down this f-file. And these are the most common lines that you will see in the Latin gambit. Obviously, the first couple that we looked at are going to be the ones that you see more often than not, but there are a few times where if someone completely hasn't seen it, you may see him play one of these last few moves. But as you can tell from this opening, it's a very aggressive opening, and black has a lot of good lines that he can completely destroy white. So if you're playing with someone that hasn't seen this, or you're playing someone much higher rated that is completely well versed in the Italian game and the Ruy Lopez and a lot of the games that stem from this knight to f3 in the very beginning, you may just want to throw this in there and just see how they react to it, because a lot of times white has an epic fail and just gets destroyed by black. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully you guys have learned something new about a new opening that you may have never seen before. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over a cool video, the Icelandic Gambit. And it derives from the Scandinavian defense, which starts with pawn to e4. Again, a move from white that you're going to see very often, which is going to give you a lot of opportunities to actually play the Icelandic Gambit. And then pawn to d5. This is the Scandinavian defense. After white takes, black has a lot of different options. You may have seen, queen takes here on d5. But this comes from knight coming to f6. White has a lot of different options, but the Icelandic Gambit is the pawn coming here to c4, and then the pawn now coming to e6. Now there are other gambits. The pawn could come here to c6, but the Icelandic Gambit again is the pawn coming here to e6. From here, there's a lot of variations that we're going to be going over in the Icelandic Gambit. The first and most common that we're going to be spending a lot of time on is the main line, and that's the pawn coming to e6, and then the bishop recapturing here on e6. And again, if we kind of look at this, black has given up material for a rapid lead in development. He has two of his minor pieces developed in the center of the board. He's attacking this, pawn here on c4. He has this queen on the semi-open file d file. So, a lot of attacking lines. White currently has none of his minor pieces involved into the game, so he's going to have to find a way to really combat black's strong attacks. Now, the first thing you may see is the pawn come to d4. Again, he does have the light square bishop here on f1 defending this bishop, so this pawn here on c4, so doesn't have to worry about that right away. He could try to counterattack in the center of the board with like pawn to d4. From here, the bishop's just going to come to b4, putting the king in check. White has a lot of different options. One option that you may see is just knight coming to c3. Now, this is a pretty terrible move from white. Black can go ahead and bring his knight to e4, putting a lot of pressure. He's now attacking this knight, and this knight is pinned down. How can he really combat that? He can always bring his queen to c2. Unfortunately, the queen can now come to d4 since the queen was the only protector of that pawn. Black is not only taking back the material that he's lost early on, but he's now all up in white's base. And it's going to be very, very hard for white to figure out how to get this light square bishop out, how to get this knight out, castle, so we can get some sort of safety, because black's really starting to put a lot of pressure. He can always, again, bring this bishop here to c4. He can always easily castle now. It's going to be very, very hard for white to hold on here. Black's definitely in the advantage right here. White can always try to bring his knight to f3. Black can go ahead and start to exchange some pieces. He can take bishop here on c3, check. So after the pawn takes, the queen can go ahead and come to c3. After the queen takes, the knight comes on c3. As you can tell right here, not only is black now up in material, not too long ago he was down, but he also has much better pawn structure going into the endgame. He's got two pawn structures of 3. White has less pawns, but he has more pawn structures. And he does have this one isolated here on c4, which is going to be an easy target for black to really go after later on to the game. So again, very, very good game for black. Now, you may not see the queen come to c2. Another move could always be the bishop coming here to d2. That's going to lose automatically to the queen coming to d4 because the queen's no longer protecting it. Instead of the bishop coming to d2, the knight could come to e2, but unfortunately, this light square bishop's no longer protecting this pawn on c4. The bishop can now gobble up this pawn right here. Again, black doesn't have a whole lot of great options. Now, the knight doesn't have to come to c3 early on. You can always see something like bishop comes to d2. Black can go ahead and exchange here on d2 after the queen takes. Then black can play a nice little move, queen to e7. This is a theme that you'll see a lot in the Icelandic Gambit, basically setting up a discovered attack. After this bishop moves, let's say it takes here on c4. There's a discovered attack on the white king. So this is going to be a very, very powerful move from black. Obviously, he can get his knight involved into the game to c6 if he wants to, but at any moment, he can move this bishop. And again, it's going to be very, very hard for white to get both of these minor pieces involved into the game so he can castle. Castling on the queen side, not really an option anymore. It's not going to be safe for him. So this, again, is going to be very, very good for black. Now, instead of the bishop coming there to d2, you could see something. It'd be a lot worse, but the knight could come, let's say, to d2 from here. The queen's just going to right away come in and gobble up this pawn on d4. So really, if you see this first move from white just bringing his pawn down to d4, it's very common, but you can just go ahead, high-five your monitor or your computer, wherever you're playing chess, play bishop to d4 and know that you're just going to run over your opponent. Next move you may see, and it's actually one of the better moves from white, even though it's really painful to play white in this position against the Icelandic Gambit, but you could see knight coming down to f3, and then immediately the queen's going to come here to e7. Again, kind of that tactic we talked about. White has a lot of different moves, but he's not careful. The bishop's now going to just come to c4, really attacking this light square diagonal, and again, it's a discovered attack against white, and black's already regained all the material. Now, again, we don't have to go in every situation because, again, you're going to do the same thing. Knight comes to c3, and then black's going to recapture. The one move I do want to talk about is if the queen comes here to e2, because, again, the bishop can no longer take here. It's not a discovered attack. The queen could just come down immediately and take the queen, exchange. So I do want to go over this. And from here, the knight's just going to come here to c6. And this is also very powerful because black's really getting all his pieces, into the game. Now, if you castle on the king side, that's very, a safe defense for your king. If you castle on the queen side, that's a much more aggressive castle. So, again, if black castles on the queen side, then you can see his rook's going to be here on the d file. This is a semi-open file. So this is going to be very, very good for black. From here, white has a lot of different options. If he tried his knight coming to c3, black can go and castle on the queen side. Again, this rook is now very, very active. Again, not quite as safe for the king, but again, in the Icelandic Gambit, you're trying to be very, very aggressive. So this is going to be very good. Also, you can, instead of the knight coming to c3, you can always see, pawn to d3. Again, kind of a weak move. Black's going to do the same thing, castle on the queen side. The only move that you may change it up a little bit is if the pawn comes to d4. You're not really going to castle on the queen side anymore because the pawn could just push down to d5, attacking both your minor pieces. This is obviously going to be bad. Instead, if the pawn comes down to d4,
all you're really going to do is play bishop here to f5. Now, white has two different options. He could continue to come down and just play, pawn to d5. This is probably one of the worst moves he can make. From here, the knight can just come to b4, getting ready to attack here on c2, as long as that queen's not there. So this is going to be very good for black. He can always still castle on the queen side now. Very, very strong attack along this d file. Instead of the pawn coming down to d5, the queen can go ahead and come here to e7, and then black can go ahead and take here on e7. Now, if you look at this, black is down in material. He's down one pawn, but all of his minor pieces are developed. He can castle on the king side. He can castle on the queen side. It's going to be very, very hard for black, or to white, to hold on to the small advantage that he does have, because black's just overwhelming him as far as the development standpoint. So this is going to be a very, very good game for black. Black's actually ahead in this position, so you actually don't mind seeing the queen come down here to e2 earlier on in the situation. It's going to be okay. So that's, again, what's going to happen if the knight comes here to f3. Next move you might see from white is bringing the knight here to c3, kind of along those, English opening lines. It's going to be the same pretty much from black. He's going to bring his bishop here to b4. White has a lot of different responses. We've already seen what happens if his pawn comes here to d4. The knight's going to go ahead and swoop in here to e4. Again, we've already kind of played this out. This is going to be very, very good for black. Now, instead of the pawn coming here to d4, he can always try to get his other knight involved into the game. Again, he needs to find a way to get safety for his king, so he can try to get his light square bishop involved into the game. From here, black's going to go ahead and play this, queen to e7. We've already talked about this really great ability for the bishop to come here to c4. So this is going to be, again, very, very good. Now, instead of the knight coming here to f3, you can obviously move like pawn to a3, trying to kick the bishop away. The bishop can go ahead and take. It's not a problem. If he recaptures with his pawn on his b pawn, then again the queen can come back here to e7. Again, putting a lot of pressure. This discovered attack right here. Again, if the queen comes here to e2, that's fine. Black can go ahead and castle on the king side, then he can swing his rook over to e8. Again, putting a lot of pressure on his e file. This is going to be very good for black. Black doesn't mind at all. If instead white decides, let's recapture with his c pawn, black can go ahead, exchange off queens, and after that, the knight can come here to c6. Next move if he wants to, he can come over here to a5. It's going to be very hard for white to hold on to his material advantage. Obviously, next move he can take here. If the pawn comes up, he can take here on b3. Again, he has a lot of different options. Again, his knight can come involved into the game. He can start to attack. If this is weakened, he can always come here to f2. And black still has options. He can castle on the queen side. Putting his rook attacking on the d file. Black is going to have a very, very good game in this situation. So, again, if white plays, knight to c3 early on, that is completely okay. Now, sometimes your opponent may not take here on e6, and that's fine. Black's still going to have a really good game, but I do want to go over some of the situations that you may see arise from this situation right here. So first one that you may see is knight to c3. Again, similar development move, but trying to put a lot of pressure on his pawn to d5. White's just going to go ahead and take. After the pawn takes, black can go ahead and take. White can recapture if he wants to. Black's going to be ahead as far as development. He does have an extra piece developed in the center of the board, and white now has this. He has 3 pawn chains. He does have this in the middle. That doesn't. It's kind of isolated right there. So this is going to be okay for black. Black doesn't mind that. If we kind of reverse the order, instead he takes with his knight, it's going to be exactly the same thing. Black's going to kind of come out ahead. So again, don't mind this at all. Now, if you see instead of knight to c3, if you see knight to f3, it's going to be very similar. If they don't want to take with their pawn on d5, then black is going to take the pawn on d5. So same kind of thing. He can capture, or the next move, black can capture, he can start to develop his other minor pieces. It's going to be somewhat similar. Now, sometimes you may not see either of the knights. You could see a move like pawn to d4, basically saying, okay, you can take this back, I still want to control the center of the board. Again, anytime you see this pawn coming up, you're immediately high-fiving somebody and bringing your bishop to b4 because you know it's going to be a good game. So from here, there's a lot of different things. You can always see bishop coming to d2, and that's fine. We can go ahead and exchange bishops. Let's say the knight retakes, then black's just going to go ahead and retake here on d5. This is going to be a completely fine game for black. If instead of the bishop coming there, we have the knight coming to c3, this is probably better for black. Again, black's just going to recapture on d5. And now this knight is pinned down, he can't really do anything. He can't capture this bishop here on b4, so he's kind of at a loss. Let's say he does capture with his pawn here on d5. Black can recapture with his knight. He's now attacking this knight again. Also, it's being pinned down. He can get his other pieces involved into the game. Again, this is going to be very good. Black can easily castle as soon as he wants. He has kingside safety. This white king is still trying to figure out how in the heck am I going to be safe, because every scenario we're looking at, the king's kind of in the middle of the board, and he's kind of attacked all the time. So again, it's going to be good for black. Now, another thing you may see, instead of the pawn coming up to d4, a lot of people like to put their opponents in check, so you could see queen come down to a4. Very simple. Black's going to play bishop to d7. White has a lot of different options. He really needs to be playing queen to b3. If he doesn't, if he just comes back to c2 or d1, those are kind of wasted moves. All black's going to do is just start gobbling up material. He's already equalized right here, and so it's kind of a wasted move. He really doesn't have any of his minor pieces. He's not controlling the center of the board at all anymore. So going to be a very good game for black. Again, the one thing that you may see is the queen coming back here to b3. Again, adding an extra defender here on these pawns. But again, pretty easy from here. Black's still going to just take here on d5. Now, white has different options. He can either take with his pawn. He can always come down here and take on b7. Let's say he does come down here and take on b7. Then the knight can come to c6, allowing the rook here to come to b8 and still protecting this pawn on a7. Again, it's going to be really hard for white to kind of hold on to his queen on b7 unless he gets it out of the way. Now, if he does decide, okay, I want to start getting out of the way because black can start to attack me, he did gain his pawn in material. Again, he took it. But from here, black can play bishop to c5. He's really starting to get all of his minor pieces involved into the game. White, his king's still in the middle of the board. He's not going to be able to castle anytime soon. This white queen, although it did capture a pawn, in chess it's not all about being up in material. Sometimes it's having more material in the fight, and right now white does not have that. So if he tried something like knight to f3, trying to get something involved into the game, black can come here to g4, putting pressure on the pawn on f2. Black just has so many different attacks. Again, he can castle on the king side for safety anytime he wants to. White's not really doing a whole heck of a lot. So this is going to be very good for black. Instead of moving his queen back right away, he could get kind of selfish and say, I'm just going to take this pawn here on d5. The knight can come here and take on d5. And then again, putting pressure on this queen. If the queen comes back here to b3, black can kind of set a trap here. He can play knight to d4. Nice little trap because from here the queen's like, okay, what am I going to do? I'll go ahead and take this knight here on d5. That's kind of a free piece. But unfortunately, again, we're all about these discovered attacks. The knight can now come to c1, and after the king moves, then the bishop now has a discovered attack. So he moves, attacking the king. Something's going to have to give, and this queen is going to fall very, very shortly. So again, there's just so many different ways for white to hang themselves in the isolated gambit. those were the main lines that you'll see in the Icelandic Gambit. If you guys are curious, I can make another video. Instead of sometimes coming down with pawn to c4, you can always see something like the pawn coming down to d4 saying, you know what, I'm up in material, but I feel like something funny's going on, so I'm going to play d4. Black can say, you know what, I'm not going to retake. I'm going to play the Portuguese Gambit, and let's say play bishop to g4. So Black has a lot of different variations, but we'll save that for another video. If you guys are interested, feel free to let me know. But I really enjoy the Icelandic Gambit. Again, I feel like it gives Black so many different options, and if you're playing an opponent that's not really familiar with it, I feel like you're just going to just run over the board because there's so many different aggressive lines. And the entire time, it's so easy to keep your king safe, either on the king side or the queen side. So feel free to let me know what you guys think of this opening. Feel free to try it out, see if you guys have success. Hopefully you enjoyed watching, learned something, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be starting a new series, a two-part series on the Evans Gambit, which comes from the Giocco piano. So we'll go ahead and get into it. Starts with pawn to e4, pawn e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5. And this is the Giocco piano right now, and if you've watched the video, you know that White would like to bring his pawn to c3, and eventually bring his pawn to d4, attacking the center. But in the Evans Gambit, we're first going to play pawn to b4. And like any other gambit, we're going to offer up material, in this case a pawn on b4, in exchange for rapid and aggressive development that you'll see later on here. Now Black has two options. He can accept or he can decline. In this two-part series, we're going to be going over the accepted line, since it happens way more often than the decline lines. So we're going to be going over the accepted line, which is bishop takes on b4, and now pawn to c3. And there's three lines that we're going to go over. The first is if the bishop retreats to e7, if he comes back to c5, and if he goes back to a5. These are the three main responses you're going to see from Black once you play c3. So we're going to take a look at those. The main thing you want to know, we're going to be going over concepts. We are going to be going over specific main lines. But just know that if you play the Evans Gambit, there's a lot of different variations. So as long as you know the concepts of these, you'll be okay no matter what your opponent throws at you. But the first line we are going to look at is if the bishop moves back to e7. From here, White's going to continue up the board with pawn to d4. Now there's two things Black can do here. If Black tries to capture on d4 and we recapture, as you can see, we already have compensation for our pawn. We're down in material, yes, one pawn, but we have great center control. Our pieces are developed that are controlling the center. Our other pieces can get into the action very quickly and controls the center as well. This is completely fine for White. But let's say Black tries to hold on to the center by playing a move like d6, a very common move that people like to support this pawn on e5, but at the same time they want to have center control. As you can see here, Black has a little more center control than he did before if he captured on d4. From here, instead, we're going to disregard this pawn on e5. We're going to bring our queen to b3. The Evans Gambit, the queen on b3 is a very strong move because our bishop is now eyeing down this f7 square. The f7 square, as you'll probably heard me talk about, is a very key weakness in any opening, especially against Black, especially during the Evans Gambit. We're eyeing down this f7 pawn. If you can get your queen to b3, a lot of times it's very good depending on Black's structure. Right here, it's a very good place for the queen to be. Another thing you want to see in the Queen's Gambit is to have your queen on a3. A lot of times you can keep Black from castling kingside. Right now, it wouldn't do any good, but later on in different lines you'll see the bishop on a3 can a lot of times keep the Black king from castling, which is really what we want to do. In Evans Gambit, you want to make sure that the king is being harassed the entire game, and he can't have any safety. So from here, you may see a couple things. If Black would really like to move something like knight to a5. Again, we are attacking this f7 pawn, so he would really like to have some counterplay. One of the counterplays he could have is knight to a5, attacking our queen, but this actually won't work. We can now come with bishop to f7, now he brings his king to f8. Now we have to move our queen, he's being attacked, obviously. So we bring our queen to a4, and once he captures our bishop and we recapture his knight, as you can see, we're even in material now, but his king can't castle, his king's out in the open. This is going to be very good for White, not going to be very good for Black. So let's return to the original position. As we can see in this particular line, knight to a5 is not very good. He would like to defend this f7 pawn, but a move like knight to h6 doesn't work, because now we can bring our bishop capture, and once he recaptures, now we can safely take on f7. He can't move a move like d7 because it would be checkmate with our queen here on e6. His only move is f8, and now we can bring our bishop back to h5, and you can see the threats that we have. The king is wide open, there's no protection. We're threatening mate in 1, queen's f7. White's going to have a very good game. If we ever needed to, we can castle, have king safety. All of our pieces are working here together, and the Black king is going to have a hard time not losing this game. So if you see the Black bishop move back to e7, there's going to be two things that's going to happen. One, you're either going to have great center control and compensation for the pawn he gave up, or two, if he tries to hold on to it with a move like pawn to d6, then instead you're going to be able to just continuously harass this f7 square. But again, like we said before, he doesn't have to move it to e7. One of the most common moves that you will see after b4 and he captures and we play c3 is bishop back to a5. And then here we're going to continue up the board with pawn to d4. And now let's say he captures on d4. Now we're going to bring our king, castle kingside. We can't take with our pawn because our king was pinned down from this bishop here. Now if Black continues to try to take up pawns, we're now going to bring our bishop to b3. Again, a very important square for our bishop. And now if you look at it, we're attacking this f7 pawn. At the same time, we now have two attackers attacking this c3 pawn, our knight and our queen. Now let's say Black tries a move like queen to f6, trying to hold on to this pawn, and at the same time hold on to this pawn on f7. If he doesn't defend this pawn, we're going to be able to not only develop a piece, but take back a material, and we're going to have a lot of active pieces with our knight on b3. So he would like to try a move like queen to f6, defending this pawn. But from here, we can bring our pawn to e5. He can't recapture with his queen because we have our knight here on f3, and he can't capture with his knight because then we can bring our rook to e1, pinning this knight down to the king. He can't move his knight, and if he tries to move like pawn to d6, defending this knight, now we can bring our queen to a4, attacking the king, and at the same time attacking this bishop. This is going to be very good. We're going to be up in material. It's going to be very good for White, not so good for Black. Now the queen doesn't have to come to f6. A lot of times you may see a move like queen to e7. Again, defending this pawn on f7 and just getting back this pawn on c3. From here, White can continue development and taking pawns back with knight to c3. Now as you can see, Black is under a lot of pressure, and what he'd really like to do is castle to get his king to safety. So what he's going to do from here is move his knight to f6. Logical move. If he brings it to h6 and we capture, his king's no longer safe. And he can't move it to e7 because his queen's there. Logical move for him is to move his knight to f6, so next move he can castle kingside. From here, we're going to threaten that. We want to make sure that he doesn't castle on the king side. So we're going to bring our knight to d5. Now let's say we're attacking his queen, so he has to move his queen. If he moves his queen and captures on e4, then he's going to have a really hard time dealing with a move like knight to g5. We're attacking his queen. He can't bring his queen back to e6 or e7 because of our knights. Next move, we can come in and capture on f7. Then we can move our knight, discovered attack. There's a lot of different things that that White can do here that are very good for White and very bad for Black. If he doesn't move his queen, let's say instead he challenges this knight here. Let's say he takes it with his knight. We can recapture with our pawn, attacking this knight. This knight doesn't really have anywhere to go. If this knight comes here, we can now bring our rook to e1, pinning the queen down to the king. He would like to leave this square open for his bishop to eye down on the e1 square. Can't move his knight there. If he brings his knight to d4, we're just simply going to take it with our knight. His other move, let's say he brings it to knight to d8. If he comes knight to d8, then we can bring our bishop to a3, attacking the queen and forcing him to make a decision. As you can see here, we have all our pieces developed and ready to get into the action. And if you look at black, he looks very cramped. His knight's on the back row, his bishop's not doing anything, his rook's not doing anything, he's not castled, and all our pieces are eyeing down on black. And we can get our rooks into the game. This is going to be very good for white. This is why we give up material in the beginning, because now we have a huge developmental advantage, and now we, a lot of times, can have an easy one from here. Thanks for watching part 1 of the Evans Gambit. Definitely make sure you check out part 2 of the Evans Gambit. If you haven't already, please subscribe. If you haven't checked out the website, www.thechesswebsite.com, definitely check that out. Everyone, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over an aggressive opening called the Scotch Gambit, and it derives from the Scotch game, which is pawn e4, pawn e5, knight f3, knight c6, pawn to d4, and then after pawn takes here on d4, instead of recapturing with the knight here on d4, the bishop is going to come to c4, foregoing this material right away, giving up that pawn on d4 for a large lead in development. Also, as you can tell, this light square bishop is attacking this square on f7, so white's really saying that, hey, I have a strong attack here, so I don't mind giving up this pawn here on d4. Now, there's 4 main variations that you will see from black as far as the defense, and so we're going to be kind of going over the main lines that you will see. The first one that you'll see is bishop here to c5, kind of the Italian game. Another one you may see is the bishop coming down to b4, again checking the white king here at e1. You also may see the bishop come here to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side. And the last one that you may see is knight to f6, going into kind of the 2 knights defense here from black, and just kind of going from there. So those are the 4 variations, and we'll kind of go into it and kind of give you some things to look out for in the opening, and some very aggressive lines that you can try out on your opponents during the Scotch Gambit. The first variation that we're going to be going over today is bishop to c5, kind of transitioning into the Italian game with both the bishops here on the c file. White predominantly has 3 main lines from here. I'm going to kind of go over briefly all of them and then specifically spend a little bit more time on the opening that I actually find most success with. But the first opening that you would see, it's a very aggressive line. It's knight to g5, putting a lot of pressure on this pawn on f7. Black needs to respond with knight to h6. Again, he needs defenders on this square on f7 because white's just putting a lot of pressure on that. From here, white can continue with queen to h5, again building up that pressure here on f7. Black has to be careful. If he tries to do anything funny, white can definitely run over him. But definitely feel free to try this one out. I do think it's a little bit easier for black to equalize in this, so I don't play this as much, but a lot of people do find success with this, so I definitely want to make sure you guys were aware of it. Another thing that you can do, I don't think it's as aggressive as I like to play, but a lot of players from here just like to go ahead and castle on the king side. And the third option, which I'm going to advocate because I find a lot of success with it, is just pawn here to c3. And this does a lot of things, but it really pressures this center of the board right here. And from here, a lot of times you'll just see black take with his pawn here on c3. The great thing about this, as soon as black captures here on c3, white can go ahead and take here on f7, checking the king here on e8. Now, black has many different options. His worst option would just be to bring, his king to, let's say, f8. He's going to be behind the material. White can go ahead and capture here on c3 if he wants to with his knight. Great development from here from white. Black is pretty much going to have his king running around the board. He can't castle on either side of the board. If he decides to go ahead and capture, which is probably the best move, but again, he's going to be running around the board with his king for the rest of the game anyway. But after he captures here on f7, then the queen can immediately come here to d5. Obviously, he's not only attacking this king here on f7, but he's also attacking this bishop here on c5. Black does have a few options here. If he does fall for one of the traps, he can always come to f6, which is a terrible move. You're then going to have checkmate in a few moves. The bishop can come here to g5 check. After the king comes over, then you swing your queen over to f5, and there's only one move for the king. Comes over here to h5, and then with g4, that is checkmate. So that's one option. Hopefully he's not that terrible, but he could be. He can also bring it over to g6. Again, you really want to bring it back to the 8th rank if possible. From here, it's just going to be checkmate in 1 with queen over to f5. If he goes anywhere else, if he just brings it, let's say, back to e8, then that's fine. Queen's just going to come over here and capture here on c5. Again, the king can no longer move. He's going to be in the center of the board, being chased around the rest of the game. This is going to be very, very good for white going forward. So just that simple little move, bring your pawn up here to c3. All of a sudden, things just fall apart for black. Now, he doesn't necessarily have to take if we come back here after this move, pawn to c3. Another move you may see is knight to f6. Very, very common. Again, this is the 2 knights defense. Sometimes you'll see it even before the bishop comes out here to c5. Anytime you see this, you're just going to go ahead and move your pawn forward. Again, trying to kick this knight off the board, trying to see where he wants to go. Now, really, beginner players will just kick their knight back to g8. They're just losing more and more momentum, or tempo, as a lot of people call it. But they do have 2 other moves. They can always bring their pawn down to d5, and from here the bishop's just going to come over to b5, putting a lot of pressure right here on this knight, pinning it down to the king. Or another move you may see is the knight coming down here to e4, and then the bishop can just swing here to d5, attacking both this knight here on c6 or the knight here on e4. Again, very, very good move from white. It's going to have a very, very strong game. Again, later on into the game, the queen can come here to b3 if it needs to, supporting this bishop here on d5. White can always castle on the king side. If white's ever captured here on c3, then white can always recapture with his knight here on c3. Again, this is a great square for this knight. Again, a lot of different options for white, and black really has to be very, very careful because again, anytime white wants to, he can come over here and capture this pawn here on f7. If let's say this pawn comes down and captures on c3. So that's definitely why, out of all the different options, that I really like just the simple move of playing pawn c2 to c3. Next variation we're going to be looking at is bishop down to b4. And if you've never played from black's perspective before, this seems like a logical move. Come down, develop one of your pieces, attack your opponent's king. You do have some pressure on the c3 square, so he may think that the pawn's not going to come up here to c3, but it is. So the pawn's just going to come here to c3. If black recaptures right here, white's going to recapture with his pawn, forcing this bishop to move back. Now black does have a lot of different places he can go. If he does come to c5, hopefully you've seen this position on the board before, and you know right away that white's going to come over here and capture here on f7, so that after the king comes back and recaptures, then the queen's going to come back and take this bishop right here. Again, this black king is going to be chased all over the board. It's going to have nowhere safe to go because he cannot castle for the rest of the game. So again, the black bishop doesn't have to go to c5. He could always come back to a5, where from here, since the king is being pinned down this pawn with his bishop, then white can go ahead and castle on the king side. He can always, if he wanted to, bring the knight up here to g5, again putting a lot of pressure on this square on f7. The bishop, if let's say the bishop comes back to d6, this is pretty good, mostly because he's blocking off this pawn here on d7, which is a strong pawn to go ahead and start to push forward so we can get his light square bishop involved into the game. Black's kind of choking himself right now. There's not a lot of room for him to develop right here. From here, white can kind of do the same thing. He can go and castle on the king side, but in this case, he can, start to bring his rook over to e1. Once his rook's on e1, he can start to push forward with his pawns, again, doing a lot of pressure on black. He can always bring his queen over to b3, again, lining up his queen and his light square bishop on this f7 square right here. So white has a lot of different options. Kind of the board is open for him. He can always get his dark square bishop involved into the game later on if he wants to. Black, again,
still trying to figure out what he's going to do right now. There's no real way for him to develop his pieces very easily. It's going to take him quite a few moves, and white just has so many different options. So definitely another good option. Again, black could always bring his bishop back to, if we come back here, he could always bring his bishop back to, let's say, f8. We're going to talk about f7 here shortly, but if you bring it back to f8, this is, again, a terrible move. You never want to develop your pieces, allow your opponent to start to move forward, and then the one piece that you did move out, bring it back to the 8th row. White's just going to have a huge developmental advantage right here. It's going to be really hard for black to overcome that. The next variation that we're going to be looking at is bishop to e7. Now from here, white really has 3 main options, 2 of which are very sound, but I just don't play that much. And then the third one, which I think is just a little bit more exciting, so I play a lot. But the first one, just castling on the king side. Again, this is an okay move. Again, getting ready to develop your other pieces, bring your rook over to e1. This is completely fine. Also, just taking here on d4 with your knight. That's a completely okay move. The move that I really like is just pawing here to c3. Now, if he does take, white has a strong attack. He can bring his queen up to d5. Again, we've kind of seen this queen coming to d5 quite a bit in the Scotch game, so kind of get used to it. Again, putting a lot of pressure on this f7 square. Black really has to figure out how to defend this. Really, the only good way to defend this is bringing the knight over here to h6. White can go ahead and recapture that with his bishop here on h6, and then black's going to just castle on the king side. Obviously, it's not going to do any good if he takes with his pawn right now, because, again, white's still threatening this queen takes here on f7. So after black captures here on the king side, white has a few options. I think that the best option for here is white to go ahead and develop his minor piece right here to c3, capturing this pawn. He's okay to go ahead and give up this bishop here on h6, so after the pawn takes, then the queen's going to swing over here to h5. Again, putting a ton of pressure. Both his bishop here and his queen are both attacking this pawn on f7. The queen, if he wants to next move, can go ahead and take this pawn on h6. Again, there's just a huge gaping hole right here to attack this king. It's really going to be hard for him to hold on the rest of the game. So, again, that's why I like that subtle move, that pawn from c2 to c3. Even when the bishop starts here on e7, I think it's a very powerful move. Now, again, he doesn't necessarily have to capture, so if we come back here, if it's just this pawn from c2 to c3, and let's say the knight's going to come over here to f6, very common move. Same theme as we've seen before, the pawn's just going to kind of push forward with pawn to e5. The knight's now going to come here to, 2 different options, so the knight could come down here to e4, and now the bishop's going to come here to d5, again, putting pressure both on this knight on c6 and on this knight on e4. Or another move you may see a lot is, counterattacking. You could see that the pawn come down here to d5. Now, typically, in the past variations, we've seen just the bishop come here to b5. Again, you don't want to get rid of your bishop. You don't want to trade that off, so you go ahead and move your bishop here to d5, pinning the knight down. But instead, we're going to do something a little bit different, and it's only because the bishop is here on e7. So instead of bringing our bishop, we're going to go ahead and take here on f6, and if black responds taking with his pawn here on c4, then as you can tell why we decided to exchange, and that is because we can now take here on e7, battling up more and more pieces. So this is definitely going to be winning for white. So a lot of different variations, and they all again stem from this nice little move, pawn c2 to c3, which is why I think it's such a huge asset as you're going through all the different variations. Again, some others are very solid as well, but I think against a human opponent, the c2 to c3, if black has not seen it, just destroys them from all the playtesting that I've seen using the Scotch Gambit. The last variation that we're going to be going over is just the 2 knights defense, which we'll see quite often. And it's just knight here to f6. Again, as we talked about before, hopefully you've seen the theme right here. From here, white's just going to push forward with his pawn here to e5. Black has a few different options, probably one of his strongest one right here. Again, the 2 knights defense is probably one of the stronger defenses that he can play during this, but if he does decide to go ahead and bring his knight down here to g4, again, he does have 2 attackers on this pawn right here. White's just going to go ahead and castle on the king side. He's not too worried about this. He right now only has this knight here on f3, but he kind of has this rook as well, meaning that, if the knight were to capture here on e5, after the knight captures and after the knight recaptures here on e5, then the rook can come in here, pin down this knight to the king. Black could always try to, bring his pawn here to d6, so if, white captures right here. But all white really has to do now is remove that piece, and he can just play pawn to f4, meaning that the knight can no longer move, but he is pinned down with this rook here to the king, so he's going to end up losing this piece. So, again, all you have to do if you see that knight coming over here to g4, just go ahead and castle on the king side. Now, another option that you may see instead of the knight coming down here to g4, you could always see just knight to e4. You don't see it as much, but I've seen this every now and then. But all in all, I still think even regardless of where he does play, I think white has a lot of different options, and it's going to play really well. So those are the 4 main lines that you'll really see in the Scotch Gambit. So play around with it. Let me know what you guys think. I've had great success with it. I really enjoy these really aggressive lines from white, putting a lot of pressure on black early on into the game, always setting mini traps along the way that anytime they think they're making a good move, you can just kind of instantly attack and then chase their king around for the rest of the game. I love that. Hopefully you guys enjoy that as well. If you haven't seen this opening before, I think you're really going to enjoy it. So check it out and let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over one of my favorite openings, and that's the fried liver attack. And it starts with pawn to e4, pawn e5, knight f3 development, knight c6 development, and bishop to c4, the Italian game. Now, I do want to let you know that the fried liver attack is a very aggressive opening, so if you're not an aggressive player, feel free to watch this video and enjoy it and learn something, hopefully, but you're probably not going to like this opening. A lot of times, people who are very passive like to kind of build up in a defense, get into the endgame, methodically win a game. I don't really play like that. I like to attack, and win a game early, and as fast as I possibly can. But that's not everyone. So, with that said, from here, you're really going to see 2 things. If you see the bishop come down to c5, which is very common, is Yoko Piano, you can bring your pawn to b4. And I say this only because this is the Evans Gambit. I play it very frequently, and it is very aggressive. So if you're already getting ready for the fried liver attack, then if they do play bishop to c5, go ahead and have something in your back pocket if they don't play the 2 knights defense, which the fried liver attack comes from. But if they don't play bishop to c5 here, then more than likely you will see the knight come to f6. Very common move from black. It's the 2 knights defense against the Italian game. And from here, here's really where the fried liver attack takes off. White's going to continue with knight to g5, and you can already see we're starting to put a lot of pressure on this f7 pawn. As many of you know, the f7 pawn is a key weakness for black. In the last video, we talked about if you play e4, then you're going to have a lot more opportunities to attack this pawn on f7, the square in particular. As you can see here, we already have 2 of our minor pieces keying down on this f7 square. So black from here more than likely will bring his pawn to d5. This is the main line that you'll see, trying to alleviate some of this pressure, and at the same time, he has 2 defenders against this pawn here, so he's trying to block off this bishop that's eyeing down on this pawn on f7. Since we do have an additional defender here with our knight on g5. So from here, we're going to take with our pawn. This pawn really does nothing for us in the fried liver attack, so we're just going to go ahead and get rid of it. And the knight's now going to come to
d5. Again, he can't bring his queen here because then we would just take his queen. But at the same time, he still wants to alleviate some of this pressure against this f7 square. So he needs to take it back. And again, we are attacking his knight here on c6. So you're going to see his knight come to d5. And as you can see here, now white has an option that he can choose to do. And that is take on f7. And that's the fried liver attack. And from here, as you can see that we are attacking not only this queen here on d8, but we're also attacking this rook here on h8. So from here, although I'm not going to say good or bad, black really needs to take this knight on f7 because it's attacking not only this queen but this rook here. So if he doesn't take, then we're going to take one of these pieces. We're going to not only be up this pawn on f7, but we're also going to be up this exchange for either a rook or a queen. And from here, this is where it really gets aggressive because white's just going to start to throw everything at the king and try to win the game by checkmate early on in the game. Now, I do want to let you know I'm going to be going over a lot of the main moves and a few of the variations that you may see, but keep in mind in the fried liver attack, there are many, many, many different types of games that can be played. So if I don't cover every single game, don't freak out and say, Kevin, you didn't cover such and such, because there's just hundreds and hundreds of different variations. But I will go over some of the main points that you do want to keep in the back of your mind when you do play the fried liver attack. And a lot of the moves are the same over and over, so as long as you know the main moves, then you'll be completely okay. The next move is queen to f3, and then king to e6. Now, this is very important because, again, keep in mind, we now, even though we're attacking this king on f7, and we've gained a tempo here, developed our queen, and forced the king to move black to move his king here, he still needs to defend this knight on d5. If he doesn't bring his king to e6, then we can go ahead and take this knight here on d5 and really have a good game. And also keep in mind, if he tries something really bad, like king to g8, then we can bring our bishop, take on d5. He can't move his king here, so he can take with his queen. We can take back with our queen, check. The only move that he has is bishop to e6, and then we take and it's checkmate. So just keep in mind, he could make some bad moves if he wanted to, but his best move is going to be e6. The really only other move that I have seen is king to e8, but then keep in mind that we can bring our bishop to d5 take, and he can't take back because our queen here on f3. As you can see already, we're up in material, and at the same time, we have a lot of aggressive momentum that we have going on here. We're looking at queen to f7 for checkmate. Our bishop is still very active, and this is going to be a very good game for white. If he tries to block this with queen to e7, again, he doesn't have a lot of options to protect this f7 square. Then we can bring our bishop to c6, take on this. And then he really needs to move his king here. If he takes with his pawn on b6, then we can retake, I'll show you here, and check, and at the same time, we are attacking this rook on a8. So again, black's just in a very bad position if he brings his king to g8 or e8. And also, if we come back to it, even if he doesn't do that, if he just tries king to e7, well, this is just a really bad spot for him. One, he's going to lose this knight, but at the same time, now he's completely blocked off his bishop, his dark square bishop here on f8. So not only is he going to be down a lot of material, but he can't even develop his pieces. So this is going to be very good for white. But most of what we're going to be talking about today is king to e6, since this is the most common, and this is really what the black king really has to play in order to continue to have a fighting chance. Now from here, white's going to continue with knight to c3. And all these moves so far, this queen to f3 and this knight to c3, they're all going to be the same. So don't worry about, how do I remember all these moves? The few beginning moves in the fried liver attack are all the same here. As you can see, this is not only a developed move, but this is a strong move because we're only adding more pressure on this knight on d5 and the square in general. And he can't take this knight. He can't even move this knight because it's being pinned down with our bishop here on c4. So from here, black really has two options that you will see. The first one is bringing his knight to b4. And he's doing two things. He's trying to alleviate some of this pressure on d5 by adding another defender, but at the same time, he's eyeing down this pawn here on c2. Now from here, there are a few moves. I'm going to go ahead and recommend what I like the best, but there are a few moves that you can do here. One of the most popular moves is pawn to a3. And what this really does is it kind of forces black to bring his knight to c2. And you're like, well, Kevin, we're forcing this knight to take our rook on a1. But if you play the fried liver attack enough, you really know that it's all about the active pieces that you have. And usually, this rook here on a1 doesn't get a lot of play. So if we can sacrifice this rook to get this knight here out of the way, that's completely fine. So from here, our king's going to come to d1, and then the knight's going to come to a1 and capture. And this is completely fine because now we're just going to start to throw everything in the kitchen sink at the black king. And we've really just removed this defender here. So again, this is a very aggressive opening, and we're going to be sacrificing, trying to win the game early on. Now from here, white's going to continue, and he's going to capture with his knight on d5, really putting his knight in a great spot. At the same time, black really needs to bring his king to d6. He can't bring along this f-file, but if he doesn't move his king, then we're going to have a discovered attack once we move our knight here. Now from here, white can continue. He really wants to move this pawn on this d-file so he can activate his dark square bishop. And this is a great spot for it because this pawn here on e5 is only getting in our way, and this pawn we don't really care about. We're just mainly focused with our major pieces and our minor pieces here. So after he takes, we can now bring our bishop to f4, attacking. This is going to be a very easy win from white. The king's out in the middle, and we have all of our pieces attacking the black king. The next thing you might see, instead of taking on a1, he may bring his knight to d4, which is probably a little better spot for him so he doesn't have his knight out of the way. From here, we can continue to take on d5 again. Let's go ahead and take material. And he can't recapture with his queen or with his king because we have our knight here. At the same time, he can bring his king. Now we really want to keep attacking, so we're going to bring our queen here to g3, again pinning down this pawn here. At the same time, getting in the way of this knight here on d4. Now, it doesn't really matter where black moves, but next move, we're really going to want to bring our pawn to d3 too, so that we can activate our dark square bishop. Again, the black king's in the middle, and we're starting to develop all of our pieces so that we can continue our attack. And the last move that you may come across, you may see knight to e7 here. And from here, we can continue. We can actually castle on the king side, and then it doesn't really matter where black goes. A lot of times, you'll see pawn to c6, trying to add a lot more pressure on this d5 square. And we can bring our rook to e1, getting ready for pawn to d4, which is just a brutal move for black. Again, we have our rook that's pinning down that pawn on e5, and there's nothing that black can really do because once we play his pawn, we can then activate our dark square bishop, and we're really just going to be attacking the king in the center of the board until we checkmate him. So this is the fried liver attack. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Black Mar-Demer Gambit. And for anyone that's been following me knows that I'm a very aggressive player, and I really enjoy gambits. And this is one of my favorite gambits, so I wanted to take a look at it. And it starts out with pawn to d4, pawn to d5, pawn to e4, already giving away a pawn in the very beginning of the game. Pawn takes on e4, and then knight to c3. You can transpose into this in a few variations. So a lot of players like to play the queen's pawn opening with queen to d4, but a lot of times they might not play pawn to e4 here because they already have an opening move in their repertoire like the Queen's Gambit line with pawn 2 c4, but a lot of players really hate playing the Scandinavian, myself included. So a lot of times if you see pawn e4 and black responds pawn 2 d5, you can now play pawn 2 d4. We transpose into the same Black Martimer Gambit. After they take on e4, then we can play knight to c3, and it's the same thing. So even if you don't like playing it when you start out with e4, if you start out with e4 like a lot of players like myself, and you come across a d5, you can still transpose into it. Now from here, black's going to play knight to f6, simple development move, and at the same time he's defending this pawn that we're attacking. Since black is up in material, he's going to want to hold on to that material, which is very important. Now from here, white has a few options, but his main line that you're going to see is pawn to f3. And from here, black's going to take on f3, and white has two options from here to take with his knight, or to play the Rider Gambit, which is queen takes on f3. And the first one we're going to take a look at is knight takes on f3. Now if you just take a look at it right away, white is down a pawn in material, but this is a very aggressive line from white. So if you're more of a defensive player, you don't like to give up material early on in a game, I highly recommend not playing this because it is one of the most aggressive lines that you can play, and it's not as easy to attack as your Danish Gambit where you have all your bishops lined up at the king. You're really going to have to be very creative as a chess player to win playing the Black Martimer Gambit. Now with that said, it is very lethal, and if you do practice and know a lot of lines, you can play this line very well. So with that said, from here, black has a few lines that he can play. If he moves his bishop down to g4, then we're going to play our pawn to h3. We're going to try to chase the bishop up the board. A lot of times players won't trade off their bishops early on because they want to have that bishop pair. So if he does continue to bring his bishop back, then we're going to just continue up the board with pawn to g4. As you can tell already, we've weakened our king side. We are not castling on the king side from here. More times than not, anytime you play the Black Martimer Gambit, probably 90 times out of 100, you're going to castle on the queen side. It's one of the things that you always want to think about. You're going to castle on the queen side when you play this. Now there is one variation where you may castle on the king side, and that is if instead of playing the bishop, if he plays his knight to c6, which is a very common development move, bringing his knight to c6, attacking our pawn on d4, we can now bring our bishop to b5, pinning this knight down. At the same time, we can now castle on the king side, which is completely safe. And at the same time, kind of like the King's Gambit, where this f-file is semi-open for our rook, this is going to be a very good and aggressive game for us. But if we play this, more times than not, we're going to be focusing on the king side. We're going to be focusing on this f-file. We can bring our bishop back if we need to c4. We're going to be eyeing on this f7 square. It's very important. If we do castle king side, which we don't often, it's going to kind of change up what we're looking to do. When we castle on the queen side, instead we're going to focus on the d-file. We're going to focus on not allowing the king to castle at all. But if we do play this variation, we're going to castle on the king side and look to eye down on this f-file. Very important. If instead from the beginning, if you want to play an even more aggressive opening than the knight takes on f3, then I recommend the Rider Gambit. And the Rider Gambit is queen takes on f3. And from here, black's going to take on d4. And as you can already tell, we've given up 2 pawns. We're down 2 pawns in material. And so this is an even more aggressive opening. But at the same time, I feel like this, for me, it plays better into my style. But it really is going to keep black on his toes because a lot of times, if you play this, a lot of black players are going to look at you and think you're retarded because it looks like white has absolutely no idea what they're doing, just giving up pawns, bringing out their queen early, and it doesn't look like white knows what they're doing. When in fact, this actually plays very well for white. So from here, white's going to continue bringing his queen to e3, attacking his queen from black on d4, and trying to get out of the way. And as you can see here, we've already moved all of our pieces from the bc and d1 files. So this automatically tells us we're going to be castling on the queen side. I know I told you before we're going to castle on the queen side, but specifically now, since we have all our pieces out of the way, we're looking to castle on the queen side, and we're going to bring our rook to d1. We're going to just eye down this d file the entire time. Our goal is to not let the king move from here, specifically not let the king move his pawn out of the way, move his dark square bishop, and castle on the king side. So we really want to keep it at bay. From here, there's 2 moves that you may see from black here. One, which we'd really like to see, is if his queen came to b4, and this is actually the trap that I'm going to discuss in another video, and that's the Hollister trap. So you definitely want to make sure you take a look at that trap video. But the most common move that you will see, and the best move that you will see, is queen to g4. Now once we see this, we're just going to continue to castle on the queen side. We're going to let the queen from black move around, loosen tempos. At the same time, we're just going to develop rapidly while black just sits there and starts to... He's up in material, but at the same time, he hasn't done much. As you can see, if you were to trade off right now and we take with our knight, we're down 2 pawns in material. But if you look at the board, it's actually, in my opinion, much easier to play from white. We have both of our knights centered on the board, easily developed. We have our queen castled on the queen side with our rook eyeing down on this fully open d-file. And at the same time, we can bring our light square bishop easily into the action. We can bring our other rook into the action. We have a lot of attacking prowess. Again, in chess, it's not about who's up in material. It's about who can attack the opponent's king. In this case, we can attack the opponent's king very easy. So from here, we have a lot of fighting options. It really depends on where black goes. But keep in mind, if you look at this position, there's a lot of different things that white can do. So if you play this, use your creativity. There's a lot of different fighting lines that you have here. But just from looking at this, you can tell that white has a lot of fighting and very aggressive lines. So this is the Black Martimer Gambit. Make sure you take a look at the Hollister trap because it is and plays a very important role, especially if you play the Rider Gambit, which is the aggressive opening that we take a look at when queen takes on f3. So take a look at that. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do that. If you haven't checked out the website, thechesswebsite.com, pretty easy. Hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys next video. See you. Everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over a very sound opening, and that's the semi-Slav. You've seen it all levels of chess, especially at high levels of chess. And it starts with pawn 2 e4, pawn 2 d5, very common for high levels of chess. Pawn 2 c4, again, this is the Queen's Gambit in action. And then pawn 2 e6. Now, again, opposed to the normal Slav defense, where black actually tries to get his light square bishop out of the pawn chain. In the semi-Slav, he actually opts to bring his pawn 2 e6 first. Now, white's going to continue with knight 2 c3, again, simple development move from white, trying to control the center and get his minor pieces involved into the game. Black's going to play knight 2 f6, again, same thing, simple development move, again, trying to control these light squares, in particular this square here on e4. White's going to continue again with knight 2 f3, simple development, and black is going to play pawn 2 c6. So, right away, I want to take a look at a few things here from black. As you can see, it's going to be really hard for black anytime soon to get this light square bishop into the game. Obviously, we do have this pawn structure here with this pawn on e6 blocking the way. More than likely, unless this pawn goes away, as far as a exchange variation, then more than likely this bishop's going to be coming to b7 or a6, trying to get some counterplay, attacking the king side on these long diagonals. At the same notion, more than likely, we're going to be bringing our knight to d7 from black. Anytime you bring your pawn to c6, that usually indicates that you're going to be bringing your knight to d7. What that also means is that you're going to be bringing your queen into the action more times than not along this diagonal right here. Yeah, it's usually not going to be coming up again because you will have your knight here on d7. So you may see queen to c7, or you may want to be more active with queen to b6 or queen to a5 depending on the variation. Now if we look from White's perspective, White's really trying to control the center of the board. As you can see, Black's trying to play kind of passive at the beginning, trying to get some counterplay later on into the game. White really has a few options. He can get his dark square bishop involved into the game. Obviously nothing right now is defending this pawn here on c4, so he could opt for an early e3, which is actually the main line. But if you look at this variation, you can also see that this dark square bishop is now locked in, so he does have to decide if he wants to go ahead and play e3, or if he wants to go ahead and get his dark square bishop out of the pawn chain before he wants to defend this pawn here on c4. So a lot going on just in the opening of the Semislav, a lot to talk about during this video, so just want to kind of give you all some background before we kind of dive into some of the main variations that you'll see. The main line typically continues with one of two things. It's either pawn to e3 or bishop down to g5. So first thing we're going to talk about is pawn to e3. Again, really opening up the door so this pawn here on c4 is defended. But as we can see, this bishop here on c1 is also going to have a much harder time to come out because this pawn here on e3 is blocking it. Now from here, Black usually is going to continue, as we talked about before, with knight to d7. And then Black has two different options. More than likely, he's going to bring his bishop to d3. And then Black is going to exchange his pawn here on c4. And then the bishop's going to take with his bishop here on c4. Obviously, White wants to develop all his pieces, try to control the center of the board, and then castle on the king side. But you can see here, once the bishop comes to d3, he's basically wasting a move after he does this variation right here. So a lot of times, if a White player assumes that his opponent is going to take this pawn here on c4, he'll do kind of an in-between move and go ahead and try to develop one of his extra pieces. So instead of playing a bishop to d3 first, he will play queen to c2. Now if White were to have his pawn leave on c4, now he can take with his bishop on c4, but he does also have this queen here on c2. Just one extra move closer to all his pieces being developed. Obviously he needs to get his dark square bishop involved into the game, and then White can castle on either the king side or the queen side. Now it is always very, very important that you understand the main line in any variation, just to make sure that if you're ever confused, it's typically a good notion to stick with the main line to make sure you don't fall for any traps. And the main line does continue with bishop to d3, as we talked about before, and after Black captures on c4 and White recaptures on c4, now Black is going to play pawn to b5. Again, one of the themes that you'll see in the Semislav is, yes, at the beginning, Black does play semi-passive, trying to develop all his pieces, trying to get ready to counterattack. But again, the theme that you'll see is you need to counterattack. If you just kind of stay back the entire game, White's going to pretty much dominate the center of the board, develop all his pieces, and then he's going to crush Black. So you definitely need to have some counterplay. Typically in the Semislav, it's going to be on the queen side, at least in the main line variation. So it starts with pawn to b5. Now, White does have a few options here, but the typical one is going to be to bring it back to d3. This is the main line, and then Black has two options from here. His first option, which has had a lot of success on the GM level, is to bring his pawn to a6, getting ready to thrust forward with his pawn to c5. Again, really trying to break up the center of the board. White really has a firm grasp on these dark squares on the center of the board. Obviously, he can't come right away and just play pawn to c5 because he does have his pawn here on b5 hanging. So he does kind of have this a6 move to kind of defend this pawn on b5, and then he's going to start to push forward with his pawn on c5. Obviously, he does have this knight here on d7, and he also has this bishop here on f8, both being a key defender on this c5 square. Now, Black doesn't have to play a6 and then play this push to c5. He does have two other options. He could go ahead and bring, he could bring his bishop if he wanted to b7. He could also bring it to a6. More than likely, you'll see it come to b7 here. So again, as we talked about before, since this e6 move was played early on, more than likely the light square bishop is not going to be played on this side, but again, we are going to play it on this b7 square. Black will later on try to thrust forward with his pawn to c5 and really open up this door so this light square bishop can really get involved into the game. Another variation that you definitely want to be aware of, again, as we talked about before from here, White usually plays bishop to d3, or if he's expecting this pawn to come here on c4 and capture, a lot of times you'll see that in-between move of queen to c2. Now there's this cat and mouse game. White really thinks that Black's going to take on c4, so Black can say, hey, actually I'm not going to take on c4. Instead, I'm going to play bishop to d6, again, centralizing this dark square bishop, getting him involved into the game, and really trying to just develop our pieces so Black can castle on the king side and really try for a counterattack. The problem with this is White actually has a very famous gambit that Kasparov used against Deep Jr. back in the early 2000s. I say that only because a lot of players, when they hear gambit, they automatically think, hey, this is just some dubious move, but this is actually a very, very solid move. And the move is actually pawn to g4, and if you look at it, it kind of looks funky, but what it does, if you can look at Black's side right here, it's going to be really hard for Black anytime in the near future to castle on the king side. Obviously, Black can castle on the king side right away, but it's going to be very easy for Black. Obviously, all he has to do, or excuse me, for White, all he has to do is move his bishop. He can just move his bishop to d2. He could castle on the queen side, and as you can see, if this pawn falls on g4, or even if the pawn comes on c4 to take, it's going to be very hard. White can really push up the board here once Black castles on the king side, and White castles on the queen side. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure on the king side of Black. So it's going to be very hard for Black to cope with this. Obviously, Black would really like to castle on the queen side, but White just has too much under control, and Black just doesn't have enough room to get all of his pieces into the action and castle on the queen side. So again, if you're playing this cat and mouse game and you do play bishop to d6, or if you're White and you see this and you play this in between move of queen to c2, and then your opponent plays bishop to d6, basically saying, hey, I'm not ready to take this pawn on c4. I'm going to kind of make you waste another move. Instead of playing anything fancy, just play this nice little gambit of pawn to g4. If it worked for Kasparov and it's good enough for him, I'm sure he's looked at it longer than any of us have. And so I say go ahead and knock it out because he was pretty good at chess. So definitely keep this in the back of your mind while you're playing the Semislav defense. Now, a lot of White players, when they do play against the Semislav defense, one of the things that they really have a hard time with is getting their dark bishop involved into the game. Obviously, a lot of times in the main line, we see this pawn to e3, and then the rest of the game, they just don't use their dark square bishop here from c1. Now, again, if you've seen any of my videos before, I always preach on the fact that it's not about the size of the army, it's about the size of the army that you have in the fight. So it doesn't matter if you are up in material, if you're not using all your guys, it really doesn't mean anything. So a lot of White players are actually advocating bringing the bishop down to g5, really getting the dark square bishop here on g5 active before the pawn chain solidifies here on e3. And he says, you know what, I will even trade off my bishop for the knight here on f6. It doesn't really matter. This knight here on f6 is going to be much more active than the dark square bishop than if it just stays back on c1 and it gets blocked off by e3. So this is kind of the reasoning. Obviously, these are the two main lines, is e3 and then the more and more popular, the bishop to g5. Now, black does have a few variations from here that you will see. You may see it come into the Cambridge Springs defense, which a lot of players really like to play, and that is knight to d7, and then white can now play his pawn to e3 again, solidifying that pawn chain, and then from here, black is going to play queen to a5. Again, this is the Cambridge Springs defense, if you are familiar with it, very solid from black. Now, black also has a few other options. He could always play, the orthodox defense. He could play h6, and just kind of see what white wants to do. He could always exchange here, and then he could bring his queen up to f6 here, or we could get some very, very complicated lines, and those really come from if black plays pawn takes on c4. As you can see right away, black is up in material, and from here, black's going to really try to play pawn to b5 to solidify his extra pawn here on c4. From here, white's going to play e4. Again, this is very important to note. White gave up his pawn on c4, but what did he gain in return? He gained the center of the board. So he now has a pawn on e4, and he also has a pawn on d4, pretty much just dominating the center of the board. It's going to be very, very hard for black to cope with this right away. As you can see, kind of the mainline variation from this, it just gets kind of crazy. I kind of like crazy, so hopefully you do too as well. But it continues with pawn to b5. Again, we really need to solidify this pawn here on c4 from black. We do have a small advantage right now, so if we don't hold on to that, since white does have center control, you never want to be down in material and be down in development and center control. But from here, white actually has some moves where he can gain back material. He can play pawn to e5. Obviously, right now, this knight is pinned down to the queen here on d8, so this knight is going to fall. Black does have the option. He can always come to h6, say, hey, if you're going to take my knight here on f6, I'm going to take your bishop here on g5. The bishop can be kicked back to h4. The pawn can now come to g5, basically saying, hey, I'm going to take you. And the knight can actually come in and sacrifice, and after we take the knight, the bishop comes back to g5. Black's kind of in the same spot that he was before. As you can see, this is really getting kind of crazy. This knight is going to fall from this pawn here on e5. The king side from black is completely jacked up. But you can also see that white really doesn't have as strong of a center as he did before. It's going to just be wild and crazy lines from here. So if you come across this, yes, definitely if he plays bishop to g5, you can take this pawn on c4. Just be ready that right away white's really going to have control of the center of the board. Obviously, once he takes on f6, he's really only going to have his pawn here on d4, but it is definitely going to be a crazy game. So if you don't like crazy games, definitely don't take this pawn here on c4. Instead, go for something like the Cambridge Springs defense, as we talked about, or you can always go with the orthodox defense. But if you like crazy, hey, go for that as well. So the semi-Slav defense, hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Again, very, very solid defense from black. Many, many variations for you to equalize with your opponent and have very many attacking lines. Keep in mind that you do want to be aggressive, typically on the queen side. You don't want to stay back too much, and make sure that your lines, when you're playing, are on point and you have everything exactly playing as you should, or else your opponent is just going to completely run over you. So hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. If you haven't checked out the website in a while, www.thechesswebsite.com. Leave some comments, let me know how it went, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at a very, very solid defense in a Queen's Indian defense. And it starts out with pawn to d4, knight to f6, simple development move trying to control the center, pawn to c4, and pawn to e6 from black. Now, a lot of times here you will see players bring their knight to c3. Very good place for this knight and simple development move. But this comes into the Nimzo Indian defense, and a lot of white players don't like to play this because a lot of times they'll have double pawns. And even top players, a lot of GMs will try to avoid the Nimzo Indian defense. And so instead of playing knight to c3, they instead play knight to f3. And what this does is you can see a few things. White would really like to control the e4 square. He can't push his pawn forward right away because our knight on f6 sits here, and it defends this square. And so he'd really like to play his knight to c3 right away and defend this pawn that he could push forward to e4. But as we talked about before, a lot of players don't like to play the Nimzo Indian defense. So this brings us to the Queen's Indian defense, and this allows black, in this case, to bring his pawn to b6, getting ready to fianchetto his bishop to this b7 square and try to gain access and gain control of these light squares. As you can see here, black already controls this e4 and d5 square with his knight here. And so this is another hypermodern defense where black's really looking to have a very solid defense and at the same time control the center with his minor pieces. Now, white does have a few options here, so we're going to take a look at some of the most popular ones that you will see. But more times than not, the move that you're going to see from white to combat our b6 move is white playing pawn to g3. And he does this because it's very, very important for him not to just give up these light squares. It's very important for white to at least try and hold them off by means of bishop to g2 eventually. He doesn't have to do that right away, but you really don't want to just concede this entire light square diagonal to black, because that really gives black the opportunity to counterattack anytime he wants to. So this is a very popular move that you will see from white. And now here, black actually has two main options. One I prefer, but two that you'll see a lot. And the first one is the old line, and I don't prefer it too much, but you will see a lot of play with it, and that's bishop to b7. This is really more of a passive game. I know he is on this long diagonal, he's trying to control this, but it is passive compared to his second move that we'll talk about here in just a minute. But from here, the light square bishop for white can come to g2, again contesting these light squares that we have here. Black's really trying to hold on to this square on e4. He really doesn't want white to be able to push his pawn to e4 and just have a complete dominant center control here. From here, black can simply bring his bishop to e7. Again, black's playing very passive, but keep in mind there is a lot of variations in the Queen's Indian defense that we'll talk about. The black actually has a lot of options to not play as passive. He can play a little bit more aggressively. But in this variation, if he does want to just solidify these light squares, that he can bring his bishop to b7, and then bring his bishop to e7, and then both sides are going to castle on the king side. And from here, white's just going to continue his development here with knight to c3. As you can see here now, our bishop coming to b4 with an Nimzo Indian defense. It's really not going to hold down. It's not going to lock down this knight pinned to the king because the king is castled on the king side. So as you can see right here, fairly normal game that you'll see in the Queen's Indian defense in the old line where the bishop came to b7. The white king is very, very well protected in this nice little King's Indian defense, if you will, if you're familiar with King's Indian defense. It's going to have that defense going on. At the same time, we have our light square bishop. Is very good, but our king is safe. But really, white has a lot of center control here. So this is an option, so keep this in mind. But the second option is actually bishop to a6, and that's kind of what I want to talk about a little bit more because that's what I recommend, and I've had a little bit more success success with that with myself. So we'll go ahead and get into that. Next variation that I do want to look at is bishop to a6. Now again, the traditional play is bishop to b7, but I actually think that bishop to a6 is a much better move. It definitely is more aggressive. So if you're a more aggressive player like myself, I think that bishop to a6 is going to be a much powerful move. As you can see here, we're attacking his pawn on c4, and white really doesn't have a lot of good options to defend it. He doesn't want to bring his knight to d2. It's not a very good place for his knight. He really wants to bring his knight to c3 eventually. At the same time, he's blocking off his queen, which he does not want to do. If he brings his queen to c2, which you'll see a lot of people want to do, then he's really not paying a lot of attention to this pawn on d4, which right now, since white really is paying attention to these dark squares, he's trying to control the dark squares and not the light squares, with his pawn on d4, his queen is no longer defending it. So from here, white can really try to take advantage of this pawn on d4. Now a lot of people say, why can't we just bring our pawn to e3, simple discovery defense on the c4 pawn, but you can see here, what's defending this pawn on c4? It's this bishop on f1, and since white played pawn to d3, he really wants to fianchetto his bishop to g2. There's no sense in playing g3 if he's going to have this bishop on f1 defending this pawn, because as soon as he fianchettos, then he's going to have another defender come to defend this c4 pawn. So instead, the most common move that you will see is pawn to b3, and from here, black can play bishop to b4. Now this is very important because before, as we talked about, or knight to c3 is no longer possible from white. But a lot of people, if they get the moves mixed up, instead of bishop to a6, if they bring their bishop to d4 first, now knight to c3 is possible. Now a lot of white players, again, like to avoid this because they don't like double pawns. But as you can see here, this is a little bit different variation because the pawn here is on b2. So it's very important that we, one, bring out our bishop to a6 to attack this pawn, but also to get this pawn to b3, so it's out of the way. And when we bring our bishop now to b4, then the knight can no longer come to c3, because then we'll just capture it and go up 3 points, and just GG white there. So from here, white has two options, and the worst option for him is knight to d2. This is actually going to be a trap that I'm going to make a video on just here in a minute. But the second move and the best option is to bring his bishop to d2. And so if you are playing as white, this is your best option. If you do see, however, knight coming to d2, make sure you check out the trap video and see what to do there. But for time restraints, I'm going to go ahead and just get into a few other options here. But just keep in mind that what you really want to do is just attack, in my opinion. So I think that a6 really gives you that opportunity. Now you can also bring your pawn to b5 if you really want to. Keep in mind black's options here if you look at it. You really don't want to fianchetto both sides. We can castle on the king side if we want to. Now obviously if he plays his knight to d2, then we're going to lay our trap. But if he brings his bishop to d2, and we want to retreat and bring our bishop back to e7, we can still castle on the king side. We have a lot of counterplay that we can have. We can bring our pawn to c5. We can bring our pawn to d5. If we really wanted to, we could bring our pawn to b5. But as you can see, this is a little bit more aggressive play from black. So black does have some options if he does come to a6. And I've had a lot more success playing as black with a6 than b7. That's partly just because I'm more aggressive than passive. But you can play around with both of them and see what fits you best. So we're going to take a look at a few more variations. More importantly, if white does not bring his pawn to g3 right away in the beginning. The next variation is the Trojan variation. It's pawn to a3. As you can see, white's avoiding this pawn to g3 fianchetting on the king side. And instead, he really wants to bring his knight to c3, but he doesn't want to have to worry about this bishop on b4 pinning down his knight to the king. So instead, he's going to play pawn to a3. Now, a lot of people say, go ahead, black, and go and fianchetto your bishop and just play normally. But I'm a very aggressive player and I like to play aggressive lines. So in this case, I've actually had a lot of success with pawn to c5. Now a lot of times from here, white will just come down with his pawn to d5. And now we can bring our bishop to a6, attacking this weak point with his pawn on c4. Now if white tries to capture and just comes down, then we're going to take with our f pawn and take on e6. And as you can see here, this is a little bit different. Eventually we can push our pawn forward with pawn to d5, and we have an extra defender here that we can recapture with. And this is going to be a very aggressive variation of the Queen's Indian defense for black. Once we get our bishop involved and we castle on the king side, this semi-open f file is going to be very good for our rook. As you can see here, white has a very solid game, but this is going to be a very aggressive line for black. So if you like to mix things up, if you don't want to just play for a draw and you are playing a Queen's Indian defense, then I do definitely recommend this. And the last variation that we'll talk about real quick is just knight to c3. And from here, black's going to play bishop to b4. And this is the Nimzo Indian defense that you'll see. So I'll make another video on the Nimzo Indian defense, but that's kind of what this is based off of. So hope you guys enjoyed the video. Make sure you check out the website, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Traxler counterattack, which is one of my favorite defenses from black. It is one of the most aggressive openings that you can play as black. You often won't get opportunity to play it, but if you do have an opponent that really enjoys the Italian game, which is pretty much what it comes from, then you will have more opportunities than not to try this out. So it starts out again with the Italian game, pawn e4, pawn e5, knight f3, simple development move from white, trying to control the center. Black responds, knight c6, trying to do the same. And then the bishop comes to c4. This is the Italian game, and black's going to play the two knight defense. So this is kind of where it all stems from right here. But now white's going to play knight to g5. Again, attacking the square on f7, and black really has to decide what he wants to do. Now a lot of times from here you will see black go into the fried liver attack as far as the defense side from black, which basically looks like pawn to d5, trying to break up this 2 attack on the f7 square. But the Traxler counterattack pretty much just says, I don't even care that my f7 square, which is the weakest square for black at the beginning of the game, is being attacked. Instead, I'm going to bring my bishop to c5, and I'm going to attack the other square, this pawn on f2. This is the weakest square from white. So if you're going to attack my f7 square, I'm going to attack your f2 square. Right away we can see both sides have very, very deadly attacks going on against the king. In this video exclusively, we're going to be talking about what happens when the knight takes on f7, which is what I see most of the time. This knight here cannot be taken from this king on e8, and at the same time he's attacking the queen on d8 and the rook here on h8. So as far as a material standpoint, this is a very good move from white. But black has other ideas, and his idea is to come down and attack the king here on e1. He's going to sacrifice this bishop on f2 to try to lure out the king and just try to have a deadly attack on this king here. So white does have a lot of different options. Some of the options obviously would be to f1. Obviously he can come to e2 and he can take on f2. So we're going to kind of be going over those 3 different options that white has and kind of go over some of the main concepts that you'll see from black while you want to attack the king over and over. Because again, this is very aggressive from black, and you're not giving up this bishop on f2, and you're not letting your queen on d8 and your rook here on h8 just sit there being attacked by this knight for no reason. You're going to attack, and you're going to attack the entire game. So the first thing we're going to look at is if the king takes on f2, which seems like a logical move. Obviously, he wants to get as much material as he can. He knows that he's going to have to move his king somewhere. He's being under attack right here from the bishop on f2, so he knows he can no longer castle, and his king's not going to be safe. So he might as well take as much material as he can. Now from here, as you can see, the best move from black here is going to bring his knight to e4, attacking the king here, and at the same time, freeing up this queen on d8 to get out of the way. Obviously, he doesn't want to lose his queen on d8 if he doesn't have to, with the knight here on f7. So what is he going to do? He's going to make away at the same time. He's getting a tempo by attacking the king here on f2. Now, white from here does have a lot of different options. Obviously, he can come back to f1 if he wants to. He can come back to g1. The best move really is going to be g1, although it kind of looks really passive from white. His rook is obviously blocked in. He's not going to be able to use this rook anytime soon. From here, black has two options. He can really bring his queen to h4, or he can also bring his queen to e7. Obviously, one, he wants to get his queen involved into the game. At the same time, he does not want to lose this queen from this knight here on f7. So the more aggressive moves you can tell is queen to h4, really starting an attack on the king side from white here. It's going to be really hard for white to defend the entire game. Now, keep in mind, from both sides, if you do play correctly, there are some great defenses and some great attacks from the white and the black side. So I'm not going to go over every single line because there are thousands of them, but I do want to kind of go over some of the big ideas. So that's d1. Again, this is probably the best move, but it does look pretty passive. So if white really hasn't played this a lot, it's really hard to kind of find this. A lot of times from here, you will just see white retreat back to f1. From here, again, black can come to h4. Again, not only is this getting involved into the game, his rook here on h8 is safe because, again, black has a one-move checkmate here on f2 if white does not defend very well. At the same time, keep in mind that this knight here is very, very potent. At the same time, black, anytime he wants to, can bring another knight here on d4, which is going to attack very well. From here, white may bring his queen to f3. Again, he has to try to defend against this square here on f2. From here, black can just go ahead and start to attack more, as we talked about. He is now bringing his knight to d4. He has a lot of different attacks going on. Anytime he wants to, he can castle on the king side and really have his rook eye down on this f file. This is going to be really hard for white to really cope with. Again, he doesn't have his a rook, he doesn't have his knight or his dark square bishop in the game, and his white knight over here on h1 is very passive. So a lot of different variations you can see for black. Very, very strong attack that black has. We can go and continue and just show you some of the variations that you will see from here. The pawn might come to g3. The queen can now come down to h3, attacking, checking the king. If the queen tries to come to g2, obviously white would really just like to trade off material. Anytime you're being pressured, if you can pretty much exchange pieces, that'll kind of alleviate some of the pressure that your opponent has. But now the queen can come back to f5. A much better square for the queen here. Really puts a lot of pressure on white. If the king now moves back to e1, because again, the queen can't move here because now the square on f2 is now being attacked twice by this knight here and this queen here from f5. So now the knight can come to c2 and forking both the rook here on a1 and attacking the king here on e1. So a lot of different attacks as we talked about that black has, and it's going to be really hard for white to defend against all these attacks. A worse move that you may see from white, if they just get really flustered, obviously we are attacking them with tempo, is they can bring their king back to e1. This is a problem because the queen's going to come to h4 regardless. But after the queen comes to h4, we're also gaining another tempo. We're attacking the king here. If he tries to now block us on g3, then our knight can come in and take on g3. Now, if he recaptures with his pawn from h2 to g3, then the queen can now come to h1. As you can see, pretty much white's entire queen side is undeveloped. It's going to be really hard for him to bring out his pieces. At the same time, although black is down in material, he really has a really strong attack here. Obviously, this king is just pretty much going to be running around the board the entire game, and this queen is very, very strong. From here, the bishop may come to f1. Again, if the king came to e2, this would be a huge mistake. The knight can come to f4, getting more and more pieces involved into the game, and the queen's going to be lost here. So, obviously, the best move from here would be the bishop comes down to f1. From here, black can castle on the king side. Again, he doesn't want to lose this rook, and he still wants to be able to castle. And this rook here on f8 is going to be very, very strong. Obviously, eyeing down on this f1 square. If we have a rook and a queen both eyeing down on this f1 square, again, any more attack that black has on white, it's just going to be that much harder for white to defend. So from here, you may see the queen come to e2. Again, he has to do something to try to defend against this f1 square because his king's not going anywhere, and this bishop sure is not going anywhere. And trying to pretty much develop these pieces right now is going to be way too late. So from here, the knight can come to d4, again, just adding more and more pressure onto this side. Now the queen comes to g2, trying to exchange off pieces. Now from here, black can go ahead and exchange off pieces if he wants to. He can go ahead and take on g2, and after he takes on here, then the knight can come in and capture on c2 and forking this king here. So if the king moves, then we can come in on a2. And as you can already see, black is fine in material. Obviously, at the same time, he has both of his rooks here, and he has a very, very good game. The king has just been run all over the game. Black does have more pawns here, so this is going to be an easy win for black, and this all stems from the very, very potent attack that black had from the beginning. Now, keep in mind, he could take on f2, but he does not have to. A lot of times you may run into a tricky player that says, you know what, you're kind of gambling up this bishop here on f2, and I know you're going to gain a tempo when you capture here on e4 with your knight. So instead, I'm either going to bring my king to f1, or I'm going to bring my king to e2. In this case, we'll talk about f1. Now, black does have a lot of options right here, but typically his first move is going to be queen to e7. As you can tell right away, black cannot gain a tempo with an attack on the king, so right away he doesn't want to lose his queen. Obviously, his queen is sitting here being attacked by the knight, and since there's not going to be any forced win right away, first thing he needs to do is get his queen to safety. Now from here, white is somewhat safe. Obviously, there are a lot of attacks that black has, but for the most part, white really wants to just start taking material as much as he can. So from here, black's going to play pawn to d5. Keep in mind, this is pretty much a standard what you're going to see with the queen coming to e7 and then your pawn coming to d5. Now, white does have two options here. The most logical is going to be pawn to d5. You always want to capture with your pawns and being supported by your minor pieces in the beginning of the game. So from here, after the pawn takes on d5, then the knight's going to come to d4, really getting involved into the game. Obviously, he's being attacked from this pawn on d5, so he wants to not only avoid being captured, but he wants to get involved into the game. So you can see right here, not only is this knight very active, but he's also threatening taking on c2, which is going to take this rook here on a1. So from here, it's most logical for the pawn to come to c3, and this does two things. One, it really attacks this knight here on d4, as we can see, but it also gives way for the queen to move out of the way. Anytime this light square bishop for black wants to come into the game, obviously this is going to be a lost cause for white's queen once we have the knight here on d4. So he really wants to not only attack this, but he wants to give way for his queen to get out of the way. Now the bishop can come to g4, obviously getting another minor piece involved into the game, at the same time gaining a tempo by attacking the queen here. Now the queen obviously needs to move, so more than likely the queen will come to a4, try and gain a tempo by attacking the king here on e8. Black really has two moves. He can bring his bishop back to d7, or as we just saw, he can bring his knight to d7. Now, I find that it's a lot more aggressive for black to bring his knight to d7. Obviously, we just brought our bishop out, so there's really no reason in my head to bring the bishop back to d7. And again, the bishop in this open space here really puts a lot more pressure on white here. So you can always defend with knight to d7, and then white can, from here, take our bishop here on f2. Again, really just trying to bite away all the material that he can. Since he has a lot of pressure, anytime you have a lot of pressure on you, you want to gobble up as many pieces as you can to try to alleviate some of that pressure. From here, the queen's going to come to h4. So you can start to see black has a really, really strong attack here going. And it's really hard for white this entire game to try to figure out the best way to defend this. Now from here, the king wants to come to e3. You can start to see it's really starting to evolve into the white king running around the board. We can go as far as you want to kind of go over all the variations. The queen can come to g5. Really starting to attack the king. There's not a lot of great places for the king to come. Queen can come to f5, again continuing to attack. After the king now comes to g1, very passive square. This rook no longer is going to be coming into the game. Then black can castle on the queen side. Again, this knight here is going to fall on h8. if white tries to gobble up more material, let's say pawn takes on d4, taking the knight here, we'll just kind of go in through. The rook can come here to f8, again putting a lot of pressure. Obviously queen to f1 is going to be checkmate. White really has to defend against that. So one of the moves he can do is pawn to h3, again kind of giving way for a square for his king to go. From here the queen can come to f2, attacking the king. If the king starts to run, we can sacrifice our bishop. After the king comes, then the pawn can come to g5, and it's going to be a good game for white here. It's going to be all over shoot. So as I've talked about many times in chess, it's not always about how many pieces you have, it's about how many active pieces you have into the game attacking your opponent. So as we can see, even though black is down a crap ton of material, it's going to be very, very hard for white to win this game. His dark square bishop's not doing anything. Both of his rooks are passive. His knight here is still on d1, and his queen's over here. He was trying to gobble up some material. At the same time, he's nowhere in the action. He can't really attack our king because pretty much every move that black has is attacking the king. So just one of the ideas that you may see. Now, the last idea that you may come across in the Traxler, and we'll go ahead and go over a famous name by Traxler, and this is kind of what started the entire Traxler counterattack, is we'll go ahead and start into it with knight takes on f7 and bishop takes on f2. Now in Traxler's famous game, his opponent played king to e2. We've already talked about what happens if the king takes on f2. We've also talked about what happens if the king moves to f1. And now we're going to see king to e2, which as we can see from this famous game is probably the worst move ever. And Traxler just pretty much dominated him from the get-go, basically teaching him a lesson on pretty much you need to know all these crazy openings or I'm just going to dominate you on the board. So that's what he did. So he played knight to d4, again getting his minor pieces involved into the game. If you have a ton of minor pieces in the middle of the board and the king is just being chased all over, it's really, really hard for your opponent to do anything. At the same time, it really allows you just to be creative in chess. The more pieces you have active, if you're chasing around the king, it pretty much just comes down to a big puzzle for you. Can you navigate all your pieces around to checkmate your opponent? And that's pretty much what Traxler did in this game. So from here, the king came to d3. And now the pawn came to b5. Now this is a pretty intense move right here. White pretty much saw that if the knight came on d8, because right away he's not being attacked here, so in some regard he could try to just gobble up material. He saw that after he takes on d8, that the pawn could come here, take on c4, with the tempo, attacking the king here on d3, and after he takes, the bishop could come to c6, and after the king moves, then the bishop could come down to e2. The queen's going to be lost. At the same time, black's going to have a much better position. He's going to be able to take this knight here on d8. At the same time, the white king's in the middle of the board. Black can pretty much still attack the entire time, but he has a much better position than white does. So in this case, in the game, as we saw it, instead of taking on d8 the queen, white decided to instead move his bishop back to b3. Now from here, black brought his knight down to e4, again just getting ready for the attack. And so from here, white decided now would be a good time to take the queen on d8. Obviously, he didn't realize just how big of an attack that black had. So from here, the knight's going to come to c5, attacking the king on d3. The king now moves to c3, and then pretty much it was just game over. It was just a matter of Traxler pretty much using all his pieces to dominate. So from here, the knight's going to come to e2, and this does a few things. One, not only does it check the king, forcing white to do a move, but at the same time, it frees up the bishop to come to d4, which is just a fascinating move in itself. So the queen's going to capture, and the bishop is now going to come to d4, attacking the king here. So the king's going to come to b4, and the pawn's going to come to a5, attacking. Pretty much the rest of the game is just going to be attacking all over the board. So the king's going to take on b5. Anytime your king goes past your opponent's, or past your own fourth rank, it's usually not a good thing. It usually means your opponent's just attacking all over the board. So from here, the bishop came to a6, and after the king took, then the bishop came to d3. Now I know myself, I would be so tempted to go ahead and take this queen on e3, or excuse me, on e2, but Traxler realized he pretty much had a mating net all the way. So he knew that when he brought his bishop to d3, not only was this a discovered attack, but he also wanted to keep this bishop where it was, and he really wanted to keep this queen out of the way. So just kind of a just an extra little dagger saying, I don't even need to take your queen, I'm going to win regardless. So the king came to b4, and now the knight's going to come to a6. Again, every move from now is going to be an attack. The king's going to now come to a3, and again, another discovered attack. He's now sacrificing a knight here on b4, and after he takes on b4, then pawn to c5 is checkmate. Now, I don't know how far along he thought this through, but this is one of the most fascinating attacks that I've seen in a long time. Just sacrifices, really getting all his pieces exactly where they need to be so that he can win the game with checkmate. So, hope you guys enjoyed. Really what I want to stress with the Traxler counterattack is there's so many variations, but it really allows you, as far as black, to really be creative with your attack. So there's many different ways that white can try to defend. He can try to gobble up more of your pieces. He can try to win that game. Or he can just try to go into safety mode and just try to defend his king the entire game. But you pretty much, as black, have so many different options to attack that I really, really like this defense from black. So anytime you see your opponent at the beginning of the game, if you're starting up with the Italian game, and then you see him try to bring his knight to g5, you can just kind of wave your finger at the computer board and say, no sir, I don't even care about this f7 square, I'm bringing my bishop down to c5. And then just see what he does. He might just resign right there, which would be kind of funny. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the YouTube channel and check out the website, www.thechesswebsite.com, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Ponziani opening. Lately it has been the most requested video that I make. So for any of you out there wondering, if you email me or leave me a comment that lets me know the video you want me to make, does it actually matter? Do I read those? I most definitely do. So for the many, many people who have asked for the Ponziani opening, today we're going to go ahead and get into that. I'm going to try to make the most comprehensive video online. I've been looking at a few of them just to kind of see what's out there, because I definitely don't want to duplicate anything out there. I'm happy to say that this is going to be the best Ponziani opening video that's available online. So if you're not too familiar with Ponziani opening, it starts with pawn e4, pawn e5, knight f3, simple development from white, trying to control the center and get his minor pieces involved into the game. Same with black here, knight to c6. Now from here, there are three options that white has. We do have the Ruy Lopez, which is bishop to b5. We also have the Italian game, which is bishop to c4. And we have the Ponziani opening that we're going to be going over today, and that is pawn to c3. Now, do keep in mind, I'm not trying to convince you that the Ponziani opening is better than the Ruy Lopez, or it's better than the Italian game. In fact, it's actually easier for black to to neutralize, to equalize the game easier in the Ponziani opening. So you don't need to leave a comment and say, why would anyone play the Ponziani opening? I can't believe you made this video. I'm simply making it because, one, there's a lot of different traps that white has, and black can get into a lot of trouble, and I don't think it's played enough, really, and it's not really study that much at high levels of play to actually say that it's a terrible opening. So I've played it many times myself. I've played against it many times myself. If anything, I think it's very, very important for chess players to know about. So that's why we're going to be going over it today. And again, the Ponziani opening starts with pawn to c3. And that's where we're going to be spending our time today. Now from here, black has three main options, two of which you'll see over and over, and then a third one which I throw in because it's actually the line that I play. It's the most aggressive. Not really going to say it's the best, but it does catch opponents off guard, so I thought I'd throw it in there for those of you who are like, I wonder what Kevin would do in this situation. So from there, we do have three options. Black does have knight to f6, which you'll see very often, trying to control the center of the board, also trying to develop one of his minor pieces towards the center, always a good idea. You also have the sharp line, which is the d5, just thrusting forward, trying to control the center of the board. White, again, somewhat passive with this c3 move, blocking off the, development square here for the knight coming to c3. Obviously, with his pawn here on c3 later on in the game, the knight probably is going to be coming to knight to d2, which isn't typically a bad thing. It blocks it from c3, but it's still going to get into the game. So don't sit here and think, this c3 square, the knight will never get involved. He definitely will. So white kind of loses some tempo here with the pawn to c3, but white's really looking to thrust forward with his pawn here on d4. So just keep that in mind. Really doesn't matter where black's going to go. White's going to be thrusting forward with pawn to d4 at some point in the variation. So we do have d5, and then the last one, the most aggressive that you may see black play. If you ever see me on chess.com and we're playing, you'll actually see me playing pawn to f5. Now again, not saying this is bad, worse, better, but obviously you may see this gambit here. Kind of plays similar to the Latvian gambit if you're familiar with that gambit. Pretty fun gambit to play, so we do have that option. First option we are going to be looking at is knight to f6. This you're going to see more times than not. I think it's a fine defense from black. Definitely gives him a lot of options, but there's so many different things that white can do in this game, as well as black can do, that I definitely want to go over this first. Now from here, white's going to continue as we talked about, and he's going to play pawn to d4. Now from here, and I'm actually going to be saying this quite often in the video, black has many different options. You may have to go back, pause it, write down some of these, have your chessboard out if you want to make sure that you're getting all the different variations. But black definitely has a lot of different options here. One of his options he has, he can come down and he can take on e4. He can also, if he wants to, he can just come in and take here on d4 with his pawn, or he can always try and just push his pawn forward with d5 and try to really attack the center of the board here with his pawns. The first one we're going to talk about is knight takes on e4. Again, white is gambling off of this white pawn on e4. Gambit simply means that we're going to give up material for some reason. That could be to gain, a tempo. It could be to gain development. It could be to checkmate our opponent the next move. But we're going to be gambling off of this pawn here on e4 for the time being. Now from here, black has a few different moves, but really the only move that you're going to be playing is pawn to d5, trying to chase this knight away. Now keep in mind, he really has two main options. You're not really going to see knight to b4 or knight to a5. You're really going to be seeing knight to b8, and you also may see knight to e7. Now both have their pros and cons, so I do want to go over each of those. Knight to e7, as you can see, really starts to hinder the development of, the black pieces. We can see here that this dark square bishop on f8 is going to have a very hard time developing into the game, so it's kind of blocking himself off. Also, he is really hampering this queen here on d8. White's camp is kind of opened up. He can get both of his light square bishop and his dark square bishop involved into the game. At any time, he can bring his knight to d2, really start to develop him. And his queen is also, he can be very active. He has this diagonal, here to d4, or excuse me, a4, and he also has this d file that he can work with. So this is kind of cramping black style. But so many people don't want to also come back to b8 and say, you know what, I moved and then I just moved back. I kind of wasted a move here, so tempo-wise, black is down. Again, white gave up material, so this is kind of what he wants. He either wants to be up in development, have an extra tempo, or he wants to kind of block off black's move with that knight to e7. So as far as how to attack this, obviously we not only want to know where black could go, but how we can attack this. So from here, white's actually going to play bishop to e3. And you look at this and you say, Kevin, why don't we just take back this pawn here on e5? And that's a great question, but really we're going to. But this is kind of an in-between move here with bishop to e3, and we're kind of allowing black to hang himself. There's so many different ways that black can hurt himself that I really like this move, bishop to e3 here. Now currently black has one thing going for him. He is up in material, so what he really needs to do, he actually needs to hold on to that material advantage. Now this pawn here on e5 is hanging. Right now we are attacking it, or white's attacking it with this knight here on f3, so black would really like to reinforce this pawn here on e5. Now he does have a few options. He can always bring a pawn down to f6, he can always bring a pawn to d6, he can bring his queen to e7, or he can always bring his bishop to d6. All of these are going to defend the pawn here on e5. Now I do want to go over because there are different things that black can do to hang himself, as we talked about. Let's say he plays pawn to f6. Now from here, white can simply continue to take here on e5. Even though black thinks he can retake, now the queen can come back to h5, and the king has to move. Obviously nothing can protect the king, so the king's going to have to come to e7. The queen now swoops in to e5, capturing, and he's also attacking the knight here on e5. So not only is the king no longer safe, no longer can he castle, no longer is black able to develop any of his pieces, white's going to take the only developed piece that black has, and he's going to be winning very, very easily in this game. So as you can see, pawn to f6 is going to be a epic fail for black. Now he also does have d6, which actually seems like a reasonable move if you look at it. Getting ready for his light square bishop to come into the game, again supporting this pawn here on e5, but white here can just come, bring his queen to a4, attack the king here on e8, and also forking the knight here on e4. He is going to win a lot of material here, and also we are taking the only developed piece from black. While white has all this open space, he has two minor pieces and a major piece developed in the center of the board, and white is now up in material. So d6 is also going to be a very, very bad move for black. Now, one of the better moves that black does have is he can bring his bishop down to d6. The only problem with this is it does really cramp the style of black. Black would really, at some point, obviously not right away as we talked about, he would like to start to move this pawn here on d7 forward so he can get his light square bishop involved into the game. Also, he would like a little air for his queen on d8 to move around, but what this does is it protects the pawn here on e5, and it also allows black, if he wants to castle on the king side to get some sort of king side safety before he really starts to get his other pieces involved into the game. If you're up in material, anytime you can have king safety, doesn't matter if it's on the king side or queen side, and start to develop your pieces, you're going to be okay in the game. The problem that you have if you're up in material is a lot of times your king's exposed, the other person has all these aggressive attacks, or your pieces just aren't developed and you're just behind in tempos, and things just go bad. So this is not a bad move for black here, although he does have some problem that he's going to have to deal with later on into the game. Now from here, white's going to play knight to d2. Again, as we talked about, anytime we have this pawn here on c3, which we do in the Ponziani opening, we're now going to be bringing our knight to d2. Now again, we are attacking the most developed piece here from black here on e4. So if he captures, if he takes on d2, our knight's now going to come back to d2, preparing for our knight coming to c4. Again, not only attacking the pawn on e5 here, but also attacking the bishop there on d6. Now from here, black can, as we talked about, castle on the king side, and white's going to play knight to f4. Now, if you were to run this through the engine, even though white is down in material, he's down 1 pawn, the computers actually favor white in this position. As far as center control of the board, white is a little bit ahead. As far as open space, white can develop his pieces a lot more easily than black can. He's also attacking this bishop. He can have a bishop pair if he wants to later on to the game. It's going to be very, very hard, for black to hold on to both this bishop and his pawn here on e5, and white should have a very, very solid game here. So just keep that in mind. This particular situation is going to be very, very good for white. Now, if we come back here, instead of the bishop coming to d6, the last option we talked about to defend his pawn on e5, he can bring his queen to e7. Now, from here, white's going to continue with the same thing, knight to d2, but now after black captures with his knight, he's now going to bring his queen to d2. Again, before, white really wanted to recapture with his knight on d2 so that he could come to c4 and put a lot of pressure on that bishop that was on d6. The bishop's no longer on d6, so we can now recapture with our queen on d2. White, if he wants to, he can now castle on the queen side, really eyeing down on this d5, putting a lot of pressure with his queen and the rook, or if he wants to at any time, he can develop his light square bishop and castle on the king side. But you can see here, black's still going to have a hard time. His queen is blocking off his dark square bishop, so if you're black in this position, it's going to be very, very hard for you to castle either way. It's going to be a few moves for you, where white can castle very easily and then start to attack. So white has a lot of different options, and the computer, again, even though white's down in material, still favors white's position. Now, that was just if the knight comes back to b8. Black also does have the opportunity, as we talked about, to bring his knight back to e7, although, as we said before, this does, again, hamper a lot of the development that black has in the game. Again, black wants to control the pawn that he's up in material, but again, he needs to really start to develop some of his pieces and not really cramp the style of all of his development. From here, white's going to continue. He's going to play knight takes on e5, and then black has a few options here. His best option is actually to bring his knight and come to g6, okay? But a lot of times, you may see him try to kick off this knight here on e5, which is going to be a huge mistake. You may see f6, and you also may see d6. This is another one of those opportunities that white is giving black just to simply hang himself. So d6 seems like a very, very logical move. Again, getting ready for this light square bishop to develop into the game, also trying to kick this knight off of e5. You never really want knights or any other major minor pieces kind of hanging out in your territory, so d6 seems like a logical move, but from here, white can play bishop to b5. Very, very powerful move. Again, this is check, so if for any reason black tries to stop it, knight to c6 would be a mistake, because the pawn would take it. Granted, this would be a mistake in general if you play d6, so it doesn't really matter what you play, it's going to be a mistake. But from here, if the pawn comes to c6, white can capture. If he doesn't recapture, he can always, play a move like pawn to c7, a discovered attack. So if white decides to recapture, he can recapture with his pawn on, b7 taking on c6. Now from here, the knight can come into c6, attacking the queen here. Black has two options. If he takes here, then white's going to fork this rook here on a8. So obviously that's going to be very, very good for white. Also, black's going to have to move his king, or he could bring his bishop into the action, and again, the rook would fall here. So if he does want to later on castle on the king side. Also, he can also bring his queen down to b6, but now white can play knight to d4. Again, discovered attack on the king here, and also defending the bishop here on b5. Now black does have two different options. He can just play, king to d8 if he wanted to, or he can always play his bishop to d7. Either way, it doesn't really matter. The king is going to have to move. He's going to be exposed, and he's no longer going to be able to castle on either side. The queen side has really opened up the game. Both the b and the c files are gone for black, so all white would have to do is castle on the king side here, and then really start to, have a humongous attack on the queen side. It's going to be very, very hard for an exposed king on the queen side for black to really, really defend himself. So very, very good option for white, and he's also going to be up in material. So just keep this in mind. This is going to be, if he plays that pawn to d6, that's definitely going to be a mistake. Now, he might not play pawn to d6. He could also play pawn to f6, as we talked about before. But from here, it's very easy. The knight can just come back to c4. Very, very simple. And as you can see here, black still is hampered in development. His dark square bishop can't get out into the game. His queen can't move. His light square bishop can't move. His knight here on e4 is kind of hanging. Eventually, he's going to have to, solidify that and protect this. And also, the king side safety is in question now. We can start to put a lot of pressure on this square here on h5, attack it. But the king is really going to have to castle on the queen side now to have some sort of safety, as we can already see from here. It's going to take a few moves for that safety to come along. So really, the best move from black here is if he plays knight to g6. Now from here, if white wants to continue, he can always come to d4, again attacking this hanging knight on e4. Play may continue. There are a few variations, but play may continue with the queen coming to f6, and then after a few exchanges, then the knight can come to d2, and then with the solidification of the knight here on e6, then white can play knight to c4, again threatening this knight here on e5, and he can also recapture with his bishop on c4 if he wants to. Again, as far as the development in the game, as you can see, both sides are equal in material. Again, the computer favors white in this position right here. So while so many people say that black can equalize very, very easily in the Ponziani opening, that may be true, but white has so many different variations, so many different traps that he can set, and so many different ways to keep his advantage. It's actually not a bad opening at all. So some of the things to keep in mind, again, that is if the knight comes back to b8, and if it comes back to e7. Now those were the variations if black played knight takes on e4, as we talked about before. Now we're going to be talking about if black takes here on d4. Now from here, white's going to push forward. He's going to play pawn to e5. Now black has two options in this situation. He can either play knight to e4, or he can also come into knight to d5. So I definitely want to make sure that we cover both of those options. If he comes down to knight to e4, white's now going to play queen to e2. Again, attacking the knight here on e4. Anytime your opponent has his knight coming to this fourth rank here, really getting to your territory, you really want to attack it. So he can really start to commit and, try to defend that knight by any different variation that he wants to. Now, black does have two different options here. He can solidify this. He can always move it back if he wants to. Obviously, his really only move would be knight to c5, which I think would be a mistake. Obviously, he can't come back to d6. He would lose it, or f6. He would move it, lose it. Even if he brought it back to g5, we have both our bishop on c1 and our knight on f3 attacking that. But black could try to solidify it with either pawn to d5 or the pawn coming to f5. Now, if the pawn comes down to f5, simple development move from black, then white can play en passant. So pawn takes on d6. Now, again, before anyone makes a comment that says, Kevin, that's an illegal move, I've never heard of en passant, so it can't be true. You can actually capture like this. If you really want to know how it works, you can just Google or Wikipedia en passant. But if you're on the 5th rank, for white and black moves out 2 moves, you can capture like this. That's not an illegal move. That's legal. So from here, black can continue again and try to solidify this knight here on e4. And then here, white can play knight capturing on d4. And then if black wants to, he can recapture with his knight. and then the pawn's going to recapture here on d4. This is going to be a very, very good game for white as well. So that's one option. He can also, if he wanted to, first come down and solidify with his pawn on f5, and then after en passant here, then the pawn can come down to d5, and again, as we talked about before, the knight can come to d4 capture. And we're going to kind of have some of the same game. And as you can see here, anytime white can push forward, sacrifice another pawn to force out this king to take on f7. Obviously, the king, if he wanted to, could come to d7. He could also come to e7. But anytime white does have the opportunity, if it's not taken right away, to push forward to f7, just to kind of draw out the king, which is always fun. Just if you want to just start attacking your opponent's king, you can always push forward with the pawn here on f7. So again, this is going to be what happens if black captures, as we talked about before in Ponziani opening, if he captures with his pawn on d4, with his pawn on d4, compared to if he captures with his knight here on f6 and takes here on e4. Now, last option that black has after he plays knight to f6 and white pushes forward with his pawn to d4, again, very common as we talked about. He can also thrust forward with pawn to d5. Again, very, very aggressive move from black, very sharp lines in this variation, trying to counterattack the center, really trying to test white to see if he studies his lines, to see who is really going to come out on top. Now from here, white's going to play bishop to b5, pinning down this knight here on c6, really trying to figure out what black is going to do. Again, this knight here on c6 is a well-developed move, but it's also defending this pawn here on e5, and it's also attacking the pawn here on d4. So anytime you can develop your pieces, in this case we're developing our bishop, our light square bishop, allowing our king castle on the king side, but also removing this defender, because this knight here on c6 can no longer come into the action to d4 or on e5. So from here, black does have a few options. He can always take with his pawn here on e4. From here, white can push forward with his pawn. You'll see this a lot in Ponziani opening. Anytime one of the pieces moves, you're going to push forward and try to kick this knight away. Now the knight from here is going to come down to e4, and then white's going to recapture with his knight here on d4. Again, putting a lot of pressure on this knight on c6, and this knight is also being pinned down to the king here on e8. Now he doesn't have to take with his pawn on e5. He can also, if he wants to, capture on, as we can see here, on e4 as well. So from here, white's now going to take on e5. Now he is putting a lot of pressure on this knight here on c6. If white, if black want to come in and kick that bishop off, he could always come down to a6 after the exchange here. Then the queen can now come into a5 and put a lot of pressure on this pawn on c6. So again, black has double pawns here. He doesn't have a pawn on the b or the d file. This is going to be a very, very good game from white. So again, there's so many different variations. So it's very, very important that you understand all the different ways that black can attack you and how to counterattack those as well. The last one I do want to talk about, again, the knight can't come down and capture on d4, but the knight on f6 can come down and capture with his knight taking on e4. From here, white's going to continue to do the same thing. He's going to take with his knight here on e5, putting a lot of pressure again on this knight on c6. If black wants to play his bishop to d7, again, trying to break this pin that the bishop has, then after the exchange, this is not a bad exchange for white at all. After the exchange, same thing as we talked about before, white can castle on the king side, and black does have these double pawns here on the c file. So again, this is still going to be a very, very good game from white. He can start to get his knight developed, his rook developed to the e file, this open file. Obviously, black is going to get his dark square bishop involved into the game, castle on the king side, but white should have a very, very good game from here as well. So that's going to happen if the black side decides to push forward with his pawn to d5. Now those are quite a few variations. Those are all for if black plays knight to f6. Black, again, does not have to play knight to f6. One of the sharpest moves, and again, one of the most popular moves, second only to knight to f6, is actually pawn to d5. A very, very sharp line from black, probably one of the sharpest that he can play in this situation, minus the gambit here on f5. Now from here, white's going to do the same thing. So very, very common theme, whereas before white and black had a lot of different options. This one's going to be a little bit more straightforward. The queen's now going to come to a4, and he's going to try to pin down this knight here on c6 to the king. He's also going to try to protect this pawn here on e4. If he doesn't have to, he really doesn't want to play a move, like bishop to d3, really hampering his, dark square bishop development, can't really move his pawn for a while. If he doesn't have to, his first move, he really doesn't want to be pawn to d3 if he doesn't have to, simply because he is now blocking off his light square bishop development. So instead, he's now going to bring his queen to a4. Again, be aggressive sometimes. In this case, you definitely need to be aggressive. Again, pinning down this knight and also defending this pawn here on e4. Now from here, black can do one of a couple things. He can bring his queen down to d6 if he wanted to. From here, white can start to try to harass this queen here on d6. He can play knight to a3, getting ready for his knight to come to b5. Black can now start to put more pressure. He can play knight to f6, again, really starting to attack this pawn here on e4. White now has to play knight to b5, trying to distract this queen on d6 after the queen moves, and now white can play pawn to d3. So again, from here, white can always bring his bishop to e2, castle on the king side if he wants to. He's a little bit weak in his pawn structure, but he can still have a very, very good game from here. Now, if we come back a few moves, I'll just go through them again. After d5 here, and the queen comes to f4, now the bishop can also come to d7. You may not see the queen come down to d6. A lot of people like to deal with, a pinned down knight, which is bringing their bishop down to d7. So if you do see this, instead, we can now just play pawn takes on d5. Now it does get very, very crazy because black can now play knight to d4. So this is a very, very aggressive line from black. As you can see, he's hanging his knight here on d4, but he also has a discovered attack with, his bishop here on d7 on this queen here on a5. So again, very, very aggressive line from black. This is going to be very, very sharp. So anytime you see black play d5 at the beginning, it's going to be a very, very sharp line. So just keep that in the back of your mind when you are playing. So again, he doesn't have to play d5. The last variation I do want to talk about is the gambit, the f5 move. So again, the gambit from here, it plays very similar to the Latvian gambit in some respects, but it's just pawn to f4. Now, I've actually played this a few times against people that have tried the Ponziani opening, and a couple of games are actually in person, a couple of them were online. When I played these in person, I kind of got to look like I don't know what you were doing, but you're either really good or you are just straight bad at chess. So it's always fun to play a move like that just to get that reaction. From here, after white takes on f5, then the black queen can come down to f6, again putting a lot of pressure on this f5 square, and he's also, trying to attack and control this long dark diagonal. Now from here, white has a few options. More than likely he's going to play pawn to d5, pawn to d4. Again, that's the main reason that white plays pawn to c3, is really to thrust forward with his pawn to d4. Again, he has not only his pawn on c3, he has this knight here on f3 protecting, and he also has the queen here on d1. So there's no reason for him not to try to control all the dark squares at the center of the board with pawn to d4. Now from here, black's going to just start pushing forward. He's going to play pawn to e4. Again, as we talked about, main theme of the Ponziani opening, both sides trying to push forward, trying to move those knights off of those critical squares of c6, f6, f3, and the c3 squares. So from here, white's going to have to move. He can bring his knight to g5, probably the best square for him. It is very, very aggressive, and it's also being defended by the bishop here on c1. So really, there's no reason not have to. You definitely don't want to bring him back to D2, hinder the development of your minor and major pieces, and you definitely don't want to bring him back to G1, after you develop your pieces. If you don't have to, you don't want to bring them back to the square they came from. Now from here, black does have a few options, but his best move is just to play pawn to D5. And this does a few things. First, it opens up the door for his light square bishops to get involved into the game. It also solidifies this pawn here on E4. This becomes a very, very powerful pawn for black later on to the game. It's also being attacked by the knight here on G5. So he needs to not only solidify this, but he also needs to put more pressure on this pawn here on F5. Now keep in mind, white is up in material. Black gamed it off a pawn on F5, so white has a few options. He can give up this pawn, he can give it back to black, or he can try to hold on to it. So again, it doesn't really matter which way white wants to go. If he does want to try to hold on to it, he can play pawn to G4. Again, light square bishop can no longer come and take it. He is being defended by the pawn here on G4. This starts to get really crazy. There's not too much theory on it, but black now can play pawn to H5, and it just gets messy from here. Just chaos all over the board. As you can see, white's no longer going to be able to safely castle on the king side. Later on he can try to castle on the queen side, but it's not that safe as well. Black pretty much has given up on castling on the king side. He can always castle on the queen side. He is down in material, but he's really trying to break up this pawn structure right here that he has, trying to control this F5 square. So there's so many different sharp lines. This is just a fantastic game to play. I've come to this exact position quite a few times when I play as black in the Ponziani opening, and I can tell you from first-hand experience, there's just fireworks all over the board. So this is the Ponziani opening. I know there was a lot of different variations. I wanted to make sure I covered everything to make sure that if you're white or black, that you don't fall into traps, that you know exactly what you're looking for, that you don't have to think a lot of different lines. Where should I be going? You know exactly what to do. Feel free to try it out. I know many people will tell you that it's a terrible opening. Again, I'm not trying to tell you it's the greatest opening ever, or GM should be playing it every time they play chess, but I do think it's important to know. And I think you can have great success if you know exactly what you're doing in the Ponziani opening. So feel free to play around. Let me know what you guys think. Tell me if you have success or failures with it. Also, again, if you have a video that you want to see, whether it's me playing, whether it's commentating other games, whether it's an opening, whether it's deep analysis of various lines as we did in the Sicilian, definitely let me know. I have a list of moves, videos that I want to make. But if people let me know of a very specific one, definitely feel free to let me know, and I'll definitely make sure that I make that. If you guys haven't already, again, check out the website, thechesswebsite.com, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Pirc defense. So the Pirc defense starts out with pawn to e4 from white, black responds pawn d6, white moves pawn d4, and black develops knight to f6, attacking his pawn on e4. White would really like to just go ahead and bring his pawn to c4, but obviously since we are attacking his pawn on e4, he's going to develop his knight to c3. And from here we are going to bring our pawn to g6, and this is the Pirc defense right here. And as you can see, a couple things you do want to notice. One, the Pirc defense is a hyper-modern opening, basically meaning that we are right now not defending the center with our pawns. Instead, we are going to be fianchettoing our bishop to this g7 square. We have our knight nicely placed here on f6, and we're going to try to attack and defend the center with our minor pieces, and we're going to flank from the sides here. We're going to wait for our pawns to push forward later on, but we're first going to defend and attack the center with our minor pieces. So keep that in mind. Another thing you'll see, this is kind of a passive opening in the beginning. Obviously, black has many fighting opportunities later on once he opens up the board and counterattacks later on. But black would really like early on in an aggressive game not to block his dark square bishop, so the dark square bishop can get into the board, attack the f2 pawn, and put a lot of pressure on the white king. But with this move of pawn to d6, we have blocked off this bishop. And this means two things. One, it means that more than likely we're going to fianchetto our bishop to g7. There's no reason for us to block off our dark square bishop if we have no reason to bring our bishop to g7 and fianchetto. Also, this means that we have our light square bishop. This is easily developed for us. We can bring this to any of these squares. And a lot of times as black, the light square bishop is one of your weakest minor pieces because a lot of time it gets blocked off early on. In the Pirc defense, the light square bishop does not get locked in. So if you play a lot of times with black and you see that your light square bishop isn't getting a lot of play, you may want to try this out because your light square bishop is actually going to be very valuable in this opening. So today we're going to look at the two main lines, the Austrian attack and the classical attack, and we're going to kind of look at what both sides should be thinking when they're playing. So the first is the Austrian attack, and that is simply pawn to f4, and this is the most aggressive opening that white can play against black. As you can see, all these pawns here are already attacking the center, and they're putting a lot of pressure on black. Black's going to have to play smart, or white can easily just march up the board and quickly checkmate the king. From here, as is with most of the moves that white's going to move, black's simply going to respond bishop to g7. Black would really like to develop his bishop to g7, and then he would just like to castle, and then he would like to start counterattacking. So more than likely, all the moves you're going to see from white, the most common ones you're going to see are f4 and knight to f3, but we're simply going to bring our bishop to g7, fianchetto our bishop, and then wait to see where they move. From here, the most common move in the main line, you're just going to see knight to f3, developing our knight to a very good square, the f3 square, behind this pawn here, and putting more pressure on the center. You can see they're putting a lot of pressure on the center, and we're eventually going to have to counterattack, or we're going to be in a lot of trouble. From here, like I said before, we're going to go ahead and castle, king safety, obviously number one priority, especially in the Pirc defense, since we're not attacking right now, we're on the defense. So if we're going to play on the defense and they're attacking us, we want to make sure our king is in safety. From here, white has a few options. One thing you may see them come at you and already attack with a move like pawn to e5. Here simply we can recapture with our pawn, and they have to choose. If they choose to capture with their pawn, their d pawn, then we can simply come in with our queen capture, and when he captures with his minor piece, he's really losing a good square with his knight on c3. More than likely, you're not going to see him capture there. Instead, you're going to see him capture with his pawn, his f pawn. Then we can simply bring our knight to d5, which is a good square for now. Obviously, he can take it if he wants to trade off pieces. But you can see here, we're eventually going to have to continue counterattacking. White has a very good setup. He can bring his bishop into the action. He can castle kingside, and he already has these two pawns in the center with great center control. He has his knights nicely developed. So black's really going to have to be cautious here. But the main line, if we go back a few moves, instead of pawn to e5, the main line is actually just bishop to d3. And from here, we're just going to develop our knight to c6. Really want to develop our minor pieces now since we're going to need to put some pressure on the middle. And then from here, more than likely you'll see white castle kingside, obviously king safety. And then from here, we're going to bring our bishop into the action, bishop to g4. We obviously want to get this active, and this does two things. One, it gets our light square bishop active, pinning this knight down to the queen, but also it gives our knight a little outpost here on d7. Obviously, if our bishop is not developed yet and we bring our knight to d7, then our light square bishop is going to be blocked off, and that's really not what you want, especially in the Pirc defense, since it is kind of a passive defense at the very beginning. So this development move on g4 is very good for us because now, if he wants to come in, let's say with a move of pawn to e5, we have a few options. One of those options is just bring our knight back to d7, which is very good. We're still applying a lot of pressure, and we're waiting for white to make a move, and then we can counterattack. From here, you might simply see bishop to e3, and black has a lot of fighting moves in this position. Obviously, we said before, black has his pieces developed. We have king safety. We can start to push up the board if we want to. We can get our queen involved. So black has a very good game here. Second variation we want to go over is the classical defense. And we'll go ahead and get started once we move g7. Now the classical attack is going to be knight to f3, and this is probably going to be the most common that you're going to see. It's the main line in the Perk defense. And what this does, it develops its knights to two great squares, knight to f3, knight to c3, and it opens up both lines for the bishops. The bishops can roam all the way on this h6 to c1, and they can roam from the f1 to the a6 square. So very good diagonals. White has a lot of good development move, and he's going to have a very good game. And also he has very good center control. From here, as we said before, we're simply going to bring our bishop to g7. Obviously, we're attacking the center with our minor pieces from the flank position on the side. From here, you might see a couple different moves from white. You may see bishop to e2, or you also may see the simple move of pawn to h3, keeping our bishop locked down. Obviously, white would not like our bishop to come to g4 because it's developing our bishop, pinning down the knight to the queen. White is going to have to do something about this. Instead, you might see white simply move his pawn to h3, taking away that great square for us. From here, we're simply just going to castle kingside. If he doesn't, though, the main line is for bishop to come to e2, and then from here, like before, we're going to go ahead and simply castle kingside. From here, white's going to castle kingside, and then now we can bring our bishop to g4, developing our bishop again, giving another outpost for our knight to come to d7, which d7 is actually a pretty good square for our knight. We can still attack these two dark squares, which we are putting a lot of pressure on the dark squares with our dark square bishop here on g7. It frees him up so he can attack, and at the same way, gets this knight out of harm's way if white decides to push down. So these are a few things that you want to think about in the Perk defense. These are the most common that you'll see, the Austrian attack and the classical defense. Just keep in mind that if you are black, you are going to want to counterattack, and you are going to make sure that you have king safety. So if they're playing aggressive, if they're playing the Austrian attack, make sure that you do counterattack in the game, or you may lose pretty quickly. So hope you guys enjoyed this video. Hope you guys learned a lot. If you haven't already, please subscribe. If you haven't checked out the website, got a lot of new fun stuff on the website. That's www.thechesswebsite.com. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next video.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the King's Indian defense, which starts out with pawn to d4, knight f6, pawn c4, pawn g6, and a lot of people refer to this as the King's Indian defense, but most of the variations, except for one, which we'll get on to at the very end, are actually going to have the same moves here, and so we're going to refer to this right here as the King's Indian defense. We can actually go a step farther with pawn to d6 here. As you can see, this is what a lot of other people refer to as the King's Indian defense. And what you can see here is black is really looking to have a very solid kingside defense. He's going to castle on the kingside, and he's very strong, but you can see none of his pieces or pawns have moved past the 6th rank. And because of this is a very passive defense for black. What he looks to do is control the center with his minor pieces, and then later on, once he has a strong defense around his king, then he's going to try for counterplay with his pawns. He's going to start pushing the pawns up, either with e to e5. A lot of times you may see pawn to c5 or pawn to b5, but we'll get into that depending on the variation. What I do want to let you know is if you're a very aggressive player, you don't want to play this as black, because pretty much throughout the entire game, as we'll look at different variations, we're basically responding to what white does. So there's not a lot of times that we can push the action and be in the driver's seat. Most of the time we're responding to what white does. Now we have a lot of options depending on what white plays, but more or less, depending on what white does, we have to respond to that and not the other way around. So just want to let you know that this is a very, very good defense, and it has a very strong win and tie rate for black, but I do want to let you know it's not very aggressive. So we'll go ahead and start getting into some of the variations that you may see in the King's Indian defense. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first variation, and you'll see this a lot from players from white that tend to favor their bishops. They really want to get the bishops involved, so they bring them out early. And this is the Alberbach variation. It starts out with bishop to e2. Very logical move. This is a very important piece for white. And since he can't bring it to c4, which a lot of players like to do to attack the f7 square, because his pawn's here, a lot of times we'll see him bring it to e2. And so from here, like in most of the variations, we're going to castle on the king side, and we have a very solid defense around our king here. And then a lot of times we're just going to respond to what white does. And in this variation, white's going to bring his bishop to g5. Again, this is someone that really likes to play with his bishops very early on in the game. He likes to get them involved early and puts a lot of pressure on black. Now from here, black has a few options, but more or less black would really like to counterattack on the queen side, and this happens a lot in the King's Indian defense. He builds up a very strong defense around his king, and then he wants to push on the queen side. So a lot of times from here, you'll see black push with c5, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on white. But white really doesn't want to give up the control that he has on the center. So more times than not, you're going to see white continue to push forward with pawn to d5. Now, if he wants to exchange, that's completely fine with us. That's what we want him to do. We want to, since we have a strong defense around our king, we want him to start giving up control of the center. But if you're playing someone who's very familiar with King's Indian defense from white, and if you're playing it yourself, more or less you just want to bring your pawn to d5. It really allows you to still have central control, but at the same time, not give up any counterplay from black. So from here, we're going to get our knight involved, and it's very important to know where you want to bring your knight. We want to bring our knight to a6 so that we can bring our knight to c7, and then we can start to push pawns and our pieces forward so that we can try to counterattack on this b5 square. But also keep in mind, if we bring our knight to d7 here, then bringing it to b6, this really isn't going to do much for us. We can no longer push our pawn forward. Our bishop here really can't get into the action on the queen side, and it's really blocking off our pawn advancement. So just keep in mind when you are playing, especially in this variation, that you know exactly where you're putting your knight. So in this case, we're going to bring our knight to a6, and then next logical move from white is to develop his knight to f3. Nice development move, at the same time getting ready to castle on the king side for king side safety. And now we're going to bring our knight to c7 as we talked about. And then we have a few different moves. We can first bring our pawn to a6 to put a little bit more defense on this pawn that's coming out to b5. Then we can also bring our rook to b8, putting also a lot more pressure on the b5 pawn once we push forward. So this is the Auerbach variation, so let's go ahead and look at a few more variations that you will see in the King's Indian defense. The next variation that we are going to look at is the classical defense that you may see quite often. Instead of a player bringing his bishops into the action, he's first going to bring his knights into the action with knight to f3. This is a very logical move, especially for someone as white that's not too familiar with King's Indian defense, and is just logically developing his pieces. So the first move is knight to f3, and black again is going to castle on the king side, and now white is going to now bring his bishop to e2. He's not getting quite all of his pieces involved as far as his bishops, but he does want to bring his bishop out, his light square bishop, so that he can castle on the king side. From here, we're going to start to push up with our pawn. We're going to bring our pawn to e5. We're going to start to attack the center control that white has here. And from here, white's going to castle on the king side. And then black, now as you can look, this is a little bit very different variation that we talked about before, but since we have our pawn on e5, instead of our pawn on c5, we can now bring our knight to c6, and now we're really trying to attack the center control. Before in the last variation, we were completely looking at the queen side, but in this variation, we're actually looking at the central control before we start to counterattack anywhere. And so that's why, in this case, you want to bring your knight to c6, so we can add more pressure, add defense to this e5 pawn at the same time attacking this d4 pawn. So this is the classical variation that you will see. A lot of times from here, white's going to attack the queen side, and a lot of times from here, black may transfer his knight. He may bring his knight to e7,
and then he may start to attack on the king side. It really depends on what white does. If he tries to bring his pawn down to d5, then from here, we're going to bring our knight down to e7, then we're going to start to counterattack on the king side. So just very important to know where your knights are and where they're going to go. So if you retreat, you don't want to retreat back to b8, and you don't want to retreat back to a5. Once he comes down to d5, then you want to start looking at the king side attack. So very important to note that. So that's the classical variation. Let's look at a few. Next variation is the Thomas variation, and it's pawn to f3. As you can see here, this is a very aggressive opening from white. And what you can usually tell from this is white's looking to castle on the queen side, and we, of course, our next move is castle on the king side. Anytime both sides are going castle on opposite sides, it's usually a race to the king. So we're going to be completely focused on attacking on the queen side, and more or less he's going to be attacking on the king side. So what this means is, it's going to be a very sharp and aggressive play from both sides. So once you see this, you definitely want to build up. Obviously, you're going to castle on the king side. You want to have very strong defenses here, and then get ready to aim at the queen side over here, because he's really going to look to castle on the queen side and attack you on the king side. So from here, there are a lot of different variations. I did want to touch on one variation that you may not see very often. If the bishop comes to e3, again, if he does castle on the queen side, he's going to look to get his dark square bishop and his queen out. So a lot of times you will see this dark square bishop come to e3. Then we're going to bring our pawn to c5. Now, this, you don't have to play this, but this is a very strong gambit, so I did want to go over it. As you can see here, we are going to lose material, but once he takes our pawn and we retake, I'm just going to go ahead and through the exchanges. He's going to take our queen, we take, and once he takes our bishop, we're going to bring our knight to c6. Nice development move. At the same time, we need to defend this pawn on e7. But you can see here, we have control of this d file, and we're putting pressure on this d4 square, which can come down the road, very important to black. At the same time, we have more pieces developed, and at the same time, we have a very, very safe king, and white does not have a very safe king. He can obviously look to castle on the queen side once he clogs up this d file. But as you can see from this gambit, we've given up a pawn, but at the same time, we've kind of made it very aggressive for black. So if you ever do come across this variation, and you want to take it into an aggressive route, I definitely recommend this gambit. So this is the Thomas variation. Let's get into. Looks like we have time for one more variation. Now, I do want to talk about the fianchetto variation because you will see a lot in top play. And it's a little bit different. It starts with knight to f3, and both sides are going to fianchetto on the king side. As you can see here, I'm just going to go through the moves. Then we're going to bring our pawn to d6, very common. But you can see here, both sides have a very strong defended king side. At the same time, white has a very strong central control with his pawns on d4 and c4. So a lot of times from here, black's going to bring his knight to d7. If he does ever want to push forward with his pawn to e5 or c5, it's very important to have his knight on d7 to help him out, because really black has to play passive early on and then try to counter these two pawns that white has here. So these are the variations that you will see in the King's Indian defense. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Lily attack. It's been one of my most requested videos. It's very similar to the fried liver attack, which many people enjoy playing, but it actually plays a little bit better. It scores a little bit better. As far as competition-wise, white has a phenomenal win rate, so I thought it would be a good idea to go over it. It's not covered too much on the internet, so I thought it would be a good idea to actually put something out there to show you guys some things to think about and some different ideas as far as variations in the Lily attack. So it starts out with pawn to e4, pawn e5, knight f3, simple development, again trying to control the center of the board with his minor pieces, knight to c6, again simple development move from black, trying to control the center of the board, the same thing. Transforming into the Italian game with bishop to c4, trying to eye down on this f7 square, a huge weakness for black early on into the game. And from there, black's going to continue with the two knights defense with knight to f6, and then white's going to play knight to f5 here. Now black's going to block this by playing pawn to d5, and then after white takes on d5, and black recaptures on d5, you may be familiar with the fried liver attack, which right away plays knight to takes on f7, sacrificing, and after the king comes to f7, then white tries to chase the king around, playing queen to f3 check. But the Lily attack actually tries to get the rook involved into the game, and so it goes ahead and sacrifices a pawn here. It plays pawn to d4, and the variation we're going to be looking at is after black takes on d4. Now black does have some different options. He does not have to take right away here on d4, but a lot of the same concepts that we're going to be going over in the four main variations after he does take will pretty much be the same. So I do want to kind of go over the four variations from here, and that is first, after white castles on the king side, again, really looking forward to get this rook involved into the game. So eventually wants to bring the rook to e1. Really a strong attack that the fried liver attack doesn't always get to. So keep that in mind. The four variations that we are going to be going over for black, because you may see a lot of different variations. Again, there's a lot of attacking going on, a lot of tactical variations in this, but I do want to go over the four main lines that you may see. The first one is bishop to b4. Again, simple development move, trying to get the dark square bishop involved into the game. We'll talk about the pros and cons of all of these. Second, you may see bishop to e7. Again, trying to block the rook coming to e1 with tempo, checking the king there on e8. Also, you may see bishop to e6, very important, trying to hold down on this f7 square, huge weakness for black early on. And then the last one that you may see is pawn to f6, trying to attack this knight here on g5. So those are the four variations that we're going to be going over today. Now, if you're kind of watching this video and you're like, Kevin, this is too crazy off the wall, no one at top level play would ever play this. It actually has been played, quite a few number of times. And what's surprising is white pretty much has a phenomenal win rate. So if you're looking for something, as you'll see a lot of times, we're going to be sacrificing this knight here on f7. If you're like, sacrificing pieces early on isn't that great. Even, engines actually score this really well. Even after, big sacrifices, a lot of these variations, we actually sacrifice a knight here on c3. So even with all these, crazy sacrifices, it's still good because of all the attacking that white has in his options. So just keep that in mind when we're going along. This is not some crazy opening that actually doesn't score well. It's actually fundamentally sound, even though we're giving up material. But it really focuses on what is chess, and that is, it's not always about how many pieces you have or what material you have. It's about attacking your opponent's king. If you have a strong attack on your opponent's king, a lot of times that is means more than anything else. So we'll go ahead and jump into it. First variation again we're going to talk about is bishop to b4, and then white from here is just going to kick that away. It's kind of an annoying move, but every now and then you may see it. And white's just going to play pawn to a3, and then the bishop's going to come back to e7. Now he could always come back to a5, but then white can just play pawn to b4, again attacking here again. And really this bishop needs to be into the action. He needs to come back to e7, or he's going to be kind of left out in the cold while his king just gets attacked over and over again. So he actually needs to come back to e7, and this will go into the second variation we'll get into. But the bishop's going to be coming back to e7, and then the knight's going to come to f7. So very similar in the fried liver attack. White is going to be sacrificing a knight here on f7, and then after the king takes on f7, then the queen comes to f3. But as you can tell, slight difference in the fried liver attack. In the lowly attack, we have castled on the king side, white has, and very easy to get this rook involved into the game if he ever needs to come to e1. So just keep that in mind. A slight difference in the two openings. Now black has two main options from here. One is just to bring his bishop to f6, again blocking this queen here from attacking. And the other one is to bring his king down to e6, defending this knight here on d5. First we're going to go over is bishop to f6, probably the better of the two moves, even though right away the white bishop can take here on d5. Attacking the king here. From here you might see black come to e6, and after the bishop straight off right here, then the rook's going to come to e1. Again, a very important concept in the lowly attack is bringing this rook to e1. Again, the white king is very, very safe. It's going to be very hard for black to ever have a attack against the white king. And if you look at the board, white has a strong attack against the king. Same as the fried liver attack as the lowly attack is both times white's going to be chasing the black king around the board. It's going to be very easy to develop pieces into the game for white, at the same time usually gaining a tempo, attacking the king, and also in the middle of the board. Anytime your opponent's king is in the middle of the board, it's going to be a very, very good game for you. So just keep that in mind. That is one variation. Also, instead of the bishop coming to f6, the king can also come to e6. So I do feel like this is the worst of the two moves. From here, white's just going to play rook to e1. Again, lowly attack. This is kind of what we're aiming for. Eyeing down on this e-file. This is again why white gave up this pawn on d4 to get rid of the black pawn that was here on e5, to open up this e5 for our rook that would later come to e1 right here. So from here, the knight can come to e5. And then white is going to play bishop to f4. Again, pinning down this knight here on e5. It can't move. Keep in mind this knight here on d5 cannot move also. So white is pretty much developing all his pieces towards the center of the board. He's controlling this e-file, and none of these knights can move for black. So black's king is in the middle of the board. He doesn't have any of his major pieces developed. And it's going to be really hard for him to move because pretty much all his pieces are locked down right now. Now black could try to play bishop to f6, again trying to defend this knight here on e5. Again, this is how we talked about before. The bishop is actually, actually helping if it was here on e7, whereas if it was over here on a5 and the pawn was here on b4, it was kind of blocking it off and the bishop wasn't doing anything. So it's definitely helpful if the bishop is over here on e7. But right here, trying to defend this knight here on e5. But now white has a phenomenal move. He can actually just play knight to c3. And this is kind of what we talked about before, and that's sacrificing this knight here on c3. Typically, it doesn't have a strong presence in the lowly attack. A lot of times, it just opens up this d-file. Is kind of what we're going for. And so after the pawn takes on c3, then white can go ahead and jump ahead and take with his rook here on e5. Now after the bishop takes, white can now bring his rook over to e1, and he's going to have a very, very strong attack right here. Now, if you look at it, you're like, well, black is actually up in material. This is true, but if you look at it, this rook here on h8 isn't moving. He's not doing anything. The rook here on a8 is not doing anything. The queen here on d8 has not moved yet. He's not really involved into the action. This bishop here on c8, it's going to be very hard for him to get into the action. This knight here on d5 can't move. This bishop here on e5 can't move. And the king is in the middle of the board. So if you were to run this through an engine, white has an overwhelming dominance on this game. He's pretty much controlling the center of the board, and he has so many different attacks that he can run against black. It's going to be very hard for black to actually last much longer in the game. So very, very powerful attack again, sacrificing not only a knight here on f7, but also sacrificing another knight here on c3, which kind of a common theme that you'll see in the lowly attack. Now the next variation we're going to go over just briefly, and that is because it was bishop to e7. Again, this is very, very similar to the last one. The only difference in being that, if he comes to b4 first, then the pawn comes to a3, which I actually feel like is a bonus. Later on, the knight may want to come to b4 as an outpost, so pretty much the same thing is going to happen before if the bishop comes to e7 first. Again, white's going to continue with the same moves. He's going to he's going to come to knight to f7, sacrifice after the king comes to knight to f7 and recapture the knight. Then the queen's going to come and continue the same thing. So just keep that in mind, bishop to b4 and then back to e7, or if he just comes to e7 right away, it's going to be very, very similar move. So if we come back here, instead of bishop to e7, you may also see bishop to e6. Seems like a logical move if you look at it. Again, so many times white actually wants to come to f7 right away and sacrifice, and then the king is forced to take. Well, he's not forced, but he obviously wants to take here on f7, gaining material. If he doesn't, his king's just going to be in the middle of the board, and obviously white has the rook here coming to e1. So after the king takes on f7, then the attack is very, very strong for white. So a lot of times from black, you will see this bishop come to e6 first, which personally I feel like is the best move for black. I really don't recommend getting into the lowly attack at all, just because white has such a strong attack. But if you ever do find yourself here, and you do have to choose between one of the variations, I feel like bishop to e6 probably is the easiest to play. From here, white's going to play rook to e1, again pinning down this bishop here to the king here. So now the knight can easily come to f7 and take, because the bishop can no longer recapture on f7, which is kind of what white is going for. The queen can now come to d7, again attacking and defending this pawn here on f7, but white can pretty much just disregard that, and he can continue in playing knight to takes on f7. Now, if the queen takes, we already talked about the bishop can't take, but if the queen takes on f7, then the bishop could still come and take here on d4. Again, this bishop is pinned down to the king. He can't do anything right here. So again, very, very strong attack. A lot of times you will not see the queen take, but instead you will see, obviously because that's the same in material, but again, a lot of times you may see the king come to f7 and take, and now the queen is going to come to f3 as we talked about before. And now the king comes back to g8. Now the rook is actually going to come and capture that bishop here on e6, and this is a very important part in the variation to look at. Black really needs to allow this to go. If he tries to push further and actually take this rook here on e6, then white can come in and capture with his queen on d5. Black cannot recapture with his queen. If he does, it's going to be checkmate right away, as you can see from there. The best move that pretty much he has is he can try, pawn to h6 if he wants to, and then after the queen takes, the king goes to h7, the bishop comes down to d3 check, and then after g6, it's going to be checkmate and all over. So if we look at this, black really should not take here on e6 because he's either going to lose his queen or he's going to lose the game. So just keep that in mind. So rook coming to e6, very, very important part of this, and again, it's going to be very, very hard for black. Keep in mind, we're going through all these variations. There's no really good variation for black. I know I said I kind of prefer this one, but pretty much all four of these variations scores so much better for white. White has so much more opportunity to attack. Tactical lines are all in the favor for white. White's king is just kind of hanging out here on g1. Again, it's going to be so hard for black to attack, and white, very similar to the fried liver attack, is just chasing the black king all around the board. So very, very strong. Again, if you can not get into the lowly attack as black, I highly recommend it because it's very, very frustrating and difficult to find your way out of the bombardment that white has attacking your king over and over again. So the last variation that we're going to be going over is actually not moving one of the bishops at all, but it's actually going to be bringing the pawn to f6. So very logical move, attacking this knight here on on g5, and no longer allowing the knight to come here on f7 and then the queen to come to f3, attacking the king right away because there is now this pawn here on f6. Now, after pawn to f6 from black, white now has another opportunity to sacrifice a knight here on c3. So a fantastic move. Again, white in the lowly attack really does not use this knight here that starts on b1. So anytime that he can sacrifice this and open up this d file, it's actually a very good opportunity for white. Kind of opens up the lines for his other pieces, really opens up the door for a very strong attack. So after the pawn takes on c3, the bishop for white's going to take here on d5, and black's going to gobble up another knight here. White's lost both of his knights, but now white's going to bring his rook over to e1 and attack the king here on e8. Now black could easily come to e7, again defending the king here on e8, and then white can play bishop takes on g5. Again, developing his pieces with tempo. So he's got his bishop involved into the game. All of white's pieces are involved into the game, minus this rook here on a1, which he will later on. This rook on h8's not doing anything. This rook on a8's not doing anything. This light square bishop's not doing a whole heck of a lot. And this black king on e8 is still kind of out in the open. He hasn't castled yet, so he's not safe yet. So white has a very, very strong attack right here. Also, as you can tell, this bishop is now pinned down, and we are attacking the pinned down piece. Anytime you have a piece that's pinned down, it's a good idea to attack that piece. So from here, you may see black has a last-ditch effort. He may try to take here on b2, attacking the rook here. And white can pretty much just continue with his plan. He can take here on c6, attacking the king here. Black's going to double up his pawns. He needs to take here on c6, and then white can take with his queen on d8, and after the king takes on d8, again, the king can no longer castle for black. White can come in, capture with his bishop on e7. Again, with all those sacrificings that white did with both of his knights, as you can see, as far as material standpoint, black is up one pawn, which white's going to get that back very, very soon. It would actually be a mistake if the king came to d7 after the rook came over to d1. This would be very, very bad for black. But a lot of times you may see the king come back to e8, and then the bishop, he can just come back to a3 if he wanted to. A discovered attack with his rook here on e1, and he's also attacking this pawn here on b2. So he's going to get that material back. Also, the king here is still out in the middle. He's out in the open, easy for attacks. So you know that the king could come to f7, and the rook could come to e7 if you wanted to, again attacking this king here on f7, and also this pawn here on c7. So a lot of different attacks that white has, while black still has a lot that he needs to do to get his pieces developed into the game. Again, neither of his rooks have moved. His bishop still has not moved. So white has a distinct advantage as far as going into the endgame. So just keep this in mind. These are the four main variations. Again, bishop to b4, bishop to e7, bishop to e6, trying to hold on to that f7 pawn, and then lastly, just pawn to f6 moving forward. These are a lot of the ideas that you'll see in the lowly attack after, if we come back here, after white takes, and then the knight takes, and then the pawn comes forward to d4, and black captures here on d4. So if I get a lot of positive feedback about the lowly attack, people are using it and enjoying it. Again, I think it's a fantastic opening for white. A lot of different fantastic opening attacking ideas that white has, especially after he castles on the king side and gets his rook involved into the game. Again, very similar to the fried liver attack. If I get a lot of feedback, if you guys want another video or two over different variations, again, black doesn't have to take with his pawn here on d4. He can always get his bishop involved into the game. He can always take with his knight here on d4. So he definitely has some options. Feel free to give me feedback if you guys want to see that, or any other videos that you want to see. Hopefully you enjoyed the lowly attack. Feel free to give it a try. Let me know how it goes. I think it's a fantastic opening. I think you'll really enjoy it. Be sure and check out the website, thechesswebsite.com, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over Larsson's opening, which is pawn here to b3. Nice little subtle move. Again, this is kind of a hyper-modern defense, meaning white's not looking to control the center of the board with his pawns early on. Instead, he's looking to bring his minor pieces, in this case the bishop, from the outside and try to control the center of the board with his minor pieces. So, bishop here to d2. And usually white has a harder time getting his dark square really to put a lot of pressure on the black king. So, you may see something like bishop to, or pawn here to d4, and then the bishop comes out. But this bishop is really, aiming down on this dark diagonal, or it could always come here to g5, pinning down a knight sometimes that's on f6. But usually black doesn't have to deal with, a bishop here on b2, really dominating this long dark square diagonal. But that's exactly what white looks to do in this particular opening. And there's about four main lines that we're going to be going over today. It's not the most aggressive opening, so if you like kind of a slow, build up a nice attack, find these little small advantages in the opening, this is definitely one that you may want to check out, especially if you're just tired of playing, the e4 or d4. A lot of times black is very, very prepared for that. Not always as prepared for just Larsson's opening of pawn here to b3, but gives white so many different options, and it's really hard, in my opinion, to kind of mess this opening up because you're not really committing to anything early on. You're not, putting a lot of pawns forward and saying, okay, what do I do? Do I take a lot? You're really just kind of building up a nice little offense. So we're going to kind of be going over some of the four main lines that you will see and kind of talk about some of the theory in this opening. The first variation we're going to be going over is the modern variation, which is e5. And again, within the opening, there's a million different possibilities. We're just going to be going over some of the main lines that are pretty familiar. And even if your opponent hasn't seen the Larsson's opening, some of those common things that, okay, it makes a lot of sense. They may play a move like pawn to e5, even if they're not familiar with a lot of the theory. And this move particularly makes a lot of sense because white's really trying to dominate these dark squares, and this pawn here to e5 is kind of counterattacking and trying to control the center of the board with this pawn on e5. White's just going to immediately play bishop here to b2. That's kind of a constant thing with the Larsson after the pawn here to b3, encountering this bishop here to b2, again trying to attack the center of the board. A lot of different ways that black can respond. Obviously, his pawn is being attacked, so it could play a very passive move like pawn here to d6. Usually, you see something like knight here to c6, developing one of the minor pieces, trying to control, defend kind of this pawn here on e5, and then white can play pawn here to e3. And this pawn here to e3, you're going to see this in all the variations that we go over. White is really looking to, again, control the dark squares, and because of that, he can play a move like pawn here to e3, and then later play a move like pawn here to d4. He can always come with pawn here to f4, again, putting a lot of pressure, and he really doesn't have to worry too much about his dark square. Sometimes you may not want to play this pawn here to e3 because then it's going to be harder for your dark square to get out of the pawn chain, but in this particular opening, white doesn't have to worry about that. So he can freely play pawn here to e3, and then later push forward with, pawn here to f4 or d4, depending on the situation. Now, black has a few options. One option that you may see is just pawn here to d5. Usually when you don't try to attack the center of the board, your opponent will freely do that for you. So pawn here to d5 makes a lot of sense, trying to counterattack, control the center of the board while white tries to control with his minor pieces from the outside.
And white from here can just play, bishop here to b5. White's not as concerned with his light square bishop in this game, more concerned with his dark square. So, pinning down this knight here on c6 makes a lot of sense. This is the only defender on his pawn on e5, so if he can kind of take that away, right now this bishop can just come here to e5 and take, because the knight can't take away. So black starts to, have to figure out how am I going to now defend this pawn here on e5. He can now play something like bishop here to d6, which makes sense. Again, getting more minor pieces involved into the game, getting ready to castle on the king side if he wants to, but also adding a defender on this pawn on e5 since his knight's not going to be able to do so. White can now play pawn to f4. And again, this is where white really starts to shine as far as black can make a lot of mistakes here. Black can't really take here with his pawn on f4 because then the bishop can just immediately come in here to g7. And since this dark square bishop on f8 is gone, obviously this rook here on h8 is going to fall. So again, this kind of puts black in a tough spot as far as how is he really going to defend. If he doesn't think about it, he just plays a bad move like knight here to f6. Again, this pawn can just come here, gobble up on e5, and he's going to win one of these pieces right here. This knight here on c6 is still pinned down, so he can't really defend it. This is definitely going to be bad. You could also see something like knight come to e7, getting ready to castle on the king side. But again, pawn here to e5, still going to take. Black can't really recapture because this bishop here on b2 is so problematic. Another move you could see is queen down to h4. Pretty aggressive move from black right now. White can now just play pawn here to d3. White's not really too concerned about castling right now. He can always castle on the queen side if he wants to. He hasn't really committed too many pawns, so he could play something like knight here to c3 later. Easily get his queen involved into the game if he wants to. Castle on the queen side. So this move of pawn to g3, although it kind of commits to not castling on the king side, this is going to be completely fine. If the queen comes back here to something like e7, white can now play knight here to f3. Doesn't want to just take immediately right now with his pawn since black now has two defenders. But a move like knight to f3 adds another attacker on here, so it starts to put more and more pressure on black. So again, these are all going to be very, very good for white. Again, this is in the modern variation. The next variation we're going to look at is the English variation, which is pawn here to c5, setting up for, pawn here to d6. We have knight here to c6. Black can always then come over to knight to f6 if he wants to. And white has a few different options. He can always play just the bishop here to b2, although against c5, I don't know that it's really the best line that white can take. But two other options that we're going to kind of look at are e4 and the very aggressive f4. So the first one is just e4, which kind of goes against what black is really looking to do, which is dominate the dark squares. But this move of pawn to c5 really just opens up the door for white to go to a normal game of, playing this pawn here to e4, later playing, knight to, f3 right here, bishop here to b2, and kind of have a balanced attack of controlling both the light squares and the dark squares early on. You can see a move like knight to c6, which is pretty common, kind of that Sicilian kind of style defense from here, trying to control from this c file and not really committing anything from the king side. And, from here, white can play bishop here to b2. This kind of gets into it. Black has a few different options. If he plays now knight to f6, white can push forward with pawn to e5. A move, obviously, black's not going to come back here to g8. This would be terrible. You lose so much in momentum. Tempo-wise, he can always come here to e4, but this is a little worse as well. Just, white can now play knight to f3. All of his pieces are really, really working well together. This knight on e4 is just really, really placed. You can always play something like knight here to d5. White can continue with what he was doing, knight to f3. This is, again, a stable game right here. White definitely has, a small lead. He can always bring his light square, castle on the king side. This is going to be fairly good for white. If we come back here instead of e4, though, another move I like to play is pawn here to f4. And this is a little bit more aggressive. It really kind of opens up the door for a stronger attack, especially since black is kind of committing to this, queen side attack. This is kind of opening up the door for white to push forward on the king side. So, after a move, you could see knight here to c6. Then you could see knight here to f3. You could see bishop here to b2. You could castle on the king side if you wanted to and kind of have that king's gambit where, this rook is on f1 and it kind of has a semi-open file once this pawn comes off the board. So really aggressive attack. And one benefit that white has is he does have this dark square right here that usually he doesn't have in his attack. So definitely a few different options from white early on. Again, bring your bishop here to b2. Or if you want to control with e4 or f4, you have a lot of different options. The next version that we're going to look at is the classical variation, and it's pawn here to d5. And this is always a fun game because black says, you know what, I'm going to play my standard opening, I'm going to control the light squares, I'm going to just let you just dominate the dark squares. And so both sides really just get to do what they want to do best, and it's just kind of may the best man win right here. So white's going to continue with bishop here to b2. No reason really to go with anything else right now. You can see something like pawn here to e6, trying to solidify kind of that pawn chain, and then white can play this pawn here to e3. A few different options right here of what he wants to do. But again, this is going to allow him to play, pawn here to f4. He can later play knight here to f3. He's just, again, all these dark squares really dominating where black really has a lot of different options. He can play, knight here to f6, really control these light squares. He always, if he wants to, play knight here to c6, pretty common. He can always bring his dark square bishop involved into the game. But again, we kind of block all of those threats off with, pawn here to e3. Another reason why we do that. So, again, the classical variation, you'll see it here and there. And again, you're just going to continue with what you're doing, control these dark squares, dominate this long diagonal, and then just continue with your normal development. Again, nothing too crazy, no crazy aggressive lines that you'll see really in this opening, but it's definitely going to be a solid way to open for white. The last variation we're going to look at isn't super common, but it's knight here to f6, kind of that Indian variation style of trying to play a defense with knight to f6, and then something you could play pawn here to g6, fianchetto on the king side as well. Right here, white has a few different options. I think one of the best ones is just here to play, pawn here to d4. I don't think right away playing bishop here to b2 is as strong, just because this long diagonal, you're eventually going to want to get there, but this knight here on f6 immediately kind of shuts down some of your immediate threat, so instead you can just try to control more of the center of the board with something like pawn here to d4. Later on, you're still going to be playing that bishop here to e3 because your bishop's not coming out here. You're not going to be pinning down this, this knight here from d5. If you did, there's really no reason for even playing this pawn here to b3. You're still going to be playing your bishop here to b2, pawn here to e3. You're still going to be developing your light square out here, something like c4, nice little outpost, or you could pin down a piece, and then you're going to get your knight involved into the game to f3. It's kind of your standard opening. This just is kind of a stronger attack from what I've seen in my experience from black, kind of shutting down some early threats that black has. Because again, now he can fianchetto himself. He can play, pawn here to g6, fianchetto to f7, castle on the king side. And again, it kind of goes into that middle game. Both sides are going to be somewhat equal in the game. So again, this is the Larsson's opening. It can kind of throw your opponent off if they're not too familiar with it. So if you want to try something new, give it a go, especially if you're having a hard time getting your dark square bishop involved into the game, especially on this long dark diagonal. Late in the game, it can definitely give your opponent some problems. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. Hopefully y'all got some of the themes that you should be thinking about in this opening. Hopefully you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Scandinavian defense, which starts out with pawn to e4, black responds pawn d5, and white capturing on d5. And there are two main lines that you'll see from black, and those are the ones we're going to take a look at today. The first one is knight to f6, and the second one is queen to d5. And we're going to go over the main lines for both of those and talk about what both sides should be thinking about when they play that. First one that we are going to look at is the less common, and that is knight to f6. Attacking the pawn here on d5
but not taking back immediately as he would with queen 2 d5. And he would do this for two reasons. One is he wants to get an upper hand in development with very active pieces, or he may think that he just is going to get that pawn in a few moves. It really depends on how white plays in response to knight 2 f6. And white has a few different things. If white wants to hold on to this extra pawn, which a lot of players do, white can come down to pawn 2 c4, holding on to this pawn on d5. Now black has a few options from here. The most common that you'll see is playing pawn 2 c6. This kind of has a Caro-Kann defense to it, but if white captures on c6, black can take with his knight on c6. He has two very active knights. He has great development. He has great center control. Even though black is down a pawn, he's actually in very good position here and has good compensation for the pawn that he's down. The more common that you'll see after pawn 2 c6 is white moving pawn 2 d4, giving back the pawn that we can take on d4 if he wants to capture. But as you can tell here, we've given back the pawn advantage, but the development is about the same. We can now develop our knights, and black does not have a development advantage or a center advantage that he had before when we captured on c6. So you may see this. Another thing you may see, instead of playing c6, after he plays c4, black has the option of playing e6, which is the Icelandic gambit, and after white captures on e6, black can recapture on e6 with his bishop. And as you can see, black is down a pawn, but all his pieces are very active. He has a developed knight, he has a developed bishop to e6 here, and his queen has this open file. He's attacking this pawn on c4, and all his pieces look very active, where white really doesn't look like he has many active pieces. He has a random pawn on c4, but none of his pieces have moved anywhere. This is actually my favorite, the Icelandic gambit, just because I like to play very aggressive, and this is a very aggressive defense for black. So that's what you may see if they start out with c4 and they try to hold on to it. But white may not always try to hold on to it. The actual main line is for white to play d4, giving back this pawn on d5, knowing that if he doesn't play d4, then black can get a lot of spatial and development advantage. So many times you'll see white play d4, giving back his pawn on d5. From here, if black takes on d5, regaining the material back, white has a few options. The first option is two ideas. One would be to play c4 first, and then black can choose if he wants to play knight to f6, which is very passive. You never really want to move your knight back to the same square that it came from. It's kind of a wasted move. A lot of times you'll see knight to b6. As you can see, we're already starting to put a lot of pressure on black. That's one idea. Another idea white may have is to first play knight to f3, and then when bishop plays bishop to g4, pinning our knight here, then we can come in with our pawn to c4. It looks better for black. He has his bishop developed. But now when he plays knight to b6, we can actually spring a trap on him and play pawn to c5 here. Now he has three options. Very, very passive would be to put his knight on c8. Now his knights aren't doing anything. He can also put his knight on d7 and d5. d5 looks a lot more active than d7, but if he does play d5, we can bring our queen to b3, and this is actually going to be very good for us. We're attacking this piece here on d5, and at the same time we're attacking the b7 square, which is our main target here. So this will be very good for white. And even if black plays knight to d7, as you can see, black is already starting to cramp his style. And we can continue our development. We can even bring our bishop to e2, and then we can castle kingside. But this is going to be completely fine for white. So another thing you may see, instead of knight f6, is going to be the main line. And that is with queen capturing on d5. You're going to see this most times than not. From here, the most common move for white, and what I recommend, is knight to c3. And this does two things. One, it develops your knight to c3, and it gains a tempo, meaning that black is going to have to move his queen, because right now he's being attacked. And you never really want to move one of your minor pieces or your major pieces more than once in the beginning if you don't have to. Obviously, black has to right now since we're attacking it. But black has a few moves here. His worst move, I would say, out of the three that people play, would be queen to d8. This is just a super passive move. Why move your queen back to the same square that it came from? More common that you'll see is a move like queen to d6, which is the Bronstein variation, or the main line is going to be queen to a5. It's a very active square for the queen. If you're going to bring your queen out, more than likely you want to keep him active. No point putting him back on d8 since that's where it came from. There's nothing white can do right now to kick this queen out of the way. One of the key things that you want to think about when you're white or black, a lot of beginners always have the thought in their head, if a queen is out, they have to try to trap him right away. That's usually a mistake. If the queen's out, what I recommend is just develop your pieces like normal. If you're going to trap a queen, you're going to be able to trap the queen once your pieces are developed. You're not going to be able to trap a queen with one developed piece out. So first develop your pieces, and then if the queen is still out there, then you can start looking for a trap. But too many times players fall into a trap of their own because they try to chase around the queen, and next thing you know, they're down a rook or they're checkmated, all because they were chasing around a queen. Just develop your pieces like normal. Once your pieces are developed and you have king safety and the queen is still out, then go after it. But not before. It's just a huge mistake. From here, white can play pawn to d4, again simply developing his pawn to a great square. And from here, a lot of players that play black, the Scandinavian defense, it's kind of a variation of the Caro-Kann. So from here, black will normally play pawn to c6, the Caro-Kann defense. And from here, white's going to continue simply developing his knight to f3, a good development square, putting pressure on the center. From here, you may see black move knight to f6, good development square. From here, black's going to take center control with his bishop to c4. From here, you may see black may even put his bishop on g4, pinning our knight down, that's fine. Or you may see bishop to f5, very good square, putting center control. And then from here, bishop to d2, getting ready to castle, moving his queen, correcting the rooks, normal opening procedure. And then from here, black's going to continue with pawn to e6. And most players that play Caro-Kann like to have their pawns on c6 and e6. Definitely would like to have their bishop out before they do that. You don't want to block your bishop in first. And then it takes on a normal play of the game. Anytime white wants to start attacking this queen, the queen can always retreat to a square like c7 if he needs to, depending on if the file's open. He can always come back to d8. Black's going to have a fine game. White's going to have a fine game. It's really going to come down to the middle game here. But as you can see, this queen that came out early, it's not really doing anything. Yeah, it's a pain that we have to worry about it, but it's not really attacking anything. And white can try to kick this out. But black, after the c6 play, has a very good outpost that he can bring his queen to. So these are some of the common things you'll see in the Scandinavian defense. Hope you guys learned a lot. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a very strong defense from black, and that's the Nimzo Indian defense. And you'll see it played at all levels, even high GM levels. Pretty much all GMs play this. And it starts out with pawn d4, e6, c4, knight to f6 development move, and knight to c3 development move, followed by bishop to b4, pinning down this knight to the king on e1. Now black's really saying that he doesn't mind giving up his bishop pair, exchanging his bishop for this knight on c3, in hopes that white will have a double pawn here on the c file, and he can exploit that. At the same time, black really wants to start adding his defenses of this e4 square. He already has his knight here on f6, attacking the e4 square. At the same time, if he wants to, he can fianchetto his bishop to this b7 square, which we'll see in some of our variations, putting more pressure on this e4 square. And by pinning down this knight here on c3 to the king, we're taking away one of the defenders of the e4 square, because, as you'll see, this is kind of a passive defense, as we don't move a lot of our pieces and pawns past this 6th rank here, but we really don't want to give up all the center control to white. We really want to focus on the light squares, in particular in most of the variations, and more importantly, focus on this e4 square. Now, sometimes we will be attacking, but more than likely, we really want to counterattack eventually in the center here. So the first variation that we are going to look at is the Rubinstein system, and that is pawn to e3. And there's three main systems. It's e3, you'll see is the Rubinstein, then you'll see the classical, which is queen to c2, and then last is Kasparov's, which is knight to f3. And you can't really argue with Kasparov, even though his opening is not really the most common. Most common that you will see is the pawn to e3. So we're going to go over some of the variations that you will see in the Rubinstein variation. The main line continues with black castling on the king side. Again, a lot of these variations, black is really content just building up his own defense, and then he's going to later on try to counter in the center, and then depending on where white moves, if he wants to attack on the king or the queen side. But from here, white's going to continue bringing his bishop to d3, nice development move here. Then we're going to start to attack. We're trying to attack this pawn, or excuse me, the square on e4, but at the same time, we're attacking this pawn on c4. And white may continue simple development move, knight to f3, freeing the way for his king to castle on the king side. And from here, we're going to bring our pawn to c5, very common move that you'll see here. At the same time, we're trying to counterattack the center. Right now, white has a very strong center with 3 pawns here in the middle. At the same time, he has 3 minor pieces, all in the 3rd rank here, trying to vie for center control. So this move of c5 here is really trying to just break up the center control. In this case, really trying to knock off this b4 pawn here. Now from here, white may continue castle on the king side. King side safety always important. And from here, we can take on c4, and then after he takes with his bishop on c4, then we have a few options. But as you can see here, white's really maintained his center control. But at the same time, black has a very solid defense here around his king. And at the same time, we do have a lot of counterplay. We can bring our knight to c6 if we want to. We can also bring our knight to d7 if we want to. And again, we can always capture here on c3. We can capture here on d4. So we definitely do have a lot of options in the main line. My personal favorite variation in the Rubinstein system is pawn to c5. And this puts a lot of pressure right away on the d pawn. Now again, there are many, many different variations. So I'm not going to go over 10, 20 minutes on every single variation. But I do want to let you know some of the common ones, and also kind of what I like to play myself and how it kind of works for me. And I feel like pawn to c5 is probably one of the more aggressive plays for black. It puts a lot of pressure right away again on this d4 pawn. And at the same time, if he does take, then we have two options here. We can bring our knight to a6 and eventually take, or we can take with our bishop, or at the same time, we can take with our bishop on c3, and then he's going to have triple pawns here. So you may not even see him take with his pawn right away. But again, we are putting a lot of pressure on this d4 pawn. The last option that you do have in the Rubinstein system is pawn to b6, and this is actually what Bobby Fischer preferred. Bobby Fischer is a better player than I am, so I would definitely say listen to him and try it out if you want. But from here, a lot of times you'll either see knight come to e2, or you may even see the bishop come to d3. More times than not, though, you will see the knight come to e2, trying to alleviate pressure on this knight here on c3. And if we do take, instead of having double pawns, he can always recapture with his knight here. And there's two variations from here. Bobby Fischer's variation is actually bishop to a6. If we can ever get rid of this pawn here, which we can push forward with our pawn here on d5 to get rid of this pawn here, we can exchange our light square bishop if we chose to. And second of all, there's another variation besides this a6, and that's the American variation, and that is from here, we're going to bring our knight to e4, putting a lot of pressure on this knight here on c3. We are going to exchange both of our pieces, our knight and our bishop here on c3. Then we're going to bring our pawn, our f-pawn, to f5. And this is a very, very aggressive defense from black, because we're still, again, trying to put a lot of pressure on this central e4 square that we talked about earlier. Then we can castle on the king side still, and we'll have this semi-open f-file if we can get off this pawn on f5. But as you can see, this is very aggressive, and we're really trying to put a lot of pressure on the center, especially this e4 square. So you definitely do have a lot of options in the Rubinstein system. One of the variations is getting a lot of traction in chess is queen to c2. A lot of white players, when they face the Nimzo India defense, which is very common, they really don't have these double pawns on the c file. So a lot of times, instead of opting for the Rubinstein with pawn to e3, they'll just instead play queen to c2, basically saying, if you want to trade off your bishop here, that's fine, but I'm just going to recapture with my queen here on c3. Now there are a few main lines that you will see. The most common is castling on the king side, and then pawn to a3, really trying to test black and see what they're going to do if he's going to capture and give up his bishop here or do something else. From here, black is going to capture. He's going to be very passive if he tries to bring his bishop back to a5, and then white can continue to push his pawns down the board and eventually force black to lose material, as he's going to lose his bishop here. Now from here, white's obviously going to take, as we talked about before, with this queen on c3. Then we're going to bring our pawn to b6, getting ready to fianchetto our bishop to b7, and start to attack this square on e4 here. Now from here, black can bring his bishop down to g5, pinning our knight down to our queen. As you can see here already, white's pieces are a little bit more active, as far as ours have not gone past the 6th rank, but at the same time, this complete side, his king side, is completely underdeveloped. And most of ours, we already have king side safety, we're already castled on the king side. At the same time, we can develop our light square bishop pretty easily. We can get our knight developed pretty easily with knight to c6. So black does have a lot of options here, and this is kind of a common theme that you will see, is black really tries to play a little passive early on, tries to build up a nice defense, and then counters later on. The next variation that you will see, and again, we saw this in the Rubinstein, but it's pawn to c5, and this is again my favorite if I do face this queen to c2, because it really right away puts a lot of pressure on this b4 pawn. There's not a lot white can do to hold on to both his e pawn and his d pawn here. Now if he does capture, we do have a few options. Like before, we can bring our knight to a6 and capture with our knight. We can right away capture with our bishop, or if we want to, we can capture this knight here on c3 and then bring our knight to a6 and capture on c5. So we definitely do have a lot of options. I prefer just to bring our bishop down to c5, and from here we can develop our knight to c6 if we want to. We can castle on the king side, and I feel like this has a very good game for black and sword. The last variation that you will see is the Kasparov, and that's knight to f3. Now, it's not played very often, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But from here, just keep in mind that if you do see it, you really want to start counterattacking the center right away. And you can do that by pawn to d5, again, putting a lot of pressure on this e4 square, but at the same time, really challenging white in the center here. We can eventually, as we talked about before, bring our pawn to c5. Then we can start to develop other minor pieces, castle on the king side. But right away, we're basically saying, we're going to try to attack this center control that white's already built up. So if you do see this knight come to f3, don't panic, but you won't see it as much as the Rubinstein or the classical. So hope you guys enjoyed this video on the Nimzo Indian defense. If you haven't subscribed already, please do that, and I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from the chesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at a hypermodern defense against the e4 opening, and that's the Alekhine defense, and it continues with knight to f6, development move for the knight, attacking the center. What black hopes to do is allow white to gain the center control with his pawns, and at the same time he is not going to move his pawns toward the center. He's going to try to control the center with his minor pieces and undermine the situation that white has in the center. So we're going to look at the three main lines that you may see: the 4-pawn attack, the exchange variation, and the modern attack, which is the main line, and talk about some of the key points that you'll want to know for each variation. The first line that we're going to take a look at is the 4-pawn attack, and it's the most aggressive line that you'll see from white. And what it looks to do is control the entire center with its pawns while trying to chase the black knight all over the board. So it continues with pawn to e5, knight to d5, pawn to d4, and black responding with pawn to d6, trying to, one, give a little room for his light square bishop, and at the same time trying to undermine this pawn on e5 that's already in our camp here. As you can see, this is going to be a common theme, this setup right here, and this is where all the lines are going to vary from this situation right here. And in this case, white's going to continue to put more pressure on our knight and continue to chase our knight around the board with pawn to c4. This is 3 pawns so far, and we're going to bring our knight to b6. And white's going to continue with pawn to f4. And this is the 4-pawn attack, and as you can already tell, this is the most aggressive because white already has 4 of his pawns in the middle of the board controlling the center, and we've only moved 1 pawn, and we've had our knight chased around the entire board the whole game, which, if you know anything about opening principles, you really don't want to move your minor pieces all around the board, but any hypermodern player will tell you that you want white, in this case, to overextend his pawns so that black can undermine and take control of the center later on in the game. But black really has to be careful not to play too passive because white's going to run over him if he doesn't counterattack at some point in the game. So just something to think about if you are playing black, that yes, you play passive at the beginning, but then you don't play passive later on. You actually play very active later on. So something to think about. Now in this case, black has 2 different moves. He can capture with d takes on e5, or he also has a very sharp line of g5 right here in hopes that white's going to capture on g5, and then after we exchange here on e5 and we trade off queens, white's going to be up material by 1 pawn, but as you can tell, the white king can no longer castle, and all 3 of these pawns in the center are going to be really hard for white to defend, and they're going to be very easy for black to attack. Black can bring his bishop into the action, and once he brings his knight into the action, his b knight, he can castle queenside, and he's going to have a lot of attacking lines, and white's going to have a really hard game holding onto all these pawns and protecting his king out in the middle. So this is the sharp line that you may see. And as we talked about, another move is pawn takes on e5. And from here, after pawn takes on e5, then we can bring our knight to c6, attacking both this pawn on e5 and d4, great development move for black, trying to control the center. From here, you may see white brings bishop to e3, trying to hold on to this d4 pawn. This is going to be a huge attack. As you can already tell, we have 2 attackers on it, this knight and our queen here. And now we're going to bring our bishop into the action with bishop to f5. And in this case, we're really looking to bring our queen maybe to d7 and castle queenside and really try to put a lot of pressure on this d4 pawn. So this is the 4-knight attack. It is, again, the most aggressive that you'll see from white, but you may not see it as often as the other 2 lines. So we're going to take a look at those as well. The next line we're going to take a look at is the exchange variation. It's very common if you ever do play Alekhine defense. You'll see it quite often. And it continues much like the 4-pawn attack with pawn to e5 attacking our knight, knight to d5, pawn to d4, pawn to d6. Remember we said we're going to see this setup many times before. White's going to continue with the 3-pawn setup with pawn to c4. And after our knight comes to b6, white's now going to exchange on d6. Now, if you're a very defensive player, you're not very aggressive, and you like sharp tactical lines later on in the game, and you like to build up in the center, then I would recommend pawn takes on d6. And from here, black's going to look to put his light square bishop on e6, and bring his dark square bishop to e7, castle kingside. He's going to have a very sharp and methodically defensive game. Now, if you're a very aggressive player like myself and you want to avoid the common sharp line that you'll see many times from capturing with your e-pawn, you can instead capture with your c-pawn with c takes on d6. Now, from here, keep in mind that since we have our pawns on e7 and d6, we're going to fianchetto our bishop on the king side. And this is something you always want to think in the back of your head. If we have our pawns on e7 and d6, and we've already made a few moves in the opening, we're going to move our bishop to g7. Because it's going to take 2 moves for our pawns to get out of the way of our bishop. So keep that in mind. And again, we're going to try to attack this d4 pawn. And that's another reason we want to bring our bishop to the g7 square. This d4 pawn is a very strong pawn from white, and we want to put as much pressure on that as possible. So from here, you may see play continue with knight to c3. Great development move for white, putting a lot of pressure on the center. And from here, as we talked about before, we're going to bring our pawn to g6. And then you may see white bring his bishop to e3, putting another defender on this d4 pawn. Now keep in mind, you might not see white play this way, so if he's not too familiar with capturing the exchange variation with our c-pawn, and he doesn't put a lot of defense on this d4 pawn, it's going to be very good for you. Once we bring our bishop to g7, we're going to be putting a lot of pressure on this d4 pawn. So if he's not building up his defenses, if he's instead playing, his bishop out and then trying to castle kingside, you may be able to take this d4 pawn a little easier than you may have expected. So from here, you may see the white rook come to c1, and from here we're going to castle kingside. You always want to castle kingside sooner than later. Make sure your king's in a safe place. From here, you may see white brings pawn to b3, trying to put another defender on this c4 pawn. Remember, we are attacking it with our knight here. Anytime we can bring our queen into the action with a move like queen to c7. So from here, we're just going to bust through the middle. Again, we're trying to attack this d4 pawn, but at the same time, like we talked about before, you don't want to be too passive if you're black in the Alekhine defense. We've allowed white to have a lot of tempo-gaining attacks early on, chasing our knight around. So eventually, depending on where white plays, if he plays defensive correctly, then we want to bust up the middle, and we want to make sure that he doesn't have all the central control that he wants to with all his pawns. So these are some of the things you want to take a look at in the exchange variation. Now let's go and take a look at the main line. In the main line from the beginning, starts out the same as the other 2 lines. White comes to e5, our knight's going to come to d5. White's going to play pawn to d4, and we're going to bring our pawn to d6. But from here, it's going to be a little bit different. White's going to bring his knight to f3. And this is the modern variation. It's the main line, so you'll see it more often than not. Now from here, this white knight is very, very active. He's gaining center control, but at the same time, he's attacking and defending both the pawn on e5 and his pawn on d4. So this is a very strong knight right here. And this is why many times you'll see black bring his bishop to g4, pinning down his queen. His knight's not going to move. And many times from here, depending on where white plays, black's going to trade off this bishop. A lot of times you'll see players try not to trade off their bishop for knight early on, since a bishop pair is usually stronger, since it's easier to open up a game than it is to close up a game. But a lot of times a black player in this position will trade off his bishop because that knight on f3 is so strong. So I usually don't recommend trading off your bishop if you are pinning it down. I like to just pin down that knight. But in Alekhine defense, I actually recommend to trade off your bishop for that knight on f3 since it is so powerful. So this is one thing you may see, and from here, white's just going to take back with his bishop on f3. So that's one variation that you may see. You want to trade off that knight. And another one you may see, instead of g4, you may also see pawn to g6. A lot of players instead like to try to bust up the middle. They already have one attacker with their d6 pawn, and from here they just try to start to chip away at the center. So they're going to look to fianchetto their bishop to the g7 square, castle king side, and then they're going to look to try to attack the center control here. So you can, again, a lot of players from here, even if they do fianchetto with their bishop on the king side, then they may bring their bishop out to attack this knight on f3. So it really depends on which way you want to go, but these are some of the most common lines that you will see in the main line. So hope you guys enjoyed the video on Alekhine Defense. If you haven't already, please subscribe. If you haven't checked out the website, got a lot of great updates on it. It's www.thechesswebsite.com. Please leave me any comments, let me know how the videos are going, and I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be looking at the Budapest Gambit, which starts out with pawn to d4, knight f6, pawn c4. Then black's going to play pawn to e5, giving up material on the second move. And after pawn e5, black's going to play knight to g4, attacking this e5 pawn. A lot of times you'll see players move their knight to e4, trying to get rapid development with their minor pieces. I really don't recommend this. Instead, I highly recommend moving knight to g4, which is the common move, attacking the pawn on e5 and putting a lot of pressure on that square. And from here, we're going to take a look at the three main lines that you'll see white play. And the first one is bishop to f4. Typical development move for white. At the same time, he's putting central control with his bishop. At the same time, he's defending his pawn on e5. Black's going to continue his development with knight to c6. At the same time, while he controls the center, he's going to attack the pawn on e5 again. White's going to do the same with knight to f3, developing his knight and defending his pawn on e5. Now, black would like to bring his queen to e7 and put more pressure on this pawn, but he doesn't want to block in his bishop. So instead, he's going to bring his bishop to b4 first. Check. And now that his bishop's out, then he can bring his queen to e7, putting more pressure on this pawn on e5. Now, white has two options here. The first one is for him to bring his knight to c3. If he does this, white, in the end, is going to be up in material. He's going to continue to be up that pawn in material, but he's going to have double pawns here after bishop takes on c3, and white recaptures with pawn takes on c3. White's going to contain his material advantage, but he does have double pawns on this c file, and it's going to be tough for him later on in the endgame to hold on to this advantage. If he does instead move his knight to d2, as you'll see, black can equalize the material, but white's going to have a double bishop pair, and he's going to have a little better development of his pieces. So we're going to take a look at the continuation of the main line, and now black's going to bring his queen to e7, attacking this e5 pawn a little bit more, and there's nothing white can do to hold on to this pawn. From here, white's going to play pawn to a3, attacking his bishop, trying to get it out of the way. It's pinning down the white's knight to the king, and at the same time it's just troublesome for white to have to develop his pieces when his king is pinned down by this bishop. So after a3, black's going to play knight to e5. Black has more attackers on the e5 pawn, so he's going to go ahead and start to capture. From here, white has two options. This first is a huge mistake. If you've seen the video on the Kine Ninja trap, it's pawn takes on b4. You won't see this very often, but if someone does fall for this trap, then you can play knight to d3 checkmate. So you can see the king can't move, and this pawn cannot take our knight on d3 because our queen is here on e7. Hopefully you do see that, but more than likely you won't see that. Instead, you'll see knight takes on e5, and from here we're going to take again with our knight. And like before, he cannot take our bishop here because we can come to d3 again. It's going to be checkmate. Instead, you're going to see pawn to e3. This opens up for his light square bishop to get into the action, defending his pawn on c4, and at the same time giving his king a little room to breathe. If he wants to next move, he can capture our bishop on b4. Now, it would not be wise for what white's going after to take on e5. If someone does do this, that's completely fine. But the reason white's giving up the exchange that he is to equalize the material and giving up that pawn is he wants to have the bishop pair. From here, he's going to lose his bishop pair if he takes on e5. Black can play d2, and after white captures, black can recapture, and black was equalized in material and development. This is really not that good for white. And so a lot of times you won't see black take with their bishop on e5. Instead, you're going to see pawn to e3, like I said before. And then from here, black is now going to move his bishop, just take on d2, and black's going to recapture with his queen on d2. And as you can see here, white has the double pair bishop. He has decent development. Black is equalized in material, which is exactly what we were going for. He has a knight and a bishop. This is a completely fine game for both sides. White's up a little bit, but black's not too far behind. And with a nice little in-game, black's going to have a completely fine game in the situation. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the other two main lines that you may see in the Budapest Gambit. And again, it starts out pawn d4, and after knight f6, pawn c4. Then capture, and we play knight to g4. Another move you may see is pawn to e4. A lot of players, if they're not too familiar with the gambit, as soon as they take the gambit pawn on e5, they're going to give it right back to you. And they'll do this after we recapture on e5. They're going to continue to push up with their pawn, putting a lot of pressure on the center and trying to gain a spatial advantage on black. What black really needs to do now is maneuver his minor pieces so that he can undermine the central control of the pawns later in the game. So that's really the struggle that it comes up. Both sides are equal in material advantage. Black's going to try to overextend white's development of his pawns further down the board. He's going to try to undermine them with his minor pieces later on in the game. In the last line you may see in the Budapest Gambit, after knight to g4, you may see knight to f3. Again, simple development with his knight to f3, attacking and defending this pawn on e5. But you can see there's a little bit difference in the move order from before when the bishop came to f4 first. And from here, black's going to, again, put a little different move order himself. He's going to bring his bishop to c5. He's not going to bring his bishop to b4. Instead, he's going to bring it to c5. And he's putting pressure on this f2 pawn. As you can tell, we have our knight on g4. And so white has to figure out a way to block this. So from here, you're going to see pawn to e3. And already you can see how things have changed. Before, white now has his dark square bishop blocked in, so he can't bring his his bishop to f4 to hold on to this pawn on e5. So from here, things are a little bit different. Now black can bring his knight to c6. Now he has two attackers on this pawn on e5, and white can no longer bring his bishop to this f4 square, which he'd really like to be on, to hold on to this e5 pawn. White's going to have to give up this e5 pawn earlier than he would like to, where he would if he brought his bishop to f4 first. You can see how different it is if the knight comes to f3 first before the bishop to f4. And now we also have our bishop on c5 instead of b4, which is a lot different as you'll see later on. From here, you'll see the bishop come to e2 for white, and black's going to take on e5, equalize the material. And from here, white will capture, and black will recapture. And from here, white's going to play a3. These are just the main lines. And black's going to play a5, getting ready for a nice little maneuver. After white castles and black castles, white's going to develop his knight to c3. And black's going to get ready for a rook lift. And if you're not too familiar with what a rook lift is, basically it's bringing your pawn to a5, and then playing rook to a6, getting ready to swing your rook over to the h file, getting ready for a huge attack on the king side of white. The black queen can come to h4, and he can do this because the knight on f3 for white is no longer there. This would not be possible if the knight for white was on f3, because he could just kick out the queen on h4. At the same time, black can bring his knight to g4, put a lot of pressure on this h2 square. If white ever plays a move h3, black has the option of developing his light square bishop after he moves his d-pawn, and sacrificing his bishop on h3, putting a lot of pressure on white's king. He can get a lot of his pieces attacking the white king fairly easy. The only downside of a rook lift is we don't develop our light square bishop early on. As you can see, our light square bishop is pinned in right now, and if white pays attention to this, he can really focus in on this weakness that is a huge weakness for black. Now, if black can position his pieces nicely against the king side, then black's going to have a really, really good attack against white. So these are the three main lines that you'll see in the Budapest Gambit. Hope you guys enjoy the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and I'll see you guys next video. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com. Today we're going to be going over the Alekhine variation, which stems from the Sicilian defense. Sicilian defense is pawn to e4, pawn to c5. You've probably seen this. This is one of the most common defenses in all of chess because it really gives black a fighting chance. There's a lot of sharp variations. Black has a lot of different ways that he can actually take the initiative in the game. So a lot of top players, GMs, club level players will play this, not only because it gives them an opportunity to draw, but there's so many different ways for black to take over the game and actually win the game. So a lot of white players actually don't play e4 because they're afraid of pawn to c5. So today we're going to be going over a different variation that I recommend. It's kind of the anti-Sicilian attack from white. Most times you'll see, knight to f3, you'll see pawn to d4. These are things that black wants to see because it allows them to go into their sharp variations that most of them have studied up on. But the Alekhine variation is just pawn to c3, and it tries to do two things. One, the Alekhine variation tries to take away all the initiative that black wants to gain in the game. So that's very, very important. To get your opponent out of their comfort zone is extremely important. The second thing is white really wants to gain control of this d4 square right here. Very, very important in chess, especially in the Sicilian defense. Black playing pawn to c5 really wants to gain control of this square without even using his center pawn. So very, very important. Again, this is the anti-Sicilian, and this is used by many of the greatest chess minds of all time, many GMs, world champions. If you've seen the series that we did on Kasparov versus Deep Blue in 1996, the first game Deep Blue beat Kasparov, and then the second game Kasparov came back and used the Alekhine variation to beat Deep Blue. So it's very, very strong, and you see it at all levels of chess. Now in this video, we're going to be going over the 5 most common moves that you'll see from black, and then a lot of different variations within those, so you kind of have a good idea of how to play this, what different things you should be looking for, and kind of how to approach it. But again, going back to the original things, we're just trying to take back the initiative. This is going to transition nicely into the middle game, and it's really going to take away all the Sicilian variations that black's really used to. So the first move we're going to be going over is knight to f6 right here, and black's just going to continue to push forward and just attack that knight with pawn to e5. Now, black has a lot of different ways he can move right now. As you can tell, knight just going right back to g8 is going to be a mistake. It really gives even more initiative to white right now. You never really want to be moving your knights back as far as developing them and then moving them back to the 8th or 1st rank. So that's going to be a mistake. You can tell that knight to h5 is going to be a mistake. The queen's going to take it. That really goes along with if knight comes down to g4. That's going to be a mistake. It's also going to be a mistake if he brings his knight down to e4. All white has to do now is just, kick his pawn up to d3 right now. The knight no longer has anywhere to go. He's going to be taken. He can't come back to d6, f6 right here. Again, if he tries to come over here to g5 or g3, he's going to be taken by either a bishop or a pawn. So that's going to be a mistake. So as you can tell, the only really move that black has is to bring his knight over to d5. So from here, white's just going to play pawn to d4. Now, black does have a few options from here. The first one that you'll see is just with black taking right here on d4. Now, white can take back right away, but he doesn't necessarily have to. First, white's actually going to develop his knight here to f3, and that's because he's not really worried about this pawn coming down to c3, because this pawn was blocking this knight here on d5. So you don't have to worry about getting that material back. You're going to get it back eventually, but you don't need to go, right away. You can go ahead and bring your knight over here to f3 first. So the knight's going to come right here. Now, black has a decision to make, but let's say he brings his knight over here to b6 or c6. Simple development move, trying to control the center of the board, protecting one of his pawns right now. Then white can go ahead and take. Now, again, what do we want to control the center of the board with? You always want to control the center of the board with your pawns, and then you have your minor pieces protect those pawns, especially in the early game. Now, as we move into the middle game and end game, those things change, but early on, you control the center of the board with your pawns. So when you're thinking about which piece you're going to take with, is it going to be the knight? Is it going to be the pawn? We're definitely going to be taking back with our pawn. Pawn's controlling the center of the board. So from right now, as you can tell in this variation that we've gone over, white has a very, very firm foundation in the center of the board. This anti-Sicilian, this is not Sicilian at all from black's perspective. Very, very well developed. This knight here on f3 is both defending both of these pawns right here, and it's very, very nicely gaining control of the center of the board. So that is what happens if that pawn takes here on, if we come back here to d4. You might also, instead of the pawn taking first here on d4, the knight could come over here to c6 first. A lot of times, these are all going to kind of go into the same place, end up in the same variation. But, from here, all white's going to do is continue with the same thing, is bringing his knight here to f3. This is a very, very important square for this knight. You see this typically, the knight come to f3, but in this case particularly, it's really defending all the critical squares early on into the game. So from here, it doesn't really matter, if the pawn takes right here. If not, white can continue to develop. He can always bring his bishop involved into the game. He can pin down this knight if he wants to, castle on the king side. But again, once this pawn takes, all white has to do is take back. He's really gaining a strong center of the board. So again, this is what happens from the very beginning if the knight comes down to f6. Next variation we're going to be going is if the pawn goes to d5. Now, for a long time, it was thought that pawn to d5 from black was kind of the go-to move. That kind of fell out of favor, and again, it was that knight to f6 being the main line. This was kind of the secondary move that people kind of try to bring back. But from here, white's just going to exchange on d5. So he's going to take with his pawn here, then the queen's going to come down to d5 and take. Now, white's just going to continue to push forward again. He wants to gain control of that d4 square. Common theme, take all the initiative back and gain control of this d4 square. And he does that, he can just play pawn to d4. Again, if white takes, white's just going to retake with his pawn right here. If black wanted to, he could always, try to develop his knight. He could bring his knight here to f6. White could bring his knight here to f3. Again, trying to gain control of this d4 square right here. Doesn't really matter where black's going. I do want to go over another thing that you'll a lot of times see in the Alekhine variation. So we'll go ahead and bring the knight here to c6. One thing that you'll see is that this knight right here, typically, this knight will come to c3. That, as far as simple development move from white, you'll see that in a lot of variations throughout chess. In the Alekhine variation, it's a little bit different because, as you can tell, we move our pawn to c3 early on, which, is a slight disadvantage because you would like to control the center of the board with your knight, especially early on. So you have one of two options. One is if your dark square bishop comes out into the game. Once he's out, you can now bring your knight to, let's say, d2 if you need to. You got to make sure that's the right time. But another idea that you always have is bring your knight initially to a3. Now, later on to the game, you definitely want that knight to be in the center of the board, but you can always bring your knight to a3, and then if you wanted to, you could bring, your bishop to c4. It's again protected by that knight.
and that's really controlling the center of the board and putting a lot of pressure, on this f7 square, which is a weakness for black early on, and then it allows white to castle on the king side and further his development. Now, again, you don't want to leave your knight here on a3, but as far as initially getting him involved into the game, bringing your knight to a3 is not a bad move. Another variation that you may see from black is just pawn to e6. Now again, white's going to continue, and he's going to start just pushing forward with pawn to d4. And black has two options. One, he could just take, if he exchanges right here, white's just going to recapture with his pawn again, trying to control this d4 square, but also trying to control the center of the board with his pawns. Definitely has the upper hand right now as far as initiative. From here, black has a few options. If he wants to go ahead and get his knights involved into the game, he can. The knight could come to c6, and then white could respond with knight to f3. If black decides instead, he could bring his pawn down to d5, and then white can go ahead and exchange right here, and then he can go ahead and develop, let's say he could develop his knight here to, c3, putting pressure on his pawn to d5. Now, again, this kind of goes along the lines of what we talked about, taking the initiative back from black from the Sicilian defense. Any of the sharp variation lines from the Sicilian defense do not look like this with all of black's pieces back here on the 8th row. So this is really getting your opponent out of their comfort zone. Now, he doesn't, again, have to bring his pawn down to d5. He could play another move. He could get his bishop involved into the game. He could bring his bishop down here to b4, and you could either block it, with knight to c3. You could always, place your bishop, or he could always get his another knight involved into the game to f6, attacking this pawn. The pawn can now come to e5, chasing it away, or the knight can just come here to c3, simple development move, and also protecting this pawn here on e4. So white has a lot of the initiative, and again, this looks very different from a typical Sicilian. Another move you may see from black is pawn to d6, and again, white's going to continue with the same theme, and that's pushing forward with pawn to d4, again, trying to control this d4 square right here. Now, black has a few options. If he wanted to, he could always take with his pawn right here on d4, and then after white takes, white's going to have a huge advantage right here. It doesn't really matter where black goes. If he wants to go ahead and bring, his knight to f6, white can just continue to develop. He can bring, his knight here to c3. If black instead decided to bring his pawn to e5, pushing forward and, put a little pressure here, white can just play, knight to f3. Development move, center control, but white just has a lot more initiative right here. So definitely going to be a very, very strong game for black. Now, black also has the ability to, instead of playing pawn takes here on d4, he could instead bring his knight over here to f6. Now, there's a little variation difference here. Instead of, bringing your knight involved into the game, we don't want to bring our knight yet to f3 because our pawn right here on e4 is being attacked. In this case, all we have to do is bring our bishop to d3. We definitely want to make sure our light square bishop is developed to the game, so this is not a bad thing at all. And then from here, it doesn't really matter once, if the knight comes here to c6, putting more pressure on this pawn to d4. Now, white can go ahead and play knight to f3. Simple development move, controlling the center of the board. Most importantly, in this opening, defending and protecting this pawn here in the square here on d4. And now, if white wanted to later on, he can go ahead and castle on the king side and then continue moving into the middle game. So, again, another variation. And this, again, does not look anything like the Sicilian defense. So, we're going to be going over one more variation. The last variation that we're going to be going over with is pawn to e5. So, basically, white knows that he wants to go ahead and try to control this d4 square, and so if black wants to double whammy, put both of his pawns here on c5 and e5 and try to stop you from putting your pawn here on d4, he definitely may just do this. So pawn to e5 from here. White's going to play a little bit differently. Typically, white just pushes forward with pawn to d4. He's not going to do that right away. Instead, he's going to play his knight to f3, attacking this pawn here on e5 that's trying to control this d4 square right here. So black has a decision to make as far as how he's going to protect it. The most logical place, definitely doesn't want to bring his bishop here to d6 because that blocks off this pawn. He can't really move, which makes it harder for this light square bishop to get involved into the game. So typically, again, minor pieces are meant to be developed, control the center of the board, and also protect your pawns. So from here, you'll see knight to c6, simple development move, controlling and defending this pawn here on e5, so white really can't do anything. But white can now play bishop to c4. Again, kind of allowing, an aggressive move from white here, putting a lot of pressure again on this f7 square, which is a huge weakness for black early on into the game. Now, depending on where black goes, let's say black develops his other knight into the game to f6, putting pressure on this pawn on e4. White typically would like to bring his knight to c3, nice central square, again, defending this pawn here on e4, but again, as we've said in the Alpin variation, the knight cannot come here to c3 because we have our pawn here. So what's white to do? He has a nice little move of knight to g5. What this does, it's twofold. One, it defends this pawn here on e4 from this knight here on f6, but it also does a double attack on this pawn on f7. Again, the f7 square early on is very weak because the only thing protecting it is the king. Now, again, white now has his light square bishop aimed at this f7 square and his knight. He can always, if he wants to, get his queen involved into the game. If this knight wasn't there on f6, he could bring his queen here to h5. He could always bring it to f3, putting more pressure on this f7 square. This is going to be a very, very good game for white. He has all the initiative. He's taken that away. And then later on, once he's removed this defender, then he can proceed and he can start pushing forward with pawn to d4 and control that as well. So the Alpin variation, again, it's a very, very strong opening. Anytime you have an opponent that really enjoys playing the Sicilian defense, I recommend trying this out just to kind of get your opponent out of their comfort zone. So there's not a lot of tricks and traps and lots of variations that are just crazy with sharp tactical lines. But what this does do is it gets you into the middle game with the spatial advantage. Again, you have the initiative. So if you're a strong, chess player and you kind of like to get into the middle game with the advantage, kind of get that into the end game so you can kind of outplay your opponent, I definitely recommend this because, again, Sicilian defense, your opponent is trying to take that away from you. So check this out. Let me know what you guys think, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hey everyone, this is Kevin from thechesswebsite.com, and today we're going to be going over a nice little opening defense for the Queen's Gambit. And so if you don't like to play the Queen's Gambit accepted line, today we're going to be going over a Queen's Gambit decline line, and that is the Slav defense. We're going to be going over a lot of different variations. This is very popular in GM play because there are so many different variations in the Slav defense. We're going to go over some of the main points of some of the most popular variations that you will see. The Slav defense starts out with pawn to d4, pawn to d5, both trying to control the center with their pawns. From here, white's going to play pawn to c4, and then black is going to play pawn to c6. Instead of playing pawn to e6, instead he's first going to play pawn to c6, trying not to block off his light square bishop, and at the same time protecting his pawn on d5. Now there are a lot of variations. One of the first ones we'll touch on is the exchange variation, and it's pawn captures on d5, and black responds capturing on d5. And I really feel that this is one of the least exciting variations of the opening. And for this, a lot of times you'll actually, instead of c6 first, you'll see the semi-Slav, which is e6 first, and then c6 will eventually come into the mix. And we'll actually go over the semi-Slav in another video since it's a completely different defense in itself. But the Slav continues with c6, and the exchange variation, which we talked about, is less common, but we'll go over the main line and some of the main variations that you will see from the main line. And the main line continues with knight to f3, trying to control the center development of his knight. And from here, black's going to do the same. He's going to develop his knight to f6. And then white's going to bring his knight to c3. And from here, black's going to go and start taking pieces. He's going to take on c4. And from here, it's a very important move. White needs to play a4. And what this does is it prevents black from playing his pawn to b5. Now, a lot of players, if they're very aggressive like myself, they may even try a move like e4. This is the Slav gambit, and this is offering up this pawn back so that black can play pawn to b5, holding on to this pawn. But it's really tough to say if white has adequate compensation for this pawn. Instead, if you're playing white and you do see the Slav, I would actually recommend just playing to a4, pawn to a4. And what this does is it doesn't allow black to play his pawn to b4. But what it does do is, if you can see, anytime your opponent plays, you want to see the space that he left. And this pawn on the a file is really going to be used to defend this b4 pawn. But once it comes up to a4, it can no longer defend this b4 square. So this b4 square is going to be a major theme throughout the Slav defense. So if you're playing the main line and you do come across this, always be aware that black's going to be looking at this b4 square and he's going to try to hold on to it. And white in turn is going to try to make sure that black does not hold on to it the entire game. So play can continue from here. Bishop to f5, and what bishop to f5 does is a couple things. One, it develops his light square bishop, so from here black can continue to play his pawn to e6 without trapping his light square bishop, and at the same time it prevents white from playing e4. White would really like to play e4 with his pawn, putting his pawn in a nice central square, but at the same time, a discovered attack on this c4 pawn. With our pawn not being able to be on b5, black's going to lose this pawn. It's all a matter of how white takes it, and he would really like to play e4, getting great central control with his pawn, at the same time taking on c4 with his bishop right here. Now, since white can't play e4 in this situation because our bishop is here on f5, instead you'll see pawn to e3. And what this does is two things. One, it allows to open up this bishop, this light square bishop, at the same time to connect these pawns. Now, eventually white would like to play his pawn to e4, but he can't right away because our bishop. But he would like to play e4 because it would solidify the middle with his pawns. At the same time, right now he's blocking off his dark square bishop on c1, and he would like to open that up. So right away he's going to play e3, and from here, white's going to play e6. Now, anytime you see pawns on e6 and c6, eventually the knight is going to be played from b8 to d7. This is just the normal development for the knights if a pawn is on c6 and e6, and we'll see this later in the game. But what this pawn to e6 does is it allows our dark square bishop to get into the action. Remember, we'd really like to bring our dark square bishop to this b4 square. So from here, white's going to play bishop takes on c4, centralizing his bishop and at the same time equalizing the material. From here, we're going to continue with our game plan. We're going to bring our bishop to b4. This is going to be a great square for our bishop for the time being. We're pinning down this knight to the king, and at the same time, the pawns that would normally kick this bishop out would be on c and a, and both of those pawns can no longer kick this bishop out. So for a while, our bishop's going to be here until we don't want him to anymore. Now from here, you'll see white castle, and he castles kingside because his knight's being pinned, and he doesn't want his knight being pinned anymore. So he's just going to get his king to the castle kingside to get it more king safety. And from here, we're going to do exactly what we talked about before. We're going to bring our knight to d7, and this is a great development square. Knight can come into the middle anytime he wants. Next, we can castle kingside if we want for king safety, but this is going to be the main line that you'll see in the Slav very often. And from here, there's a few things that you want to keep in mind. Black eventually would like to play a move like to c5 or e5, trying to break up the middle, and white would really like to play a move like e4, trying to gain center control. So it really comes down to these different themes of what both sides are trying to do. Black the entire game tries to hold on to this b4 pawn, this b4 square, and at the same time, if you see the white knight come to h4, a lot of times players will try to get the bishops away from your opponent. You can leave your bishop here. A lot of times players will not only allow the other team to take their bishop, but let's say black castles kingside and the knight takes on f5. A lot of black players like to let white do this, so when they recapture, they have more control of this e4 square. Remember, the center is very important, so if we have more pressure on this e4 square with our knight on f6 and our pawn on f5, this is very strong for black. So these are a few ideas that you want to take a look at when looking at the Slav defense, especially in the main line. Another variation that you're going to see in the Slav defense is the simple decline line. So I want to go over it because there are a few missteps that a lot of people make. So I want to go over just exactly how you should approach it when you come across it. So Slav starts out with d4, d5, c5, and c6, and from here, white's going to play knight to f3, and black's going to play knight to f6. Now, there's two moves that white can make. We went over the c3 move, but a lot of times you'll see the white pawn come to e3 right away. He's not trying to bring his knight into the action yet. Instead, he's freeing up his bishop, so if black takes on c4, he doesn't have to worry about playing a4 and worrying about this b4 square the entire game, which a lot of white players don't like to worry about. Instead, he plays e3, so after black takes, white can simply come down, capture with his bishop on c4, and he doesn't have to worry about this b4 square or his pawn on a4 the entire game. So if you see this, keep in mind, because if he does play this, you don't have to take on c4, I was just showing you, but from here, your bishop can come to f5, and this is going to be a very good square for your bishop. From here, if white captures on c5 and we recapture with our pawn, then we have great central control. We can now bring our pawn to e6. Our light square bishop is not blocked in. We can get our dark square bishop into the game, we can castle kingside, and black's going to have a very good game from here. The problem arises if you're expecting e3 and don't play accordingly. Let's say white plays d4, we play d5, they play c4, and after c6 they play knight to f3, knight f6, and now instead they play knight to c3, which is the main line that we talked about. Now let's say we try to bring our bishop into the action on f5. Now remember before, we didn't play this as our first move, but let's say we try to play it now thinking that it was e3. Now from here, this is going to be a huge mistake. The queen can now come to b3 for white, and they're going to have a huge advantage. See, now that he has three attackers on this one pawn, his knight, and his queen, and at the same time he's attacking his pawn on b7. Black can't defend both of these without losing a tempo. He's going to have to move his bishop back to c8, and this is going to be very bad for black. So keep in mind that if he plays his knight, then I would go ahead and move along with the main theme that we talked about earlier in the video. And if he plays e3, then it's going to be safe for you to play your bishop to f5, but not otherwise. Make sure that you always have all your different variations in your mind so that you don't play the wrong thing and get completely messed up. So this is the Slav variation. Hope you guys learned a lot on this Queen's Game decline line. If you haven't already, please subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next video.